Chapter 1. Squint Eyes Are Not Good People. Konoha Ninja Academy. Today's assessment will focus on the transformation technique. Those who fail will be required to run 10 laps around the playground, declared the middle-ranking ninja, Motondo Ryo, as he limped to the podium and raised his voice. Why are we having another assessment? Didn't we just have one a few days ago? Murmurs erupted among the students seated at their neatly arranged desks. Because the enemy will not assess your abilities. This evaluation is designed to gauge your training progress. Training is essential for your survival in the future, Motondo Ryo asserted, raising his voice to quell the chatter. Kakashi, you're first. Wow, it's Kakashi again. The teacher is doing this on purpose, remarked a chubby boy with a round physique and spiky hair. Kakashi is a natural genius, all right? Why don't you go instead? You haven't even mastered the transformation technique. You loser, someone retorted. Even if I'm a loser, it shouldn't always be Kakashi going first. What about Kai? The boy protested, leaning over to scrutinize him. Kai, you gotta step it up. Show the guy Kakashi who's boss. Sighing, Okamoto Kai turned his head, blowing a puff of air at the bangs that hung over his forehead, ignoring the chubby boy. Hatake Kakashi, the son of the renowned Konoha hero Konoha White Fang, was of course exceptionally gifted. While the other students were bickering, Kakashi had already completed the transformation technique, morphing into an identical copy of Okamoto Kai. An Okamoto Kai, clad in a gray high-collared shirt, white shorts, and dark ninja boots, stood on the podium. However, this version of Kai lacked the usual languid demeanor. With equally slender arms and legs, Kakashi's transformation into Kai exuded an unexpected air of intimidation. Hey, it's your turn. The Kakashi who had transformed into Okamoto Kai stared at Kai in his signature deadpan gaze. Rising from his seat, Okamoto Kai adjusted his short sleeves and shorts. He approached the podium and formed hand seals, exclaiming, "Poof!" An identical Kakashi appeared on the podium. Is this acceptable? Kai asked, mirroring Kakashi's signature deadpan expression. Excellent, truly remarkable, Motondo Ryo praised loudly. The transformation technique may very well be the jutsu that saves your life in dire situations. Next, you two may return to your seats. Poof, poof. The two dispelled their transformations and walked back, brushing past each other. Hey, when are we going to have a match? Kakashi whispered. Kakashi observed the Okamoto Kai before him, gray high-collared shirt, white shorts, bangs swept to one side, and wide eyes staring back at him. The delicate flaring of his nostrils and his fair, soft chin made him appear almost fragile. Kakashi found it incomprehensible and intolerable that, as the son of Konoha White Fang, he was ranked alongside such a person. How could someone who looked so feminine be considered his equal? But I don't want to fight you. Isn't a Kai always eager to battle you in 100 rounds? Okamoto Kai replied from his seat, addressing Kakashi. Because I'm the top student. How can a pretty boy like you be my equal? Kakashi shot a disdainful glance at Kai's slender limbs. Oh, I see. A Kai. Kakashi wants to have a match with you. It's been a while since you two sparred. Okamoto Kai turned to the back, calling out to Might Guy. Oh yes. Kakashi, I knew you want to engage in a true battle between men. Might Guy sprang to his feet, left hand on his hip, right index finger pointing at Kakashi. Let's fight, Kakashikin. Might Guy, what are you doing? Motondo Ryo shouted at the standing guy. Have you completed your transformation technique assessment? Get up here. No need, teacher. I haven't learned the transformation technique yet. He'll just run 10 laps around the playground. No, wait. Youth is about burning with passion. I've decided to run 20 laps. Before Motondo Ryo could finish, Might Guy dashed out the door. Kakashi, wait for me to return. We shall duel, came the echo of his voice from outside the classroom. Kakashi felt a headache coming on as he watched Might Guy sprint away. He turned to see Okamoto Kai, who was smiling with squinty eyes, and for the first time he felt that squinty eyes had a certain slyness to them. Waha, Kakashi, are you scared? I told you the strongest in the class is still me, Uchiha Obito. I fear no challenge, declared a boy with orange sunglasses, standing up and addressing the beleaguered Kakashi. But no one wants to challenge you. Inuzuka Rin tugged at Uchiha Obito. Sigh, another big idiot, Kakashi lamented, patting his head in resignation. He turned and laid his arms on the desk, resting his head upon them, adopting a silent demeanor as he observed his classmates continue their transformations one by one. Kakashi, please don't always pick on Kai, all right? Inuzuka Rin, who had just finished her assessment, said as she sat to Kakashi's left. Exactly. Kai is just better in academics, which boosts his overall score. He's such a gentle person, how could he possibly fight? Chimed a soft, sweet voice. Okamoto Kai turned to glance at Katsane, who was defending him, and couldn't help but think, fortunately, I haven't raised them for nothing. Otherwise, how would I have so many girls speaking up for me? Kakashi, in planning to apply to the Konoha Medical Corps. Don't expect me to save you when you get injured, Okamoto Kai remarked, addressing the slumped Kakashi. Who cares? But with your frail appearance, you should definitely become a medical ninja so that everyone can protect you. Kakashi shot a glance at Okamoto Kai before resting his head on the desk to sleep. Kai, are you really planning to join the medical corps? Asked the petite Sane, gazing at Okamoto Kai. Indeed, I have that intention. But as you know, the medical corps emphasizes foundational knowledge, so I plan to study for a while longer, Okamoto Kai replied to the little girl. Perhaps I could surprise you. I can introduce you to someone who can guide you. She's a very strong medical ninja. Cat Sane tilted her cute head, speaking to Okamoto Kai. Sure, I'm looking forward to your surprise, Sane. Okamoto Kai smiled at her. The afternoon sped by in assessments. Kakashi didn't get to duel Might Guy, as he hadn't completed his 20 laps by the time school ended. Upon returning home, Okamoto Kai sat upright on his bed after finishing dinner and began refining his chakra. 2 hours later, he muttered, "This is having no effect at all." After sensing the chakra flowing within his body, Okamoto Kai expressed his frustration. How can I survive in the perilous ninja world without a cheat? Others have golden fingers, and, at the very least, their chakra is comparable to the Senju or Uzumaki clans. Typically, they have chakra akin to the Uchiha, or the weakest possessed chakra akin to the Jin clan. But here I am with merely the chakra of a lowly genin, and I don't even have the bonus of being the tail end of the pack. This is tough. After a while of refining, Okamoto Kai decided to give up. His habit of refining chakra for 2 hours each day had never changed since he arrived in this world. To date, his chakra had increased, but there were no significant changes. Sigh, if all else fails, I might as well join the medical corps and become a healer. At least I shouldn't waste my exceptional chakra control. Okamoto Kai extended his right hand, instantly covering it with chakra. The healing technique, a jutsu used by medical ninjas. It allows the release of chakra to interfere with the flow of chakra within another's body, achieving remarkable healing speed for both external and internal injuries. In the medical corps, very few medical ninjas could utilize the healing technique. Mastery of it indicates one has become a competent medical ninja. This ability to precisely control chakra felt instinctual to Okamoto Kai. When he first climbed a tree and walked on water, he discovered that standing on the water surface and on the tree was effortless. By evenly distributing his chakra across his feet, he could cling to the tree and tread upon the water's surface. There is none of the arduous training that Naruto and Sasuke endured in the original story. Indeed, Okamoto Kai was a traveler for Blue Star. He hadn't encountered a harried truck driver, saved a child, nor faced a falling meteor. He simply fell asleep on a plane ride home and awoke to find himself in the body of Okamoto Kai in the world of Naruto. Dispelling the chakra from his palm, Okamoto Kai stood up and exited. Konoha Forest. Leaf Whirlwind. A sweeping leg came at him. Okamoto Kai, caught in the sweep poof, transformed into several wooden stakes. Oh no, a substitution technique. Water release. Water iron ball. A round water sphere, the size of a marble, shot swiftly forward. Whoosh. Might Guy tilted his head to evade, the water sphere instantly piercing through the trunks of 3 large trees behind him. In front of Might Guy stood Okamoto Kai, pointing his index finger in his direction. Leaf Steel Fist. Might Guy gathered strength in his legs, stomping the ground as his right fist barreled toward Okamoto Kai's abdomen. Bang! Okamoto Kai was struck. A thin film of water appeared in the spot where Might Guy had just hit, flowing seamlessly to negate the force of the Leaf Steel Fist. Water release. Water iron chain ball. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At such a close distance, 7 or 8 water balloons swiftly grazed the scalp of Might Guy, lifting a few strands of hair in their wake. I'm done. Every time my steel fist strikes you, it is thwarted by your defensive water membrane, Might Guy declared as he rose and waved his hand dismissively. Hey. Okamoto Daisuke chuckled. For among the ninjutsu he had developed, the water membrane was his proudest achievement. Due to his limited chakra, most of the techniques he created were those that suited him best. Very well then, come here and I shall tend to your wounds. You ought to refrain from such reckless training in the future. Okamoto Daisuke gestured toward 2 stones nearby. Isn't it fortunate that I have you? Might Guy replied with a grin. The familiar green glowing palm technique enveloped Might Guy's injured hand and arm from his earlier encounter with the wooden post, and the wounds visibly healed at an astonishing rate. Well, what would have happened without me? Truly, it is thanks to you, Guy. Without your guidance, I would not have mastered the palm technique, let alone with such proficiency, Okamoto Daisuke remarked. At this point, Okamoto Daisuke couldn't help but reminisce about a year prior. Chapter 2. A near-ended journey through time. 1 year ago, When Okamoto Daisuke had just crossed over, he discovered that his chakra reserves were rather meager, rendering the idea of a ninjutsu cannon out of reach. Thus, he resolved to develop his taijutsu skills, knowing well that in the later stages, Might Guy could nearly kick his way to a grand finale. Without hesitation, that very night, Okamoto Daisuke ventured into the Konoha forest, though he dared not delve too deeply, opting instead to practice taijutsu in the training grounds near the periphery of the Death Forest. After all, his home was merely a humble abode, sufficient for refining chakra, but not conducive to unrestricted physical training. As he arrived at the training grounds of the Death Forest, he spotted a figure relentlessly kicking a sandbag tethered to a tree. 1,127, 1,128, 1,129, 1,130. Thud thud. As Okamoto Daisuke stepped out from the shadows of the tree, raising his hand to greet the figure, the person executing the side kick abruptly turned. Konoha whirlwind. Thud. The moment he emerged, Okamoto Daisuke was sent flying backward with astonishing speed. With a resounding crash, he collided with a tree. Wow. Under the moonlight, Okamoto Daisuke spat out a mouthful of blood, staining his short-sleeved shirt crimson. A large footprint, starkly visible against his light blue attire, marked his chest. At that moment, Might Guy, rushing over, saw his classmate Okamoto Daisuke pinned against the tree and exclaimed anxiously, "Daisuke, how could it be you? Are you all right? Can you stand? Do I look fine to you?" Puffed. Okamoto Daisuke retorted, blood spilling from his mouth before he could finish speaking. "What are you staring at? Hurry and take me to the Konoha hospital." Okamoto Daisuke glared at the flustered Might Guy, who was rendered speechless upon realizing he had kicked the wrong person. Oh. Might Guy fumbled to lift Okamoto Daisuke onto his back. "Ouch, don't carry me. I suspect you broke my ribs, just carry me over." Okamoto Daisuke scolded. All right, I understand. You'll be careful, Daisuke-kun," Might Guy replied. With one arm around Daisuke's waist and the other under his legs, he executed a classic princess carry. Fortunately, Might Guy was accustomed to training around Konoha village, so even while carrying someone, he was not overly slow. Luckily you arrived in time, you've only broken 2 ribs. Thankfully, the fractures did not damage any internal organs, but surgery is required. We should call your guardians to settle the medical expenses, said the medical ninja clad in white as he withdrew the chakra, enveloping Okamoto Daisuke's chest. Wait, could you treat Daisuke-kun first? I'm responsible for his injury, I'll go find my father immediately, Might Guy said nervously. That won't be necessary. I have no family left, both my parents perished in the Second War. As a child of martyrs, I am entitled to free treatment under the 3rd Hokage's policy. My father's ninja number is 754264945. Please verify, Okamoto Daisuke stated to the medical ninja. Very well, please hold on. I will report your situation for verification, the medical ninja said after taking down the details, hurrying off with the registration book. Daisuke, I'm so sorry. If you don't make it, I will atone with my life. Might Guy knelt by Okamoto Daisuke's bedside, tears streaming down his face. Hey, can you not wish for my demise? I'm not dead yet. Okamoto Daisuke replied weakly, his eyes closed as he tried to pull Might Guy up but lacked the strength. Where's the injured person? A strong female voice called out. Right here, Lady Tsunade. Creak bang. The door swung open as the medical ninja who had just exited re-entered, making way for the woman behind him. A tall woman with light yellow hair styled in twin ponytails and wearing a blue top entered. Ah, Lady Tsunade, Might Guy exclaimed upon seeing her. You little brat, are you the one who did this to your classmate? Tsunade glared at the unconscious Okamoto Daisuke. Yes, it was my fault, Might Guy admitted, hands clasped behind his back, head bowed in shame. You, go fetch the medical ninja is still in the hospital. It just so happens that he's available for free treatment. I will explain things to you, Tsunade instructed, pointing at the medical ninja who had brought her in. Is that really appropriate, Lady Tsunade? Just do as I say. What's wrong with getting him free treatment? As Okamoto Daisuke lay in bed, sweat beaded on his forehead, unsure if it was from pain or anxiety. Moments later, the room was crowded with people. Listen up, since there are no external wounds, we will first align the broken ribs using chakra to reposition them, Tsunade explained while demonstrating the palm technique. The second step involves using the palm technique to accelerate bone regeneration. Be mindful mastery of the palm technique is essential. If not executed with precision, it could lead to misalignment of the bones. Alright, once you've reattached it, proceed with subsequent rehabilitation treatments. A few days of observation in the hospital, and he should be fine. Truly, she was a renowned 3 ninjas, recognized during the Second War and acknowledged by the legendary Hans. Thank you, Lady Tsunade, Okamoto Daisuke said weakly, his face pale as he looked up at her. She waved her hand dismissively and turned to leave the room. Split line. Very well. During the next training session, please exercise caution. Although I have healed your external injuries, the hidden wounds inflicted upon your body by such intense training cannot be entirely remedied, Ogawa Daisuke remarked after treating Might Guy. I understand. Rest assured, my physique is unparalleled. The fervor of my youth awaits my exuberant expression, Might Guy declared, striking a pose with his left hand on his hip and his right hand raised in a thumbs up. His radiant smile shimmering under the moonlight, captivating Ogawa Daisuke. Let us conclude for today. In a week, we shall engage in the school's ranking battles. I may not be around in a few days, so do refrain from practicing those risky techniques that could lead to injuries. Ogawa Daisuke patted his head with an indescribable expression as he observed Might Guy still posing with youthful exuberance. I understand. During this upcoming ranking battle, I will triumph over Kakashi. Just thinking about it ignites a fire within me. Might Guy's eyes sparkled with uncontainable enthusiasm. I see. I'm off now, Ogawa Daisuke responded, turning away without a glance back. Daisuke, why not don a vibrant training uniform as well? It's truly effective, Might Guy called out loudly. Watching Ogawa Daisuke's departing figure, Okamoto Dosuke stumbled, waved his hand without looking back, leaped onto the tree trunk, and hastened his way home. Okamoto family. The school's practical ranking match is imminent, and Kakashi has just turned 5. According to the storyline, Kakashi's graduation is expected to occur after this practical ranking match, leading to his promotion to Chunin the following year, thus becoming the youngest Jonin and Chunin in the history of Konoha. Remarkably, he is even promoted to Jonin at the tender age of 12. Okamoto Daisuke lies in bed, murmuring to himself as he contemplates the days ahead. This is a world where lives are as fleeting as grass. My chakra reserves do not sustain prolonged combat. I must at least reach Chunin to have a semblance of self-preservation. In a few days' ranking match, I must showcase my abilities to capture the attention of the higher-ups. Perhaps even become a disciple of some esteemed figure. Kakashi's graduation heralds the commencement of the Third Shinobi World War, and my time is running short. I must survive and etch my name into the annals of the shinobi world. Clenching his fists tightly under the covers, Okamoto Daisuke resolves within himself. Chapter 3. The School Ranking Battle. In the morning, Okamoto Daisuke lazily opens his eyes, ruffles his tousled hair, stretches, yawns, and rolls out of bed. After breakfast, as usual, he arrives punctually at the ninja school. Settling into his seat, he surveys the classroom and notices that today, all the children are deeply engrossed in their studies. Even Uchiha Obito and Might Guy, who have perpetually occupied the last 2 spots in exams, are buried in their textbooks, brows furrowed in concentration. What is going on? Daisuke nudges his neighbor, Shizune, pointing at Uchiha Obito, who seems intent on burying his head in his book. After all, Obito has never taken academic exams seriously. You know, while you were away, our teacher, Q-sensei, issued an ultimatum to Might Guy and Obito. If they fail this cultural component of the ranking match, they will have to stand at the back of the class for future lessons, Shizune explains. Obito is working so hard mainly because if he fails this exam, he will be reassigned and won't be allowed to be near Rin anymore. Shizune continues softly. Impossible. I simply wish to prove that I am a genius, both in combat and academics. Besides, you should be more worried about your own performance. Don't end up begging for mercy after I take you down, Daisuke retorts, overhearing the conversation about him, jealousy bubbling within him. Why does that effeminate fellow attract so much admiration from the girls? Daibin Daisuke cast a fleeting glance at Obito, remaining silent as he let his arms fall and rested his head on the table. When the teacher arrives, make sure to call me, Inin. Oh, I understand. Inin replied, her face instantly flushed. As the day progressed, the school day came to an end. Daibin Daisuke gazed at Kakashi's vacant seat, lost in contemplation. This shouldn't be. Could it be that Kakashi has already graduated? To Daisuke, Kakashi's graduation marked the onset of the Third Shinobi War. The absence of Kakashi over these past few days left him feeling quite perplexed. Days turned into weeks, and Daisuke maintained a disciplined routine at both school and the training grounds. Finally, the Ninja Academy announced the long-awaited practical ranking competition. On the training field of the Konoha Ninja Academy, the third Hokage sat alongside a group of elite jonin. The morning sun cast its golden rays upon the third Hokage's face, his eyes squinting without the shadow of his Hokage hat. Behold, the flames of Konoha's new generation. Some of them will become your apprentices, and you shall be their mentors. So pay close attention, especially you, Jiraiya, he chided, casting a sidelong glance at the slouched Jiraiya. All the students, without exception, stood in the center of the field, Even Gongbin Dasuk, who usually arrived just in time, came early today and noticed that Kakashi had also returned after several days of absence. All right, in this practical match, remember, friendship comes first, competition second. Those ranked lower should not be disheartened. You all have ample opportunity to improve. After this announcement, Hantu Ryo declared, "First up, Gongbin Dasuk versus Hatake Kakashi. Teacher, I wish to challenge both Kakashi and Dasuk." Obito, adorned with orange goggles, raised his hand and addressed Hantu Ryo. "This ranking is determined by your previous standings. If you perform well this time, you may challenge again," Hantu Ryo replied, his expression devoid of emotion as he glanced at Obito. Meanwhile, Kakashi and Gongbin Dasuk approached the nearby equipment box to gather their test supplies, consisting of unsharpened kunai and swords, as the internal assessment posed no risk of casualties. "Dasuk, I hope you give it your all, otherwise your defeat will be quite embarrassing. I've been wanting to teach you a lesson," Kakashi remarked, gazing at his opponent, who stood across from him. "Rest assured, Kakashi, I will exert every effort. Have you not seen my new outfit? I am taking you seriously. Soon, I will crush your head," Dasuk retorted, having traded his usual light blue top and white shorts for an orange jacket and black trousers. "Now, let us form the hand seals. Remember, you are classmates and may very well become allies in the future, not adversaries," Hantu Ryo called out, addressing the two who were chattering away. "Begin." With the hand seals completed, Hantu Ryo announced. Swish, swish, swish. 3 shurikens flew towards Okamoto Daisuke from 3 distinct directions. With a puff of white smoke, the shurikens embedded themselves into a half-buried wooden post. A substitution technique. As the smoke dissipated, 2 Okamoto Daisukes appeared simultaneously in the arena. Water release, water iron ball. The incantation echoed from both sides of Kakashi. Shadow clone? When did Okamoto Daisuke master such a B-rank ninjutsu? Kakashi had no time for astonishment. 2 marble-sized water spheres approached him. Swiftly, Kakashi drew the short blade from his back and slashed at the incoming water balls with 2 precise strikes. The collision of the water spheres and the ninjat surprisingly produced a metallic sound. This child's chakra control is remarkable. His shadow clone technique is truly indistinguishable from reality. Moreover, the water release, merely a C-rank ninjutsu, exhibited such formidable power when unleashed. Tsunade observed the dissipating Okamoto Daisuke clones and the water balls that pierced through 2 distant trees. The refined chakra water spheres possess strength, speed, and penetration that far exceed that of ordinary water iron balls. Jiraiya, watching the hand signs of Okamoto Daisuke, remarked, "I never anticipated that aside from Shumo's child, there would be another prodigious talent at such a young age." Orochimaru licked his lips and inquired, "Will the fact that he is not using a conventional ninjat affect the child?" The third Hokage turned to his left, addressing Hatake Shumo. "In Kakashi's case, it won't have much impact. Besides, this is a school setting, which is sufficient," Shumo confidently replied, placing his trust in Kakashi. The third Hokage remained silent, redirecting his gaze back to the arena. With a swift advance, the Leaf Whirlwind executed a sweeping kick. Okamoto Daisuke aimed to strike at Kakashi's waist, while Kakashi's short blade cleaved towards Daisuke's chest. "Do you intend to exchange injuries with me, Daisuke? Even if it is unsealed, a strike to you would incapacitate you momentarily." Kakashi observed as Daisuke continued to charge towards him without evasion. Thud. Kakashi, struck at the waist, managed to slide sideways, attempting to mitigate the impact. Luckily, he blocked with his left hand. Otherwise, the ensuing battle would have become significantly more arduous. Kakashi regarded Okamoto Daisuke, thinking, what a reckless individual. Okamoto Dojie rubbed his chest. Although he was shielded by the water release technique, the impact was not completely mitigated. Alas, the chakra is insufficient. He gazed at Kakashi, who had been kicked away. Water release, water iron bullet, dozens of water orbs shot toward Kakashi. Clang, clang, clang. Those who could evade did so, while the chakra-infused kunai cleaved through the incoming water spheres. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Another volley of water orbs followed. Kakashi, having halted, observed Okamoto Dojie from a distance. His opponent was refraining from close combat, and the peculiar sensation he felt when his kunai struck Dojie was entirely unlike striking flesh. Moreover, the blue membrane on Dojie's chest, combined with his vigorous demeanor, indicated that ordinary attacks would have no effect on him. "Dojie, do you know what I have been up to these past few days?" Kakashi called out to him. "I followed my father to clear out the nearby bandits, and now I am resolutely determined to defeat you." Kakashi's demeanor had transformed. If he had initially appeared as a fierce dog, he now resembled a wolf poised to pounce. Witnessing the drastic shift in Kakashi's aura, Dojier realized he had no choice but to give his all. His previously squinted eyes gradually opened wide. With my unparalleled chakra control, I am not so easily vanquished. Lord Third, should we halt the match? Motorio inquired, observing the intensity brewing between the two combatants. No need, with the third Hokage and myself present. We can intervene if necessary, Hatake Shumo replied. It was rare to witness a peer push his son to such a serious extent. Chapter 4. Wounded Swish. Kakashi formed hand seals with one hand, activating the body flicker technique. He instantly appeared before Okamoto Dojier, his short blade imbued with flowing chakra aimed at Dojier. Without any preparatory motion, Dojier leaped backward with remarkable speed. Blade technique, Wind Fang. Kakashi redirected his attack, unleashing a sword wave at an astounding velocity. Without any hint of preparation, Dojier, having just landed, defied the laws of physics to evade sideways and, in an instant, sprang to Kakashi's rear. As Okamoto Dokiai approached Kakashi, he extended his right hand, his index finger pointed towards Kakashi's back. Water release, a jet of water, the length of a palm, surged forth at an astonishing speed. Aimed directly at Kakashi. With a splatter, a wooden stake was pierced through. Utilizing body flicker technique combined with the substitution technique, Kakashi observed Dokiai's swift movements with a grim expression. It was as though one stood still, yet the very ground propelled them forward, defying the laws of physics. If he could not comprehend this bizarre mobility, he risked exhausting his chakra. With the Byakugan activated, Hyuga Daisuke, the head of the Hyuga clan, scrutinized the two combatants on the field. That lad clad in an orange jacket, notice how each time he lands, a blue footprint appears beneath him. This footprint forms a water release just before he touches the ground. The chakra control causes the water to unleash a counteracting force at the moment of landing, allowing him to change direction with remarkable precision. Thus, he can alter his movement without any preparatory charge. Such mastery of control is truly terrifying. Even the Hyuga clan, known for their bloodline limit, merely regulates the chakra within their bodies, yet this method of manipulating chakra externally is beyond our reach, Daisuke remarked. Indeed. Were this young man born into the Hyuga clan, he might have grown into a formidable figure rivaling even the legendary Sannin, Hyuga Shojin, from the branch family, mused. If he were to marry, would the next generation inherit such extraordinary chakra control? Narayuta, the Jainin of the Nara clan, stroked his beard thoughtfully. Let us observe the match, the third Hokage interjected, steering the conversation back to the arena. As Okamoto Daisuke observed Kakashi's pallid countenance, he replenished his chakra, contemplating that he yearned to conclude the battle even more swiftly than his opponent. My chakra is dwindling. If only I possessed more, I could effortlessly overwhelm you. Lightning release. Earth walk. A bolt of azure lightning surged towards Okamoto Daisuke, prompting him to swiftly leap away, dividing into 4 clones. Water release. Water gun. All 4 Okamoto Daisukes executed the same maneuver. Yet again, it was the body double technique, since distinguishing the genuine from the false proved futile. I shall simply shatter them all. Swordsmanship. Continuous slash, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A flurry of sword energy targeted Okamoto Daisuke, and the illusory water guns dissolved upon contact with the sword's aura. Kakashi, having deftly evaded the water guns, noticed a fleeting azure shimmer on Okamoto Daisuke's form and intercepted the oncoming sword energy. Long-range attacks proved ineffective, thwarted by the mysterious blue substance enveloping Okamoto Daisuke. The body double technique once again produced 4 indistinguishable clones, charging towards Kakashi. Upon closing the distance, Okamoto Daisuke, wielding shuriken, engaged Kakashi in a dynamic exchange of blows. Just as he evaded an attack from one clone, he executed water release. Water blade 2 thin water blades formed on his palms, slicing towards his foe, capable of being propelled short distances from his grasp. This was a close combat ninjutsu developed by Okamoto Daisuke based on his mastery of the palm technique. Kakashi was struck on the left arm by one of Daisuke's water blades, only to dissolve into smoke. This was the shadow clone technique. Earth release, decapitation technique. A pair of hands emerged from the ground beneath Okamoto Daisuke, grasping for his ankles. Whoosh. Kakashi, employing an unorthodox method of movement, emerged from the earth, clutching the soil from the very spot where Okamoto Daisuke had stood. The body double technique had once again conjured 4 indistinguishable clones, now positioned not far from Kakashi. Daisuke, I acknowledge your strength as being on par with mine. However, your chakra reserves are dwindling, are they not? Shall we settle this once and for all? Kakashi regarded the 4 identical Okamoto Daisukes. Not at all. I could still fight until nightfall. The 4 clones simultaneously sneered. This should conclude soon. The chakra of that young man in white is nearly depleted. As ungraduated students of the Ninja Academy, both were considered prodigies. Hyuga Daiki observed the scene with admiration. As the third Hokage, a new flame of hope ignited within the ranks of the young ninjas. Kakashi, here I come. Brace yourself. This is specially prepared for you. Okamoto Daisuke assessed the scant chakra remaining within his body. No problem, Daisuke. Long ago, I conceived an idea that remains in its infancy. Yet I hope it brings you delight. Kakashi gazed intently at Okamoto Daisuke, who approached him in an erratic manner with four manifestations. Kakashi observed the Daisukes converging from all directions, swiftly rotating his body. This was a singular opportunity, a manifestation of Daisuke's unique combat style. Gradually, a brilliant lightning aura enveloped Kakashi's right hand. This technique, which concentrated chakra into his palm, was one he had only practiced and never employed in genuine combat. As he surveyed the four Daisukes, his mind recalled the recent earth-released decapitation technique, remembering the moist soil he had clutched in his hand. The training ground had been refurbished for practical ranking battles, and it had not rained in days. Although he was uncertain of how Daisuke maneuvered, he noted that during previous assaults, whenever Daisuke adopted that unpredictable movement, a cerulean footprint would manifest beneath him. Although Okamoto Daisuke's technique of creating shadow clones is remarkably lifelike, capable of deceiving the senses, it ultimately lacks the chakra that characterizes true shadow clones. Thus, to discern the real Okamoto Daisuke, one need only observe whether there are blue footprints beneath him. There exists but a singular opportunity. Come forth, Daisuke. Kakashi suddenly fixed his gaze upon a particular direction where Okamoto Daisuke stood, as the sound of crackling lightning emanated subtly from the technique in his hand. As Okamoto Dojiya moved, a layer of water release formed on his right hand, slowly swirling under his extraordinary chakra control, gaining momentum with each passing moment, becoming increasingly sharp. Kakashi, I am coming. Bring it on, Dojiya. With a resounding crash, a cloud of smoke dissipated to reveal a man standing between them. Adorned with a Konoha headband and clad in a Jainin vest, his silver hair cascading down with a ponytail trailing behind. He firmly grasped Okamoto Dojiya's right hand with his right and Kakashi's right hand with his left. The combined water release and lightning release techniques of Kakashi and Okamoto Dojiya seemed to have no effect on this man. Boom. At that moment, the walls of the Ninja Academy crumbled under the assault of Okamoto Dojiya's water release technique. Indeed, this technique of Dojiya's was one that could be unleashed. Father. Kakashi gazed at the man holding his right hand. You have both shown remarkable prowess, Hatake Sumo remarked, observing the collapsing walls from a distance. What a splendid battle. I did not possess such power at your age. He released their arms. Thud. Kakashi fell to the ground. On the other side, Okamoto Dojiya's right hand also fell limply. Kakashi's lightning release had not been diverted and had injured Dojiya's right hand. Dojiya, you're hurt and bleeding, shouted the young girl Shizen from the stands. I can reluctantly acknowledge the strength of both of you, though there remains a slight gap between us. Uchiha Obito, wearing orange goggles, remarked as he gazed at the crumbling wall. To think that even Dojiya was injured. Kakashi, you truly are my lifelong rival, exclaimed Might Guy, grasping the railing as he called out to Kakashi. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Tsunade and Jiraiya instantly appeared before the two. Are you alright, kid? Tsunade inquired. Tsunade. This kid's arm is injured, Jiraiya noted, his eyes falling on Dojiya's bleeding limb. It's fine, Lord Jiraiya. I can treat myself, Okamoto Dojiya insisted, summoning the last remnants of his chakra to perform the healing palm technique, which enveloped his wound. The injury visibly began to mend at an astonishing rate. Lord Jiraiya. Do not worry. See, the wound is beginning to heal, he said, but before he could finish, Dojiya suddenly collapsed into Jiraiya's arms. Tsunade. This kid has fainted as well, Jiraiya shouted. It's nothing serious. He merely overexerted his chakra, Tsunade reassured. Kakashi was merely exhausted, and his incomplete technique had caused minimal damage to his hand, but nothing of great concern. Let us get them to the hospital. They require care. Tsunade assessed the situation for both parties. She then effortlessly scooped Okamoto Dojiya from Jiraiya's embrace and headed toward the Konoha hospital. Hatake Sumo followed closely behind, carrying Kakashi. Chapter 5. In the hospital, Okamoto Daisuke opened his eyes to behold the pristine white ceiling above him. As he attempted to lift his hand, he discovered that his arm was bound by something. Turning his head, he noticed an intravenous needle embedded in his arm. You have awakened. A voice emanated from the adjacent bed. Raising his gaze, he exclaimed, Kakashi, what brings you here? He recalled fainting and questioned, "Where am I?" "This is the hospital." "The Konoha hospital," Kakashi replied, propping his hands behind his head, reclining against the pillow. "Due to yesterday's battle, my arm was injured and I was brought here with you. As for you, you collapsed from excessive chakra extraction. Fortunately, Lady Tsunade attended to you. Otherwise, you might have remained unconscious for 2 days." With a creak, the door swung open, and Noera Ryo entered, carrying 2 fruit baskets, which he placed on the bedside tables of both Kakashi and Okamoto Daisuke. "What on earth happened to you two? Did we not agree before the competition that friendship comes first? You both have a much longer future ahead," Ryo chided, his concern evident. These 2 students were the most exceptional he had ever taught, and seeing them faint had filled him with worry. "I apologize, Teacher Noera, for causing you distress. And Kakashi, I'm sorry for your injury," Okamoto Daisuke said as he threw off the covers and sat upright, addressing them both earnestly. "I should also extend my apologies. I previously harbored biases against you. I now acknowledge that your strength is on par with my own, Daisuke-kun," Kakashi responded, fixing his gaze upon Okamoto Daisuke. The worth of an individual should not be defined by their ranking. If one day, fame becomes a burden or a shackle, what would you do? Kakashi posed, prompting Daisuke to ponder. I do not know, Kakashi murmured, glancing at his injured right hand, choosing silence thereafter. "All right, enough of this somber topic," Ryo interjected, noting the silence that enveloped the two. "By the way, I have another matter to discuss. Daisuke, when I arrived, I encountered Lady Tsunade at the hospital entrance. She mentioned that if you awaken, you should visit her on the 3rd floor." Upon completing his message, Ryo cast a wistful glance at Kakashi. "Kakashi, your graduation application has been specially approved by the 3rd Hokage. Once your injury heals, report directly to the ninja registration office." As Ryo turned to leave, he added, "Kakashi, I still believe you are too young, even though you excel in many ways. Congratulations, Kakashi. In this regard, you are ahead of me," Okamoto Daisuke remarked. "With your abilities, you could also apply for early graduation." Kakashi met his gaze but refrained from further comment. Okamoto Daisuke glanced at the intravenous bag overhead, noting that it was still far from completion. Therefore, he rose and removed the needle himself. After adjusting his attire, he prepared to meet the future 5th Hokage, Tsunade Senju. Okamoto Doji ascended to the 3rd floor, where the nameplates displayed the titles of the director, the assistant director, and various department heads. Alas, this lady truly is perplexing. She did not provide clear directions regarding the specific location. Dojia had already wandered the corridor of the 3rd floor for a while, yet he remained uncertain as to which room belonged to Tsunade. Earlier, when he ascended the stairs, he had inquired with a nurse at the hospital. However, the staff typically do not venture to the 3rd floor, as it houses the offices of the hospital's upper management. Moreover, Tsunade is not often present at the hospital. Just as Dojia hesitated, contemplating whether to knock on the door marked with the director's nameplate, a door at the southernmost end of the corridor swung open. A figure emerged, possessing long black hair and a complexion that was not the fair hue of Dojia, but rather a pallid shade. As she walked, the blue Magatama earrings dangling from her earlobes swayed rhythmically. Behind her, a serpent-like rope seemed to animate in the dimly lit corridor, her elongated golden pupils fixated intently on Dojia, who still held a fruit basket in his hands. In a fleeting moment, Okamoto Daisuke felt as though he were ensnared by a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows, his body trembling uncontrollably. "I remember you, little brat." Orochimaru sneered, observing Okamoto's demeanor. The purple eyeshadow extending toward his nostrils resembled the flared skin of a cobra, as if poised to strike at any moment. As Okamoto Daisuke watched Orochimaru approach him step by step, his mind persistently urged him to move, yet his body remained paralyzed by fear. "Orochimaru, I hope you can restrain yourself," Tsunade's voice rang out firmly from within the room. "Apologies, Tsunade, but upon seeing such promising talent, I find it hard to resist." Orochimaru replied, his tone low and ominous, reminiscent of a serpent preparing to attack. "Tsunade is waiting for you. You should go, little brat." With the oppressive aura dissipating, Okamoto Daisuke gasped for breath, swiftly circumventing Orochimaru and sprinting toward the room from which Orochimaru had emerged. As he approached the door, Orochimaru merely smirked, remaining silent as he made his way toward the staircase. "Knock, knock. Come in," a commanding voice, imbued with a subtle air of authority, resonated from within. Okamoto Daisuke pushed the door open and stepped inside. Before him lay a pristine and orderly office, devoid of any beds. Shelves lined the walls, filled to the brim with books, while a desk occupied the center of the room, cluttered with uncollected teacups and tea sets. Tsunade, adorned in a white short-sleeved blouse that fell to her waist, exhibited a flawless waist encased in a tight black mesh suit, accentuating her charming navel without a hint of excess flesh. She wore a crimson skirt that reached halfway up her thighs, and the mesh suit served not only as safety shorts but also wrapped snugly around her knees. On her feet were not heels, but rather sandals with tin gem-like buckles, neatly arranged atop her exposed toes. Her playful golden hair was styled in a single ponytail, swaying gently at the back of her head, presenting an image more akin to a delightful neighbor girl than the formidable Sannin of the ninja world. Tsunade leaned against the windowsill, gazing downwards, her back turned. Lady Tsunade, thank you for your assistance. Kakashi has spoken highly of you, Okamoto Daisuke said, placing the fruit basket on the desk, his demeanor slightly reserved. Tsunade turned to face the standing Daisuke, noting that he still wore the same outfit from yesterday's match. Though somewhat soiled, it remained remarkably tidy, indicating that this young man was indeed one who valued cleanliness. Are you aware that practicing B-rank or higher ninjutsu without permission from the ninja village is technically considered an act of treason? Tsunade's tone was stern as she addressed him. If you can disclose who taught you the healing palm technique, I may be able to plead your case before the third Hokage. Actually, no one taught me, Okamoto Daisuke replied, feeling a slight tension under Tsunade's scrutinizing gaze. Having spent over 20 years in his previous life, the highest authority he had encountered was merely a company manager in a stable society governed by law. Now, facing a woman regarded as a pinnacle in this ruthless ninja world, he could not escape the nervousness that came with being a newcomer. Noticing Tsunade's increasingly grave expression, Daisuke quickly added, Actually, it was you, Lady Tsunade, who taught me. I wonder if you remember a year ago when you treated a Ninja Academy student who had several broken ribs from a kick by a classmate. During that time, you explained the healing palm technique in detail. Are you saying you learned it after just one explanation? Tsunade regarded the young man before her with skepticism. During Daisuke's period of unconsciousness, Tsunade had already delved into his background. His lineage was untainted. Both parents had perished during the Second Ninja War when he was merely 3 years old, leaving him with no relatives. He had only managed to attend school at the age of 4 with the help of neighbors. He rarely interacted with others, his closest companion being a child from the Might family, who donned green tights and trained daily in the village. I understand. You may return to recuperate, Tsunade said after a brief glance at the boy, her mind already formulating thoughts. Chapter 6, Konoha Hospital. Okamoto Daisuke returned to the infirmary, burdened with unspoken thoughts. As he pushed open the door, he beheld a man clad in a J-nin vest, assisting Kakashi in tidying up the bed. Kakashi, are you leaving? Okamoto inquired. Kakashi, while packing his personal belongings, replied, Yes, I am being discharged. My wounds have been treated, and I am no longer in grave condition. Father, leave these to me, he added, receiving the items meant for him from the J-nin. Kakashi's father, Ataki Tsukumo, rose to his feet and regarded Okamoto with a smile. Is this your classmate? He could very well become a lifelong rival, much like the child of the Might Guy family. Lord White Fang, you flatter me, Okamoto responded modestly. I am merely Kakashi's classmate, Okamoto Daisuke. I am to surpass Kakashi. He needs a worthy competitor. Ataki Tsukumo gently patted Okamoto's head as he crouched down, his demeanor warm. Father, I merely failed to execute that technique, Kakashi said, a hint of dissatisfaction in his voice. Come now, Kakashi. Ataki Tsukumo stood upright, disregarding his son's comment. Farewell, Daisuke. I will await your graduation, Kakashi remarked, turning to look at Okamoto as he reached the door. Once the Hataki father and son had departed, Okamoto lay back on the hospital bed, contemplating the words Tsunade had spoken that day. It should be fine. After all, in terms of learning, I'm also a genius, Okamoto mused to himself. In the Hokage's office in Kanahagakure, a large desk emblazoned with the character for Shadow flanked by heaps of unprocessed documents lay before the third Hokage, who was neglecting the paperwork. Instead, his gaze was fixated on a crystal ball positioned at the center of the desk. Suddenly, the door burst open without warning, and a striking figure strode in. Startled, the third Hokage leapt to his feet, inadvertently bumping his knee against the desk. The collision sent the crystal ball rolling precariously forward. Ah, my orb, he exclaimed, bending down to retrieve it. But he was too late. The translucent sphere fell from the desk due to its momentum. The third Hokage could only witness the last wisp of mist rise within the crystal ball before it shattered upon impact. Tsunade. She stepped on the shards of the orb, her voice piercing through the air. The third Hokage gazed at the irreparable crystal, contemplating. Next time I utilize the telescope technique, I ought to have a cushion ready. Tsunade, are you even listening to me? She demanded, slamming her palm against the desk. You must understand, as one ages, a little reaction time would be appreciated. The third Hokage adjusted the flame-shaped hood atop his head and glanced at the soon-to-erupt disciple, speaking with a trace of resignation. Sarutobi-sensei, what are your plans regarding the student who will face Kakashi in the upcoming ranking tournament at the Ninja Academy? Tsunade observed her slightly disheveled teacher. Do you have any thoughts on the matter? The third Hokage regarded Tsunade before responding. I wish for that child to leave the Ninja Academy and train with me at the Konoha Hospital. Tsunade looked at her mentor, surprised. I didn't expect you to persist with your idea after it was dismissed at the Jonin meeting. At that time, aside from Jiraiya and Orochimaru, no other clan supported your proposal. The third Hokage frowned slightly as he regarded his disciple, who stood resolutely before the table. There is nothing wrong with my proposal. The issue lies with those clans. I shall prove that I am correct. Tsunade emphatically struck the table, declaring her resolve. Then go ahead and do it. The third Hokage stood, walking to the window, gazing at the bustling streets outside the Hokage building. After lighting his pipe and taking a deep breath, he slowly addressed his disciple. Very well, sensei, thank you. Tsunade bowed deeply before turning to leave. As she walked away, her footsteps fading. The growth of new shoots is always nurtured by the great trees. Do your best, Tsunade. The third Hokage, pipe in mouth, gazed at the Hokage rock towering at the edge of the Hidden Leaf Village. In the hospital room, Okamoto Daisuke lay bored. What should I do next? If the village holds me accountable, will I be considered a traitor, or should I endure and wait for a chance to shine? If I betray the village, where should I go? The Akatsuki organization likely hasn't formed yet. Perhaps I could join them as an elder. Troubled thoughts swirled in Okamoto's mind as he tossed and turned in bed. Knock, knock. Someone knocked on the door. Rising from his bed, he opened it to find the striking Tsunade standing before him. Lady Tsunade, Okamoto exclaimed, unsure of what to say. Tsunade cast a glance at him and, bypassing him, sat at the edge of his bed. Okamoto Daisuke, I've taken responsibility for your unauthorized practice of the sage art. I came to ask if you wish to learn medical ninjutsu with me. Yes. To follow Lady Tsunade would be a dream come true. Okamoto gazed at Tsunade, overwhelmed with excitement. Then prepare yourself. Come to the hospital on Monday. I'll speak with your teacher about your absence from the academy for the next few days. Tsunade instructed. Understood, sensei. Okamoto Daisuke exclaimed with excitement. On this day, 2 students from the Ninja Academy, still some time away from graduation, left the school in succession. After being discharged in the afternoon, Okamoto Daisuke felt invigorated. He realized that he now had connections, and at least during the Third Ninja War, he would not be left alone and helpless. As he walked down the street, he felt the sky was particularly blue. The breeze was gentle, and the chirping of the birds was melodious. The leaves by the roadside were a vibrant green. As he strolled and admired the scenery, a familiar shop suddenly came into view, the Ichiraka ramen shop, which had been a constant since the beginning of the series through Naruto. To his surprise, he found the Ichiraku ramen shop so close to his home. Looking at this familiar establishment, Okamoto Daisuke entered. Sitting on a stool, he said to the owner, I'll have a large serving of tonkatsu ramen to take away. Sure thing. I don't think I've seen you around here before. The young proprietor skillfully prepared the noodles while engaging in casual conversation. You must have been in such a rush before that you didn't notice. Today, the aroma drew you in. Ha ha ha, you're right. I'll have to come here more often. I often experiment with new recipes to ensure that each visit offers a unique experience, and it's best to enjoy the noodles while they're hot. All right. I'll definitely come back often, but for now, I'll take this home, Okamoto Daisuke replied. The weight of the Third Ninja War had always pressed upon his heart, and due to a lack of chakra, he had typically gone straight home after school to refine his chakra. He had never strolled through this bustling commercial street, so close to home, with such a relaxed demeanor as he did today. Little Daisuke, it's been a long time since I've seen you so happy. Why didn't you come by yesterday? I've prepared something for you today, a friendly aunt selling vegetables called out as he passed her shop on his way home. I was praised by my teacher, so I'm in a good mood. I'm not buying vegetables today, Okamoto Daisuke replied to the vegetable vendor. Little Daisuke has always been clever. Being praised by your teacher is only natural. Would you like to come over to my house for a meal? I'll make you something delicious. The vegetable vendor smiled at Okamoto Daisuke. Okamoto Daisuke lived alone, thus the neighbors often showed concern for him. Prior to his unexpected arrival in this world, he frequently dined at their homes. However, after his transition, he diminished his interactions with them to conceal his peculiarities. No. Thank you, Auntie. He politely declined the kind offer from the vegetable vendor. Daisuke continued his way home, his steps noticeably lighter than usual. Upon returning home, he retrieved a takeout ramen he had purchased from a roadside vendor. The texture is slightly soft, perhaps due to the time taken on the journey. But the flavor is surprisingly delightful, Daisuke remarked as he indulged in the meal. After dinner, under the dim light, he sat on the tatami mat, routinely refining his chakra. Noting the minimal enhancement in his chakra, he let out a silent sigh and chose to recline. Today had been a roller coaster of emotions. From Tsunade's warning in the morning to her accepting him as a disciple in the afternoon, which had left Daisuke's spirits soaring and plummeting. Nonetheless, being under the tutelage of one of the legendary Sannin was a dream many in Konoha yearned for. Particularly for someone aware of the imminent outbreak of the Third Shinobi World War, this heavy burden had weighed upon him since his arrival. Today, that burden had finally lifted, if only slightly. Chapter 7. 3 years' time flew by in the blink of an eye. At Konoha Hospital, pardon me. 2 nurses clad in white uniforms hurriedly maneuvered a stretcher towards the emergency room. The female nurse at the front called out as she pulled the stretcher, which bore a comatose man dressed in a ninja outfit. Upon entering the emergency room, the nurse shouted, "Doctor, please, take a look. This is a member of a mission team sent by the security department. They said he collapsed at the village entrance." The on-duty doctor swiftly approached the bed. The injured man's chest bore a wound. Despite having received preliminary first aid, blood continued to seep out. The doctor unwrapped the bandage to clean the gruesome injury. "This is poisoning. Kaina, today is Daisuke's duty. Hurry and call him over," the doctor instructed a nurse while examining the cleansed wound. "Understood," Kaina replied, pushing through the door to rush to the medical office. Navigating through the bustling corridor, she burst into the office. Daisuke, there's an emergency patient. Please prepare yourself." Okamoto Daisuke, seated in the office with a book beside a steaming cup of tea, turned to the nurse, who was now drenched in sweat. "Take a moment to breathe and explain the patient's condition, Kaina." Jianna gazed at Okamoto Daisuke, who sat at his desk. His bangs framed his forehead neatly, while his meticulously groomed bob was simply tied into a single ponytail. Clad in white short sleeves, the youth appeared even more delicate, resembling a quiet girl enamored with literature amidst the books and a steaming cup of tea. The message from the Konoha guard stated that he was the sole survivor of a team sent on a mission. The doctor, in Yuan, mentioned poisoning and instructed her to seek him out. Jianna hurriedly conveyed this, exhaling in relief. "Very well, I understand. Thank you for your effort," Daisuke replied. As Jianna donned the medical ninja uniform he had retrieved from the nearby coat rack, although the slightly oversized attire draped over her petite frame of approximately 1.6 meters, it did not appear comical. Coupled with her slippers, it accentuated her slender figure. "Let us go, Jianna." "Oh, yes, of course," Jianna responded instinctively. Noticing Daisuke's momentary distraction, "Dr. Daisuke, thank you," she expressed gratefully. "Where are you headed, Dr. Daisuke?" "Thank you, Dr. Daisuke." As they exited the medical office, passers-by in the corridor greeted and thanked Okamoto Daisuke profusely. Since becoming Tsunade's apprentice, he had been tirelessly shuttling between home and the Konoha hospital. From initially assisting and employing the healing techniques he had mastered to treat simple injuries, he had evolved into a physician proficient in various forms of treatment. For the past 4 years, Okamoto Daisuke has devoted himself to training his chakra during the nights at home, while spending his days at the Konoha hospital, rarely pausing in his endeavors, even sacrificing time for training in the Forest of Death. During these rigorous sessions, Might Guy has often expressed his grievances towards Daisuke, lamenting that now, in his injured state, there is no one to attend to his wounds. However, this prolonged period spent in the hospital has not been without merit. Daisuke has nearly mastered the medical ninjutsu of the healing ninjas and has contributed significantly to the development of new techniques alongside Tsunade, with his role primarily consisting of offering suggestions while Tsunade leads the innovation. Due to his frequent presence at the ninja hospital, Daisuke has healed numerous villagers whose ailments required the mastery of sage techniques, thus earning immense goodwill from the residents of Konoha. As not everyone can afford the services of a medical ninja, this has garnered Daisuke a considerable reputation among the common folk of Konoha. Navigating through the corridors and the throngs of enthusiastic citizens, Daisuke arrives at the emergency room. Upon pushing the door open, he encounters Dr. Anze, who is diligently attending to a patient. "What is the situation now, Dr. Anze?" Daisuke inquires. "Daisuke, you finally made it. The patient's vital signs are not promising. I have already administered first aid, but the wounds are exhibiting signs of decay, a dark purplish hue, clearly indicating poisoning, and it appears to be a potent toxin, Dr. Anze responds. Can you identify the toxin? Daisuke asks. I cannot ascertain it at the moment. The patient is in a state of unconsciousness. And we are unaware of the mission they were on, Dr. Anze replies, glancing at the ninja lying on the bed. Daisuke extends his hands over the wounds, allowing his chakra to permeate the patient's body. There are no apparent abnormalities in the patient's blood. However, the wounds are decaying, their breathing is labored, and their renal organs are beginning to fail. It appears to be a mixture of toxins, specifics unknown, necessitating further purification for analysis, Daisuke concludes after his assessment. Daisuke, we may not have the luxury of time for toxin analysis. The patient cannot wait, Dr. Anze warns, observing the feeble breaths of the injured ninja. Understood. Kitsuno, please remove the patient's clothing. Dr. Anze, prepare the surgical instruments and distilled water. Since we do not know the nature of the toxin, we must extract it immediately, Daisuke declares. 5 minutes later, everything is ready. All right, Daisuke states as his hands are enveloped in chakra, wielding a chakra scalpel to precisely sever the poisoned ninja's nerves, preemptively cutting the nerve lines to prevent any involuntary movements during the procedure. Distilled water, Kitsuno announces, approaching Daisuke with a large cup of distilled water. Placing his hands in the basin, Daisuke gathers the water into a sphere of chakra. He positions the water sphere over the injured ninja and under his meticulous chakra control. The chakra-infused water gradually seeps into the patient's body. As Daisuke skillfully directs the process, strands of toxin slowly rise from the patient's wound, transforming the once clear water sphere into a dark purplish hue. Next, he instructs. Okamoto Daisuke spoke swiftly. No sooner had he finished speaking than Nurse Yoshino placed a basin of water beside him. After repeating the process twice, the gathered chakra water orb ceased to change color. At that moment, the wounded ninja, freed from toxins, could not suppress a cry of agony. The scalpel glimmered in Okamoto Daisuke's hand as he excised the poisoned ninja's wound, which had been corroded by the venom. Setting the scalpel aside, a layer of verdant luminescence enveloped his hand. Through the art of healing, the wound of the ninja began to mend, causing him to slip into unconsciousness. Very well, doctor, admit him to the hospital. Once he awakens, someone will surely come to inquire, Okamoto Daisuke remarked as he picked up a test tube to collect some venom before departing the ward. Understood, Doctor replied. In the laboratory, Okamoto Daisuke scrutinized the freshly printed test results. This could pose a significant problem, he thought. Chapter 8. Tsunade's Decision. Knock. Tsunade-sensei, are you there? Okamoto Daisuke called from the entrance of office 314 on the 3rd floor of Konoha Hospital. Come in, Tsunade's familiar voice responded. Okamoto Daisuke pushed the door open and beheld his teacher lounging in a chair, with only 2 legs of the chair touching the ground. Her legs crossed and resting atop the desk, swaying up and down. She cradled a steaming cup of tea in her hands, sipping delicately. Sensei, this is the office. Could you please be more mindful? Daisuke suggested cautiously, noticing the ample fabric of her skirt had slipped down to her thighs. Having watched Naruto previously, he was aware of Tsunade's boisterous nature, yet being her disciple revealed to him the essence of true heroism within a woman. Hey, you brat. I'm your teacher. When did you become the one to lecture me? Do you think you're Saratobi, that old man? Tsunade shot a discontented glare at Daisuke. What brings you here? She inquired, straightening up as she placed her legs down and set her teacup on the desk. Well, sensei, today the Konoha guard brought in an injured ninja. According to their description, he was attacked while on a mission, and he is the sole survivor of his team. He himself is gravely wounded and collapsed near the village. The guard found him during their patrol, Daisuke explained, retrieving a transparent sealed test tube from his pocket, containing a viscous deep purple liquid. I suspect this squad was ambushed by Sunagakure. How do you know it was Sunagakure that attacked? It's worth noting that not only Sunagakure, but any ninja village, including ours, is capable of employing poisons, Tsunade remarked, lifting the test tube to her eyes against the sunlight. The substance within was extracted from the wounds of the injured ninja. I have conducted tests. It is a compound toxin. It consists of both neurotoxins and hemotoxins. The rapid decomposition of the wounded ninja's injury is due to the presence of the hemotoxin. More importantly, this compound contains a unique desiccation factor that is exclusive to desert-dwelling organisms, a trait developed through millennia of evolution. Daisuke presented the test results from his pocket to Tsunade. I understand, but this matter is of great significance. Since you have already assessed the ninja's wounds, I will await his awakening, Tsunade stated after reviewing the test results. Sensei, even if I have treated him, it will take some time for him to regain consciousness. I will take responsibility for my judgment. Since Sunagakure has begun targeting our mission teams, it indicates they are likely preparing for significant actions, perhaps even the outbreak of a new war, Tsunade-sensei. Daisuke exclaimed, looking earnestly at his teacher. I understand. I will consult with Lord Third, Tsunade replied. Tsunade gazed at her disciple standing before her desk, for the first time perceiving the growth of her apprentice. In a mere span of 4 years, the child who once barely reached the height of her desk had blossomed into the individual standing before her now. She recalled the first time this child had entered her office, trembling with trepidation, and now he dared to raise his voice at her. Moreover, from the insights she had gathered at the hospital, it seemed this young man had garnered quite a commendable reputation among the villagers. Please return for now. I shall seek out that old man shortly. Understood, Sensei. Thank you for your efforts. Okamoto Daisuke turned and departed from Tsunade's office. Was the long-awaited respite from war about to commence once more? There would be no time left for a leisurely cup of tea. Tsunade seized the test results and sealed vials from her desk and strode purposefully out of the office. As evening fell, Okamoto Daisuke completed his final rounds. Exhausted, he returned to the medical office and poured himself a steaming cup of tea. Throughout the day, aside from attending to various patients, the primary burden stemmed from the overwhelming information brought forth by an injured ninja. Ever since Kakashi's graduation 4 years prior, he had sensed the encroaching proximity of the Third Great Ninja War, which had driven him to showcase his abilities fervently during the school ranking matches, ultimately earning Tsunade's recognition. In these years of service, he had not only mastered a plethora of ninjutsu under Tsunade's tutelage, but had also, through deliberate efforts, cultivated a considerable reputation among the common folk of Konoha via the hospital. Furthermore, he had maintained cordial relations with many of Konoha's ninja clans and noble families. To outsiders, he was not only a disciple of one of the legendary Sannin, Tsunade, but also a protector of the common people, fostering unity among the ninja clans of Konoha. Even with the Uchiha clan, often seen as outsiders, he had established amicable ties. His being bore the profound mark of the fire, significantly enhancing his security within the village, which was a primary reason for his allegiance to the third Hokage's lineage. Wherever there is illumination, shadows inevitably linger. The incident 2 years prior, involving the suicide of the famed Konoha White Fang, Tsukumo Hatake, had sent shockwaves through the 5 great shinobi villages. No one had anticipated that the man who had once forsaken a mission in the face of Konoha's ideals would choose to relinquish his life quietly within the confines of his home, rather than meeting his end on the battlefield. Okamoto Daisuke still remembers the gentleman from years past, who once stroked his own head in an effort to surpass Kakashi. At the funeral, Kakashi's indifferent gaze, which regarded everything with apathy, no longer mocked him when he looked his way. He didn't even offer a greeting. Okamoto Daisuke, at that moment, offered an apology to Kakashi, fully aware of the impending tragedy of White Fang's suicide. Yet, amidst the swirling rumors within the village, he found himself utterly powerless. Only by becoming stronger could he seize control of his own destiny and pursue his true desires. The helplessness surrounding the White Fang incident became a mere relic of the past. Daisuke drained the slightly cooled tea in one gulp, shed his medical ninja uniform, and reached for the clothes hanging on the rack, preparing to return home. Daisuke. Tsunade pushed open the door, her gaze landing on Okamoto Daisuke, who was in the midst of dressing. Sensei, what brings you here? Daisuke exclaimed in surprise, considering that Tsunade should have departed by this hour. Daisuke. It has been ages since we shared a meal together. Come, accompany me for dinner. All right, Sensei. Though puzzled by Tsunade's intentions, Daisuke felt compelled to comply with his teacher's request. In a modest sushi restaurant, Okamoto Daisuke and Tsunade found themselves seated in a clean and tidy private room. The table, littered with an array of empty plates and dishes, bore testament to the exceptional craftsmanship of this sushi establishment. Okamoto Daisuke lifted the sake from the table and began to pour it for Tsunade. He then picked up a cup, intending to serve himself as well. Smack. You little brat, you're not allowed to drink. Tsunade's hand struck Daisuke's arm. Ouch. Tsunade-sensei, if you have something to say, just speak plainly. Surely, you don't expect me to accompany you for dinner, Daisuke remarked, rubbing the spot where Tsunade had hit him. Tsunade took a sip from her cup and said, I have informed Lord Saratobi about today's events. He will dispatch a reconnaissance team to investigate Sunagakure. The Land of Wind is known for its expertise in poison. Daisuke. As my disciple, I must admit that even in my youth, I did not excel in medical ninjutsu as you do at your age. Therefore, I wish for you to join the reconnaissance team. What are your thoughts? Chapter 9, Graduation. With those words, Tsunade finished the sake in her cup in one gulp. Upon hearing Tsunade's words, Okamoto Daisuke had a premonition on his journey here. It was likely related to the Third Great Ninja War. Do not worry, Lady Tsunade. It brings me immense joy to contribute to the village. Tsunade looked at her disciple seated across from her and smiled. This time, you will primarily join as a medical ninja. Generally, scout teams are composed of at least chunin, and you are the first to join as a genin. This is both a personal decision of mine and an experiment for the village. Teacher, are you still unaware of my abilities? I nearly defeated Kakashi back in the day, and you have witnessed my growth over the years. Rest assured. Okamoto Daisuke replied confidently. All right, you little rascal, once we finish eating, we shall depart. Enough chatter, Tsunade declared, placing her empty wine glass down and heading to the front desk to settle the bill. Okamoto Daisuke donned his attire and proceeded to retrieve Tsunade's garments, following her outside. Upon exiting the sushi establishment, the April night breeze carried a hint of chill, invigorating the senses with its gentle caress. Daisuke extended the clothing to Tsunade. From this day forth, you shall be a true ninja, she proclaimed, producing a Leaf Village headband from her pocket and presenting it to him. You have a week to recuperate. There is no need for you to visit the hospital. Your classmates will also be graduating tomorrow. Perhaps you should visit your school. Tsunade suggested, her gaze fixed on Okamoto Daisuke. Understood, Sensei, he replied. Very well, you may head home. I shall not accompany you, Tsunade stated, waving him off with a hint of impatience. Thank you for your generosity today, Sensei. Daisuke turned a bitter farewell as he made his way home. Watching his departing figure, Tsunade whispered a blessing. Good luck, Daisuke. The following day, in a private room at the Konoha barbecue restaurant, Okamoto Dojiya lifted the curtain of the private room, apologizing. I didn't realize you all arrived so early. Dojiya, you're late. Come in quickly, shouted Might Guy, who was observing Okamoto Dojiya at the entrance. Uchiha Obito, seated within, rose and scrutinized Dojiya as he entered, then stood up to adjust the forehead protector resting upon his brow. Hey, Dojiya, take a look at this. I, the Great One, am indeed a genius. Okamoto Daisuke gazed at Uchiha Obito, who stood with one hand on his hip and the other pointing at his Konoha forehead protector, and remarked, I understand. You are the strongest. Is that sufficient? He then turned his attention to Might Guy, Shizen, and Noera-rin, teasingly inquiring, isn't graduation merely a matter of taking the exam? It's not the same for me. Even if I, Lord Obito, sleep all day, I would still graduate. Obito flashed a grin in response. Stop boasting and take a seat. Otherwise, the meat will be burnt, Daisuke said as he plopped down next to Shizen, picked up chopsticks, and selected the largest piece of meat to dip into his sauce. Wow, you arrive late yet eat early, Obito exclaimed, watching Daisuke devour his food with exasperation. Daisuke, are you still working at the hospital? Shizen asked, eyeing Daisuke whose mouth was stuffed with meat. I should be participating with the task force, but the specifics are unclear. What about you all? Daisuke refrained from mentioning his upcoming assignment to the reconnaissance team and instead posed a question in return. I, along with Obito and Kakashi, have been assigned to Minato's team, Rin replied honestly. It's a pity Kakashi didn't come. Otherwise, I would have outdone him in this barbecue, Might Guy added, noticing several pairs of eyes directed at him. Why are you all looking at me? I did go to invite Kakashi, but he ignored me. Besides, Rin was the one who first suggested it, Guy said with a hint of frustration. I ran into Kakashi when I visited the memorial stone last time. He still has recovered from his father's passing. Since his father died, I visited his home a few times, but he was either not there or training. He currently trusts no one. I've heard his teammates in his squad have ostracized him, Daisuke lamented. Don't worry, Daisuke, I will do my utmost to help Kakashi overcome his struggles, Rin said gently. You let Shun-T be so downcast. Let me, Lord Obito, go and rouse that big fool. I will ensure that Guy joins us for the next gathering, even if I have to tie him up, Obito declared loudly, observing the somber atmosphere at the table. Due to the discussion about Kakashi, they hastily finished their dinner and bid each other farewell. As the weather had yet to warm, the pedestrians on the street hurried along. Two shorter figures gradually strolled from the side of the road. A cool breeze swept through, and one of the shorter shadows couldn't help but sneeze. Look at you. It's not even warm yet, and you aren't wearing a coat. What will you do if you fall ill? The taller figure remarked upon seeing the shorter one sneeze. The taller figure then removed a coat from their own shoulders and draped it over the shorter figure. I didn't want you to see me in this dress. The shorter one murmured softly. Under the dim glow of the streetlights, the petite figure appeared even smaller. Thank you, Daisuke, please don't catch a cold. The shorter figure said. Silently, she felt the coat draped over her shoulders, inhaling the distinctive scent of hospital disinfectant, still tinged with a hint of warmth. She expressed her gratitude to Okamoto-duke, who stood before her clad only in a short-sleeved shirt. It's nothing. I'm perfectly fine, he replied. Moreover, this is for my own sake. If you catch a cold and fall ill, Tsunade-sensei will hold me accountable. What am I to do then? Okamoto-duke said, a hint of resignation in his voice. In the past, Shizen had mentioned introducing him to someone, and it turned out to be Tsunade. Ever since her uncle, Ketadan, had passed away, Tsunade had frequently visited to look after her. Subsequently, he crouched in front of her, zipping up her jacket with a swift motion. Then casually adjusted her collar and tidied her long hair that was partially covered by her clothing. His icy hands inadvertently brushed against her warm earlobe, causing her cheeks to flush a brilliant hue, as if touched by a delicate blush. Without further conversation, Okamoto-duke and Shizen walked side by side in silence, their shadows elongated by the streetlights. All right, Shizen, you should head back now. No matter how long the journey, it must eventually come to an end, he remarked, as they unconsciously arrived at her home. Yes, be careful on your way back, Duke. Shizen replied, removing her coat and returning it to him. Don't worry, I will, he assured, donning the coat and waving goodbye as he turned to leave. Also, Shizen, you look lovely in that dress, he called out. I know, you big idiot, she retorted. A few days swiftly passed, and finally, Okamoto-duke received the notification for assembly. Tomorrow morning at 8, gather at the village gate. Chapter 10. Leaving the village. As Okamoto-duke was not a standard graduate of the Ninja Academy, there was no need for him to partake in any group divisions. This, undoubtedly, was a boon for him. Teaming up with several experienced chunin and even jounin proved far more advantageous than pairing with freshly graduated novices, enabling him to acclimate to the battlefield more swiftly. The reconnaissance team bore significant risks. After all, scouting involved gathering intelligence, often deep within enemy territory or perilous areas. At 7:30 the next morning, he donned his ninja gear, particularly ensuring he had ample antidotes prepared. By 7:40, having arranged everything, Okamoto-duke arrived at the entrance of Konoha. As the sole newly graduated genin, making a good impression on his seniors could potentially save his life in critical moments. After a while, 2 men and a woman, 3 ninjas, arrived at the assembly point. Once everyone had gathered, a middle-aged man spoke up. I am the jounin leading this mission, Nakajima Aoi. Let us briefly introduce ourselves. Hello everyone, I'm Okamoto-duke, a genin. I look forward to working with you, he greeted enthusiastically. Upon the conclusion of Okamoto Daisuke's words, he cast a glance at Nakajima Esta, whose eyes gleamed momentarily. Greetings, I am Hige Ritsuyai, a nin who has undertaken several reconnaissance missions. Her large, expressive eyes, characterized by their striking white pupils, imbued her gaze with a certain ethereal quality, while the prominent bloodline limit of the Hige clan accentuated her fair complexion. She appeared to be approximately 15 or 16 years of age, towering over Okamoto Daisuke by about half a head. I am Aburame Takudo, a nin, stated the other man, cloaked in a hood, delivering his name with an air of indifference before lapsing into silence. It is getting late. Let us converse as we walk, Nakajima Esta remarked, glancing at the time before rising and heading towards the village entrance. Upon reaching the gates of Konoha, Nakajima Esta deftly hurled a kunai, embedding the pass into the great door, and sprinted forth with determination. Okamoto-duke, Hinata Rihue, and oil woman Takudo closely followed Nakajima Aota. Their current mission was to investigate the movements of Tsunade, as the village had received intelligence indicating that Tsunade had been attacking ninjas from their own village. At this point, Nakajima Aota glanced back at Okamoto-duke, who was leaping between the tree trunks, to prevent any leaks regarding the reconnaissance mission. Only the leading ninja would collect the details from the Hokage's office before departure. Thus, aside from Nakajima Aota, the others were merely aware that they were executing a reconnaissance mission, without knowledge of the specific details or location. Since Okamoto-duke was a genin and this was his first reconnaissance task, Nakajima Aota instructed Rihue and Takudo to take care of him. Captain Nakajima, I fail to understand why an inexperienced genin is assigned to such a crucial reconnaissance mission. If you cannot provide a valid reason, I fear I may not be able to engage in high-risk actions during the mission, Takudo stated calmly. I am not privy to the specific reasons. As a ninja, you have the right to question, but not to refuse. The mission must take precedence. Furthermore, Okamoto Dokai has joined the team as a medical ninja. Do you understand? Nakajima Aoda ordered. Understood, they replied in unison. This was indicative of someone with influence. It was likely that Tsunade had entrusted Nakajima Aoda to ensure Okamoto Dokai's safety. Considering the frequent casualties among reconnaissance teams, the journey continued in silence. Since leaving the village, aside from Nakajima Aoda's initial briefing about the mission, the group focused solely on traversing the terrain. The four swiftly navigated the forests of Konohagakure, rapidly approaching the borders of the Land of Fire. Thanks to his precise chakra control, Okamoto Dokai moved with a speed rivaling that of the body flicker technique, keeping pace with the others without lagging behind. By midday, Nakajima Aoda waved his hand, signaling everyone to halt. They paused briefly to rest and recover their chakra before resuming their journey in the afternoon. Dokuin, weren't you at the hospital? How did you end up in this reconnaissance team? Hinata Rihue asked, leaning close to Okamoto Dokai's ear during their break. Her proximity allowed Okamoto Dokai to catch a pleasant scent, akin to the richness of milk. The gentle breath from her lips tickled his ear. Sister Rihue, do you know me? Okamoto Dokai replied, his face flushing slightly. I've heard of you. You have a good reputation among the common folk. Additionally, I heard that during the ranking battles at the Ninja Academy, you nearly defeated Kakashi. He graduated at 5 and became a nin at 6. Had it not been for his teammates' low evaluations, he might have already been promoted to J-nin, Hinata Rihue explained. Most importantly, it is said that you have been taken as a disciple by Lady Tsunade. She remarked, gazing at Okamoto Dokai with admiration. I see. Ever since being taken as a disciple by Tsunade, I have indeed garnered the attention of various prominent families. The future 4th Hokage is a disciple of one of the legendary Sannin. In the heart of Okamoto Daisuke, a quiet contemplation brewed. After a simple meal of military rations to replenish their strength, the group resumed their journey. At the border of the Land of Wind, Nakajima Aoda and Okamoto Daisuke stood upon a hillside, gazing at a nearby town. This settlement, positioned at the intersection of the Land of Wind and the Land of Fire, frequently welcomed ninjas from various nations due to the ongoing trade between both realms. We shall remain here for the night to gather intelligence before formulating our next course of action, Nakajima Oda remarked, his eyes fixed on the bustling town before them. Rihue, utilize your Byakugan and ascertain if any ninjas currently reside within the village, Nakajima Aoda instructed Hyuga Rihue, turning to him. With the command barely uttered, Hyuga Rihue activated his Byakugan. Veins protruded ominously around his eyes, appearing more formidable than in the animated portrayals. There are fluctuations of chakra from 4 distinct locations, one in the town center, 2 in the northwest, and 1 in the southeast, Hyuga Rihue murmured. Nakajima Aoda retrieved a map from his ninja tool pouch and handed it to Hyuga Rihue. Rihue, please mark the locations of the chakra fluctuations you observed. Understood. Hyuga Rihue replied, swiftly marking the positions. He added, Captain, the 2 chakra signatures in the northwest are quite close. They may be connected. I see. Oil Girl Takuya, you will oversee the southeastern location. Hyuga Rihue, you and Okamoto Daisuke will handle the central area of the town, while I shall investigate the 2 locations in the northwest. Nakajima Aoda assigned the tasks. Your mission is to ascertain the national affiliation of these ninjas. It would be advantageous to discover their intentions, but if that proves too risky, retreat without alarming them. We shall reconvene at the inn in the town center this evening to deliberate further, he instructed, pointing to the inn marked on the map. Understood, replied Okamoto Daisuke and Hyuga Rihue in unison. This arrangement seemed quite reasonable, particularly as Okamoto Daisuke was a novice and not particularly skilled in intelligence gathering. Without guidance, he might struggle to fulfill the assignment alone. Chapter 11. Reconnaissance Intelligence. With a swift motion, the group dispersed. The town, though not vast, thrived due to its location at the border of the Land of Wind and the Land of Fire, bustling with various shops lining the streets and a steady stream of pedestrians. Okamoto Daisuke trailed slightly behind Hinata Rihue. Hinata had transformed from her initial appearance upon leaving the village, her eyes now adorned with striking blue contact lenses, concealing her natural white irises. She wore a simple linen long-sleeve garment, while her long, ebony hair was styled into playful twin ponytails that swayed with her every leap. Her lower attire consisted of a black skirt that cascaded down to her ankles, and her delicate, fair feet were snugly fitted into traditional wooden sandals, producing a rhythmic clatter as she walked. Sister, could you possibly tone it down a bit? With every step you take, it feels as though the entire street is watching you, Daisuke remarked with a hint of exasperation, observing the dainty steps of Hinata behind him. Are we not here to gather intelligence? Hinata briskly approached Daisuke, a fan lightly covering her mouth as she whispered, "Do not worry. This is precisely how one should appear when visiting for leisure. I am well aware of my intentions." With that, she genuinely crouched down to haggle with a vendor selling dogs, pulling Daisuke into the negotiation as well. As they departed, Daisuke found himself burdened with an assortment of recently acquired parcels, while Hinata cradled a pristine white puppy in her arms, her other hand holding a packet of dog food that accompanied the purchase. As they walked, they keenly observed their surroundings. The presence of two affluent youths visiting the bustling town center was hardly conspicuous. "Daisuke, look ahead." Hinata tugged at Daisuke as they continued on their way. Okamoto Daisuke momentarily paused in surprise before swiftly regaining his composure. He cast a sidelong glance towards the direction indicated by Hinata-riku. There, he beheld a ramen shop, where 4 Sand Village ninjas were seated inside, partaking in their meal. Among them was a middle-aged man accompanied by 3 children of tender age, who did not appear to be members of any elite squad. As Okamoto Daisuke pondered the purpose of their visit, he lowered his gaze to inspect the items at the stall by the entrance, feigning interest in purchasing something. Suddenly, he felt a weight in his arms. Looking up, he saw Hinata Rihue placing a white dog into his embrace. Immediately thereafter, she dashed towards the 4 sand ninjas, her footsteps echoing in the air. "Excuse me. Are you ninjas?" Hinata Rihue inquired, tilting her head slightly, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and shyness as she regarded the 4 sand ninjas. The elder of the sand ninjas became instantly wary. "Who are you?" he asked, instinctively lowering his hand towards the pouch of ninja tools at his thigh. "Me? I hail from the land of flowers, here to engage in the tea business." "Are you ninjas?" Hinata Rihue replied, her expression one of innocent curiosity. "Our family is comprised solely of samurai. On our journey, our convoy was ambushed by 2 rogue ninjas, resulting in the death of over a dozen samurai and retainers. Now, only my brother, my father, and I remain. May I hire you?" she implored, her voice tinged with despair. "Indeed, we are proud ninjas of the Wind Country and the Sand Village, one of the 5 great nations. As for the rogue ninjas you mentioned, I could easily handle them." Even without my master's assistance, one of the young ninjas boasted with youthful bravado. "Though we are still genin, we are capable of undertaking C-rank missions. Furthermore, our instructor is a CH Nin." Another chimed in, full of self-importance. "Enough," interrupted the CH Nin, addressing his students. "Miss, if you wish to employ ninjas from the Sand Village, you must post a mission at the Task Release Center. We do not take private commissions." "Oh, very well then," Hinata Rihue replied, her demeanor visibly deflated. Sister, will they accept our request?" Okamoto Daisuke inquired with hopeful anticipation from the entrance. "They said they cannot accept our hiring." "Let us go," Hinata Rihue responded, her tone slightly melancholic. "Oh no, how shall we return? The journey home could be perilous. We may never see our mother again." They lamented as they left the ramen shop in despair. "Teacher, how can we stand by and do nothing? Our mission is nearly complete." One of the boastful youths exclaimed loudly. "Indeed, teacher, we cannot simply ignore this," another teenager echoed in agreement. "Wait a moment, miss." The CH Nin from the Sand Village called out. "If you can wait, please return to this restaurant tomorrow around noon, and we shall be here." Upon hearing this, Hinata Rihue turned, tears welling in her eyes as she bowed in gratitude. "Thank you so much." After departing from the ramen shop, Daisuke remarked, "Sister, do you realize how terrified I was when you approached them so directly?" Okamoto Doji expressed his grievances. "Rest assured, Doji, I observed, even before entering the town, that several stalls belong to the land of flowers. The delivery trucks parked at the inn bear traces of blood and fresh scars," Hinata Rihei elucidated. "Thus, masquerading as merchants from the land of flowers poses no issue. You can trust me. Moreover, those young genin are rather inexperienced." Hinata Rihei reached into Okamoto Doji's embrace and retrieved the small white dog. They watched as Hinata Rihei, in wooden clogs, walked away with a rhythmic clatter. The once profound sense of superiority that Okamoto Doji experienced as an adult reborn has completely dissipated. Indeed, this world is populated by prodigious beings who graduate at 5 and become chunin by 6, alongside a multitude of children who kill mercilessly in their teenage years. Their mental acuity matures by the age of 6 or 7. Absent the knowledge of the original text, he possesses no particular advantage. Their experiences have been forged in the crucible of bloodshed, while he, prior to his transmigration, was a mere weakling, incapable of lifting a burden, let alone taking a life. He had never even killed a chicken. "What are you doing, Doji?" Hinata Rihue called out to the lagging Okamoto Doji. "Yes, I'm coming, sister." Dojie replied, hastening to catch up. Share your reconnaissance findings, Nakajima Aoki inquired of the returning group. In the southeast, I encountered 2 wandering ninjas, likely of low-ranking skill, who were engaged in a hired task at an underground money exchange, tasked with protecting a merchant from bandit raids, said Abdurrahim Dakudo succinctly. At my location, I discovered ninjas from Sunagakure. Due to the proximity, I refrained from activating my Byakugan. According to the low-ranking ninja accompanying them, they are Chunin, dispatched to complete a mission for their village, which concludes tomorrow, Rihue elaborated. Moreover, I disguised myself as a merchant from the Land of Flowers who had been robbed to test them. That Sunagakure Chunin also agreed to accept a mission back to the Land of Flowers once their current task is complete, Doji added. My 2 locations also involved wandering ninjas. Merchants from the smaller nations typically hire these ninjas due to the exorbitant fees demanded by those from the 5 great nations. You both have performed admirably. Hinata Rihue and Okamoto Dojia. I shall duly record this in the mission log, Nakajima Aoki concluded. Tomorrow, it will be you 2, Dojia and Rihue, who will seek them out to propose the hiring mission. I will disguise myself as your father, while Takudo will pose as the family retainer. Now, go and rest. We commence our operation at dawn, he instructed, allowing them to disperse. Chapter 12. The trap. After they scattered, Nakajima Aoki called out to Okamoto Dojia. Dojia, investigate the situation regarding the merchants from the Land of Flowers. Understood, Captain, Dojia responded. Activating his Byakugan, 5 individuals are gathered in the room. You may proceed, Dojia, Rihue stated, her Byakugan also engaged. They had all congregated in one room, which was logical considering they had just survived a robbery on the road. Being together in one space would enable them to confront any issues collectively. Yet it also posed the risk of being taken out en masse. I understand, Rihue, Dojia said, swiftly exiting the room. He retrieved a blowpipe from his bag and cautiously blew a colorless, odorless gas through the narrow gap of the door. Approximately 10 minutes later, Dojia opened the door and entered. The room was strewn with 5 individuals, besides the merchant from the Land of Flowers. There was a young girl in her teens and 3 men dressed as samurai, likely family retainers. Okamoto Daisuke retrieved a vial of potion from his ninja tool pouch and administered it to the merchant from the Land of Flowers, subsequently rousing him. What is your name? He inquired. I am Shin Junichiro. The following day, Okamoto Daisuke awoke early, careful to avoid disturbing Hinata Rihue, who lay sleeping beside him. He turned on the tap, and the icy water splashed against his face, instantly dispelling the morning drowsiness. Upon returning to the room, Okamoto Daisuke gently closed the door. You are up quite early, Daisuke. Where's the captain? Hinata Rihue greeted him, still groggy as she sat on the tatami mat. Ah, you are awake, Rihue. I am not certain, Okamoto Daisuke replied, glancing at her. The captain has gone out but did not specify what he intended to do, said oilwoman Takudo, who sat on the sofa, retracting the parasitic insects he had deployed for surveillance the previous night. 2 rows of insects flew in orderly fashion toward him, crawling into the sleeves of his shirt. Thanks to Dakudo's family secret technique, their surroundings had been secured with the parasitic insects, allowing Rihue to sleep soundly through the night without the need for shifts to keep watch. At that moment, Nakajima Aoda returned. I have set traps along the way to ensure we can capture everyone alive, he stated, his tone slightly grave. Captain, I gathered all the pertinent information about the merchant from the Land of Flowers, including his family situation and habits, Okamoto Daisuke said, handing a piece of paper to Nakajima Aoda. Well done, Daisuke, Nakajima Aoda praised, quickly scanning the document. We are now posing as the Shin family, who have come from the Land of Flowers to engage in the flower tea business, residing in the guard district of the Land of Flowers. I am the father, Shin Junichiro. Daisuke is the younger son, Shin Yotai. Rihue is the elder daughter, Shin Mayo. And Takudo, you are the family samurai, Seiya. Do you understand? Nakajima Aoda assigned the roles. Understood, they chorused. Daisuke, how are the people from the Land of Flowers faring? Nakajima Aoda inquired, eyeing Okamoto Daisuke. Captain, I have administered a potent hypnotic agent to ensure they remain asleep until tomorrow, Okamoto Daisuke responded. Good, then we shall prepare to commence. Daisuke, you and Rihue should seek out the sand-hidden squad from yesterday, Nakajima Aoda instructed. At noon, in the same ramen shop as yesterday. Hinata Rihue and Okamoto Daisuke sat waiting. Rihue playfully interacted with the puppy they had bought the previous day, turning her head occasionally to glance around. Haha, splendid, teacher. This task has provided us with a generous reward. I shall order another bowl of ramen. A boisterous voice echoed from outside. Very well, indulge yourself. Came the response as yesterday's sand-hidden squad arrived. Okamoto Dokai watched as the Sunagakure team entered the shop and immediately rushed over to the middle ninja, greeting him with enthusiasm. Greetings, esteemed ninja. May I inquire if you have completed your mission? Indeed, we have fulfilled our tasks within the village, the ninja replied. Could we perhaps have our meal first? I am called Aoyuki, the eager genin interjected. My sincerest apologies for my impatience, Okamoto Dokai said, leading into the seats occupied by Hinata Rihue. Please, come here. My sister and I have yet to dine. Owner, please prepare several bowls of ramen according to the number of patrons, Okamoto Dokai called out loudly. If that proves insufficient, we shall order more, Hinata Rihue added gently. Well, sister, you smell delightful, Aoyuki exclaimed as he took a seat beside Hinata Rihue. You little rascal, the middle ninja from Sunagakure playfully struck Aoyuki's head, then turned to Hinata Rihue to apologize. I beg your pardon, my disciple did not mean any offense. He has had little interaction with young ladies in our village. Not at all. I find Aoyuki to be quite charming. Hinata Rihue waved her hand dismissively, showing no offense. My father went to collect the payment from yesterday's sales. He mentioned that the price would align with that of a B-ranked mission. I hope you will accept this offer. I beseech you, Okamoto Dokai said earnestly, bowing to the middle ninja of Sunagakure. Since I made that commitment yesterday, I shall abide by it. Rest assured, the middle ninja of Sunagakure readily agreed. Huh. So we shall once again find ourselves with some earnings. Song, Hangtai, do you not share in my excitement? Aoyuki grinned at his two companions. However, Aoyuki's teammates did not respond to his query. Instead, they promptly picked up their chopsticks and began to savor the freshly served ramen. The young men finished their meals in no time, with Aoyuki devouring an additional 2 bowls, claiming, when food is present, I simply cannot resist. I have often gone hungry before, and I tend to overindulge when I finally have the chance. Okamoto Daisuke and Hinata, along with the sand-hidden Ch Nin and his accompanying lower Nin, made their way to the inn to rendezvous with Nakajima Aoda. Greetings, Nishidaiji Ch Nin. Your efforts this time are greatly appreciated. My fate has been rather arduous. During my previous ventures to the Land of Wind, I never encountered any ninjas. Only the occasional mountain bandit and my family samurai were sufficient for our protection. Nakajima Aoda transformed into Shibane Juniker, his figure resembling that of a rotund man, lamenting to Nishidaiji Minato. This time, over a dozen of the family samurai who accompanied me have perished, and the few remaining are terrified and have fled. Only my most loyal, Seiya, remains with me. If you do not assist us, both I and Myode, along with our lives, may perish along the way. At this point, tears streamed down Shibane Juniker's face. Rest assured, Mr. Shibane, having accepted the task, we shall ensure your safety without fail. However, you are aware of the price involved, Nishidaiji Minato assured, thumping his chest. As for the commission, you need not worry. It will be in accordance with the standards of a B-rank mission. Furthermore, all you need to do is escort us to the borders of the Flower Country. If it eases your mind, I can pay half the commission up front. As Shibane Juniker spoke, he retrieved money from his pocket. No need. I trust you. Nishidaiji Minato declined Shibane Juniker's offer. When shall we depart? Let us set off immediately. The sooner, the better. I have finished my preparations and do not intend to return to the Land of Wind. It is far too perilous. Nakajima Aoda remarked to Nishidaiji Minato. Chapter 13. The flaw, then let us hasten, sensei, urged Aoyuki. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a horse-drawn carriage, stained with dried blood, sped along the forest path, stirring up clouds of dust. Inside the jostling carriage, faint whimpers of a puppy could be heard. Surrounding the carriage, 3 figures darted through the trees, safeguarding it amidst the forest. Keita remained inside the carriage, protecting the Shibane family. Sensei, at this speed, we should reach the Flower Country by dawn, correct? Aoyuki inquired of the leading Nishidaiji Minato. Indeed, if we maintain this pace, we should arrive at the border of the Flower Country around 1 o'clock. We will take a brief respite at the border before returning. We shall be back in the village by tomorrow, Nishidaiji Minato replied. How wonderful. After returning, I can use the money earned this time to purchase a larger house for my family and treat my sister and father to something nice, Aoyuki mused, reminiscing about the excitement his family felt when he had just graduated from ninja school. The Land of Wind, situated within a desert, possesses very little arable land, resulting in most inhabitants relying on purchases for sustenance. Life for the common folk in Sand-Hidden Village is especially harsh, as villagers lacking ninja abilities must resort to labor to earn a meager living. Aoyuki's family was among such struggling households. His mother had perished from exhaustion along the way, and his father had suffered a leg injury due to years of hard work. At this moment, Shin Yoja successfully passed the selection of ninjas from Sunagakure, which was akin to a timely boon for his family. Having become a genin of Sunagakure, he could earn substantial rewards through various missions. As he prepared to depart, his 5-year-old sister leaned against the door, urging him to return swiftly. "Come back soon, brother," she implored. He replied, "When I return, I shall treat you and father to delicious food." With a fleeting glance at his sister, Shin Yoja made his way to the assembly point, reflecting on his sister's face. Weathered by the relentless winds and sands, he instinctively touched the jar of face cream nestled in his ninja gear. He recalled a conversation before his departure, when he had asked Miss Mai, "Excuse me, how do you maintain such exquisite skin?" Stuttering, he approached Hinata Rihue for guidance. "Please do not misunderstand. I have a sister who suffers from the harsh elements, and her skin often becomes chapped and bleeds," he explained with a hint of urgency. Gazing at the graceful Hinata Rihue, "Oh, I see. Please wait a moment. I shall give you a jar of cream for your sister," she replied, as she rummaged through the carriage and retrieved a container of skincare cream, placing it into Shin Yoja's hands. This was entrusted to her by Miss Mai. The memory of Hinata Rihue's gentle touch lingered in his mind as her delicate hand brushed against his calloused palm, leaving a faint scent in the air. Suddenly, a rope sprang up in the middle of the road, causing the white horse to stumble. The carriage overturned in a thunderous crash. Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of shurikens flew from all directions towards the carriage. Thud, thud, thud. The carriage was instantly riddled with shurikens, some piercing through the windows and into the interior. "Enemy attack!" shouted Nishidaiji as he and Shin Yoja, along with the coachwoman Takuto, positioned themselves before the carriage. "Mr. Junichiro, are you unharmed?" Nishidaiji inquired. "Miss Mai," Shin Yoja shouted, but he did not turn to assess the situation inside the carriage, remaining focused on the incoming shurikens. Suddenly, the carriage door was kicked open from within. "Cough, cough, so they have indeed come," boomed Nakajima Ao, who emerged, his figure swollen from disguise. Hinata Rihue and Okamoto Daisuke followed suit from the carriage. "Nishidaiji, Mr. Kuda has been struck in the head by a shuriken and has perished," Okamoto Daisuke declared as he exited the carriage. "There truly are those who wish to kill me. You must protect me." Nakajima Ao stumbled behind Nishidaiji and the others. "Miss Mai, rest assured, I shall devote my life to your protection," Shin Yoja vowed. Shin Yoja did not look back, his gaze fixed ahead as he made a promise. "Shirai Shunichiro, what exactly are you involved in? Why would ninjas risk the peril of being hunted by Sunagakure to venture into the land of wind to eliminate you?" Nishida Minato inquired. I am merely an ordinary merchant. I have no idea why someone would wish to kill me," Nakajima Aota, in disguise, replied with a face of sheer panic, his voice trembling with fear. "That is inconceivable. If you refuse to divulge information, we shall have no choice but to abandon this mission," Nishida Minato stated coldly. Matters of life and death permitted the abandonment of a task when the protector's safety was uncertain, especially when the assignment was obtained clandestinely. I will tell you. It is actually like this." Nakajima Aota gestured with his right hand. With a swift motion, his Byakugan activated. Gentle fist technique. 8 trigrams, 32 palms. Upon witnessing Nakajima Aota's actions, Hinata Riku immediately tore the hem of her noble gown and assumed the 8 trigrams stance. In an instant, the 8 trigrams 32 palms struck the astonished Shin Yoja relentlessly. Secret technique. Insect sphere water escape. Water iron linking sphere. After forming the necessary hand seals, Oil Girl Takuto propelled a swarm of parasitic insects towards Aota, simultaneously charging forward. In an instant, Okamoto Daisuke conjured a water sphere that, under his chakra's control, multiplied into a flurry of water orbs, rapidly hurtling towards Aoi, a comrade of Shin Yoja. Nakajima Ao wielded a scythe, which transformed into a crescent blade aimed at Nishidaiji. South caught off guard by the surprise attack from the Jainin. Nishidaiji so had no time to react, and in a heartbeat, he was struck by numerous blades, rendering him immobile. Injured and helpless, Nishidaiji so lay beside Shin Yoja, who was sealed by the 8 trigrams 32 palms, blood seeping from his wounds and staining the ground. "Cough, cough, Miss Mai, you." Shin Yoja, blood trickling from his mouth, gazed at Hinata Rihue, still in shock. Meanwhile, Abure and Dakuto charged at the remaining Ao, armed with a kunai. As he was swarmed by the parasitic insects, Ao wielded his kunai, dispatching countless of the vile creatures. He leapt backward, narrowly avoiding the water orb shot by Okamoto Daisuke. Wind release. Gale. AO exhaled a tempest that repelled the encroaching parasites. Seizing the opportunity, AO advanced, hurling his kunai towards Aburame Takuto. In a swift motion, the kunai embedded itself in a piece of log. With a flash, AO reappeared directly to Takuto's left. Wind release. Scythe. A razor-sharp gust severed both of Takuto's legs. The intense pain elicited a cry from him. AO withdrew another kunai from his ninja tool pouch, aiming for Takuto's head. Chapter 14. Fierce Battle. Water release. Water gun. A conical jet of water shot towards AO at an astonishing speed. He leaned back to evade. In a critical moment, Okamoto Daisuke intervened, saving Aburame Takuto. The canola dance of illusions unleashed 3 chakra-infused blades that grazed AO's body. Nakajima AO's long scythe split into 3. With a crash, a substitution technique left only a log severed into 3 segments. AO vanished entirely. Captain, he's above us. And his chakra is not that of a mere genin, Hinata Rihue exclaimed. You indeed harbor secrets. Are you Konoha's forces preparing to wage war against us, Sunagakure? The diminutive figure perched upon the tree surveyed them from above. Who are you? Nakajima AO hefted his scythe onto his shoulder, gazing up at the shadowy figure on the branch. Who am I? Ha. I am. The words of the figure hung in the air, only to be interrupted by a swift sound slicing through the atmosphere. From the wreckage of an overturned cart, a bloodied bone whip shattered the vehicle's roof and lunged towards Nakajima AO. With a swing of his scythe, AO's blade clashed against the bony appendage, producing sparks of bone against steel. With a resounding crash, the cart disintegrated, bathed in the ethereal glow of the rising moon. The seemingly lifeless H-Tai stood amidst the debris, a bone whip extending from his tailbone, stained with blood, writhing like a serpent in the air. Captain Nakajima, did you not slay him? Okamoto Daisuke shouted loudly. As the shuriken trap was triggered and shot towards the carriage, Nakajima always swiftly broke H-Tai's neck. However, now, gazing at the peculiar H-Tai, Okamoto Daisuke summoned forth a vibrant green chakra from his hands, simultaneously aiding Naru Takuto in healing his severed leg, while keeping a watchful eye on Aoi Zai and Saidaiji S. Saidaiji S hardly needed to worry about his limbs, which had already been severed, but Aoi Zai was merely sealed off from chakra by Hinata Riku. In a flash, Okamoto Daisuke, who had just been crouching beside Naru Takuto, darted to Aoi Zai's side, his sharp chakra scalpel swiftly severing the tendons of Aoi Zai's limbs. My apologies, Okamoto Daisuke said, observing the gritted teeth of Aoi Zai. You despicable beings. If you have the ability, face me in a fair duel. Aoi Zai shouted furiously. Ignoring Aoi Zai's outburst, the 2 men, Yin-song, remarked, you were just robbed. Yet your son and daughter still have the leisure to stroll through the town and purchase pets. Do you not find that utterly unreasonable? As he spoke, Yin-song instantly appeared beside H-Tai. You know we are in disguise? The veins in Hinata Riku's temple throbbed, revealing her intense focus on the diminutive ninja. Of course I know. Initially, I merely suspected, but now it has been confirmed. I intended to ascertain your purpose for coming to the Land of Wind. It seems you are merely seeking captives. Thus, I see no need for pretense. As Yin-song spoke, he gestured dramatically with his hands. So even if you do not take action, I will. Yin-song's murderous intent was unabashedly laid bare in the air. It seems we must conclude this swiftly, otherwise, we may draw the attention of Sunagakure. Nakajima Aoi instructed Okamoto Daisuke and Hinata Riku. Standing on Saidaiji S, Nakajima Aoi declared, if you allow us to leave, I will return your captain to you. And Yin-song, you must not be an insignificant figure. Who exactly are you? Nakajima Aoi inquired once more. How naive you are. What are comrades? Merely tools for the completion of tasks. As for who I am Yin-song, also known by another name in the ranks of Sunagakure Zumbu. With that, Yin-song fell silent. Sunagakure's ghost master, Saidaiji S, pinned to the ground with severed limbs, suddenly sprang up and sank his teeth into Nakajima Aoi's thigh. With a resounding explosion, Saidaiji S erupted in a burst of blood mist, sending Nakajima Aoi crashing to the ground. Teacher, Aoi Zai's eyes widened in despair. Yet with his tendons severed, he could do nothing but helplessly writhe. Bagua, Gale Palm. Hinata Riku formed her hands into a specific shape, unleashing a fierce gust of wind with a powerful palm strike. Dispersing the crimson mist, Captain Nakajima, Okamoto Daisuke, swiftly maneuvered past, having been violently thrown down by the intense explosion at such close quarters. A significant area of Nakajima Aoda's body exhibited corrosive wounds. and the sight of the bite inflicted by Nishida's Mako had developed a dark bruise. "He has been poisoned, my lady," he declared. "I must administer treatment to Captain Nakajima immediately." Drawing a kunai from his ninjutsu pouch, Okamoto Dosuke carefully incised the wound inflicted by the bite. Dark purple blood oozed forth. He then retrieved a test tube from his pouch, uncorked it, and poured 2/3 of the vibrant green antidote into it, subsequently applying the remaining third onto the wound. Gongbin Dosuke enveloped his hands in chakra, pressing against the wound on Nakajima Iota's abdomen, forcing forth streams of dark purple blood from within his body. After hastily treating and bandaging the injury, Gongbin Dosuke straightened up, placing the unconscious Nakajima Iota beside the temporarily reattached leg of Aburame Takudo. "Takudo, keep an eye on the captain. Your leg is merely stabilized for now. Avoid any vigorous movement," he advised succinctly. "All right, administer me a dose of pain relief. The agony renders me incapable of controlling the insects." Aburame Takudo grasped Gongbin Dosuke's arm. "It will only last around 10 minutes. Gongbin Dosuke remarked as he tossed aside a syringe and swiftly departed. With a thud, Hinata Rihue positioned herself protectively in front of Gongbin Dosuke, deflecting the bone whip hurled by Kuda with a single palm strike. "Be cautious, Dosuke. Our adversary bears the title of Ghost Master," Hinata Rihue warned. Her gaze fixed on the two figures of Yinzong. "Rihue, do you know this individual?" Gongbin Dosuke inquired. "Indeed, I have heard of the Sand Village's Ghost Master. A special jonin of Sunagakure," Hinata Rihue replied, adopting a defensive stance. Recalling the details from the ninja manual, she continued, "The Ghost Master, specific name and appearance undisclosed. A special jonin of Sunagakure. He was once pursued by Sunagakure for transforming fellow ninjas into living puppets, yet unexpectedly. He was not only spared but integrated into the village's umbu. An impressive display of first aid," Yinzong remarked, observing Gongbin Dosuke's seamless treatment with admiration. "Kuda is your teammate, and Nishida so is your mentor. You exhibit a chilling demeanor," Gongbin Dosuke retorted, fixing him with a steely gaze. "Chilling? No. You see, were it not for me, they would not have survived this long. Moreover, they were never my comrades. They were mere puppets," Yinzong declared loudly. "In this squad, only I and my student Aoi Yujin remain. He was meant to be my successor as a puppet, but given the current circumstances, I must seek someone else." Yinzong lamented, glancing at the distant Aoi Yujin, whose tendons had been severed and lay helplessly on the ground. "What a flawless creation. Normally, they are vibrant beings. Yet in critical moments, they serve as my puppets, carrying forth the bloodline of their former selves. Just look at Kuda's exquisite bloodline, a truly magnificent masterpiece. This is an art only I can create," Yinzong revealed, a twisted smile gracing his lips. "However, this young lady shall become my new creation, surpassing all my previous works." Erming Yangsong gazed greedily at every inch of Hinata Rihue's skin. Water release, water iron connection. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A dozen water spheres were hurled towards Erming Yangsong. With a flourish of his hands, he summoned Hangtai to his side, wielding a bone whip that deftly swatted away the approaching water spheres. Wind release, gale fong. A blade of wind silently flew towards Okamoto Daisuke. With a swift leap backward, Okamoto Daisuke evaded the attack and landed, quickly darting to the side. Gentle fist technique. Chakra erupted from the pores of Hinata Rihue's hands, directly intercepting the wind blade. Whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh. This time, it was not Okamoto Daisuke, but Hattai, under Erming Yangsong's manipulation, who unleashed a barrage of bone projectiles. Water release, water barrier. A curtain of water emerged, deflecting all the bone projectiles. Daisuke, at this rate, we stand no chance. From a distance, Erming Yangsong's wind techniques are overwhelming. And in close combat, Hangtai is a formidable obstacle, Hinata Rihue remarked, observing Okamoto Daisuke. Moreover, I can see your chakra is running low. You just healed Captain Nakajima and Takudo. I will hold him off. You take the captain and Takudo and retreat. Hinata Rihue spoke with a composed demeanor. Don't worry, Rihue sister. I will ensure you return safely, along with the captain and Takudo. Okamoto Daisuke stood side by side with Hinata Rihue, one focused on Hangtai, the other on Erming Yangsong. Chapter 15. Approaching the climax. Are you two discussing how to meet your demise? Erming Yangsong taunted as he regarded the two standing side by side. Rest assured. You are both excellent specimens. I have no intention of killing you. Otherwise, you would have perished long ago, little sister. You should know that sensory ninjas are always primary targets. However, you have surprised me. He gestured towards Okamoto Daisuke, noting the rarity of medical ninjas in Sunigakure. After revealing his true identity, Erming Yongsong became quite loquacious, his morbid remarks incessantly tormenting Okamoto Daisuke and Hinata Rihue while he maneuvered Hangtai into close combat. The deceased Hangtai, under Erming Yongsong's control, exhibited a grotesque growth of bones, with every part of his body potentially sprouting a sharp bone blade in the next moment. Hinata Rihue's gentle fist technique could only serve a defensive purpose against such an enemy, and without utmost concentration, injury was a constant threat. Swish! A slender line of water sliced through the air. Hangtai, caught off guard, was grazed by the sharp water line across his arm. His right hand and the bone whip extending from his coccyx were cleanly severed, the precise cut testifying to the sharpness of the technique. Nearby, remnants of the jutsu still lingered in Okamoto Daisuke's hands. Okamoto Daisuke retrieved 2 soldier pills from his blade pouch and consumed them without hesitation. However, the amount of chakra remained insufficient. Prolonged consumption of soldier pills could have adverse effects on the body, significantly inhibiting one's ability to extract chakra. Yet, survival was the paramount concern at this moment. Sister Riku, is it possible for you to seal Hotai's chakra with your gentle fist? Okamoto Daisuke inquired. Impossible. I have already attempted that. Hotai is nothing more than a corpse. Although I am uncertain how that wretch has managed to make Hotai's body so agile. He possesses no chakra of his own. The execution of ninjutsu and bloodline techniques entirely relies on the chakra strings manipulated and supplied by that scoundrel, Ao. Hinata Riku provided an answer that was exceedingly unfavorable for them. Sister Riku, that fellow's taijutsu is not particularly formidable, even if he operates Hotai. The close combat largely depends on Hotai's own bloodline limit. Thus, if we wish to prevail, we must engage in close quarters, muttered Okamoto Daisuke, standing back-to-back with Hinata Riku. I shall attack him. You keep Hotai occupied, Hinata Riku replied. Ahead of them, Hotai, with one arm severed, grew a bone whip from his body. The bone at the point of amputation had also sprouted a spiral-shaped spike, appearing particularly grotesque. Here I go, Hinata Riku shouted fiercely. With a powerful push, the ground cracked beneath her as she charged forward. The gentle fist technique and the gale palm unleashed a ferocious gust that forced Hotai back. In a flash, she closed the distance towards the 2 Aos. Water release. Water spider. A sphere of water crashed upon Hotai. The deluge drenched him completely, instantly rendering him sluggish as the water thickened around him. 8 trigrams, 32 palms. In an instant, Hinata Riku unleashed her strikes at the highest speed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of poison needles shot forth from the 2 Aos. Caught off guard, one needle pierced Hinata Riku's arm. The searing pain compelled Hinata Riku to cry out, abruptly interrupting her assault. She swiftly retreated from the range of the 2 Aos attacks. The venom from the desert stone lizard's gland, while not lethally toxic, amplified sensory perception. It would inflict unimaginable agony upon the wounded and magnify their suffering. The 2 Aos, observing Hinata Riku's torment, exclaimed with excitement, the stone lizard's gland secretion. This is a common item used by the Sunigakure interrogation squad. In battle, Sunigakure frequently applies it to their weapons. The intense pain can incapacitate a combatant, yet due to the difficulty of extraction, it is only issued to a select few elite ninjas. Riku, keep going. Okamoto Daisuke hurled a vial containing a pale blue liquid. Bang! A bone whip shattered the vial midair. The liquid within rapidly vaporized, enveloping the area in a thin mist. The refinement of the blue powder was said to have been invented by Princess Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin. The liquid exhibited a pale blue hue, effectively alleviating the effects of the lizard gland secretion upon consumption, possessing an invigorating quality. However, it evaporated at an astonishingly rapid pace once shattered. Yinsong, observing the delicate wisps of smoke, remarked with great interest, this substance is even more challenging to extract than the lizard gland secretion. I find it hard to believe you possess a second vial, he said, casting a glance at Okamoto Doji, upon witnessing the shattered vial of indigo powder. Okamoto Doji's expression soured. The lizard gland secretion would significantly diminish Hinata Riku's combat prowess in a short span. Nakajima Ao lay severely injured and unconscious, while Aburan Dakudo was left half destroyed, and Hinata Rika herself was wounded. Their adversaries comprised a special jonin from Sunigakure and Keita, a member of the Kagaya clan, known for his formidable Shikatsu Miyaka bloodline limit. Although Keita had met his demise, thus reducing their agility, there was no concern over injuries, allowing for the unrestrained unleashing of the Shikatsu Miyaku's ferocity. gazing at the azure mist generated by the evaporation. Okamoto Dojia retrieved a vial of pale green medicine from his ninja tool pouch, discreetly grasping it in his hand. The water technique formed a membrane that flowed over his palm, dissolving the substance he held. Upon closer inspection, one would notice a hint of green in the water membrane at his palm. In a swift motion, Okamoto Dojia executed the water body flicker technique, appearing beside Hinata Rika and injecting her with an analgesic. This technique utilized the reactive force of the thin layer of water beneath his feet, allowing for erratic movement. Rika, the analgesic will mitigate the effects of the lizard gland secretion for a few minutes. Hold off Keita, and I will handle the rest, Okamoto Dojia instructed. Understood. Hinata Rika nodded. Her condition slightly improved. Water style, rapid-fire water gun technique. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Before Okamoto Dojia, 3 conical water columns emerged, forming a character for Earth and shooting towards various parts of Erming Yongsong's body. With a few deft maneuvers, Erming Yongsong evaded the pointed projectiles. Whoosh, 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 3 more pointed attacks followed. Do you intend to exhaust my chakra with such tactics, you little brat? Erming Yongsong mocked Okamoto Dojia, who had just consumed 2 more military rations. Okamoto Dojia remained silent, swiftly digesting the recently consumed soldier pills in a bid to rapidly replenish his chakra. With a flourish, he unleashed the water release, rain of flowers, sending forth a barrage of water orbs at an astonishing speed toward the 2YZ, caught off guard. The 2YZ were instantly struck by a multitude of water orbs. Little brat, are you running low on chakra? Despite being hit, the impact did not inflict any significant harm upon the 2YZ. The rain of flowers consisted merely of ordinary water orbs, visually impressive, yet reliant on sheer numbers and velocity to strike the enemy. Typically, the purpose of such a technique was to serve in conjunction with allies, concealing within it the true threat of the water iron-linked jade. Chapter 16 concludes here, devoid of any utterances. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Another wave of water orbs soared through the air. Little brat, yet again this feeble ninjutsu. What do you truly intend to achieve? This time, the 2YZ made no effort to evade, bracing themselves against the onslaught. The water orbs struck incessantly against their bodies, merely causing a slight alteration in the trajectory of their maneuvers. Meanwhile, Hinata Rihue, under the relief afforded by painkillers, managed to withstand the assault from Keitai, albeit sustaining several wounds in the close-quarters combat. Blood stained the pristine white attire of the noble Hinata Rihue. She retrieved a soldier pill from her ninja tool pouch, biting down fiercely before swallowing it whole. Prolonged activation of her Byakugan had severely drained her chakra, yet she dared not deactivate it. She needed to remain vigilant regarding the movements of the 2YZ, particularly the elite Jonin, the Sand Village's ghost master, whose mere manipulation of puppets exerted immense pressure upon her. Okamoto Daisuke stared intently at the 2 figures of Yongsong, his entire body trembling, the pores of his skin contracting and expanding, exuding beads of sweat that gradually merged into the water film enveloping half of his body. Under the intense pressure of life and death, he surprisingly felt an unusual calmness. The damp strands of hair clung tightly to his forehead, and an inexplicable thrill surged within him. Okamoto Tosa contemplated his strategy, harboring but a singular thought: to vanquish his adversary and ensure his own survival. Okamoto Daisuke licked his lips, a faint smile gracing the corners of his mouth. Encountering such a lethal battle on his inaugural mission beyond the village, especially against an exceptionally formidable Jonin, filled him with exhilaration. The thrill of dancing on the precipice of life and death was far removed from the sterile indifference of an operating room. Daisuke found himself increasingly drawn to this intoxicating sensation of existing on the edge of mortality. Stop struggling. You might as well submit and become my material. I shall ensure that you radiate with newfound brilliance in the days to come. Ha ha ha. Erming Yongsong pulled the puppet H-Tai back to his side. Do not entertain such thoughts. Even in death, I shall never become your puppet. Besides, I am of the Hyuga branch family. Should I perish, the Byakugan will be extinguished along with me. Hyuga Rihue forcefully tore away the forehead protector, revealing the caged bird symbol upon his brow. I see. Then your existence holds no significance. As soon as Yongsong's words fell, H-Tai pressed his hands against the ground, colossal bone spikes contorting forward, emerging from the earth towards Hyuga Rihue. Gentle fist technique, white dragon reversal. At the instant the bone spikes thrust forth, Rihue arched his body backward into a bridge. Chakra enveloped his right leg, delivering a precise kick aimed at the vulnerable point revealed by his Byakugan. Fragments of shattered bones flew in all directions as Hyuga Rihue supported himself with both hands, rising to his feet. Okamoto Dojie swiftly unleashed a torrent of water, aimed at the two Namyang-sangs. Under the luminous moonlight, a shimmering line of water surged towards them. As Namyang-sang prepared to evade, he suddenly found himself immobilized. Glancing down, he discovered two clusters of parasitic worms ensnaring his feet. In the distance, the oil woman Takuto lay on the ground, a syringe embedded in her arm. Her other hand clenched into a fist directed at him. With a swift motion, the sharp water line sliced through his body, creating a smooth, clean divide. I underestimated you, he thought. My creation has been utterly ruined. You wretched fiends. Namyang-sang gazed at the severed remains of his creation, Asteroid. In a critical moment, he used Asteroid to shield himself from Okamoto Dojie's ninjutsu. Do you think being unable to move affects a puppet master? A scroll materialized in Namyang-sang's hand. He had to admit, while this opponent lacked the artistic finesse of his puppets, the puppetry he devised was commendable. The scroll bore a prominent crimson character. As he formed hand seals, the scroll gently descended to the ground, but no puppet emerged. Huh, what is happening? Namyang-sang pondered, watching the scroll land. You've finally succeeded. Your delay has not been in vain, Okamoto Dojie remarked, observing Namyang-sang's alarm. What have you done to my chakra? Namyang-sang strained to sense his chakra, but it eluded him. Chakra disruption. Do you recall earlier today when you met us? Your companion, Aoi Yujin, remarked on how fragrant you smelled. That scent, was it problematic? Namyang-sang fixed his gaze on Okamoto Dojie. How could a ninja possess such a potent odor? It's the scent of the Aoi fruit, Okamoto Dojie explained. During a serendipitous experiment, I discovered that simultaneous absorption of the Aoi fruit, Nirenui, and Shikinghua could temporarily disrupt chakra extraction. Rinrei, prepare for immediate withdrawal, Okamoto Dojie commanded, retrieving a kunai from his ninja tool pouch, intending first to incapacitate his opponent's limbs. The Aoi fruit can stimulate human hormones to a degree, engendering a sense of affinity towards others. This explains why Aoi Yujin developed feelings for Hinata Rinrei. Despite their limited acquaintance, even the team of Nishida Minoru was somewhat influenced by the Aoi fruit during their mission. Nirenui, an essential ingredient for Bingliangwen, can accelerate chakra extraction. Hucking powder serves to alleviate the effects of Shalixian liquid, effectively paralyzing one's muscular system. While each of these substances is non-toxic and harmless, their combination can obstruct chakra extraction and disrupt its flow. So you began your preparations from our very first meeting. I concede, my defeat is just. I was indeed careless. As Enai Mingyang gazed at Okamoto Daisuke approaching him, he reflected on the reality of being a specially designated jonin. Especially in light of their captain's severe injuries and comatose state, with teammates rendered incapacitated. It was only natural for his peers to look down upon him and Rihue. Alas, there are no ifs in this world. But are you truly confident you can capture me alive? How pitiful, these ninjas. Everyone is merely a tool, myself included. Upon finishing his statement, a peculiar smile spread across Enai Mingyang's face. Quick, Daisuke, move away. He is covered in explosive tags, shouted Hinata Rihue, who stood by. Dozens of explosive tags erupted from Enai Mingyang's body, enveloping him entirely, and one of them ignited with a resounding crackle. Damn it! In an instant, Okamoto Daisuke retreated, activating the water body technique to its utmost, executing a series of swift backward jumps. The water release technique, spurred by the reckless expenditure of chakra, began to envelop him completely. Thus, my fate reaches its conclusion. I hope, my adversary, that you may continue onward to propagate this so-called art of yours. How I long to defeat you with my own hands. Enai Mingyang's mind wandered to that rival with the fiery red hair, who had always been at odds with him. Boom, boom, boom. With a series of thunderous explosions, debris scattered, and dust swirled into the air. Chapter 17. A plea cough, cough, cough. Are you all right? Daisuke and Hinata Rihue spat out the sand and dust that had filled their mouths. At the moment of the explosion, they had desperately retreated to the periphery, alongside Nakajima Aoi and Aburame Takuto. Though they had been caught in the blast, the damage was not severe. Cough, cough, cough. I'm fine, I won't die, Rihone. Okamoto Daisuke rose from the ground, his once pristine attire now riddled with numerous holes from the explosive detonation. Particularly, his upper garment bore a significant tear, revealing a serious burn on his abdomen. Okamoto Dojie assessed his physical condition and injuries, reflecting, the defense of water release and water barrier is still insufficient. My chakra cannot sustain such a severe onslaught. In a reckless attempt to stimulate the expansion of his chakra, he enveloped himself completely. Yet this led to a significant decline in his defensive capabilities. Chakra truly poses an urgent dilemma. Dojia, how are you? We must evacuate at once. The explosion from the last attack by the two Yinshang had been overwhelmingly destructive, and nearby Sunanin would soon arrive. Hinata Rihue looked at the wounded Okamoto Dojie, observing the injury to his abdomen. After sensing the chakra within him, Okamoto Dojie retrieved a bandage from his ninja tool pouch and performed a hasty dressing. Rihue, I'll go fetch that Suna brat. You take the captain and Yunyu Takudo with you, he stated as he bandaged himself. Hinata Rihue, bearing Nakajima Suda on her back, struggled with the unconscious Yunyu Takudo, whose legs were injured from the recent explosion. Dojia, hurry, look, Hinata Rihue called out. Upon hearing her urgent plea, Okamoto Dojia gathered his remaining chakra and rushed towards her. Just as he reached Hinata Rihue's side, he couldn't help but exclaim in shock. The explosion from the two Yinshang had shattered a massive boulder, sending debris flying. Okamoto Daisuke severed the muscles and tendons of Aoyuki Yusuke's limbs with a chakra surgical knife. Helpless and immobilized, Aoyuki Yusuke was struck by massive boulders unleashed by the explosion. The weighty stones dragged his body across the ground for several meters, leaving a trail of blood spanning the length of the friction. The lower half of Aoyuki Yusuke was mercilessly ground to pulp beneath the relentless stone. Gongbin Dusuk crouched down and examined Chin-Yojia. From the waist down, he was utterly crushed beyond redemption. Even if one were to attempt a rescue, the chances of returning to Konoha alive were slim. What to do then? Nishida S. and the two members of the team, Yang Song, were reduced to mere bones. And Hang Tai's body had also been obliterated in the recent explosion. What about the intelligence? Hinata Lihue spoke with a heavy heart. After enduring life and death battles for the sake of information, it turned out to be a futile endeavor, leaving not a single survivor. There was no alternative. It had to be done. Gongbin Dusuk looked at Chin-Yojia and retrieved a syringe from his ninja tool pouch, injecting a stimulant into his neck. Do you have anything to say? The destiny of a ninja is death. It's a pity I still haven't returned. Chin-Yojia spoke in fragmented sentences. Chin-Yojia, what recent movements have there been from the Sunagakure forces? What is the real purpose of your mission this time? How is it that such a lowly team possesses a special Nin like Yang Song? Gongbin Dusuk fixed his gaze upon Chin-Yojia. If you can provide valuable intelligence, we will do our utmost to meet your requests, Hinata Lihue added as she approached Chin-Yojia. Miss Mai. Chin-Yojia's eyes momentarily brightened upon seeing Hinata Lihue, only to fade again. I am but a low-ranking shinobi from Sunagakure. I cannot possibly know the precise movements of our forces. This mission is an escort task to deliver a batch of crates. I once secretly opened one and saw some scrolls, but I am unaware of their specific content, Chin-Yojia explained, glancing at Hinata Lihue. As for Song, I cannot say. Our team has always consisted of Nishida-sensei, Hang Tai, and myself, and Song only joined us for this mission. Unfortunately, I cannot return. The payment for this mission has not yet been sent home, and my little sister is still waiting for me. Miss Mai. In my jacket pocket, Chin-Yojia said to Hinata Lihue. Hinata Lihue remained silent as Gongbin Dusuk reached into Chin-Yojia's chest pocket, retrieving a box of skincare cream, a gift from Hinata Lihue before their departure in the afternoon. Gazing at the box, he recalled his father's admonition before setting out on this mission. You little rascal, be careful out there and remember to respect your teachers. His 5-year-old sister leaned against the door, looking up at him and saying, Brother, can you come back early? I miss you so much. Chin-Yojia gently ruffled his sister's hair, replying, Silly girl, I'm going out to earn money. Once I make enough, I'll treat you and Dad to meet every day. Just stay at home and take good care of Dad. Okay, I will definitely take care of Dad. You can count on me. I'll wait for you to come back and eat meat. A gentle smile danced across the face of the younger sister, perhaps inspired by the thought of sharing a meal with her brother. Rest assured, I shall return promptly once my task is complete. She expressed a desire to adorn her sister in pristine garments, transforming her into a reflection of the well-off children. Observing her sister's tattered clothing, parched complexion, and roughened fingers, Aoyuki's heart ached. I implore you, should the opportunity arise, please look after my sister. Our father is injured at home and has no means of support, and I fear I may meet my demise here. If you see her, kindly deliver this to her. Encourage her to apply it frequently for the sake of her skin. Her name is Aoi. Yet, before he could finish his plea, Aoyuki fell silent. The once bright glimmer in his eyes gradually dimmed. He thought of his sister, waiting by the door for his return, and felt a pang of sorrow. Forgive me, dear sister, for this time. Your brother cannot join you and our father for a meal. The finality of his fate settled upon him. Okamoto Daisuke gazed down at the box of bloodstained skincare cream in his hands and slowly tucked it into his ninja tool pouch. The world of ninjas is indeed merciless. One is either the hunter or the hunted. Yet, I find myself devoid of fear. Instead, an exhilarating thrill courses through me. As he looked upon the lifeless Aoyuki, he resolved, I shall fulfill your request. With that, he retrieved a kunai from his pouch, its blade gleaming ominously. Okamoto Daisuke severed the head of Aoyuki Yusuke. Daisuke, you. Hinata Rika gazed at Okamoto Daisuke. Chapter 18. Retreat. Captain Nakajima and Aburame Takuto lay unconscious. We could only take his head back to the village, hoping they could extract useful intelligence from it. Okamoto Daisuke said coldly. Let us go, Rika. Okamoto Daisuke and Hinata Rihue each carried a person on their backs, hastening towards the land of fire. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The duo navigated swiftly through the forest. Daisuke. Quicken your pace. Enemies may arrive at any moment. Coming to a halt against the trunk of a grand tree, Hinata wiped the sweat from his brow and adjusted the weight of the oil girl, Takuto, on his back. The recent battle, coupled with their prolonged journey, left both Hinata and Okamoto gasping for breath. Okamoto Tosuke leaned Nakajima Aota against a tree. He retrieved a length of wire from his ninja tool pouch to begin setting up a trap. Okamoto Daisuke did not expect the traps he set to hinder the pursuing forces of Sunahin. Rather, he aimed to ascertain the enemy's position and their proximity. Thus, after traversing each segment of the journey, Okamoto Daisuke would pause to establish another trap. Having completed this task, he merely acknowledged it with a brief response before shouldering Nakajima Aoi and resuming his trek. The bandaged abdomen subtly oozed traces of blood. Silence enveloped them as Okamoto Daisuke and Hinata Rihua spoke not a word, both absorbed in the journey ahead. As dawn broke, illuminating the dense forest, shadows flitted ceaselessly among the trees. At last, they arrived in the land of fire. Hinata Rihua halted, her voice tinged with a hint of excitement as she spoke. Okamoto Daisuke remained silent, meticulously observing his surroundings. Hinata Rihue, do you not feel that the atmosphere is unusually quiet? With a roll of her eyes, she acknowledged his observation. Upon hearing Daisuke's words, Hinata Rihue also sensed the abnormality. It was the season when the weather officially began to warm, and the early morning was typically a time of vibrant activity for insects and birds. Yet, not a single chirp or buzz could be heard in their vicinity. The veins around Hinata Rihue's eyes were pronounced. In the panoramic view of her wide eyes, 6 ninjas had encircled both her and Okamoto Daisuke. Daisuke. It seems we are trapped, she said with a bittersweet smile, gesturing to indicate their encirclement. She placed the unconscious oil user Takuto gently on the ground and assumed a combat stance. Observing Hinata Rihue's movements, Okamoto Daisuke paused momentarily before quickly grasping the situation. He carefully laid Nakajima Aota, who had fainted, flat on the ground. Beneath his body, he discreetly set 5 explosive tags, crafting a rudimentary trigger trap. The explosive tags had been distributed to him by Nakajima Aota when they left the village. Each member received 2, while Nakajima, as the captain, received 3. All provided by the village. Okamoto Daisuke retrieved Nakajima Aotaka's explosive tag. Through her Byakugan, Hinata Rihue observed Okamoto's actions, her words lingering on the tip of her tongue before being swallowed back. The information that a ninja's corpse could reveal was vast. Kanola could extract certain details from a body that had been deceased for no more than 24 hours. Captain Nakajima, an elite jonin of the village, undoubtedly possessed knowledge far beyond our own. Thus, his body must not be left behind. Okamoto spoke in a tone devoid of warmth. He straightened, brandishing his kunai, and assumed a combat stance back-to-back with Hinata Rihue. I will strive to locate the weaknesses in their defenses and create an opportunity for you to break through. You must survive. Alas, I was hoping to rely on you to find Lady Tsunade, Hinata whispered softly. Let us focus on the prospect of returning alive first. Do you think there is still a chance, Rihue? Okamoto lamented, feeling the warmth of her form behind him. To his surprise, the Byakugan had rendered any need for concealment unnecessary. Konoha's little brats, surrender, announced 5 sand ninjas, their faces obscured by veils, emerging from all directions. As he beheld the sand ninjas stepping out from the woods, Okamoto felt a chill wash over him. He and Hinata had already endured a fierce battle against 2 opponents and had been traveling for an extended period, their chakra nearly depleted. Upon entering the land of fire, they had initially believed they were free from pursuit, only to discover that their foes had anticipated their arrival, lying in wait. There was no chance of victory. The Sand Interrogation Unit, a subordinate of the Sand Zumbu, was tasked with extracting intelligence from enemy village ninjas. The main strength of the Sand Umbu monitored the status of the one-tailed Jinchuriki, making the interrogation unit primarily responsible for tracking rogue ninjas and analyzing intelligence. It seemed the two opponents were eliminated by the enemy team. They had no intention of surrendering. One Sand Jonin observed Hinata and Okamoto, who had assumed battle stances. Take them away. The 5 Sand Ninjas instantly launched their assault. A gust of wind surged towards Okamoto and Hinata. He tightened his grip on the kunai. Just then, a uniquely shaped kunai flew past Okamoto's face. Doton, DZ. A circular earthen wall surrounded Hinata and Okamoto, blocking all incoming attacks. A young man clad in the standard Konoha Jonin vest, with a forehead protector bearing the leaf emblem and golden hair, crouched before Okamoto. Realization struck him. Reinforcements had arrived. You made it just in time. The golden-haired youth turned to smile at Hinata and Okamoto. With me here, you two should leave. Konoha has no intention of engaging in battle with the sand at this time. Namikaze Minato surveyed the surrounding sand ninjas. Who do you think you are, you little brat? Well, the Sand Village's Jonin, leading the team, spoke with disdain. Before he could finish his words, Minato Namikaze instantaneously appeared before him. Performing a jutsu without hand seals, the Rasengan embedding itself into the opponent's body. The sand leader's arm was shattered, and he was sent spiraling away. The remaining sand shinobi, witnessing their leader being dispatched in an instant, lost all desire to continue fighting. One of them hoisted the incapacitated leader, and they vanished in a flurry of movement. Greetings. I am Minato Namikaze, a Jonin from Konohagakure. Minato, observing their retreat, had no intention of pursuing. He turned back to greet Okamoto Daisuke and the others. Seeing Minato before him, Okamoto Daisuke felt an immense sense of relief. With the presence of this future 4th Hokage, unless the 3rd Kazekage arrived, their safety was virtually assured. Hello, Jonin Minato. I am Okamoto Daisuke, a disciple of Lady Tsunade. As he looked at Minato, Okamoto felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. Despite the pain that coursed through his body. Oh, so you are Okamoto Daisuke. I've heard from Jiraiya-sensei about the prodigious disciple that Lady Tsunade has taken under her wing. Minato remarked with a smile. Jonin Minato, how is it that you are here? I didn't notice your presence earlier. Hinata Riku, standing nearby, inquired of the kindly-faced Minato. Ah, you see, I was leading a small team on an escort mission nearby when I discovered Sand Shinobi invading the Land of Fire's territory. I had been observing them for some time, unaware that they were lying in ambush for you, Minato explained. Come, let me escort you back to the village. He gestured toward the 2 individuals lying on the ground, along with the battered Okamoto Daisuke and Hinata Riku. Okamoto Daisuke stepped forward to dismantle the rudimentary triggering trap, retrieving the explosive tag and returning it to his ninja tool pouch. Looking at the trap dismantled by Okamoto, Namikaze Minato could only imagine that had he not arrived in time, Okamoto might have unhesitatingly perished alongside his adversary. Let us proceed. Namikaze Minato stated as he approached Hinata Rihue and hoisted the unconscious oil woman Takudo onto his back. The trio then made their way towards the village. Chapter 19. Returning to the village, what will become of the mission for your team, Minato-senpai? Okamoto Daisuke inquired, glancing at Namikaze Minato as they walked back together. Rest assured. I briefed Kakashi before coming here. He will complete the mission alongside Obito and Rin, Minato reassured with a smile. And please, there's no need to refer to me as Minato-senpai. You may call me Minato and II. We are of the same generation, after all. Very well, Minato and II. How did you find yourself within our encirclement? Okamoto Daisuke asked, curiosity evident in his tone. Oh, that was the Flying Thunder God technique. A space-time ninjutsu invented by the 2nd Hokage. If you're interested, I would be delighted to teach you, Minato responded enthusiastically. Observing Minato ahead, Okamoto Daisuke couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. What a genuinely good person he was. It was no wonder that he would one day rise from humble beginnings to become Hokage. Such charisma was something Okamoto felt he could never emulate. Minato had no intention of concealing his secret technique. The Flying Thunder God technique was one of the few space-time ninjutsu in the entire Hokage lineage, rivaled only by Obito's Sharingan's Kamui. It would be impossible for Okamoto to remain indifferent to this, yet he found himself at a loss, as the technique had long been classified in the Forbidden Scrolls of Konoha. Moreover, within the entire ninja world, aside from the creator of the technique, the 2nd Hokage, only Namikaze Minato had managed to learn it, underscoring the significant difficulty of mastering this jutsu. Minato's ascension to the position of fourth Hokage, standing at the pinnacle of the ninja world, owed much to the prowess of the Flying Thunder God technique. While mastering this technique would not instantaneously elevate Okamoto Daisuke to the heights of the ninja world, it would undoubtedly serve as a significant leap forward on his path of growth. By the way, Minato and I am classmates with Kakashi, Obito, and Rin from your team, Okamoto Daisuke remarked. I truly appreciate your help, Minato-senpai. Without you, Daisuke and I would surely have perished here. Once we return, I will make sure to express my gratitude properly, Hinata Ryuhei interjected before Minato could respond. We are all comrades from the same village. Anyone would act similarly in such a situation. Do not dwell on it, Minato replied, his thoughts drifting to a certain individual with silver hair, prompting him to shake his head slightly. Minato and I, do not be modest. Had it not been for you, I would have been prepared to perish alongside my adversary. Okamoto Daisuke insisted. I must express my heartfelt gratitude to you, and we shall also invite Obito and Rin along. Okamoto Daisuke remarked with a smile. This presents a splendid opportunity to cultivate a favorable relationship with the future fourth Hokage. It is imperative that we seize it. Okamoto Daisuke mused silently to himself. The group continued their journey in a formation, with Hinata Ryuhei slightly lagging behind on the left, observing the jovial exchange between Okamoto Daisuke and Minato Namikaze. Both were disciples under the legendary Sannin of Konoha. Contemplating this, Hinata Ryuhei instinctively touched her forehead. Amidst their lively conversation, the bond between Okamoto Daisuke and Minato Namikaze grew increasingly intimate, and before they knew it, they had entered the perimeter of Konoha village. All right. We have reached the boundary of the village. I must return to assist Kakashi and the others in completing their mission. After you return, be sure to tend to your injuries. I shall take my leave now, Minato Namikaze stated, handing over Oil Girl Takuto to Hinata Ryuhei before utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport away. Ryuhei, let us proceed. We have survived. What is there to be disheartened about? Okamoto Daisuke encouraged, noticing Hinata Ryuhei's slightly melancholic demeanor. Indeed, you are correct. What could be more terrifying than death? We are those who can confront mortality. There is nothing we should shy away from, she replied, striding forward with renewed determination. Standing at the village's entrance, Okamoto Daisuke, burdened with Nakajima Ao, strained to gaze upon the imposing gates that loomed 3/4 the height of the wall. As he lifted his gaze to the emblem of Konoha situated between the two characters for ninja above the entrance, a profound sense of belonging towards this village washed over him for the first time. Steadying his resolve, Okamoto Daisuke advanced toward the village. Who are you? A ninja stationed at the entrance halted Okamoto Daisuke and Hinata Ryuhei, eyeing them as they bore the injured, their garments tattered and bodies marred with wounds. It was only upon being stopped that Okamoto Daisuke realized he was not wearing his forehead protector. He had stowed it away during his reconnaissance mission. Okamoto Daisuke gently placed Nakajima Aoda down and retrieved the mission scroll from his clothing, addressing the two guarding ninjas. Greetings. We are a team returning from a mission and were ambushed on our way back. One of the ninjas examined the mission scroll, along with Okamoto Daisuke's ninja headband and their village exit records. Hinata Ryuhei also removed her colored contact lenses, revealing her pronounced bloodline limit. I apologize. We initially could not ascertain your identities due to your lack of headbands, another ninja expressed, returning the items they had inspected. No worries, it's quite all right. Okamoto Daisuke reassured them as he shouldered Nakajima Aoda and, together with Hinata Ryuhei, headed directly towards the Konoha hospital. Upon their arrival at Konoha Hospital, Okamoto Daisuke rushed into the emergency room, quickly locating an empty bed. Skillfully, he settled Nakajima Aoda and Aburame Takuto before turning to a passing nurse. Kazuna, please assist me in preparing some medicine. Gripped unexpectedly by the arm, Kazuna gasped in surprise. Turning to see the battered Okamoto Daisuke, she noted his once neatly tied hair now disheveled, his clothes tattered and stained, and his fair complexion marred by traces of dust and sand. His exposed skin bore numerous minor abrasions and scratches, especially the abdomen, where blood seeped from beneath the bandages, drying into a dark brown hue. Daisuke, what has happened to you? Are you all right? The girl exclaimed, unable to reconcile the sight of her once pristine brother in such disarray, her voice trembling with disbelief. You should lie down. I will fetch a doctor immediately for your treatment. It's nothing serious. Kazuna, please just help me gather some medicine, Okamoto Daisuke urged, attempting to calm the visibly anxious Kazuna. Is Tsunade-sensei in the hospital? My teammate requires her attention, he inquired. You little rascal, return to your bed at once. A familiar voice commanded with an undeniable tone of authority. Sensei. Okamoto Daisuke turned to see Tsunade, her tall figure dominating his view. Looking up, he found her lips pressed tightly together and her brow furrowed, gazing at him with a heart-wrenching expression. You have worked hard. Tsunade gazed at Okamoto Daisuke, whose body was marred with bruises. She opened her mouth, hesitated, and finally uttered 4 words. Chapter 20. A holiday knock, knock, knock. Please come in. Okamoto Daisuke, clad in a striped hospital gown, lay in bed, directing his gaze toward the door of the ward. With a creak, the doorknob turned and the door swung open. The familiar sound of footsteps echoed as a girl dressed in a bright orange short-sleeve shirt entered. Her long hair cascaded over her shoulders, the ends slightly curling, exuding a charming blend of poise and playful cuteness, while she carried a brown lunchbox tucked under her arm. You've arrived, Rihue-chan. Okamoto Daisuke greeted as he watched the approaching girl. How come you're sitting up? Does your wound no longer hurt? Hinata Rihue inquired with concern, as she began to unpack an array of delectable dishes from the lunchbox, filling the table in front of Okamoto Daisuke. It's all right, Rihue-chan. I am my own physician. I am well aware of my condition, Okamoto Daisuke replied, his attention drawn to the feast laid out before him. Well then, hurry and eat. I still need to visit Captain Nakajima and Takuto, Hinata Rihue urged. After spending a few days in the hospital, Hinata Rihue was discharged. She had not sustained any severe injuries, aside from being pricked by 2 steel needles laced with the venom of a stone lizard, and her body bore only minor scrapes. Thus, she had been discharged the previous day. In her own words, she could no longer endure the stench of antiseptic. With nothing to occupy her time after her release, Hinata Rihue devoted herself to preparing lunch for Okamoto Daisuke. Upon seeing the bountiful spread before him, Okamoto Daisuke could not help but exclaim, Rihue-chan, this is far too much. How many shops did you visit to gather all this? You've truly spoiled me. Hee, Hinata Rihue giggled, covering her mouth with her fair hand. I did not spend a dime. I made all of this myself, she said with a hint of pride. Okamoto Daisuke was momentarily struck by a profound revelation. Astonished to discover this facet of Hinata's character. Is this the nature of children from a large family? They can take to the battlefield while simultaneously managing household affairs, excelling in both the grand hall and the kitchen. Impressive indeed, and utterly delightful. As he raised his chopsticks to savor a generous bite of food, Okamoto Daisuke couldn't help but give Hinata a thumbs up, showering her with praise. To his surprise, Hinata, you can cook, and so well at that. It's nothing much. It's a fundamental lesson ingrained in our family traditions, one that every girl must learn from a young age, she replied. There was an evident pause in her tone when she mentioned the division of the family. In the Hinata clan, girls are assigned a fiancé at a relatively young age. So we begin learning these domestic skills quite early, Hinata explained, her eyes reflecting a hint of gravity. Please, eat quickly, once you finish. I need to see Captain Nakajima and Takuto, she urged, noticing Okamoto Daisuke's gaze lingering on her. With that, Hinata plopped down beside him, her fair arms raised, elbows resting on her thighs, her torso slightly bent forward, hands clasped together supporting her chin. Perched on the hospital bed due to her height, her legs dangled freely, the movement of her delicate calves glistening like white jade under the midday sun, creating a striking contrast. The clogs clung tightly to her toes, producing a soft scraping sound as they brushed against the smooth skin of her calves. Her big toe and middle toe gripped firmly onto the straps of her clogs, causing the tender skin to pale slightly under the pressure. Hurry up and eat. We still have things to see, she playfully admonished, giving Okamoto Daisuke a gentle nudge on the shoulder. I need to eat more. Otherwise, when you leave, I won't get to enjoy this anymore. Okamoto Daisuke chuckled. I'm 12 this year, now a chunin. If I can't advance to jonin, my family will likely assign me a fiancé by the time I turn 15. If I'm fortunate, it might be from the main house. If not, perhaps from a branch family. Hinata spoke with a tone laced with a hint of melancholy and resignation. Observing Hinata's despondent expression, Okamoto Daisuke felt a tug at his heart. Don't worry, Hinata, you will definitely become a jonin. Not only that, but you will also be able to make your own decisions in the future, he affirmed resolutely. Haha, thank you, Daisuke, Hinata said, unable to suppress a smile at the sight of his earnest promise, rice grains dotting the corners of his mouth. Wait a moment, she called out, stopping him as he was about to dive back into his meal. Leaning closer, she gently brushed her right hand across the corner of his mouth. Okamoto Daisuke gazed at the girl drawing nearer to him, a ripple of emotion stirring within his heart. The girl's fair and pristine visage approached closer. And when Hinata Rika's hand brushed against his lips, a tingling sensation surged from the corners of his mouth to his very soul. Daisuke, I have brought you something delicious. Suddenly, the door to the hospital room was thrust open with undue force. A petite figure appeared in the doorway, clad in a purple dress. Yoshino seemed a different person compared to her usual appearance in nurse attire, while the nurse's uniform exuded solemnity and seriousness. The vibrant purple dress rendered the typically earnest Yoshino all the more lively and charming, as if the sunlight streaming into the room intensified in warmth amidst her vibrant presence. Her hair, usually confined beneath a nurse's cap, was now styled into two playful pigtails that seemed to bounce in rhythm with her emotions. Yoshino stood at the threshold, holding a plastic food container. Why you, all? She stammered upon witnessing Hinata Rika gently wiping Daisuke's mouth. The lively pigtails, sensing their owner's mood, fell quietly to rest behind her. So, Daisuke, you have already eaten. Gazing at the array of food spread across the table, her words faltered. Yoshino-chan. Daisuke called out. Oh, I must check if Dr. Enmoto has had his meal. You should eat quickly, Daisuke. With that, Yoshino closed the door behind her. Thud, thud. Thud, the sound of footsteps echoed from outside. Unable to contain himself, Daisuke covered his face with his hands. Who would have thought, little Daisuke, you were quite popular? Hinata Rika remarked with a sardonic grin as she rose to her feet. Colleague, that's my co-worker from the hospital, Daisuke explained, though he was uncertain why he felt the need to justify. Humph. Hinata Rika disregarded him. I will go check on Captain Nakajima and Takuto. You take your time eating. With that, she picked up a food container beside her and turned to leave. I'll join you, Rikane. Wait for me. Daisuke exclaimed as he hurriedly took a few bites of his meal. Chapter 21. Holiday 2. Knock, knock, knock. Please come in. Okamoto Daisuke and Hinata Rika entered the hospital room together. It's you two, Daisuke, Rika, Nakajima Aoi remarked, looking at his two subordinates. He owed his life to their desperate efforts to save him. Rika had already provided a brief account. This mission was my incompetence. I almost led the entire squad to death, Nakajima Aoi lamented, striking the bed with his fist. As captain, he felt not only had he failed to protect his subordinates, but he had also become a burden to them. Two individuals, both unconscious, were carried back by their comrades, a low-ranking ninja and a middle-ranking ninja. They first eliminated a shinobi with the title from Sunagakure and managed to evade the relentless pursuit of Sunagakure's forces. The peril they faced was unimaginable. Merely contemplating it reveals the gravity of the situation. The absence of their captain was palpable, yet it was primarily due to the efforts of D-Suk. Without him, we would have surely fallen victim to the lethal blades of the Sunagakure's infamous duo, Y-Suk and K. Hinata Rihue hastily elucidated. Indeed, it was Rihue who managed to stall the enemy's primary combatants, affording me the opportunity to act, D-Suk interjected, waving his hands dismissively at Rihue's self-deprecation. Enough of this excessive modesty, you two. Even I would find it nearly impossible to vanquish a ninja of such renown with ease. Nakajima felt a surge of emotion watching his two subordinates, an unwavering commitment to his comrades that could potentially lead to his own demise. Moreover, I truly owe you both a significant debt of gratitude, one that may take a lifetime to repay. Esta chuckled. Captain, you should eat your meal promptly. Hinata Rihue placed a bento box on Nakajima Esta's table. Opening the box, Esta remarked, Rihue, your culinary skills have truly improved. Please, sit down. There's no need for you to remain standing. Captain, regarding this mission, due to the intense battle, the bodies of Y-Suk and several others were severely damaged. We only managed to retrieve the head of the Sunagakure shinobi, Aoi-K, as you were unconscious at the time, so I entrusted it to Tsunade-sama. D-Suk explained to Esta. No matter, our squad's survival is entirely thanks to your efforts. As long as we are alive, everything else can be addressed. I have already submitted a mission report detailing the events. Furthermore, we owe a great deal to Lady Tsunade, who tirelessly worked throughout the night to treat Takuto's injuries. This is all my fault. Had it not been for me, Takuto would not have sustained such severe wounds. Esti expressed his heartfelt sentiments regarding Tsunade. Then, Captain Nakajima. Please eat your meal and rest early. I shall go check on Takuto. Observing Esta's inclination to engage in a lengthy discourse, D-Suk promptly rose, preparing to depart. As he noticed Rihue still seated, D-Suk grasped her hand and pulled her up, leading her out of the room. What are you doing? I haven't even taken my bento. Rihue complained as they exited the room. Did you not see Captain Nakajima's expression? If we linger any longer, he will drown in self-reproach. He needs some time to adjust. Daisuke explained while guiding Rihue toward Wai and Takuto's room. You may leave. But why must you drag me along? Rihue remarked, glancing at Daisuke, who firmly held her hand. Hearing Hinata Ryuwa's complaints, Okamoto Daisuke quickly released his grip and scratched the back of his head, chuckling to himself. How anxious he is, truly a fool. Observing Okamoto Daisuke's foolish demeanor, Hinata Ryuwa strode past him, advancing forward. Upon reaching the door of oilwoman Takuto's hospital room, she noticed it was not fully closed, leaving a slight gap. As Okamoto Daisuke was about to knock on the door, he was greeted by a cacophony of crashing sounds from within. The clamor of objects being struck filled the air. Takuto, you've just awakened. You must eat something, came the gentle voice of a middle-aged woman. Mother, will I truly become a ninja? Oilwoman Takuto's voice trembled with uncertainty. A deep sigh escaped the gentle voice, conveying unspoken sentiments. Takuto, in this world, nothing is perfect. Compared to many who have perished directly in war and missions, you are undoubtedly fortunate. Moreover, Lady Tsunade has assured us that your teammates' medical ninjutsu provided urgent care for your legs, ensuring that they will not hinder your future endeavors. The soothing voice continued. Then, the sound of muffled sobs emanated from the hospital room. Okamoto Daisuke withdrew his hand, which had intended to knock on the door. He exchanged a glance with Hinata Ritsuei, shook his head, and turned to walk back to his hospital room. Hinata Ritsuei stealthily followed behind him. As Okamoto Daisuke returned to his room, he reflected on the cries of Aburame Takuto. Indeed, this world is a cruel place. It possesses powers that were previously unknown. Yet it is unforgiving. A moment's carelessness can lead to the loss of life. At least we are still alive. As long as we breathe, there remains hope. Hinata Ritsuei remarked, standing by the window, gazing at Okamoto Daisuke, who lay upon the bed. In the Hokage's office in Konohagakure, the third Hokage clenched a pipe between his lips, exhaling a thick cloud of smoke. Upon the expansive desk, instead of the usual crystal ball, lay 3 open scrolls. One detailed a reconnaissance mission at the borders of the Wind Country. Another contained intelligence analysis on Aoyuki Yusuke. The final scroll, resting atop the others, discussed the significance and feasibility of promoting medical ninjas within the team. This report had been presented to the Hokage by Nakajima Aoi and the Intelligence Analysis Department. Along with Tsunade, following Okamoto Daisuke's team's return, the third Hokage took a deep draw from his pipe, closed his eyes to ponder for a considerable time, then slowly exhaled the smoke with a gentle sigh. He felt a profound sense of astonishment towards Okamoto Daisuke, recalling Nakajima Aoi's remarks in the mission briefing. He had been aware of the young man's performance during the school ranking battles, yet he had not anticipated such remarkable excellence during this mission, particularly when unexpected challenges arose. Had it not been for Okamoto Daisuke's extraordinary composure, his strategic approach, and his exceptional medical ninjutsu, any other team would likely have seen Nakajima Aoi and Aburame Takuto perish, perhaps even suffering total annihilation. Reflecting on Okamoto Daisuke's brilliance and his meticulous control, the Hokage felt a deep sense of respect. He is truly an exceptional talent. What is even more commendable is that, whether at the beginning or during withdrawal, Okamoto Daisuke has never abandoned his comrades. In comparison, his former rival Kakashi Hitaki is undoubtedly a surprising genius. However, following the tragic suicide of his father, the White Fang of Konoha, his demeanor has grown increasingly reclusive, often finding himself ostracized from his original team. Particularly noteworthy is that Okamoto Daisuke is also a disciple of Tsunade, who herself is a student of Jiraiya, a rather unorthodox figure. It is astonishing that Tsunade could produce such an outstanding disciple, especially considering her notorious gambling habits. The third Hokage felt a headache coming on as he realized the importance of nurturing Okamoto Daisuke effectively. Taking a deep drag from his cigarette, the third Hokage picked up the top document concerning the significance and feasibility of assigning medical ninjas to teams, noting Tsunade's signature at the bottom. Chapter 22. During the holiday. Gazing at the report submitted by Tsunade, the third Hokage slowly exhaled a thick cloud of smoke. In her report, Tsunade used Okamoto Daisuke's recent mission as an example, enumerating the numerous advantages of having medical ninjas within teams, clearly outlining various beneficial points for the village. Tsunade still seemed unable to let go of the deaths of Rope Tree and Dan. The third Hokage let out a resigned sigh. Although Konoha currently boasts the largest number of medical ninjas among the 5 great nations, Tsunade's proposal remains excessively radical. Convincing the ninja clans within the village to agree would pose a significant challenge. The primary issue is that training medical ninjas requires time. Gently setting down Tsunade's report, The third Hokage scrutinized the intelligence analysis regarding Kyujin, his brow furrowed in concern. Kyujin is merely a genin, and he possesses no knowledge about the two sand-hidden ghosts, Yangsong, encountered by Okamoto Daisuke during their mission. The intelligence division, led by the Yamaka clan, discovered that during their extraction of Kyujin's memories, they unearthed a substantial number of storage scrolls among the goods they were escorting. Moreover, within Kyujin's fleeting memories, the intelligence department revealed that the leader of the Sand Hidden, acclaimed as the strongest wind shadow, has not been seen in the village for several months. The primary objective of the Sand Hidden Interrogation Unit, which ambushed Okamoto Daisuke and his team in the Land of Fire, is to search for the whereabouts of the third wind shadow. According to the analysis submitted by the Intelligence Division, the Wind Country is impoverished, and its citizens lead dire lives, desperately seeking a breakthrough. With its favorable geographical position and fertile land, alongside the absence of the third wind shadow, the likelihood of the Sand Hidden initiating war is exceedingly high. War is an inescapable concept. Whether during the era of warring states or since the founding of the ninja village by the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, to quell conflicts, warfare has persisted. His own mentor, the second Hokage, also perished in the Second Shinobi World War. If the Sand Hidden truly engages in warfare with Konoha, what course of action should Konoha take? Rubbing his temples, which throbbed with a dull pain, the third Hokage rose and approached the window, gazing across the street. His eyes fixated on the imposing visage of Hokage Rock in the distance. The third Hokage gestured with his hand. A figure clad in a hooded cloak, adorned with a mysterious cat mask, knelt on one knee. Hokage-sama, what commands do you have? Inform Advisor Mido, Advisor T-Rin, and Elder Shimizu to convene in the meeting room. With a swift motion, the masked Umbu vanished in an instant. High-level meetings may not affect the lives of the common folk, at least not for the time being. Engaging in war with Sunagakure is a matter that transcends individual discretion, particularly that of a mere genin like Okamoto Daisuke, who at present is leisurely wandering the streets. Daisuke, come quickly. Look ahead, there's a goldfish catching stall. Hyuga Riku waved at him from several meters ahead. Okamoto Daisuke observed the girl ahead, who was cheerfully waving at him, and quickened his pace. Ever since Hinata Rika had consistently brought him meals for several days, their relationship had progressed by leaps and bounds. Although neither had made any formal promises to the other, a profound sense of affection blossomed between them. Okamoto Daisuke approached, observing Hinata Rihue squatting by the edge of the pool. Boss, how much do you charge for this? Hinata Rihue held a freshly purchased cotton candy in her left hand, occasionally taking a bite, while her right hand stirred the water, startling the goldfish that swiftly darted away. Amused by the frightened little fish, Hinata Rihue erupted into giggles. Well, for this, you can scoop twice for 1 or 2 coins. Would you like to give it a try, little girl? The proprietor, a middle-aged man with dark skin and a straw hat, sat on the opposite side of the pool. He wiped the sweat from his forehead with a towel hanging around his neck. From a nearby wooden crate, he retrieved several scoops and handed them to Hinata Rihue. She stood up, shaking off the droplets of water from her hands. Daisuke, will you join me? Hinata Rihue inquired, looking at Okamoto Daisuke. You go ahead. I'll just watch you, he replied. All right then, observe as I showcase my skills. Hinata Rihue responded, handing over the money to the boss. After receiving the scoop, she prepared to catch fish. Gently, she lowered the scoop into the water, targeting a small fish, and slowly raised the scoop. With a splash, she called out, Daisuke. Give it a try. Who knows, you might just catch one. Okamoto Daisuke received 2 nets from Hinata, whose fair hands presented them. He commenced his first attempt at fishing. And with a swift motion, a goldfish collided with the net, tearing it asunder. Hee, young man, you must take your time, the proprietor remarked, observing their antics with a smile. Okamoto Daisuke slowly extended the remaining net into the water, gradually lifting it up, yet before the net could reach the goldfish, it disintegrated. Alas, it's made of rice paper. You cannot be this sluggish, the boss remarked, observing Okamoto Daisuke, who emerged from the water dejectedly with the empty net. Witnessing the net with a significant tear, Hinata Rika's eyes brimmed with disappointment. Allow me, she asserted, pushing Okamoto Daisuke aside, seizing the remaining intact net, and began to carefully scoop upward. Inch by inch, the net ascended, and a small fish was gently lifted by Hinata Rika. On the tiny net, a little red goldfish flitted about restlessly. Congratulations, young lady, you are truly remarkable. Quickly, place it inside. Be careful not to let it fall again, the boss said. Holding a plastic bag filled with water, his voice filled with joy. "Rika, you are amazing," Okamoto Daisuke exclaimed, giving her a thumbs up as he gazed at the goldfish she had caught. "Daisuke, hold this. There are still more delights ahead," Hinata Rika declared, and with that, she trotted forward, the sound of her wooden clogs echoing with each step. Okamoto Daisuke gazed at the distant figure of Hinata, retreating further away, as he reluctantly accepted the plastic bag containing a goldfish from his boss. "Young man," the boss remarked, "pursuing a young lady is not something you can achieve with your demeanor. You must exhibit patience and engage in more conversation and laughter. How could you expect any girl to take a liking to you with that cold expression? When you have the time, lend a hand to my business, and I shall assist you in return." With that, the boss cast Okamoto a knowing glance. Okamoto Daisuke gazed at his employer, his heart silently exclaiming his astonishment at the true nature of such a boss. Without acknowledging the other, he turned and pursued Hinata Rika. Throughout the afternoon, Hinata Rika and Okamoto Daisuke indulged in a myriad of activities at the fair, from dart throwing and balloon popping to dodgeball and ring toss. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Okamoto Daisuke and Hinata Rika made their way toward the direction of the Hinata clan's territory. Okamoto Daisuke held a net with a captured goldfish in one hand, while a plush bear, towering over him, was slung across his back. Hinata Rihue, on the other hand, was laden with an assortment of snacks purchased along the way. "Daisuke, I had a wonderful time today. Thank you," Rihue remarked, tilting her head to gaze at him. "Indeed, I too am quite pleased. I never imagined there were such delightful places in our village," Daisuke replied with a smile. Since his arrival in this world, Daisuke had dedicated himself to rigorous training and his studies at the Ninja Academy, seldom allowing himself a moment of leisure. Today, however, he experienced a rare and joyous relaxation that he had not felt in ages. Chapter 23, An Unexpected Encounter with Ant Snake. "Are you leaving the hospital tomorrow?" Rihue asked, observing Daisuke. "Yes, my wounds have nearly healed. If it weren't for Tsunade-sensei preventing me from using healing jutsu, I would have already treated myself," Daisuke explained. "Oh, then I won't need to rise early each day to prepare your lunch anymore," she replied, her once cheerful tone now dulled. "Daisuke, if it would be too much trouble, you are welcome to come to my home to cook," he suggested, sensing her despondency. "Is that really appropriate? What if people misunderstand?" Rihue's eyes sparkled with newfound brightness at his words. "Not at all. Rest assured, Rihue, I live alone, and there would be no misunderstandings. As long as you don't mind the inconvenience." "Very well then, it's settled. I will visit your house when I have the time to help prepare your lunch." She agreed, her footsteps echoing cheerfully once more. They continued their light-hearted banter until they arrived at the Hyuga clan's residence. As Daisuke watched Rihue enter, her arms filled with the day's prizes, all he could see from behind were her delicate, fair feet and wooden clogs, while the towering plush bear obscured her petite figure, swaying unsteadily as she made her way home. Okamoto Daisuke smiled at the silhouette of the other party and turned to leave. "Hey, where does this commoner come from? Do you think you are worthy of the girl from the Hyuga clan?" A ninja clad in a chunin vest from the Hyuga clan obstructed Okamoto Daisuke's path. "Let me tell you, the offspring of the Hyuga clan, even from the branch family, would never marry a mere vagabond." Another ninja from the Hyuga clan mocked Okamoto Daisuke. "Kid, do not ever show your face within the boundaries of the Hyuga territory again. Do you understand?" Okamoto Daisuke gazed at the ninja obstructing his path, a surge of anger swelling within him. Moments earlier, he had intended to escort Hinata Tachi home, yet it was this gatekeeper who, deeming Okamoto a non-member of the Hyuga clan, barred him from entry. Clenching his fists, Okamoto endeavored to suppress his rising fury. Ignoring the two individuals, he turned to depart. "Oh, leaving already? A mere genin daring to covet the Hyuga estate," he admonished himself internally, determined to practice restraint. Without acknowledging them further, Okamoto hastened away. Upon returning home, a soft thud resonated. Upon activating the switch within his abode, Okamoto Daisuke was instantaneously enveloped by the warm glow of the lights. Although modest in size, his home was replete with all essential comforts. After a brief absence of several days, a fine layer of dust had settled upon the table and windowsill. He made his way to the bathroom, retrieving a cloth and filling a basin with water, thus commencing the task of cleansing his quaint residence. Once he had tidied up, he gazed upon his rejuvenated home, muttering to himself about the newfound vibrancy. Taking a seat on the bed, he endeavored to meditate and refine his chakra. However, before long, he found himself rising from the bed once again, unable to concentrate amidst the incessant distractions of his thoughts, first of his sister, then of the two despicable ninjas from the Hyuga clan. After organizing his clothes, Okamoto Daisuke shut the door to his room, and in an instant, he activated his technique. Swish, swish, swish. Okamoto Daisuke leaped back and forth across the rooftops of the village, and before long, he arrived at the training grounds of the Forest of Death. To his surprise, he found no trace of Mike Guy at the training area. Perhaps he was still away on a mission. Since their graduation from the Ninja Academy, the occasions for them to gather together had become increasingly rare. As Okamoto Daisuke pondered, he struck the wooden post in the training ground with a fierce punch. His hand enveloped in a layer of water. He still felt woefully inadequate, despite being a disciple of Tsunade and enjoying a respectable reputation at the Konoha hospital. He recognized that only by reaching the level of the legendary three ninjas could he hope to compel the prestigious clans, such as the Hyuga and Uchiha, to yield. Okamoto Daisuke vented his frustrations repeatedly against the wooden post. It seemed imperative that he elevate his abilities swiftly. Resolutely determined, he unleashed his pent-up emotions freely in the training arena. An hour later, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath, Okamoto Daisuke lay on the ground of the training field. Ah, this feels refreshing. I am no longer afraid of death. What is there to fear? A chilling, eerie voice pierced the air. Although this description may not fully capture the essence, upon hearing those words, Okamoto Daisuke felt as though he had become the target of a predator, poised to meet his end at any moment. Okamoto Daisuke remained still, executing a swift body flicker technique that transported him from the ground to a wooden post in the training field. Gazing intently in the direction from which the sound had emanated, the owner of the voice stood unabashedly, displaying no attempt to conceal their presence. Upon recognizing the figure before him, Daisuke's pupils constricted momentarily. "Lord Orochimaru, what brings you here?" he inquired. "I was merely taking a stroll and came to investigate the commotion from the training ground," Orochimaru replied in a gravelly tone. Daisuke observed as Orochimaru's tongue flicked out briefly before retreating. Internally, Daisuke lamented, at this late hour. "A renowned Sannin like you chooses to wander in this desolate Death Forest training ground? Surely, you jest. What turmoil brews within you, Daisuke-kun?" Orochimaru asked without pretense. "None. Lord Orochimaru, this recent mission has made me acutely aware of my shortcomings, prompting me to strive harder," Daisuke responded. "I have heard that you performed admirably on your first mission. I believe that the majority of CH Nin, and even many J Nin, would struggle to reach your level. Furthermore, the conditions you uncovered for the chakra blockage, though stringent, represent a remarkable discovery. I have always regarded you as a prodigy, Daisuke-kun," Orochimaru said, his gaze fervent as it bore into Daisuke. "Your praise is far too generous, Lord Orochimaru. I am merely an ordinary individual with a stroke of luck," Daisuke modestly replied. "Luck alone is futile without the prowess to seize its opportunities, Daisuke-kun. Remember, the rift between classes is irreconcilable," Orochimaru remarked, hinting at deeper truths. "If you ever find yourself in need of assistance, do not hesitate to seek my counsel. After all, I share a bond with your teacher, Tsunade." Orochimaru's voice resonated with a somber depth. Okamoto Daisuke remained silent, his gaze fixed intently upon Orochimaru, who was partially concealed in the shadows, beneath the cloak of darkness. The knots on Orochimaru's back swayed gently in the night breeze, resembling a venomous serpent poised to strike, ready to deliver a fatal blow as soon as its unsuspecting prey let down its guard. At that moment, a petite young girl dashed in from the side. Master, look what I have caught this time," she exclaimed, presenting a platter of her findings to Orochimaru, like a treasure offered with great pride. As Okamoto Doji focused intently, he beheld a coiled black and white venomous serpent, its triangular head flickering its forked tongue, with fangs glinting ominously beneath the moonlight. "Isn't it beautiful, master? The contrast is striking. I wish to wear it as a necklace," he declared, promptly snatching the serpent from Orochimaru's grasp and draping it around his neck. This series of actions left Doji with a tingling sensation at the nape of his neck, overwhelmed by the sheer brutality of it all. Chapter 24. Teammates Orochimaru cast a glance at Okamoto Doji, gently patting the little girl on the head before turning to depart. "It's late, Akkad. You ought to return and rest." "Oh," the girl responded, "Master, who is that brother? Did you come to find him?" "No, we merely crossed paths by chance." "That brother is also quite the prodigy," Orochimaru replied in his gravelly voice. "Master, I am the most intelligent genius, am I not, Hanabi?" Doji chimed, raising the black and white serpent to his lips, mumbling something indistinguishable. The two figures, one large and one small, gradually receded into the distance. At that moment, it dawned on Okamoto Doji that Orochimaru had indeed come for a leisurely stroll, accompanying Yutakashi Akkad in catching pets. He chose to disregard the implications of Orochimaru's words, feeling a disconnect between himself and the enigmatic figure. Yet, being observed by such a personage suggested that he must hasten his pursuit of strength. Orochimaru's arrival had surprisingly calmed Dojia's restless heart. After tidying himself up, he activated his body flicker technique and hurried homeward. The following day, after completing his morning routine, Okamoto Dojie picked up the forehead protector from the table. The young man donned the protector upon his brow, admiring his reflection in the mirror, offering himself a sincere compliment. Upon stepping outside, he leaped several times, landing atop a rooftop as he made his way toward the Konoha hospital. "Hello, Katsunone, Dr. Anzen." Upon entering the hospital, he immediately spotted two busy figures. "Dojia, why haven't you rested at home a bit longer?" Dr. Anzen greeted him warmly. "I find it hard to remain idle at home. I wanted to check on Lady Tsunade and my teammates." Okamoto Dojia replied with a smile. "Humph." Kitsuno glanced at Okamoto Dojia, but chose to ignore him, turning back to attend to other patients. Okamoto Daisuke glanced at Yoshino, helplessly scratching the back of his head. "Dr. Amatoko, I shall go check on my captain and the others." The awkward atmosphere between Yoshino and Okamoto made Amatoko feel quite uncomfortable, prompting him to quickly respond, "All right. You should hurry along." Okamoto Daisuke arrived at the hospital ward and made his way directly to Nakajima Ao's room. "Knock, knock, knock. Please come in." Okamoto Daisuke pushed the door open and discovered Nakajima Aota clad in a jacket, busily organizing his clothes. "Captain Nakajima, what brings you here?" Nakajima Aota turned around, recognizing it was Daisuke, and replied, "Ah, it's you, Daisuke. As you can see, my injuries have healed significantly. I am preparing to be discharged." Okamoto Dukiai stepped forward to assist Nakajima Aota in tidying up. "Captain Nakajima, once you're finished, shall we undertake another mission together?" he inquired. "I am uncertain," Nakajima replied. Reconnaissance missions are inherently random in their pairings. Once this task concludes, the squad will disband. Next time, you may find yourself partnered with different individuals. However, rest assured, should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. Nakajima Aota expressed sincerely, gazing at his young subordinate. This mission was indeed a testament to the remarkable potential and capability exhibited by the mere 9-year-old boy before him. It unavoidably reminded Nakajima of another gifted disciple of the Sannin, Namikaze Minato, who ascended to the rank of Jonin at a young age, also hailing from humble beginnings and showcasing exceptional talent. Perhaps in a few years, this boy would evolve into a Jonin as distinguished as Minato. "Well, I must return home now. Would you care to come to my place for a visit?" Nakajima Aota offered, gathering his personal belongings and observing Okamoto Dukiai, who appeared lost in thought. "Ah," Dukiai responded, smiling at his captain's invitation. "I'm sorry, Captain Nakajima, but I must visit Yunyu Takuto shortly. I shall seek you out next time," he said apologetically. "No worries. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future," Nakajima reassured him. "I visited Takuto, but he seems off. This mission was a misjudgment on my part. I hope you can encourage him." Nakajima Aota's expression turned somber. "Captain Nakajima, you needn't blame yourself. Unexpected events and missions are inevitable." "I know. Thank you, Dukiai. I shall take my leave now," Nakajima Aota said before departing the hospital room. Watching Nakajima Aota walk away, Okamoto Dukiai turned towards Yunyu Takuto's room. Upon reaching the door, Dukiai couldn't help but recall the previous occasion he had prepared to visit Takuto alongside Hugariku. "Well, let us see how it goes," he thought as he approached to knock on the door. Creak. The hospital door swung open from within. Yunyu Takuto, clad in striped hospital attire, leaned on a walker, accompanied by a graceful woman. Their eyes met. "Dukiai, what brings you here?" Takuto asked first. "I came to check on how you were doing," Dukiai replied, observing his teammate's slow movements. "Thank you for your concern," Takuto said, his head bowed and voice weak. After a moment, Takuto, holding on to the walker, began to inch towards the doorway. The woman behind him stepped forward to assist. "Take it slow," she gently advised. Then added apologetically, Lady Tsunade instructed that Takuto should get up and walk around whenever possible. "It's all right, ma'am. I am also a doctor here. Let me accompany Takuto for a stroll and share some conversation," Dukiai offered. After speaking, Okamoto Daisuke stepped forward to support Y and Taku. The two slowly made their way towards the corridor. Watching the two figures gradually recede, Taku's mother wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. "Daisuke, I have yet to express my heartfelt gratitude for the life-saving assistance you and Takahashi provided. Without your help, I certainly would not have survived this mission. Why? Taku remarked as he looked at Daisuke, who was helping him walk. What are you saying? I did it for my own sake. Besides, if you hadn't managed to subdue the two Yanzo, I would never have triumphed over him, especially since he chose to end his own life, Daisuke replied, guiding the walking aid in front of him. Well, regardless, your timely treatment saved my legs. Without your intervention back then, I would have spent the rest of my life in a wheelchair. Although I may no longer become a ninja, I find contentment in that, Taku said, his tone tinged with melancholy. I know you came to persuade me. Rest assured, I've given it considerable thought. You needn't worry about me. I am already grateful that my name isn't etched on the memorial stone, Taku remarked, squinting at the sun on the horizon, his eyes stinging. I have decided to open a pet shop in the future. If you ever wish to acquire a pet, I will gladly gift you one, Taku said, a smile creeping onto his face. Seeing the smile return to Taku's countenance, Daisuke couldn't help but chuckle. All right, accompany me for a while. We can discuss how things stand between you and Hinata Takahashi, Taku inquired, a hint of amusement at the corner of his mouth. What do you mean by how things stand? Quit pretending. I actually saw you leave with her the first time she visited me. I remember you were holding her hand as you departed. Taku winked at Daisuke. We're merely teammates, nothing more, just like our relationship, Daisuke said in a low voice. Come on, I don't believe that. Believe what you will. Amidst their playful banter, the two gradually walked further away. Chapter 25, Rewards. Konoha Hospital, 3rd floor, Tsunade's office. Teacher, is there truly no way? Daisuke inquired. Seated on a chair, gazing at the examination report in his hands, Tsunade crossed her arms, accentuating her formidable presence. Suddenly, she leaned forward, resting her hands on the desk, her forehead almost touching Daisuke's. You, of all people, should understand. As an experienced doctor, are you unaware of Taku's prognosis? If you hadn't reattached his legs and treated him back then, it would have been a luxury for him to walk as a normal person. Do you comprehend? Tsunade said, her expression unyielding. I understand. It's just, can Taku truly never become a ninja again? Daisuke's tone revealed a hint of resignation. Daisuke, I empathize with your feelings. I am more acutely aware of that sense of helplessness than you are. I am merely one of the 3 ninjas, not a deity. And you have already performed admirably. Tsunade straightened up and patted Okamoto Daisuke's shoulder. In truth, sometimes being an ordinary citizen is a commendable choice, at least far superior to the fate of those who perish in war and missions. Tsunade gazed out the window, her voice tinged with melancholy. Understood, sensei. I shall head to the research room now, replied Okamoto Daisuke as he set down the report he had been holding. Wait a moment. Do not rush to the research room just yet, Tsunade called after him. The 3rd Hokage mentioned that you exhibited remarkable performance during this mission, and he asked me to inquire if there are any rewards you desire or ninjutsu you wish to learn. Is it any ninjutsu that I can select? Upon hearing Tsunade's question, Okamoto Daisuke quickly responded, eager to enhance his skills with the opportunity to learn new techniques. As a commoner-born ninja, Okamoto Daisuke was deprived of the opportunity to study advanced ninjutsu. Descendants of ninja clans are typically instructed in the art of chakra refinement from the tender age of 3 or even younger. However, children from humble backgrounds are seldom afforded such privileges. Daisuke himself only commenced his chakra training after entering school at the age of 4, before graduating from the Ninja Academy. These common-born children seldom encounter high-level ninjutsu. Consequently, the battles of lower-ranked ninjas predominantly rely on physical techniques and basic transformation skills, a limitation stemming from both insufficient chakra reserves and the lack of mastery over advanced techniques. Upon graduating from the Ninja Academy, commoner ninjas must undertake missions and pass assessments to ascend in rank, thereby earning the chance to learn more sophisticated ninjutsu. Each village possesses its own unique techniques, leading to stringent confidentiality regarding high-level ninjutsu. The leakage of such techniques could enable rival ninja villages to exploit weaknesses, resulting in unnecessary casualties. The protection of secret arts is even more pronounced among ninja clans, with many esoteric techniques retained solely within their lineage, passed down orally. For instance, the Hyuga clan's hack technique, the Aburame clan's insect arts, and the Nara clan's shadow techniques. Okamoto Daisuke frequently employs ninjutsu techniques such as water iron ball, water iron chain ball, finger gun, finger tooth, and water body flicker, all of which he has forcefully developed into rudimentary techniques due to his exceptional chakra control. Although he has managed to create several ninjutsu under the tutelage of Tsunade, he has yet to master any advanced techniques. Furthermore, his training does not align with Tsunade's approach, She specializes in the combination of monstrous strength and medical ninjutsu. Tsunade's formidable combat prowess, coupled with her ability to heal at will, grants her an inherent advantage in battle. While Okamoto Daisuke easily learned Tsunade's monstrous strength technique thanks to his chakra control, his physical body is incapable of sustaining such a combat style, particularly at the tender age of 9. Unlike Tsunade, who possesses the extraordinary physique of the Senju clan, Daisuke does not share such traits. After learning the monstrous strength technique, he once attempted to execute it, but subsequently abandoned this powerful technique when he suffered 3 fractures in his right hand and arm, resulting in multiple bone breaks. The healing process took a considerable amount of time under medical ninjutsu. Consequently, Tsunade's instruction has predominantly revolved around medical ninjutsu and foundational guidance in ninjutsu. Now, with an opportunity to explore advanced techniques within the village, he is determined to select the one he has long coveted, an essential technique for his future battles against tailed beasts and even at the 6 paths level. Rest assured, you are my disciple. Although the secret techniques of various ninja clans are not available, you may choose any secret technique from the village with my support, Tsunade declared confidently, dispelling the earlier somber atmosphere. Come, what do you wish to learn? I will guide you. With determined strides, Tsunade led Okamoto Daisuke toward the Hokage building. What? You wish to choose this one? Tsunade exclaimed as she sat on a stool in the library of the Hokage's office. Observing Daisuke peruse the sealing scroll before ultimately selecting a ninjutsu. Yes, teacher, this is the one, Daisuke replied, unwavering in his decision as he nodded resolutely. Oh, you must understand the difficulty of this technique. Since its inception, only its creator and one other ninja from the village have mastered it. Are you certain? Tsunade inquired. Teacher, have faith in me. I am confident in my abilities, Daisuke asserted, pointing to the technique in the sealing scroll. Very well. I shall seek out the 3rd Hokage to request this ninjutsu. Please wait here. After speaking, Tsunade exited the library in search of the 3rd Hokage. Gazing at the book of seals in his hands, Okamoto Daisuke pondered. Indeed, the ninjutsu inscribed within the book of seals is not so easily attainable. Setting aside the sealing techniques, the tome serves merely as a catalog of forbidden arts, devoid of specific training methodologies. Much like Naruto in the original narrative, it is a mere pipe dream to believe otherwise. Not only does one need to decipher the sealing techniques to access the book, but Okamoto Daisuke also found himself unable to locate the hand signs for the shadow clone technique, despite perusing the entire volume multiple times. A ninjutsu requires not only the hand signs, but also the intricate flow of chakra within one's body. Both elements are indispensable. Thus, one of the 3 great dojutsu, the Sharingan, is not merely capable of replicating actions, but also of observing the flow of chakra within a ninja's body. As a renowned, versatile ability, it is disingenuous for Okamoto Daisuke to claim he does not envy it. However, without the extraordinary lineage of the Uchiha, Senju, or Uzumaki clans, the Sharingan could very well become a hindrance rather than an asset for an ordinary individual. Shaking his head, Okamoto Daisuke resumed his examination of the Book of Seals, fixating on another forbidden technique, Edo Tensei. This was yet another jutsu that left him immensely envious, yet its application within the village was utterly unattainable. Reluctantly, he resolved to abandon that desire. Just as Okamoto Daisuke was engrossed in the descriptions of various jutsu within the Book of Seals, the door to the library was thrust open. Tsunade stood at the entrance, tossing a scroll toward him. Here, kid. This is a scroll you cannot take with you. You must commit the training methods to memory. Understood, Lady Tsunade, Okamoto Daisuke replied, raising his hand to catch the scroll that soared toward him. Okamoto Daisuke unfurled the scroll, laying it across his lap, and gazed upon the title inscribed upon it. Chapter 26, Master and Apprentice. Okamoto Daisuke gazed at the ninjutsu scroll unfurled on his lap. Its title reading, Flying Thunder God Technique. He could not suppress a deep breath, for he had finally acquired this ability, which was nothing short of a game-changer in the Naruto universe. Containing his excitement, Okamoto Daisuke diligently memorized the training methods inscribed within the scroll. After closing the scroll, he silently recited its contents several times. Upon reopening the scroll to verify, he discovered that he had indeed committed every word to memory without omission. Okamoto Daisuke rose from his seat, opened the door to the library, and stepped outside. Lady Tsunade, I have memorized the training methods, he declared to Tsunade, who was seated opposite the 3rd Hokage. Lord 3rd, this is the Flying Thunder God Scroll. I am grateful to the village for granting me this opportunity. He placed the scroll on the desk in front of the 3rd Hokage. Ah, Young Daisuke, there is no need for such formality. This is something you earned through your own life struggles. You deserve it, Tsunade remarked, pulling Okamoto into a playful headlock. Ugh, Lady Tsunade. I have always held you in high regard. Please let me go. I can hardly breathe, he gasped, his face turning crimson. The village has never been stingy with those who show potential. Your master is right. You have rightfully earned this. And if you keep squeezing like that, you might just knock him out, the third Hokage commented, adjusting his Hokage hat as he observed the scene. Huff, huff, huff. Okamoto breathed heavily once released. Tsunade chuckled sheepishly at her nearly suffocated student. Well, we should be on our way, she said, grabbing Okamoto's arm and dashing toward the exit. Hey, at your age. Still so reckless. The third Hokage watched them rush out, raising his hand in a futile attempt to call them back, ultimately letting it fall back down. Will he be able to master it? Aside from the teacher, only that child Minato in the entire village has succeeded. Oh well, if he cannot grasp it. Let him choose another path, he mused, glancing at the flying thunder god scroll resting on his desk. Teacher, wait up. Okamoto shouted loudly. Tsunade, still gripping his arm, hurried out of the Hokage building. You, how can your body be so fragile? You made me look foolish in front of old Sarutobi today. Aren't you always training with that green-skinned frog? Tsunade frowned, her concern for her student growing. It was one thing if he couldn't learn her strength of 100 technique. But the real issue was that he appeared to be on the verge of collapse despite her not exerting any significant force today. Okamoto Doji gazed at Tsunade, his brow furrowed with concern, sensing an ominous atmosphere. This was the expression she wore whenever she was angered, especially after Jiraiya had provoked her ire. Fear not, sensei, he assured her. I have heard that the ninjas of the Cloud Village frequently employ lightning chakra to enhance their physical prowess. I have also devised a method utilizing water chakra to nourish the body. With a resolute expression, Okamoto Doji continued, regular physical training can yield significant benefits. And what? Pray tell, does this water chakra training entail? Tsunade inquired, her demeanor still stern. The primary advantage lies in its ability to comprehensively enhance bodily resilience and increase stress resistance. Moreover, due to the gentle nature of water chakra, it possesses the remarkable ability to hydrate the body, alleviate hidden injuries, and even promote skin whitening, scar removal, and beautification. Sensei, should you master it, you would appear considerably more youthful. Are you implying that I am old? Tsunade retorted, delivering a swift punch to Okamoto Doji's head. As Okamoto Doji felt a sudden darkness envelop him, he found himself sprawled on the ground. Lying there, he sensed a lightness in his body. And soon Tsunade lifted him effortlessly, tossing him onto her back. She carried him for a while before inquiring, feeling better, young one? Much better, teacher. Please let me down. Doji responded, shaking his still dizzy head and struggling slightly on Tsunade's back. Ignoring his plea, Tsunade continued her forward march, with his head resting on her shoulder. A gentle breeze tousled Tsunade's hair, which danced playfully in the wind. The tips of her hair brushed against Doji's nose, tickling him and prompting a sneeze. A subtle fragrance lingered in the air, captivating his senses. Did you know, Tsunade began, I used to carry people home like this quite often. Really? That must have made them very happy, having a caring teacher like you, Doji remarked while gazing at her. Doji, do you have dreams? Tsunade suddenly inquired, breaking the momentary silence. Me? My former dream was to become Hokage. Now, I simply wish to be a guardian, Doji replied, taken aback by her unexpected question. Why did you previously aspire to be Hokage? Tsunade probed further. Because I had a teacher and the third Hokage to look up to. I felt unnecessary, he replied candidly. So now, I just want to protect the people and things I care about. In truth, Doji recalled that before his journey to this world, his dream had indeed been to become Hokage, but after his arrival, he had lost all interest in that ambition. There was once a lad who promised me he would become Hokage while on my back. Alas, he perished on the battlefield. Doji, your goal seems to be more nebulous. Tsunade remarked, her tone contemplative. Indeed, teacher, that is precisely why I must become stronger. Only then can I truly protect those I hold dear, Doji affirmed. Ah, then you must double your efforts, Tsunade said, turning to reveal a radiant smile. I will strive diligently, teacher, Doji silently vowed, inspired by her beaming expression. I'll take you to meet someone. Though he may not be the most reliable, he is quite adept at mentoring his disciples. Tsunade announced as she set Doji down on the ground. Tsunade led the way while Doji followed closely behind. Where are we headed, teacher? He asked, noticing they were moving towards the edge of the village. Just follow my lead, she replied, not offering any further explanation. After a series of stops and starts, Tsunade scanned her surroundings until they arrived at an open-air hot spring, marked with the character for bath. Tsunade reached down to grasp a stone the size of a human head from the ground and hurled it towards a corner of the hot spring. Whoosh! The stone sliced through the air with a sharp sound. Boom! Upon striking the ground, a figure clad in red with white hair abruptly materialized. Ah! A pervert! Everyone, help! A pervert! A chorus of female voices erupted, and chaos ensued in the open-air hot spring. A middle-aged man, soaked and wearing traditional wooden sandals, appeared before Tsunade. Chapter 27. The Request. The drenched man, upon his sudden appearance before Tsunade, exclaimed, "Tsunade, are you jealous?" Thud. With a rapid motion, he was sent flying backward, crashing into the hot spring and splashing water everywhere, causing further commotion. In the tea house, Okamoto Daisuke sat nearby, periodically refilling Tsunade's cup with tea. Tsunade lifted her freshly filled cup and sipped delicately. Across from her, Jiraiya reclined lazily, one arm propped up, his wet attire sticking to him as he gazed at Tsunade. "Hey, Tsunade, you needn't resort to such measures if you want to talk to me." "Oh, what is wrong with my method?" Tsunade retorted, slamming her cup down on the table with a forceful bang. Her frustration boiled as she regarded the nonchalant Jiraiya. "All right, speak. What is it that you need?" Jiraiya, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender, adopted a serious expression and addressed her. "Well, this is Daisuke, my disciple. As you know." Tsunade pointed towards Okamoto Daisuke, who was serving tea. I know. He is the prodigy who almost defeated Kakashi," Jiraiya remarked, gesturing toward Daisuke. "By the way, I was the one who caught you when you fainted during that match." "Thank you, Lord Jiraiya," Daisuke replied, pouring tea for him. "Quite impressive, young man. You display such politeness and gratitude. Hard to believe you were trained by Tsunade. You are quite different from your teacher," Jiraiya chuckled, looking at his teacup. "Oh. Then tell me, Jiraiya, what kind of person should I have raised?" Tsunade inquired, flexing her fair fists, producing a cracking sound. Jiraiya found himself momentarily speechless at her question. "Didn't you say you needed something from me? Let us hear it." With Tsunade's intense gaze upon him, he hastily shifted the topic. He had no desire to be sent flying again. "Well, this child wishes to learn the Flying Thunder God technique. As you know, my expertise in these ninjutsu arts is rather limited. Thus, I would like to ask for your assistance. Concerning the Flying Thunder God, I am not particularly well-versed either." Tsunade replied. "In the village, there seemed to be a dearth of individuals. I recall that apart from the creator of ninjutsu, the second Hokage, it appeared that only that rascal Minato possessed such skills." At this juncture, Jiraiya slapped his forehead, his mouth agape. As he gazed at Tsunade seated across from him, "I presume you wish for Minato to instruct this young lad, yet feel too bashful to approach him directly. Thus you sought me out instead. You fool. Stop spouting nonsense. I merely sense that our amicable relationship implies that my disciple is, in essence, your disciple as well." Observing Jiraiya's dawning comprehension, Tsunade did not conceal her amusement, though a hint of pride colored her words. Ha, Tsunade, you finally acknowledge the nature of our bond." Jiraiya exclaimed, his voice laced with a mischievous chuckle as he regarded Tsunade across the table. Suddenly, the snacks and tea upon the table trembled in response to his mirth. "Keep laughing like that, and you might just lose a tooth," Tsunade retorted, irritation etched across her features, prompting Jiraiya to straighten up. Clearing his throat, he assured her. "Rest assured, Tsunade, I shall take this young man to consult with Minato. Then I shall trouble you with this task," Tsunade said, bowing slightly in gratitude. Yes. I will keep a watchful eye on this lad. Fret not," Jiraiya responded swiftly. As Tsunade bent slightly, she suddenly sensed a shadow looming over her head. Jiraiya, that rascal, had only mentioned assisting with Ogawa Daisuke, but failed to suggest that she rise. Raising her head slightly, Tsunade found Jiraiya's elongated neck peering down at her. His shock of white hair cast a shadow over her, and as she glanced upward, she met his wide mouth and two eyes fixated on her chin, while blood trickled from his nostrils. Disturbingly, a pool of saliva threatened to spill from his gaping maw. Following Jiraiya's gaze, Tsunade realized that her bending forward had caused her ample bosom to spill forth under pressure. "Jiraiya," she exclaimed, springing to her feet. With a resounding thud, her fist smashed down, obliterating the table beneath Jiraiya's head. "Daisuke, we must go." Tsunade called to Ogawa Daisuke, who was seated nearby, still holding a teapot in stunned silence. Evidently taken aback by Tsunade's swift reaction. "I won't perish just yet. I never anticipated Tsunade's punches would retain such potency after all these years, Jiraiya mused, losing consciousness. Daisuke. Hurry. Tsunade urged from the doorway, raising her voice once more. Thud, thud, thud. I'm coming, sensei. Daisuke replied, placing the teapot aside as he exited the room. At the threshold, Tsunade addressed the shopkeeper. When he regains consciousness, that fool shall bear the cost of the damages. With that, she departed without a backward glance. Offering an apology to the proprietor, Gongbin Dojia has also departed. Dojia, focus on honing your skills with that individual for now. I cannot assist you with the training of the Flying Thunder God technique, as I have recently devised a sealing technique that demands my attention. Since that person has asked you to wait for him at the village entrance tomorrow, prepare yourself and go, said Tsunade, as she turned and strode purposefully toward the Konoha hospital. Watching Tsunade's receding figure, Gongbin Dojia felt a tremor in his heart. Tsunade's intention to seek Jiraiya merely implied that she wished to have Minato teach him the Flying Thunder God technique. After all, this was a secret art mastered by Minato, and Tsunade could not compel him to instruct her. Though the likelihood of Minato declining is minimal, the situation would be drastically different if Jiraiya, as Minato's teacher, made the request. Observing the woman vanish into the distance, Gongbin Dojia felt an inexplicable sense of comfort, a flicker of warmth amidst the ruthless world he had entered. With a smile, he hurried home. Upon arriving at his doorstep, he was greeted by the enchanting sound of music emanating from within. Okamoto Daisuke stood at the door, filled with uncertainty. Had he forgotten to turn off the television before stepping out? Gently, he opened the door to find the living room's television aglow, playing a melodious tune. In his kitchen, clouds of smoke billowed forth, gradually enveloping the ceiling of the modest living space in a grayish-blue haze. A tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, mingling with the pervasive smoke. What on earth was happening? Could it be that Thumbelina was preparing a meal for him? That seemed implausible, after all. He had traversed into the world of Naruto, not a fairy tale. Shaking his head in disbelief, he decided to investigate further. Okamoto Daisuke stealthily approached the kitchen door, cautiously peeking inside. Chapter 28, The Beginning of Training. The first sight that greeted him was a pair of elegantly proportioned legs, perfectly balanced, neither too plump nor too slender. The straight silhouette accentuated their length. The golden rays of the setting sun cascaded down, illuminating the fair skin of the legs, while the hem of the skirt reached only to the mid-thigh, enhancing the allure of the pale complexion with a hint of crimson. Delicate, fair feet, clad in soft slippers, moved gracefully about the kitchen, revealing the owner's evident joy. Raising his gaze, a familiar face came into view. Rikue, what brings you here? Okamoto Daisuke exclaimed in surprise. Ah, you're back. Upon hearing his voice, Hinata Rikue adjusted her apron and turned to look at Okamoto Daisuke standing at the kitchen door. Didn't I mention that I would come over to cook for you when I had the time? With her left hand, she lifted the pot lid, and with her right, she sampled the simmering soup. Yes, you did say that, but what I'm curious about is how you got in, Okamoto Daisuke inquired, observing Hinata Rikue as she continued to prepare the meal. How did I get in, you ask? It's quite simple. When I arrived, I knocked on your door, but no one answered. I peered through the window and realized you weren't home. Since I was already here, I decided to wait for you. Using my ocular prowess, I managed to pick your lock with this piece of wire, Hinata Rikue declared, producing a wire from her skirt after setting the pot lid down. Okamoto Daisuke was taken aback, never having imagined that such skills could be employed to bypass a door. Daisuke, why don't you take a break? Dinner will be ready shortly. Hinata Rikue waved him off and returned to her culinary endeavors. Observing her busying herself in the kitchen, Okamoto Daisuke stepped forward to offer assistance, only to be gently pushed back out. It's nearly done. Just wait a moment. In the kitchen, Okamoto Daisuke was busy when Hinata Ri's voice echoed, Daisuke, the food is ready. Come and help serve. Together, they brought an array of exquisite dishes to the table. As I began to eat, the two exclaimed, How's the meal this time? Delicious. Whoever marries you will undoubtedly be incredibly fortunate, Daisuke remarked, his mouth full of rice, giving a thumbs up to Hinata Ri. Indeed. Her culinary skills were exceptional. I'll come over tomorrow to cook for you, Ri said, her eyes squinting with delight as she watched Daisuke devour his meal. No need for that tomorrow, Ri. I'll be out with Jiraiya-san, Daisuke replied, placing his chopsticks on the table as he observed Ri sipping her soup. Oh, I see. I'll wait for your return, Ri responded, her rosy lips pouting slightly, her face displaying mild disappointment. Watching her, Daisuke reminisced about their first gathering at the village entrance. where Ri exuded an air of grace and confidence. After sharing perilous experiences during reconnaissance missions, he found Ri inexplicably endearing. "What are you smiling about?" Ri asked, feeling slightly offended by Daisuke's expression, revealing her small canine teeth. "I just thought you looked really cute," he replied, gently ruffling her hair. She swatted his hand away, her cheeks flushing crimson. With a smile, Daisuke rubbed his hand, choosing not to respond. After dinner and tidying up, Daisuke and Ri stepped outside. "You should head back now. There's no need to see me off. Just tidy up and get some rest," Ri said, looking at Daisuke, who was eager to accompany her. "Take care, Ri," he replied, noticing her reluctance for him to walk her home. Turning back, he headed indoors while Ri watched him go, her eyes widening in disbelief. "What a fool," she muttered before heading toward her own home, the sound of her wooden clogs echoing against the stone path. The following morning, Okamoto Daisuke waited at the village entrance. Prepared for his training with Jiraiya. Along with his essential ninja tools and gear, he had packed money, clothing, and a storage scroll filled with various items. Time passed slowly as he awaited the day's adventures. Okamoto Daisuke began with a standing posture, exuding vigor and enthusiasm. However, he soon found himself seated upon a stone bench at the village entrance, his demeanor now lacking vitality. The morning sun, which had risen in the east, gradually ascended to its zenith above. Okamoto Daisuke rested his head upon his backpack, reclining on the stone bench with his eyes squinted to shield them from the glaring midday sun. From time to time, he turned his head to glance towards the village. Alas, Jiraiya is truly unreliable. "What time is it?" After a few grumbles, Daisuke's stomach began to grumble as well. Just as he contemplated whether to eat first and then wait for Jiraiya at the village entrance, a delightful aroma wafted through the air. He opened his eyes and followed the scent, soon spotting a pair of wooden clogs before him. Looking up, he saw the familiar figure of Jiraiya, his white hair unmistakable, holding a bowl of ramen. The words Ichiraka ramen emblazoned on the bowl revealed its origin. "Daisuke, you must be hungry," Jiraiya said with a sheepish grin. "This morning, I encountered a lost soul on my way here. My sense of justice wouldn't allow me to ignore her plight, which is why I'm a bit late." Observing Daisuke's displeased expression as he lay on the stone bench, Jiraiya chuckled awkwardly. "Oh, Jiraiya, was that lost soul perhaps trapped in a barrel of sake? You truly have endured much. Did you consume all the liquor before rescuing her?" Daisuke remarked, already catching the acrid scent of alcohol and cologne wafting from Jiraiya, even from 2 meters away. "Hey, kid, how can you doubt your elders? Look, I even brought you lunch," Jiraiya said, raising the bowl of ramen in his hand. "Hurry up and eat." He placed the ramen before Daisuke, who, ravenous, gazed at the luxurious bowl garnished with an egg and slices of fish, saliva involuntarily pooling in his mouth. Slurping sounds filled the air as Daisuke devoured the ramen. "So Daisuke, how was it? Delicious?" Jiraiya inquired, watching him lie back on the bench after finishing his meal. "Yes, it's delectable. When one is hungry, anything tastes divine, especially Ichiraka ramen," Daisuke replied. "Well then, don't you think it's time to settle the bill?" Jiraiya said, rubbing his thumb against his index and middle fingers, caught off guard by Jiraiya's statement. Daisuke's mind took a moment to process. "Lord Jiraiya, are you implying that you did not pay for this bowl of ramen?" "Haha. I merely brought you the ramen, but I never mentioned paying for it," Jiraiya replied, scratching his head sheepishly. "Come on, pay up. You're not expecting to eat for free, are you?" Jiraiya urged, noticing Daisuke still in shock. Chapter 29, On the Road. Observing Jiraiya's demeanor, Daisuke slowly retrieved his wallet from his backpack, just as he was about to count out the money, in the blink of an eye. The wallet had made its way into Jiraiya's hands. "Hey, why are you being so slow? You don't seem to have the spirit of Konoha," Jiraiya chided. Ninjutsu, summoning technique. With a loud bang, a toad the size of an infant materialized before them. "Lord Jiraiya, what are your commands?" the toad inquired, indicating Jiraiya's esteemed position in my bokuzen. "Toad, take this money to settle the bill and return the bowl as well." Jiraiya placed the empty bowl of ramen, consumed by Okamoto Daisuke, atop the head of the summoned toad. Subsequently, he extracted some currency from Daisuke's bulging wallet and deposited it into the bowl. With a sudden pop, the conjured toad vanished. "The forthcoming training will be arduous. To ensure you do not succumb to the fear of hardship, I shall temporarily safeguard your wallet," Jiraiya declared, as Daisuke helplessly watched his wallet being stowed into Jiraiya's ninja pouch. "But, Master Jiraiya, you are Tsunade's disciple, thus my disciple as well." "There is no need for such formalities. Simply call me sensei," Jiraiya interrupted, dismissing Daisuke's incomplete sentence. Now, off you go, kid. With that, Jiraiya turned and strode towards the village's outskirts. Watching Jiraiya's retreating figure, Daisuke relinquished any hope for his wallet. Shouldering his backpack, he trudged along behind him, dejected. "Sensei Jiraiya, where are we headed?" Daisuke inquired, glancing at Jiraiya, who was a few paces ahead. "Of course, I'm taking you to learn the Flying Thunder God technique. This is the first time Tsunade has entrusted me with such a task. She truly values you, Daisuke," Jiraiya proclaimed, hands on his hips. "I will strive diligently and not disappoint either you or Tsunade-sensei," Daisuke affirmed, nodding earnestly. "Then let us commence, young one. You must muster your strength for the journey ahead." With a swift leap onto a branch, Jiraiya called out, "Keep up, we're off." "Understood, Sensei Jiraiya," Daisuke replied, following closely in Jiraiya's wake. The duo hastened forward, Jiraiya occasionally glancing sideways at Daisuke, who was keeping pace beside him. Unlike others, Daisuke lightly tapped his toes on the branches, utilizing the body flicker technique to propel himself forward, conserving the maximum amount of chakra during their journey. As a newly graduated genin, his ability to match Jiraiya's speed pleased the latter greatly. Observing Daisuke's effortless demeanor, it became clear that he faced the long-distance travel with relative ease. Once Jiraiya confirmed that Daisuke could keep up, he began to accelerate further. The sun gradually dipped in the sky, signaling the approach of evening. Noticing the dwindling daylight, Jiraiya halted. "Let us take a break." "All right, Sensei Jiraiya," Daisuke gasped, wiping the sweat from his brow, feeling as though his chakra was nearly depleted. Throughout the journey, he had to manage both his chakra and maintain speed, requiring constant vigilance over his chakra extraction and output rates. Observing Daisuke resting nearby, Jiraiya kindled a campfire. "You rest here. I'll fetch us something to eat." With that, Jiraiya vanished in an instant. Before long, he returned to the campfire, bearing several fish. He handed him a cup of water. "Come over and sit," Jiraiya called out from beside the campfire. After taking a few sips of water, Okamoto Daisuke, who had already rested for a while, walked over and placed his backpack beneath him for added comfort. He accepted the fish from Jiraiya, unsure of its origin. A sharp chakra scalpel appeared at his fingertips, swiftly gliding across the fish's body, rapidly removing its entrails and scales with precision. With his other hand, he grasped the cup, channeling chakra to draw the water out, forming a water sphere that enveloped the fish, cleansing it thoroughly without damaging the flesh. This young man possesses remarkable chakra control. No wonder Tsunade takes such a keen interest in him, Jiraiya thought, filled with admiration as he observed Daisuke's deft use of water technique to clean the fish. Remember, in battle, how you conserve your chakra is the key to survival. Jiraiya imparted his battlefield wisdom while watching Daisuke place the fish on the grill. "I understand, Jiraiya-sensei. I just feel my chakra is insufficient. Do not fret. You are still young. As you age, your chakra will naturally expand. The chakra levels of Jinin, Chunin, and Jounin are not fixed. Each individual is unique. What you must do is find the balance between output and extraction to grasp the rhythm of battle," Jiraiya advised. "Understood. Jiraiya-sensei, the fish is ready. Please have a taste." Daisuke offered him a perfectly grilled fish. This is quite delightful, young one," Jiraiya exclaimed as his eyes lit up at the tender, flavorful meat infused with the essence of the firewood. Despite the simplicity of just adding basic salt and seasonings, Daisuke's culinary skills, honed from years of solitary living, impressed even the rugged Jiraiya. Finishing the fish with hearty bites, he discarded the bones onto the ground, marveling at the simplicity of the dish. To his astonishment, apart from the main spine, all the small bones had been meticulously removed. He glanced at Daisuke, who was still grilling fish, and noticed a pile of tiny bones concealed beneath the discarded entrails and scales. Did this lad utilize the water technique to extract the bones while cleaning the fish? Such control over chakra is extraordinary. "Are you still eating, Jiraiya-sensei?" Daisuke inquired, presenting him with another freshly grilled fish. "Go ahead and eat. I am already full." Jiraiya watched as Daisuke took a bite of the fish he had prepared. This exceptional chakra control suggests that this boy could indeed become a formidable being as he matures. "Once we finish eating, let's clean up the campfire and the remnants," Jiraiya declared, leaping onto a nearby tree trunk. "Understood, Jiraiya-sensei." After some time, Daisuke, having finished his meal, gazed at the campfire and the leftover scraps. Okamoto Daisuke enveloped his hands with a delicate layer of chakra, preparing to excavate a pit. Observing Daisuke's intent, Jiraiya chuckled softly. Although this lad exhibited an extraordinary mastery of chakra control, his other skills were rather ordinary. He leaped down to intercept Daisuke. "Earth release," he exclaimed. pressing his hands to the ground. The small marsh that had formed from the earlier campfire began to gradually engulf the remnants of the fire and refuse, solidifying into a new expanse of land. Mastery of various elemental techniques is an essential lesson for every ninja, Jiraiya remarked, gazing at Okamoto Daisuke. Well, since my inherent affinity lies solely with water, I have yet to grasp techniques of other elements, Daisuke explained. That is quite all right, Jiraiya reassured him. The mastery of non-native elements typically requires the support of considerable chakra, which is often within the reach of higher-ranking ninjas. For someone still at the rank of a genin, it may seem a distant goal, but I believe you have the potential to succeed. Once you have mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, give it a try. Jiraiya flashed a broad smile. Chapter 30. Minato noticing Jiraiya's demeanor, Okamoto Daisuke raised his right hand and gave a thumbs up in response, saying, "Understood, sensei. All right, kid, rest now. We'll set off at dawn." As a ninja, one must endeavor to avoid traveling at night, Jiraiya stated as he leaped onto a branch. Okamoto Daisuke hoisted his backpack and gracefully leaped onto the tree trunk. The two remained silent throughout the night, and as dawn broke, Jiraiya sprang down from the tree branch, followed closely by Okamoto Daisuke, who also dismounted. Observing the neatly organized Okamoto Daisuke, Jiraiya called out and took the lead, setting off into the distance. Okamoto Daisuke trailed behind Jiraiya, traversing the forest of the Land of Fire. With a swift motion, their figures darted forward, arms stretching behind them. After a relentless morning of travel, they finally arrived at the border of the Land of Fire just as noon approached. Okamoto Doji gazed at the boundary marker, casting a puzzled glance at Jiraiya. Ahead lay the Land of Waterfalls, where Minato's team was currently engaged in a mission. The summoning technique summoned a small toad, clad in a purple vest, no larger than a fist. Upon its emergence, the toad began to leap up Jiraiya's legs with agility, quickly reaching his shoulder and extending its front paw. "Greeting, Master Jiraiya, long time no see." It then turned to acknowledge Okamoto Doji. "Greetings, sir. Are you perhaps a disciple of Master Jiraiya? Would you be interested in signing a contract with Mount Mayaboku?" Hello," Okamoto Doji responded, a bead of cold sweat forming on his forehead as he waved his hand in response to the overly familiar toad. "Enough, Gamakichi. You need not recommend the contract with Mount Mayaboku to every passerby. Is the Sage of Toads aware of your antics? I am here looking for Minato. Where is he?" Jiraiya remarked, frowning at the toad perched on his shoulder. "Are you seeking Lord Minato? Then please follow me," Gamakichi replied, leaping from Jiraiya's shoulder. With a swift motion, Jiraiya caught the airborne toad mid-leap. "Do you remember the last time you guided me? A 3-minute journey took you 3 hours. No need to lead this time. Simply direct me from my shoulder," Jiraiya said through gritted teeth, glaring at the toad in his grasp. Gamakichi grinned. "All right, Master Jiraiya. But could you please let me go for a moment? I'm having a bit of trouble breathing." Apologies, I got a bit too excited," Jiraiya said, placing Gamakichi back on his shoulder. Gamakichi, a reconnaissance toad from Mount Mayaboku, possessed a unique ability to sense malice within a certain range. However, being a toad, its ability was frequently disrupted by the presence of snakes nearby. Although its malice detection was somewhat unreliable, it could secrete a substance that allowed it to sense the general direction of anything that had come into contact with it, regardless of distance. The closer the target, the more precise the location it could sense. "Proceed straight ahead," Gamakichi instructed, and Jiraiya followed the indicated path, with Okamoto Doji trailing closely behind. Right turn, left turn. Straight ahead. After traversing a considerable distance, Jiraiya and Okamoto Doji found themselves at the entrance of an estate. "Master Jiraiya, Lord Minato is within this estate," Gamakichi indicated, pointing towards the entrance. "Thank you for your efforts, Gamakichi," Jiraiya replied. With a sudden pop, Gamakichi dispelled the summoning technique. "What brings Minato to this lavish abode?" Jiraiya pondered, crossing his arms and rubbing his chin thoughtfully, his fingers forming a shape resembling the number 8. "Come, let us investigate. Gamakichi has previously been exposed to Minato's essence. It cannot mislead us." Jiraiya leaped onto the wall in an instant, addressing Okamoto Dosuke. "Very well." Okamoto Dosuke also swiftly ascended the wall. The two of them traversed the rooftops of the estate with remarkable agility. "Teacher, must we truly return her?" protested a boy with a mask and short silver hair. "Initially, our mission in the village was merely to escort her to the Land of Waterfalls." A ninja clad in a green jonin vest interjected from within the room. "Kakashi, this child is utterly alone now. You must understand that if we do not assist in returning her, she will inevitably be captured. Shall I elaborate on her fate?" Lord Minato, our mission is complete. There is no need to squander time and resources on an additional task, Kakashi remarked, his tone as unyielding as his expression. Kakashi, how can you be so heartless? Another boy, wearing orange goggles, confronted him with fervor. Fu has lost her family. If we abandon her now, she will perish on her journey home. Upon witnessing Uchiha Obito's passionate plea, Kakashi crossed his arms and replied coldly, I have made my stance abundantly clear. Our mission ends here. Her survival is a matter of her own fate. How could you, Kakashi? Obito clenched his fists, his gaze piercing through Kakashi's indifferent demeanor. Please, you two, do not argue. Obito is correct. If we leave her now, Fu will undoubtedly fall into the hands of those ninjas. A kunoichi with 2 purple stripes on her cheeks asserted, sitting on the ground and observing the escalating confrontation. See, Rin agrees with my approach. Obito exclaimed, hands on his hips, bursting into laughter. Just as Kakashi regarded the foolishly grinning Obito, Minato began, ninjas must not prioritize the mission above all else. Before he could finish, a faint sound of footsteps echoed from the roof tiles. Swiftly, Okamoto Daisuke and Jiraiya climbed over the wall and entered the estate, leaping onto the rooftop to search for Minato's presence among the buildings. As Okamoto Daisuke hastened to the rooftop of a building, he faintly discerned voices below engaged in a heated argument, discussing matters of cold-bloodedness and the like. Without giving it much thought, Okamoto Daisuke activated his water technique, swiftly transforming his form and landing on the rooftop from which the earlier voice had emanated. Just as he contemplated gathering intelligence, an oddly shaped kunai shot forth from the house beneath him, piercing the very spot where he had just stood. In the blink of an eye, Namake's Minato manifested in midair, seizing the specially crafted kunai. With a swift motion, 3 additional flying thunder god kunai were hurled in Okamoto Daisuke's direction. In response, he unleashed a torrent of water, executing the technique water release, Iron Ball. A cluster of chakra-infused water orbs launched from his hands, deflecting one of the kunai. With another water release technique, a stream of high-pressure water sliced through another kunai, cleaving it in 2. As the water technique erupted beneath him, Okamoto Daisuke hastily retreated. Suddenly, a green figure appeared behind him, wielding the final flying thunder god kunai, its razor-sharp blade pressed firmly against the artery of his neck. Okamoto Dojiya stood motionless in place. Namake's Minato held a kunai of the flying thunder god against Dojiya's neck. In the distance, a voice called out. Chapter 31, The Meeting. Although it may seem lengthy to recount, the previous encounter transpired in the blink of an eye. After subduing the newcomer, the first thing that caught Minato's eye was the forehead protector of the Hidden Leaf Village. Upon closer inspection, he exclaimed, Dojiya, what are you doing here? After restraining the individual, Minato turned to the apprehensive Okamoto Dojiya, who dared not make a move. As Okamoto Dojiya remained silent, a distant sound of water splashing echoed. Uchiha Kakashi glanced up to see Jiraiya, clad in a crimson coat and adorned with flowing white hair, leaping from the rooftop towards him. Haha, Watergate. Indeed, you're here. That frog of a man is surprisingly reliable, Jiraiya exclaimed as he landed beside Kakashi. Observing his disciple, a genuine sense of joy filled Jiraiya's heart. Teacher, how did you and Dojiya end up here? Watergate asked, releasing the hold he had on Okamoto Dojiya, who looked astonished. Well, come on, let us discuss this inside. Dojiya, are you hurt? Jiraiya pointed to Dojiya's neck. Although Watergate had halted his attack upon seeing the Leaf Village headband, the sharp kunai had still grazed Dojiya's neck. It's nothing serious, Dojiya replied, his hands glowing with a verdant light of healing chakra that enveloped the wound. The bleeding ceased almost instantly, and the injury began to mend. Such superficial wounds do not warrant the use of the palm healing technique. The skirmish between Watergate and Dojiya had drawn the attention of several individuals in the courtyard. A gathering of samurai clad in traditional attire congregated below Watergate's residence. One gentleman in a kimono called up to Watergate on the rooftop. Mr. Watergate, are you all right? We apologize for not detecting the intruder and causing you alarm. Not at all, Mr. Nagachiai. It was my teacher and friends who came by, causing you unnecessary worry. Additionally, our rooftop is damaged. We may need your assistance in repairing it, Watergate replied with a polite smile tinged with regret. Not a problem. I will immediately arrange for a new accommodation for you. Mr. Watergate. Upon finishing his sentence, the kimono-clad man dismissed the samurai around him and summoned an elderly steward, whispering a few instructions. Once they descended from the rooftop, the elder addressed Watergate. Lord Watergate, please follow me. If you have any belongings, I will ensure they are delivered to you. Thank you for your efforts, Butler Kitamura. Watergate expressed with a respectful nod. He then called into the house, Obito, Kakashi, Rin, all is well now. Please gather your belongings. We shall change rooms. The three inside the room, forming a swastika formation, set down their kunai. The crisis has passed. Rin, please take care of Fu. Obito, gather our personal effects. Kakashi instructed as he sheathed his ninja blade. Kakashi, are you instructing me? On what grounds? Uchiha Obito replied, casting a discontented glance at Kakashi standing nearby. Aside from the teacher, I hold the highest ninja rank in our squad. In terms of experience, I have 3 more years than you in completing missions. Is that not sufficient? Kakashi retorted, hands tucked into his pockets, casting a cool sideways glance at Obito. Obito, I'll help you with the packing, Rin interjected softly, addressing the two at odds. Ah, Rin, don't trouble yourself. With just the bags we brought, I can manage easily. Just watch me, Obito replied confidently. Upon hearing Lin's words, Obito felt a wave of warmth wash over him. It was not merely a matter of tidying up. He believed he could even construct an entirely new dwelling if necessary. Amidst Obito's flurry of activity, the trio managed to organize everything. Kakashi was the first to step outside, followed closely by Lin, who cradled a 3-year-old child. Alas, the last to exit, Obito, burdened by an excessive load, collided with the doorframe. Losing his balance, he stumbled forward, scattering the neatly packed items in every direction. Oh, the pain is excruciating. Obito groaned, supporting his back as he slowly rose to his feet. Obito, it's been a while, yet you remain unchanged. Okamoto Daisuke emerged from behind Minato, smiling down at Obito as he struggled to regain his footing. Daisuke, what brings you here? Obito asked, adjusting his goggles and rubbing his eyes to confirm that the figure before him was indeed Okamoto Daisuke. Upon witnessing Daisuke's appearance, both Kakashi and Noara Lin regarded him with expressions of astonishment. Daisuke, have you come to lend us your support? Lin inquired, her voice tinged with surprise. Okamoto Daisuke glanced at Jiraiya and nodded, acknowledging his support. That suffices as assistance, he replied. As everyone emerged, Butler Kitagawa called out, Lord Minato, and everyone else. Please follow me. Due to the earlier battle, Mr. Nagachi arranged for us to relocate, so everyone followed Butler Kitagawa. Minato Namikaze addressed the group. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at a new room. Lord Minato, if you need anything, just call for me or any other servants. I shall take my leave now, Butler Kitagawa said after settling everyone into the new quarters. The group gathered around the table in the room. Noara Rin gently placed the sleeping Fu beside her and covered her with a blanket. Minato Namikaze spoke first. Teacher, from your earlier words, it seems you and Daisuke have come specifically to find me? It's all because of this kid, Jiraiya replied, giving Okamoto Daisuke a hearty pat on the head. He wishes to learn the Flying Thunder God technique, so I came to seek your guidance for him whenever you have the time. Minato, I sincerely hope you can provide him with your tutelage, Daisuke added, shaking off the dizziness from Jiraiya's earlier gesture and bowing his head earnestly towards Minato. Since you wish to learn, I shall devote myself entirely to your instruction. Rest assured, you will temporarily join our team during this time, Minato assured. As a forbidden technique, the ninjutsu typically would not be shared. However, given that Okamoto Daisuke was a common ninja like himself and was brought by his own teacher, it indicated that the third Hokage had consented to Daisuke's learning of the Flying Thunder God technique. Seeing his disciple's earnestness, Jiraiya smiled, feeling a sense of accomplishment regarding Tsunade's assignment. As for whether Daisuke would master it, that was no longer his concern. Minato, I leave this kid in your capable hands, Jiraiya concluded, patting Daisuke's head once more. If you have any questions, be sure to ask your senior Minato, understood? Understood, Teacher Jiraiya. Thank you for your hard work, Minato. Daisuke replied, lifting his head towards the two. After discussing Daisuke's matters, Jiraiya inquired, Minato, have you not completed your mission yet? I recall you began this task over a week ago. Teacher, your timing is impeccable. Otherwise, I was about to call for reinforcements today, Minato responded. What is the situation? You're not confident about this mission? Jiraiya sensed something amiss upon hearing Minato's mention of calling for support. It is noteworthy that within Minato's team, he himself possessed strength surpassing that of an elite J-Nin. Graduating at 5 and becoming a CH-Nin at 6, he was rumored to have independently developed A-rank ninjutsu. His prowess was far beyond that of ordinary CH-Nin and could even rival some weaker special J-Nin, such as the talented Kakashi. Even the members of his team, Uchiha Obito and Noara Rin, were merely average graduates from the Ninja Academy. As a lower-ranked ninja from the esteemed Hidden Leaf Village, Their prowess could rival that of a Nin among wandering ninjas, with a captain possessing strength surpassing that of a Nin, and a team member whose skills are comparable to those of a special Nin. This team's configuration exceeds the standard for reconnaissance missions previously undertaken by Okamoto Daisuke. Were it not for the presence of a disciple of the legendary Three, a member of the Uchiha clan, and the son of the Leaf Village hero, the White Fang, this team would be tasked with the most perilous missions rather than a mere A-rank escort assignment. As his mentor, Jiraiya believed that while there may be a few capable of defeating Minato Namikaze, the likelihood of capturing him was almost non-existent. The Flying Thunder God technique inherently places Minato in an invincible position. This current mission even posed a challenge for Minato, who wielded the Flying Thunder God technique, compelling Jiraiya to take it seriously. "Is that child over there asleep?" Minato inquired, pointing at the slumbering Fu. This child is named Fu, the new host of the Seven Tails. Before Jiraiya could ask further, Minato revealed her identity. The A-rank escort mission we accepted was initially to escort a merchant convoy from the Land of Waterfalls, issued by Mr. Nagachi, the owner of this estate. On our journey to the Land of Waterfalls, I discovered the interrogation squad from Sunagakure intruding upon the territories of the Land of Fire. Given that Kakashi was in our team, I instructed him to continue the escort while I pursued them, which is when I encountered Daisuke and his retreating team. Thanks to Minato, our team would have surely faced annihilation, Daisuke confirmed from the side. Minato continued, after escorting Daisuke back to the village. I returned to my team, during which we repelled 2 waves of wandering ninjas. It was then that we encountered this child. A Nin was fleeing from the Land of Waterfalls with her, and by the time he reached our team, he was on the verge of death, sustained only by something he referred to as Hero's Water. At this point, Minato retrieved a gourd, a jade pendant, and a map from his ninja tool pouch, laying them on the table. "This is the Hero's Water entrusted to me by that ninja, along with a map of Takigakure. The pendant," he claimed, "is a token from the child's mother, and he beseeched me to deliver her to Takigakure." Along the way, we were pursued by ninjas intent on capturing this child. Although they bore no headbands, their methods clearly indicated they were members of a major ninja village's umbu, predominantly utilizing earth techniques. While we managed to fend them off, I sustained injuries in the process of protecting this child, Minato said, lifting his arm to reveal bandages visible through his torn cloak. I suspect that such capable ninjas are not mere nameless figures. They could very well be members of the Tsuchikige's elite guard. How could the host of the Seven Tails not be in a hidden village? Jiraiya furrowed his brow. Generally speaking, the Jinchuriki, as a military asset of a village, would not be allowed to leave. That Chunin claimed they had escaped, only to be pursued by a group of ninjas. Had it not been for their intent to capture this child, they would have been slain long ago. Was their target the Seven Tails Jinchuriki? Jiraiya glanced at the sleeping child. "Indeed, sensei. My original plan was for Kakashi to lead Rin and Obito to return this child to Takigakure, given the significance of the tailed beast Jinchuriki. I will investigate the identities of those attacking ninjas. During our confrontation, I sprinkled the essence of Mr. Frosh on their leader. I shall pursue those ninjas. You, having sustained injuries, should escort this child back. It is best to return such a vital military asset to its rightful place to avoid unnecessary complications," Jiraiya remarked, eyeing Minato's injured arm. Seeing that Minato wished to say something more, Jiraiya waved his hand to interrupt, asserting, "My infiltration skills exceed yours by far. Regardless of whether those fellows are from Iwagakure, I am well aware, so do not worry. Then I shall rely on you, sensei." Minato, observing Jiraiya's demeanor, refrained from further comments. "Rest assured, this child is in your hands as well," Jiraiya indicated towards Okamoto Daisuke. "I will take good care of Daisuke," Minato assured, nodding at the boy sitting nearby. Once the conversation between Minato and Jiraiya concluded, Obito and Rin, who had been sitting aside, eagerly approached Daisuke. Although Kakashi did not make any significant movements, his gaze shifted toward them. "Daisuke, listen well. From now on, whenever you see me, you must address me as senpai. Do you hear me?" Obito stood, placing his hands on his hips and looking down at Okamoto Daisuke. Hearing Obito's words, Kakashi couldn't help but scoff, prompting Obito to shoot him a fierce glare. Daisuke, seated, looked up at Obito and replied nonchalantly, "According to our generational hierarchy, both Minato and I are disciples of the legendary Three Ninjas, which means we are of the same generation. Logically, you should refer to me as Sho." Obito was left speechless, taken aback by Daisuke's retort. Rin, sitting beside Daisuke, chimed in, "Welcome to our team, Daisuke. You needn't worry about injuries anymore." Hehe. I hope my medical ninjutsu 1T be needed. Minato-senpai, I look forward to your guidance, Daisuke said to Minato, who sat nearby. With you joining us, our collective safety is greatly enhanced, Minato replied with a smile directed at Daisuke. The addition of a medical ninja to the team significantly improved the survival prospects of its members. Just as Jiraiya was about to speak, an aged voice called from outside. Lord Minato, my master has prepared dinner. Please make your way over. Thank you for your efforts, Butler Kitamura, Minato responded. At the entrance, Minato Namikaze opened the paper door and expressed his gratitude to the elderly steward. Teacher, shall we proceed? We have been imposing on Mr. Nagak for the past few days. Rin has called for dinner. Minato turned to face Jiraiya and the others. The evening meal was a grand affair held in the main house of the estate, lavishly arranged by the Nagak family, complete with the entertainment of dancers. Obito sat aside, observing Jiraiya, who was reveling between two dancers, thoroughly enjoying his drink. Dika, are you certain you arrived here with Minato-sensei's mentor, the legendary Jiraiya, one of the three Sannin of the ninja world? Dika replied, indeed. I came with none other than Jiraiya, one of the illustrious three. Watching Jiraiya's unrestrained antics, Obito could not help but cover his face. Yet, reflecting on how his future teacher, Tsunade, could transform into a child to evade her gambling debts, he found it less surprising. Chapter 33, A First Encounter with the Flying Thunder God. After dinner, several individuals carried the inebriated Jiraiya back to his room. Little Fu, only 3 years old, either having napped excessively during the day or being overwhelmed by the pervasive scent of alcohol, cried out that she could not sleep. Thus, they had no choice but to relocate the intoxicated Jiraiya to the living room. Upon being set down, Jiraiya seized Rin's hand, exclaiming, "Your hand is so smooth." Obito, witnessing this, turned pale with discomfort. Seizing the opportunity when no one was paying attention, he landed 2 firm slaps on Jiraiya's face. Okamoto Tosuke observed from the side, his lips twitching slightly. He said nothing, feigning ignorance, and turned to prepare a hangover remedy. After Okamoto Tosuke administered a concocted remedy to Jiraiya, he drifted off to slumber beside him. As dawn broke, the exuberant Fu, having overslept, dashed about the house, with the foolish Obito trailing closely behind. The commotion stirred Tosuke from his slumber. He opened his eyes to stare at the ceiling above, feeling a wave of annoyance wash over him as he turned over. Alas, Jiraiya's previous resting place was now vacant. Unable to fall back asleep, Tosuke sat up and swung his legs off the bed. With a swift motion, he pushed open the paper door, only to be met with a sudden thud. A small, sun-kissed figure collided with his legs, losing its balance and tumbling onto the floor with a thump. Ouch! Uncle! Obito and I-chan. Rin-nichan. This uncle bumped into me. The little one clutched its head with one hand while pointing accusatorily at Tosuke with the other. Its large eyes shimmered with unshed tears, and its mouth formed a pouting frown. Uncle! At that moment, Rin rushed in from behind, scooping up the seated Fu. She turned to Tosuke with an apologetic smile. Tosuke, this child can be quite mischievous. Please don't take it to heart. It's quite all right, Tosuke replied, slightly bending down to address Fu in Rin's arms. I'm sorry. Little one, are you all right? However, upon seeing Tosuke draw closer, Fu let out a wail, bursting into tears. Okamoto Daisuke observed the weeping Fu and took a few steps back, rubbing the back of his head, feeling a pang of headache. He truly lacked experience in caring for children. Meanwhile, Rin cradled Fu in her arms, gently swaying and softly patting her back, gradually soothing Fu's cries into a mere whisper. As Obito approached, he called out, Daisuke Ajisen? Ha! Okamoto Daisuke shot him a glance and remarked, remember to call me uncle when you see me. Seeing Obito's expression, as though he had just swallowed a mouthful of flies, instantly brightened Daisuke's mood. Indeed, one's happiness often derives from the misfortune of others. As the sobbing gradually subsided, Daisuke leaned closer to Obito and said, you know, Rin truly has a knack for soothing children. I never realized it before. Upon hearing Daisuke's words, Obito turned his head to look. Rin, gazing down at the child in her arms, gently rocked her back and forth. The maternal glimmer in her eyes left Obito momentarily speechless. Lost in thought, Obito's expression began to contort slowly, observing the increasingly unsettling smile on Obito's face. Daisuke felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. Fortunately, at that moment, Kakashi approached. Teacher Minato asked me to call you all for dinner. Shortly thereafter, a few of them, under the leadership of Minato Namikaze, departed from the Nagachi residence. They followed the markers on the map towards Takigakure, albeit at a leisurely pace due to the presence of 3-year-old Fu. Okamoto Dojia and Minato Namikaze walked at the forefront. Rin, accompanied by Fu, occupied the middle, while Obito assumed the responsibility of safeguarding Rin, and Kakashi trailed behind. Minato led the way to scout and guide, while Dojia maintained a slight distance behind. Dojia, are you familiar with the Flying Thunder God technique? Minato inquired as they walked. Yes, I have some understanding. The Forbidden Scroll mentions that the Flying Thunder God technique is an S-rank space ninjutsu developed by the second Hokage, falling under the category of body flicker techniques, which does not require hand seals to activate, Dojia replied. Minato nodded affirmatively. Indeed. The Flying Thunder God technique is a ninjutsu that achieves instantaneous movement through the use of specific techniques. To master it, one must first comprehend and practice the Flying Thunder Goddess seal. With that, Minato handed Dojia a specially crafted kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique. I typically utilize this specialized kunai as a marker for my Flying Thunder God technique, employing mental energy to sense the seal and activating it with chakra to achieve instantaneous movement. After closely examining the kunai in his hand, Dojia asked, Minato-sensei, does this mean you can teleport to any location where the Flying Thunder God kunai is present? Minato chuckled softly. It's not that simple. There are limitations concerning distance and chakra. If the distance is too great, your mental energy may fail to sense the seal, thus preventing you from reaching it. Even if you could reach it, the chakra expenditure might be too significant, rendering it impractical. Moreover, it is not solely limited to the kunai. Any location marked with the Flying Thunder God seal can be accessed instantaneously. Dojia, I can first teach you the sealing techniques of the Flying Thunder God. Once you have mastered it, we can proceed to practice the sensing technique, Minato offered. Thank you, Minato-sensei, Dojia replied gratefully. As Okamoto Daisuke posed questions while making his way, time seemed to fly by. Let us take a brief respite, he suggested. Upon arriving at the riverbank, Namikaze Minato glanced up at the sun, now high in the sky. Hearing Minato's command, Noera Rin let out a sigh of relief, setting down her burden, Fu, and plopping down onto the ground. Rin, you may sit upon my backpack, said Obito, removing his own pack to place it beneath her. Thank you, Obito, Rin sweetly expressed her gratitude. No need for such formality, it is my duty, Obito replied, feeling uplifted by Rin's smile. Fu, who had been set down by Rin, waddled over to Okamoto Daisuke, her small legs carrying her with determination. Bad man, I forgive you. Sister Rin told me you were here to help me too. Looking down at the little girl with a demeanor beyond her years, Okamoto Daisuke chuckled softly. Then I thank you for your forgiveness. How about I prepare something delicious for you? With that, he carefully stowed away the Flying Thunder God kunai and a scroll containing a seal release that Minato had entrusted him with. Obito, you start the fire while I catch some fish. No problem, leave it to me, came Obito's enthusiastic reply. Kakashi, would you join me in fishing? Okamoto Daisuke called out to Kakashi, who sat alone, draped in black attire with a mask obscuring his face. Kakashi, he reiterated, raising his voice. During missions, the cardinal rule for ninjas in the wild is to avoid making a fire, as it could reveal their position and attract unnecessary troubles. Kakashi maintained his typical aloof demeanor, as if the world owed him something. Go ahead, Kakashi, I will take responsibility, Minato said, sitting on a nearby stone, squinting his eyes with a smile. Chapter 34. Unexpected complications. As Kakashi approached, Okamoto Daisuke signaled Minato with an okay gesture. Helping Kakashi emerge from the shadow of his father's tragic demise was a consensus reached between Minato and Daisuke during their journey. After all, Kakashi was not only a former classmate of Daisuke, but also a student of Minato. Although Daisuke understood that Kakashi would eventually grasp the true essence of camaraderie through Obito's sacrifice, at this moment, he remained the ostracized Chunin. It was a lesson Kakashi would learn only after losing two close comrades. If he could, Daisuke wished to prevent such events from unfolding. Ever since Kakashi's father, Tsukumo Hatake, had taken his own life after abandoning a mission, Kakashi had prioritized missions above all else, leading to rumors in the village that he was a cold-hearted individual willing to sacrifice his teammates for the sake of duty. Consequently, few were willing to team up with Kakashi until Daisuke, Obito, and Might Guy graduated alongside him. Kakashi has a chance to reform a team with others. The two individuals arrived at the riverbank, and Okamoto Daisuke swiftly leaped onto the water's surface using his water body technique. Kakashi, I will drive the fish out with my water release technique. Your task is to catch them. Although Kakashi, who had followed along, did not utter a word, his demeanor exuded disdain. Kakashi, you will never integrate into a team like this, Okamoto Daisuke remarked helplessly, observing his attitude. Why should I integrate into a team? Just know that the mission completion rate of my team is 100%. Kakashi crossed his arms, his gaze fixed on the water's surface. Kakashi, you must understand that the completion rate of missions does not define a ninja entirely. Enough, Okamoto Daisuke. After my father passed away, you were among those who accompanied Lady Tsunade to the Hitaki household. Are you not aware of how my father met his end? Did he truly die by suicide? Kakashi interrupted. Okamoto Daisuke was about to respond further, but before he could, Kakashi unleashed a fierce lightning release technique, Chidori. With a crackling surge of electricity emanating from his hands as he plunged them into the water. The violent current instantaneously spread through the surrounding waters, causing fish to surface en masse. However, Okamoto Daisuke, who stood precariously on the water's surface, was overwhelmed by the ferocity of the lightning release and fainted, plunging into the river with a splash. Observing the scene from a distance, Minato Namikaze understood that Okamoto Daisuke's attempts to persuade Kakashi had failed. The situation with Kakashi could not be resolved with mere words. As a teacher, Minato felt powerless, realizing that such matters could only be addressed by their peers. Watching Obito, who was warmly inquiring after Rin, alongside Okamoto Daisuke now submerged in the river, Minato sighed, hoping they could bring about a change in Kakashi. On the riverbank, a bonfire ignited by Obito blazed brightly, with a makeshift tripod propping a small pot over the flames, where a milky white fish soup simmered. Okamoto Daisuke sat silently by the campfire, his damp hair glistening as he roasted both himself and fish. His clothes had been swiftly dried by his chakra manipulation of the water release technique, leaving only his hair untouched. With a swift shake, his short hair now resembled that of a stylish punk, each strand standing upright. Fu sat beside him, continuously stroking Okamoto Daisuke's hair, which had been tousled by the lightning release explosion. "Ha ha, brother, your hair looks so amusing," she exclaimed. Okamoto Doji fixed his gaze upon Kakashi in the distance, an almost palpable resentment emanating from him. "It's time to eat," Doji declared loudly, distributing the grilled fish amongst several people. He pulled over Fu, who was playfully toying with her hair, and served her a small bowl of fish. Thanks to Kakashi's Chidori, a lightning-style ninjutsu, a considerable number of fish had been electrocuted, leaving more than enough for the group to feast upon. Perhaps feeling that he had gone a tad overboard, Kakashi, upon taking some grilled fish, uncharacteristically muttered a thank you. Thereafter lapsing into silence, even more withdrawn than he had been in the morning. "Brother, this is delicious. I could drink your fish soup forever," Fu exclaimed, sipping the hot soup in small gulps. "Fu, if you wish to drink it, I can teach you how," Doji said, affectionately ruffling her hair with a smile. "Doji, your culinary skills are truly exceptional," Minato Namikaze remarked, savoring the grilled fish. Although he had learned from his teacher that this child possessed remarkable chakra control, allowing him to deb on the fish without compromising its exquisite flavor, he had not anticipated such extraordinary prowess, initially thinking that Jiraiya-sensei had exaggerated. It now appeared that he had been rather conservative in his assessment. This child is indeed a genius. Both Obito and Rin also praised his remarkable skills. Okamoto Daisuke smiled faintly and cast a sidelong glance at Kakashi. Kakashi, coincidentally, was also looking over, and aside from a slightly apologetic gaze, he uttered not a word. After everyone finished their meal, they resumed their journey. Along the way, Okamoto Daisuke incessantly pondered the principles of the sealing techniques taught to him by Minato Namikaze. Rin continued to accompany Fu, engaging her in conversation as they walked. Obito, embodying the loyalty of a faithful hound, circled around Rin incessantly. Kakashi remained vigilant, surveying their surroundings. Minato Namikaze approached Okamoto Daisuke, retrieving a gourd from his ninja tool pouch and presenting it to him. This was left by a nin from the land of waterfalls. He explained. According to him, it can temporarily amplify one's chakra by dozens of times, even more. Daisuke, as a medical ninja, strive to conserve your chakra. If a battle ensues, leave it to Kakashi and me to handle. Okamoto Daisuke took the modest gourd, feeling its weight in his hands. He removed the stopper and gently sipped from it, instantly sensing a remarkable surge in the speed of chakra refinement, multiplying several times over. However, within a minute, the chakra began to settle back down. Okamoto Daisuke confidently remarked, "The sensation of a sudden surge in chakra is truly addictive. It evokes a feeling of immense power. However, this must have some side effects." "Indeed," came the cautious response. "You must exercise discretion when using it. Although the underlying principles remain unclear, such a dramatic increase in chakra does not occur without cause." The fate of that chunin from the land of water serves as a stark reminder of the potent side effects associated with this substance. Minato Namikaze nodded in agreement, affirming his assertion. Yes, I understand. Okamoto Doji acknowledged with a nod. At that moment, Minato struck a pose and abruptly halted his steps. Gonbin Doji and his companions observed the gesture made by Namikaze Minato, swiftly drawing their weapons and scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, a purple toad materialized before Minato, clutching a letter in its mouth, which it spat onto the ground at his feet. Upon witnessing the appearance of the reverse summoning toad, Gonbin Doji felt a stirring in his heart. In an instant, the toad transformed into a wisp of smoke and vanished. Namikaze Minato picked up the letter from the ground, and, upon opening it, his brow gradually furrowed. Stand down. Come here, he called out to his companions. They formed a circle around him. Jiraiya-sensei has sent word. We have been under surveillance, and the assailants from our previous encounter have set an ambush along the route leading to Takigakure. Sensei is concerned that making a move might alert them, Minato explained, pointing to a location on the map. I will proceed along the route indicated on the map. Kakashi, Dojiya, Rin, and Obito. You will navigate along the river and enter Takigakure from the rear. Ensure that you return food to the village with utmost speed, Minato instructed gravely. Chapter 35. Takigakure. Upon returning to the village, Fu represented the military strength of a community. Even though the ninja forces of Takigakure were not particularly formidable, it was not a target that wandering ninjas or those from larger villages could pillage at will. The major ninja villages were bound by an unspoken consensus not to interfere in the political, military, or developmental affairs of smaller villages. Influence was permissible, but control was not. This principle was the lifeblood of the smaller villages, acting as a buffer between the great powers. Without their existence, conflicts among the major villages would erupt uncontrollably, leaving no room for negotiation between the great nations. This was evident during the Second Shinobi World War, where, despite the conflict being between several great nations, it was the small villages like the Land of Rain that bore the brunt of the devastation. After finalizing his arrangements, Minato produced several Flying Thunder God kunai and distributed them among his companions. Take these kunai. Once I have resolved my matters, I will find you, he assured them. From his back pouch, he also retrieved a scroll and handed it to Kakashi. This summoning scroll can be activated by inputting chakra. I will arrive as swiftly as possible when the time comes. With that, Minato created several shadow clones, transforming into the likeness of his companions and continuing along the original path. Watching Minato gradually distance himself, Kakashi reconfirmed the new route. Let us move. We cannot slow down our teacher. We must get Fu back as quickly as possible, he urged, waving his hand as the group vanished from sight. As they reached the riverbank, several figures darted swiftly between the trees. With the sun slowly dipping in the west, their journey continued. Okamoto Daisuke and Kakashi paused before a towering rock face. According to the map, beyond this cliff lay Takigakure village. Kakashi pulled out the map for a closer inspection. Wow, it's so high. How are we supposed to get across? Obito exclaimed, gazing at the nearly vertical wall before them. Obito, have you and Rin learned to climb trees? Okamoto Daisuke inquired while reaching out to touch the rock face. The surface was not entirely smooth, allowing for a climbing approach. I can climb trees, but I'm a bit unsteady, Obito admitted, scratching his head, feeling the weight of Daisuke's gaze. I can manage, but I'm worried my chakra might not hold out, Rin replied. After a moment of contemplation, Daisuke declared, I will lead Fu and Obito. Rin, I entrust you to Kakashi. All right, let's not delay. We must act swiftly. If you find yourselves struggling, call out. Daisuke and I will assist you, Kakashi affirmed. Okamoto Daisuke gently took the slumbering Fu from Rin's back, wrapping her in his own clothing, securing her against his chest, and enveloping her in a layer of water to form a vest-like shield. Is this the ninjutsu you use to block my close-range attacks during our ranked battles? Kakashi inquired, gesturing towards the water membrane adorning Okamoto. Indeed. But this technique is still not fully perfected, he replied. Observing the peacefully sleeping Fu, who was unconsciously grinding her teeth in her dreams, he smiled and caressed her cheek. Sensei Minato mentioned that due to the flaws in the sealing techniques of Takigakure, Fu is constantly assailed by the chakra of the seven tails, which manifests as excessive sleepiness. It's far too early for her to become a Jinchuriki at her age. Noera Rin retrieved a rope from her ninja tool pouch and secured it around her waist. As she glanced at the prepared Obito and Rin, Okamoto exchanged a look with Kakashi. Let us move, they shouted in unison. Chakra coursed beneath their feet as they ascended the cliff. Midway through their ascent, Obito suddenly felt his left foot's chakra dissipate. Losing balance, he plummeted downward. Ah, ah, ah. He cried out in terror as he fell. Hearing his desperate shouts, Rin instinctively slowed her pace, glancing back. Rin, don't look back. Keep climbing. Kakashi urged in a hushed tone, sensing her hesitation. With Daisuke here, you must trust him, he added firmly. Kakashi felt a ripple of emotion within him. This was what it meant to have companions, an unconditional trust, a willingness to entrust one's back to another. Encouraged by Kakashi's words, Rin quickened her ascent. Meanwhile, Okamoto felt a pang of alarm at Obito's cries. Although he had prepared for unforeseen circumstances, the reality of the situation still managed to distract him. Okamoto Dojiya paused momentarily, his hands forming seals as he exhaled a slender stream of water that swiftly elongated and descended, wrapping around Obito's ankles. Phew, I'm saved, Obito gasped, his expression reflecting a sense of survival after a harrowing ordeal. Calm down, Obito, steady yourself, Okamoto Dojiya called out, gripping the chakra-infused water as he directed it toward Obito below. Regaining his composure, Obito grasped the chakra stream to stabilize himself. His feet firmly planted on the cliff as he gradually ascended to join Okamoto Dojiya. All right, let us move on. Acknowledging Obito's arrival beside him, Okamoto Dojiya dispersed the water technique and nodded in affirmation. Above them, Kakashi, casting a sidelong glance, noted the safety of the two, silently breathing a sigh of relief. The remainder of the journey proceeded without further incident, and the group successfully reached the summit of the cliff. Let us take a moment to rest, Kakashi remarked, observing the exhausted Rin and Obito. After speaking, he approached Okamoto Dojiya, who was surveying the surroundings, and inquired, don't you need to take a break? Okamoto Daisuke waved his hand in refusal, asserting that he was well aware of his own situation, although his chakra reserves did not match those of Kakashi and the others. His mastery of chakra control exceeded that of his companions. He truly made every fragment of chakra count, utilizing the least amount for the greatest effect, sparing not a single drop. After a period of rest, Obito and Rin gradually regained their strength. Observing the terrain with keen eyes, Okamoto Daisuke and Kakashi, Obito remarked on their prowess, acknowledging them as the top two in their class. You're doing wonderfully, Rin smiled sweetly at Obito. Hee. Obito found himself lost in a peculiar reverie at Rin's smile. At that moment, Okamoto Daisuke and Kakashi approached, with Kakashi interrupting Obito's daydream, stating, We've found a safe path down, let us go. The group rose and made their way downhill. Under the guidance of Kakashi and Okamoto Daisuke, they successfully descended the mountain. As they walked along the narrow path through the fields, the sound of cascading waterfalls surrounded them, with streams converging into ponds of varying sizes. Intersecting ditches irrigated the fields from the pond's waters. In the tranquil evening, the chorus of insects resonated from the rice paddies. Kakashi, how should we go about finding the people of Takigakure? Okamoto Daisuke inquired, somewhat uncertain. While their initial intent was to return the Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails to Takigakure, their actions now bordered on the invasion of a hidden village. I don't have a solid plan at the moment. We'll take it one step at a time, Kakashi replied, lowering his head with a look of resignation. Chapter 36. In Takigakure, upon seeing Kakashi's outstretched hands, Okamoto Daisuke was momentarily taken aback, surprised by this side of Kakashi. The contrast between this expression and Kakashi's usual aloof demeanor created a striking charm. Why don't you all rest here while I venture into the village to gather information and devise a plan? Okamoto Daisuke suggested to Kakashi. Kakashi nodded. The priority was to establish an advantage in intelligence. Knowing oneself and one's enemy ensures victory in 100 battles, though they were not there for combat. Acquiring more information remained paramount. Just as Okamoto Daisuke was about to set off, a shuriken whizzed from the darkness. Clang! With a swift motion, Okamoto Daisuke drew his kunai to deflect the incoming projectile. In an instant, Kakashi vanished from his side. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A barrage of shuriken flew towards them from the front. Sensing the incoming threat, Okamoto Daisuke leaped in front of Obito and Rin. With swift hand seals, he conjured a water release, forming an impenetrable wall of water. Streams gushed forth from Okamoto Daisuke's mouth, swirling around the group and creating a seamless barrier that deflected all incoming shurikens. We are under attack. Over here quickly, alert the village. Clang, clang. Clang echoed the sounds of combat in the vicinity. As the water wall dissipated, silence enveloped the area. Thud, thud. Kakashi hurled several ninjas adorned with the hidden waterfall village forehead protectors before his companions. Wow, Kakashi, you're not going to kill them, are you? Obito asked, gazing at the incapacitated ninjas and the scattered shurikens. Of course not. They've merely been rendered unconscious, Kakashi replied, shaking his head as he sheathed a short blade. Good. That saves us the trouble of gathering intelligence. These ninjas from the waterfall are still quite young, mere patrolling ninjas, Okamoto Daisuke remarked, crouching to inspect the fallen ninjas. Relieved to find only superficial injuries. Rising, he turned to Kakashi. Are you injured? I'm fine, Kakashi assured him, stretching his limbs to demonstrate his well-being. Let us wait here. The ninjas from the waterfall village will arrive shortly. He had intentionally allowed a few attackers to flee, for they had already revealed their presence. And they were not on a covert mission in enemy territory. Concealment was unnecessary. Before long, the sound of rustling filled the air as a dozen ninjas, sporting the waterfall village forehead protectors, materialized before Daisuke and the others. Who are you? Why have you invaded our village? A middle-aged man donning a waterfall hat bellowed from within the crowd. Greetings, we are from the Hidden Leaf Village, and we come with no ill intentions, Kakashi explained, stepping forward and revealing his forehead protector in the firelight. No ill intentions? Then why invade our village? Look, our ninjas have been slain. We should apprehend them first. The man with the hat had not finished speaking when various voices from the surrounding ninjas echoed their outrage. To them, Daisuke and his companions were merely enemy ninjas who had failed in their illegal incursion. Silence, commanded the leading waterfall ninja, halting the murmurs. Leaf ninjas, what is your purpose here? Why did you attack my village as ninjas? They are merely unconscious and not dead, Daisuke stated, clapping his hands to the ground, summoning a gentle flow of water that carried the incapacitated waterfall ninjas a short distance away. From the waterfall ranks, a few hooded ninjas leaped forward to examine their fallen comrades. They are alive, indeed, just unconscious. They promptly hoisted the ninjas onto their backs and hurried towards the village. I will clarify our mission, but I require a dialogue with your village leader concerning the military might of a nation. It is imperative to engage in dialogue with the opposing leader. The foremost ninja hesitated for a moment and then spoke. Konoha ninja, I am the Takakage of Takigakure. Please state your business. Takakage? Kakashi and Okamoto Daisuke exchanged glances. Are you familiar with this title? Okamoto Daisuke produced a pendant from his pocket and tossed it to the ninja, who claimed to be the Takakage. This is... The self-proclaimed Takakage caught the pendant and examined it closely, his face reflecting astonishment. He lifted his gaze to scrutinize Kakashi and the others for a fleeting moment. As he observed the child wrapped in Okamoto Daisuke's embrace, a flicker of distraction crossed his features. I understand your intentions, follow me, the Takakage declared, having grasped the situation. I am now aware of the circumstances. You may disperse. He commanded a man beside him, who wore a breathing mask. Yes, Lord Takakage. The masked man nodded and gestured to the crowd behind him. In an instant, all the other ninjas vanished, leaving only the masked figure beside the Takakage. Come with me, the Takakage said, turning to depart. Okamoto Daisuke exchanged a glance with Kakashi, who then gestured towards Obito and Noera-rin. The group quietly followed behind Takiying. As they walked, Kakashi brushed past Okamoto Daisuke. At that moment, Daisuke suddenly felt an object in his hand. Upon discreetly examining it, he discovered it resembled a scroll. It reminded him of the time at the Ninja Academy when Kakashi had given him a knowing look from the podium. In an instant, Okamoto Daisuke comprehended that this was the summoning scroll entrusted to Kakashi by the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, before his departure. If they rashly followed this man who claimed to be the Mizukage, they might encounter peril. The talisman adorning Daisuke's chest, alongside the scroll, served as their lifeline. Should the Jinchuriki of the tailed beasts perish, the beasts would follow suit into death, yet they would be reborn after several years. In dire circumstances, the talisman's fate could determine their survival. Kakashi had handed the scroll to Daisuke, assuring him that in the event of an unforeseen incident, he would sacrifice his life to buy them time. The weight of pressure exerted by a man who could proclaim himself as a Kage was immense. Ahead, the Mizukage observed their small gestures with a faint smile, though uncertain of the scroll's true nature. Yet, these four young ninjas, barely in their pre-adolescence, had not only swiftly defeated the patrolling ninjas of their own village but also adeptly navigated the complexities of facing numerous shinobi from both his own ranks and his village. Their prowess was indeed formidable. The strength of a great ninja village extended beyond mere high-level combat capabilities. There is no need for such anxiety regarding me. From the moment I laid eyes on that pendant and doll, I understood your intentions, the Mizukage remarked nonchalantly. Rest assured, as the leader of a village, I would never allow the tailed beast to vanish. Furthermore, as a father, I could not bear to witness my daughter perish before my eyes. Upon hearing these words, Daisuke, Kakashi, Obito, and Rin were all taken aback. It was no wonder that the Nin had insisted on sending Rin to the Hidden Mist village. It was not solely due to her being the Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails. After speaking, the Mizukage continued forward until they reached a residential area. You shall rest here for the day. I will take the pendant for now, he stated, pausing briefly. Rin, you will stay here with them. Mizuyu, please make the necessary arrangements. The Mizukage directed the masked ninja beside him before gradually making his way toward the heart of the Hidden Mist village. Yes, Lord Mizukage. Mizuyu replied, promptly leading Daisuke and the others to the designated residence. You may rest here for today. With that, Mizuyu vanished in an instant. Chapter 37. Mizukage, what shall we do now, Kakashi, Daisuke? Asked Rin timidly. We are not invading a village, so let us adhere to the Mizukage's arrangement, Kakashi said, surveying their surroundings before making his way toward the appointed residence. Click. Daisuke fumbled for the switch on the wall, illuminating the room. Wow, finally we can rest, Obito exclaimed, dashing toward the neatly prepared beds within. This day had been exhausting, filled with travel and climbing steep cliffs, leaving him utterly fatigued. Okamoto Daisuke gently removed Fu from his chest and placed her on the blanket. He gazed at the still slumbering Fu, wondering why she remained in such a state. Just a few days prior, she had been the same. The teacher had mentioned that she would only return to normal once her seal was perfected. Nearby, Rin skillfully changed Fu's diaper. Observing Rin tending to Fu, Okamoto Daisuke retrieved several military rations from his ninja pouch and distributed them among the group. Let us have a light meal. We haven't eaten since last night. After finishing, they agreed to take turns keeping watch throughout the night. Kakashi accepted the rations, affirming, indeed, it is prudent to remain cautious until we fully understand Takigaku's intentions towards us. That night, Okamoto Daisuke, Kakashi, and Obito took turns standing guard. And the night passed peacefully. The following day, as dawn broke, a knock echoed through the air. Excuse me, Lord Takagage requests your presence. The sound startled the half-asleep Kakashi and Daisuke. Kakashi exchanged a knowing glance with Okamoto Daisuke, his hand slowly reaching for the ninja pouch at his waist, prepared to draw his weapon at a moment's notice. Okamoto Daisuke covertly manipulated the water membrane to form before him, gradually opening the door a third of the way. What met his eyes was the ninja from last night, clad in a flowing gray robe and equipped with a breathing mask. This ninja stood at a distance of 2 to 3 meters from the doorway, close enough for potential assault yet far enough to maintain decorum. This is breakfast. Lord Takagage has invited several of you to dine before proceeding to the office building for discussions, Shueyu indicated towards the nearby office building, stepping aside to reveal a portly figure dressed as a chef, who carried a food container. Esteemed lords, this is your morning meal. The jovial chef approached, beaming as he handed the food container to Okamoto Daisuke. Very well, I understand, Mr. Shueyu, Okamoto Daisuke replied, accepting the food container and casting a glance at Shueyu before slowly shutting the door. Last night, Lord Takagage wished to meet with us. Kakashi, what are your thoughts? They all heard the conversation when the door was ajar. Okamoto Daisuke placed the lunchbox on the table and inquired of Kakashi, what can we do? Let's go. On their turf, especially considering the ninjas from yesterday, they can easily handle us. Kakashi lowered his head and murmured, I am but a fish on the chopping block. What fish? What meat? Obito asked, casting a puzzled glance at Okamoto Daisuke. Noticing Obito's expression, Okamoto waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing, Obito, don't overthink it. What about this meal? Wow, it looks splendid. Obito exclaimed as he opened the lunchbox, revealing it brimming with sushi. Okamoto Daisuke retrieved several tweezers, syringes, and test tubes from his equipment pouch. He delicately extracted a small sample from the food before him and placed it into a test tube, shaking it gently. Gradually, the liquid within the tube transformed into a pale blue hue. It should be fine. At least, there are no lethal toxins. Okamoto remarked as he scrutinized the test tube closely. I shall indulge, then, he added. As soon as Daisuke completed his examination, Obito could no longer contain his eagerness. He seized a piece of caviar sushi and eagerly brought it to his mouth. Wow, this is delightful. Obito exclaimed, utterly captivated by the exquisite flavors after days of hardship. Rin, cradling the awakened Fu, settled at the table. It truly is quite sumptuous, she noted, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. It looks so delicious. Sister, I want to eat. I want to eat. The moment she was seated, Fu began to fidget in Rin's embrace. Here, have a piece of sushi. Take your time. Don't choke, Rin advised gently. I'm not eating anymore, Fu replied. Both Okamoto D-suk and Kakashi spoke simultaneously, their words momentarily startling Noara, Rin, and Obito, who glanced at the food in their hands. With his mouth stuffed to the brim, Obito mumbled incoherently while continuing to shove sushi into his mouth. After finishing their breakfast, Kakashi and D-suk positioned themselves one after the other, shielding Rin, who was cradling F between them. Bringing up the rear was Obito, who incessantly patted his belly while burping. The group ambled toward the office building pointed out by Mizu, drawing curious glances from the villagers of Takigakure. The gazes of the ninjas from the village, however, lingered more on the conspicuous Konoha forehead protectors adorning the foreheads of the trio. As everyone scrutinized the group, Okamoto D-suk took the opportunity to observe his surroundings. Much of the detail had escaped him the previous night. Takigakure was nestled in a position encircled by steep cliffs, resembling a barrel fortified by nature. Numerous waterfalls cascaded around, and the air was moist, infused with the scent of water vapor, yet a gentle breeze wafted through, preventing the atmosphere from feeling stifling. Perhaps due to the humidity, the villagers of Takigakure donned slightly cooler clothing. Shops lining the roadside offered various agricultural produce. Looking up, one could see the cliffs they had climbed the day before, and directly facing the cliffs, a massive torrent of water flowed majestically downward. According to the map provided by the Nin, this marked the entrance to Takigakure. Okamoto D-suk nodded slightly. The environment of Takigakure was indeed favorable for him as a water-style ninja. After a short journey, the group gradually arrived at the exterior of the central office building in the village. The ninjas stationed at the entrance halted them, questioning their purpose. We were sent by Mr. Mizuyu, in accordance with Lord Takikage's instructions, Kakashi replied, addressing the two guards at the door. At that moment, a ninja clad in a dark green robe and wearing a respirator materialized at the entrance. Lord Takikage has decreed that these leaf ninjas may enter, he declared, gesturing for them to proceed. Please follow me, he instructed, leading them into the office building. As they gazed upon the ominous structure, Fu nestled in the embrace of Noara Rin, whispering, Sister, I'm scared. Rin offered a few soothing words before joining the others and following the guide. Not far away, a translucent figure observed Okamoto D-suk and his companions as they entered the office building under the escort of the Takigakure ninja, gradually becoming visible. In an instant, the figure vanished. Knock, knock, knock. The guiding ninja rapped on the door. Come in, a voice called from within. Lord Takikage, the leaf ninjas have arrived. You may leave now. Let them enter, came the response. With a flash, the guiding ninja disappeared. Outside, Okamoto D-suk and the others exchanged glances. Please, come in. The voice from within beckoned. Okamoto Dojie pushed open the door and stepped inside. The room appeared exceptionally clean and tidy. Please, have a seat. Takikage gestured towards the sofa, indicating for the others to sit down. From behind the imposing office desk, Takikage finally spoke. Have you accepted the commission to escort Fu here? Chapter 38. Temporary safety. Kakashi rose and recounted the events leading to their escorting Fu, emphasizing the reasons behind their perilous climb over the cliffs of Takigakure the previous night. Oh, so you undertook that treacherous path out of necessity, Takikage remarked coolly. Hey, old man, we risked our lives to bring Fu back. On what grounds do you question us? Exclaimed Obito, unable to contain his frustration. Surely you understand how vital Fu is. Before Kakashi or Okamoto Dojie could respond, Obito jumped up in indignation. If you continue to speak to me so disrespectfully, there will be no remedy for your breakfast poison, Takikage retorted, his expression tinged with irritation. Upon hearing Takikage's words, Dojie and the others stood up, with Dojie's hand subtly reaching for the summoning scroll in his ninja pouch. Ah, so you truly intend to harm me, you old rascal, Obito shouted, drawing a kunai and charging forward. Bang! Obito abruptly halted in his tracks as Takikage delivered a powerful punch to his abdomen. Obito's eyes widened, and with a gasp, he expelled the sushi he had consumed for breakfast, collapsing to the floor. Obito! Lin cried out, rushing forward. Lin! Dojie interjected, blocking her path. Dojie? Lin looked at him with confusion. Do not worry, Lin. Takikage is likely doing this on purpose, Dojie explained. Bearing the title of Kage, whether recognized by the ninja world or not, one is not to be underestimated. If he truly wished to harm them, he could have easily taken Obito's life just now, rather than forcing him to regurgitate his meal. Moreover, as the leader of a village, where are the guards? The absence of anyone else in this room speaks volumes about Takaki's intentions. Clap, clap, clap. A round of applause echoed through the room. Indeed. You are worthy of being a disciple of the Sannin, so young yet so capable, Takaki praised, genuinely impressed by Dojia. Your breakfast was infused with our village's unique hero water, which, when consumed over time, can enhance one's chakra. Today's meal was prepared in accordance with the needs of you four, but this child overindulged. There is a saying, too much of a good thing can be detrimental. An excessive intake of hero water can lead to irritability and severe abdominal pain, and prolonged consumption may even disrupt one's chakra. Hence, I had no choice but to resort to such measures. Takaki resumed his seat behind the desk, intertwining his fingers while resting his elbows on the table, observing them intently. At that moment, Obito slowly rose to his feet. Couldn't you have employed a gentler method, you old man? It is not that it cannot be done, but rather that this serves as a warning, Okamoto Daisuke remarked, his voice slightly subdued. Since their arrival in the village, despite Takaki's display of goodwill, the four remained vigilant. Any slight rustle could set off the nerves of both him and Kakashi, making Fu's safety a matter of concern for Takaki. At this moment, Takaki was using his strength to convey that their wariness was feeble in his eyes. With a grim expression, Obito called out, "Please, take a seat." "Do you feel any better now?" Takaki inquired of Obito. "Damn it, being struck without retaliation is infuriating. However, I do feel considerably better," Obito retorted with indignation. "Lord Takaki, please elucidate the purpose of our visit," Daisuke insisted, his gaze fixed intently on Takaki. "The reason I summoned you is to dispel your apprehensions," Takaki replied with a smile. Addressing the young man, "And yet, you remain on guard against me. I assure you, I harbor no ill intentions. Since you have brought Fu here, allow me to share a tale." Rising from his seat, Takaki moved to the window, turning his back to the group. Following the first great ninja war, the revered god of ninjas, the first Hokage Hashirama Senju, quelled the chaos, bringing an end to the warring states era and ushering in the age of the ninja villages. This exceptionally powerful man divided the nine-tailed beasts among the various nations to balance the strength of each village. Fortuitously for Takigakure, a village not classified among the 5 great nations, it received one of the tailed beasts, the Seven Tails. Upon hearing this, Daisuke and the others perked up, intrigued by the rare insight. The tailed beasts serve as a vital asset for a village, making the selection of a Jinchuriki paramount. When the villagers found themselves in a quandary, the daughter of the first Takagi stepped forward, volunteering to become the Jinchuriki for the Seven Tails. However, during the sealing process, an unfortunate incident occurred. The constitution of the first Takagi's daughter proved unsuitable to bear the power of the Seven Tails. In haste, they could only seal the Jinchuriki within her. As time passed, 10 years slipped away. The former Jinchuriki matured, forming a bond with a boy in the village. Together they undertook missions, driving away the wild beasts surrounding their home. Ultimately, they fell in love beneath a paulownia tree. The boy vowed to protect the village and the woman he cherished. As the boy gradually grew into a man, he assumed the mantle of Takagi. However, the girl, due to her pregnancy, caused the seal to weaken, leading to a catastrophic release of the Seven Tails chakra, devastating the village. Ignoring the man's pleas, she departed one night with a nurse who had cared for her since childhood and a chunin. Before leaving, she penned a letter, promising that she would leave the tailed beast for the village, willing to sacrifice everything. As Takagi concluded his tale, he turned to fix his gaze intently upon Lin, who cradled Fu in her arms. The paulownia tree is also known as the hibiscus. Observing the several individuals lost in contemplation, I concluded my tale, urging them to depart. I shall arrange for the family of the former Jinchuriki to guide you around the village. After a moment of silence, Kakashi was the first to rise. Thank you, Takayuki. We shall take our leave. Indeed, go forth, but remember not to overindulge in meals next time. The hero's water is rather difficult to digest. The group turned to exit, while Fu remained, bewildered and wide-eyed, scanning her surroundings. Takayuki silently watched as they left the office building. Is Lord Takayuki truly allowing them to depart? These individuals, especially the masked one and the child with the short ponytail, are rare prodigies. Shueyu appeared behind Takayuki. If we were to employ the village's brainwashing capabilities. Enough of that, Shueyu. You must understand, one is a disciple of the legendary 3 ninjas, another is the son of the renowned Konoha White Fang. And there is also a member of the Uchiha clan. We cannot afford to retain any of them unless we desire war with Konoha. Moreover, their leader is the esteemed Hokage, Minato Namikaze. You were present at the scene after last night's battle. Did you not perceive the intensity of the conflict? Chapter 39. The arrival of Minato with 8 or 9 jonin and numerous chunin and genin. They could easily instigate a small-scale war. Yet it was resolved by a single individual. It has been years since such a figure has graced the shinobi world. This is someone destined to gain renown. Shueyu. Abandon such thoughts. Our current task is to extend Takayuki Village's goodwill. Furthermore, if they recognize the significance of the hero's water, they will naturally choose to remain if they harbor any intentions. With that, Takayuki turned back, gazing silently at the latest intelligence on the desk. Sunlight streaming in to illuminate the papers. Faintly, one could discern the analysis of the scrolls, with a corner revealing photographs of Okamoto Daisuke and several others. Without talented individuals, when will Takayuki Village ascend to the status of a great shinobi village? Can we truly rely solely on your mediocre, ever-humble self? In a place unseen by Takayuki, Shueyo's face twisted beneath his mask, his gaze fixated fiercely on Takayuki's retreating figure. Upon returning to their room, the group settled in the living room. Damn that guy, how dare he strike me in such a manner? Obito cursed vehemently. Obito, one must hold reverence for the strong. Okamoto Daisuke remarked, shaking his head at Obito's demeanor, hoping this experience would bring about a transformation in him. What shall we do next? Lin asked, cradling Fu, who giggled merrily as she played. She tilted her head to look at Kakashi and Okamoto Daisuke. While we can reasonably ascertain that Takayuki harbors no ill intentions, let us remain indoors until Minato-sensei arrives to formulate our plans, Kakashi suggested, reclining in his chair, gazing up at the ceiling. Kakashi makes a valid point. Let us patiently await the arrival of our senior brother, Minato. Okamoto Daisuke echoed in agreement. Considering the time, from last night until this morning, even if Namikaze Minato were slow, he should have already entered the vicinity of Takigakure. After a hearty lunch, none of them refused the sumptuous meal offered this time. They all indulged with great appetite. Following the meal, Fu, as was her custom, fell into a deep slumber, as Okamoto Doja and the others reclined leisurely on the tatami. Gently massaging their bellies, the warm afternoon sunlight enveloped them, lulling them into a state of drowsiness. Just as they were on the brink of slumber, a sudden series of knocks at the door jolted them awake. Kakashi rose and inquired, "Who is it?" A voice responded, "Gentlemen, there is a ninja from Konoha who claims to be your teacher. Lord Takakage has sent me to bring him here." Upon hearing this, Kakashi, Obito, Rin, and Okamoto Doja were all filled with excitement. As Okamoto Daisuke activated the instant body technique, he found himself at the threshold of the door in an instant. Upon opening the door, he beheld Namikaze Minato, clad in a green J-nin vest, his short golden hair glinting in the light, standing behind Mizuyu. Upon seeing Okamoto Daisuke, Minato greeted him with a smile, his right hand raised and his eyes crescent-shaped. "Hello, Daisuke. How have you been?" Okamoto Daisuke opened his mouth, but had yet to respond. Thud, thud, thud. Kakashi appeared beside Okamoto Daisuke, followed closely by Noara Rin. Lastly, a figure lunged towards Kakashi and Okamoto Daisuke, with Obito forcing his head into view. He exclaimed, "Lord Minato, you have finally arrived." Minato Namikaze, the esteemed J-nin, replied, "Then I shall take my leave." As Mizuyu observed the scene of their reunion, he addressed Minato, "Thank you for your arrival at Takigakure. After reporting to the guards at the main gate and notifying the higher-ups of the village, I have come here in my capacity as a J-nin of Konoha. Thank you for your assistance, J-nin Mizuyu," Minato expressed with a respectful nod. "You're too kind, Lord Minato. Should you have any requests, please feel free to relay them to the village's patrol team," Mizuyu replied, turning towards the village's administrative building. Minato smiled at the individuals blocking the entrance and remarked, "Why is no one preparing to let me in?" As Okamoto Daisuke and others quickly stepped aside to welcome Minato Namikaze into the room, Obito dashed forward. Embracing Minato with fervor, Rin's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Minato gently patted Obito's head, saying, "All right, let go now. You have become a ninja capable of standing alone." He then proceeded into the room and took a seat. "Was your journey to Takigakure smooth?" Minato inquired, glancing at the students gathered around him. He listened in silence as Kakashi and Okamoto Daisuke recounted the events that transpired after their parting. "So, Fu is now the daughter of the current Takakage?" Minato observed the still sleeping Fu. "Sensei, didn't the Takakage receive you upon your arrival?" Kakashi felt that, as a jonin of Konoha, Minato should have been given due attention by the Takakage. "I did meet the Takakage, but he did not mention anything about Fu. He merely expressed gratitude for your return of Fu to Takigakure," Okamoto Daisuke clarified. Regardless of whether Fu is the Takigage's child, she is still the Jinchuriki of Takigakure. The Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails has been delivered to Takigakure, so we should withdraw, Kakashi remarked, looking at Minato. How can you say that, Kakashi? Fu is a living, breathing person. What if she does not wish to remain in Takigakure? Obito exclaimed, rising abruptly, his fist clenched in defiance. But she is also the Jinchuriki. The Jinchuriki of Takigakure, Kakashi retorted coldly, casting a glance at him. Obito's clenched fist gradually relaxed, and he slowly sank back down, feeling utterly defeated as he regarded the ground. Okamoto Dojiya stated directly, Master Watergate, let us depart tomorrow. Our mission is accomplished. What remains is no longer our concern. Gazing at Okamoto Dojiya and Kakashi, Minato Namikaze replied, Then we shall leave tomorrow. You both should rest well today. That evening, Mizuya once again led the chef to deliver a sumptuous dinner. Is it true that consuming this cuisine can enhance one's chakra? Minato inquired, slightly astonished. It is well known in the shinobi world that chakra is a fusion of physical and mental prowess. He had never heard of any method to augment chakra. Even the soldier pills merely stimulate the body to expedite chakra extraction. I have inspected it and found no toxicity. The specific principles may require thorough examination to ascertain. He continued. Moreover, after today's lunch, I can indeed sense a slight increase in my chakra. Were it not for my acute sensitivity to chakra, I would not have noticed it at all. The increment is exceedingly subtle, nearly imperceptible. Were it not for Okamoto Dojiya, it would have gone unnoticed by anyone else. However, if this food can be consumed over a prolonged period, the cumulative effect may be significant. This substance should be highly valuable for the hidden waterfall village. Upon my return, I shall analyze the composition of this hero's water. Okamoto Dojiya had long coveted a method to enhance chakra, and now that the opportunity lay before him, he would not easily relinquish it. After dinner, Noara Rin took Fu to bed, while Kakashi and Obito lay down beside them fully clothed. Minato found himself alone in the living room, laying out a makeshift bed on the floor, preparing to rest. Okamoto Daisuke gently approached the bed, a vial held delicately in his hand. Despite his cautious steps, a faint sound escaped. Upon opening his eyes, Namikaze Minato beheld Okamoto Daisuke, clad in short sleeves and shorts, standing beside his bedside. Daisuke, what brings you here? Chapter 40. Departure. Brother Minato, I am here to tend to your wounds. This potion is one I concocted myself. Okamoto Daisuke's south eyes narrowed into crescent shapes as he smiled at Namikaze Minato, gently shaking the vial of pale green liquid in his hand. You are aware of my injuries. Upon hearing Okamoto Daisuke's confident assertion, along with the healing potion he had brought, Namikaze Minato refrained from disputing it. As he removed his outer coat and the black long-sleeved shirt beneath, the extent of his injuries became apparent. His back was marred by burns, and a deep, bone-visible gash marred his chest, a hue of purplish-brown staining the wound. It was evident that, given Namikaze Minato's prowess, he should have swiftly dealt with the group of obstructing ninjas and proceeded directly to Takigakure. Yet, he only arrived at the village near noon the following day, likely having his wounds treated by Jiraiya. Brother Minato, you are gravely injured, Okamoto Daisuke exclaimed, his expression tinged with concern. When I saw you during the battle with Obito, I sensed something was amiss with your complexion, suggesting you were hurt, but I had no idea it was this severe. To his astonishment, the ambushing ninjas proved to be remarkably formidable. Although Minato had not yet reached the legendary status of the Yellow Flash, he certainly surpassed the average jonin by a considerable margin. Had this encounter occurred during Okamoto Daisuke's initial mission against the Jonin Nakajima, he likely would not have even laid eyes on a few of them. The ambushing ninjas were not to be underestimated. Their leader possessed a bloodline limit that allowed him to extract metal from the earth, a skill Okamoto Daisuke had never witnessed before. In this instance, carelessness had led to Minato sustaining a chest wound. Okamoto Daisuke sat cross-legged behind Minato Namikaze, his hands emanating a verdant glow as he activated his healing technique. With utmost precision, he directed his chakra to assess the extent of Minato's injuries. Gradually, the burns on Minato's back began to heal, restoring its healthy hue. Tiny grains of sand and gravel emerged from the wounds, remnants of the explosive tags that had caused the damage. As Minato's skin improved, Daisuke meticulously removed the fragmented debris before applying a healing ointment to his back. He then placed a sterile cloth over the area, allowing Minato to rest upon it. Pouring a green liquid from the healing vial into his palm, he shaped the chakra into a water sphere, pressing it gently against the wound between Minato's chest and abdomen. Under the influence of his chakra, wisps of brown toxin began to dissipate from the wound, coalescing under Daisuke's guidance. Gradually, the once vibrant green liquid transformed into a murky brown, and the toxic emissions from Minato's injuries ceased entirely. Okamoto Doji retracted the toxic sphere and picked up a teacup from the table, gently placing the sphere inside. As he activated the healing technique, the wound on Minato Namikaze began to mend at a visibly rapid pace under Okamoto Doji's chakra infusion. Observing the wound's healing, Okamoto Doji wiped the fine beads of sweat from his forehead and ceased the activation of the technique. Brother Minato, the wound has healed, but you will need to rest for a while, he advised while bandaging the area. I truly appreciate your help, Doji, Minato said, donning his clothes and moving his treated body, feeling invigorated. Not at all, it was my duty. Please rest well, Brother Minato. Okamoto Doji replied as he put away the healing potion in the cup containing the toxins, turning to return to the house. Doji, how is your training in the Flying Thunder God technique progressing? Minato inquired. Turning back in response, Okamoto Doji stated, I have essentially mastered the basic sealing technique. I have also grasped the fundamentals of the Flying Thunder God technique, but I still struggle with the spatial perception aspect. By the way, brother, do you think my technique is correct? Having spoken, he swiftly entered the house. Thud, thud, thud. Moments later, Okamoto Doji emerged from within, holding a kunai, the tail of which was wrapped with a talisman. Okamoto Daisuke handed over the kunai to Minato Namikaze. Brother Minato, this is the Flying Thunder God sealing technique that I completed myself. Please take a look. Minato accepted the kunai, gently running his fingers over the intricate sealing formula wrapped around its handle. Observing Okamoto Daisuke seated before him, he couldn't help but marvel at the extraordinary talent before him. Just a few days had passed since he had taught him the basics of sealing, and Daisuke had not only grasped the sealing technique, but also modified the original Flying Thunder God technique. Even Minato himself had taken considerable time and effort, along with the personal instruction of his girlfriend, Kushina Uzumaki, to finally master the Flying Thunder God technique. Very well, Daisuke, your Flying Thunder God technique is fundamentally sound, though there are a few minor issues that require correction. As long as you can sense the power of space, you will be able to complete it. Each individual's Flying Thunder God technique is unique. Mine differs from that of the second Hokage. I can only help you identify these few flaws. The rest you must feel for yourself and refine step by step, Minato stated, pointing out several issues in Daisuke's technique. Next, you need to learn to sense the power of space and connect it with your Flying Thunder God technique in order to achieve instantaneous movement. With that, Minato returned the kunai to Okamoto Daisuke. Understood, Brother Minato. Please rest well, Daisuke nodded, accepting the kunai and gazing thoughtfully at the formula engraved upon it as he retreated to his room, stretching his arms. Minato couldn't help but express his gratitude for having a teammate like Okamoto Daisuke. The following morning, the group rose early to wash up. Knock, knock, knock. A sound echoed from outside the door. Excuse me, esteemed sirs, I am the chef delivering your meal. Please open the door. Daisuke instantly recalled the timid chef from the previous day. Upon opening the door, he found the same plump chef, now clad in a pristine white chef's coat, holding a food box that was slightly larger than yesterday's. It seemed Takigakure had informed the chef to prepare more food. After receiving the food box, Daisuke expressed his thanks. As the chef turned to leave, Minato called out, Hello, please wait a moment. If you could kindly inform Jonin Mizuyu that we wish to pay a visit to Lord Takikage this morning. Ah, yes, of course, the chef replied, eager to assure Minato that he would relay the message. After enjoying breakfast and packing their belongings, Minato led the group toward the Takigakure administration building. Inside the Takikage's office, the Takikage remarked, It seems they wish to depart. Yes, leaving may be for the best. Having them linger in the village is not ideal. Shueyu, please go down to greet them. Yes, Lord Taking. With that, Shueyu turned and exited Taking's office. Taking village truly is remarkable, Noera Rin remarked, observing the villagers laboring freely around her. The cliffs and waterfalls shielded them, yet also confined them. Upon his arrival, Okamoto Daisuke noted the village's limited connection with the outside world. This isolation hindered the village's economic growth, making it challenging to cultivate exceptional ninjas. Even among the 5 great nations, apart from Konoha, the ninja academies of the other countries exhibited significant shortcomings. To alter the current state of the ninja world, the establishment of ninja schools is indispensable. Bang! Lost in thought, Okamoto Daisuke collided head-on with Obito in front of him. Ouch! Obito, why did you stop suddenly? He inquired. clutching his sore nose. Before Obito could respond, the leader ahead, Namikaze Minato, spoke first. Greetings, Senior Shueyu. It was impossible to discern Shueyu's expression beneath the breathing mask. Senior Minato, Lord Taking is already aware of your intentions. Please follow me, Shueyu said, turning to lead the way. Instead of heading towards the Taking office building, he directed them toward the village's exit. The group followed silently behind Shueyu, and soon a magnificent waterfall came into view, cascading down the cliff and completely obscuring the entrance to Taking village. Standing at the entrance, Taking observed the approaching group. Senior Minato, as the leader of Taking village, I am immensely grateful for your arrival, which has helped us avert significant losses, Taking expressed warmly. There's no need for thanks. Maintaining peace in the ninja world is a responsibility we all share, Minato replied. Rin, please return Fu to her village. Nora Rin, cradling the sleeping Fu, gazed down at the girl, who was softly smacking her lips, and slowly approached Taking. A slender girl with short hair, of a similar age to Rin, emerged quickly from behind Taking. Skillfully taking Fu into her arms, she offered a friendly smile to Rin. Shueyu, who had brought the group over, stepped forward to Minato and produced an envelope. Senior Minato, this is the 50 million Rio mission fee issued by Taking village, along with an S-rank mission scroll. We appreciate your contributions to our village. Senior Minato, Taking village has always prioritized peace, and we hope to become eternal friends with Konoha. Our village will always welcome your visits, Taking said, smiling warmly as he watched Fu being taken away by his villagers. Lord Taking, we shall take our leave now, they said. After speaking, Minato Namikaze led a few individuals towards the exit. Through a designated passage, he guided Obito, Kakashi, and Doji out of the entrance of Takigakure. Well, the exit of their village is truly concealed, Obito remarked as they navigated the winding corridor, finally stepping outside. Upon leaving Takigakure, the group felt an immediate sense of relief. Only Lin Yahara occasionally glanced back at the exit. Do not worry, Lin. Fu is the Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails. Takigakure treasures her dearly, Doji reassured. She replied softly. Having been the one to care for Fu during this time, they shared a bed at night, making Lin's reluctance to part understandable. Minato approached Lin, gently patting her shoulder. Lin, it is more suitable for Fu to remain here. Now, let us return home. With that, he took the lead towards the direction of Konohagakure. Following the forest path, the group gradually distanced themselves from Takigakure. Lord Takikage, they have departed, one of the shinobi reported. Do we have any leads on the ninjas attempting to abduct Fu? Perhaps. They are likely from Iwagakure. Lord Takikage, they have gone too far. We should retaliate and declare our presence to the major shinobi villages. Shueyu. Their attempt to seize Fu occurred outside the village. Moreover, there is no direct evidence implicating Iwagakure's ninjas. The reason Minato did not disclose the identities of those who ambushed him is precisely this. The enemy left no identifying marks. If Minato were to inform Takigakure, they might confront Iwagakure based on his testimony, only to be countered by them. Sunagakure has been making constant maneuvers in the Land of Wind, further deteriorating relations with Konoha. Should we provide Sunagakure with an excuse to declare war, Kumogakure might also intervene. Currently, the only nation we can rely on is the Land of Water, as Kirigakure is preoccupied with its internal issues. With the interests of several great nations at stake, although Konoha is the strongest among the five, engaging in a multi-front war could lead to a Pyrrhic victory. When one's strength is insufficient, the wisest course of action is to ensure one's own safety. Shueyu, our strength is still inadequate. Shueyu, arrange for enhanced protection for Fu. We must ensure her safety without fail. As for her sealing issue, I will handle that. Understood. Lord Takikage. Behind the mask, Shueyo's gaze gradually shifted. Meanwhile, Lin Yuhara had completely set aside her concerns about Fu's departure. The group's pace on their return became increasingly lighthearted. At noon, by the riverside, Lin stood in a stream, splashing water towards Doji and Kakashi on the shore. Doji, Kakashi, come join me and help catch some fish. Okamoto Doji sat upon a stone by the riverbank, meticulously observing the kunai of the flying thunder god technique gifted to him by Minato Namikaze, while diligently cross-referencing it with the newly bestowed sealing scroll. This scroll, a progression of fundamental sealing techniques, had been entrusted to him during their journey. As he pondered ways to enhance his mastery of the flying thunder god technique, a damp hand suddenly appeared before him, snatching the kunai from his grip. Doji, you always did this back in school, engrossed in your books. Come on, let us tackle lunch together. exclaimed Obito, who stood in the water, laughing heartily. Utilizing the pilfered kunai, he proceeded to gut a fish he had just caught. Once the fish was prepared, Obito glanced towards Kakashi. Kakashi, perched upon a stone by the river, cast a cold glance in his direction. Instantly, Obito felt a pang of embarrassment and lowered his head, clumsily tending to the fish. Rin Noara emerged from the water, clutching several palm-sized river crabs. Kakashi, you're in charge of preparing these crabs. They will be our lunch, she chirped playfully, her voice ringing out as she stood barefoot in the refreshing river. Scooping up a handful of water along with the freshly caught crabs, she tossed them towards Kakashi. Drenched by the cool water, Kakashi instinctively caught 2 crabs with his hands, but in his haste, several slipped through his fingers and fell to the riverbank. Ah, Kakashi, they've escaped. Behind you, Rin shouted excitedly. On the riverbank, Minato Namikaze stood with his arms crossed. Watching the playful antics of the group and the flustered Kakashi under Rin's direction, a smile gracing his lips. Chapter 42. In Konoha, beneath the glow of the setting sun, the imposing gates, towering 3/4 the height of the wall, stood as a familiar sight. Gazing at the symbol of Konoha nestled between the 2 kanji characters for ninja, Okamoto Dojiya felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. Unlike his last return from a mission, marked by disarray, this time he appeared impeccably clean and composed. Leading the way was Minato, followed closely by Okamoto, Kakashi, with Obito and Rin bringing up the rear. The 5 of them approached the gates together. Minato-sensei, have you returned from your mission? Inquired one of the 2 ninjas stationed at the entrance, pausing their inspection upon seeing Minato at the forefront. With a warm smile, Minato nodded in acknowledgement. Upon entering the village, they reached a stone bench at the village entrance. Minato halted, turning to face Okamoto and the others. This mission has concluded successfully. I will notify you regarding the mission payment in a few days. Additionally, I trust you will keep the details of this mission confidential. Yes, Sensei, yes, Minato-senpai. They all responded in unison. We shall disperse for now. Dojiya, should you have any questions regarding your training, feel free to visit my home. I have a master of sealing techniques residing with me as well. Upon hearing the words of Minato Namikaze, Okamoto Daisuke felt a slight stirring within his heart. Thank you, Brother Minato. Master, are you still giving him special treatment? This is rather biased, wouldn't you agree, Kakashi, Rin? Obito exclaimed in a tone tinged with jealousy. Casting knowing glances at Kakashi and Rin, Rin merely smiled, choosing to remain silent. Kakashi maintained his cool demeanor, gazing skyward at a 45-degree angle, ignoring Obito entirely. You all are welcome to visit the teacher's home anytime, Minato said with a gentle pat on Obito's head, smiling warmly. All right, Team Minato, for now, we disperse. Daisuke, Jiraiya-sensei has informed me that you are currently a free agent. Should there be any missions, Tsunade-senpai will relay the information to you. I understand, Brother Minato. After exchanging farewells, the 5 departed in different directions. Jimoto Daisuke hastened towards his home, his steps quickening at the sight of the low-rise dwelling in the distance. He retrieved a key from his utility pouch and, with a creak, unlocked the door. The dimness within the house revealed a lack of proper illumination. Utilizing the fading light of dusk, Jimoto Daisuke located the switch along the wall. Upon pulling the switch, the formerly muted yellow light transformed into a brilliant white glow, illuminating the room's immaculate contents. When did the lights in my house get replaced? And this furniture? He mused, slowly approaching the renewed table in the living room, extracting his clothing piece by piece from his backpack. While tidying his belongings, he surveyed the space with a fresh perspective. Unlike his last return from a mission, the furniture appeared spotless this time, clearly indicating that someone had been diligently maintaining it. He placed the retrieved garments into the washing machine and activated it, watching as it began to fill with water. Entering the bedroom, Jimoto Daisuke discovered an envelope resting beside his bedding. He bent down to pick it up, noting the inscription, to Daisuke, personally. Did Sister Hinata go on a mission? After reading the letter, Jimoto Daisuke realized that Hinata Rika had embarked on a mission 2 days prior. She often assisted in cleaning his home, which explained its pristine condition. In her note, Hinata Rika mentioned that during his absence, she had replaced the old fluorescent light with a new one and that the new furniture had also been changed by her, while the old furnishings had been stored in the basement. Okamoto Dojiya placed the envelope down and approached the kitchen refrigerator. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by a pristine layer of delicately crafted glass jars, each filled with meticulously prepared pickles. Each jar bore a label. Dojiya, this one is quite spicy. Dojiya, this one aids absorption. Dojiya, Save this jar for when I return, so we can enjoy it together. Dojiya, the longer this jar is kept, the more delicious it becomes. As he reached out to touch the jars of pickles, a hint of moisture welled up in the corners of Okamoto Dojiya's eyes. It dawned on him that this was the essence of being cared for, of being held dear in someone's thoughts. After closing the refrigerator door, he took a moment to compose himself and lay down on the tatami mat. Nestled in the bedding, he was enveloped by a warmth reminiscent of the sun's gentle rays, accompanied by a subtle fragrance that invigorated his spirit. Gurgle, gurgle. Okamoto Daisuke had intended to quietly recline on the tatami mat and relish a fleeting moment of tranquility. However, his stomach had other plans. Sighing, he resolved to address the matter of dinner first. The refrigerator contained nothing but pickles crafted by Hinata, with no other sustenance in sight. The instant noodles and other convenience foods he had previously stocked had mysteriously vanished, presumably dealt with by Hinata. With some money in hand, Okamoto Daisuke stepped out of his abode, meandering aimlessly down the street. "Hey, isn't that Daisuke?" A voice called out, prompting him to glance up and discover that he had unconsciously wandered to the entrance of Ichiraku Ramen, where none other than the owner, Ichiraku himself, greeted him. "Oh, I've been out on missions lately and just returned today," Ichiraku remarked. "I was wondering why I hadn't seen you for a while. Would you care for a bowl? I've recently experimented with a new sauce for the ramen that hasn't been released yet. You'd be the first to try it. What do you say?" Ichiraku Ramen had once been a frequent stop for Okamoto Daisuke, nestled between his home and the hospital, where he often indulged in a bowl of ramen to satiate his dinner cravings. "How generous. I'll take a large portion," he replied. "Consider it done." Ichiraku responded with a practiced flair, expertly stretching the noodles, preparing the broth, and completing the dish in one fluid motion. Before long, a steaming bowl of ramen was presented before Okamoto Daisuke. With eager anticipation, he picked up his chopsticks and dug in heartily. After settling the bill, Okamoto Daisuke exited Ichiraku Ramen and turned back toward home. Upon returning, he proceeded to freshen up. Gaobin Dojiye reclined upon his bed, idly toying with a gourd-shaped bottle. The azure liquid, known as the hero's water, swirled within, reflecting his gentle manipulation. With utmost care, he set the hero's water aside and gradually succumbed to the embrace of slumber. Upon awakening at dawn, Gaobin Dojiye placed the hero's water from his bedside into his backpack. After a brief tidying up, he set forth towards the Konoha hospital. He had not sought Tsunade immediately the day prior, and he wondered whether she might chastise him upon discovering his delay. Arriving at Konoha Hospital, he entered the lobby, where the attending nurse was unfamiliar to him, perhaps a newcomer who had taken over during his absence. Navigating through the lobby with ease, he ascended to the third floor and approached the door of Tsunade's office. "Knock, knock, knock. Teacher, I have returned," Gaobin Dojiye announced as he rapped on the door. The sound of footsteps approached, yet the robust voice of Tsunade was notably absent. As the footsteps drew near, he pondered whether Tsunade herself would come to open the door. The door creaked open, revealing a slender young girl. "Shizune? What brings you here?" Gaobin Dojiye asked, somewhat taken aback. Since the graduation gathering, he had not seen Shizune for quite a while due to missions and various other obligations. "I am currently learning medical ninjutsu under Lady Tsunade and assisting her with cleaning," Shizune replied, lowering her head, a cloth still clutched in her hand. "Well then, I suppose I am your senior now," Gaobin Dojiye teased, noticing the slight blush that graced the dark-haired girl's cheeks. "Come on, hurry up. I am indeed your senior," he urged, taking her hand and leading her into the room, where he placed his backpack on the desk. "Shizune, where is Teacher Tsunade? She hasn't slacked off again." "Has she? And when did this office acquire a suite? Is this Tsunade's personal space?" Not sensing Tsunade's presence in the office, Gaobin Dojiye made his way toward the suite within. "Dojiye, wait!" Shizune exclaimed, her face flushed as she watched him reach for the door to the suite, desperately trying to halt him. With a swift push, he opened the door, and a flash of white darted past him. Suddenly, Gaobin Dojiye felt a jolt, his vision blurred, and a pang of shock struck his nose. Before he could react, he was propelled backward at an alarming speed. Bang! Okamoto Dojiye was slumped against the corner. His head bowed toward his chest, and his arms hung limply by his sides. Dojiye, are you all right?" Jingin exclaimed, discarding the cloth and hurriedly kneeling beside Okamoto Dojiye to support him. Okamoto Daisuke now felt stars dancing before his eyes. His numbed face was oblivious to the 2 streams of warm blood flowing from his nostrils. Shizune hurriedly grabbed a few tissues from her desk, gently dabbing at the wound. Suddenly, the door swung open with a thud. "Tsunade, clad in a striking blue coat and a dark pleated skirt that cascaded down to her ankles, stepped out of the office, her feet adorned with pink slippers. She glanced at Shizune, who was tending to Daisuke's bleeding. Shizune, do not concern yourself with that brat. I am well aware of the force behind his punches. Hey, you little punk, snap out of it quickly, or I shall have no mercy on you. Okamoto Daisuke shook his head vigorously, nearly dislodging the tissue that Shizune had just placed in his nostril. He raised his gaze slowly towards Tsunade, who stood a short distance away. Teacher, I have only just returned. Surely you need not welcome me so extravagantly. Tsunade's expression darkened as she scrutinized him. Daisuke, how is it that a mere outing with Jiraiya has transformed you into this? You have learned to tease Shizune and even dared to intrude upon the girls' dormitory. I cannot fathom whether Jiraiya is truly mentoring you or merely indulging in his own whims. If you have indeed become like that old lecher, I shall have no choice but to sever ties. Her brows knit together, a look of displeasure etched across her face, her fair hands clenched into tight fists. It was evident that if Daisuke's response failed to satisfy her, he would face the consequences of her wrath. After sitting on the ground for a moment to collect himself, Daisuke felt somewhat revived. Though his face remained numb, he dared not employ the palm healing technique to alleviate his discomfort. Old who, this is merely a performance. You must trust me. I assure you, I am still the peculiar Daisuke you know. He stammered in explanation. I truly swear, it was just a performance. I was merely curious about what that bearded fellow was doing. Okamoto Daisuke felt an overwhelming numbness across his entire face. He observed the figure seated on the ground, his own visage swollen from a single punch, unable to articulate properly, and couldn't help but chuckle. All right, kid, this time I shall forgive you. However, do not emulate Jiraiya's flaws, do you understand? His hands began to emanate a verdant glow from the healing technique. Just as his glowing hands were about to make contact with Okamoto Daisuke's face, they abruptly halted. Tsunade retracted her hands behind her back, swiftly standing upright and discreetly stepping back. This minor injury, you can treat yourself. It will give me a chance to observe whether your healing ninjutsu has declined. Oh, you got me, old man. His hands glowed green once more, and soon the swelling on his face diminished at a visible pace, eventually returning to normal. Your mission has just concluded. Why are you here at the hospital today? Tsunade approached her desk, seated herself, and delicately sipped the tea that Shizune had prepared in advance. Glancing at the backpack resting on the table, she inquired, Are you here to present me with a gift? Having completed his treatment, Okamoto Daisuke rose with Shizune's assistance. After expressing his gratitude to Shizune, he approached the desk and unzipped the backpack. Teacher, during this mission, I acquired an item known as Hero's Water. It has the potential to temporarily enhance one's chakra, but it should not be consumed in excess. Upon saying this, he handed Tsunade the gourd. Tsunade accepted the vessel, pouring a small amount into her palm, yet felt no discernible effects. She looked at Okamoto Daisuke with curiosity. Teacher, the Hero's Water does not enhance chakra through mere contact, but rather when ingested. Upon hearing Daisuke's words, Tsunade skeptically leaned closer, gently extending her delicate tongue to taste it. Instantly, she sensed a surge of chakra within her, albeit fleeting. Indeed, this substance can augment chakra. What is your intention in bringing it here? Teacher, I wish to concoct a potion that can enhance chakra in conjunction with the Hero's Water. I hope you will assist me in this endeavor, Okamoto Daisuke stated earnestly. Tsunade nodded. That is certainly feasible. If we succeed in our research, it would be beneficial for the village as well. There is one more thing, teacher. I would like to learn the summoning technique. Traditionally, Tsunade dictated what he would learn, and this was the first time he had requested a specific ninjutsu. Very well. Without hesitation, Tsunade agreed. Daisuke, come with me. Shizune, you should join us too. Tsunade rose and moved toward the door, beckoning Okamoto Daisuke and calling for Shizune. Dare I say, Shizune, is it just to have you assist her with cleaning? Daisuke whispered to Shizune as he turned his head. Bang. Impudent boy, tidy up the room. Not every disciple is as self-absorbed as you, never aiding the teacher in organizing. Tsunade delivered a sharp jab to Okamoto Daisuke's head. My apologies, Lady Tsunade. While I may not have assisted in cleaning your quarters, I did take the liberty of organizing the hospital's medical records and treatment plans, Daisuke murmured, just loud enough for Tsunade to hear. Tsunade's expression stiffened. What do you know? I do this to train you. The group descended the stairs into the lobby of the hospital. Lady Tsunade, Daisuke, you have returned, greeted the nurses, doctors, and villagers seeking treatment. By the way, why didn't Jiraiya come to bask in glory upon your return? Is he off drinking somewhere again? Chapter 44. Summoning. As they entered the bustling lobby, the familiar greetings continued. Daisuke, when did you start seeing patients? See, Tsunade exclaimed. If it weren't for my insistence on your patient consultations, case organization, and treatment plans, you wouldn't be held in such high regard. This is all my doing. And you ungrateful little brat, fail to comprehend my good intentions. With a silent scoff, Daisuke thought to himself, it's not that you're training me. It's just to save yourself some effort. But he refrained from voicing it, as the experience he gained from attending to patients after taking Tsunade's place had been invaluable. Most of his medical ninjutsu skills were honed during that time. Has Jiraiya perhaps infiltrated enemy territory? Tsunade speculated, recalling the identity of the ninjas who had repeatedly ambushed Daisuke and his companions. Indeed, Lady Tsunade, Jiraiya-sensei remains remarkably reliable in critical moments. When faced with danger, he confronts it head-on. I believe he is a ninja worthy of respect. Okamoto Doji sincerely praised, recalling that in his previous life, throughout the saga of Naruto, Jiraiya was not a prodigy. Yet, through sheer determination, he ascended to be one of the legendary Sannin alongside Orochimaru and Tsunade. Moreover, his disciples, whether it be Nagato, who he taught in the Rain Village, or Minato Namikaze, and even the future Naruto Uzumaki, were all imparted with the spirit of fire through Jiraiya's unwaveringly positive and optimistic attitude. Ha 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 ha. Who am I? I am the sage of the toads, Jiraiya. At that moment, within the izakaya that Tsunade had been observing, a man with a mane of white hair tied in a long ponytail, adorned with exaggerated eye makeup, donned in a crimson cloak, and carrying a massive scroll on his back, swaggered out while embracing a scantily clad woman. Doji, is this the ninja you respect for facing danger? Tsunade's forehead throbbed with veins. Teacher, this. Okamoto Doji, drenched in sweat, was at a loss for words. Tsunade abruptly grasped Doji's collar and swiftly dragged him away, dust swirling through the street. Doji, if you dare to emulate this scoundrel, I will make you regret it. Did you hear me? I heard you. Teacher, could you please let go of me? Cough, cough, and stay far away from this scum. Behind Tsunade, Shizen watched Okamoto Doji being pulled away, covering her mouth with her hand, striving not to burst into laughter. On the outskirts of Konoha village, within a grand estate, Tsunade strode ahead, with Okamoto Doji and Shizen trailing behind her. Teacher, where is this place? As they ventured deeper into the expansive yet overgrown estate, Doji felt a sense of curiosity. What is this place? This is one of the original residences of the Senju clan. Tsunade guided Doji and Shizen through winding paths until they arrived at a low, humble dwelling. Come in. With a resounding crash, Tsunade forcefully pushed open the dilapidated wooden door, the iron lock falling apart and clattering to the ground. Teacher, was this your former home? Doji questioned, observing the slightly lowly structure that seemed unbefitting of Tsunade's status as a princess of the Senju clan. No, this is the ancestral shrine of the Senju clan. Tsunade replied nonchalantly. I used to play here often, but later, under my grandfather's leadership, the clan gradually abandoned the Senju surname, and this place fell into decay. As they stepped into the dust-laden shrine, Doji waved his hand to disperse the cloud of dust that enveloped them. Tsunade bypassed the central altar and rummaged through the offerings behind it. Found it. It's been a while since I used this. My memory is still quite good. Tsunade's garments were dust-stained, her fair arms gripping a substantial, half-man-high scroll. This was the summoning scroll of the slug, a covenant signed with the Senju clan. If you wish to learn the art of summoning, D-Kai, you may enter into this contract, Tsunade stated with a grave expression. I must caution you that the Wetbone Forest, my Bokuzen, and the Dragon Cave are regarded as the three great heritage sites in the ninja world. However, the slug's combat prowess is not particularly exceptional. You must contemplate this carefully. Are you willing to enter into a summoning contract with the slug? The choice of a summoning beast and the signing of a contract is an exceedingly serious matter. It signifies not only the ninja's choice, but also that of the summoning beast. Teacher, I am willing. They both affirmed in unison. Upon hearing their commitment, Tsunade nodded. There should still be space, she murmured. Without concern for the dirt beneath her, she unfurled the scroll upon the ground. As the scroll continued to unfold, rows of names from the Senju clan began to materialize upon it. Now, D-Kai and Shizen, come forth and inscribe your names here, then place your handprint, Tsunade instructed, pointing to the two blank spaces on the scroll. Upon hearing Tsunade's words, Okamoto D-Kai tugged Shizen along to the scroll. He bit his finger, blood oozing forth, and swiftly inscribed his name on the scroll, pressing his fingerprint beside it. Shizen, following suit, wrote her name, and pressed her fingerprint in a similar manner. After observing them both inscribe their names, Tsunade rolled up the scroll and, with a flick of her wrist, sent it behind the offering table. She then led the two of them outside, casually closing the shrine's door behind her, no longer paying it any mind. Clapping her hands, Tsunade turned to face Okamoto Dekai and Shizen. Dekai, Shizen, I shall take you to meet the Sage of Slugs. Hold on to me tightly. Okamoto Daisuke and Shizen obediently stood on either side of Tsunade, grasping her garments. Observing the firm grip of her companions, Tsunade swiftly formed a series of hand seals. Upon completing the sequence, she forcefully struck the ground, invoking the jutsu, reverse summoning technique. With a resounding bang, a cloud of smoke enveloped the area, and the figures of Okamoto Daisuke and the others vanished from sight. Simultaneously, within the Wetbone Forest, one of the three sacred legacies of the ninja world, three silhouettes abruptly materialized. Chapter 45, Wetbone Forest. With a loud bang, Tsunade, accompanied by Okamoto Daisuke and Shizen, emerged in the Wetbone Forest. Okamoto Daisuke and Shizen surveyed their surroundings with curiosity. Teacher, is this truly the Wetbone Forest, one of the legendary three sacred grounds? The Wetbone Forest is an expanse of immense proportions. Surrounding it are stalactites that hang precariously, casting a pallid hue over the landscape. The sudden appearance of the trio startled the numerous slugs of varying sizes that inhabited the ground. Among them, a slug approximately 3 meters in length, upon noticing Tsunade, crawled forth to her. Lady Tsunade, how have you come here? The slug's unique ethereal voice resonated, sounding melodious and delicate. I have come to seek an audience with the great slug sage. Understood, Lady Tsunade. Please, all of you, climb onto my back. The slug's clear voice echoed through the air. Thank you for your efforts, dear slug. Tsunade was the first to ascend onto the slug's back. Okamoto Daisuke and Shizen swiftly leaped onto the back of the slug. The slug turned its head to gaze at the three who had found their footing, and began to slowly inch forward. Okamoto Dojiak curiously caressed the back of the slug, finding it surprisingly dry and cool to the touch, devoid of the anticipated slimy sensation. The slug glided gracefully, carrying the three of them. Before long, they arrived at a colossal stone platform, which to Okamoto Dojiak appeared capable of accommodating thousands. A gigantic slug raised its body upon their arrival. How immense! As they gazed at the towering slug that obscured the sky, Shizen's complexion paled slightly. Little Tsunade, you have finally arrived. It has been quite some time since you visited the Wetbone Forest. The ethereal and gentle voice, imbued with a hint of liveliness, resonated directly in their ears, as though whispered right beside them. Dismounting from the slug that had brought them, Tsunade gestured towards Okamoto Dojiak, saying, Great Sage Slug, these two behind me are my disciples. They have already forged a contract with the Same-Age Scrolls. I have brought them here in hopes of earning your recognition. Acknowledging Tsunade's cue, Okamoto Dojiak, pulling Shizen, who was still in a daze, stepped forward, bowed, and respectfully addressed. Great Sage Slug, greetings. I am Okamoto Dojiak, and with my teacher's assistance, I have recently established a summoning contract with the Slug clan. Upon the conclusion of Okamoto D6's remarks, he gently tugged at Shizen. Under Okamoto's prompting, Shizen flusteredly introduced herself. I wonder why there are suddenly two names on the spirit contract, both belonging to such kind-hearted individuals. In the future, the Slug clan shall be your most loyal companions. The great sage of slugs tapped her tentacles lightly upon Okamoto and Shizen, signifying her approval, and spoke in a cheerful tone. Observing her two disciples receiving the great sage's acknowledgement, Tsunade's lips curled into a faint smile. Great Sage of Slugs, I shall take them back now. Little Tsunade, are you leaving so soon after your arrival? It seems even you no longer wish to visit the Wetbone Forest. The great sage's words carried a palpable sense of melancholy. I have a multitude of matters to attend to in Konoha. I shall return frequently. Tsunade, noticing the great sage's expression, waved her hand dismissively. With that, she approached Okamoto and Shizen, placing her hands upon their shoulders. Bang! Gonbin Doja and his companions returned to the ancestral hall of the Senju clan. Through the art of summoning, a small scroll materialized in Tsunade's hand, which she promptly tossed to Gonbin Doja. This scroll contained the methods of practicing summoning techniques. Take this and cultivate, Tsunade instructed. Doja, Shizen, both of you have already earned the recognition of the great sage of slugs. When it comes to summoning, the slugs will not resist your call. Should you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask me. Remember, the larger the slug, the more chakra it requires. Do not put yourselves in harm's way. Tsunade's expression was grave. The success of summoning and the art of spirit communication hinges on the size of the summoned entity. If the entity willingly responds to the summoner, it allows for a conservation of chakra. Conversely, if the summoned creature acknowledges the summoner but the summoner lacks sufficient chakra, it may lead to a severe depletion of the summoner's energy, resulting in permanent damage. Generally, this concern does not apply to most summoning beasts. However, the Whetbone Forest, Maiboka Mountain, and the Dragon Cave are all revered sanctuaries in the ninja world, each housing colossal summoning creatures. Notably, the Whetbone Forest is particularly unique among these three sacred places. Rather than having merely one type of slug as a summoning beast, it could be said that the Slug clan is represented solely by the Great Sage of Slugs. When the slugs come together, they form the Great Sage, yet when dispersed, they become individual entities with their own consciousness. Thus, once the Great Sage's approval is secured, the slugs will not only comply with the summoning but may even respond proactively, which could lead to the chakra deficiency issue Tsunade mentioned, potentially endangering the summoner. I understand, teacher, Gonbin Dojie said eagerly as he opened the scroll to examine the cultivation methods and summoning techniques, as this would be pivotal to realizing his aspirations. Observing his somewhat frenzied concentration, Tsunade approached and delivered a firm punch to his shoulder. "You little rascal, are you even listening to what I'm saying?" Tsunade growled, gripping Gonbin Dojie's ear tightly. "I heard you. Please spare me, teacher. My ears are going deaf." Gonbin Dojie pleaded, hastily tucking the scroll away. Shizen, witnessing the exchange, couldn't help but stifle a laugh. "Shizen, stop laughing. Quickly, tell her to let go. My ear is about to come off," Gonbin Dojie exclaimed, his handsome face flushed with embarrassment as he stood on his tiptoes. This manner seemed to provide him with immense reassurance. "Tsunade-sensei, please forgive him," Shizen interjected, perhaps sensing that Tsunade was being a tad too harsh. Upon hearing Shizen's plea, Tsunade released her grip on Gonbin Dojie's ear. "This time, I'll let it slide. All because of Shizen. Do you understand?" "I understand," Gonbin Dojie replied gratefully. "Thank you, teacher, and thank you even more, Shizen. All right, you two may head home for today. I will look into that so-called water of life you mentioned." Tsunade walked alongside two companions, remarking, "Understood, sensei." Shizen responded dutifully. "Sensei, it is referred to as the Hero's water," Okamoto Dokai corrected, gesturing towards Tsunade. All right, I am aware. You may return now." Tsunade waved her hand dismissively, indicating her impatience. "Sensei, we shall take our leave." Okamoto Dokai bowed to Tsunade before walking side by side with Shizen towards the village. After they departed, Tsunade turned to behold the once grand Senju clan grounds, now a desolate and dilapidated sight. Steeling herself, she muttered, "TCH, it is all due to that old fool." Tsunade then made her way towards the Konoha hospital. Meanwhile, Okamoto Dokai rubbed his still aching ear and glanced at the girl with cascading long hair, Shizen. "Thank you for today." "Oh no, you should thank Sensei instead." Shizen shyly waved her hand. Chapter 46. The beginning. By the way, Shizen, when did you become Tsunade Sensei's disciple? Okamoto Dokai asked with a hint of curiosity. That, she began. "It is because my parents perished in the war. My uncle was taking care of me. He was in a relationship with Tsunade Sensei, but he ultimately lost his life on the battlefield. Since then, it has been Tsunade Sensei who has looked after me." She paused, reflecting. "Do you remember when I asked you at school if you truly wished to learn medical ninjutsu? I could introduce you to a senior. At that time, I had intended to introduce you to Tsunade Sensei. Little did I know, you would choose to become her disciple on your own, and I couldn't assist you, Dokai." As she spoke, Shizen's head gradually bowed, her voice tinged with melancholy. Okamoto Daisuke observed the melancholic demeanor of the young girl and approached her, gently placing a hand on Shizen's shoulder. "Do not worry, Shizen, as my classmate and junior, I shall protect you from now on." Upon hearing Daisuke's words, Shizen lifted her gaze, her eyes shimmering with admiration as she responded, "But Daisuke, you promised. I too will ensure your safety. You must keep your word." "Indeed, I shall protect you without fail," he affirmed. With that, Okamoto extended his right pinky finger before the girl. "Let's make a pinky promise." Their pinkies intertwined, and the air was filled with the solemn vow of 100 years bound by their promise. From that moment, the awkwardness born from their recent separation dissipated entirely, and they returned to the bustling streets of Konoha, engaged in cheerful conversation and laughter. Okamoto Daisuke and Shizen bid each other farewell. Upon returning home, Okamoto Daisuke retrieved the scroll of spirit summoning, meticulously examining and contemplating the intricate techniques inscribed within. As moments slipped away, The daylight gradually faded into twilight. Okamoto Daisuke gazed with a furrowed brow at the spirit-summoning scroll before him and the flying Raijin Kanai that he was fixated upon. The ground surrounding him was strewn with numerous sheets of parchment, each inscribed with various intricate techniques. Alas, he found himself unable to fully immerse in the endeavor. He lamented the fact that the flying Raijin technique, renowned for its complexity and ranked among the more advanced ninjutsu in the Book of Seals, presented an arduous challenge whether one sought to master or modify it. A rumble echoed from his stomach, seemingly protesting his neglect of its hunger. Okamoto Daisuke rubbed his belly, stowed away the scroll of summoning and the kunai of the flying thunder god. Rising to his feet and stepping outside, he noticed the sun was sinking low on the horizon, radiating its last remnants of warmth. He decided to visit Uncle Ichiraku today. The ramen he savored yesterday was simply exquisite. Lost in thought, he made his way to the Ichiraku ramen shop, when suddenly, a piercing cry of an eagle echoed through the skies of Konoha. Okamoto Dojiya lifted his gaze towards the heavens, where a falcon soared gracefully above the village of Konoha, emitting piercing cries that resonated deeply within the soul. Was this a summons from the Jonin? A weighty expression crossed Okamoto Dojiya's face as he observed the falcon in flight. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to him, the Jonin of Konoha had also paused in their tasks throughout the village. In the Konoha hospital, Tsunade idly swayed the hero's water that Okamoto had brought. Suddenly, a resounding cry of the falcon echoed from outside the window. What on earth was happening? Tsunade set down the hero's water and gazed at the falcon circling overhead. She quickly donned her coat and hurried out the door. At the same moment, Jiraiya pushed aside the two women beside him, lifted a cup from the table, and downed its contents in one gulp. He pulled out a handful of money from his pocket and placed it on the table before unsteadily exiting the izakaya. Raising his eyes to the falcon above, he shook his head, muttering, "Well, the old man certainly is swift this time." Minato Namikaze and his girlfriend Kushina Uzumaki, like the other Jonin of the village, made their way to the Hokage building in their own unique manner. Okamoto Daisuke continued towards the Ichiraku ramen shop, although he was uncertain about the purpose of the summons. He had a strong feeling it was somehow connected to Jiraiya, whom he had encountered earlier that day. The timing of this meeting, convening all the Jonin in the village, suggested that it was likely related to the final preparations for the Third Great Ninja War. From the very beginning, the dispatch of Nakajima's team to the Land of Wind for reconnaissance, followed by Daisuke's escort mission to bring the host of the Seven Tails, Fu, back to Takigakure, indicated the growing unrest between the Land of Wind and the Land of Earth. Particularly, the recent reduction of missions from these nations within the village hinted at the escalating tensions. These developments were beyond Daisuke's control. All he could do was strive to enhance his own abilities as much as possible. Upon arriving at Ichiraku Ramen, Daisuke called out loudly before even parting the Norin, "Brother Ichiraku, I'll have a bowl of soy sauce ramen." As he stepped inside, his gaze immediately fell upon a silver-haired individual. "Kakashi? What brings you here?" Kakashi, hearing his name, paused his meal and looked up. "Oh, it's you, Daisuke. Is this ramen shop your family's? Am I not allowed to come?" His words dripped with sarcasm, leaving Daisuke feeling a bit stung. "Ha ha ha. It's rare to see you at a loss for words, Daisuke," Kakashi's companion, a man clad in a tight green jumpsuit, chimed in with a grin. "Guy, didn't you have a mission to attend to?" Daisuke recalled that during their graduation, Guy and Shizen had been on the same team, and he had previously inquired about Guy's current situation through Shizen. She had mentioned that she was studying medical ninjutsu under Tsunade, and, with a member missing from their squad, Guy and the Jonin of their team continued to undertake some D-rank and C-rank missions. "Me? Our Team S instructor received a message from the village via the Shinobi Hawk around noon, so we abandoned our mission and returned to the village," Might Guy replied, scratching his head. "As luck would have it, I encountered Kakashi enjoying his ramen, and I thought it would be fun to have a true man ramen eating contest to see who could finish their meal the fastest," Might Guy declared exuberantly. After hearing Guy's explanation, Daisuke, Okamoto Kai exchanged a glance with Kakashi beside him. The recall of even the elite shinobi for a mission suggested that the situation within the ninja world had escalated to a point where conflict was unavoidable. Kai, your ramen." Just as Okamoto Kai lost himself in thought, Ichiraku had already prepared a bowl of ramen and placed it before him. "Thank you, Brother Ichiraku." As he gazed at the steaming bowl, Kai's fingers twitched in anticipation. "Why aren't you two hurrying to eat?" Feeling the weight of their stares, Kai turned his head to find Might Guy and Kakashi still observing him. "No, it's just that your silence makes me feel a bit uneasy." Kakashi turned away, picking up a pair of chopsticks to indulge in the ramen. Kakashi, you're sneaking bites. We should be sharing this meal together. Kai, do you wish to join this contest of true men in ramen? With that, he scooped up a hefty portion of noodles and stuffed them into his mouth. Yelping in surprise from the heat, a bead of sweat trickled down the foreheads of Okamoto Daisuke and Kakashi. Chapter 47. Pressure. After finishing their ramen, Kakashi ultimately declined Daisuke's proposal for a noodle-eating contest, and the three exchanged farewells. During this time, my guy extended an invitation to Daisuke to join him for training at the Death Forest training grounds that evening. Okamoto Daisuke declined politely. The following day, he indulged in a rare lie-in. The previous day's relentless communication from the Hawk had drained him, especially after spending hours delving into the complexities of the Flying Thunder God technique. Upon rising, Okamoto Daisuke dressed himself and made his way to the Konoha hospital. Upon arrival, he headed directly to Tsunade's office. Knock, knock, knock. Tsunade's robust voice resonated from within the room. Okamoto Doji pushed the door open and was immediately struck by the sight of Tsunade's weary posture. He glanced around but could not find Shizen's figure. Stop looking. I have sent Shizen to assist at the hospital's outpatient department for the time being. Tsunade's voice carried a slight rasp. Sitting behind her desk, her eyes were fixed upon a map unfurled before her. Teacher, have you not rested at all throughout the night? Only then did Tsunade lift her gaze to meet his. No, I rested my head on the desk for a brief moment in between. What on earth has happened to weigh so heavily on your mind? Doji approached the desk and caught sight of the strategic map of the ninja world laid out before him. Teacher, this. Indeed, you have not misjudged. War is imminent. Tsunade rose to grasp a cup of strong tea that had been steeping overnight, downing it in one go. Doji, you saw the message from the messenger Hawk yesterday. I trust your intellect has allowed you to deduce part of the situation. War is about to commence, and as one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, I am tasked with overseeing a front line. However, Okamoto Doji's silence enveloped him as he stood beside the table, attentively listening. He was acutely aware that, according to the narrative, Tsunade was currently afflicted with hemophobia due to the tragic demise of her beloved grandfather, Shinjiro Piki, and her partner, Dan Kato. However, this sorrowful truth was known only to Orochimaru and Jiraiya, her two steadfast friends, leaving even the third Hokage, the esteemed teacher of the Sannin, in ignorance. Consequently, Tsunade had taken it upon herself to oversee the establishment of the Konoha Hospital following the conclusion of the Second Great Ninja War. Doji, as my disciple, I have faith in your medical prowess. Therefore, I implore you to lead a contingent of medical ninjas to form a medical unit to support the front lines, Tsunade declared, her expression grave as she regarded him. Understood, Sensei. I will do everything in my power. You can trust me completely, Doji responded resolutely, his gaze steady upon Tsunade. Preparation for war will take some time, and I shall endeavor to secure a few months for you. Utilize this period to enhance your skills, she advised. Moreover, although I have yet to ascertain the precise composition of this hero's water, I once experienced a similar sensation with the great sage of slugs. You might seek her counsel. Okamoto Doji nodded, acknowledging his understanding. Doji, you have worked hard this time. Throughout these years of companionship, you must have realized it, haven't you? Tsunade murmured, lowering her head. Yes, I had my suspicions, but I dared not confirm them. Now that you have posed the question, I find clarity in my heart, Okamoto Doji replied, his expression reflecting a sense of realization. In the years of Tsunade's guidance, she primarily imparted theoretical knowledge to Okamoto Doji. Patients requiring surgery or those needing to deal with blood were managed solely by Doji, while Tsunade observed closely or provided direction as he watched other doctors in action. Rest assured, teacher, I will excel in my medical duties, Okamoto Doji vowed with conviction. Time waits for no one. I must begin my training, he declared, grasping the hero's water from the table before turning to exit Tsunade's chamber. With a resounding thud, the door closed behind him. Only then did Tsunade lift her weary visage. Doji, you have truly grown, she whispered to herself, her voice barely audible. Okamoto Daisuke stepped out of the room and leaned against the wall by the door. Tsunade admitted to herself her fear of blood, which signified her acceptance of her true self. The war has finally begun. Okamoto Daisuke tightened his grip on the gourd-shaped bottle, gazing at the fluid swirling within. Whether he could enhance his abilities over the past few months was of utmost importance. Regaining his composure, Okamoto Daisuke made his way toward the experimental department located at the rear of Konoha Hospital. Okamoto Daisuke donned a pristine white lab coat, its immaculate fabric accentuating the porcelain quality of his complexion, while his tousled hair suggested a lack of time for personal grooming. Clad in gloves, he held a testing report in his hands. As he scrutinized the document, a look of perplexity crossed his face. The hero water had the capacity to significantly elevate one's chakra in a short span, a fact he had personally verified. Moreover, according to the claims of Takigakure, the consistent consumption of hero water would enhance one's chakra over time. However, he could not fathom why the report indicated that hero water's only distinction lay in its superior purity compared to other waters, with all other components mirroring those of ordinary water. During this period, he had also conducted experiments, including the addition of Mulan sunflower, yet none yielded the desired results. Over the course of several days, Okamoto Daisuke, unwilling to concede defeat, undertook hundreds of experiments, yet each endeavor culminated in disappointment. Okamoto Daisuke sat helplessly on the bench. The report he held in his hands scattered all around him. Okamoto Daisuke's gaze once more fell upon the half-empty bottle of hero's water. There exists another method. He suddenly recalled that this morning, as he departed, Tsunade had mentioned something to him. This sensation of surging chakra she had once experienced in the wet-bone forest with the slug. Okamoto Daisuke's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was it. This was the moment. How could he have forgotten such crucial news? He picked up the remaining half-bottle of hero's water. With a reverse incantation, the art of spirit communication, bang. After a cloud of white smoke, Okamoto Daisuke vanished from his original spot. Okamoto Daisuke appeared directly in the wet-bone forest. As he gazed around, the surroundings still revealed the somewhat pallid stalactites hanging above. The appearance of Okamoto Daisuke caused the blue and white slugs on the ground to scatter from his vicinity. Before him stood a slug towering over 2 meters. Lord Daisuke, what brings you here? Have you encountered some troubles? The soft, melodious voice of the slug, reminiscent of a young maiden, gradually calmed Daisuke's previously restless heart. How should I address you? You may simply call me Chilling, Lord Daisuke. Chilling. I have some inquiries that I wish to pose to the great sage of the slugs. Please guide me. After his last visit, Tsunade had informed him that the wet-bone forest had not been this expansive previously. However, the slugs frequently ventured to the forest's edge to gather resources, thereby gradually enlarging its territory. Although this expansion occurred at a slow pace, it was a continuous process. The resting places of the great sage of the slugs were numerous and lacked a fixed location. So Tsunade had always relied on the slugs to guide her when seeking the sage. The slugs possessed their own means of communication. Lord Daisuke, please climb onto my back. I shall take you to grandmother, Chilling's gentle voice echoed. How remarkable, Daisuke mused. This slug named Chilling was indeed a direct descendant of the great sage. It became evident to him that the slugs formed a cohesive community. Okamoto Dojiya, unpretentious in demeanor, swiftly activated his water form, landing directly upon the back of Slug Pond Chilling. Chapter 48, The Hero's Water. Upon witnessing Okamoto Dojiya stabilize his position, Chilling secreted a viscous fluid beneath her, gliding rapidly forward. The environment of the wet-bone forest, transformed by the slugs over countless years, appeared to retreat swiftly around Dojiya. In no time, Chilling halted her movement. Gradually regaining her composure, she remarked, Master Dojiya, we have arrived. Grandmother is just ahead. Thank you, Chilling, he replied. There's no need for gratitude. Should you require assistance outside, you may summon me at any time. Chilling responded before slowly wriggling away. Okamoto Dojiya gazed upwards at the venerable slug sage lying upon the ground. Ah, it is you, Dojiya. What brings you here? Chilling informed me that you were seeking my counsel. The slug sage's ethereal and melodious voice rang out, perhaps noticing Okamoto Dojiya's swift return. The sage's tone was imbued with a hint of joy. Slug sage, I have a matter to discuss with you, Okamoto Dojiya called out earnestly. With that, he retrieved a vial containing hero's water from behind him. Have you ever encountered this water? He poured a small amount before the slug sage. This water. The slug sage fell into deep contemplation. It feels rather familiar. The sage's words ignited a spark of excitement within Okamoto Dojiya. Is that so? Slug sage. Could you please think carefully? This substance is of great significance to me, Okamoto Dojiya implored, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Ah, I understand now. This is natural energy. Though quite diluted, it indeed possesses the essence of natural energy. The slug sage's melodic voice resonated with delight. How did you come by this, little Dojiya? Even in its diluted form, it embodies natural energy. Indeed, it makes sense now. No wonder excessive consumption leads to a surge in chakra. It merely induces a semi-sage mode, albeit not a complete transformation. Overindulgence can result in death. much like the fate of those who failed to master the Sage Mode in Mayaboka Mountain, transforming into either frogs or stone statues. Such acts are self-annihilating. Yet the hero's water of Takigakure leads to instant demise, Okamoto Doji explained. I acquired it during a mission, as it was said to amplify one's chakra. Lady Tsunade mentioned that she once sensed a similar aura from you. Indeed, it is the essence of natural energy, albeit in a diluted form, the slug sage affirmed. But why is it that my analysis reveals this water to be indistinguishable from ordinary water? Okamoto Doji queried, voicing his inner doubt. Haha, foolish child. Although this water contains natural energy, it is still, fundamentally, water. What difference can there be between water and water? The slug sage chuckled. Slug sage. Can I harness this to master Sage Mode? Okamoto Doji asked with fervor. Oh, has little Tsunade even mentioned Sage Mode to you? I advise against pursuing that endeavor, Doji. Given your current control and quantity of chakra, it is rather premature to attempt learning Sage Mode, let alone mastering it. A trace of concern flickered across the slug sage's countenance. Understood. I will refrain from attempting it forcefully, Okamoto Doji replied, coming back to reality from his earlier fantasies. Tsunade had never confided in him regarding Sage Mode. Very well, the slug sage concluded. The great slug sage gently tapped her enormous head. Great slug sage. Is there any way to utilize the hero's water contained in this vial to enhance my chakra? Asked Okamoto Daisuke. I can certainly attempt it. If it were the natural energies from the wet bone forest or one of the other two sacred sites, I would undoubtedly prevent you. However, this diluted natural energy is something I can assist you with, the great slug sage nodded. Before long, a gigantic slug, towering over 3 meters, crawled over from behind the great slug sage. Daisuke, for the time being, stay close to Suarina. She will aid you in your training. Now hand me the vial. The great slug sage swallowed the vial containing the hero's water from Okamoto Daisuke's hands. After a brief moment, the great slug sage regurgitated the vial filled with hero's water. I have neutralized the hero's water within the vial for you. You should find it much easier to sense your chakra now. Okamoto Doji received the purified hero's water from the slug sage, noticing a faint white hue shimmering in the azure liquid. Little Doji, follow Mizuki. But remember not to overexert yourself, the slug sage advised, his words laced with concern. Thank you, slug sage. I will exercise caution, Doji replied. Lord Doji, please climb onto my back, Mizuki said, her voice exuding a languid, mature charm, in stark contrast to the gentle tone of Chilling. Very well, I appreciate your assistance, Mizuki. It is my duty to serve Lord Doji, she replied, and with that, Mizuki carried Okamoto Doji deeper into the wetbone forest. After they departed from the slug sage, a slug crawled leisurely to his side. Grandmother, do you intend for Lord Doji to master the Sage Mode? The slug sage chuckled softly. It has been ages since our lineage in wetbone forest produced a sage. Little Tsunade is ill-suited for Sage Mode. Forcing her would only bring harm. With that, the slug sage lay down completely, gradually drifting into slumber. After a while, Mizuki suddenly halted. Lord Doji, we have arrived. As Doji leaped down from Mizuki's back, he discovered a modest platform. Mizuki, what should I do next? He inquired, a look of confusion crossing his face. Mizuki pointed with her antennae towards the edge of the platform. Lord Doji, you need to reach that edge. I will use our slug's unique acidic liquid to transform the water in this bottle into gas, enveloping you. What should I do then? Doji asked. Lord Doji, from here, you must concentrate on enhancing your chakra. Remain tranquil, and success will follow naturally. Should anything unexpected arise, I will assist you, Mizuki's soothing voice reassured him. Understood, Doji affirmed, handing the hero's water to Mizuki before slowly making his way to the edge of the platform. Seated cross-legged at the precipice, Doji felt the howling winds whip around him. Gazing down, he saw the ground thousands of meters below, and despite his current ninja abilities, a shiver of trepidation coursed through him. Lord Doji, focus. I am about to begin, Mizuki called out to him. Chapter 49. Growth. Upon hearing her words, Doji hastily centered his thoughts. At that moment, a faint blue mist began to drift from Mizuki's direction. The mountain winds did not disperse the mist, rather, they encircled Doji, swirling around him. The slightly corrosive gas settled upon him, causing a stinging sensation on his exposed skin, while his clothing began to decay under the enveloping fumes. Yet, Doji was too preoccupied to dwell on these concerns. Okamoto Doji remained oblivious to the corrosion of his physical exterior. The moment the smoke enveloped his body, the chakra within him surged rapidly, its refinement accelerating spontaneously. The substantial increase of chakra caused his meridians to expand, accompanied by excruciating pain. The intensity of his suffering compelled him to emit low growls. Master Dojia, please focus and guide the flow of your chakra, urged Mizurina. Her concern evident as she observed his condition. This was not the method for cultivating sage mode in the wetbone forest. If Okamoto Dojia could not endure this, the sage mode would remain a mere fantasy. Surrounded by smoke, Okamoto Dojia nodded, signaling his understanding. He continued to exhaustively circulate the refined chakra within his body. His hands emanated a radiant green glow of the healing palm technique, covering his chest. His precise control over chakra allowed the healing properties of each palm technique to permeate his body, nurturing and mending the damaged meridians. Meanwhile, Mizurina persistently exhaled clouds of smoke. Time passed, second by second. Okamoto Daisuke has gradually adapted to the rapid circulation of chakra within his body. Now, he is wholly devoted to mastering the control of his inner chakra. Perhaps Lord Daisuke truly has the potential to become the first sage of the wetbone forest. Observing Okamoto Daisuke's progress, Shuirina intensified the concentration of the mist. In the blink of an eye, Daisuke felt the chakra within him accelerate once more, leading to yet another round of meridian tearing and healing. In the days that followed, he remained on this platform, consuming sustenance and training diligently. Time passed steadily, and before long, a month had quietly slipped away. At this juncture, Daisuke could no longer sense any growth in his chakra. Shuirina, are you there? Yes, Lord Daisuke. Why do I feel as though my chakra has ceased to increase? Shouldn't you augment the concentration of the mist? Daisuke inquired, puzzled. Lord Daisuke, this is already the highest concentration available. It seems that the hero's water has lost its effectiveness for you. Shuirina's melodious voice carried an unmistakable fatigue. Oh, is that so? Then let us cease, Daisuke responded. Upon hearing that the hero's water held no further significance for him, he was unwilling to waste any more time. During this period, eating and sleeping on the platform had rendered him somewhat numb. Now, the prospect of leaving filled him with relief. Very well, Lord Daisuke. As the last wisps of mist dissipated, Okamoto Daisuke appeared on the platform, unclothed. The mist bore corrosive properties, albeit mild. No garment could withstand such erosion for over a month. Unperturbed by any sense of modesty, Daisuke approached Shuirina with an even demeanor and picked up the clothing she had placed on the ground, donning it. This attire had been prepared for him by Chiliang at his request while he underwent the baptism of the hero's water mist. Although Shuirina had not left the platform during this time, the slug clan possessed a unique method of communication. Each small slug functioned like a computer. The great slug sage served as the terminal server, enabling each slug to connect through her. Thus, even when the great slug sage changed her resting position, the slugs could swiftly locate her. This was why, upon meeting the great slug sage, Daisuke was immediately asked what he sought from her. Lord Daisuke, here is the remaining hero's water. Shuirina nudged the gourd bottle beside her with her head. Okamoto Daisuke picked up the bottle and discovered that the ethereal, bluish liquid within had dwindled to half its original amount. He recalled receiving the fully filled bottle of the hero's water, neutralized by the great slug sage. To his astonishment, so much time had elapsed, yet he had only utilized half of it. Now, this substance held no further value for him. Okamoto Daisuke felt the chakra coursing through his body. The abundance of chakra would determine the combat strategies he could employ in future battles. Thank you, Mizunari, for your tireless efforts. Indeed, Mizunari has worked hard during this time, tirelessly generating smoke day and night. Okamoto Daisuke could still take a moment to rest at night. But Shuirina had been enduring the trials for over a month. Do not worry, everything is fine, she reassured. Where would you like to go next? Shuirina inquired, her tone unchanged from their first meeting. I wish to pay another visit to the great slug sage. Please summon Chiliang. You should rest for now, Daisuke stated with an undeniable authority, settling into a cross-legged position beside her. Observing Daisuke's demeanor, Shuirina reluctantly called for Chiliang. Before long, a slug of a size comparable to Shuirina swiftly glided towards them. Lord Daisuke, Sister Shuirina, I have arrived. Chiliang's distinctive, melodious voice chimed in. Chiliang, Lord Daisuke wishes to meet the great slug sage. Please take him there, Shuirina instructed. Certainly, Sister Shuirina. You should rest now, Chiliang replied, turning her head towards Daisuke. Lord Daisuke, please climb onto my back. Once Daisuke steadied himself, Chiliang began to glide forward. Shuirina, I truly appreciate your efforts during this time. Thank you. Daisuke waved goodbye as he stood on Chiliang's back. Lord Daisuke, I have also endured hardships. I prepare your fruits and garments daily, Chilling exclaimed, gliding swiftly while seeking acknowledgement for her contributions, her words imbued with youthful exuberance. Indeed, I am grateful to you, Chilling, for all your assistance. However, about this attire. It was only later that Daisuke realized the garment Chilling had prepared for him was a women's yukata. Where did you find this outfit? He inquired. Oh, this was left by Lady Tsunade when she visited the Wetbone Forest, Chilling explained. Oh, the mystery is solved. It belonged to Tsunade. No wonder, he mused. Throughout this period of training, the corrosive miasma had continuously eroded his body, compelling Daisuke to utilize palm techniques to heal himself. As a result, even the various scars from his past had been mended. Chapter 50. A new discovery now, Daisuke appeared remarkably fair and tender, akin to a freshly blossomed lotus. So delicate one could almost extract water from it. Okamoto Daisuke now dons a feminine yukata adorned with blossoms of cherry, the hem gracefully grazing his knees, revealing his slender, smooth calves, devoid of any trace of hair. Upon his feet rests a pair of wooden sandals, reminiscent of Hinata's illustration. Standing atop Kyling's back, Okamoto Daisuke hastily gathers his short hair into a single ponytail that reaches the nape of his neck. The mountain breeze approaches, playfully tousling the bangs that frame his face. Secretly clenching his fists, he senses the chakra surging within him. An exhilarating thrill courses through his heart. This undertaking is undeniably perilous. Had he foreseen the inherent dangers of employing the hero's water, he would have certainly refrained from such an action. Yet, every sacrifice bears its fruits. The risks he embraced have yielded commendable rewards. His chakra has surged to a level approaching that of a jonin, effortlessly bypassing the chunin phase. By channeling his chakra, a shimmering layer of water film envelopes Okamoto Daisuke. He quietly revels in the enhancement of this water membrane. Initially, it could only passively defend fixed positions under his control. Although it could glide around his body, there was always a delay in its response. Consequently, he had to preemptively position the water membrane to shield himself from potential harm. Now, supported by his chakra, the membrane can encompass his entire being, its defensive capabilities bolstered, significantly elevating his safety quotient. It is imperative to recognize that the battlefield is not merely a 1v1 encounter among ninjas. Many fall victim to area of effect jutsu and ambushes from adversaries. With all his might, he activates the water membrane, and in an instant, a thin layer of pale blue water envelopes him entirely. As he senses its presence, he finds it satisfactory, requiring no excessive expenditure of chakra to sustain it. The water release and the water membrane were meticulously crafted during Okamoto Daisuke's initial explorations, allowing for chakra conservation as it flows around him. Particularly, through the utilization of the hero's water, his chakra has now been infused with traces of natural energy. As the water release and water membrane circulate, only a minimal amount of chakra is required to maintain his integrity. Okamoto Daisuke's fingertips manifested a diminutive conical column of water. Utilizing the technique of water release, the water gun thrust the tip of the water column towards the arm, which was enveloped in a membrane of water. At the very instant the tip of the water gun made contact with the watery membrane, the flowing water dispersed the penetrating force and impact imparted by the water gun throughout the entirety of the surrounding water membrane. Okamoto Daisuke nodded. Now capable of effortlessly defending against C-rank ninjutsu, by increasing his chakra output during combat or utilizing the water's surface, the defensive capacity of his water membrane would be significantly enhanced. Presently, Okamoto Daisuke could confidently proclaim that water release, water membrane, was his unique secret technique. Others might learn the water membrane, yet without his extraordinary chakra control to maintain its integrity, their efforts would be in vain, requiring substantial chakra to sustain. In fact, the water barrier technique, a more expansive ninjutsu, proved to be far more practical. As he dissipated the water release in the water membrane, Okamoto Daisuke felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Glancing down at the remaining half bottle of hero's water in his hand, he couldn't help but reflect. This training session had been fraught with peril. Even a minor misstep could have rendered him incapacitated. Initially, the corrosive smoke produced by Mizuki was not something everyone could withstand. Furthermore, upon contact, it caused an uncontrollable surge in chakra. Had Okamoto Daisuke's medical ninjutsu not been up to par, and without his exceptional chakra control to precisely heal the damaged meridians while his chakra surged, his body would have become riddled with holes akin to a beehive after this training. Therefore, had Okamoto Daisuke lacked his innate chakra control in the years of training at Konoha Hospital, he would undoubtedly have succumbed this time. Even his mentor, Tsunade, would have found this training insurmountable. While her medical ninjutsu and knowledge were sufficient, Okamoto Daisuke's unparalleled chakra control was beyond her grasp. Thus, this training could be seen as tailor-made for him. The years spent in the hospital learning, honing his skills, and biding his time had culminated in this explosive growth and strength. Lord Daisuke, we have arrived. Qi Ling halted at the entrance of a stone cave, shaking her body to rouse the distracted Okamoto Daisuke. A flash of blue light flickered beneath his feet as he activated the water instantaneous technique. Instantly appearing a short distance from Qi Ling, Lord Daisuke, ahead lies the abode of the great sage of slugs. I shall not enter, she announced before gracefully turning to depart. Thank you, Qi Ling, for your hard work. After expressing his gratitude, Okamoto Daisuke turned and ventured into the cave. The clattering of wooden clogs echoed through the depths of the cave, reverberating into the shadows. As he progressed deeper into the cave, it did not seem dark. Rather, soft white lights shimmered intermittently. Guided by that ethereal glow, Okamoto Daisuke continued onward. Suddenly, the path before him opened up magnificently. At the end of the cave, Okamoto Daisuke encountered the great slug sage, who was leisurely immersed in a vast pool, gently undulating his body, sending ripples cascading outward. Tendrils of warm mist rose around the edges of the pond. Great slug sage, Okamoto Daisuke called out loudly. The slug sage lowered his head. Oh, it's little Daisuke. Have you completed your training? Great slug sage, do you have any idea how nearly I perished on that platform? It was so perilous, yet you failed to give me any prior warning. Okamoto Daisuke inquired, a hint of irritation in his voice. Rest assured, I am well aware of the circumstances. Moreover, little Daisuke, you truly look splendid in that outfit. The slug sage remarked, unable to contain his admiration as he gazed at Okamoto Daisuke and his yukata. What if I were to be injured? Daisuke disregarded the slug sage's words. Okamoto Daisuke expressed his inner doubts, which had lingered since the completion of his training. He pondered, had another individual undertaken this journey, it would undoubtedly have culminated in failure. He could not fathom how the venerable slug sage was so assured of his success, or whether, even in the event of his failure, the slug possessed the means to restore him. If injured, surely healing would suffice. The serene voice of the slug sage wafted from a distance. Have you observed this pool of water? The slug clan, though somewhat inferior in offense and defense compared to the illustrious Miaomu Mountain and the Dragon Cave, boasted unparalleled healing abilities. If you were indeed wounded, the waters of this pool would suffice to mend your injuries. Chapter 51. New Discoveries 2 Angered. Okamoto Daisuke hurled the remaining half-bottle of Hero's water into the serene waters of the pond, causing ripples to dance across its surface. The great slug sage gestured toward the pond beneath him, explaining that the bodily fluids of the slug clan possess certain healing properties, and that slugs also play a crucial role in transmitting and amplifying chakra, proving invaluable in combat support. By channeling chakra, they can heal others from afar. And their unique ability to amplify the caster's chakra is precisely why, during the Fourth Great Ninja War, Tsunade was able to sustain the entire ninja army with the aid of slugs. Relying solely on her own chakra to heal such a multitude would have been impossible, even for one as formidable as a tailed beast Jinchuriki. This pond serves as the ultimate convergence point for rainwater from the wet-bone forest and the flowing rivers. While the healing capabilities of the slugs may not be extraordinary, centuries of accumulation have endowed this pond with commendable restorative powers, albeit at a slower pace. The great slug sage elucidated this to Okamoto Daisuke, emphasizing that he was unperturbed by the possibility of failure, even if Daisuke were to falter. Being brought to this pond would ensure his healing, at the very least safeguarding him from death. Little Daisuke, although you remain unaware of the turmoil outside, you chose to employ the so-called hero's water despite its severe side effects. Even if I were to outline the dangers of this endeavor, would you still be willing to take the risk? Having lived for millennia as a summoning beast, the great slug sage had encountered countless individuals. The assurance that this training could guarantee Okamoto Daisuke's survival was the greatest safeguard of all. Upon hearing the great slug sage's probing question, Okamoto Daisuke refrained from retorting and instead stepped forward, crouching by the pond's edge. He found himself unable to respond to the sage's earlier remarks. Even with the awareness of the dangers associated with this training, if given the chance to choose again, Okamoto Daisuke would still opt to take the risk. Fortunately, this time he succeeded, achieving a chakra level comparable to that of A.J. Min at his current age. The greatest shortcoming he previously faced, the volume of his chakra, had finally been addressed. While it may not rival the monstrous reserves of the Senju or Uzumaki clans, it surpassed that of most ordinary ninjas. Feeling the abundant chakra coursing through his body, Okamoto D. Kai realized he could now stand confidently among the elite of the ninja world, ready to compete with those prodigies. It was only at this moment that he recognized his previous aversion to the Third Great Ninja War was rooted in his own inadequacies. Okamoto Daisuke suddenly rose to his feet, removed his wooden clogs, and barefooted approached the heroic water floating in the pond. He picked up the bottle and inquired, "Oh, great slug sage, can the water of this pond absorb and store chakra?" Gongbin Dojia gazed up at the slug sage and inquired, "Did you notice?" From the very first step into the pond, Gongbin Dojia sensed something amiss. His mastery over chakra was so refined that he was intimately aware of the chakra he expelled while treading on water. However, this time, as he stepped into the pond, he discerned that the chakra he released was continuously infusing into the water. Initially, he presumed that his chakra had surged uncontrollably, leading to a decline in his control. Yet, after a moment, he astutely realized that the excess chakra was not dissipating but rather gradually permeating the pond. The quantity was exceedingly minute. Had it not been for his exceptional precision in controlling his own chakra, an ordinary individual would have been oblivious to it. "Ah, little Dojia, have you made a discovery?" came the slug sage's ethereal voice. "The water in this pond, mingled with the essence of our slug clan, indeed possesses a remarkable capacity for storage. You are the first to uncover this." The slug sage regarded him with a look of admiration. Upon hearing the words of the great slug sage, Okamoto Daisuke clutched his head. Others remained oblivious to his plight, for they did not possess his overwhelming chakra, which he felt could be divided in twain. "Great sage, may I take some of this water back with me?" Okamoto Daisuke inquired. "Of course, feel free to take as much as you wish." The sage replied with a benevolent smile. Upon hearing the sage's words, Okamoto Daisuke turned and made his way to the shore, donning his wooden clogs. "Great sage, my training has concluded, and I shall take my leave now." He bowed deeply to the slug sage in gratitude. "Do come visit the wet-bone forest often, little Daisuke," the sage said before plunging into the pond, vanishing without a trace. With a splatter, the sage's sudden dive into the water left Okamoto Daisuke drenched. "What an extraordinary sage," he mused, water dripping from him as he walked towards the cave's entrance. As he walked, he skillfully manipulated the water release technique to dry his clothes. Upon exiting the cave, the first sight that greeted him was Chilling, who was spinning in circles at the cave's mouth. Chilling had managed to raise her entire slug body upright, a feat quite remarkable given her soft form. Using her tail as a pivot, she spun rapidly. And if Okamoto Daisuke was not mistaken, a shallow indentation had formed at the base of her tail. Okamoto Dojia looked at Ling in confusion. "Ling, what are you doing?" Upon hearing someone call her name, Ling abruptly halted. She then felt an overwhelming wave of nausea wash over her. "Lord Dojia, please wait a moment. I feel unwell. I think I might be sick." Okamoto Dojia. After a moment, Ling approached Okamoto Dojia, swaying her head. "Lord Dojia, have you finished with your grandmother?" Her lively, youthful voice carried a hint of innocence. "Yes, I have concluded my business. I am preparing to depart from the wet-bone forest to bid farewell to you and Shuelina. Sister Shuelina is currently resting due to the considerable toll this journey has taken. I had hoped to frolic with you, Lord Dojia. It is rare for me to find such a beautiful outfit for you." Ling's tone conveyed a sense of regret. Her words left Okamoto Dojia with a sense of exasperation. It was evident that Ling was being playful. "Then I shall not disturb Shuelina any longer. Ling, I am taking my leave now. And please, do refrain from spinning around like that. It can lead to discomfort." "Understood, but in the past, I would spin and then fall directly asleep. With such spinning, anyone would easily succumb to slumber, I assure you." With no further words exchanged, he waved goodbye to Ling ninjutsu, reverse spirit communication technique. Bang! Okamoto Daisuke vanished into the wet-bone forest. Observing his disappearance, Chi-Rei shook her head and turned her body to roll away into the distance. In the Konoha Hospital's research laboratory, a loud noise echoed. Tsunade and Shizen were examining the surveillance footage. "Rest assured, Shizen, Daisuke has not ventured into the wet-bone forest. Last time, when we sought the Sage of Slugs together, he mentioned that Daisuke was in training. If anything were amiss, the sage would certainly inform me." At that moment, a wisp of smoke drifted through, and Okamoto Daisuke, clad in a woman's yukata, materialized directly in the Konoha laboratory. Tsunade and Shizen gazed at him with astonished expressions. Chapter 52. The target. Shizen stared in disbelief at the suddenly appeared Daisuke in the laboratory. "Daisuke?" she inquired, her voice tinged with puzzlement and a hint of surprise. Tsunade, with her mouth agape in astonishment, pointed at him. "Daisuke, what on earth are you wearing?" Where did you acquire that outfit? Upon the dissolution of the summoning technique in the wet-bone forest, Okamoto Daisuke materialized directly within the confines of the Konoha Hospital's laboratory. Before he could steady himself, the voices of Tsunade and Shizen echoed in the air. With his hands shielding his face, he protested, "No. You've mistaken me for someone else." In a flash, he activated the body flicker technique, intending to flee. However, with a resounding thud, Tsunade struck the laboratory wall with her fist, causing numerous cracks to spiderweb across the sturdy surface. Her voice, low and menacing, reached him. "If you dare to run, do you believe I want to deliver the next blow directly upon you?" The moment was frozen as Okamoto Duke turned his face, displaying a grim expression, and raised his hand in greeting, saying, "Hi, Tsunade-sensei, Shizen. It's been quite a while." Panic surged within him as he observed Tsunade's smile that did not reach her eyes, leaving him feeling utterly disheartened. "Duke, is it truly you?" Shizen initially stood in shock before leaping into his embrace. "Duke, I thought you would never return," she exclaimed, burying her face in Okamoto Duke's shoulder and sobbing softly. Hearing Shizen's words, Okamoto Daisuke felt a warmth in his heart. He gently patted Shizen on the shoulder and reassured her, "It's all right, I'm back now." After comforting Shizen, he turned his attention to Tsunade. "I apologized, sensei. I was a bit nervous earlier." "You little rascal, what is there to be shy about? That outfit, however, suits you quite well," Tsunade remarked with a smirk. Then, shifting her tone, she added, "But mark my words, if you don't explain this incident thoroughly, I want to let you off the hook." With her arms crossed, her fair skin appeared strikingly prominent. "Sensei, this situation is rather complicated. May I first change into a different outfit?" Okamoto Daisuke scratched his head as he spoke. Tsunade glanced at him and instructed, "Shizen, go to my office and fetch a set of medical ninja attire." Snapped out of her excitement upon seeing Okamoto Daisuke. Shizen's ears flushed crimson, exhaling softly. Upon hearing Tsunade's command, she hurriedly pushed past Okamoto Daisuke and dashed away. "All right, kid, with Shizen gone, it's your turn to talk. What have you been up to during this time?" Upon Okamoto Daisuke's sudden appearance in the laboratory, Tsunade sensed a surge of chakra, raising her guard, only to realize it was him. Okamoto Daisuke recounted his experiences and the insights he gained during his time in the wet-bone forest to Tsunade. "So, you nearly perished in the wet-bone forest?" Tsunade circled around Okamoto, scrutinizing him intently. "Is the effect of that so-called hero's water truly so profound?" The Okamoto Daisuke before her was virtually unrecognizable compared to the one from just over a month ago. Particularly, the growth of his chakra was astonishing, as if he had undergone a complete transformation. While the hero's water indeed held remarkable power, it was fraught with peril, and such success was nearly impossible to replicate for another individual. What Okamoto Daisuke stated is undeniably true. Had it not been for him during this ordeal, anyone else would likely have become a part of the wet-bone forest. Tsunade nodded, saying nothing, as she could sense the peril from her disciple's earlier descriptions. "Master, I discovered a certain pool of water in the wet-bone forest, which possesses the ability to store chakra. I am familiar with that place. It is where the great sage Slug used to bathe. I often indulged in its waters myself. Otherwise, do you think your exquisite attire comes from?" Tsunade pointed at the cherry blossom kimono adorning Okamoto Daisuke, stifling a chuckle. One cannot deny that her disciple emerged from the wet-bone forest looking utterly splendid in that outfit. Okamoto Daisuke rolled his eyes, ignoring Tsunade's peculiar chuckle. He retrieved a vial of pond water he had collected. "Sensei, I wish to attempt to seal the chakra of my healing technique into this pond water," he declared. Tsunade paused for a moment upon hearing his words. "Your idea is commendable, but will it succeed?" she inquired. "I am uncertain, yet it is worth a try. As long as I can control the chakra, it should gradually permeate the water. If successful, it could aid many ninjas on the battlefield when war arrives. Considering not every squad is equipped with a medical ninja. If you are truly confident in this, then proceed," Tsunade replied gravely. "If this potion can indeed replicate even half the efficacy of a healing technique, it could become a pivotal turning point in battle." "Daisuke, Daisuke," a voice called from outside the laboratory. A breathless figure rushed into the room, holding a white medical ninja's uniform and presenting it to him. "Daisuke, this is my medical attire. Please put it on." The flustered voice belonged to Shizen, her face flushed, whether from running or embarrassment, it was unclear. "Don't worry, Shizen. Daisuke has returned. Let us head back now and allow him some rest," Tsunade said, observing Shizen's stammering speech. "Yes," Shizen nodded, moving to stand behind Tsunade. "Daisuke, you look quite adorable in that outfit," Tsunade remarked with a smile before turning and leading Shizen out of the laboratory. Left behind, Okamoto Daisuke was overwhelmed with embarrassment, realizing he had made a social faux pas. Today, he found himself lacking the motivation to research new healing potions. Okamoto Daisuke donned the silent medical ninja attire delivered to him. Fortunately, the length of the medical uniform was adequate, although his team remained exposed, at the very least. The embarrassing cherry blossom kimono was concealed. After tidying up his appearance, he gathered his tousled short hair into a single ponytail. Okamoto Daisuke was now focused on the tasks at hand. The issue regarding his chakra capacity had been temporarily resolved, while it was not abundant. It was sufficient for his needs. Even when he stepped onto the battlefield, he was likely to serve as a medical ninja, as his nearly J-nin level chakra was adequate. His immediate priorities included the continued development and refinement of the Flying Thunder God technique, the creation of a powerful ninjutsu, preferably in formless one tailored to his abilities, and the formulation of the healing potion he had just proposed. Each of these three objectives was crucial at present. Although the Flying Thunder God technique was classified as a supportive ninjutsu, it significantly enhanced one's offensive, defensive, and evasive capabilities, serving as a comprehensive technique across various dimensions. His commonly used techniques included defensive water barrier and C-rank attacks such as water iron ball, water iron chain ball, finger spear, and finger fang. In terms of defense, he had sufficient water barriers, but he lacked a decisive offensive technique. Should he successfully develop the healing potion, he would gain immense prestige within the Hidden Leaf Village and truly become a figure of interest within the community. However, this recognition would also make him a target for other ninja villages. With profit comes risk. Benefits devoid of peril are not worth the gamble. Chapter 53, Conflict. Much like his recent training in the Wetbone Forest, which, despite its dangers, had substantially enhanced his chakra shortcomings. He meticulously listed his current objectives on paper. After reviewing them, Okamoto Daisuke lightly shook his palm, conjuring a water sphere that swiftly obliterated the densely written pages. The once clear water became murky in an instant. Okamoto Daisuke casually tossed a water balloon into the flower pot as the sky gradually dimmed. Okamoto Daisuke tightened the medical attire he wore and pushed open the laboratory door. After securely locking it behind him, he made his way toward his home. Due to the lightweight robe he donned, Okamoto sprinted effortlessly back to his residence. He retrieved the key from beneath the welcome mat at the entrance. With a click, he opened the door, and the bright light inside caused him to squint momentarily. Was there someone in his home? The sounds and aromas wafting from the kitchen indicated that this intruder not only lingered, but also intended to enjoy a meal within his abode. Okamoto Daisuke instantly tensed his nerves, a layer of moisture enveloping his entire being. He approached the kitchen stealthily, gently twisting the handle of the door. With a swift motion, he slipped inside. Water release. As Okamoto Daisuke completed the final touches, he beheld a familiar and exquisite figure gracefully holding a spoon, savoring the soup. Her delicate, rosy lips gently approached the rim of the spoon, drawing in the broth with soft sips. The earthen pot on the stove bubbled and steamed with warmth. Perhaps startled by Okamoto Daisuke's sudden entrance, the girl's hand trembled slightly. The milky broth slid down her smooth, jade-like thigh in glistening droplets. "How did you know I would return today?" Okamoto Daisuke exclaimed in surprise. "I did not foresee your return today. Since I completed my task, I have made it a point to prepare a pot of soup for you every evening," Hinata Riku replied with her hands on her hips. Observing Hinata Riku's flustered demeanor, Okamoto Daisuke couldn't help but chuckle. Hinata Riku, noticing his amusement, also broke into laughter. The two exchanged glances and smiles, reveling in the moment. After a delightful pause, Hinata Riku was the first to cease her laughter. "Daisuke, please set the table. The soup is ready." "All right," Okamoto Daisuke replied, fetching bowls and chopsticks from the kitchen to arrange on the table. Hinata Riku skillfully retrieved a ceramic basin from the cupboard, pouring the chicken soup from the pot into it, followed by a selection of pickled vegetables from the refrigerator. Okamoto Daisuke served the rice from the rice cooker. The two individuals sat on opposite sides of the dining table, and they began their meal. During the meal, Hinata Tachiki recounted the tasks they had undertaken during this period to Okamoto Daisuke. Okamoto Daisuke conveyed his experiences in the Wetbone Forest to Hinata Rihue. Neither of them had spoken of the challenges they encountered during their missions and training. After finishing their meal, Daisuke waited at the kitchen sink for Rihue to tidy up the dishes, one washing and the other organizing. There were no explicit assignments made, yet their unspoken understanding seemed to have always existed. "Rihue, a war is imminent," Daisuke remarked while seated on the sofa, observing the busy Hinata Ryuhei. Indeed, I am aware. Recently, the reconnaissance team's missions have become increasingly frequent. Our Hinata clan is preparing for battle with utmost diligence. Daisuke, if you have time, you ought to clean your room. I do not wish to tidy up after you every time I visit, Ryuhei said, slightly reproachful as she continued to organize the living room. Noticing Ryuhei's reluctance to discuss the war, Daisuke refrained from pursuing the topic further. Ryuhei, will you still be going out on missions during this time? Perhaps, but I am uncertain. I will wait for further notice. Please be careful and stay safe. Do not worry, I possess the Byakugan, and I will be the first to evade any danger, Ryuhei replied, pointing to her eyes with her index finger. All right, I should be heading back now, Ryuhei said, removing her apron as she felt they had cleaned enough. I'll walk you home, Daisuke offered, quickly changing into another set of clothes. The two walked side by side. Bathed in the gentle moonlight, the unique sound of Ryuhei's wooden clogs echoing softly. It was as if the moonlight draped them in a silvery cloak. Despite the short distance, they maintained a steady pace and soon arrived at the Hinata clan's territory. Goodbye, Daisuke. I will come by again tomorrow if I have the time, Ryuhei said cheerfully before running into her home. Standing at the entrance of the Hinata clan, watching her figure recede into the distance, Daisuke smiled and turned to head in the direction of his own home. Before he had even exited the confines of the Hinata territory, Daisuke abruptly turned around, his gaze fixed on a shadow lurking in the corner. Come out, do not hide. Since Ryuhei and I entered the Hinata clan's grounds, you have been watching me. What do you intend to do? You brat, did I not warn you against entering the Hinata clan? A ninja clad in a nin vest emerged from the dark corner, a sinister expression on his face, glaring menacingly at Daisuke. Why have you provoked our Hinata clan? The distinctive white eyes of the intruder revealed his identity. The Hinata clan? I do not believe I have provoked any of you. What do you mean? Okamoto Doji questioned with a hint of confusion. It is well known that he typically avoids trouble in Konoha, especially matters related to the great ninja clans. Young man, do not presume that a modicum of talent grants you license to act recklessly. The bloodline of our Hyuga clan shall never be diluted. It would be wise for you to abandon such thoughts. The individual appeared quite agitated by his words. Are you referring to Ryuhei? Do not assume that there is anything between us. You, who hide behind the guise of clan honor, should refrain from meddling in our affairs, even if there were something. You are in no position to comment, Okamoto Doji retorted, pointing at the man with a low shout. Ha ha ha, you bothersome brat, allow me, Hyuga to teach you a lesson and make you understand why a prestigious clan is deemed as such. Hyuga regarded the insolent boy before him, who not only disregarded his words, but also dared to reproach him. With a sudden surge, Hyuga leaped forward, appearing instantaneously in front of Okamoto Doji. I've got you now. The provocative remarks were merely a prelude to the impending attack. As long as he incapacitated this insolent brat, even if he were a disciple of Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, he doubted she would escalate matters over a crippled apprentice. With war looming, the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan holds immense significance in battle, even if it was acknowledged that the Hyuga clan had erred in an effort to appease them. The Hokage would not allow the situation to escalate. This was the reason Hyuga felt emboldened to act against Okamoto Doji, despite knowing he was a disciple of Tsunade. Chapter 54. Conflict 2 Gentle Fist, 8 trigrams, 32 palms. Hyuga materialized before Okamoto Doji, and in his eyes, a colossal 8 trigrams formation instantaneously took shape. Okamoto Daisuke found himself in the attacking position of the 8 trigrams formation. The sound of applause echoed around him, a series of sharp claps striking his body. With a resounding thud, Hinata Uchi delivered the final blow to Okamoto Daisuke's abdomen. After executing the 32 strikes of the 8 trigrams, Hinata Uchi retreated to a stable stance. Hey, kid, do you now feel the excruciating pain of the pressure points? Hinata Uchi's laughter was laced with a perverse desire for destruction, and the bulging veins at the corners of his eyes rendered him particularly menacing. Okamoto Doji remained silent, standing still. Rest assured, I shall soon compel you to beg at my feet. Hyuga Uchi glared at the unmoving Okamoto Doji, his anger intensifying. Hyuga Uchi's sole objective was to incapacitate Okamoto Doji. In his eyes, Okamoto Doji was merely a coward, lurking within the confines of the Konoha hospital. Initially, he had clung to Tsunade's favor, and now he sought to elevate his status through the women of the Hyuga clan. Such a lowly genin deserved to be mercilessly tormented, instilling a lasting fear in him whenever he encountered members of the Hyuga family. This was the prejudice held by the powerful shinobi of the village towards the common ninja, And within Konoha, this aristocratic mindset was even more pronounced. On Okamoto Doji's side, aside from instinctively retreating 2 steps when first attacked, he found himself shielded by a thin layer of pale blue water membrane against Hyuga Uchiha's subsequent assaults. Water release, water iron cannon. A barrage of compressed chakra spheres hurtled towards the incessantly chattering Hyuga Uchiha. Bang! A wooden stump appeared in the position where Uchiha had stood. Body replacement technique. Hyuga Uchiha stared at the battered stump, his previous bravado abruptly silenced. How is it that I have sealed your chakra points? A look of astonishment crossed Hyuga Uchiha's face, soon replaced by a profound murderous intent. Though his talent within the Hyuga clan was not remarkable. As a ninja of the former main family, his memory of chakra points was infallible. How could he possibly fail to subdue even a mere lowly genin? Okamoto Daisuke remained silent. To him, Hinata Uchiha's actions were those of an adversary, one intent on his demise. For a corpse, he had no habit of engaging in idle chatter with the opponent. Since the foe had revealed murderous intent, he saw no reason to spare him any longer. However, within the confines of the village, the act of killing required a measured approach. What was necessary now was to vanquish this opponent. With a swift motion, Okamoto Daisuke performed hand seals, summoning a multitude of spiral water projectiles of varying lengths before him. With a flick of his wrist, accompanied by a hissing sound as they sliced through the air, the water spears hurtled toward Hinata Uchiha. Bang! Once again, a substitution technique was employed. But beneath the relentless barrage of water projectiles, a wound was inflicted upon Hinata Uchiha's leg, leaving it pierced. As the blue light flickered beneath Okamoto Daisuke's feet, he swiftly advanced. With a swift kick reminiscent of a whirlwind, he aimed directly at Hyuga Uchiha's injured leg. Watching Daisuke approach, Uchiha felt a surge of joy within. As long as this boy engaged him in close combat, he could exploit his skills and practical pressure point techniques. The Hyuga clan's Achilles heel lay in their insufficient distance for ninjutsu, particularly against ninjas below the rank of jonin. With a resounding thud, Uchiha crouched down, lowering his center of gravity and absorbing Daisuke's kick solidly with the shoulder. A wave of soreness coursed through him, but he endured the ensuing agony. Utilizing the 8 trigrams palm, Uchiha swiftly aimed his fingers at Daisuke's legs. As he struck, a slight smirk graced Uchiha's lips, only to be replaced by surprise. He felt no real contact, merely a soft, resilient texture beneath his fingertips. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a faint blue liquid covering the area he had targeted. Before he could comprehend the situation, Daisuke's other foot came crashing toward him. Uchiha felt a sharp pain in his chest as he was propelled backward at an alarming speed. With a resounding crash, Uchiha's back collided with the wall. Slowly, he slid down the cracked surface, collapsing onto the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. "You little brat. Even if you manage to defeat me, the Hyuga clan will never acknowledge you," he shouted in a frenzy against the wall. The disparity in their abilities was staggering. He had not anticipated that as a chunin, he would be overwhelmed by a mere civilian in so few exchanges. Just a handful of techniques had brought him to such a state. His gentle fist pressure point strikes had been nullified by the mysterious blue liquid that appeared just as he was about to connect. And now it had vanished from his Byakugan's gaze. Ignoring Uchiha's continued insults, Okamoto Daisuke formed hand seals with both hands and struck the ground with one. Water release, water bullet. A bright blue circle suddenly emerged beneath the seated Uchiha, and a powerful column of water erupted from it, propelling him high into the air with immense force. Okamoto Daisuke stood motionless, gazing at Hinata Uchiha as he soared into the air, only to plummet down at an astonishing speed. He turned, intending to retrace his steps and depart. Suddenly, a voice resonated from behind him, accompanied by a powerful gust of wind. As the azure light flickered beneath Okamoto Doji's feet, he inexplicably evaded the impending strike, his entire body twisting aside with an uncanny grace. Avoiding the assault, he turned to face the Hyuga clansman, who remained poised in a defensive stance. Meanwhile, Hyuga Yuji, descending from above, was caught by another Hyuga. Regardless of the circumstances, one cannot simply walk away after injuring a member of the Hyuga clan. The man who executed the earth-shattering strike stood upright. At that moment, the caught Hyuga Yuji was gently lowered before this man by another young clan leader. "This is the scoundrel who wounded me," he proclaimed. "Be cautious, young clan leader. This fellow possesses a peculiar liquid within his body, rendering my gentle fist ineffective. Aren't you curious as to why he was injured?" Okamoto Doji challenged the newcomer. Even if he is at fault, it is the clan's duty to mete out punishment, not for an outsider to interfere. The young clan leader, Hyuga Hinata, stood protectively in front of Hyuga Yuji. "Brother, Yuji is severely injured in multiple places, another Hyuga, accompanying Hinata, informed him. Indeed, Hinata, take Yuji back to recuperate. I will handle things here. Elder brother. First, see to Yuji's healing, Hyuga Hinata urged in a grave tone. It seems I am unable to depart now? Observing Hyuga Hinata's battle-ready stance, Okamoto Dojia gradually enveloped himself in a faint blue water membrane. Just as a confrontation was on the verge of erupting, a commanding voice rang out. You lot, how dare you engage in combat within the village? Stand down immediately. Chapter 55. Aftermath. Just as Okamoto Dojia and Hyuga Hinata prepared for combat, a voice called out, everyone, cease at once. Hinata and Dojia turned to locate the source of the voice. They beheld a ninja with short brown hair, clad in a deep blue long robe and adorned with the village's standard J-nin vest, perched atop a wall, flanked by two ninjas standing with arms crossed under the moonlight. Who are you? Hinata inquired uncertainly, surveying the individuals before him. In an instant, the ninja in the deep blue robe materialized before Hinata and Dojia. The distinctive markings of inverted verses adorned the sides of his eyes, which were strikingly crimson. Unlike the Hyuga clan's Byakugan, with three tomos slowly revolving within the pupils. I am Uchiha Hakudai of the Konoha Police Department. I would appreciate it if you two would accompany us. Our department will report the disturbance to the higher authorities, Uchiha Hakudai warned, observing the two before him. Okamoto Dojie shrugged his shoulders, sensing that a confrontation was unlikely to occur. This was perhaps for the best, while he felt confident in directly confronting Hinata Uchi. He harbored reservations about facing Hinata Hizu. Under the watchful gaze of Uchiha Hakudai, Hinata Hizu opened his mouth but refrained from speaking. If it were anyone else, he might have felt at ease, but the Uchiha clan would not grant him any leniency. To the Uchiha, the Hinata clan represented an impediment to their aspirations of becoming the foremost ninja village in Konoha. In the village, the Hinata clan served as a counterbalance to the Uchiha's influence. Now, as the junior clan head, Hinata Hizu found himself in the hands of the Konoha Police Department. Although they could not take any significant action against him, they could certainly tarnish the Hinata name. Adjusting his robes, Hinata Hizu stood still, mirroring Okamoto Dojia. Let us proceed, Uchiha Hakudai declared, leading the two towards the Konoha Police Department. The following day, the newborn sun gradually ascended. In the Hokage building, the third Hokage held a pipe between his lips. With each inhalation, the tobacco glowed faintly within the pipe, exhaling a plume of smoke. The third Hokage wrapped his fingers on the table, prompting a masked ANBU agent to materialize before him. Summon Tsunade and Hinata Daiki for me, he instructed. Yes, Hokage-sama. The agent promptly vanished. Shortly thereafter, in the Hokage's office, a series of knocks echoed. Enter. As the door swung open, Hinata Daiki, clad in a deep blue robe, stepped into the office. Hokage-sama, he greeted with a respectful bow. Please, have a seat. The third Hokage gestured towards a chair. No sooner had Daiki settled down than the sound of hurried footsteps reverberated from the corridor. Suddenly, the office door was flung open with a resounding bang. Tsunade, wearing a bright blue jacket, burst in with a fiery energy. Old man, what do you need? Observing Tsunade, who was panting heavily, the third Hokage handed her and Hinata Daiki 2 scrolls from the table. Take a look at these. He explained that they had been delivered that morning by Uchiha Hakudai, who reported that they concerned two individuals who had disrupted the village's peace. Initially, the third Hokage had dismissed the matter, but after reviewing the contents of the scrolls, he found himself in a quandary. The two parties involved in yesterday's altercation were one of Tsunade's disciples, the promising Okamoto Dojia, and the junior clan head of the influential Hinata clan, Hinata Hizu, who, it was said, had sustained serious injuries from a branch family member. After reading through the scrolls, Tsunade slammed them onto the third Hokage's desk. Is this all? You summoned me for this. Isn't it clear that the other party instigated the conflict? Dojia was merely responding to provocation. Tsunade spoke with a hint of irritation. The third Hokage remained silent, turning his gaze towards Hyuga Daisuke. Although it was Yushin, the child from the esteemed clan, who initiated the conflict, he, after all, emerged as the victim in this instance. Furthermore, I have heard from the clan that Yushin suffered grave injuries, and it is possible he may never become a ninja. I believe the third Hokage would not shield the assailant. Upon noticing the third's attention upon him, Hyuga Daisuke calmly remarked, Old man, what nonsense are you spouting? Is it only permissible for your Hyuga clan to strike? Had I been in your position, I would have dismantled your entire clan without hesitation. Tsunade-heim, you should not be so impulsive. We ought to await the third Hokage's judgment. Daisuke maintained his cheerful demeanor. From the very beginning, he subtly admitted his fault while conveniently omitting his own aggression, instead focusing on the plight of Hyuga Yushin. All the while exerting pressure on the third Hokage by suggesting that if Yushin cannot recover, he would be rendered incapable of becoming a ninja. Injuries could prevent one from serving as a ninja. Given the proximity of war, the Hyuga clan would have ample justification to abstain from the battlefield. Coughing, he exhaled a large smoke ring. The third Hokage's face was obscured by the haze, rendering it difficult to discern his expression. The Hyuga clan's initial aggression was undoubtedly erroneous. Although Okamoto Daisuke had acted in self-defense, he still bore responsibility. Very well, Okamoto Daisuke. I propose confinement considering this is your first offense. After a moment of contemplation, the third continued, let Tsunade assist in Yushin's recovery. Daisuke, you wouldn't doubt Tsunade's medical prowess, would you? If her treatment fails, I shall personally arrange a position for him to live out his days in comfort. The third Hokage's ruling appeared fair, and Daisuke had no objections. He recognized that the third Hokage seemed to have made up his mind regarding his disciple. However, what was the distinction between mere confinement and no punishment at all? He sensed that, although the intention was to prioritize Yushin's treatment, the underlying implication from the third Hokage was clear. He was dissatisfied with Daisuke's recent actions. The third was granting the Hyuga clan an opportunity. Should they fail to adhere to the village's will, they would soon find themselves targeted by it. High-ranking officials do not require subordinates who engage in bargaining. Hyuga Daisuke regarded the third Hokage seated behind the desk and offered a respectful bow before taking his leave. The third nodded in acknowledgement and then addressed Tsunade, saying, you should take Daisuke and that child with you. Let this matter conclude here. Please check on the child from the Hyuga family. Rolling her eyes at the third, she retorted, I want to be going. She then turned and departed. Observing Tsunade's retreating figure, the third Hokage picked up the scroll handed to him by Uchiha Hakudai. Chapter 56, Punishment. Has this child truly enhanced his strength so swiftly? A ninja hailing from an illustrious lineage has been unexpectedly vanquished by a mere genin. The third Hokage pondered for a moment, contemplating that he must extend greater care towards this child. Perhaps this one is yet another prodigy akin to Minato Namikaze. Within a dim, damp, and decrepit cell, a group of ragged individuals stands huddled together. At the entrance of the cell, two ninjas stand guard, their crimson eyes piercing and their pupils adorned with a slowly rotating tomo. They vigilantly observe the confines of the prison, ensuring that no one attempts to flee. This is the holding cell of the Konoha Police Department, where those who disturb the peace or commit crimes within the village are temporarily confined. Should the offenses be grave, the matter is escalated to the Advisory Council of Konoha, where a determination is made regarding whether to imprison the offender or proceed with execution. Yet, in this temporary holding cell, two individuals appear strikingly out of place amidst the grim surroundings. Okamoto Duke sat languidly atop an unconscious hefty man, gazing down at his own palm. Hinata Hazashi, with arms crossed over his chest, stood contemplatively in the corner of the cell with his eyes closed. When they were first incarcerated, the leader of this prison was the very rotund individual now beneath Okamoto, who had sought to provoke trouble. However, Okamoto swiftly dealt with him using a single downward strike, leaving him in a state of unconsciousness ever since. You, even in such a place, failed to restrain yourself. Hinata Hazashi remarked, I still shut. I have always adhered to the principle of not offending others unless provoked. Had it not been for this glutton's instigation, I would not have intervened. Furthermore, if that fellow had not launched a surprise attack, I would have remained passive. However, your methods were excessively brutal. Had it not been for my timely arrival with Hinata, Yushin would have survived only to be a cripple. Hazashi suddenly opened his eyes, his pure white pupils fixed intently on Okamoto. With a chuckle, Okamoto cast a fleeting glance at Hazashi, choosing not to engage. Hinata Hazashi stepped forward, called the guard overseeing the cell, his voice resonating through the confines. Upon hearing his name, Hazashi deftly maneuvered past the ragged inmates within the cell and stepped outside. Once beyond the threshold, he spotted Hinata Daisuke waiting for him at a short distance. Father, he said, approaching and bowing respectfully to Hinata Daisuke. Let us discuss this later. His father replied, Yes, father. The two of them exited the Konoha Police Department in single file. Shortly after their departure, the guard swung open the cell door once more. Okamoto Duke, you may leave now. Slowly rising to his feet, Okamoto ambled towards the exit. As he stepped outside, the glaring sunlight prompted him to squint, shielding his forehead with his hand as he gradually acclimated to the brightness. Directly ahead, Tsunade waved at him. Okamoto Dojia trotted after his master. Master, he murmured, trailing behind Tsunade with his head bowed. Remember, my disciple is not someone to be bullied. If anyone dares to mistreat you, retaliate fiercely. If you lack the means, I shall aid you in your defense. Master, Okamoto Dojia felt the sting of tears in his eyes. The third Hokage has sentenced you to 3 months of confinement, forbidding you from leaving the village. During this time, refrain from seeing that Hyuga child. Tsunade observed Okamoto Dojia, who was visibly remorseful, and gently ruffled his hair. I understand, master, he nodded. You may return home now. Tsunade contemplated saying more, but words failed her as she watched him leave. Upon returning home, Okamoto Dojia went straight to the bathroom. After a refreshing shower, he lay sprawled on his bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. I suppose Riku is not faring any better. Meanwhile, in the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Rika knelt before the family shrine. The door creaked open, and a frail figure leaned on a cane as she entered. Child. Hyuga Rika turned to see the elderly matriarch at the threshold. Grandmother. The visitor was indeed the elder of Riku's branch of the family, who had lost her parents during the Second World War, much like Okamoto Dojia's. She had been raised by this grandmother. My dear, I am aware you have heard about that boy. I understand this may seem unjust, but the bloodline of the Hyuga has never mingled with others. You must realize that you and that child share no future. Grandmother, do you truly love your husband? Hyuga Riku unexpectedly interrupted her elder's monologue. The matriarch faltered. What of love? At times, we are all bound by circumstances beyond our control. Her voice trailed off, tinged with melancholy. You should stay home during this time. Do not venture out. The matriarch retreated from the shrine, and as the sound of the door locking echoed behind her, a tear streaked down Hyuga Riku's cheek, cascading down her rounded chin and falling onto the stone floor. The discord between Okamoto Daisuke and the Hyuga clan, under the suppression of the third Hokage, was confined to a limited sphere. As dawn broke, bloodshot veins appeared in Okamoto Daisuke's eyes. He had spent the previous night in restless wakefulness. With the first light of day, he hastened towards the Konoha hospital. In the laboratory of Konoha Hospital, clad in a white lab coat, Okamoto Daisuke was intently focused on the test tube in his hand. During this period, he could scarcely recall how many experiments he had conducted. Okamoto Daisuke is diligently engaged in the repetitive extraction and solidification of chakra each day, striving to infuse the healing technique's chakra into the pools of the wet bone forest. Although he has yet to achieve success, his endeavors have yielded noteworthy results. He has discovered that the secretion of slugs possesses the ability to amplify chakra. During this period, he also returned to the wet bone forest, primarily to gather sufficient water from its pools for experimentation. Through his relentless efforts, he has been transforming the composition of the chakra-infused medicinal concoction. The chakra from the healing technique has evolved from its initial fleeting nature to a sustained presence, now lasting for 3 minutes. Okamoto Daisuke gazed at the test tube before him, as the green liquid within gradually lost its color, transforming into a slightly opaque white substance. He shook his head, overwhelmed by the complexity of the task at hand. Initially, he had believed that with the skills he had honed over 2 lifetimes, he could revolutionize the medical practices of the ninja world. Yet, he had overestimated his own capabilities. Gently placing the test tube on the lab bench, he removed his mask and sank wearily onto a chair. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, and a delicate blue film enveloped his body, instantly erasing the beads of sweat that had accumulated on his brow. Daisuke, have you succeeded? Tsunade entered the room, carrying a bowl of ramen from Ichiraku. Why are you here, teacher? Usually, it's Shizen who brings me lunch. You haven't emerged from the laboratory in quite some time, and I was worried you might be overthinking things. Thank you, teacher, but I'm fine. I merely encountered a challenging problem. You stubborn fool, finish your meal and hurry home. Tsunade placed the ramen on the lab bench and then took a seat beside him, watching as Daisuke devoured his food. Teacher, are you so free? He asked. I will clean up once I finish. I am using a shadow clone, specifically to keep an eye on you. Once you're done, you must return home. After Daisuke finished his meal, Tsunade forcefully ushered him out of the door. All right, you're no longer needed here today. Go home. Seeing Tsunade standing at the entrance, Daisuke felt a sense of resignation. He turned and exited the Konoha hospital, while Tsunade, observing him as he walked away, formed hand seals and, with a puff of smoke, vanished from sight. Gongbin Dusuk emerged from the hospital, not heading home, but instead making his way towards the training grounds at the edge of the village, known as the Forest of Death. During this period, Hinata Rihwa had not sought him out, likely constrained by his family. Having promised Tsunade, Gonbin Dasuk had refrained from visiting the Hinata household. In the time he had remained within the village, he had paid a visit to Minato Namikaze and his girlfriend, Kushina Uzumaki, which further refined his understanding of the Flying Thunder God technique. As he approached the Forest of Death, Gonbin Dasuk formed a series of hand seals, vanishing from his location. Upon reappearing, he found himself amidst a dense forest. Unlike Minato's mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique, Gonbin Dasuk's comprehension of spatial manipulation was limited. The method of training left by the second Hokage in the Sealing Book primarily focused on the analysis of time and space, as well as the essence of the Flying Thunder God technique. Minato, undoubtedly a prodigious talent, had successfully learned the technique by integrating the second Hokage's insights with his own understanding, even innovating upon the original technique. It is no wonder Minato once remarked that each individual's mastery of the Flying Thunder God is uniquely their own. In his unique Flying Thunder God technique, Okamoto Daisuke has incorporated the reverse summoning technique. In essence, Okamoto Daisuke's Flying Thunder God technique employs a distinctive method of coordinate positioning, akin to reverse summoning, to transport the practitioner to the designated location. It functions more like a directional portal. Consequently, unlike Namikaze Minato's technique, Okamoto Daisuke's Flying Thunder God cannot inscribe the technique's markings on an enemy during combat, such that the enemy remains alive and the mark persists. Okamoto Daisuke's approach diminishes the understanding and affinity of the Flying Thunder God technique with respect to spatial power. While employing reverse psychic techniques provides a clever shortcut to mastering the Flying Thunder God technique, it simultaneously imposes a greater demand on the practitioner's chakra control. Okamoto Daisuke lacks the exceptional comprehension and affinity for spatial abilities that characterize Minato Namikaze. Consequently, he opted for an alternative path more suited to his own strengths. At times, not all matters unfold in a state of perfection. He manifested in the Forest of Death through the Flying Thunder God technique. After the emergence of Okamoto Daisuke, he adeptly positioned himself at a target. During his time away from the Konoha Hospital, he devoted himself to the development of a new ninjutsu within the Death Forest. Minato Namikaze had previously demonstrated to him his newly developed ninjutsu, which would later become renowned as the Rasengan. This technique, which requires no hand seals, perfectly aligns with Minato's combat style. By combining the swift movement of the Flying Thunder God technique with the convenience and efficiency of the Rasengan, its power is indeed formidable. Okamoto Daisuke extended his arm forward, and a water gun measuring over a dozen centimeters materialized on his index finger, amplifying his chakra. The water gun shot forth with great speed, piercing a slender hole through the precision-forged target. Despite the increased power of the water gun, Okamoto Daisuke felt dissatisfaction. What he yearned for was a technique akin to Kakashi's Raikiri, a decisive strike. He extended his palm, and a chakra sphere devoid of attributes instantly took shape. For someone with Okamoto Daisuke's extraordinary chakra control, the technique of the Rasengan posed no challenge whatsoever. When Minato Namikaze had merely demonstrated it before him, he had grasped it effortlessly, prompting the fourth Hokage to exclaim in admiration at his genius. Okamoto Daisuke was fully aware of the Rasengan's potency and its various derivative techniques. However, its Flying Thunder God technique lacked the agility of Minato's, rendering it incapable of achieving the second stage of the technique. It was clear to him that only what suited him best would suffice. Okamoto Daisuke gazed contemplatively at the spiraling sphere rotating within the palm of his hand. The motion, the very rotation of the sphere, a flash of inspiration ignited within his mind. With precise control, he manifested another piercing projectile. Under the influence of his extraordinary chakra manipulation, this projectile gradually morphed into a conical shape, its center becoming increasingly hollow. It transformed into a conical void, continuously spinning. With a swift motion, the cone shot forth, effortlessly piercing through the steel target and several towering trees behind it. A transparent void manifested upon the line of trees. Gonbin Dasuk furrowed his brow as he gazed at the target he had just pierced. Though the penetration had intensified, it still felt insufficient. Once more, he concentrated to conjure a stream of water. Under the mastery of his chakra, this ethereal water stream began to rotate anew. Unlike the last attempt, the conical water jet spun at an ever-increasing velocity. In Dasuk's perception, the water molecules within the jet, guided by his chakra, gradually reached a boiling point. Suddenly, with a sharp crack, the entire water jet exploded before him, a fleeting flash of pale blue illuminating the air. On the surface of Okamoto Daisuke, there was not a hint of panic. The water membrane had effortlessly absorbed the impact of the water gun's explosion. He proceeded to condense the water gun once more, repeating the previous steps. Subsequently, the water molecules began to accelerate and boil fervently. The water gun, rotating before Okamoto Daisuke, transformed at a velocity perceptible to the naked eye. A release point was undoubtedly necessary. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than two apertures appeared in the controlled water gun. Hiss, hiss, steam erupted from the two openings. With the emergence of these release points, the entire water gun stabilized instantaneously. Furthermore, the rotational speed of the water gun surged dramatically. Okamoto Daisuke's face illuminated with joy. With a swift motion of his hand, he unleashed a powerful jet of water, producing a sonic boom as it carved a white arc through the air. The water stream shot directly towards the target, and in an instant, the solid steel target was pierced by the formidable force of the water gun. The velocity of the water gun remained unabated, penetrating through trees and creating a seemingly bottomless chasm in the rocks at the edge of the training ground. He quietly reflected on the immense power of the water gun he had just wielded. Okamoto Daisuke revealed a long-lost smile. With but a modest amount of chakra, the penetrating power of the water gun could rival that of an A-rank ninjutsu. Without any hand signs, the chakra consumption was minimal, yet its might should not be underestimated. This truly embodied the ninjutsu he envisioned in his heart. Okamoto Daisuke waved his hand, instantly conjuring 3 water guns that emitted a hissing sound and billowed with steam. With a flick of his arm, the 3 water guns plunged fiercely into the rock face of the training ground, creating 3 deep, bottomless holes. He summoned another water gun. And under Okamoto Daisuke's deliberate control, 4 air vents gradually appeared at its base. As the 4th air vent emerged, the spinning water gun emitted an even sharper buzzing sound. Under Okamoto Daisuke's mastery, the buzzing projectile did not fire. Instead, a 3rd pair of air vents slowly opened at the bottom. As the 3rd pair of air vents unfurled, the spinning projectile accelerated even further, its piercing buzz resonating throughout the once quiet death forest, startling flocks of birds into flight. With a sudden pop, before the 3rd pair of air vents could fully open, the internal water molecules erupted violently, resulting in a complete explosion. The pale blue membrane of water that had enveloped his body gradually dissipated. Okamoto Daisuke gazed at his wounded right hand. It appeared that with my current chakra, I still could not directly control the 6-hole finger pikes forming hand seals. The glow of sage techniques enveloped his injured hand, and the wounds began to visibly mend at an astonishing pace. The close-range explosion had exerted tremendous force, potentially inflicting burns upon the victim. Observing the gradually subsiding swelling, he assessed the chakra expended within his body and found it to be minimal. Originally a C-rank ninjutsu, the finger pikes had mutated under Okamoto Daisuke's control, elevating their power to A-rank. However, further enhancement could not be achieved solely through chakra manipulation. He could maintain it only with great effort, but not for long. Steadying his mind, he flicked his wrist, and in the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 whirring finger pikes, emitting a sharp buzzing sound, hovered around him. With a swift motion, the piercing pikes, accompanied by waves of white air, plunged fiercely into the surroundings, creating bottomless pits. Witnessing the destruction wrought by his own hand, Okamoto Daisuke smiled, unperturbed. At last, he had attained a measure of self-preservation, even amidst the chaos of battle. Forming hand seals, he vanished silently from the spot, reappearing directly in his home. Okamoto Daisuke had long since left his mark of the Flying Thunder God within the confines of his home. Yet, his imprint was not confined to his residence alone. He had inscribed the symbol at various locations throughout multiple villages. The recent incident involving Hinata's portrait had further illuminated the insignificance he felt in his current state. Were it not for his status as Tsunade's disciple and the extraordinary talents he had exhibited, the previous events would certainly not have been dismissed so lightly. Although he was not the initial cause of the turmoil, such details held little importance now. Thus, he recognized the necessity of preparing for his future. Upon returning home, he surveyed the desolate kitchen and the dust-laden rooms, which prompted memories of a figure clad in wooden clogs, producing a rhythmic sound as they moved. After a hasty dinner, Okamoto Daisuke seated himself at his desk, unfurling a scroll and delving into the intricate combinations of various herbs. Okamoto Daisuke now devotes every available moment to researching therapeutic potions. Unbeknownst to him, time slips by like a fleeting shadow. In the blink of an eye, several months have passed. One morning, Okamoto Daisuke emerged from the laboratory with heavy footsteps. Tsunade stood nearby, observing him. "Daisuke, have you not returned home?" she inquired. "No, sensei, I believe I am onto something." Okamoto Daisuke replied, his voice slightly hoarse, gazing at Tsunade with excitement. Though Okamoto Daisuke was utterly fatigued, a brilliant light emanated from his bloodshot eyes. Just as Tsunade was about to speak, a resounding eagle's cry echoed throughout the Hidden Leaf village. Both Tsunade and Okamoto Daisuke abruptly glanced upward at the shinobi eagle circling above. "This is," Tsunade said, her expression grave. "It's a summons for the Jonin." "You must go, sensei," Okamoto Daisuke remarked, his gaze fixed on the eagle in the sky. "Very well, I shall depart. Remember to rest well." Tsunade replied before vanishing in an instant. It appeared that war was on the horizon. In a place unseen, a small figure concealed most of its body in the shadows, revealing only half of a small head as it secretly observed him. Upon witnessing Okamoto Daisuke's weary form, a sense of compassion quietly flickered in its eyes. With Tsunade's departure, Okamoto Daisuke turned and entered the laboratory of the Hidden Leaf. In recent times, he had spent most of his days within this lab. As he re-entered, the laboratory was transformed from its usual brightness. Following his initiation into the research of medicinal solutions, Tsunade had designated this space for his exclusive use. The floor of the lab was adorned with a series of intricate ceiling arrays meticulously etched by Okamoto Daisuke. And at the very heart of these arrays lay a pale green test tube. Okamoto Daisuke stepped forward and removed a test tube positioned within a sealed magical array. Before long, the reagent within the tube diminished at an observable pace. His research had made significant advancements, however, given the current circumstances. The onset of the Third War loomed ominously near. In the evening, there came a series of knocks at the laboratory door. Okamoto Daisuke rose to open the door, discovering Tsunade standing at the threshold, gazing at him. "Sensei," he exclaimed, stepping aside to allow her entry. Upon entering the laboratory, Tsunade was taken aback by the myriad of ceiling formations sprawled across the floor. "Daisuke, are you truly researching healing potions?" Her incredulity was understandable. As dusk approached, dim sunlight filtered into the room, illuminating the intricate array of formations that suggested anything but serious research. "Do not worry, sensei. I assure you, it is all legitimate study." Okamoto Daisuke vowed earnestly. "Sensei, you just concluded a meeting today, and now you come to me. Does this pertain to the onset of war?" he inquired, observing Tsunade, who was seated with her legs crossed. "Ah, I knew I couldn't keep this from you. Fortunately, I had no intention of doing so. According to the reconnaissance reports, Sunagakure has begun mobilizing its forces. Ever since the disappearance of the third Kazekage, the entire leadership of Sunagakure has been in a state of extreme tension. Furthermore, the daimyo of the Land of Wind has continuously been cutting funding to Sunagakure, hindering the increase of elite shinobi within the village. Consequently, the number of missions has been declining year after year. In contrast, Konoha, also one of the 5 great nations, has consistently ranked first in mission volume, with numerous assignments that should have belonged to Sunagakure flowing towards Konoha. This has fostered intense animosity from Sunagakure towards Konoha, as the hardliners in Sunagakure perceive their village's current predicament as the fault of Konoha. The disappearance of the third Kazekage has instilled a pressing need for Sunagakure to assert its existence within the shinobi world. With unanimous agreement among the village's higher-ups, they seek to find an outlet for their frustrations, and Konoha stands out as the prime target, especially after Konoha became aware of Sunagakure's movements. The reconnaissance teams have continually provoked their nerves. The friction at the border between the two nations has been incessant, and now it is finally on the verge of eruption. Tsunade, embracing her knees, declared, "The village has made its decision. In 3 days, the combat forces will head to the border of the Land of Fire. I have already suggested to the old man that you lead the team to the front lines." Chapter 59. Departure. Tsunade looked at Okamoto Daisuke. "Daisuke, I beg of you," she said earnestly. "Understood, sensei." Okamoto Daisuke nodded. Tsunade rose and approached him, kneeling down to gently caress his forehead with one hand. "Daisuke, I am sorry. I should not have sent you to the front lines in my stead. However, Tsunade's fair visage gradually drew nearer to Okamoto Daisuke's, just as he was uncertain whether to halt her advance. She pressed her forehead against his and embraced him tightly. As Okamoto Daisuke was about to offer her some words of comfort, he suddenly felt a stream of moisture gently trickling down his nose. Okamoto Daisuke gazed at Tsunade, whose eyes brimmed with tears before him. The hands that had just been raised fell silently as he allowed Tsunade to embrace him. The dying rays of the setting sun bathed the two in a golden glow, accentuating the brilliance of Tsunade's golden locks. During their first reconnaissance mission in the Land of Wind, Okamoto Daisuke had primarily served as a safeguard for the team, as the ninja from Sunagakure frequently employed poison in combat. Tsunade's intent was to demonstrate the efficacy of medical ninjas within the team to the higher-ups of Konoha. The outcome was remarkable. Okamoto Daisuke played an exceedingly vital role in that mission, leading the higher-ups of Konoha to place greater emphasis on medical ninjas. Following Daisuke's mission, the village's leadership arranged for a group of children from the orphanage to study the esoteric art of medical ninjutsu. As Tsunade gradually regained her composure, she transformed back into the formidable Lady Tsunade, who had once dominated the shinobi world during the Second Great Ninja War. She wiped away her tears and conveyed the details of the conference discussions with the third Hokage and the senior advisors to Okamoto Daisuke. With the onset of the shinobi world war, the village had resolved to dispatch Orochimaru, one of the legendary three, as the commander for the front lines in the Land of Wind. Given the existence of the puppet forces from Sunagakure, Tsunade, also a member of the legendary three, would undoubtedly be Orochimaru's ideal partner. However, what the third Hokage did not anticipate was Tsunade's refusal of this assignment. Instead, she recommended her mere genin disciple, Okamoto Daisuke, as the head of the medical unit for the upcoming battle against Sunagakure. After extensive discussions with Tsunade yielded no results, everyone believed she had lost her mind, prioritizing her disciple over the village's interests. At that moment, Jiraiya, another member of the legendary three, stepped forward to support Tsunade's decision. With Orochimaru, the overall commander of the front lines, also in agreement, the third Hokage ultimately conceded to Tsunade's proposal. However, the leadership of the medical unit was designated by the third Hokage to Nara Shikaku, who would serve as an advisor while concurrently overseeing the medical department. Meanwhile, Okamoto Daisuke assumed the role of deputy head of the medical unit, responsible for the treatment of the injured and related tasks. Nonetheless, in instances of significant arrangements and missions for the frontline medical department, all decisions would be primarily governed by Nara Shikaku. Okamoto Dojin nodded to indicate his understanding. Observing his obedient demeanor, Tsunade felt a pang of discomfort in her heart if it weren't for her hemophobia. However, revealing Tsunade's fear of blood at this moment would undoubtedly deal a severe blow to the morale and spirit of Konoha's forces. She felt an immense sense of indebtedness towards this disciple. As Okamoto Daisuke observed Tsunade's demeanor, he could discern that she had undoubtedly succumbed to self-reproach once more. Approaching the doorway, he retrieved the medical attire that hung on the wall. With a swift motion, he donned the pristine white garment. He then pushed open the door to the laboratory. The gentle rays of the setting sun bathed Okamoto Daisuke in a warm crimson glow, enveloping him in a radiant embrace. Okamoto Daisuke tilted his head slightly, smiling as he addressed Tsunade, who stood in the shadows of the room. "Leave it to me, teacher. This war serves merely as a stage for me to proclaim my existence to the ninja world." With that, Okamoto Daisuke strode forward confidently, observing his retreating figure. Tsunade's mind began to conjure images of four ninjas in a similar scenario. A middle-aged man stood before three young children. "Do you find it strange that I send you to the battlefield? As my disciples, this is an inevitable path." As soon as he finished speaking, the white-haired boy in the center exclaimed, "Hey, old man, rest assured. This is my first battle to make my name known as the Sage of Miyaboku." Though the blonde girl and the dark-haired boy remained silent, their slightly raised chins and the pride glimmering in their eyes were undeniable. They then dashed off into the distance, their figures gradually merging with the departing silhouette of Okamoto Daisuke. It dawned on Tsunade that she too had once been in such a position. Wiping away her tears, she too stepped out of the room with determination. Upon returning home, Okamoto Daisuke gazed at the unchanged surroundings. Ever since his last fierce encounter with Hinata Usui, Hinata Riko had not visited his home again. With a sigh, he opened a drawer and retrieved a sheet of stationery, immersing himself in writing at the table. He placed the envelope on the table, securing it with a water jug. Time slipped by unnoticed, and before he realized it, 3 days had swiftly passed. In front of the Hokage building in Konoha, the officers preparing to head to the front lines stood in a row, while Okamoto Daisuke donned the standard white attire of a medical ninja, positioning himself slightly behind. They stood in silence, awaiting the pre-battle address from the third Hokage. Standing at the forefront, the third Hokage faced the assembly, with Mito Kaze, Nara Shikaku, and the legendary Danzo Shimura lagging just behind him. "You are the most elite ninjas of the village. Our village's safety is facing an unprecedented challenge, and the future and security of our families rest upon your shoulders. I shall be your most steadfast support. You are the hope of our village's future. As you embark today, I shall crown your return in victory on another day. Where the leaves dance, the fire shall thrive eternally." The third Hokage stood on the platform atop the Hokage building, passionately rallying the troops bound for the front lines. Surrounding villagers erupted in a thunderous cheer for the departing forces, chanting the name of the third Hokage and offering blessings to the troops. A pair of sinister eyes fixated on the jubilant third Hokage, licking their lips. "You under the sunlight truly are magnificent." Amidst a chorus of cheers, a figure adorned in resplendent attire fixed a chilling gaze upon the white-clad Jimoto Dekai among the cadre. "Is that fellow also bound for the battlefield? I yearn for his demise upon the field of war." Subsequently, as the supreme commander of the Wind Country Front, Orochimaru silently nodded to the third Hokage. With an arm raised high, he commanded the Leaf Ninja Army to mobilize. Chapter 60. Setting up camp. The assembled ninja forces at the gates of Konoha commenced their gradual advance towards the border, moving from the rear to the forefront. In this fleeting moment, the villagers hurriedly bid farewell to their loved ones and friends who were destined for the front lines. "Dekai, Dekai, here." As Okamoto Daisuke was on the verge of departure, he suddenly heard someone calling his name. Turning around, he discovered it was Minato Namikaze, accompanied by Kushina Izumaki, Kakashi, Obito, and Rin Noara. It was Obito who was calling out to him, seemingly anxious that he might not be seen, as he jumped and waved his hands exuberantly. Okamoto Daisuke exchanged a brief greeting with Nara Shikaku before instantaneously appearing beside several individuals. "Minato, Kushina, Kakashi, Obito, Rin, when did you all arrive?" Okamoto Daisuke inquired with a relaxed expression. Minato Namikaze displayed his customary smile, responding, "Today marks the day the shinobi forces head to the front lines. So we naturally wish to come and see you. Moreover, it has come to our attention that you will be joining us. And Kushina has been quite concerned for your well-being." This concern stemmed from the frequent visits Okamoto Daisuke made to the Namikaze household while mastering the Flying Thunder God technique, during which he gradually became acquainted with Kushina. When Okamoto Daisuke was perfecting the Flying Thunder God technique, he engaged in a meticulous discussion with Kushina Izumaki about the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. Without Kushina's invaluable assistance, Daisuke might not have been able to refine the Flying Thunder God technique to its current state. "I have no concerns for your safety. You, my friend, have mastered the Flying Thunder God technique well enough to protect yourself." Kushina playfully smacked Minato's shoulder, effectively silencing his remaining words. Observing their interaction, Daisuke remarked, "Minato, you and Kushina are truly a perfect match. Why not consider tying the knot upon our return?" "Oh, you cheeky brat. Who would want to marry that wooden block?" Kushina retorted, delivering another playful slap to Daisuke's head. "Daisuke, you must exercise caution. I heard about your encounter with those Hyuga brats last time. It's unfortunate that I'm still a Genin, but once I become the leader of the Uchiha clan, I'll help you exact your vengeance." Obito enthusiastically declared to Daisuke. The discord between Okamoto Daisuke and the Hinata clan had long permeated the great families of Konoha. "Daisuke, you must ensure your own safety," whispered Noara Rin. Finally, Daisuke turned his gaze towards Kakashi, who maintained an impassive expression. Upon meeting Daisuke's eyes, Kakashi remained unmoved. "Kakashi, don't you have anything to say to Daisuke?" Obito inquired, wrapping his arm around Kakashi's shoulder with a menacing tone. Kakashi looked at Okamoto Daisuke, saying nothing, merely extending his right hand before him. Surprised for a moment, Daisuke then mirrored the gesture, their hands clasping firmly together. "Return alive. I await our next battle. Good luck." Obito encouraged, placing his hand atop theirs, followed by Rin, who echoed the sentiment. In the distant Hinata clan territory, Hinata Hanabi, still confined indoors, felt her temples throbbing with tension, her Byakugan activated to its fullest potential. Observing the joined hands of Daisuke, Kakashi, Obito, and Rin, she silently placed her own hand before her in a semblance of solidarity. "Daisuke, good luck." Meanwhile, far in front of the Hokage building, Okamoto Daisuke seemed to sense something, placing his left hand atop theirs. "Good luck," they all shouted in unison. Minato Namikaze, with one arm around Kushina Uzumaki, joined in the fervent cheer. With a vigorous downward swing, their hands broke apart, and laughter filled the air. "Let us go," Daisuke said, casting a glance back at his friends, determined to etch the sight of their joyous laughter into his memory. "I will strive to protect the essence of your smiles." Beneath Okamoto Daisuke's feet, a flicker of blue light shimmered, catching up with the advancing troops. The formidable Orochimaru, walking ahead, sensed the disturbance and turned to glance at Okamoto Duke, who had rejoined the ranks. His pace slowed. "Duke-kun, your contributions will be essential in this forthcoming battle," Orochimaru remarked, having forsaken his usual flaxen robe. Even the familiar pouch and cord that typically accompanied him had vanished. Instead, He donned the standard attire of a Leaf Village elite shinobi, a fitted vest paired with gray trousers, with a pouch for ninja tools secured at his thigh for ease of access. Lord Orochimaru, I shall exert every effort, Okamoto Duke responded with a slight bow. Then let us strive together, Orochimaru declared, before hastening ahead to engage in animated conversation with Narashikaku. Okamoto Daisuke observed Orochimaru's pale skin, still untainted by the madness that would later consume him. At this moment, Orochimaru was in his prime, a prominent candidate for the position of the fourth Hokage among the legendary three ninjas. The mighty Konoha ninja army set forth towards the borders of the Land of Fire, having been aided by reconnaissance units that paved the way, allowing them to reach the borders of the Land of Rivers before dusk. Ironically, the battlefield between the Land of Wind and the Land of Fire unfolded in the Land of Rivers, a nation unconnected to either side. In conflicts among great powers, it is invariably the smaller nations that suffer. The Land of Rain, nestled between the three nations of Fire, Wind, and Earth, has long seen its civilians endure profound hardships. This plight is also a precursor to Nagato's eventual extremism. Having lived perpetually in the shadow of war, it is no wonder that he veered into darkness. I recall in my previous life watching Naruto, where it was suggested that Shirsue's Kotoame Tsukumi must have been employed on Naruto, allowing him to remain cheerful and spirited in his fight for Konoha. Upon reaching the designated location, specialized logistics personnel established the camp. As the medical department was also part of the logistics unit, Okamoto Daisuke sought a suitable position to set up the medical camp. Narashikaku, ostensibly the head of the medical department, primarily focused on strategic decision-making for the entire front line, only consulting others for significant decisions. The medical department was typically managed by Okamoto Daisuke and two medical jonin, who collectively made decisions. Had Tsunade been present, she would not only have led the medical department, but also served as Orochimaru's aide, overseeing certain frontline matters. However, the current representative was a disciple of Tsunade, which changed the dynamics. Tsunade commanded respect, yet Okamoto Daisuke struggled to do the same due to his youth and status as a genin. Although Tsunade had repeatedly assured the third Hokage and other high-ranking officials that his abilities were on par with those of a jonin, after discussions with the two medical jonin, they decided to position the medical department towards the rear of the ninja army. This arrangement would allow them to assist injured ninjas returning from the battlefield while maintaining sufficient time and distance for retreat. Chapter 61. The battlefield. Stepping onto the battlefield for the first time, Okamoto Daisuke felt surprisingly calm. As a disciple of Tsunade and a medical ninja, he had arrived at the front lines with a sense of purpose. As long as the ninjas of Konoha can prevent the infiltration of Sunagakure, the medical ninjas will remain largely unthreatened. The peril faced by medical ninjas primarily arises during the Great Ninja Wars, when a select few skilled ninjas must venture to the front lines to tend to the injured, particularly the elite jonin. Those stationed at the forefront must possess exceptional mastery of healing techniques to swiftly restore their comrades, thereby preserving the maximum combat effectiveness. Another significant danger occurs during the clashes between the two armies, where the medical and logistical units are frequently targeted by enemy assault forces. The sustenance and support of the army are paramount, and while the medical ninjas strive to rejuvenate their allies for battle, they simultaneously become prime targets for enemy sabotage. Moreover, the puppet brigade of Sunagakure is particularly adept at employing poison. In pursuit of unparalleled lethality, their weaponry is often laced with toxins, necessitating the presence of an exceptionally skilled healer within the medical unit to provide critical care when needed. This underscores the profound significance of Okamoto Daisuke's role. On the first day of the ninja army's encampment, there was little to report. All that Okamoto Daisuke could observe was the continuous movement of scouts entering and exiting the largest tent belonging to Orochimaru and his faction. Okamoto Daisuke stood at the entrance of the medical department's tent, observing the ebb and flow of ninjas. Such is the nature of war. As Daisuke lost himself in thought, Yamamatsu Taiga approached him. "How are you, Daisuke? Are you adjusting?" Yamamatsu, a fellow medical shinobi and deputy head of the medical department, inquired. "Deputy Yamamatsu, I was merely reflecting on the brutality of war," Daisuke replied. "There is no need for such formality, my friend. Our bond transcends that," Taiga reassured him. "Regardless of your status as Lady Tsunade's disciple, both Iase and I have witnessed your growth. If not for the village's arrangements, Iase and I would wholeheartedly support your leadership of the medical department." Yamamatsu Taiga and Iase Mami are the other two deputy heads of the medical department and colleagues of Okamoto Daisuke at the Konoha Hospital. Thus their endorsement of Tsunade poses no issue whatsoever. At the tender age of 5, Okamoto Daisuke began his apprenticeship under Tsunade at the Konoha Hospital. Due to his youth, the other physicians at the hospital attended to him for a more extended period. Subsequently, Daisuke continued to study medical ninjutsu under the tutelage of various physicians at Konoha Hospital until he ultimately surpassed them all. During his time at the Konoha Hospital, Okamoto Daisuke had already proven his worth. The majority of the medical ninjas who had come to the Land of Wind were from Konoha Hospital, a selection that Tsunade had made with great care. Indeed, the choice of ninjas in the medical department was entirely orchestrated by Tsunade herself. In this war in the Land of Wind, she had deployed nearly half of Konoha Hospital's medical ninjas. She had put in considerable effort for the sake of Okamoto Daisuke. Uncle Yamasu, please do not say that. I still have much to learn in matters of war and require the assistance of Aunt Is, Daisuke humbly remarked. Do not worry. Daisuke, come, let us see how your Aunt Is is progressing with the camp setup. After they had determined the location for their encampment, Is mommy had taken charge of the arrangements. As the two walked and conversed, they arrived at the entrance of the medical department. Is, Aunt Is, they called out, observing Is mommy in her white medical ninja attire, continuously directing personnel in the placement of supplies. Okamoto Daisuke and Yamamatsu Taiga greeted her warmly. She turned her head and glanced at the two of them. You two have arrived. Daisuke, you have made an excellent choice with your position. Upon seeing Okamoto Daisuke for the first time, Is mommy could not help but shower him with compliments as she observed the nearly completed medical department. Okamoto Daisuke could hardly contain his admiration for Is mommy. As a few individuals exchanged compliments, Nara Shikaku approached. Yamamoto Takahiro, Is mommy, and Okamoto Daisuke, please accompany me to the Central Command tent, Nara Shikaku instructed the group. The three followed closely behind him, making their way towards the command tent at the center. Along the way, Okamoto Daisuke observed the ninja forming various small squads, while members of the Oil Woman clan were diligently setting up defenses against the parasitic insects. The Hyuga and Uchiha clans were patrolling the camp due to their unique ocular techniques. Among them, the Hyuga clan was easily recognizable, their striking white pupils constantly revealing their identity. Meanwhile, the Uchiha clan carried out their patrols, ensuring no spies from Sunagakure infiltrated their ranks. Throughout the camp, members of various clans from Konohagakure could be seen, including the Inazuka clan, who were soothing their beloved dogs. In the face of war, equality reigned supreme. The majority of the forces dispatched by Konohagakure were comprised of the elite from each clan. In regard to the conflict with Sunagakure, the third Hokage and the upper echelons of Konoha unanimously believed in a swift resolution. After all, while engaging in battle with Sunagakure, they also had to remain vigilant against Kumogakure and Iwagakure. Intelligence reports from Jiraiya indicated that Iwagakure was making constant moves in neighboring countries. Whether it was their previous attempt to seize the Seven Tails or other actions targeting Konoha, it was evident that Iwagakure was restless. Should Iwagakure decide to intervene, the third Raikage's character would undoubtedly prevent him from remaining idle. If the situation were to deteriorate to its worst, Konoha might find itself contending with members from three great nations simultaneously, a scenario they wished to avoid. Hence, in addressing the conflict with Sunagakure, they sought a rapid conclusion. The longer the conflict persisted, the more detrimental it would become for them. Upon reaching the entrance of the Central Command tent, several members of the Hyuga clan stood guard, their Byakugan continuously scanning the surroundings. Additionally, Uchiha clan members surrounded them, employing their Sharingan to observe any ninjas attempting to approach the tent. The advantages of the Uchiha and Hyuga clans in warfare were undeniable, Okamoto Daisuke mused. Although he held a rather unfavorable impression of most Hyuga clan members, aside from Hinata, it was impossible to overlook their crucial role in combat. Furthermore, the Uchiha clan's Sharingan proved remarkably effective in countering genjutsu and dispelling transformation techniques. Entering the Central Command tent, they found a massive sand table at its center, meticulously detailing the positions of the Konohagakure ninja forces alongside those of Sunagakure. Orochimaru leaned over the edge of the sand table, his gaze fixated on the map. Surrounding the table stood the decision-making council and various captains of the ninja forces. Lord Orochimaru, we have arrived, Nara Shikaku announced as he led Okamoto Daisuke and the others into the tent. Hearing the voice, Orochimaru lifted his head. The golden, snake-like slits of Orochimaru's eyes fixated on Okamoto Dojia and his companions as they entered. Chapter 62, The Wounded. Upon noticing Orochimaru's gaze, Okamoto Doji stepped forward to pay his respects. Orochimaru waved his hand dismissively, his hoarse voice slowly resonating. Doji-kun, tomorrow I plan to engage in a tentative skirmish with Sunagakure. I trust your medical department will exert every effort to tend to the wounded. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. The medical unit will be adequately prepared tonight to commence treatment for the injured, Okamoto Doji replied succinctly. Satisfied with this response, Orochimaru's tongue flicked rapidly around his lips, revealing a faint smile. He turned and picked up several small tokens marked with the symbol of Konoha from the table, systematically placing them on the strategy board. Shikaku. Issue orders for the troops to begin occupying these locations. Orochimaru pointed to the newly marked positions on the board. Lord Orochimaru, might this approach appear overly scattered? Shikaku Nara expressed a differing opinion, observing the widely dispersed markers. He exchanged glances with his colleagues from the decision-making department. As seasoned ninjas who survived the Second Shinobi World War, their assessments of battlefield dynamics were undoubtedly astute. The locations Orochimaru had marked lay to the north of the Land of Rivers, presenting a considerable gap compared to the current positioning of the Sunagakure forces and the anticipated main battlefield in the heart of the Land of Rivers. They believed that deploying troops to these locations would yield minimal impact. Orochimaru cast a cold, serpentine gaze over the assembly. My objective is to draw the main battlefield northward, primarily to thwart a potential flanking assault from Sunagakure and Iwagakure. Should Iwagakure lose restraint and invade from the Land of Rain into the Land of Rivers, these outposts will serve as optimal observation points. His words momentarily stunned the audience. Orochimaru was essentially placing the lives of the ninjas at these markers at risk as a warning. If Iwagakure were to launch a surprise attack, those stationed there would become mere cannon fodder. Contemplating this, Okamoto Doji lifted his gaze to the figure of Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin alongside his own master. The current Orochimaru exuded an aura of control over the battlefield. It was imbued with an unsettling blend of violence and indifference. He was indeed a perilous and enigmatic individual. No wonder Orochimaru later defected from Konoha to establish Odogakure, with Kimimaro and others fighting to the death for him. Shikaku, go arrange for personnel to execute the plan. Orochimaru's slightly hoarse voice broke the silence among the gathered crowd. Following a brief discussion regarding the battle ahead, the high-ranking officials began to disperse. Okamoto Daisuke and Iace Mami returned to the medical tent, burdened with heavy thoughts. Yamamatsu Daiga sat on a chair and inquired, should we arrange for some medical ninjas to be deployed to the front lines tomorrow? Hearing this, Okamoto Daisuke pondered briefly. There is no need. Orochimaru has not assigned us any specific tasks. Tomorrow, our sole responsibility is to ensure that the injured who are brought to the camp receive timely medical attention. Uncle Yamamatsu, please take the trouble to draft a simple plan. Auntie Iace, could you relay tomorrow's tasks to our colleagues in the medical department? I will head to the supplies office now to confirm the medical equipment we may need for tomorrow. All right. Both Yamamatsu Dai and Iace Mami readily agreed. Seeing the two who had consented, Okamoto Daisuke let out a sigh of relief, fortunate that Tsunade had assigned personnel he was familiar with this time. Had there been even a couple of difficult individuals, given his current age and ninja rank, he would likely have faced criticism from others. Stepping out of the tent, he observed the patrolling ninjas outside, and his heart settled somewhat. Confirming his direction, he proceeded towards the supplies office not far away. Just as dawn began to break, Okamoto Daisuke was jolted awake by a cacophony of noise. Rubbing the sleep from his eyes, he emerged from the tent. Inside the medical tent, which had been empty the previous day, anguished cries of pain echoed incessantly, while nurses from the medical department hurriedly traversed between various medical tents. How could there be so many injured? He grabbed hold of a doctor rushing past him. Ah, Daisuke. The doctor exclaimed in surprise before covering her mouth upon recognizing the person who had grasped her arm. Sister Kitsuno, what are you doing at the front lines? Okamoto Daisuke was somewhat at a loss, not expecting such a result from his casual grab. Kitsuno repeatedly patted the towering mound of injuries, her expression one of shock. If you can come, why can't I? After all, I am someone who has received multiple awards for excellence from the hospital, and I have already been promoted to a physician. Kitsuno rolled her eyes and shot a glare at Okamoto Daisuke. Given her demeanor, he chose not to dwell on why she had come to the front lines. Sister Kitsuno, how did so many injured individuals suddenly arrive? I heard from the injured that there was a surprise attack from Sunagakure this morning. All right. I won't chat any longer. I need to deliver these supplies, Kitsuno said, raising the medication she held in her hand and jogging toward a medical tent. A surprise attack from Sunagakure? Daisuke, Yamamatsu Dai waddled over with his ample figure. Uncle Yamamatsu, how are the injured faring? Most of the injuries are burns. I have arranged for the injured. The majority of them are genin, who was responsible for the attack. Uncle Yamamatsu, upon hearing that the injured had been adequately taken care of, Okamoto Daisuke felt a wave of relief wash over him. I don't know. I heard it was a woman leading a small team. Fortunately, we discovered it early, so there were not many casualties. Lord Orochimaru has personally led a team to pursue them. Then I will go check on the injured. Upon hearing that Orochimaru himself was leading a pursuit, Okamoto Daisuke was momentarily taken aback. Given Orochimaru's prowess, it was inconceivable that he would not anticipate a potential ambush from the Sand Village. Thus, it seemed that Orochimaru had calculated the likelihood of an attack on the Konoha camp, intending to turn the tables and devour the ninjas who dared to strike. Typically, those assigned to such missions are elite ninjas from their respective villages. Those lacking sufficient ability risk not only alerting the enemy but also being captured, potentially divulging critical information about their own village. Should a poorly executed assault result in the capture of inept intruders, caution must be exercised, as these could be deliberately dispatched by the enemy to sow confusion through false intelligence. Inside the medical tent, Okamoto Daisuke gazed at the ninja lying on the makeshift bed. A peer in age who, due to the recent attack, bore severe burns covering 80% of his back. The flames had taken their toll, leaving his face with an unnatural flush. Nearby, a medical ninja diligently washed the wounds with disinfectant, but upon completion, fresh pus and blood oozed forth. The crimson liquid dripped from beneath the bed, forming a meandering stream on the ground. Chapter 63. The assault. Observing the agonized figure on the sickbed, who groaned in pain and could not stem the flow of pus, Daisuke furrowed his brow and reprimanded the attending medical ninja. With a swift motion, he pulled aside the medic, seized a bottle of disinfectant from the medical rack, and channeled chakra into his hands. A sphere of chakra formed, which he gently pressed against the back of the injured ninja. Gradually, strands of orange-red fire poison were drawn out of the body. As the poison was extracted, the subordinate emitted a series of pained groans, and the water sphere soon adopted an orange hue. Discarding the now tainted sphere, he flipped his palm, allowing a verdant chakra to envelop the ninja's back. Under the influence of this healing technique, the grotesque wounds visibly began to mend. Now, perform a simple bandaging. Daisuke commanded the medical attendants, having released his jutsu. As he observed the gradually bandaged patient, he and Yamamoto Takahiro exited the medical tent. What is the condition of the wounded? During the previous treatment, Daisuke had sensed a lurking awareness of the fire poison within the bodies of the injured. Most of the casualties bore similar fire poison burns. And Daisuke, Yamamoto Takahiro stood before him. You must understand that with Lady Tsunade absent, your medical ninjutsu is unparalleled on the battlefield. I recognize your desire to heal every injured Konoha ninja. However, the chakra of a medical ninja is finite. It is impossible for you to treat everyone. We must allocate our limited chakra and opportunities for healing to the village's crucial combat strength. I can comprehend your desire to heal every leaf ninja, but our capabilities are constrained. Doji, however, shall I merely stand by and witness their demise? Gazing at the towering mountains and flowing rivers before him, Okamoto Doji felt his breath quicken, betraying the turmoil within. In the past, he believed himself to be sufficiently cold-blooded. Yet only upon entering this battlefield did he realize the extent of his fragility. Doji, I empathize with you, but I implore you to prioritize the greater good. With that, Shansong Dahua placed a reassuring hand on Okamoto Doji's shoulder. I understand, Okamoto Doji murmured, his head bowed, as the morning dew dampened the bangs on his forehead. Ninjutsu, flowing fire devouring the plains. As Okamoto Daisuke raised his head, he beheld a sea of orange-red molten lava surging from the edge of the Konoha encampment towards its heart. The slowly flowing inferno began to spread, consuming everything within the camp. Water release, great waterfall technique. Okamoto Daisuke forcefully pushed aside the towering Matsusong River. Uncle Matsusong, swiftly assist and Ace in relocating the medical department. A torrent of water gushed forth from Okamoto Daisuke's mouth, colliding with the inferno surging toward him in the blink of an eye. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The sound of water meeting fire echoed through the air. The entire location of the medical department was enveloped in a thick veil of steam. Various cacophonous noises emanated from the medical personnel. As a part of the logistical support, the majority of the medical ninjas lacked formidable combat prowess. The sudden onslaught of flames plunged the medical ninjas into a state of utter chaos. The relentless flow of water thwarted the flames from wreaking further havoc. Okamoto Daisuke waved his hand, dispersing a portion of the steam. Before him stood a figure adorned with a sand village forehead protector, her black ponytail cascading down her back, while 2 strands of golden hair framed her forehead. She wore a sleeveless gray dress, tightly wrapped around her abdomen with several loops of white bandages, and her purple shorts exuded an air of efficiency. A single sword hung diagonally at her side, her piercing gaze fixed intently on Okamoto Daisuke. Her hands, sealed in a complex gesture, were encased in purple arm sleeves that extended to her biceps. As she released the seal, she grasped the sword at her back, slowly drawing its razor-sharp edge, her almond-shaped eyes wide with scrutiny as they locked onto the boy clad in white medical attire. Bending slightly, her imposing form, constrained by the tight-fitting outfit, almost brushed against the muddy ground. At such a young age, she could wield water-based ninjutsu in a parched environment. It seemed she had ensnared a significant target. Her fair, oval face and delicate lips uttered chilling words. Initially, she intended to dismantle several of Konoha's medical facilities and then retreat. However, this youth in medical garb had just thwarted her ninjutsu with his own water techniques. With a surge of power, the beautiful warrior, wielding her sword, vanished before Okamoto Daisuke with a swift whoosh. Shan, Yukura. The long blade, imbued with sharp wind techniques, sliced through the air at an astonishing speed. Yet, Yukura paused, sensing no contact with flesh. A splash of water fell upon her exquisite oval face as Okamoto Daisuke transformed into a puddle upon being cleaved in 2, collapsing onto the ground. Buzz, buzz. In that fleeting moment of Yukura's distraction, 2 resounding buzzing sounds erupted from either side. In the steam-filled camp, 2 jets of water surged forth, creating waves that instantaneously cleared the mist, hurtling toward Yukura, who remained stationary. Crash. The buzzing projectiles struck a splintered piece of wood. Yukura stood atop the tent, her blade angled defiantly. The sun, finally rising, cast a radiant glow upon her figure, enhancing her beauty against the backdrop of dawn. Who are you, boy? Her melodious yet chilling voice resonated with palpable menace. I suspected as much. Those wounded ninjas should have succumbed to their injuries on the spot. Yet, they were still afforded time to be transported to the medical department for treatment. With his left hand in his pocket and his right hand shaped like a pistol, Okamoto Daisuke pointed at Yukura atop the tent. I surmised it might be Shan probing for the location of our medical facilities. But I never anticipated you would dare infiltrate our Konoha camp alone. Oh, so you are aware that I intentionally left those ninjas wounded? I was initially oblivious. But as I assisted one ninja in extracting lingering fire toxins, I sensed a subtle hint of latent poison within him, leading me to realize someone was manipulating these toxins. I intended to turn the tables on you. Little did I expect you would arrive so swiftly. Okamoto Daisuke wore an expression of helplessness. Oh, have you removed my fire poison? Little brother, it seems you hold a significant position in the medical department of Konoha. It appears I cannot let you go. Yukura lightly bit her delicate cherry lips, her gaze fixated on Okamoto Daisuke. Hee, sister, contrary to your sentiments, it is I who wishes to keep you here. As soon as the words left his lips, several water needles materialized in front of Okamoto Daisuke, forming a barrage of buzzing projectiles. Chapter 64. The attacker with a tumultuous wave of energy, the buzzing projectiles surged toward Yukura at an astonishing speed. What a most disagreeable little brother. It seems I must bring your head back. Yukura swiftly formed hand seals. Remember my name, sister, soon as blazing release, Yukura. With that, 5 basketball-sized orbs of fiery orange flame manifested, swirling around Yukura. The buzzing projectiles swiftly approached, but the fireballs rapidly positioned themselves in front of her. Yukura evaded several of the projectiles, but one struck true. The surrounding flames converged, colliding with the buzzing needles. The clash of water and fire released billowing steam, and a figure was propelled backward through the mist. Sister, do not forget my name either. Konoha's Genin, Okamoto Daisuke. A long streak marred the ground, and at its end, Yukura leaned on her sword, a hint of blood at the corner of her mouth. Yet, the scorching fireballs encircling her quickly evaporated the blood. One must not be careless. I did not anticipate the penetrative power of that peculiar ninjutsu. Even with a 5-layered blazing shield, I sustained an injury. Yukura sheathed her sword and formed hand seals once more. Blazing release, river of molten lava. The ground around them began to crack, an overwhelming chakra pulsating in the air. Yukura's fire technique, enhanced by wind chakra, transmuted the surrounding earth into a torrent of flowing magma. Okamoto Daisuke found himself enveloped by molten lava. Initially, Yukura had no intention of employing this particular ninjutsu, Yet the water-style techniques wielded by the young man clad in white proved to be exceedingly effective against his scorching release. The lava flow technique required the simultaneous utilization of both wind and fire styles, a practice that consumed an immense amount of chakra. However, should he succeed in eliminating this youth, Konoha would undoubtedly suffer a significant loss in a budding prodigy. No, this boy had already ascended to the status of a genius. At such a tender age, he could command the grand waterfall technique, along with that peculiar jutsu accompanied by a resounding buzz. Even if Yakura were to underestimate him, he would inevitably sustain injuries. With a firm grip, Yakura summoned the Scorch Release, Lava Giant Fist, conjuring a colossal fist of lava from within the molten depths. This magma-formed fist, infused with wind-style chakra, possessed a unique balance of weight and lightness, enabling it to strike with astonishing swiftness towards Okamoto Daisuke. In response, Okamoto unleashed the Water Release, Water Barrier, a torrent of water gushing forth from his mouth, swiftly encircling him in a protective dome. With a resounding crash, the lava giant fist collided with the water barrier, releasing a vast cloud of steam. Next, Yakura initiated the Wind Release, Vacuum Wave. The formidable vacuum sphere hurtled towards Okamoto Daisuke, dispersing the steam as it barreled directly into the water barrier. While the previous lava giant fist had merely diminished a layer of his protective shield, it had no discernible effect on the young ninja within. What a troublesome little brat. And who was that subordinate of his? Yitsong's complexion flushed as she swiftly formed hand seals. Fire Release, Lava Flow Collapse. Her slender hands pressed firmly against the ground. And under the enhancement of Wind Release, the fire surged with ferocity, amplifying the already violent flames. The intense heat transformed the earth and stone beneath into a pool of molten lava, which churned restlessly. With a gust of wind, the lava erupted skyward, forming a formidable barrier. However, unlike Okamoto Daisuke's water barrier, which shielded him from harm, this lava barrier was a manifestation of Yitsong's intent to prevent his escape. Trapped amidst the river of lava, Okamoto Daisuke observed as the land around him slowly sank, a consequence of the relentless flow of molten rock. Yitsong, standing by the molten river, smiled faintly at the sight of him descending. Let this be your grave, young one. Inside the watery sphere of the barrier, Okamoto Daisuke dispelled his hand seals. With a splash, water droplets scattered, meeting the surrounding lava and evaporating into plumes of steam that enveloped him entirely. Meanwhile, Yitsong caught a fleeting glimpse of Okamoto Daisuke extending his index finger towards her, smiling enigmatically. The unexpected grin sent a shiver down her spine. Years of undertaking perilous missions had honed her instincts, prompting her to abruptly interrupt her ninjutsu. With a resounding crash, the semicircular lava barrier crumbled without the support of chakra, scattering across the ground. At the same moment, a white column of energy pierced the very spot where Yitsong had been crouched. Such decisiveness, she thought, marveling at the incredible sharpness of the instincts possessed by seasoned ninjas. Beside the lava pool, Okamoto Daisuke maintained his right index finger in a gun-like gesture aimed at Yitsong's previous position, while his left hand produced an oddly shaped shuriken from his pocket. A buzzing sound resonated in the air, the sound of a finger gun. Yitsong clutched her injured left arm, astonished as she gazed at Okamoto Daisuke standing at the edge of the lava pool. Beads of cold sweat trickled down her smooth chin, evaporating before they could touch the ground. This young man had suddenly appeared from within the encircling lava. Had she not reacted in time, her left arm would have faced more than mere abrasions. Just as the two faced each other, the sound of footsteps approached, and a throng of Leaf Village ninjas began to converge on their location. Seeing the increasing number of Leaf ninjas, Yitsong spat out a mouthful of blood-tinged phlegm in frustration. I must retreat. If it weren't for this brat, my ambush would have succeeded. She glared fiercely at Okamoto Daisuke, adorned in his white medical attire. You little scoundrel, next time you're done for. With that, she vanished swiftly. The thorns, water columns, electric light, and wind blades surged towards Yitsong, who remained motionless. Unable to evade, Yitsong was struck by the deluge of ninjutsu. Instead of blood, an orange-red gas seeped from his wounds. Don't go near, shouted a Hyuga clansman, veins prominent at his temples. Hearing the warning, several ninjas who had reached Yitsong's side froze momentarily, helplessly watching as Yitsong's body began to dissolve and swell. With a thunderous roar, Yitsong transformed into a fireball that engulfed those nearby ninjas. As the fireball dissipated, several charred corpses were left behind. In the forest, a slender figure, clutching an injured arm, leaped from one towering tree to another, hearing the sounds behind. Turning to witness the colossal explosion rising, she hoped for it to have an effect. Scorch release, shadow clone. Yitsong formed hand seals, gradually creating an orange-red humanoid that, upon landing, transformed into his likeness and dashed in another direction. In the Konoha camp, other ninjas pursued the direction in which Yitsong had fled. Beside the lava pool, Okamoto Daisuke felt his body weaken and stumbled backward. Daisuke. Aya's mommy instantly appeared at his side, catching him just in time. Daisuke, you're injured. Yamamatsu Takahiro and others soon joined him. It's nothing, I've just exhausted too much chakra. Okamoto Daisuke managed to steady himself with Aya's mommy's support. Chapter 65. Report during the recent battle. Okamoto Daisuke had expended a significant amount of chakra using the Grand Waterfall technique to thwart Yitsong's Scorch Release ninjutsu. Additionally, he drained considerable chakra while employing the water barrier to defend against Yitsong's lava giant fist. Although his chakra capacity was close to that of a Nin, he had not yet reached that level. Once the weakness within him subsided, Okamoto Daisuke braced himself, standing upright. Uncle Yamamatsu, how are the casualties in the medical department? The first concern of Okamoto Daisuke was the casualties. During the recent skirmish, he was unable to focus on anything else. Thus, he had to entrust Yamamatsu and Aya's with the task of organizing and evacuating the crowd. Rest assured, Daisuke, due to your prompt intervention, Yakura did not inflict significant harm upon us. A few medical ninjas lost their lives because of delayed evacuation during the initial assault, and we must now seek an alternative location. Okamoto Dokai nodded and inquired, has Lord Orochimaru returned? He should have, Yamamatsu replied, shaking his head, indicating his uncertainty. Uncle Yamamatsu. And Ayas, I kindly ask you both to tidy up the aftermath. I shall go to report to Lord Orochimaru. Okamoto Dokai glanced at the disheveled camp, still marred by the immense lava pit, as he entrusted the task to the two. The medical department had been attacked, and as one of its leaders, he felt compelled to inform Lord Orochimaru. Yamamatsu-de and Aya's mommy nodded in acknowledgement. This battle had afforded Okamoto Dokai a clearer understanding of his own capabilities. As the Scorch Release user, Yakura was indeed a renowned figure from Sunagakure, celebrated as a hero of the village. Although Okamoto Daisuke managed to hold his own against such formidable opponents for a brief period, he was acutely aware of his own limitations. The recent skirmish had nearly exhausted his chakra reserves. Had the battle continued even a moment longer, he would have found himself utterly devoid of any chance of victory. If not for the timely arrival of reinforcements from Konoha, Okamoto Daisuke would have been in grave peril. The final attack, the six-piercing hornet spear, represented the pinnacle of his current capabilities in terms of penetration and velocity. However, a seasoned warrior like Yakura, who had long navigated the treacherous landscape of the ninja world, possessed an unparalleled sixth sense for danger. No matter how formidable the jutsu, failing to strike the enemy rendered it futile. A change was imperative. As Okamoto Daisuke walked, he mentally replayed the recent battle. After several simulations in his mind, he reluctantly concluded that, regardless of the circumstances, an extended confrontation would inevitably lead to his defeat. Of course, he was not destined to perish. The existence of the Flying Thunder God technique inherently secured his position from ultimate defeat. Okamoto Daisuke can indeed be defeated. Yet the notion of eliminating him is not merely a foolish dream, it is a formidable challenge. As long as he is resolute in his desire to flee, the likelihood of killing him remains exceedingly slim. However, this confidence in his ability to escape also alleviates the pressure of facing death for Okamoto Daisuke. In contrast, for Yezakura, a ninja who has earned acclaim in the ninja world for many years, he appears somewhat juvenile at present. Nevertheless, considering Okamoto Daisuke's current age, managing to withdraw unscathed after battling Yezakura is a remarkable feat. With his thoughts in order, Okamoto Daisuke approached the entrance of the Konoha Shinobi Command. Upon arriving at the threshold, he noticed Nara Shikahisa emerging, carrying a stack of papers and lifting the door curtain. Okamoto Daisuke stepped forward, Uncle Nakahisa. Hearing someone call his name, Nakahisa Nara looked up and replied, Daisuke, you have arrived. Is Lord Orochimaru present? I have matters to report to him, Okamoto Daisuke inquired. Yes, he is here. You may go. Nakahisa Nara gestured toward the tent. With that, Nakahisa Nara departed. Okamoto Daisuke approached the entrance and called out, Orochimaru-sama. I have matters to report. Hiss, come in. The distinctive raspy voice of Orochimaru echoed from within the tent. Okamoto Dujiya entered the tent, and within, he found only Orochimaru. Dujiya, what brings you here? Orochimaru inquired, seated at the desk adorned with scrolls, clad in the standard attire of a high-ranking ninja. The forehead protector of Konohagakure restrained his long hair, accentuating his astute demeanor. Lord Orochimaru, I have come to report on the recent assault on the medical department. The medical division suffered losses due to the scorching techniques of the Tsunagekyu's Yazong. As Okamoto Daisuke had yet to finish his words, Orochimaru raised his hand, halting his speech. Regarding the reasons and circumstances surrounding the assault on the medical unit, I gathered insights from the captured members of the Tsunagakure team who had attempted the attack. Orochimaru's voice, tinged with a raspy quality, resonated softly. I must say, your ability to withstand the scorching assault of Yakura has truly impressed me. This attack was a lapse in my judgment. While I anticipated an incursion from Tsunagakure, I did not foresee Yakura employing such methods to locate the medical unit. Daisuke, it is thanks to you that I have documented this incident in the battle report, which I shall forward to Lord 3rd Hokage. Upon concluding his remarks, Orochimaru gazed at Okamoto Daisuke with a curious and exhilarated expression. Daisuke, since our encounter in the Forest of Death, I never imagined we would meet again, and not only have you achieved remarkable feats in medicine, but you have also presented me with this delightful surprise. Even I, along with your mentor Tsunade and that fool with white hair, had only just attained the rank of nin at your age. Daisuke, you are truly a prodigy. Orochimaru's cold, golden serpent-like eyes fixated intently on Okamoto Daisuke. Thank you for your kind words, Lord Orochimaru. I merely seized the opportunity, replied Okamoto Daisuke, feeling unsettled by Orochimaru's excited gaze. Surely, Orochimaru does not harbor any intentions towards my physique? However, at this juncture, Orochimaru had not yet embarked on his research into human experimentation, and he still held a flicker of aspiration for the position of the 4th Hokage of Konohagakure. At this time, aside from the late Konoha White Fang, Tsukumo Hitaki, the only candidates eligible for the role of 4th Hokage were the legendary Sannin. As for the fabled Konoha Shadow, as long as the 3rd Hokage remains in power, he would never allow this Hokage's shadow to step into the limelight. Among the Sannin, Jiraiya is notoriously carefree, often absent from the village except during significant events or when the 3rd Hokage mandates his presence. Konoha's Tsunade Senju, a pioneer in the realm of medical ninjutsu, established the medical ninja system, which subsequently inspired imitation from other great nations. As the founding figure of this discipline, Tsunade's reputation is undoubtedly formidable. However, the harrowing experiences of witnessing her brother, Nawaki Senju, and her beloved Dan-Cat perish during the Second Great Ninja War plunged her into a profound trauma, leading to her affliction with hemophobia. This debilitating condition became critical during the conflict between Konoha and Tsunagakure, necessitating the emergence of Okamoto Daisuke as the village leader. Tsunade's fear of blood posed a dire threat. In Chapter 66, titled Pursuit, after considerable contemplation, it became evident that the only viable candidate remaining for the position of the 4th Hokage was none other than Orochimaru, the last of the legendary Sannin. His esteemed status as a disciple of the 3rd Hokage and his notable military achievements, specifically his command during the Second Great Ninja War against the Rain Village, underscore his exceptional tactical prowess. Furthermore, his strength had garnered accolades from the legendary Hans of the Salamander, often revered as a demigod in the ninja world. With the passage of time, his capabilities remained shrouded in mystery. Having reflected upon these insights, Daisuke felt a sudden alleviation of his apprehension towards Orochimaru. Presently, it seemed that Orochimaru had yet to embark on his nefarious human experimentation, and his obsession with forbidden texts had not yet reached its zenith. Daisuke-kun, might you share the reasons behind your growth and strength? Orochimaru inquired, his gaze imbued with curiosity. In that moment, Daisuke felt as though he were being scrutinized by a predatory creature, sending a shiver down his spine. Indeed, during my last outing with Jiraiya-sensei, I acquired a substance known as the Hero's Water, Daisuke recounted succinctly, elaborating briefly on the circumstances of its procurement and his training within the Wetbone Forest. Upon hearing Daisuke's account, Orochimaru fell into a contemplative silence, arms crossed over his chest. So, this Hero's Water is merely a catalyst? The crux lies within natural energy, does it not? That appears to be the case, Lord Orochimaru, Daisuke replied succinctly. Natural energy. I believe I have heard the Sage of the White Snake mention it in the Dragon Cave, Orochimaru murmured pensively. Sage mode. Observing Orochimaru deep in thought, Daisuke suddenly realized, could Orochimaru's future research on cursed seals stem from my inadvertent disclosure? Lord Orochimaru, I hope to propose a relocation for the medical department's encampment. As our current position has been compromised, I seek a more secure location. With Orochimaru absorbed in contemplation, D-Suk raised his voice slightly. Very well, D-Suk. You may discuss this matter with Kakuzu, Orochimaru replied. Observing Okamoto D-Suk still standing before the table, Orochimaru nodded slightly, noticing Orochimaru lost in contemplation. Okamoto D-Suk shook his head and exited the tent. Perhaps Orochimaru might indeed fall into the depths of the cursed seal. However, it was perhaps premature for him to ponder such matters. Upon stepping outside, he fortuitously encountered Nara Shikaku returning with a stack of documents. Uncle Shikaku. Okamoto D-Suk hurried forward to discuss the new location of the medical department with Nara Shikahisa. D-Suk, you return first. I shall contemplate this matter and promptly inform you. Shikahisa replied. Very well, Uncle Shikahisa, you have my gratitude. With that, Okamoto D-Suk turned and departed. Watching him leave, Nara Shikahisa shook his pineapple-like hair. It's exhausting, dealing with so many matters daily. He then cast a resigned glance toward the command tent. If only Lady Tsunade were here. Before he could finish, memories of Tsunade gathering crowds for gambling in the camp flooded his mind. Well, it's manageable in her absence. He sighed, burdened by the weight of his responsibilities, and made his way toward the command tent. Upon returning to the medical department, Okamoto D-Suk found Yamamatsu Taiga and Iace Mami engrossed in their duties. Uncle Yamamatsu and Iace, I have reported to Lord Orochimaru. This camp is no longer safe. Please have our personnel begin organizing the necessary medical supplies. Once we receive word from Lord Orochimaru, we shall relocate. No problem, D-Suk. I've nearly finished preparations, Taiga replied. Gazing at the disarray of the camp and the wounded groaning in agony, Okamoto D-Suk fell into a contemplative silence. War, after all, is synonymous with loss. D-Suk. Do not dwell on it too much, Iace Mami reassured him. It's all right. I simply feel we must assist them. Okamoto D-Suk never considered himself a virtuous person. Yet when confronted with the stark reality of war, he found himself unable to reconcile his feelings. With a deep sigh, he turned toward his tent. Observing the somewhat despondent Okamoto D-Suk, Yamamatsu Taiga felt compelled to speak, but Iace Mami grasped his arm, shaking her head. Once D-Suk had walked some distance away, Iace Mami finally spoke. D-Suk is still too young. We have all traversed through the trials of war. Some lessons must be learned alone. He is a good child. And a clever one at that. Do not worry. Taiga, do you recall our first time on the battlefield? Iace Mami inquired, placing her hands in her pockets. Of course I do. We were both Jinin then, Taiga responded. At that time, there was no distinction between medical ninjas. We were with Lady Tsunade. And I remember an incident where she protected us during an attack. A glimmer of nostalgia appeared in Taiga's eyes. Indeed, it is reminiscent, back then. Lady Tsunade also advised us to retreat. I had intended to protect D-Suk. Little did I know until today why she continually recommended him for the front lines. Whether in medical ninjutsu or strength, D-Suk is indeed following in Lady Tsunade's footsteps. Let us ensure the safety of this child. Iace Mami turned to look at Yamamatsu Taiga, who did not respond directly to her words. With a solemn nod, time swiftly passed, and the sun ascended high in the sky. Yamamatsu Takahiro made his way to Okamoto Doji's tent, stating, Doji. Lord Rikyu has sent word that a new camp has been arranged. Upon entering, he discovered Doji immersed in experimenting with various vials of liquid. What are you up to? Yamamatsu inquired, observing Doji's activities. Nothing of consequence, merely a small study. Since the notification has been received, you may inform the others to prepare for relocation, Doji replied, resuming his work amidst the clutter of bottles and jars within the tent. Elsewhere, Yazong found herself relentlessly pursued by the Wood Leaf's chasing squad. Just as she was nearing her limit, she stumbled upon the retreat signal from Sunagakure. This signal had been previously coordinated with the high-ranking commander, Rasha. During her execution of the surprise mission, regardless of the outcome, reinforcements would be dispatched. Following the retreat signal, Yazong hastily made her escape. However, the pursuing squad included members of the Byakugan clan and the Inuzuka clan, making it difficult for her to shake them off. As she navigated through the forest, she constantly altered her direction. Another change of course, shouted a ninja with prominent veins at his temples. Timaru, go. No sooner had the command been issued than a large, earth-toned dog lunged forward, sprinting in the direction Yazong had just taken. As the pursuing squad trailed closely behind the formidable canine, a sudden sound erupted from the surrounding woods. The leading dog, caught off guard, was struck by a flying shuriken. Arg! The large earth-tone dog let out a pained cry before being pierced like a hedgehog. Timaru. Came the heart-wrenching scream. Be careful, warned a ninja behind him, preventing anyone from approaching the fallen dog. The pursuers were forced to halt their advance. Thud. The injured dog collapsed heavily onto the ground. Timaru. A ninja with a face adorned in paint shouted upon seeing the dog's unblinking eyes. Why didn't you mention there was an ambush? He scolded a nearby ninja with all white eyes from the Inazuka clan. My Byakugan cannot remain activated at all times. The Hyuga clan ninja retorted indignantly. Is there still an ambush? Questioned the leading ninja, clad in a black top with a Konoha headband tied around his arm. None that I can see. No one is in sight, nor are there any traps, the Hyuga ninja replied cautiously after surveying the surroundings. The ninja who attacked the camp is just ahead. Let us continue the pursuit, the leader commanded, gesturing to resume the chase. Timaru. Upon realizing that there were no ambushes nearby, the Inazuka clan ninja swiftly dashed to the side of the large, tawny dog. Tears filled his eyes, spilling over and falling onto the dog's fur. He gently caressed the head of Timaru, witnessing his beloved companion in sorrow. The enormous yellow dog lay feebly on the ground, opening its mouth in an attempt to lick his hand with its tongue, as it had always done. Yet, it could only move its head slightly, unable to rise as it once had alongside its master. This Inazuka ninja stepped forward and cradled the large dog. The moment he lifted Timaru, a piece of paper beneath the dog ignited rapidly. This was, before he could fully comprehend the situation, a violent explosion erupted, scattering blood across the sky. A delayed detonating tag. What a masterful design. Let us depart. Without the Inazuka dogs, relying solely on the Byakugan for long-distance pursuit is utterly impractical. Moreover, there is a local ninja skilled in mechanisms, declared the lead ninja clad in black. Under normal circumstances, a straight line would be the optimal escape route, which explained why Yakura frequently altered his path during the flight. He must have already detected the signal from the reinforcements. In a situation where the enemy lurked in the shadows while they remained oblivious, continuing the chase was no longer advisable. The opposing reinforcements had undoubtedly arrived, and they were led by a seasoned puppeteer. Pursuing blindly would only incur further casualties on their side. Under the guidance of the ninja in black, a pursuit team of 8 or 9 began to retreat. Shortly after their withdrawal, Yukura and an elderly ninja appeared at the spot where Timaru had perished. Regrettably, they did not continue the chase. What a waste of my preparations, came a voice, aged and weary. Enough already. Couldn't you have acted sooner, Granny? I was being hunted like a dog. Yukura pouted, her thin red lips expressing her grievances. Now, little Yukura, no need for complaints. My old bones move slowly. You must bear with it this time. The elderly voice chuckled. I wouldn't dare complain, but I never anticipated that the reinforcements would trouble you, my dear elder. Hearing the old man's words, the typically boisterous Yukura became cautious. Let us proceed. With that, the elder extended his hands, revealing several chakra threads emanating from his withered fingers. He waved his hands, and the chakra threads swiftly flew out, ensnaring a kunai lodged in a nearby tree. With a gentle tug, the captured kunai was pulled free and returned to the elder's grasp. Such thriftiness, Granny. Yukura's charming voice chimed once more, admiring the elder's actions. Just as they both leaped onto the branches, Yukura suddenly felt a chill envelop her body. The elder hurled the kunai he had just retrieved behind them, causing her and Yukura to part ways in an instant, fixating intently on what lay behind. They sensed the presence of a black crow, its gaze unwaveringly fixed upon them. Strangely, the crow's pupils glowed a blood red, evoking a sense of foreboding. Was this a spirit beast? Yitsong unsheathed the saber from his back, positioning it defensively before him, ready to strike at a moment's notice. The elder, after hurling a kunai, held 2 scrolls, their ends unfurling as he focused intently on the crow. Caw, caw, the black crow called twice, its form gradually enlarging until, in the blink of an eye, a figure clad in black emerged, a ninja adorned with the Leaf Village forehead protector. It was Chiyo, the very ninja who had led the preceding pursuit team. Boy, are you one of the cursed clan? Chiyo inquired, her voice, though aged, resonated with strength as she gazed into the newcomer's crimson eyes. Uchiha Fugaku, the captain of the pursuit team, bore 3 spinning tomo within his pupils. Oh, do you wish to be buried here? Such arrogance for a lone individual. Chiyo retorted, her intent to kill palpable. Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law had perished at the hands of Konoha's white fang, Kakashi Hitaki, instilling in her a deep-seated animosity towards Konoha's shinobi. Furthermore, in the declaration of war against Konoha, Chiyo and her brother, Eyes, played pivotal roles as proponents of aggression. Though nominally commanded by Raza, the actual orchestrator of this conflict remained Chiyo, along with several other seasoned veterans. This war served primarily to bolster Raza's claim to the position of fourth Kazekage. A victory would solidify Raza's ascent, whereas failure would see figures like Chiyo and Ai stepping in. Raza would then be positioned as the new fourth Kazekage, forging a contract with Konoha. The mysterious disappearance of the third Kazekage had thrown the village into turmoil, creating an urgent need for a new leader to assert their status within the shinobi world. In recent years, the Sand Village's standing had deteriorated, overshadowed only by the Water Country's oppressive blood mist policy, causing neighboring villages to stir with ambition. Uchiha Fugaku paid no heed to Chiyo's words, instead advancing directly toward her and Yitsong. Observing Fugaku's unusual demeanor, Yitsong instinctively retreated, enveloping his saber in a thick gust of wind chakra. Wind release, thousand blade gale, he proclaimed. The air sliced through as a barrage of wind blades surged towards Fugaku. Strangely, the blades passed right through Fugaku's form, leaving only deep gashes in the trees behind him. Grandmother, this guy. Before him lay an extraordinary spectacle that defied reason, leaving Yitsong utterly astonished. Uchiha Fugaku appeared unaffected by Yitsong's previous assault, resolutely advancing towards Chiyo and Yitsong. As Uchiha drew nearer, Yitsong incessantly unleashed a barrage of ninjutsu, wind release and fire release, directed at Uchiha Fugaku. However, the relentless Uchiha remained impervious to the onslaught. The fierce gusts of wind and roaring flames failed to even ruffle the hem of his garments. Yitsong, retreat. Chiyo's voice rang out, filled with urgency. Without hesitation, she charged towards Uchiha Fugaku. Only just having stabilized himself after a swift retreat, Yitsong watched in alarm as Chiyo rushed forward. Grandma Chiyo. In times past, Yitsong often perceived the elders and the village leadership as hindrances to its progress. Yet, at this moment, a profound realization dawned upon him. These senior figures were not merely relying on their age. Be silent, you wretch. Chiyo retorted, her tone laced with irritation, never glancing back. As she collided with Uchiha Fugaku, the expected sensation of physical impact was absent. Instead, it felt as though they passed through one another. Indeed, Chiyo's head hung low, and despite her slightly rotund form, she exhibited remarkable agility. With a flourish, she retrieved a scroll from her satchel. Ninjutsu, Chaos Wave. The moment the seal on the scroll was undone, a tremendous wave of chakra erupted, radiating outward. Uchiha Fugaku vanished in an instant. Yitsong, who had moments ago been filled with sorrow, now gazed in bewilderment at Chiyo and the spot where Uchiha Fugaku had stood. Grandma, what is happening? His voice was tinged with uncertainty. You underestimated the pursuing forces, Chiyo proclaimed, launching a kunai from her hand. It soared towards the shadowed trunk of a tree. Caw! A jet-black crow burst forth from behind the tree, shedding a few feathers as it flapped its wings and took flight. Grandma, what was that just now? Yitsong sheathed his blade on his back and approached Chiyo, inquiring further. Let us move on. The pursuit team from Konoha has likely departed. Chiyo ignored Yitsong's question and swiftly bounded towards the direction of the Sand Village's main forces. This old woman, Yitsong muttered in frustration, stamping his foot in irritation before hastily following her. Swish, swish. Through the dense thicket, Yitsong caught up to Chiyo. Grandma, what was that all about? He pressed again, seeking clarity. Chiyo rolled her eyes, exasperated. Can you not think for yourself, child? Oh, but you are here, dear Grandma. Please, enlighten me. Do you still recall the eyes of the individual we just pursued? Indeed, those eyes must belong to the legendary Sharingan, one of the three great ocular techniques of the ninja world. Moreover, didn't that fellow introduce himself as Uchiha? With the pressure of our pursuers dissipated, Yakura's voice returned to its slightly languid, mature tone. Oh, dear grandmother, are you implying that we were ensnared in an illusion just now? Precisely. The Sharingan, the Byakugan, and the fabled Rinnegan, which is said to belong solely to the Sage of Six Paths, these comprise the three great ocular techniques inherited within the ninja realm. Of these, aside from the Rinnegan, which remains shrouded in legend, the other two are exclusive to the Uchiha clan of Konoha. The Sharingan has long been a hereditary limit of the Uchiha clan, possessing astonishing abilities that significantly enhance one's strength upon activation. The Sharingan is also known as the Eye of Illusion. Even in the absence of Uchiha Fugaku, he could ensnare the two of us in a genjutsu. Who would have thought that after all these years, the Uchiha clan would produce yet another remarkable individual? Hee hee, little girl, had I not come personally to facilitate your retreat, You might have met a grim fate. Chiyo turned her head to glance at Yakura. This child is a ninja from Sunagakure, whose prowess rivals that of Rosa. Just how great a loss did your surprise attack inflict upon Konoha, that they would send someone of Uchiha Fugaku's caliber to pursue you? The appearance of Uchiha Fugaku piqued Chiyo's curiosity regarding the extent of the damage Yakura had caused to Konoha's encampment, warranting such an elite pursuit. Yakura's Scorch release is extraordinarily destructive, particularly against stationary targets like encampments. Upon hearing Chiyo's inquiry, Yakura fell into an unusual silence. After waiting for a moment without receiving a response, Chiyo turned to look at Yakura. Sensing her gaze, Yakura averted his eyes. Observing Yakura's behavior, Chiyo understood. His personality was such that he would never conceal achievements, displaying them openly instead. Could it be that you encountered Orochimaru? If that was the case, given his strength, it would be understandable that you would not gain the upper hand. Chiyo chuckled lightly. There were essentially no casualties inflicted upon Konoha's encampment. And I did not cross paths with Orochimaru. Oh, then who was it? Was it that formidable woman, Tsunade? Chiyo appeared somewhat perplexed. According to the intelligence acquired from Sunagakure, Tsunade was currently stationed at the Konoha hospital and should not have been at the front lines. Could it be that their intelligence was outdated? Just as Chiyo pondered this, Yakura interjected, Grandmother, it was not Tsunade, but a child around 10 years of age. My Scorch release was thwarted by that child's water release techniques. The child is quite young, yet possesses the formidable ability to wield powerful water-style ninjutsu in the land of rivers. As Yakura spoke, she recalled the first time she laid eyes on Okamoto Daisuke, clad in a white medical uniform, and she added that the child is also a medical ninja. At that moment, I was inadvertently injured by that little brat. Given a bit more time, I surely could have dispatched him. A chilling aura of intent emanated from Yakura's beautiful eyes. After listening to Yakura, Chiyo's mood turned somewhat somber. The recent appearance of Uchiha Fugaku had already stirred her emotions. And now, hearing Yakura's words, she reflected on yet another prodigy. Truly, Konoha is an enviable village. From the conclusion of the Warring States period to the establishment of the ninja villages, Konoha has continuously produced powerful individuals and geniuses, establishing its supremacy among the 5 great nations. Can Sunagakure truly triumph in this conflict against Konoha? Chiyo's thoughts weighed heavily on her mind. Chapter 69, Fugaku to Yakura. That brat will be dealt with in the future, Chiyo instructed solemnly as she leaped through the forest. Understood, Granny. The two drew closer to Sunagakure's encampment. Meanwhile, the retreating pursuit team, led by Uchiha Fugaku, suddenly halted, momentarily taken aback. A ninja behind him inquired, Captain, what is the matter? It's nothing. Continue moving forward. Through the information relayed by the Summon Crow, he learned that only the elder Chiyo had come to provide support. However, returning to pursue Yakura was no longer a viable option. Fortunately, Orochimaru had not issued any fatal orders for this pursuit mission. Nonetheless, this endeavor had resulted in the loss of a shinobi from the Inuzuka clan, a matter he would need to report to Orochimaru upon his return. In silence, the squad gradually made their way back to the Konoha encampment. Upon returning, Uchiha Fugaku disbanded the pursuit team and proceeded towards the command tent where Orochimaru awaited. After announcing his presence, Fugaku entered the tent. You've returned, Fugaku. Orochimaru was bent over his desk, writing furiously. My lord Orochimaru, I deeply apologize. The pursuit operation was unsuccessful. Uchiha Fugaku said, his head bowed at the entrance. Oh. Orochimaru paused, lifting his gaze. His golden vertical pupils fixated intently on Uchiha Fugaku. Speak. What transpired? Orochimaru's scarlet tongue flicked across his lips. Uchiha Fugaku recounted the events of the pursuit, though he refrained from mentioning his encounter with Chiyo. Very well, I understand. You may return now. Fugaku, you have worked hard this time. I take my leave then. Uchiha Fugaku stepped back a few paces, turned, and made his way out of the tent, heading toward the Uchiha clan's encampment. Once he had completely exited, Orochimaru suggested that Hato engage with the other members of the pursuit team. As he spoke, a shadow slowly emerged from one side of the tent and exited. The Uchiha clan was often regarded with disdain within the village. Even on the battlefield, they tended to band together as a tribe or were sporadically dispersed into other smaller teams. Undeniably, the combat prowess of the Uchiha was formidable upon awakening their Sharingan. Their fighting capabilities could be significantly enhanced, with the 3-Tomo Sharingan elevating an ordinary ninja's strength to that of a J-Nin. The fact that the Uchiha alone could assume the role of the entire Konoha's guard speaks volumes. Upon returning to a tent adorned with fans, Fugaku greeted several individuals along the way, all of whom bore the fan emblem on their arms or backs. Shortly after his return, a few older members appeared within the tent. How did this mission go, young clan leader? Uchiha Fugaku removed his J-nin vest and casually tossed it onto the table. He sank onto the makeshift military bed, shaking his head slowly, remaining silent. Noticing Fugaku's gesture, the elderly members exchanged glances, then turned to observe the weary Uchiha Fugaku. Without uttering a word, they exited the tent. As they departed, Fugaku reclined fully on the bed, resting his arms behind his head, staring vacantly at the tent ceiling. Just moments ago, after reporting to Orochimaru, his Sharingan had distinctly perceived a figure dispersing into the surroundings immediately after his departure. This mission had been initiated at Fugaku's own behest, aimed at elevating his standing in Orochimaru's eyes. In Fugaku's mind, Orochimaru, the most likely candidate for the position of the fourth Hokage, represented the ideal individual to mend the relationship between the village and the Uchiha clan. To expedite the integration into the village, Fugaku had brought most of his clan's more amicable members to the battlefield. However, it now appeared that this course of action was not as effective as he had hoped. Orochimaru held little regard for their cursed clan, Uchiha Fugaku. The young clan leader of the Uchiha felt a profound awareness of the escalating discord between the village and his kin, as he pondered the familial ties within the village. An abrupt chill coursed through him, causing the pores of his arm to constrict instantaneously. His black pupils transformed into 3 swirling tomo, spinning with rapidity. In an instant, Uchiha Fugaku emerged from the tent. Upon his swift exit, he beheld a nearby tent in disarray, surrounded by a pool of green liquid. A portion of this vile substance had splattered onto the very spot he had just vacated. Through his Sharingan, Fugaku discerned that the green liquid emanated a substantial amount of chakra. Several Uchiha clan members had become tainted by this liquid, their chakra spiraling into chaos. Their limbs began to soften, as if corroded. Just as Fugaku and the other Uchiha stood in bewilderment, a voice called out, "Make way." From the wreckage of the tent, a figure enveloped in a pale blue membrane surged forth. In a flash, they appeared before 3 Uchiha afflicted by the green liquid. Retrieving a kunai from their ninja tool pouch, "Halt!" Several Uchiha Jonin instinctively attempted to intervene upon seeing the weapon. "I am Okamoto Daisuke, the deputy head of the medical department. If you wish for them to survive, do not impede my actions," the figure stated without looking back. The onlookers paused momentarily, taken aback by the proclamation. "Let him proceed," Fugaku commanded, for through his Sharingan, he observed the chaos within the afflicted clan members gradually calming as the figure approached. As Fugaku and the other Uchiha formed a circle around Okamoto Daisuke, Orochimaru approached from a distance. He had already gleaned the specifics of the recent pursuit from Sasagawa Hado. His purpose was twofold: to soothe the Uchiha's anxieties and to assess the situation of the medical department at the new encampment. Upon reaching the Uchiha territory, he noticed a throng of individuals, seemingly engaged in some urgent matter. Quickening his pace, the first sight that caught his eye was the industrious figure of Okamoto Daisuke. Observing Daisuke at work, he refrained from interrupting and instead moved to stand beside Uchiha Fugaku. "Fugaku, what has transpired?" Orochimaru's distinctive voice reinvigorated Fugaku, who swiftly turned to face Orochimaru's pallid visage. "Lord Orochimaru, several Uchiha clan members have been contaminated by that green liquid. Deputy Medical Head Okamoto Daisuke is currently attending to them," Fugaku explained, gesturing towards the tent stained with the ominous green substance. "What is that?" Upon witnessing the verdant liquid, Orochimaru's golden, slit-like pupils dilated with astonishment. Chapter 70. The reason. If I am not mistaken, that must be natural energy. The flaring of his nostrils revealed the serpent's acute intuition, confirming his suspicion regarding the nature of the energy. What precisely is occurring here? Why is such a perilous substance being concocted? Orochimaru cast his gaze downward at the tirelessly working Okamoto Daisuke. The shadows cast by his bangs deepened the pallor of his visage, while the increasingly luminous eyes in the darkness fixated intently on Daisuke's figure. "Tsunade, your disciple truly brings me unexpected delight." After a while, Daisuke dispelled the faint blue membrane enveloping him. Upon raising his head, he was startled to find himself encircled by the red-eyed clan members. "Who among you holds authority?" Daisuke called out to the elderly ninjas before him. Instead of responding, a young man standing at the forefront spoke. "I am Uchiha Fugaku, the minor clan leader. Feel free to address any concerns to me." Upon hearing the newcomer, Daisuke regarded Fugaku with curiosity, scrutinizing him repeatedly. Internally, he mused, Is this the man who will one day father half of the protagonists? He appears rather ordinary. His looks are certainly not superior to mine. Uchiha Fugaku studied the man before him, clad in a pristine medical uniform. Recognizing him not as a boy but as a man, that peculiar gaze, he recalled that he had no prior interaction with this child. Yet, why does his expression seem so odd? It is as follows. I have already administered emergency treatment to those who were injured. They simply need to hydrate adequately moving forward. I shall periodically check on their condition, so you need not worry. Daisuke added, noting the unfriendly stares of the Uchiha surrounding him. The 3 injured clan members lying on the ground bore kunai embedded in their arms, left unremoved. To claim they are fine under such circumstances, can that truly be so? Fugaku inquired, a hint of doubt in his tone. They are fine, provided you heed my advice. For the next few days, ensure they drink plenty of water and do not remove the kunai. I shall return in a couple of days to tend to their wounds. With that, Daisuke swiftly made his exit, seizing the moment while the Uchiha remained momentarily bewildered. Daisuke-kun. Contrary to his intentions of stealthily departing, he was abruptly halted by Orochimaru. Turning stiffly, Daisuke addressed Orochimaru, his voice slightly stammering. Lord Orochimaru. Uchiha Fugaku also inclined his head in acknowledgement. Lord Orochimaru. The other Uchiha clan members followed suit, bowing in unison. Orochimaru then turned to Fugaku, placing a hand on his shoulder. Thank you for your efforts, Fugaku. He then turned to Okamoto Daisuke, a smile gracing his features, and inquired. Daisuke, you must be aware that Fugaku has gone to pursue the assailant who attacked your medical department. Yet, how is it that you have so swiftly managed to damage Fugaku's tent? Okamoto Daisuke chuckled a few times. It turns out that the young clan leader intervened on my behalf. Yakura from Sunagakure is indeed a despicable woman. All for the sake of the village. Uchiha Fugaku interrupted Okamoto Daisuke. Indeed, but what about your tent? A hint of embarrassment crossed Okamoto Daisuke's face. Oh, you mean the tent? It's no big deal really. Through his Sharingan, Uchiha Fugaku noticed that the green liquid staining the tent had turned transparent and no longer emitted any chakra. This was indicative of the fact that the Uchiha clan members present on the battlefield were all aligned with Konoha. Had they been from the faction that bore grievances against the village, Okamoto Daisuke's actions, which had resulted in injuries to his comrades, would surely have been reported to the village. Thank you so much, young clan leader. Okamoto Daisuke bowed slightly to Uchiha Fugaku. No need for that. Just call me Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku reciprocated the bow. Then, thank you, brother Fugaku. After saying this, Okamoto Daisuke stood to the side, glancing at Orochimaru. He certainly did not wish to be halted by Orochimaru after taking just a couple of steps. Observing the consensus reached between Okamoto Daisuke and Uchiha Fugaku, Orochimaru approached Okamoto Daisuke, placing a hand upon his head and gently ruffling his hair. Let us go see what you're up to, kid. Fugaku. You all clean up. The injured will be treated according to Daisuke's instructions, as his experience as the deputy head of the medical department is quite extensive. With that, Orochimaru turned his attention to Okamoto Daisuke. Watching Orochimaru's retreating figure, Uchiha Fugaku understood. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. He then cast his gaze toward Okamoto Daisuke's somewhat diminutive frame. When Orochimaru called out to Okamoto Daisuke, it appeared to concern the matter of the tent, yet in truth, it was a gesture of support for Okamoto Daisuke. If Okamoto Daisuke had fled at the outset, the clan members, though they might not voice their concerns openly, would undoubtedly harbor some discontent regarding the attack. Now that matters have been thoroughly addressed, such worries have dissipated. Moreover, following this incident, a connection has been forged with the child, although the reasons elude understanding. Orochimaru appears to be paving the way for Okamoto Daisuke. This young man is certainly a worthy acquaintance, setting aside his own merits, his position as Tsunade's disciple, coupled with Orochimaru's fervent support, speaks volumes. Meanwhile, Okamoto Daisuke casually adjusted his disheveled bangs, a result of Orochimaru's interference, as they both made their way toward his tent. Approaching the entrance, Orochimaru peered inside the tent, observing the intricate array of seals densely packed within. Daisuke, what on earth are you undertaking? Orochimaru inquired. His gaze fixed intently upon Okamoto Daisuke. Okamoto Daisuke remained silent as he approached the tent and addressed the vigilant Yamamatsu Takahiro, saying, Uncle Yamamatsu, I appreciate your efforts. Please assist me in preparing a larger tent. Even before the explosion occurred, Okamoto Daisuke had dispatched Yamamatsu Takahiro and Iace Mami to oversee and reassure the startled medical team and the Konoha patrol squad. Meanwhile, he hurried to the Uchiha side to attend to the injured afflicted by the green liquid. Lord Orochimaru. Yamamatsu Takahiro first bowed to Orochimaru before nodding to Okamoto Daisuke, indicating his understanding. After Yamamatsu Takahiro departed, Okamoto Daisuke stepped directly through the hole into the tent, followed closely by Orochimaru. Upon entering the tent, Orochimaru realized that what he had previously observed was merely a fraction of the interior. Inside the modest space were rows of shelves adorned with numerous flasks, each marked with distinct symbols. The ground was a chaotic tapestry of sealing techniques and disordered wiring. Orochimaru turned to observe Okamoto Daisuke, who was meticulously organizing the remnants of the recent explosion. Daisuke-kun, what are you engaged in? Orochimaru scrutinized Okamoto Daisuke, the patterns on his pale cheeks appearing to stir to life, reminiscent of a serpent poised to strike. Chapter 71. Healing Elixirs. As Okamoto Doji tidied up the chaos resulting from the recent explosion, he elucidated to Orochimaru. During my training in the Wetbone Forest, I inadvertently discovered a certain pool that possesses the ability to store chakra. Together with Lady Tsunade, I aspired to preserve healing techniques within this unique pond, intending to concoct a medicinal elixir. After meticulously adjusting the proportions, I succeeded in creating a liquid capable of temporarily holding chakra. Orochimaru-sama, the medical ninjas in Konoha are woefully insufficient. If this healing potion can be successfully developed, it would significantly enhance the survival capacity of not only the village's ninjas but also provide a strategic advantage during warfare. Orochimaru cautiously navigated around the lines on the ground. Reaching for a bottle of pale green liquid on the shelf, he gently shook it, watching as dense bubbles began to rise from the bottom. Doji, does your concoction contain natural energy? Orochimaru inquired, bringing the bottle closer to his nose to inhale its scent. Orochimaru-sama, are you familiar with natural energy? Doji asked, slightly taken aback. According to the original timeline of the Hokage, Orochimaru should not have commenced his experiments with cursed seals and other forbidden techniques at this juncture. Haha. There was once a foolish person who boasted before me about methods of absorbing natural energy. Moreover, since both the Dragon Cave and the Wetbone Forest are among the 3 great holy places, I am naturally well informed about them. Okamoto Daisuke nodded, fully aware of who had been showing off to Orochimaru. I infused the potion with natural energy, which possesses the remarkable ability to absorb the free energy present in the air. This substantially enhances the longevity of healing techniques within the elixir. During my time in the village, I managed to adjust the ratio of natural energy in the healing potions, thereby prolonging the efficacy of the healing arts in such liquid form. However, despite my relentless efforts, the potency of this particular concoction lasts merely an hour. Beyond that, the healing technique dissipates into nothing more than ordinary water. At this point, Okamoto Daisuke turned to Orochimaru, revealing a somewhat bittersweet smile. Everyone experiences frustration from repeated failures, don't they? But what was the nature of the natural energy that nearly harmed Fugaku today? It is crucial to note that this could jeopardize the relationship between our village and the Uchiha clan. Orochimaru's voice was devoid of any personal emotion, resonating with the cold, mechanical tone of a machine. Okamoto Daisuke curled his lips in disdain, feeling that he had been unjustly branded with an onerous label right from the outset. The Uchiha clan had already declared that they would not hold him accountable. Orochimaru was merely curious about the process by which he extracted natural energy. This natural energy was derived from the secretion of the Slug clan's mucus, a process refined through meticulous extraction techniques bestowed upon him by the Great Sage Slug. The specifics of this extraction eluded him. After organizing the scattered documents on the floor, Okamoto Daisuke placed them upon the table and casually pulled a stool from within the tent to take a seat, gesturing dismissively. The liquid for extracting natural energy was indeed entrusted to him by the Great Sage Slug. This particular liquid was gentle in nature, as it was derived from the slug's own absorption of the ambient natural energy within the Wetbone Forest, purified through a specific method. In order to study therapeutic agents, Okamoto Daisuke once spent a considerable amount of time in the Wetbone Forest alongside Tsunade. Had it not been for the onset of the Third Great Ninja War, he likely would have continued his research there. Ah, I see. Orochimaru nodded, indicating his comprehension. Daisuke-kun, perhaps I can assist you, Orochimaru rasped, his gaze fixed intently on the seated Okamoto Daisuke, uttering words that stirred both their hearts. As the foremost authority on technology within the realm of Hokage, Orochimaru's counsel was not to be overlooked. Should he genuinely offer his assistance, the prospect of successfully developing the therapeutic agents could indeed become a reality. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Okamoto Daisuke felt as though the imposing figure before him radiated a divine light. Is it truly you, Lord Orochimaru? In a sudden burst of fervor, Okamoto Daisuke rose from his seat. Indeed, I shall assist you. Time swiftly slipped away, and before long, over 2 months had elapsed. The war between Konoha and Sunagakure had fully erupted across the land of rivers. Each day, wounded soldiers were discreetly delivered to Konoha's medical department. Every day, Okamoto Daisuke tends to the wounds of the injured. Due to the extensive use of poison by the Sand Hidden, many of the fatal injuries are beyond the current capabilities of the medical ninjas in Konohagakure to treat. Moreover, if the poison is not of the common variety, the medical department, aside from Okamoto Daisuke, including Yamamatsu Taiga and Ayase Mami, can only watch helplessly as the injured suffer and succumb to their fate. During this period, Okamoto Daisuke has witnessed an overwhelming number of deaths. Each day, ninjas fall in battle, many succumbing directly on the battlefield, as their wounds remain untreated and they are unable to survive long enough to return to camp. Throughout this time, Okamoto Daisuke has accompanied the medical ninjas, coordinating with the troops as they venture into the fray. The existence of war has plunged the villagers of the land of rivers into dire straits. Ordinary citizens struggle even to secure their basic needs. While it is often claimed that battles between ninjas do not affect civilians, this assertion is merely lip service. When true conflict erupts, large-scale ninjutsu indiscriminately obliterates all in its path. Okamoto Daisuke witnessed a small 3-member team from Sunagakure, realizing their inability to break free, detonate the poison gas bombs they carried. The surrounding village, home to over 1,000 souls, succumbed to the toxic cloud, resulting in total annihilation. Not a single survivor remained. The ground was strewn with lifeless bodies. Okamoto Daisuke stood atop a lofty rock at the Konoha camp, his white medical coat flaring dramatically in the biting wind, producing a resounding rustle. The pristine had swayed rhythmically, dancing with the gusts. He brushed aside the strands of hair that obscured his vision, gathering them behind his head. His gaze fixed intently on the distant entrance of the camp. Daisuke, wait a moment, came the voice of a ninja clad in black, stationed just behind him. His crimson eyes swirling with 3 black tomo, meticulously surveying the surroundings. Fugaku, just a little longer, and I shall return, Daisuke replied, his youthful visage belied by a maturity that seemed incongruous for his age. It was no wonder that his mentor suffered from hemophobia. Without the crucible of battle, one cannot truly grasp the harshness of this chaotic era. In merely 2 months, the psychological landscape of Okamoto Daisuke had undergone a profound transformation. Daisuke, they've returned. The voice of Uchiha Fugaku, standing behind him, resonated with palpable excitement. Upon hearing Fugaku's words, Daisuke clenched his fists. Quickly, Fugaku, let us descend and await their arrival. With that, Okamoto Daisuke vanished from his position in a flurry of movement. Behind Okamoto Daisuke stood Uchiha Fugaku, who smiled faintly as he watched Daisuke vanish from sight. He too soon disappeared from that very spot. Chapter 72. The effect due to Okamoto Daisuke's treatment of the 3 Uchiha clan members afflicted by natural energy. He had frequently been visiting the Uchiha territory of late. The Uchiha people were gradually becoming accustomed to Daisuke, for no one wished to offend a medical ninja of exceptional skill on the battlefield. Furthermore, with Fugaku's conscious efforts to engage, Daisuke's relationship with the Uchiha clan grew increasingly amicable, and he began to forge a rare friendship with Fugaku. Before long, Daisuke found himself at the entrance of the medical department, with Uchiha Fugaku standing firmly behind him. Have you not already treated the injured with your medicine? Why the apprehension? Fugaku inquired. Turning his head at Fugaku's question, Daisuke replied, it is different. When I administered the healing medicine to the injured, it was in a relatively safe environment. A camp. After a fierce battle, or on the battlefield, whether there is time to use such medicine remains uncertain. Daisuke, the research on the healing medicine has progressed well. You need not burden yourself with excessive pressure, Uchiha Fugaku said with a hearty tone. In recent months, thanks to Orochimaru's assistance, Okamoto Daisuke made remarkable strides in the development of healing medicines. During this period, Daisuke discovered that the efficacy of the healing medicine was optimal when freshly prepared. However, if too much time elapsed, the effectiveness would significantly diminish. Moreover, this healing medicine exhibited strong healing properties for wounds, yet it was incapable of addressing the presence of toxins. Orochimaru, undoubtedly a future luminary in the technological realm of the ninja world, had merely offered a few minor suggestions that extended the shelf life of the healing medicine from several hours to an impressive 3 days. Indeed, 3 days. Okamoto Daisuke reached into his pocket to feel a test tube nestled within. Within lies the most recently developed therapeutic agent. However, unlike the previous light green remedies. This particular concoction is a subtly milky liquid. As I withdrew this slightly pale vial from my pocket, I pressed my thumb against the stopper. Delicate chakra emanated from the tip of my thumb, activating a seal upon the stopper, instantly transforming the entire test tube into a verdant hue. This was the solution provided by Orochimaru, utilizing sealing techniques to encapsulate the healing jutsu within the stopper. When activated with chakra, one could obtain a dose of the healing agent. Upon initially hearing Orochimaru's suggestion, Okamoto Daisuke was utterly bewildered. After all, couldn't the healing technique simply be sealed within a scroll? Why the need for such convoluted methods? However, after conducting experiments, Okamoto Daisuke discovered the existence of the healing jutsu in conjunction with the sage art, which relies on the continuous integration of the caster's chakra with their own cells to produce chakra imbued with healing properties. The application of medical ninjutsu occurs when chakra is released, intermingled with yang-released chakra. But where does yang-released chakra originate? Okamoto Daisuke speculated that during the extraction from the caster's cells, the chakra would carry the essence of life, that is, the yang-released chakra, thereby generating the healing-capable chakra that achieves the desired therapeutic effect. Sealing the medical ninjutsu directly would result in a chakra that fails to interact with the caster's cells, thus inhibiting the interaction with yang-released chakra. Without this interaction, the healing jutsu would cease to function effectively. Hence, sealing medical ninjutsu within a scroll is not a viable option. Additionally, the natural energy found in the waters of the wet-bone forest, having been harmonized, can absorb the ambient natural energy in the air. The slug clan is inherently suited for medical ninjutsu, and the substances secreted by their bodies likewise possess the attributes of yang-released chakra. Consequently, activating the seal on the healing vial will produce healing chakra from the liquid within, capable of mending wounds. However, as the seal is immersed in a liquid rich in natural energy, this energy gradually erodes the stopper's seal, rendering it ineffective. The therapeutic chakra will slowly leak, with an estimated duration of 3 days. Therefore, if not utilized within 3 days, the healing agent will become obsolete. Furthermore, when activated, the healing jutsu within the agent permeates the liquid, making it suitable for oral ingestion, effectively alleviating and treating injuries to internal organs. Uchiha Fugaka stood behind Okamoto Daisuke, observing the young man with the light green test tube in hand, his crimson Sharingan narrowing slightly. Truly an extraordinary invention, Daisuke, in the future. You may very well change the world of shinobi. After becoming acquainted with Okamoto Daisuke, Uchiha Fugaka gradually understood the circumstances of that day. Initially, he regarded Okamoto Daisuke's so-called medicinal concoction with skepticism, finding it hard to believe in the capabilities of this boy, who was barely 10 years old. However, months later, when Daisuke exuberantly rushed into his tent to present his discoveries, Fugaka realized that this young lad had indeed accomplished something remarkable. It was only later that he learned Daisuke had initially utilized the healing properties of his experimental concoctions on himself before eventually testing them on injured individuals. Following the completion of these experiments, the next phase involved validating the preservation capabilities of the medicinal concoctions, as well as their effectiveness on the battlefield. The 3 injured individuals from the last battle, under Fugaka's guidance, willingly volunteered to serve as test subjects. Each carried several vials of different dosages of the healing potion as they ventured onto the battlefield to assess the efficacy of Daisuke's creations during the Great War. Originally, Daisuke was supposed to undertake this mission personally, but he was thwarted by the arrival of Orochimaru. Presently, Okamoto Daisuke could be likened to a spring of water for the Konoha faction, although this spring lacked the power of resurrection. It significantly reduced the mortality rate among Konoha's ninjas. Generally, those eligible for Daisuke's treatment were predominantly Ch9 or higher, which earned him immense prestige among the Konoha ninja ranks. As Daisuke strolled through the Konoha encampment, many of the ninjas he had healed affectionately addressed him as Daisuke-kun. Not only did Orochimaru prevent Daisuke from going to the front line, but he also ordered Uchiha Fugaka to safeguard him against unforeseen circumstances. This was why Fugaka had initially trailed behind Daisuke. It is noteworthy that at this stage, Uchiha Fugaka had already earned the title of Fugaka the Fearsome on the battlefield of Sunagakure. The decision to have a renowned ninja, who had made a name for himself in Sunagakure, personally protect Daisuke clearly illustrated Orochimaru's concern for him. Ultimately, under Fugaku's recommendation, the task of testing the medicinal concoctions was assigned to 3 Uchiha ninjas. Keitar, how did it go? Daisuke inquired anxiously upon seeing the returning Uchiha clansman. Chapter 73. Success? Daisuke-sama, we succeeded. We succeeded. Uchiha Keitar exclaimed with an expression of exhilaration. He reached into his ninja tool pouch and retrieved a sheet of paper densely filled with data, handing it to Daisuke. Daisuke-sama. This is the data we gathered from our outing. The healing effects are remarkably impressive. Uchiha Keitar responded loudly. Okamoto Daisuke meticulously examined the data, scrutinizing it line by line. Some discrepancies remained, albeit minor, yet it was satisfactory overall. Gazing at the numbers on the paper, he murmured, Fugaku. I shall seek Lord Orochimaru at once. Gripping the data-filled sheet tightly, he turned to Uchiha Fugaku and, without waiting for a response, dashed towards the command tent of Konoha. As he ran, he waved and called out to Uchiha Kyotaro. Kyotaro, I can't thank you enough this time. Observing the distance growing between them, Uchiha Fugaku smiled faintly. Kyotaro, you have all worked tirelessly. Do take a moment to rest. He called back. Young master, we toil for the village and our clan. Uchiha Kyotaro replied loudly. Fugaku then turned to walk towards the tent, raising his right hand in a casual wave behind him. Meanwhile, Okamoto Daisuke hurried towards the command tent where Lord Orochimaru was located. He lifted the tent flap with urgency. Lord Orochimaru. Inside. Orochimaru was engaged in strategic discussions with Nara Shikaku and others regarding the forthcoming developments of the war. Suddenly, the flap was lifted and a voice called out his name, drawing the collective gaze of the room towards the figure of Okamoto Daisuke at the entrance. Ah, everyone is here, Daisuke remarked, scratching the back of his head. Feeling a bit bashful under their scrutiny, a shy smile gracing his features. Fear not, Daisuke-kun, what brings you here? Orochimaru inquired. Setting aside the pieces he was using to simulate the battlefield, his typically cold, raspy voice now imbued with a hint of warmth. Aware that he had interrupted their discussion, Daisuke boldly stepped past Nara Shikaku and others, making his way inside. Lord Orochimaru, this is the experimental data brought back by Uchiha Kyotaro and the others, he stated, straightening his posture as he presented the wrinkled report filled with findings before Orochimaru. The latter accepted the document, examining it with great seriousness. So, Daisuke-kun, does this imply your success? Orochimaru's voice, usually devoid of emotion, now carried a trace of sentiment. Okamoto D-kai nodded earnestly, acknowledging that while certain data required refinement, the overall framework was already suitable for wartime application. However, the current production levels posed a significant challenge. At present, the formulation of the medicinal elixirs relied solely on Okamoto D-kai's expertise, as the intricate task of blending the healing solutions demanded an exceptional level of chakra control that only he possessed. Orochimaru meticulously perused the data in his hands. Although he was not particularly adept in medical ninjutsu, his scientific acumen allowed him to comprehend the information with ease. Indeed, it was clear that these resources could serve as viable wartime supplies. After reviewing the data, Orochimaru nodded in agreement, his golden slit-like eyes glinting with determination. D-kai, you must find a way to increase the production of this elixir. I will report this matter to the village. During this period, Konoha had suffered considerable casualties due to small-scale skirmishes with Sunagakure, largely attributable to the lack of timely medical assistance for the wounded. If the elixirs provided by Okamoto D-kai were available, the fatalities among our shinobi would be significantly reduced, enhancing our preparedness for any unforeseen circumstances from Kumogakure and Iwagakure. I shall take my leave now, Okamoto D-kai stated as he bid farewell to Orochimaru. Indeed, Orochimaru replied with a nod. After Okamoto Daisuke's departure, Nara Shikaku eagerly inquired, Lord Orochimaru, what has transpired? Nara Shikaku appeared utterly bewildered. For the matter of Okamoto Daisuke's creation of a healing potion was known only to Orochimaru and the upper echelons of Konoha's ninja forces. Ignoring him, Orochimaru handed over a piece of paper to Nara Shikaku, stating, the battlefield has changed. Let us conclude today's meeting here. You and your team should deliberate on the forthcoming course of the war. With that, Orochimaru exited the command tent, making his way towards his own quarters. Days later, in Konoha, within the Hokage Tower, in the Hokage's office, a scroll lay unfurled upon the desk of the third Hokage. He took a deep drag from his cigarette, slowly exhaling a cloud of smoke that enveloped the area before him. Bang. Old man, did you summon me this early just to bask in your second-hand smoke? Tsunade waved away the swirling smoke that had drifted into her line of sight and slammed her fist onto the third Hokage's desk. The items atop the desk jumped in response to her forceful blow. A transparent orb, resting upon a purple cushion, was dislodged and rolled across the smooth surface of the desk. The third Hokage could only watch helplessly as the crystal ball tumbled off the edge. Crack. With a sharp sound, it met the same fate as his predecessors. The third Hokage gazed silently at the shattered crystal, saying nothing, before picking up the scroll and a slightly crumpled piece of paper to hand to her. This has arrived from the front lines, and it concerns you as well. Take a look, he said, his voice laced with age and a hint of resignation. What is this? Tsunade asked, her curiosity piqued. Is the situation at the front growing dire? However, with Orochimaru's abilities, that should not be the case. After a cursory glance, Tsunade became captivated. She swiftly seized the crumpled paper. Has that kid truly succeeded? Tsunade scrutinized each line of data on the page. Before her, the image of Daisuke, tirelessly researching in the Konoha laboratory day and night, materialized. You seem to have known about this all along. That boy is a genius. If this healing potion is indeed authentic, our advantages on the battlefield could multiply exponentially. The data appears credible. Yet Orochimaru has also mentioned in the scroll that production capacity poses a significant constraint. Relying solely on Daisuke, mass production is unattainable. That is why I summoned you, to see if you could address this matter. No one understands medical ninjutsu better than you do, the third Hokage remarked. His gaze towards Tsunade filled with hope. I will give it a try? Tsunade hesitated for a moment before responding uncertainly. I believe in you, Tsunade. All right, old man. No need to flatter me. I'm off. Tsunade finished speaking and turned to stride towards the doorway. Chapter 74. A Glimpse of Hope. In the Land of Rivers. The Konoha Ninja Camp. Okamoto Dosuke was intently focused on concocting medicinal potions within the confines of the camp. Suddenly, his hand trembled. Alas! He had failed and set down the test tube in disappointment. Okamoto Daisuke formed hand seals, invoking the art of summoning. With a resounding pop, a diminutive slug materialized amidst a cloud of smoke. Shaylin, is there something you require? Daisuke inquired, cradling the palm-sized slug in his hand, curiosity evident in his tone. Moments prior, he had sensed the summoning of the wet-boned forest slug, which had distracted him and led to the failure of his potion concoction. Master Daisuke, Lady Tsunade seeks your presence. She wishes to confer with you in the wet-boned forest. Shaylin's childlike voice resonated directly within Okamoto Daisuke's mind. Despite her petite stature, Shaylin possessed remarkable speed, serving as a messenger slug. She could relay sounds straight into a person's consciousness, and within a certain range. She could transmit the voices of many directly to a single individual. Teacher, did Lady Tsunade mention the nature of her request? Daisuke asked, a hint of confusion in his voice. Well, I'm not entirely sure about that. In any case, Master Daisuke, please hurry to the wet-boned forest. Lady Tsunade is already awaiting your arrival. With that, Shaylin transformed back into a cloud of smoke, vanishing in an instant. It must pertain to the healing potion, Daisuke mused. He was aware that Orochimaru had already transmitted the experimental report back to the village. Okamoto Daisuke pondered quietly, realizing that only this matter might prompt Tsunade to seek him out. Ninjutsu, reverse summoning technique. As a plume of smoke dissipated, Okamoto Daisuke vanished from his location. He found himself once more in the desolate and pale wet-boned forest, where the sight of the myriad of tiny slugs crawling amidst the hills evoked a sense of tranquility within him. As Okamoto Daisuke touched down, he immediately spotted Qi Ling, who was standing not far away, spinning in circles incessantly. Qi Ling, he called out loudly. With a resounding thud, Qi Ling, who had been twirling moments before, toppled straight to the ground, inadvertently crushing several small slugs that had not managed to escape. Fortunately, as slugs are soft-bodied creatures, this incident did not result in their demise. Who is calling me? Qi Ling exclaimed, her eyes swirling, as she turned her back to Okamoto Daisuke and shouted in another direction. What a foolish girl. Observing Qi Ling's misdirected gaze, Okamoto Daisuke placed his hand on his forehead in exasperation. In a flash of blue light beneath his feet, he leapt onto Qi Ling's head. Qi Ling, do you know where Lady Tsunade is? Please take me to her. Oh, it is you, Lord Daisuke. Qi Ling replied. Lady Tsunade is with my grandmother. I will lead you to them. With that, she began to wriggle forward. Slow down, Qi Ling. Okamoto Daisuke cautioned as he noticed her unsteady movements. Clearly still recovering from her earlier spinning, Qi Ling rolled her body toward the location of the slug sage and Tsunade. In no time, still with her eyes swirling, she delivered Okamoto Daisuke to the slug sage, before collapsing onto the ground herself. For Okamoto Daisuke, riding on Qi Ling was akin to experiencing a thrilling roller coaster. After regaining his composure, he promptly jumped off her back. vowing that he would never again allow Qi Ling to carry him in such a state. "Oh, Qi Ling, you silly girl." The ethereal voice of the slug sage resonated. Without any apparent motion from the sage, Qi Ling was suddenly flung away. A chorus of ah echoed through the air. "Little D Kai, it has been a long time." The slug sage's gentle, soothing voice reached him, providing a sense of comfort. Hearing the sage's words, Okamoto D Kai felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Sage, where is Lady Tsunade?" "Right behind you." Due to his hasty descent from Qi Ling, he had overlooked Tsunade seated not far away. She lounged on a chair, swaying gently, with a pot of hot tea beside her. Ganbin Dojie gazed at her in astonishment. "Teacher, when did you start drinking tea?" "Ah, you little rascal. What kind of expression is that? Am I not allowed to enjoy tea?" With a slight furrow in her brow, Tsunade delivered a playful yet affectionate punch to Ganbin Dojie's head. "I was wrong. Teacher, what brings you to me this time?" Dojie asked, cradling his head with both hands as he looked up at Tsunade. Upon hearing his question, Tsunade's expression shifted to one of seriousness. "I have reviewed the intelligence sent back from Orochimaru at the front lines. I did not expect you to truly succeed in your research." Even the third Hokage was astonished. "You have brought honor to me as your teacher." In the first half of her sentence, Tsunade maintained a stern demeanor, but by the end, her face broke into a beaming smile, her large eyes squinting into crescent shapes as she laughed heartily. She pulled Dojie into an embrace, tucking his head under her arm. Still feeling lightheaded, Dojie found himself gasping for air, his vision blurring. "Teacher, teacher," he called out several times, his arms drooping as he fell silent. "Little Tsunade. It seems Dojie is about to faint," exclaimed the slug sage, observing the scene as Dojie began to foam at the mouth. An hour later, Tsunade watched as Dojie continued to massage his neck. "Enough already. I am a medical ninja. I can tell if you're injured." "All right, teacher, please proceed," Dojie replied, shrinking his head back as he noticed Tsunade's readiness to strike again. "Tuji, what is the current production rate of the healing potions? Can it be improved?" Tsunade inquired, her gaze fixed on him. "Currently, we can produce about a dozen bottles per day, but their shelf life is only around 3 days, Dojie responded, a hint of distress in his voice. "The sealing of the healing techniques can be handled by other medical ninjas. However, I must personally oversee the potion's formula. Unfortunately, my maximum output is around 20 bottles each day." "Oh, let me give it a try. After all, we are in the Wetbone Forest, and we have all the materials we need." Both of them, being experts in medical ninjutsu, promptly set to work under the watchful eye of the slug sage. 2 hours later. "Alas, I give up. I give up," Tsunade exclaimed, staring at the array of test tubes before her. "This is far too difficult." Tsunade had initially believed that her medical expertise would easily suffice for mastering this technique. However, reality delivered a harsh blow, revealing the stark challenges ahead. She cast a profound gaze at her disciple seated across from her. The intricate process of chakra harmonization proved to be quite arduous even for her. One can only imagine the struggles faced by the other medical ninjas of Konoha. Given the circumstances, it seemed that apart from Okamoto Dosuke, the likelihood of anyone else in the ninja world achieving mass production of the healing elixir was exceedingly slim. Observing Tsunade's contemplative silence, Okamoto Dosuke felt reluctant to speak. Fully aware of the complexities involved in the concoction of the healing solution, it had become evident that the healing elixir could only be distributed to elite shinobi of the highest rank. Chapter 75, The Medicinal Preparation. The initial intention behind Okamoto Daisuke's development of the healing potion was to provide an opportunity for those destitute commoners who could not afford medical treatment. After all, even in a village like Konoha, medical resources are limited. The common folk lack the funds to hire medical ninjas for healing techniques. Before heading to the battlefield, Okamoto Daisuke had postponed his research until the sudden attack by the Scorching Release ninja from Sunagakure. The words shared by Yamamatsu Taiga made him realize that the emergence of a healing potion could save many lower-ranked ninjas, both Jinin and Chunin, who would otherwise perish on the battlefield. The higher-ranked ninjas, due to their superior abilities, face a lower mortality rate, even when injured. They are promptly attended to by medical ninjas at the camp. If the healing potion cannot be produced in bulk and remains limited in quantity, it will first be allocated to the upper-ranked ninjas, thus making little difference to the survival of the mid- and lower-ranked ninjas. Contemplating this, Okamoto Daisuke felt utterly despondent. He had hoped that Tsunade might have alternative solutions, but it now seemed exceedingly difficult. Just as Tsunade and Okamoto Daisuke were about to abandon the idea of mass-producing the healing potion, the voice of the great sage of the slugs resonated. "Little Tsunade and little Daisuke, are you troubled by the concoction of this liquid?" The immense figure of the great sage slowly turned towards them, gazing at the test tubes placed before them with an ethereal tone. "Oh, great sage, can you concoct it?" Okamoto Daisuke was the first to respond to the inquiry. Indeed. It was the great sage who had previously assisted in the concoction of the hero's water during his training in the Wetbone Forest. For the great sage, creating the healing potion should certainly be within reach, especially since even the hero's water had been crafted by the great sage. With this thought, Okamoto Daisuke felt invigorated. "Ah!" he exclaimed, rising to his feet and grasping the test tube before him. "Great sage, could you see if you can create this liquid?" Observing Okamoto Daisuke's actions in the inquiry directed at the great sage, Tsunade also sprang into action, rushing to the side of the great sage. Yes, indeed. The great sage examined the healing potion in Okamoto Daisuke's hand and spoke with an exhilarating tone. Upon hearing the great sage's words, they exclaimed in unison, "Yes, teacher." Did you hear the great sage's words? I did. Truly, when one faces seemingly insurmountable obstacles, a path forward may suddenly emerge. The two, once engulfed in despair, were now filled with boundless excitement. Ha 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 ha. Tsunade joyfully embraced Okamoto Daisuke and spun around in delight. The great sage squinted, observing the two as they reveled in their exhilaration. "Great sage, how many of these liquids can you produce in a day?" Tsunade inquired loudly after setting down the now dizzy Okamoto Daisuke. "I'm not entirely certain, but I should be able to provide enough for your needs." The ethereal voice of the slug sage resonated in Tsunade's ears, a melodious sound indeed. Truly, he is a formidable sage with millennia of wisdom. Tsunade marveled at the slug's enormous form. Through experimentation, it appeared that the therapeutic potion was enhanced by the slug's secretions. The slug sage exhibited remarkable proficiency, capable of producing copious amounts of liquid with each endeavor. Tsunade estimated that approximately 1,000 bottles of the healing potion could be bottled. Currently, the Leaf Village's ninja forces on the sand-hidden battlefield numbered around 5,000, and excluding logistical units, it could be inferred that each ninja could receive a bottle. Observing the chakra-infused medicinal liquid before her, Tsunade felt a surge of excitement. "Teacher, it is now your duty to organize the medical ninjas of Konoha to create the seals for the healing techniques," Okamoto Daisuke stated earnestly. On the battlefield of the Land of Rivers, the chakra of medical ninjas was already stretched thin due to the demanding task of treating the injured, making the production of the healing technique seals by the medical ninjas of Konoha the optimal solution. In the future, Tsunade would refine the seals and develop the legendary Baika no Jutsu, an S-rank ninjutsu, rendering the sealing techniques a mere trifle for her. As Tsunade attempted to create the potion solution, Okamoto Daisuke shared the sealing techniques for the healing arts with her. The challenge of producing the healing potion never lay in the sealing of the techniques, but rather in achieving the correct proportions and blending the potion solution. "Rest assured, Daisuke," Tsunade replied, her mood visibly uplifted upon resolving the potion blending issue. She gave him a thumbs up, winking playfully and flashing a bright smile that revealed her pearly whites, exuding youthful vigor and charm. "Teacher, I shall take my leave now. If anything arises, please have Chaylin notify me." With the potion issue settled, Okamoto Daisuke felt a sense of relief wash over him. Without waiting for Tsunade to bid farewell, he dispelled the reverse summoning technique. With a thud, he returned directly to the Konoha camp. Now that the matter of the healing potion was resolved, it seemed each ninja would have their share. Okamoto Daisuke nodded in satisfaction. This news needed to be conveyed to Orochimaru promptly, as it would aid in formulating the next steps of their battle strategy. Chapter 76. Pre-Battle Daisuke, are you there? Upon returning to the camp from the reverse summoning, he heard the voice of Yamamatsu Takahiro from outside the tent. "Is there something you need, Uncle Yamamatsu?" Okamoto Daisuke inquired as he lifted the tent flap and stepped outside. The short and stout Yamamatsu Takahiro stood before him, visibly relieved upon seeing Daisuke emerge, as he had just received word from Lord Rikuge that a meeting would be convened at 3 o'clock that afternoon. This marks the fourth occasion that Yamamatsu Ohara has sought out Daisuke Okamoto. During the previous visits, there was no response from Okamoto's tent, as he was ensconced within the Wetbone Forest, rendering him unable to reply. Nara Shikuhisa had dispatched a messenger in the morning to convey this information. And as the time for the meeting approached, should Okamoto fail to return, Yamamatsu would have no choice but to send Asami Ayase in his stead. Okamoto Daisuke nodded in acknowledgement. This matter served as a reminder to him, for with the assistance of the slug sage in concocting the medicinal elixirs, the Wetbone Forest now stood as a production hub for healing potions. Henceforth, Daisuke would undoubtedly find himself frequently visiting the Wetbone Forest to retrieve the completed healing elixirs. It would be prudent for him to leave a slug in the tent that could notify him when necessary. This would undoubtedly impose some additional responsibilities on Uncle Sansong. Having thought this, Okamoto Daisuke casually donned a uniform from within the tent and made his way towards the command tent of Konoha. Daisuke-kun, Daisuke-sama, Okamoto Daisuke. Along the way, numerous ninjas hurried towards the command tent, greeting Daisuke in succession. It resembled the moment when he had exited the hall of the Konoha hospital, albeit with the distinction that, back then, he had been surrounded by the village's civilians. Now, those extending greetings were all ninjas qualified to attend the meeting, predominantly captains of elite squads. With a smile gracing his lips, he reciprocated their salutations, for unbeknownst to him, Okamoto Daisuke was no longer the invisible man. Upon entering the tent, which typically did not seem small, he found it now filled to capacity with people. Orochimaru sat prominently at the forefront of the sand table in the center of the tent. Surrounding the sand table were the ministers and deputy ministers from various departments, including the operations and unified front departments. Okamoto Daisuke directly settled himself into the position of the left medical department, although the tent was brimming with people. Silence enveloped the atmosphere. After all, ninjas are inherently disciplined, especially in times of war. The ministers present directed their gazes towards Orochimaru. Ladies and gentlemen, we can no longer delay. In 2 days, I intend to launch a decisive battle against Sunagakure. Upon witnessing the collective focus on him, Orochimaru's voice emerged raspy, yet resonated with a gravity that astonished all. The conflict between Sunagakure and Konohagakure had persisted for over a month, inflicting considerable strain on both villages. Moreover, according to intelligence from the third Hokage, the Land of Lightning and the Land of Earth were also experiencing unrest, with Kumogakure and Iwagakure poised for action. Sunagakure had secretly dispatched envoys to establish contact with Iwagakure and Kumogakure. While Konohagakure boasted the strongest power among the 5 great nations, it could not withstand a 3-front war. Thus, it was imperative to conclude the war with Sunagakure swiftly to divert attention towards Iwagakure and Kumogakure. Subsequently, Orochimaru collaborated with Naruto to strategize for the impending battle. Once the arrangements were nearly complete, Orochimaru turned his gaze to Okamoto Daisuke. Daisuke, I hope your medical department can send some personnel to the front lines for this decisive battle. Understood, Lord Orochimaru. Okamoto Daisuke responded promptly. Before Orochimaru could utter anything further, Okamoto Daisuke continued, Lord Orochimaru, we have successfully completed the bulk production research for the healing potion. What? Are you certain? Orochimaru's eyes, resembling golden serpents, widened in surprise. Indeed. Lord Orochimaru, the first batch of healing potions is currently being expedited under Tsunade-sensei's direction. Ha ha ha. This is the most uplifting news I've heard recently. What is the current production rate? Orochimaru's usually stoic demeanor revealed an uncharacteristic smile. Approximately 1,000 units per day. However, I cannot ascertain the output if we expedite. Okamoto Daisuke pondered briefly before providing an estimate. Upon hearing Daisuke's response, Orochimaru fell into contemplation and dissolved the meeting. As the attendees gradually departed, Orochimaru called out to Okamoto Daisuke. Daisuke, is it feasible to produce sufficient healing potions within 2 days? Orochimaru inquired, his gaze fixed intently on Daisuke. It may be challenging. Without full-scale production, I cannot offer a precise figure, Okamoto Daisuke admitted. Understood. Prepare as much as you can. I will discuss further and inform you accordingly. Following this, Orochimaru and the advisory team led by Naruto commenced their deliberations. Okamoto Daisuke nodded slightly and turned to exit the tent. Upon returning to the medical camp, he first summoned Chaelin, penning a letter to be delivered to Tsunade. Lord Daisuke, I can actually repeat it verbatim. Chaelin's youthful voice chimed in, a soft reminder as he observed Daisuke writing. I understand. Chaelin is the best, but it's still better to inform the teacher through a letter. Daisuke replied with a smile, gently tapping the tip of Chaelin's chin with the end of his pen. Lord Daisuke, I am no longer a child. Chaelin protested loudly, twisting away from Daisuke's playful gesture. It was said that Chaelin was a slug in her teenage years, older than Chirei, yet her appearance had not changed, and her voice remained that of a child. Consequently, both Daisuke and Tsunade often unconsciously treated her as an infant slug. Chaelin straightened up, continuing to voice her objections against Daisuke's earlier action. Suddenly, a letter was stuffed into her mouth, silencing her forthcoming words. I apologize, Chaelin, it was my fault. I hope you aren't angry. Next time, I'll prepare something delicious for you. Daisuke clasped his hands in a gesture of apology, his small eyes squinting into crescent shapes. He gently stroked Chaelin's back, the comforting touch eliciting a series of chirps from the diminutive creature. Lord Daisuke is so gentle. Chaelin beamed with joy, nodding vigorously before tightly biting down on the letter, which with a puff, dissolved into smoke. As Chaelin vanished, Daisuke's expression gradually turned serious. A great battle was imminent, and the medical unit required strategic deployment. At least part of it would need to be sent to the front lines. For the medical ninjas, who typically operated in logistics, this was an exceedingly perilous undertaking. Their self-preservation skills were notably lacking, as they primarily utilized medical ninjutsu, seldom employing offensive techniques. And even the body flicker technique was infrequently used. On the battlefield, the expenditure of chakra significantly diminished the likelihood of survival. However, the role of medical ninjas on the front lines was to heal the wounded, particularly elite ninjas such as Jonin who had sustained injuries. Administering aid necessitated the use of chakra for medical ninjutsu, requiring precise operations to effectively treat wounds. This would inevitably lead to a considerable depletion of chakra and energy. And expending large quantities of chakra and vitality on the battlefield was akin to courting death. Historically, the mortality rate of medical ninjas in combat has been alarmingly high. On the battlefield, the priority target for both sides is invariably the medical ninja. The first to be eliminated is the healer, a principle applicable in any realm. Even in logistics, safety is not guaranteed. With the onset of full-scale war, the enemy would undoubtedly dispatch attackers to raid the camp. Compared to comrades on the battlefield, the imminent danger was somewhat less severe. Okamoto Daisuke emerged from his tent, observing the medical personnel who hurried past him, some clad in nurse uniforms, others donning the attire of medical ninjas. With a sigh, he entered the largest medical tent. Within, injured ninjas lay on the beds, groaning in agony. The medical staff and nurses, engaged in tending to the wounded or attending to various tasks, greeted him warmly upon his arrival. Lord Daisuke. Daisuke. Okamoto Daisuke nodded at them, his gaze shifting to Yamamatsu Daikawa, who was employing a healing technique on an injured individual, enveloped in the verdant glow of the healing spell. The patient's wounds gradually began to mend, and the soft groans emanating from their lips diminished. All healed. The patient can now be transferred to the ward for minor cases, Yamamatsu Daikawa announced, wiping the sweat from his brow and picking up a nearby alcohol swab to cleanse his hands. Chapter 77. A tense moment, then I entrust the task to both of you. Okamoto Daisuke straightened his posture and bowed deeply to Yamamatsu and Iase, expressing both his request and gratitude for their recent efforts. As Yamamatsu Daikawa observed Okamoto Daisuke's bow, he faintly recalled the days when Tsunade led the medical ninjas of Konoha, recognizing the same brilliance, the same confidence, and the same youth. Subsequently, the two departed from Okamoto Daisuke's tent to commence organizing the roster for frontline personnel. Okamoto Daisuke summoned Charin, instructing Charin, await my return in my tent. Should anyone seek me, please inform me. Understood, Lord Daisuke. I assure you I shall fulfill this task. Charin responded in a sweet voice. Observing Charin's demeanor, Okamoto Daisuke couldn't help but suspect that if Charin possessed hands, a respectful salute would surely be in order. With Charin's promise secured, Okamoto Daisuke activated the reverse summoning technique and vanished from the tent. Upon receiving news regarding Okamoto Daisuke's healing potion, Orochimaru convened a war council the following day, alongside Nara Shikaku and other strategists, ultimately deciding to postpone the decisive battle by 2 days. This meant that, counting yesterday, there would be a total of 3 days to prepare. As the days passed, the 2-day interval swiftly elapsed. With time's relentless march, both Konoha and Suna amassed a considerable number of ninjas, all assembled under Orochimaru's command, with everyone but the reconnaissance team gathering at the Konoha camp, poised for battle. Thanks to the tireless efforts of Tsunade and the medical ninjas from Konoha village, the healing potion was finally distributed as a strategic resource, with each individual receiving a vial. Furthermore, the roster of medical ninjas heading to the front lines was meticulously crafted by Yamamatsu Taiga and Iase Mami. At Okamoto Daisuke's behest, all medical ninjas on the list volunteered for the frontline assignment. In the days leading up to the battle, Okamoto Daisuke made daily visits to the Wetbone Forest to retrieve the prepared healing potions, dedicating the remainder of his time to maintaining peak condition for the impending conflict. At last, the day of reckoning arrived. As the moment drew near, Orochimaru coldly surveyed the gathering and declared, Nara Shikaku, you shall maintain command of the camp in my absence. The rest, follow me. Rising from his seat, he strode out. The remaining captains and leaders trailed behind him, exiting the tent in succession. Before the tent stood the entirety of Konoha's remaining forces, nearly 5,000 ninjas, amassed in a formidable throng. Each captain, having emerged with Orochimaru, promptly returned to the forefront of their respective squads. "Let us depart." Orochimaru waved his hand, leading the way out of the Konoha camp. Setting forth towards the Sand Village's encampment, the remaining shinobi forces began their orderly departure. Before setting off, Okamoto Daisuke noticed Yamamatsu Takaharu and Ia's Mami approaching, and he gestured reassuringly to them before joining the ranks. As they commenced their journey, Okamoto Daisuke dispersed the medical ninjas behind him throughout the formation. With nearly 5,000 personnel, it was impossible to account for each individual. Under Daisuke's arrangement, each medical ninja was tasked with the responsibility of several squads. With every trio of medical ninjas forming a responsive unit, these 3 units would then coalesce into a larger group, ultimately led by Daisuke and 5 others as a mobile support team, ready to assist various divisions at any moment. As the procession advanced, Okamoto Daisuke turned to the person beside him. "Kitsuna, why have you insisted on joining the battlefield personally?" Indeed, Kitsuna, as a newly minted medic, had proactively requested to be on the front lines. "Why shouldn't I? I am a qualified medical ninja now," she asserted, proudly lifting her head. A year prior, Kitsuna had passed the examination for medical ninjas and had become a physician at the Konoha Hospital before the onset of the Third Great Ninja War. Observing Kitsuna's demeanor, Okamoto Daisuke could only shake his head in resignation. She was utterly oblivious to the harsh realities of the battlefield. Fortunately, as the head of the medical department, he could only keep her close for her protection. Gazing at Kitsuna, who was brimming with eagerness, Okamoto Daisuke felt a sense of unease. "Kitsuna, for now, you will assist me by staying by my side." Given that Kitsuna had once taken on the role of an elder sister at the Konoha Hospital and had always cared for him, Daisuke could only strive to create a safe environment for her. With Kitsuna by his side, he could ensure her safety amidst the dangers. "Don't worry, I understand," Kitsuna replied, her face lighting up at Daisuke's concern. Among the Uchiha clan's ranks, Uchiha Fugaka spotted Okamoto Daisuke accompanying the advancing troops and couldn't help but express his surprise. What is this kid doing on the front lines? Due to the potential exhibited by Okamoto Daisuke, even if he does not ascend to the position of Hokage in the future, he will undoubtedly play a significant role, perhaps as an important aid to the Hokage. After all, the impact of his healing potions alone surpasses that of many, including seasoned jonin, given his youth. It is perplexing to place such a budding talent in a perilous frontline position before he has fully matured into an independent force. However, should Daisuke find himself in danger, it is certain that he would be rescued. Not only would this garner his goodwill, but it would also earn the favor of the legendary Sannin and even the third Hokage. Yet, unbeknownst to Daisuke, a pair of pale eyes were fixated on him from within the ranks of the ninja army. The speed of the ninja army's march is not particularly swift, and such a large-scale mobilization cannot remain concealed. With war imminent, the ninjas of Konoha must maintain a steady pace to conserve their strength and chakra, striving to remain in optimal condition for the impending conflict. The scouts from Sunagakure had long been aware of Konoha's movements, while the reconnaissance units of Konoha kept a vigilant watch on Sunagakure's activities. Prior to the army's departure, Orochimaru dispatched an advance team to scout the route, ensuring the safety of the main force's advance. Under such large-scale operations, Sunagakure is left with no choice but to respond defensively. Failure to engage would not only dampen the morale of their troops but could also result in significant losses if they retreated in haste while being pursued by Konoha. With Konoha's numerical superiority, they would press forward aggressively, leaving Sunagakure with no option but to retaliate, lest they be overwhelmed on the battlefield. As the ninja forces of Konoha gathered, far on the other side at the Sunagakure encampment, Chiyo and her brother Eyes received urgent reports from their scouts. Orochimaru is indeed preparing to strike. Chiyo's aged visage grew especially grave. "Sister, we must prepare. This battle is unavoidable. War looms on the horizon." Chapter 78. Sunagakure, damn it. The third Raikage and that old Koot Noki clearly promised us support but have yet to mobilize. Chiyo slammed her fist on the table. "Sister, you know their situation all too well. They want to see both Konoha and Sunagakure suffer." Eyes responded with a hint of despondency. "Precisely for that reason, my anger burns even brighter. Eyes, go inform Yukura and the others. We have no time to waste." A resolute glint shone in Chiyo's eyes. "Konoha, do not think you will leave this battle unscathed." After the swift departure of Halazang from the tent, Chiyo gazed at the intelligence before her, her mind involuntarily conjuring images of her son and daughter-in-law, who had been mercilessly pierced by a silvery streak on the battlefield. Before long, Heilazang returned to Chiyo's tent, accompanied by a cadre of elite sand shinobi. As the group approached, Chiyo delivered the recently received intelligence. The Leaf had assembled its ninja army, marching towards their encampment. Without uttering any superfluous words, Chiyo unleashed a decisive command. As her voice resonated, the elite sand shinobi, who had been listening intently, began to murmur amongst themselves, transforming the previously serene tent into a cacophony of voices. Some proposed to confront the enemy head-on, others suggested setting an ambush, while a few even contemplated retreat. Enough. Is this never-ending? Have we yet engaged in battle, and already some of you speak of retreat? Yekara, clad in a fitted light blue attire, admonished loudly. As she spoke, the golden strands of hair framing her face swayed. Her beautiful eyes widened in indignation as she glared at those who had suggested retreat, feeling the weight of her gaze. The offenders lowered their heads in shame. With a silence enveloping the room, Yekara turned her attention back to the elderly Chiyo. Surely you must have a sound strategy? I am entirely at your disposal. With her words, the gathered sand shinobi also looked expectantly towards Chiyo. This battle must be fought, Chiyo declared with unwavering conviction. The third Kazakage's fate remained uncertain due to the Leaf's actions, and we have secured an alliance with the Rock and Cloud villages. They shall mobilize their forces when necessary to jointly resist the Leaf. Several high-ranking sand officials present nodded in agreement with Chiyo's proclamation. Upon hearing that the Rock and Earth villages would also provide support, they collectively affirmed the necessity of confronting the Leaf in a decisive battle. Time was of the essence. According to the scouts' reports, the Leaf's ninja army should already be en route. We simply need to rally our forces, conserve our strength, and await their arrival. As soon as they arrive, we shall launch a full assault to vanquish them. You must swiftly assemble your troops. Chiyo rapidly delineated the forthcoming tasks. Before long, the assembly of sand shinobi dispersed, each heading to rally their respective subordinates. Yekara, Chiyo called out as Yekara was about to leave, turning back with a puzzled expression. Unlike the others who had their own subordinates, Yekara was mostly alone, thus she was the last to depart. On the battlefield, I urge you to focus on eliminating the Leaf's lower and middle-ranking shinobi. Avoid entangling yourself with their elite. Chiyo gazed at Yakumo and spoke softly. On the battlefield, confrontations typically arise between elite ninjas, as their destructive power and the extensive use of ninjutsu far surpass those of the intermediate and lower-ranking ninjas. Battles among lower ninjas often consist of basic body techniques and simple transformations. If the opposing elite ninja is not restrained, the casualties among lower-ranking ninjas will be severe. Yakumo's unique fire release technique, combined with its poisonous properties, proves to be devastating against any ninja of inferior rank. In Chiyo's estimation, Yakumo is undoubtedly the most suitable candidate for eliminating Konoha's lower-ranking ninjas. Currently, there are approximately 3,500 sand ninjas on the battlefield, and their ninjutsu capabilities significantly lag behind those of Konoha's forces. Chiyo harbored little hope for today's battle. The reinforcements from Iwagakure and Kumogakure would remain uninvolved until significant losses were incurred in the conflict between Sunagakure and Konoha. Thus, Chiyo could only devise ways to diminish Konoha's active strength. Grandmother, I understand. Upon seeing the expectant look in Chiyo's eyes, Yakumo found it hard to refuse. He promptly exited the tent. Thank you, Yakumo, Chiyo murmured as she watched his departing figure. Each strong warrior possesses their own temperament and disposition. In battle, it is often a clash of kings and generals. Preying on the weak is a disgrace to the powerful. They do not deliberately seek to slay the feeble. Yet, Yakumo's willingness to act for the greater good of the village genuinely moved Chiyo. Iobuzai, let us depart. Just moments ago, a sand ninja had entered to inform Chiyo that the troops had assembled. Chiyo was the first to step out of the tent, gazing at the sand forces gathered at the camp's entrance. With her aged yet powerful voice, she called out, Konoha seeks to invade our village. Do you consent? No. Behind you stand your wives, husbands, parents, and children. Is there room for retreat? No. Do you remember the suffering and calamity Konoha inflicted upon our village? Yes. Then let us strike back fiercely and defeat Konoha. Strike back fiercely and defeat Konoha. The morale of the sand ninjas soared in response to Chiyo's rallying cry, igniting a fiery rage against the Konoha ninjas in each heart, longing to annihilate them all. Forward! With a fierce roar, the sand forces surged forth from the camp like a raging river. In that moment, Chiyo's hunched figure did not seem diminished. As time passed, a Konoha scout suddenly appeared beside Orochimaru at the forefront of their ranks. Oh, Even that old hag Chiyo has shown herself. The gusting winds tousled Orochimaru's bangs, while his vibrant red tongue flicked out to caress the corner of his mouth. The sway of the comma-shaped earrings by his ears gradually stabilized as he intentionally reduced his speed. With his deceleration, the momentum of the nearly 5,000-leaf shinobi correspondingly diminished. From the scouts, Orochimaru had gleaned the current state of Sunagakure. His intention was to slow down, granting his forces a moment to regroup. However, even the slowest pace would inevitably lead to an encounter. On a vast plain in the land of rivers, Orochimaru came to a halt, and the following leaf shinobi began to arrive in succession. From a distance, one could see thousands of Sunagakure shinobi arrayed before them, poised for action, clearly having awaited the leaf forces for quite some time. This desolate expanse, with its open terrain, was devoid of villagers who had long since evacuated. Such a landscape was ideally suited for the clash of two great villages, yet it was the land of rivers, along with the land of rain, that bore the true sorrow of war, an epitome of the plight of smaller villages. As the two sides faced each other, a diminutive figure emerged from the Sunagakure ranks. Though stooped and in his 50s or 60s, he exuded an indescribable aura before the assembled armies. The decisive battle commenced. Chapter 79. War He. Has Konoha truly been left bereft of strong warriors since the demise of the White Fang? Only you, Orochimaru, among the legendary Sannin has shown up. It seems that old Sarutobi will soon suffer the loss of his cherished pupil, Chiyo remarked disdainfully, surveying the throng of Konoha shinobi. In response to Chiyo's words, Orochimaru merely chuckled softly. Chiyo, at your advanced age, shouldn't you be resting peacefully in your coffin rather than prancing about? Where is your Kazekage? Is he content to hide behind a decrepit old man? Oh, I almost forgot. Your Kazekage has gone missing. As he spoke, Orochimaru's cold, golden serpent-like gaze swept across the Sunagakure shinobi, extending a finger towards a fading small village across the way. What merit does it hold to warrant the deployment of more of Konoha's elite? My presence here is more than sufficient. Okamoto Daisuke was witnessing Orochimaru in this unprecedented state for the first time, a frenzy imbued with an overwhelming aura. That frail and slender figure now stood like a towering mountain upon the battlefield. Is this the essence of a true warrior's strength? As Okamoto Daisuke gazed upon the figures of Orochimaru and Chiyo standing before the two armies, an unprecedented yearning surged within him. A fervent desire to ascend to the pinnacle of the ninja world. Chiyo's gaze bore into Orochimaru, her murderous intent unabashedly glimmering in her eyes as she fixated on him. After a fleeting moment, she scoffed. A mere junior dares to speak so arrogantly. I am most eager to witness the expression on Sarutobi's face after Konoha's defeat. Ha! Old man, it would be best if you lived to see the moment when Sunagakure triumphs. Orochimaru responded with disdain. In unison, both Orochimaru and Chiyo raised their arms high, then brought them down with force. Kill! Echoed an ancient voice, hoarse yet commanding. Before the command could settle, the ninjas of Sunagakure and Konoha surged forth like twin torrents from behind Orochimaru and Chiyo, racing towards one another. The cacophony of battle cries intertwined amidst the vast plain, where nearly 10,000 ninjas from both sides would kindle their spirits today, unleashing the most resplendent flames of their lives. Shurikens and kunai cascaded through the air like a torrential downpour, as each ninja cast their weapons without a thought for the cost. Their singular aim was the annihilation of the opposing force. Even before the two factions could draw near, casualties emerged amidst the storm of projectiles. The vast expanse of earth beneath the feet of these nearly 10,000 ninjas felt insignificantly small, yet these diminutive figures wrought monumental upheaval upon it. Kill! 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 Resounded the earth-shattering battle cries, as the ninjas roared in fury, the tide of Konoha and Sunagakure crashing together with a thunderous clash. The adrenaline surged, elevating the fighting spirit to unprecedented heights. Almost immediately, the battlefield was littered with the remnants of lives lost. Severed limbs and lifeless bodies painted the ground crimson, a testament to the brutality of war. Each side pressed on, refusing to yield an inch, as lower-ranked ninjas began to exchange wounds in a frenzied melee. Ah, die! Cried a Sunagakure ninja clad in a dusty yellow vest, as he plunged his kunai into the throat of a Konoha nin. He subsequently collapsed heavily to the ground, his body riddled with kunai and battered. He was a nin from Sunagakure, having claimed the lives of 5 lower-ranked ninjas, and now he had felled his 6th. The battlefield was a throng of chaos. Even as a nin, he was besieged by more than 6 Konoha ninjas. For the average nin and genin, their impact on the battlefield felt tragically minimal. As the fallen Sunagakure ninja gazed at the nin he had struck down, the blood slowly soaking through the victim's uniform. He thought to himself, it was worth it. One nin for 5 genin, particularly this one I ambushed. Suddenly, the eyes of the Sunagakure ninja widened in shock. Before him, the Konoha nin, struck in the neck, staggered a few steps and collapsed to the ground. He gasped for breath, laboriously retrieving a pale white potion from his waist pouch. Pressing his thumb against the bottle's cork, strands of chakra seeped through, activating the seal engraved upon it. The originally pale liquid swiftly transformed into a faint green hue, observable to the naked eye. This Konoha ninja, fighting against the dizziness brought on by blood loss, grasped the handle of the kunai embedded in his neck, his arm straining with effort. With a sharp exhalation, blood gushed forth as he withdrew the kunai. Aware that this action could hasten his demise, the fallen sand ninja, panting heavily, gazed at the Konoha shinobi in confusion. Unable to comprehend why his adversary would undertake such a perilous maneuver, knowing full well the kunai was lodged in a vital artery. Had he refrained from pulling it out, he might have had a chance to receive aid from a medical ninja. Now, he would only succumb faster. After extracting the kunai, the Konoha ninja quickly pressed his hand against the wound, though futilely, as blood continued to pour from the gash in his neck. At that moment, the potion had completely transformed into a light green, with bubbles surging within. With a gentle pop, the cork was forcefully ejected by the gas escaping from the bottle. This innovation by Tsunade allowed injured ninjas to utilize the potion more swiftly and conveniently, even when they lacked the strength to open the cork. The Konoha ninja raised the potion and poured it directly onto his wound. Under the watchful gaze of the fallen sand ninja, the gush of blood from the Konoha ninja's injury began to wane, and his previously labored breaths gradually steadied. In the final moments of the fallen sand ninja's vision, the Konoha nin rummaged through the equipment pouch of his deceased comrade, retrieving another vial of the same potion, repeating the earlier process. The bleeding subsided, allowing his movements to become more fluid and efficient. In the last sight of the sand ninja, he beheld the Konoha shinobi's wound, now scabbed over from the potion's effects. With a few military rations tossed into his mouth to replenish lost blood and energy, the Konoha nin rejoined the fray at another location on the battlefield. Similar scenes unfolded repeatedly amidst the clash between sand and Konoha ninjas. The sand forces noticed that the Konoha shinobi, who were previously exchanging injuries with them, were now consuming the potion or applying the green liquid to their wounds, only to rejuvenate moments later. At the center of the battlefield, Orochimaru unleashed a torrent of serpents, ensnaring Chiyo, tightening their grip. From the onset of the conflict, Chiyo and Orochimaru had been locked in fierce combat. Today, Chiyo, is your day of reckoning. Chapter 80. Chiyo and Orochimaru expelled a serpent from his mouth, which in turn unleashed a sharp sword aimed directly at Chiyo's vital points. You, as my junior, must always maintain a sense of reverence for your elders. Chiyo roared amidst the writhing serpents. As the serpents coiled around her, a scroll slipped from her ensnared right hand. Clang! A resounding sound echoed as a massive tail, forged from iron chains, rose defiantly before Chiyo. The sword unleashed by Orochimaru was thwarted. Boom! A tremendous noise erupted as a gigantic steel shield materialized beneath Chiyo's feet, instantly severing the serpents that had ensnared her. This circular barrier enveloped Chiyo in its protective embrace, causing the severed serpent corpses to cascade to the ground like fallen leaves. The previously launched sword returned without success, retracting into the mouth of the serpent, which gradually transformed back into Orochimaru's tongue. A defensive puppet, is it? Orochimaru fixated intently on the circular shield. Ninjutsu, serpent shadow. With a swift motion, dozens of venomous snakes erupted from his hands, striking down 3 sand shinobi who attempted to ambush him from behind. As Orochimaru diverted his attention to eliminate the assailants, a sharp tail suddenly lunged from beneath him, slicing through half of his body from bottom to top, blood spilling profusely. Orochimaru, how can you still be distracted at this moment? Chiyo's voice resonated from within the circular defensive puppet. Lying on the ground, Orochimaru's mouth widened slowly as a fully intact version of himself emerged from the severed body. You old hag, despite your age, you truly cannot afford to be careless. As the new Orochimaru crawled forth, the previously unleashed sharp tail, accompanied by a swift whoosh, darted towards him. Clang! With one hand propped on the ground, Orochimaru blocked the incoming tail with the grass-cutting sword, the sharp tip mere inches from his eye, allowing him to perceive the deep purple poison smeared upon it. In a flash, Orochimaru vanished from sight. Boom! Abandoning the confrontation with the grass-cutting sword, Chiyo's controlled tail slammed heavily into the ground. Gradually, she maneuvered the tail back behind the circular puppet, where two steel tails swayed, one heavy, the other sharp. Wind release, great breakthrough. A ferocious gale surged toward Chiyo, carrying with it boulders that collided with her defensive puppet, producing a cacophony of thunderous sounds. Ah, phew. Orochimaru ceased his wind technique. The land before him was ravaged by the ferocious gusts, transformed into a deep chasm. The four legs of the puppet, which had been deeply rooted in the soil, were now exposed. The two tails that once swayed behind the circular puppet were also firmly embedded in the earth, preventing them from being swept away. This little rascal, possessing merely a C-rank ninjutsu, wielded such formidable power. Chiyo sensed the external conditions. The damage sustained by the two-horned tortoise in the recent tempest was severe. The two-horned tortoise was the puppet Chiyo currently commanded, a defensive type capable of rooting itself upon activation, boasting exceptional defensive capabilities. One of its two tails was for defense, while the other was for attack. Combined with the puppet's inherent defensive strength, it was virtually invulnerable by nature. This was an upgraded version of the Crimson Flow Jewel, meticulously researched by Chiyo, inspired by her grandson, known as the Scorpion of the Red Sand. Due to Orochimaru's recent wind technique, there were no excess ninjas left between him and Chiyo. It seemed that to feast, one must first shatter the turtle's shell. Ninjutsu, malevolent serpent entwines. As Orochimaru's voice fell, a colossal black serpent was summoned from beneath the two-horned tortoise. The moment the serpent emerged, it propelled Chiyo and her circular puppet high into the air. The four legs and two tails of the two-horned tortoise, which were meant to stabilize it, utterly failed to serve their purpose and were effortlessly lifted. Ninjutsu, annihilating serpents. Three colossal serpents of varying hues were summoned, their powerful tails striking fiercely at the airborne two-horned tortoise. With a resounding crash, the puppet, devoid of any means to dissipate the force, disintegrated under the onslaught of the serpents, its parts cascading to the ground. Chiyo plummeted rapidly from the sky. Finally, you emerge. Old hag. Orochimaru sneered with a bloodthirsty grin, fixating his gaze on Chiyo, who was helplessly suspended in midair. Ninjutsu, malevolent serpent arm explosion. A gigantic summoned serpent ascended into the sky, opening its gaping maw to devour Chiyo whole. Boom. With a thunderous explosion, the colossal serpent shattered midair, showering the surrounding battlefield with a rain of flesh and blood. Orochimaru maintained a serious expression, showing no signs of relaxation. Despite his earlier disdainful remarks towards Chiyo, he remained acutely aware of the threat posed by this enduring figure from Sunagakure. He could not fathom that such a renowned ninja could be so easily vanquished. As Orochimaru searched for Chiyo's presence, a sharp tail suddenly swept towards him. He narrowly evaded the attack. Wind release, vacuum blade unleashed several powerful gusts aimed directly at him. A cold smirk crept onto Orochimaru's lips. He dared to hope she would emerge. Utilizing the body flicker technique, Orochimaru swiftly maneuvered backwards. Yet, from two directions behind him, an unrelenting barrage of wind release techniques approached with remarkable speed and cunning angles, forcing him to shift positions as soon as he landed. Upon touching ground, a crisp snap echoed, and he looked down to see a circular defensive mechanism from the two-horned tortoise had transformed into a trap, ensnaring his legs tightly. Got you. Orochimaru turned to see Chiyo, bloodied and panting, standing behind him. Her left hand manipulated various scattered components on the ground using chakra threads, one of which was connected to the trap binding him. Meanwhile, her right hand controlled a new humanoid puppet, which opened its mouth wide. The earlier wind attack had been a collaboration between Chiyo and this puppet. With a subtle movement of her fingers, the puppet expelled a blank scroll. It then retrieved another scroll from its back and inserted it into its head, standing guard beside Chiyo. Sealing technique, lion's roar. A tiger-shaped beast head manifested from the trap restraining Orochimaru, its mouth lined with jagged blades that gleamed menacingly in the sunlight. In an instant, the beast head lunged towards Orochimaru. This is bad, he thought, as his serpent-like eyes briefly contracted at the sight of the beast. A resounding crunch echoed as the beast's jaws closed, splattering blood within. Chapter 81. The individuals on the battlefield, is it over? Chiyo murmured, watching the beast head close, panting heavily. After all, she was of an advanced age, and engaging in battle with a ninja of Orochimaru's caliber, though seemingly brief, had drained her energy and chakra significantly. The lion's roar technique had previously served to confine enemies within the two-horned tortoise before obliterating them. This ninjutsu was a fusion of her sealing techniques. However, it can only be inscribed in a fixed position, making it exceedingly difficult to strike the enemy. Yet, once it does connect, it can temporarily seal the enemy's instantaneous technique. This is why she sought to devise her strategy while the puppet, Urge-out Turtle, was being dismantled by Orochimaru, ultimately using wind release techniques to compel Orochimaru's movements. What brings you joy? A hoarse and frigid voice emanated from the side. The puppet beside Chiyo immediately pivoted in that direction. Before her stood a serpent, over a meter long, its mouth straining to open a full 180 degrees. Orochimaru slithered out as if he were devoid of bones. Are you some kind of monster? Chiyo's voice was low, tinged with an unmistakable shock, her expression darkening in an instant. With a flourish of puppet technique, countless shurikens surged toward Orochimaru's position, each one shimmering with a dull purple hue, clearly laced with poison. Boom. The area where Orochimaru stood was inundated with a barrage of shuriken, raising a cloud of dust. Wind release. Great breakthrough. A gust of wind dispersed the swirling dust. Indeed, Chiyo beheld the grotesque remains of a serpent, corroded by the poison-laden shuriken. Raising her gaze, she found Orochimaru, unscathed, standing before her. A heaviness settled in Chiyo's heart. As the battle between Orochimaru and Chiyo reached a stalemate, a distance away, the renowned hero of Sunagakure, Yazong, was ruthlessly slaughtering lower-ranked ninjas. Fire release, Thousand Leaf Dance. Clad in a form-fitting light blue outfit, Yazong expelled vibrant orange sparks from his crimson lips. The delicate sparks fell upon the Konoha ninjas. Sunagakure, having received prior intelligence, trailed half a body length behind Yazong. Struck by the sparks, the Konoha ninja initially froze, but soon realized their bodies were relatively unscathed. Charge. Annihilate these sandmutts. Attack. Kill. The Konoha ninjas shouted as they surged toward their foes, while the Sunagakure shinobi, unwilling to lag behind, roared in retaliation. Observing the ensnared ninjas from both sides, Yazong continued to release the fire release technique from the safety of the rear. The air was filled with cascading orange sparks, which, devoid of any lethal capability, went unnoticed by the Konoha forces. However, they failed to recognize that each dancing spark landed with precision upon every Konoha ninja, while the Sunagakure ninjas were conspicuously untouched, as if the sparks intentionally avoided them. Periodically, Yazong unleashed the Thousand Leaf Dance, a relentless stream of sparks flowing forth. The incessant display of sparks caught the attention of the Konoha shinobi. Why do these orange sparks persist in their flight? I don't know. But they pose no threat to us. Surely, this technique originates from the Sunagakure ninjas, right? No harm. Why would the enemy release such a technique? Is it an illusion? Amidst the cacophony of battle, numerous ninjas from Konoha shouted loudly. I do not feel ensnared by any genjutsu. The scoundrel from Sunagakure has inflicted a painful wound upon me. A nin from Konoha, clutching the gaping wound on his chest, cried out. We must locate the caster from Sunagakure, though their intentions remain shrouded in mystery. We cannot allow them to unleash their jutsu with such impunity, declared a nin from Konoha. Meanwhile, within the ranks of Sunagakure, Yakumo heard the shouts of the Konoha ninjas, a slight smirk gracing her lips as she revealed a set of pearly white teeth. Scorch release, Dance of 1,000 Leaves. A grander, more abundant shower of sparks surged towards the Konoha ninjas. Over there, it is the jutsu unleashed by that woman from Sunagakure. A youth, clearly no older than his teens and clad in the garb of a Konoha genin, had just witnessed Yakumo's technique unfold before his eyes. The ninjas of Konoha turned their gazes towards the direction indicated by the boy. It is Yakumo, the hero of Sunagakure. Scorch release Yakumo? Some ninjas from Konoha immediately recognized her identity, her distinctive black and yellow gradient hair rendering her quite recognizable. Yet, what is a hero to one may be a villain to another. We must swiftly impede her. The name of a person carries weight. Just as the shadow of a tree does, Yakumo would not squander chakra on inconsequential jutsu without cause. Though the true purpose eluded them, they could not allow her to proceed unchallenged. Lightning release, lightning arrow. Earth release, earth-shattering collapse. Various jutsu were hurled towards Yakumo. But faster still was a Konoha genin, brandishing a long blade, who darted forward in an instant. The Konoha shadow dance manifested as radiant arcs of light flashed from the blade, coalescing into a dazzling display. Under the sunlight, the line between reality and illusion blurred. A diagonal slash cleaved through Yakumo's delicate form, severing her from shoulder to waist. The Konoha genin paused, momentarily bewildered, as he felt no resistance of flesh beneath his blade. Instead of blood, an orange gas emanated from the wound of the slashed Yakumo. It was a scorch release clone. Upon realizing the nature of the gas, the genin swiftly recoiled. Boom. The clone erupted in a tremendous explosion, claiming the lives of several Konoha ninjas who could not evade in time. Scorch release, dance of 1,000 leaves. Once more, a splendid cascade of sparks danced forth, gracefully drifting towards the Konoha ninjas. As the luminous sparks approached, they slowly integrated into the bodies of the Konoha ninjas. This spark is problematic. A genin cried out in terror. His Jainin instructor cast him a sidelong glance, exclaiming, "It is evident to anyone that this spark poses a threat." Did you really need to state the obvious? At this critical juncture, if the issue with Yutsong cannot be resolved, the opposing forces will periodically unleash waves of 1,000 leaf dance, which would severely undermine the morale of the Konoha ninjas. The current ninjas of Konoha have begun to hesitate, their combat against the sand-hidden village becoming significantly constrained, leaving them reluctant to fight with abandon. "No, sensei, I feel as if my body is on fire," exclaimed a genin, removing his outer garment to reveal an abnormal crimson hue on his left arm, as if the blood were about to burst forth from his flesh. In a swift and decisive manner, the Jounin instructor used a kunai to sever his student's left arm, which ignited instantaneously upon detachment, the intense flames transforming it into charred remains. Chapter 82. Cruelty. This ninjutsu. The malevolence of Yutsong's technique prompted an exclamation from the leading Chunin. Observing this scene, Yutsong revealed a faint smirk. "Have you realized?" Alas, it is too late. The 1,000 leaf dance was a ninjutsu devised by Yutsong. Designed for extensive combat, the initial spark serves as a marker, and subsequent sparks will only seek out those marked ninjas. The primary function of the 1,000 leaf dance is to allow those tainted by it to utilize the effects of the scorch release's fire poison, elevating the oxygen content in their blood to the point of spontaneous combustion. As the 1,000 leaf dance continues to spread its influence, the flammability of the opponent's blood escalates, circulating throughout their body. When the time comes, a single ninjutsu from Yutsong will ignite the marked individual at an alarming speed. Typically, Yutsong refrains from employing this technique, as the effects of the 1,000 leaf dance are gradual. Without sufficient accumulation, it poses no threat and can be evaded. Yet, every advantage carries its drawbacks. The 1,000 leaf dance possesses an unparalleled range compared to other ninjutsu, and it consumes significantly less chakra than techniques of the same level. However, on today's battlefield, due to Konoha's lack of intelligence, Yutsong's unexpected use of this technique has resulted in nearly 500 Konoha ninjas being infiltrated by the 1,000 leaf dance within a short span. Scorch release, dance of flowers. Witnessing Konoha ninjas afflicted by the 1,000 leaf dance, Yutsong decisively formed hand seals to unleash the dance of flowers. A cacophony of agonized cries erupted from the ranks of Konoha ninjas. Those deeply tainted by the technique ignited spontaneously, while others showed varying degrees of combustion in different parts of their bodies. The Konoha ninja who had initially attempted to strike Yutsong, after severing his left arm, felt a searing sensation emanating from his abdomen. "It's over." His face paled instantly, cold sweat streaming down his cheeks. Frantically, he reached into his leg's ninja tool pouch to retrieve a vial of faintly luminescent potion. The thumb pressed against the bottle cap, the chakra activated. The pale white elixir transformed into a delicate green. This leaf ninja raised the potion and swiftly gulped it down as the healing elixir filled his stomach. The yang-release chakra of the healing technique rapidly nourished his internal organs. "Effective. Lord Daokai's healing potion is indeed effective," the leaf Jainin exclaimed loudly. He then quickly picked up the ninja tool pouch of the comrade who had just perished and extracted another healing potion, activating and consuming it in one fluid motion. Even the severed left arm began to mend. Seeing the efficacy of the healing potion distributed by Okamoto Daokai, other leaf ninjas hurriedly activated their own or consumed the elixirs, even pouring them onto their wounds. From a distance, Yukura observed the peculiar actions of the leaf ninjas. While she did not grasp the entirety of the situation, the name Okamoto Daokai resonated clearly in her mind. The image of the figure drenched in water at the center of the magma lake surfaced in her thoughts. The first time her attack was thwarted by this so-called genin, and now it was this same imp once more. Yukura clenched her silver teeth in frustration. That insufferable brat. Witnessing the decline of her flower dance's lethality since the consumption of that peculiar potion, she sensed that while there had been hundreds poised for self-ignition moments ago, now only a scant few remained. "Crush them," she commanded, directing the sand ninjas to strike at the leaf ninjas who were still celebrating their survival from the flower dance. Seizing the moment amidst the chaos of battle, Yukura rummaged through the ninja tool pouches of the fallen leaf shinobi, collecting 7 healing potions to stow away in her own pouch. Her slender fingers brushed over the healing elixirs. It was this very potion that had rendered her flower dance ineffective. Contemplating this, she unleashed a wide-area scorch-release ninjutsu, taking down Leaf Ninjas. As the Leaf Ninjas, under the leadership of their Jainin, regained composure after their initial panic, they engaged in a defensive battle against the advancing sand forces. Meanwhile, at another end of the battlefield, a group of red-eyed ninjas clashed with the sand, exchanging fierce blows. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Bang, bang, bang. A sand Jainin inhaled sharply, continuously releasing air spheres into the fray. Caught off guard. The sand ninjas battling the leaf were struck from behind by the relentless air spheres, their bodies torn apart, blood and flesh scattering across the ground. Kawachi Jainin. Why are you attacking your comrades? Kawachi, what's going on? What are you doing, Kawachi? The surrounding ninjas regarded him with astonished expressions, his superiors demanding answers for such inexplicable actions. Hee. Chuanji not only failed to respond to their inquiries, but instead emitted a series of sinister chuckles. With swift gestures, he formed seals, unleashing a high-density chakra air sphere from his mouth through the wind release technique. The air sphere crashed onto the battlefield of Sunagakure, shattering the previously chaotic yet organized defense. Boom! The high-density air sphere struck the ground, immediately transforming into a swirling tempest that erupted violently. This assault created a significant breach in Sunagakure's defenses, allowing the Leaf Village ninjas to exploit the opportunity and break through. Chuanji once again formed seals for the wind release, conjuring a razor-sharp wind blade without regard for chakra depletion, directing it towards his comrades. Chuanji, have you lost your mind? The reckless fighting style of the Sunagakure Jainin, coupled with the pressure from Konoha and the vulnerability of his allies, resulted in Chuanji injuring several Jainin in the blink of an eye and claiming the lives of over a dozen Chunin and Genin. Clang! With a sharp sound, a puppet wielding a blade intercepted Chuanji's assault. Crack, crack. 3 additional puppets emerged around him, surrounding him in a triangular formation. As the third puppet was shattered, Chuanji found his hands firmly restrained by the puppets. An elderly figure, draped in a long robe and adorned with a tall, striped hat, slowly approached him. Chuanji, have you come to your senses? Sensei. Chuanji stammered, his once crimson eyes slowly fading to a mundane black. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he surveyed the devastation around him and the corpses of the Chunin and Genin he had just slain. In that moment, he had been acutely aware of his actions, yet he was powerless to control his own body. Sensei, He gazed at Kai Laozong, rendered speechless. The sight of his fallen comrades, slain by the Leaf Ninjas due to the breach in their defenses, weighed heavily on him. With a soft sound, Chuanji moved directly towards the puppet's sharp claws, which instantly pierced his heart. Alas! Witnessing the heart-pierced Chuanji, Kai Laozong's hand fell helplessly to his side. Chuanji was his youngest student, and among them, the most exceptional ninja. Yet, the outcome was tragic. Kai Laozong approached, gently brushing his hand over Chuanji's lifeless eyes, which remained wide open in death. You didn't have to do this. As he subtly moved his fingers, the puppet retracted its claws from Chuanji's body. Was this truly death? Kai Laozong abruptly turned around to see a figure standing on a tree trunk, clad in the standard Jainin vest of the Leaf Village, with a forehead protector tied around their arm, gazing down at the deceased Chuanji. Uchiha, I never anticipated encountering you here. Kai Laozong of Sunagakure. From a lofty vantage point, Uchiha Fugaku gazed down upon the still figure of Aoizumi. So it is you, he thought. No wonder my student fell under your control. The fierce gaze of Konoha, Uchiha Fugaku. Aoizumi's expression grew increasingly grave as he locked eyes with Fugaku. If one were to trace the path taken by Uchiha Fugaku, they would find the fallen bodies of Sunagakure shinobi strewn along the roadside, each having met their demise in a mutual slaughter. The fierce gaze of Konoha is forged from the very essence of human lives. Observing Aoizumi's demeanor, the tomo in Fugaku's Sharingan began to whirl rapidly. On the battlefield, Okamoto Daisuke, accompanied by Ketsuno and a medical ninja, maintained a position further back, diligently tending to each injured Konoha shinobi. Should any of the wounds prove too grave, Okamoto and his team would administer emergency care before transporting them to the medical unit at the camp for further treatment. In essence, Okamoto's team functioned as an emergency ambulance, ever present to assist each Konoha ninja in their fight for survival. Moreover, with the availability of healing potions, unless a shinobi succumbed instantaneously, the majority could be revived on the battlefield. Prior to their departure, Okamoto had prepared hundreds of healing potions for his squad, prioritizing their use for injured comrades while conserving his own chakra as much as possible. The presence of Okamoto's medical team and the healing potions instilled a profound sense of confidence in the frontline Konoha shinobi. With light injuries treated by the potions and severe wounds mitigated by Okamoto's team, the Konoha shinobi surged relentlessly against the ranks of Sunagakure. Within Okamoto Daisuke's team, there are also 2 ninjas from the Hyuga clan, assigned to them by Orochimaru. The primary role of these 2 Hyuga ninjas is to monitor the large-scale movements of Sunagakure and to prevent any potential surprise attacks from Sunagakure on their medical team. During the course of attempting to save others, Okamoto Daisuke failed to notice 2 vigilant ninjas from the Hyuga clan, one of whom was glaring menacingly at his back. Daisuke. There are injured individuals here, exclaimed Ketsuna, leaping to a leaf ninja whose body was smeared with blood. Just as Ketsuna was about to kneel to assist the unconscious leaf ninja, a warning rang out. Be careful, shouted Hyugayuma, who was tasked with keeping watch over their team. The sharp, piercing sound of the buzzing kunai whizzed past Ketsuna's ear. Startled, Ketsuna opened her mouth in surprise and turned to see Okamoto Daisuke, one hand gripping a medical kit while the other extended with a pointed finger. Ketsuna, you must exercise caution next time. Always ensure the area is secure before proceeding. It was then that Ketsuna regained her composure and noticed that the spot where the kunai had struck was occupied by a sand ninja. This injured sand ninja was crawling on the ground, wielding a shuriken, a mere few steps away from Ketsuna. However, the sand ninja now bore a grievous wound that pierced through his temple. I understand, Daisuke, Ketsuna said, sticking out her delicate pink tongue. Okamoto Daisuke retrieved 2 healing potions from the medical box at his side and handed them to Yukino. Yukino pressed her thumb against the bottle cap, activating the sealing technique, and poured the potion onto the injured ninja's wound. She then lifted the head of the wounded ninja and placed the other potion against his lips, administering the remedy. Observing the gradual stabilization of the patient's breathing, Daisuke felt a sense of relief. The rest can be handed over to logistics for medical treatment, Yukino suggested. Looking up at Okamoto Daisuke. Indeed, but his injuries cannot afford to wait. Tsukuwa, please take him to the medical department, Daisuke replied. One of the remaining medical ninjas, a genin, stepped forward. Understood, Lord Daisuke. Please take care. Watching Tsukuwa hoist the injured ninja onto his back, Daisuke offered a word of caution. Be careful, Tsukuwa. I will. Lord Daisuke, the medical ninja responded, sprinting back towards the Konoha camp with the wounded ninja. The genin medical ninjas were not yet proficient in using healing techniques. It was better for them to engage in tasks within their capabilities rather than linger by Daisuke's side. Daisuke-kun, there are over a dozen severely injured ninjas on that battlefield. Suddenly, a ninja from the Hyuga clan, wearing a half-face mask, spoke up. Huh? Daisuke glanced at the ninja in confusion and then followed the direction indicated. Indeed. Several Konoha ninjas were engaged in battle with Sunagakure. Daisuke, let us hasten to aid them, Yukino exclaimed, unable to contain herself as she witnessed more ninjas fall in the distance. However, that area is already far from the main force of Konoha, Daisuke cautioned. Lives are at stake. With that, Yukino charged ahead. Seeing her rush forward, Daisuke shook his head and followed closely behind. On their way, he cast another glance at the Hyuga ninja who had pointed out the direction. Indeed, he possessed the Byakugan. Okamoto Dojie recalled that Orochimaru had dispatched 2 ninjas from the Hyuga clan to him, primarily to ensure that they were well prepared for reconnaissance regarding the enemy's movements, thereby preventing any sudden assaults from skilled ninjas of Sunagakure on their team. Furthermore, the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan possessed the ability of enhanced perception, which could precisely aid Okamoto Dojie and his companions in locating the injured. Strangely, one of these Hyuga ninjas evoked a sense of familiarity within him. Suddenly, this Hyuga ninja spoke up, causing Okamoto Dojie to instinctively recoil. However, Ketsuna charged forward without hesitation, leaving him no choice but to follow along. As Okamoto Dojie advanced in the wake of Ketsuna, the 2 Hyuga ninjas lagging behind exchanged glances, just as one was about to speak. The masked Hyuga ninja silenced him with a mere look. While on the move, Okamoto Dojie heard a sound from behind and turned to face them, questioning, is something amiss? The masked ninja, with veins bulging at his temples and his Byakugan wide open, was the first to respond. The ninja over there seems to be on the brink of collapse. Chapter 84. The Human Heart. Upon hearing this, Okamoto Dojie suppressed his rising curiosity, his feet shimmering with blue light. Utilizing the body flicker technique, his speed surged dramatically. As he approached the battlefield, a nearly transparent layer of water enveloped him, for there were many foes on the battlefield who might not be entirely incapacitated. Occasionally, Those who appeared barely alive could deliver a fatal blow. One by one, they arrived at the scene of conflict. And what greeted their eyes was a gruesome sight of ninjas sprawled haphazardly on the ground. Among these fallen figures, some lay unconscious while others emitted faint groans. All shared a common trait. They bore the forehead protectors of Konohagakure, yet were mutilated, missing limbs. Kitsuna gasped in shock, covering her mouth as she beheld the bloody tableau before her. Okamoto Daisuke crouched down and approached a ninja who was still emitting faint groans. From a medical kit at his side, he retrieved a vial of healing potion. Once activated, Okamoto Daisuke pried open the ninja's mouth and poured the light green elixir into it. As soon as the potion was administered, the light green liquid washed away the blood from the ninja's mouth. Upon seeing the interior of the ninja's mouth, Okamoto Daisuke's pupils constricted sharply. What's wrong, Daisuke? Kitsuna noticed the sudden change in his expression. Hearing Kitsuna's concern, Hinata Yuma assumed a defensive stance and activated his Byakugan, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. After a thorough search, no Sand Village ninjas were detected. Daisuke-kun, there are no enemies in sight. Hinata Yuma called out loudly to Okamoto Daisuke. Okamoto Dojiya, with a somber tone, remarked as he set down the unconscious leaf ninja before him, "This ninja's tongue has been severed. I suspect it was a deliberate ploy by Sunagakure to lure us here." Master Dojiya, another ninja, interjected, "The tongues of these several ninjas have also been cut off. The remaining 2 medical ninjas have discovered that the tongues of other ninjas, who are still groaning, have likewise been intentionally severed. We must leave at once." Okamoto Dojiya rose to his feet, turning to lead the group away. Suddenly, a shuriken shot directly towards his back. A soft blue light flickered across Okamoto Daisuke's body as a shimmering membrane of water deflected the thrown shuriken. Okamoto Daisuke swiftly drew his kunai, turning to face the direction from which it had been hurled. "Yukino, you and the other 2 should proceed first. The reconnaissance team must assess the enemy's position." Okamoto Daisuke succinctly outlined the battle strategy. In this dire situation, Yukino and the 2 lower-ranked ninjas would merely be a hindrance rather than an asset in combat. Take care. With that, Yukino dashed towards the Konoha encampment, accompanied by the 2 lower-ranked ninjas. Meanwhile, as Okamoto Daisuke braced himself for the impending confrontation, he failed to notice the 2 Hyuga clan ninjas nearby. At that moment, Hyuga Yuma assumed a gentle fist stance, yet his gaze was transfixed upon the masked Hyuga ninja beside him. A look of shock etched across his face. Through the Byakugan, Hyuga Yuma discerned that the kunai aimed at Okamoto Daisuke had been launched by this very ninja of the Hyuga clan. Why? Hyuga Yuma discreetly conveyed several secret hand signals of the Hyuga clan. In his eyes, Okamoto Daisuke was the hero of this conflict, admired for his exceptional medical skills and character. Although he had not personally received treatment from Okamoto Daisuke, Hyuga Yuma frequently heard praises for him while at the Konoha camp. Not to mention, the latter had developed a strategic medicinal agent capable of altering the tide of battle. "Do not forget, your duty is to protect me. Only by safeguarding me do you secure your own survival." The masked Hyuga ninja glared menacingly at Hyuga Yuma. "In a moment, I will give the command to strike directly. Understood?" The masked Hyuga clan ninja issued his orders to Hyuga Yuma. Staring at him, Hyuga Yuma found himself momentarily at a loss for words. However, considering the other's methods, he could only nod in resigned agreement. Okamoto Dojiya, along with 2 ninjas from the Hyuga clan, remained vigilant. "Hyuga Yuma, have you detected any enemies from Sunagakure?" At that moment, Orochimaru had merely instructed the 2 to seek out Okamoto Dojiya. When they arrived, only Hyuga Yuma introduced himself, while the other masked Hyuga ninja remained silent throughout, leaving Okamoto Dojiya unaware of the latter's name. "No, Dojiya-kun. Was that shuriken earlier a trap set by Sunagakure?" Hyuga Yuma inquired, scanning their surroundings. "I can't be certain, but it seems unlikely. The appearance of that shuriken was too coincidental. It surfaced just as we were about to retreat. It feels more like a deliberate attempt to separate us." Okamoto Daisuke was enveloped in a delicate azure membrane of water, the recent emergence of shurikens seemingly intent on deliberately separating him from Yuki and the others. After all, the target of the assault was Okamoto Daisuke. Thus, as the primary target, he was undoubtedly wary of any lethal intentions directed towards him. Conversely, Yuki and her companions, possessing little combat prowess as medical ninjas, would inevitably become a liability. Therefore, facilitating their retreat was the most judicious course of action at this juncture. How should one interpret such behavior? This conduct appears to suggest a willingness to allow Yuki and her companions to distance themselves. The Byakugan possesses the ability of foresight, Even if traps were laid by Sunagakure in the vicinity, the Byakugan would reveal them. Indeed, Hinata Yuma's response was rather dubious. In his own world, a remarkably intelligent individual once proclaimed a famous adage: eliminate all impossibilities, and whatever remains, no matter how improbable, must be the truth. Okamoto Daisuke suddenly became alert. Just as he heightened his awareness, another kunai flew toward him. The soft fist technique and the fierce void palm first defended against the oncoming kunai's assault. And then a powerful gust from a palm strike followed. Bang! The water film on Okamoto Dokei rippled in waves. The soft fist technique, 128 strikes. As Hinata Yuma appeared beside Okamoto Dokei, his foot striking the bagua. Bang! 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 Under the sudden onslaught, Okamoto Dokei was sent flying through the air. Okamoto Dosuke gazed with a look of uncertainty at Hinata Yuma and another ninja from the Hinata clan standing before him. Who on earth are you? The dim water membrane enveloping Okamoto Daisuke, supported by chakra, deepened in hue. His gentle fist could not be struck, thanks to the protective barrier, otherwise. Hinata Yuma's recent assault would have directly interrupted the flow of chakra within him. Who is it? Hihihi. Daisuke-kun, you truly are forgetful. The masked Hinata ninja abruptly tore away his mask. It's you, Hinata Yusei. Okamoto Daisuke gazed upon the familiar face before him. To think you would dare attack a fellow ninja from the same village on the battlefield. Hihihi, is it so strange for a ninja to perish in battle? A Leaf Village ninja's death is hardly surprising, is it? Chapter 85, Hinata. It is not unusual. Ninjas die every day on the battlefield. Rest assured, Okamoto Daisuke. A fallen genius ceases to be a genius. I trust Sunagakure will gladly bear this burden for me. Upon Yusei's signal, Hinata Yuma charged alongside him towards Okamoto Daisuke. Water release, water iron cannon. The rapidly shot chakra water sphere surged towards the approaching Hinata Yusei and Hinata Yuma, leaving behind two wooden logs riddled with holes on the ground as a result of the substitution technique. Seizing the opportunity, Okamoto Daisuke leapt away into the distance with a swift body flicker, creating space as Hinata Yusei and the others evaded his approach. Hinata Yuma, are you truly willing to descend into chaos alongside him? Is the crime of attacking a fellow villager one that your esteemed Hinata clan can bear? Okamoto Daisuke fixed his gaze on Hinata Yusei, awaiting his next move, and called out to Hinata Yuma. As a jonin of the Hinata clan, Yuma posed a significant threat in close quarters. I am. Hinata Yuma stammered, struggling to find his words in response to Okamoto Daisuke's admonition. Stop resisting. Do you understand why a medical team would be equipped with two ninjas from the Hinata clan? Hinata Yusei snarled, gritting his teeth as he forced the words out. Upon hearing Yusei's retort, Okamoto Daisuke fell momentarily into silence. When Orochimaru had summoned the two Hinata ninjas before him, he had briefly questioned the reasoning behind it. Logically, dispatching even one of the Hinata clan's Byakugan to his medical team was a rare honor. Yet here were two. At that moment, Okamoto Daisuke had felt a tinge of pride. Could it be that the village had recognized his talents? Were these two Byakugan sent for the sake of double protection? Did Orochimaru also? Before Okamoto Dosuke could finish his words, he was interrupted by Hyuga Yusei. This matter is both related and unrelated to Orochimaru. After speaking, Hyuga Yusei abruptly tore off his forehead protector. To Okamoto Dosuke's astonished gaze, Hyuga Yusei's forehead was devoid of the distinctive caged bird seal that marks the branch family. Instead, it was smooth and unblemished. Ha ha ha, are you surprised? The Hyuga clan is divided into the main family and the branch family. The main family serves as the heirs of the clan, while the branch family exists to protect the main family. Everything belongs to the main family, and I, Hyuga Yusei, as a member of the branch family, bear no caged bird seal. This is my precondition for freedom, and my lineage has paid a tremendous price to conceal the fact that I am untouched by the caged bird curse. I, Hyuga Yusei, am destined to overturn the status quo of the Hyuga clan. I am born of noble lineage. Once the time is right, I shall undoubtedly ascend to the position of the Hyuga clan leader. And you, how dare you injure the future leader of the Hyuga clan? You, a mere commoner. How do you deserve to be called a genius? You wretched fool! Hyuga Yusei shouted in a frenzy. The long-standing concealment, jealousy towards the main family, and envy of Okamoto Dosuke's talent erupted at this moment, twisting his very being. What are you, that you dare to harm me? And what merit does Hyuga Hinata have to sit in the position of the clan's lesser leader? That position rightfully belongs to me, Hyuga Yusei. Ha ha, I am of the noble main family. Do you not wish to know why Orochimaru has sent two Hyuga ninjas to protect the medical team? I shall tell you the truth. It was a transaction made by the elders of my branch with Orochimaru, because, Hyuga Uchi continued, because being with the medical team means that even in battle, they mostly operate behind the main forces and do not venture into the most perilous front lines. Then Hyuga Yuma is indeed a member of your Hyuga clan and should not be used by your branch to ensure your own safety. Okamoto Dosuke turned his gaze towards Hyuga Yuma. Indeed, you are correct. Thus, I have deliberately lured you to this battlefield, he declared. How pitiful. A J-nin ninja being commanded by a mere ch-nin like me, such as fate, who told me I am the hope of our branch, right? Uci called out to Hyuga Yuma. Yes, young master. Hyuga Yuma nodded in agreement. Well then, you understand the situation. Let us proceed, Okamoto Dosuke. After saying this, Hyuga Uci gestured for Hyuga Yuma to take action. Forgive me, Dosuke-kun. For the honor of the branch family, please die. Hyuga Yuma acknowledged with a nod. Charging towards Okamoto Dosuke. As the two charged at him once more, Okamoto Dosuke was about to activate the Flying Thunder God technique. Suddenly, the sand beneath them softened. And Hyuga Yuma, despite reacting in time, found his right leg sinking into the earth. Under the weight of inertia, the entire body plummeted towards the ground. The softened earth below had solidified into sharp, protruding spikes. It was evident that Hinata Yuma was destined to be pierced by one of these menacing earth points. With a graceful motion reminiscent of a butterfly in flight, Yuma unleashed his gentle fist technique, the dance of leaves, striking the ground. The chakra generated from his gentle fist disrupted the internal chakra balance of the soil upon impact. With a swift motion, Yuma retracted his right leg and quickly stepped back. Once steady, he gazed at Okamoto Daisuke before him. What exquisite earth-style ninjutsu, Daisuke, he exclaimed, admiring the sand that was gradually returning to its original state. Meanwhile, Daisuke stood in bewilderment, staring at the retracting earth spikes. Could it be that reinforcements had arrived? Just as Daisuke was lost in thought, Yuma began to frantically pat his body. A thin layer of sand was creeping up from beneath his feet, steadily advancing towards his upper body. Yuma's struggles appeared futile, yielding no meaningful change. In the blink of an eye, the sand had enveloped his neck. Gasping for breath, Yuma's face turned crimson. As he felt the air gradually escape him, his movement slowed, and with bloodshot eyes, he glared at Hinata Uci. The sand began to cover Yuma's head, rendering him akin to a sculpture made of earth. Earth release, golden coffin. A resounding voice echoed above the heads of Okamoto Daisuke and Hinata Uci. Under Daisuke's watchful gaze, the sand that encapsulated the now sculpted Yuma began to contract relentlessly. With a violent pop, Yuma's body was crushed into a crimson mist, erupting in all directions. Covered in blood, Uci stared in horror at the sight of Yuma's tragic demise. Okamoto Daisuke suddenly lifted his head. Chapter 86, Rasha. A middle-aged man donned in a gray trench coat and black ninja attire, with short, chestnut hair and a stern visage, stood before him. At his feet lay a mound of shimmering golden sand, slowly descending from the air. To Daisuke's astonishment, ensnared within the golden grains were three ninjas clad in medical attire. Yukino! Yukino! Daisuke shouted loudly. They were supposed to be far from here, yet Yukino and the two lower-ranked ninjas had inexplicably been captured again. Judging by the man's demeanor and the glittering sand beneath him, he was none other than Rasha, the future fourth Kazekage. A heaviness settled in Daisuke's heart upon seeing Rasha. Daisuke, flee! Yukino, now awake, waved her arms vigorously at him from below. Rasha paid no heed to Yukino's frantic cries. The golden sand continued its slow descent. What a splendid performance, Rasha remarked, applauding with both hands as he gazed down at Daisuke, who had assumed a combat stance, alongside the astonished Hinata Uci. The multitude of Leaf Village casualties was merely a bait to draw out your medical team. I was initially concerned you wouldn't fall for my ruse. But it seems your ninjas have provided me with this unexpected assistance. I never anticipated that the Leaf would produce such individuals. Nevertheless, I must extend my gratitude to you. Rasha sneered, casting a disdainful glance at Hinata Uci. Pointing a finger at Uci's flawless forehead, he added, for your assistance, I shall gladly accept your Byakugan. Faced with the capture of Yukino, Daisuke found himself in a dilemma. Engaging Rasha in battle was akin to courting death. Yet, to flee outright would spell doom for Yukino. Will you not escape? Rasha inquired, his smile evident as he regarded Daisuke, who remained rooted in place. Okamoto Doji remained silent, overwhelmed by the immense pressure exerted by the formidable opponent. The malevolent intent radiating from Rasha's smile suffocated every nerve in Okamoto Doji's being. At that moment, Hinata Uchi stood frozen in terror, trembling uncontrollably. How infuriating, how unbearable. Kitsuna remained in the hands of the enemy. "Oh, are you concerned for your comrade?" Rasha remarked. His gaze shifting from Okamoto Doji to Kitsuna, ensnared by golden sand, a glimmer of amusement dancing in his eyes. "Then brace yourself." With a swift motion, the golden sand beneath Rasha's feet, under his command, hurled Kitsuna and the other two ninjas into the air. As Kitsuna plummeted, her screams pierced the air. Below her, the ground began to sprout elongated, menacing spikes, rapidly ascending and spreading outward. It appeared that Kitsuna was on the verge of being impaled. Suddenly, the resonating sound of a powerful buzzing pierced through the chaos. With a resounding crack, a wave of white energy surged forth, shattering the impending earth spikes that threatened Kitsuna. Following closely behind was a specially designed kunai, propelled with precision. Okamoto Daisuke suddenly appeared beneath Yono, wrapping his arms around her waist to catch her falling form. Whoosh! Okamoto Dokai, along with Yuki, returned to their previous position. Due to Rishisan ninjutsu, Hinata Yu also had to relocate, finding himself near Okamoto Dokai. Standing on the sand, Risha watched as Okamoto Dokai cradled Yuki back to their original spot, unable to suppress his applause. Was that just now the Flying Thunder God technique? It is surprising that aside from the ninja known as Namikaze Minato, there exists another prodigy within Konoha who possesses such remarkable ninjutsu. "Yuki, you are safe." Okamoto Dokai gently set Yuki down. "Dokai, what is wrong?" Upon touching the ground, Yuki immediately noticed Okamoto Dokai standing still, trembling, with pale lips. A quick glance revealed a deep wound on Dokai's right thigh, exposing bone and glimmering a silvery hue. "Dokai, I'm so sorry. This is all my fault." Yuki stood frozen, tears slowly streaming down her cheeks. After a moment of shock, she retrieved a kunai from her medical kit, tore open Dokai's pant leg, and activated 2 healing potions from the medical box. She sprinkled the potions onto Dokai's wound and gathered the light of healing ninjutsu in her hands. After applying the healing solution, Dokai's condition visibly improved. Dokai, you've been poisoned. This is all my fault. I deserve to die." Yuki gazed at Dokai, whose lips remained pale and the wound still shimmered with a silvery sheen. Overwhelmed by emotion, her lips trembled and her limbs felt numb as she looked at Dokai. "This is metal poisoning. Due to the nature of my sand ninjutsu, I can freely extract metals from the sand, and any abrasions caused by my techniques can lead to varying degrees of metal poisoning. Conventional antidotes will be of no use," Rusha observed with a smirk. "Relishing the fall of a genius. Dokai will not die, you despicable fiend." Yuki glared at Rusha with tear-filled eyes, ignoring Rusha's malicious amusement. Okamoto Dokai retrieved 2 healing potions from his medical kit. Without activating the seals on the vial, he shattered the bottles, collecting the liquid in his hands to form a sphere of water. Okamoto Daisuke pressed the water sphere against the wound on his thigh. With a mastery of ninjutsu, the patient's thread extraction technique, under Okamoto Daisuke's almost monstrous chakra control, strands of silvery metallic virus gradually emerged from within, coalescing along the wound into the chakra water sphere. With the ever-watchful Raza lurking outside, Okamoto Daisuke had no choice but to hasten his efforts. As the extraction technique intensified, the agonizing pain caused beads of sweat to cascade from his body. However, the exertion bore fruit. The wound visibly healed, regaining its flesh-like hue at an astonishing rate. Upon removing the water sphere, a faint blue glow emanated from his palm, signifying the use of a healing technique. The once deep wound, visible to the bone, began to mend at a steady pace, soon returning to its original state. His medical ninjutsu rivaled that of Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, complemented by the swift and powerful water-release ninjutsu and the earlier use of the Flying Thunder God technique. As Yukura had aptly stated, if allowed to grow, you would undoubtedly become a formidable adversary for Sunagakure. Okamoto Daisuke, had you been born in Sunagakure, with your talent, I would have rallied the entire village to nurture your potential, grooming you to become the next Kazekage. Alas, you are a ninja of Konoha, and thus must meet your demise." With that, Raza raised his hand. Hinata Uchi shouted at Okamoto Daisuke, "Hey, you. ISNT, your wound already healed? Quickly use that divine technique of yours, the one that allows for instantaneous travel, and get me out of here." Hinata Uchi appeared beside Okamoto Daisuke, gripping his arm tightly. Chapter 87, Helplessness. "Hurry and take me away. I am the future leader of the Hyuga clan and destined to become Hokage. I cannot perish here," Hinata Uchi implored, shaking Okamoto Daisuke vigorously. "Futile, do you not realize? Raza retorted to Hinata Uci. Realize what? What is this? Hinata Uci asked in astonishment. Within the range of Byakugan's sight, a towering golden wall encircled Okamoto Daisuke and Hinata Uci. This is a genius who understands the flying thunder god technique. How could I be unprepared? Raza scoffed, finding the inquiry laughable. Once, our interrogation unit encountered a J-Nin from Konoha who defeated one of our J-Nin captains in an instant. Afterward, I conducted intelligence analysis on this blonde man and discovered that he had employed the legendary ninjutsu, the flying thunder god technique. Thus, I have been strategically analyzing it. Eventually, I devised a method, the magnet release. This is a bloodline limit I developed by combining the techniques of the second Kazekage with my unique physique, which can, to a certain extent, alter the magnetic fields of specific locations, thereby affecting the positioning of the space-time ninjutsu, the flying thunder god technique. It is impossible. I cannot perish here. I must not meet my end in this place. Hurry up and use your ninjutsu to transport me away, swiftly. Hinata Yushin cried out hoarsely. His face drenched in sweat, uncertain whether from fear or something else. How intolerable. He possesses none of the grace befitting a scion of a grand family, utterly worthless. In midair, Luo Xia cast a disdainful glance at Hinata Yushin. With a flick of his hand, shimmering golden sand rapidly coalesced into 3 sharp metallic spikes, each half a meter long. You despicable scoundrel, release Doji. Kono, with a fierce determination, pried Hinata Yushin's grip from Okamoto Doji's arm. Not far away, the golden metallic spikes, accompanied by a whistling sound as they sliced through the air, hurtled toward Hinata Yushin with alarming speed. The distance closed in an instant. With a sickening thud, blood spattered as the 3 sharp metallic cones plunged deeply into flesh. Okamoto Daisuke's originally fair cheeks were splattered with warm, fresh blood. Okamoto Daisuke stared in bewilderment at the sight of the metal spike poised to pierce through Yuno's body. Yuno cast her gaze downward, observing the gaping wound where the sharp metal had penetrated her heart and abdomen. Blood gradually soaked through her pristine medical attire. Daisuke. Yuno attempted to articulate her thoughts, but as she opened her mouth, a surge of blood erupted forth. Moments earlier, she had forcefully grasped Hinata Uci's flailing arm, oblivious to the metal spike hurtling towards him due to her angle of vision. Although Hinata was engulfed in a state of hysteria, his uncanny ability to see in all directions allowed him to perceive the impending danger. In a swift motion, he pulled Yuno in front of him, using her body as a shield against the lethal strike. Haha, I knew it. I am the future leader of the Hinata clan. How could I perish here? Hinata bent down, gazing at the blood on his hands, his entire being drenched in the crimson splatter from Yuno, transforming him into a ghastly figure resembling a bloodthirsty demon. What a pity, this fellow didn't he die? Rasha remarked, observing Hinata, who, though alive, had clearly succumbed to the pressures of life and death. With Rasha's words, the metal spike embedded in Yuno's body slowly dissolved into golden sand. Okamoto Daisuke gazed at Yuki before him as the metallic cone dissipated, revealing her punctured wound. From that hollow injury, one could distinctly observe a void where her heart should reside, with only half of it remaining. Yuki's entire form succumbed to weakness, collapsing directly onto the sandy ground. Okamoto Daisuke rushed forward with great urgency, catching the fallen Yoshino in his arms. Yoshino, rest assured. I shall not allow you to perish. Gently, he laid Yoshino upon the ground. The ethereal blue chakra of healing magic coalesced in his hands. One hand pressed against her abdominal wound, while the other hovered over her heart. Typically meticulous about the efficiency of chakra usage, he now released it freely, unburdened by its cost. For the first time, Okamoto Daisuke felt an acute insufficiency of chakra. In the past, he had adeptly utilized his extraordinary chakra control and precision, achieving the utmost conversion rate with minimal expenditure of chakra for any given task. Tears welled in his eyes, cascading down his cheeks, tracing clear paths over the bloodstains that had splattered upon his face. Ultimately, the tears dripped from his chin, falling drop by drop onto Kitsune's forehead. Through Daisuke's relentless efforts, the wound on Kitsune's abdomen swiftly began to heal, revealing a smooth, unblemished belly beneath the tattered medical attire. He then placed both hands over Kitsune's heart, employing chakra to stimulate the remaining part of her heart, enabling the survival of her fractured half. The intense consumption of chakra caused Daisuke's previously light blue aura to gradually fade. As tears continued to fall upon Kitsune's forehead, she, who had succumbed to unconsciousness from excessive blood loss, reopened her eyes. Gasping for breath, Kitsune gazed at the tear-streaked Daisuke. She attempted to lift her arm to caress him, but the pain rendered her powerless, and her limb fell limply to her side. Kitsuna, do not move. Any action will increase the burden on your heart, Daisuke choked out. Lying on the ground, Kitsuna gently shook her head. Daisuke, please don't waste chakra anymore. I am, also, a competent medical ninja. You know, it's all right. It's all right. Kitsuna, trust me, my medical ninjutsu is exceptionally powerful. Even Tsunade-sensei has said that my talent surpasses hers. Daisuke, with tears brimming in his eyes, offered words of encouragement to the frail Kitsuna. Daisuke, do you remember the first time we met at the hospital? Yes. Daisuke nodded. It was his first visit to Konoha Hospital, and Tsunade had directly brought him there, handing him over to the emergency doctor before leaving without delay. As Daisuke was brought in by Tsunade, who was his direct guardian at the age of about 5, he was merely a child. The other doctors were unaware of his situation and felt hesitant to assign him any tasks. Thus, for several days, he found himself alone, staring blankly at the hospital reception. Until one day, Kitsuna appeared before him with a warm smile, gently ruffling his hair. Little one, come with me. I will teach you how to help. From that moment on, whenever Kitsuna spotted Daisuke alone, she would quietly approach him and tenderly stroke his head, calling him little one. Since that time, Yuno has been assisting Okamoto Daisuke with various nursing tasks until he demonstrated his therapeutic abilities during a treatment, gradually transitioning into the role of a physician. Through his relentless efforts, his medical ninjutsu flourished, ultimately making him the foremost under Tsunade. Subsequently, he joined the reconnaissance team as Tsunade, supported by the third Hokage, vigorously advanced the medical practices in Konoha. It was during this period that Yuno dedicated herself to her studies, evolving from a nurse at the Konoha hospital into a competent medical ninja. I initially had you perform menial tasks, yet I never anticipated how swiftly you would grow, Daisuke. In less than half a year, you are now the one attending to patients. A nostalgic glimmer shone in Yuno's eyes. I once aspired to match your pace, but it is only today that I realize it was not my lack of effort, but rather your brilliance that outshone me. No, Yuno, you have always been exceptional. Okamoto Daisuke knelt on the ground, his hands continuously channeling healing chakra. The relentless output of intense chakra began to take its toll, leading Daisuke to resent his reincarnation for lacking the legendary vitality of the Uzumaki or Senju clans. Yuno gazed up at the clear sky, pondering, if it weren't for me, Daisuke would have surely escaped by now. With the Flying Thunder God technique at your disposal, fleeing should be effortless, and you wouldn't be trapped here. Yuno's tone shifted to a more ordinary demeanor. That won't be the case. Based on Rasha's experience, he would undoubtedly be cautious upon witnessing my Flying Thunder God technique. Daisuke replied tearfully, but you revealed it to save me. Regardless, thank you, Daisuke. Please help me sit up. Daisuke, I beg you. Yuno turned to him, nodding. Daisuke continued to channel his healing chakra with one hand while using the other to support Yuno, allowing her to lean against him. There's no need to exhaust your chakra, Yuno said as she raised her hand, suddenly exerting force to push away Daisuke's hand that was releasing the healing technique. In the astonished gaze of Daisuke, she lifted her right hand and, reminiscent of their first encounter, gently stroked his head, wiping away his tears. What remarkable willpower, even when your heart no longer beats. You can perform such an act, Rasha marveled at Yuno's gesture. Little one, where there is shadow, there is light, just as there are wrongdoers in the Hyuga clan. There are good people too. Your former teammate, the young lady of the Hyuga clan, is truly a wonderful person. A faint smile appeared on Yuno's lips. Daisuke, ultimately, I still have not been able to keep pace with you. Escape, Daisuke. I believe one day you will shine with your own brilliance. After speaking, Kitsuna's hand gently fell upon the head of Daisuke Okamoto, heavily striking the ground. Under the fierce rays of the sun, Daisuke Okamoto felt not a hint of warmth, but rather an overwhelming chill. Kitsuna lay quietly dead in his embrace, leaving him utterly powerless. Everything was the fault of that individual. Daisuke Okamoto cast a frigid gaze towards Hinata Waisei nearby. Hey, what does that look mean? He exclaimed. Why are you staring at me? This commoner sacrificed her life to protect the future leader of the Hinata clan, the esteemed Hokage. Her death held significance. If I can return alive, I shall compensate her family. Hinata Waisei retorted with a mocking laugh, having resigned himself to his fate. Moments earlier, Rasha had utilized the sand gold technique, piercing through Waisei's limbs and anchoring him in place. Okamoto Daisuke gently placed Yoshino on the ground. He had made up his mind. Even if it meant dying here, Hinata Usui must perish. That individual does not belong to you, and you are not yet permitted to take his life. I must extract his Byakugan while it is still vibrant. Observing Okamoto Daisuke's gaze and movements, Rusha understood his forthcoming intentions. Okamoto Daisuke disregarded Rasha's intentions and strode directly towards Hinata Uci. I had initially hoped to persuade you to join our Sand Village's ranks. Since you refuse to heed my words, I shall have no choice but to obliterate you, the genius of Konoha, Rasha grinned. With a swift motion, 7 or 8 colossal triangular prisms surged forth from the earth. The power of the earth, the sand-gold triangular prism, swiftly propelled towards Okamoto Daisuke. The azure light beneath Okamoto Daisuke's feet flickered incessantly. In an instant, water danced, leaving behind a series of pale blue footprints in its wake. Okamoto Daisuke constantly shifts his position. The buzzing finger gun, for holes. If one cannot evade, confront it head-on with the finger gun. Stone escape, sand-gold barrier. In the vicinity of Okamoto Daisuke, sharp metallic spikes surged from the ground. The sand-gold cubes relentlessly spread towards him, while enormous cubes descended from the sky, crashing down with tremendous force. There was no escape in sight. Whoosh. Suddenly, Okamoto Daisuke vanished from sight. A tremendous cube plummeted from above, sending clouds of dust swirling into the air. Okamoto Daisuke stood nearby, his gaze fixed upon the floating Rasha, then shifted to the ceiling kunai before Hinata Uci in the distance. Indeed, what this fellow had said was true, while the flying thunder god technique remained usable. Both the consumption of chakra and the positioning kunai faced significant interference. The earth release technique truly posed a considerable challenge to the flying thunder god. It is no wonder that a shadow-level powerhouse could devise a countermeasure based solely on analysis, despite having never encountered the flying thunder god in practice. Okamoto Daisuke gasped heavily, acutely aware of the nearly depleted chakra within him. This was the chakra he had only recently replenished by consuming a soldier's food pill during the preceding battle. It seemed he might truly meet his demise here. However, before that fate could befall him, he would ensure that this adversary would not survive. Okamoto Doji gazed into the distance at Hinata Uci. Suddenly, Raijin turned his attention towards the Konoha camp, sensing that his golden sand walls were under assault from the outside. He realized he must swiftly deal with this young adversary. Utilizing the power of Doton, he unleashed a barrage of adult-sized golden sand spheres that hurtled towards Okamoto Doji with remarkable speed. Okamoto Daisuke felt the dwindling chakra within him as he gazed upon the densely packed golden spheres. He took a silent breath, having resolved to abandon any pretense of defense. Water release, buzzing finger gun, 9 holes. Chapter 89, Rescue. As the metallic spheres drew ever closer, Okamoto Daisuke showed no sign of concern, for his chakra was nearly depleted. Although Okamoto Daisuke's treatment of Yono may seem lengthy in theory, in reality, it transpires in the blink of an eye. Just moments ago, in a desperate attempt to sustain Yono's shattered heart, his chakra was entirely depleted within a mere few seconds. Yono herself is acutely aware of this, which is why she urged Okamoto Daisuke not to engage in such a futile endeavor. As Okamoto Daisuke prepared to unleash his water-release ninjutsu, a cacophony of chirping sounds erupted from behind him. A diminutive figure darted swiftly to his front, trailing streaks of electrifying energy that carved a deep furrow into the sandy ground. Chidori. The crisp sound resonated in Daisuke's ears. In a fleeting moment, a flash of refreshing silver hair vanished. The violent, flickering lightning obliterated the incoming sand gold ball one after another. In midair, Arsha, realizing that his lethal assault had been thwarted, shifted his gaze to the shattered area. Within his line of sight stood a small boy emanating a potent thunder release technique, charging forward amidst a cascade of electric sparks. The prodigies of Konoha never ceased to amaze. Before Arsha could fully comprehend the situation, he heard the howling wind rush past him. The imminent sense of danger sent a chill down his spine, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. The golden sand beneath his feet propelled him upward in an instant. Just as Arsha ascended, a flash of golden hair zipped by, and a golden-haired man appeared before Okamoto Daisuke in the blink of an eye. Though the narrative may seem lengthy, the series of events transpired in mere moments. The beeping finger gun of Okamoto Daisuke is poised to unleash its power. The beeping finger gun, with its 9 orifices. Daisuke, halt. As soon as he landed, the golden-haired Minato Namikaze spotted a ninja with distinctly white eyes in the line of Okamoto Daisuke's jutsu. Before Minato could finish his sentence, a wave of energy appeared instantaneously at the position of Hinata Uci, whose limbs were bound. In a mere moment, Hinata Uci was pierced through the waist by the overwhelming penetrating force. The fierce rotational power of the 9-orifice beeping finger gun violently tore apart the lower half of Hinata Uci's body. He was deprived of the opportunity to utter a single word, as the ferocious jutsu mercilessly claimed his life. With half of his body taken, Hinata Waisei was left lifeless and devoid of breath. Kakashi, who had just intercepted the sand gold ball, swiftly returned to the side of Minato Namikaze and Okamoto Daikai. Okamoto Dojiya had just witnessed the attack. Although he could not comprehend why Okamoto Dojiya would assault a fellow ninja from the same village, he trusted that Dojiya must have his own justifications. There was no time to linger. In midair, Rasha understood, as he was struck by Minato Namikaze, that the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan would likely elude him. Had Hyuga Yasushi survived, Rasha could have extricated him and gradually extracted that pristine ocular organ. However, with only a third of his body remaining, Hyuga Yasushi was beyond salvation. Even if Rasha desired to seize the Byakugan, the task would prove arduous. Defeating Minato and then procuring the Byakugan would result in a loss of efficacy due to the protracted duration. After a brief contemplation, Rasha formed hand seals. Doton, Suna Kinbakuzen. The battlefield from their recent confrontation trembled as the sands surged forth. A vast expanse of golden sand erupted from the ground, rolling towards Okamoto Dojiya and his companions like a golden tidal wave. The flowing grains consumed the remnants of severed limbs scattered across the battlefield. The already diminished Hyuga Yasushi was also engulfed by the surging gold sand. Yet, amid the chaos, none present, including Rasha and Minato, noticed the fleeting shadow that vanished as Yasushi was swallowed by the golden grains. The figure that was to be dragged underground had simply disappeared. Kakashi, take Dojiya and retreat, Minato called out, observing Okamoto Dojiya, who was nearly out of reach. Understood, sensei. Kakashi replied, preparing to escort Okamoto Dojiya away from the scene. Planning to escape? Rasha watched the silver-haired Kakashi sprinting away with Okamoto Dojiya. Doton, Suna Kin Saikaku. Above Kakashi and Dojiya, a dark square began to take shape, rapidly descending upon them. Swish. A specially crafted kunai flew through the air. In an instant, Minato appeared above the golden square. With a graceful flip, he landed atop it. Swish. Minato vanished along with the golden square. Boom. A tremendous crash echoed as the golden square slammed down nearby. Rasha pondered, observing the shattered golden wall from a distance. Had the magnetic field returned to normal due to the destruction of the sand wall? Watching Okamoto Dojiya being whisked away, Rasha regretted not having dealt with the boy sooner. If he were allowed to mature, he would undoubtedly become an adversary of the legendary Sannin caliber. However, this thought quickly dissipated from Rasha's mind. Even if given another chance, he doubted he could act with such decisiveness. Initially, Rasha had been poised on a sand mat, suspended in midair. Subsequently, in midair, one witnessed the remarkable betrayal of their fellow village ninjas by Hinata Uchi and Hinata Yuma. Medical ninjas are indeed a rare breed, and Sunagakure is particularly deficient in such talents. Ever since the last incident where Yakumo attempted to assault the Konoha encampment but was thwarted by an individual claiming to be a genin, Okamoto Daisuke, the situation has become increasingly precarious. The name Okamoto Daisuke had firmly secured a place on Raza's watch list. Recently, Raza observed a leaf ninja utilizing a pale green potion on the battlefield, and from the fragmented words of the leaf ninja, he discerned that this concoction was the brainchild of Okamoto Daisuke. Encountering yet another act of betrayal among his fellow villagers, Raza clung to a glimmer of hope for survival. Initially, his intention was to capture Okamoto Daisuke alive and subsequently brainwash him. Amidst the treachery of the village ninjas, the prospects of success seemed significantly enhanced. Raza aspired to draw Okamoto Daisuke into the ranks of Sunagakure. Even if Daisuke did not yield to Sunagakure, extracting the method of that potion's creation from him would still prove invaluable. However, fate took a turn for the worse. As various complications arose before Raza could set his plan into motion, reinforcements from the Leaf arrived, and what should have been an effortless acquisition of the Byakugan slipped away. Under Raza's control, the already damaged sand-gold wall gradually began to mend. It is worth noting that this expansive sand-gold barrier had been constructed through extensive preparation on Raza's part. With the infusion of Raza's chakra, the restoration of the sand-gold wall accelerated. He had previously noted that the Flying Thunder God technique employed by Minato Namikaze was far more refined and precise than Okamoto Daisuke's. Chapter 90. Predicament. Defeating Minato Namikaze was not a daunting task. The real challenge lay in restraining his escape. Thus, Raza was compelled to expend chakra to repair the sand-gold wall, aiming to confine Minato's use of the Flying Thunder God technique. "What brings you here?" questioned Okamoto Daisuke, who was fleeing with Kakashi. After personally slaying Hyuga Hayashi, A semblance of rationality returned to Daisuke. In his earlier escape, Daisuke had not taken Kitsuna's corpse with him. It was impractical. This was a matter of survival, not a leisurely excursion. Carrying Kitsuna's body would only hinder both him and Kakashi. Amidst the onslaught of golden sand, Daisuke had removed a hairpin from Kitsuna's lifeless form. The hairpin, a simple wooden accessory, symbolized his need to survive. Living was essential to eliminate Raza. Two individuals bore responsibility for Kitsuna's demise. He had already dealt with Hyuga Hayashi, and there remained one more. Okamoto Daisuke lifted his gaze. His slightly reddened eyes fixated on the future fourth Kazekage, Rasha, who was summoning waves of sand and gold to assail Minato. Sensei Minato and I have received orders from Lord Third Hokage, Kakashi remarked without turning his head, his focus unwavering as he deftly evaded the sporadic assaults of descending spheres, cubes, and pyramids of sand and gold. Minato-sensei has led nearly 200 ninjas to the battlefield to provide you with support. Daisuke, you just killed a fellow villager. Why? Kakashi finally turned to face his former classmate. The once serene and composed Okamoto Daisuke now bore no trace of his usual calm demeanor. Beneath the bloodstains adorning his face, his once handsome features twisted into a semblance of grotesqueness. Silent and contemplative, Okamoto Dojia remained uncommunicative as Kakashi let out a sigh. Your teacher cannot shield you from this. Prepare yourself mentally. Kakashi, let us focus on surviving first, and then we shall contemplate other matters. Agreed. With that, Kakashi and Okamoto Dojia continued their flight toward the exit. Meanwhile, Minato Namikaze incessantly hurled kunai marked with the Flying Thunder God technique towards Rasha, following up with a swift teleportation to assault the airborne adversary. Suspended in midair, Minato observed Rasha hovering nearby. After mentally simulating the recent teleportation point, he discerned that the location had been shifted. Moreover, the chakra expenditure had intensified. What could be the cause? That golden wall. Minato immediately spotted the sand-gold barrier slowly mending itself. Was it the reason Dojia refrained from utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique to escape? Minato gracefully descended to the ground. The situation appeared dire. Hitting an airborne enemy proved to be a formidable challenge. Gazing at Rasha, who remained suspended aloft, Minato found the predicament increasingly troublesome. Wind release, wind cutter technique. Whoosh. A flurry of wind blades surged toward Rasha in midair. A cascade of golden sand surged forth, shielding Rasha, as the dense wind blades swiftly sheared away a layer of the sand. However, the seemingly inexhaustible supply of sand continued to coalesce, effectively deflecting the incoming wind blades. As Minato prepared to form seals and unleash a jutsu, a strand of brilliant golden sand latched onto his ninja boots, rapidly enveloping his body. Got you. Rasha revealed a subtle smile. At that moment, the sand had thoroughly ensnared Minato, binding him tightly in place. The surrounding sand, under Rasha's command, relentlessly amassed around Minato. Earth release, glass shatter. The sand clinging to Minato's form began to contract under the pressure of the earth jutsu. Boom. A deafening explosion echoed as the sand-sheathed Minato was ruthlessly compressed. Yet, astonishingly, not a drop of blood emerged. Rasha stared in disbelief at the spot where Minato had just been crushed, only to find no trace of him. Minato's figure appeared a short distance away, with a uniquely shaped kunai embedded in the sandy ground. Had he escaped using the Flying Thunder God technique? Rasha pondered as he observed the peculiar kunai. Wind release, gale. Wind release, air cannon. Before Rasha could contemplate further, Minato Namikaze's assault commenced. With both hands forming distinct seals of ninjutsu, a tempest descended from the heavens, ensnaring Rasha within a swirling vortex. The wind release, air cannon, a sphere of densely packed chakra, approached Rasha at an uncanny angle, bypassing the self-generated defenses of sand and striking the sandy cushion beneath his feet. For the first time, Rasha found himself grounded amidst the onslaught of wind and cannon. Is this the prowess of the new generation from Konoha? Rasha mused, having lost count of how many times he had been astonished by Konoha's young talents. At that moment, the repairs of the sand wall were finally complete, and the disruptive magnetic field reformed. This sensation rendered the Flying Thunder God technique's mark increasingly indistinct. The instant the sand wall was restored, Minato noticed that the mark within his perception had become even more elusive. Kakashi and Okamoto Daisuke, after a hasty retreat, finally arrived at the location from which they had entered. What is this? I distinctly came through here, Kakashi exclaimed, taken aback by the pristine condition of the sand wall before him. Had it not been for the gorges he had carved into the ground with his chidori, he would hardly have believed it. It must be Rasha who repaired the wall. This sand wall, in conjunction with Rasha's sand release, would create a unique magnetic field within its confines, thereby interfering with the use of the Flying Thunder God technique. Having spoken, Okamoto Daisuke rushed to the sand wall. A flash of blue light emanating from beneath his feet. He placed a foot against the sand wall, preparing to scale it like a tree. "Daisuke, come down," Kakashi called out, observing Daisuke adhered upright against the sand wall, attempting to intervene. Daisuke cast a puzzled glance in his direction, only to then feel a chilling sensation beneath his feet. Whoosh! Gakamoto Daisuke leaped down from the wall. A sharp metallic spike on the sandy gold wall slowly retracted into its surface. When I arrived with Teacher Minato, we discovered that the moment chakra made contact with this wall, it would spontaneously retaliate. Hence, the method of climbing the wall proved futile, Kakashi explained, casting a glance at Gakamoto Daisuke. Ultimately, it was the teacher who shattered the wall with ninjutsu. "Kakashi, do you feel confident in breaking it now?" Daisuke inquired. Observing Kakashi, who stood momentarily dazed, "I lack confidence, but it is essential to attempt it." "Daisuke, do you have a solution? If my chakra were sufficient, I might give it a try, but at present, my chakra is nearly depleted," Daisuke replied with a helpless gesture. Chapter 91. Collapse. Unbeknownst to Gakamoto Daisuke and Kakashi, outside the sandy gold wall stood a youth adorned with goggles and a girl whose cheeks were painted with violet hues. The two gazed in dismay at the towering sandy gold wall before them. Wow, such a high wall. How did Kakashi and the teacher manage to enter? Uchiha Obito stood at the base of the wall, looking up at its impressive height. That initial loud crash was likely caused by Teacher Minato shattering the wall, Noera Rin remarked, her brows furrowed in concern. Earlier, Obito and she had encountered a dilemma akin to that faced by Kakashi and Daisuke. The moment chakra made contact with the sandy gold wall, metallic spikes would emerge from within. Moreover, the spikes on the outer metallic wall appeared in clusters. Noera Rin's shoulder, wrapped in bandages and seeping blood, served as ample evidence of this. Fire style, grand fireball technique. Obito formed hand seals and expelled a colossal fireball from his mouth. Bang! The fireball dissipated, revealing the still immaculate metallic wall. "There is no way, Rin. My ninjutsu lacks the necessary power," Obito lamented as he gazed at the unscathed wall. "Rin, let us utilize explosive tags." With that, Noera Rin retrieved a thick stack of explosive tags from her ninja tool pouch. These tags were distributed by Minato during their support mission from Konoha to the Land of Rivers. In terms of protecting his students, Minato was exceptionally diligent. Kakashi, citing his own considerable strength, had entrusted all the explosive tags to Noera Rin. There exists a profound adage: all fear stems from insufficient firepower. With determination, Obito and Rin swiftly affixed explosive tags to the ends of kunai. As for why they didn't simply attach the explosive tags directly to the sandy gold wall, Obito had already tested that approach. Any explosive tag placed on the metallic wall would trigger the protruding spikes, causing them to deflect the tags. Before long, Rin and Obito had prepared a substantial array of kunai, each adorned with explosive tags. "Rin, step back. I'm about to begin." Standing before the kunai, Obito Uchiha addressed Rin Noera. The Uchiha clan is renowned not only for their Sharingan, but also for their formidable fire techniques and their mysterious, unpredictable mastery of throwing weapons. Each ninja of the Uchiha family is a proficient master of concealed weapons. Despite consistently underperforming in other subjects at the academy, Obito excelled in the art of kunai and shuriken throwing. Swish, swish, swish. Hiss. Ninja technique. Dance of the threads. One kunai after another soared through the air, each manipulated by a thread as thin as a hair, colliding and accelerating in a mesmerizing display. Thud, thud, thud. The kunai embedded themselves a third of the way into the golden sand wall. The explosive tags attached to the kunai began to ignite violently. Inside the golden sand wall, Kakashi observed Okamoto Daisuke, who waved his hands. "I'll give it a try, but success is not guaranteed." With that, Kakashi retreated a short distance. He initially believed that Daisuke's buzzing finger gun combined with his own Chidori would be sufficient to shatter the golden sand barrier. Chidori, at Kakashi's command. The ferocious lightning chakra gathered in his right hand, radiating a brilliant white light. He charged fiercely towards the golden sand wall. Meanwhile, the explosive tags pinned to the wall by Obito were reaching their final stages of combustion. Boom, 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 hiss. Kakashi plunged into the golden sand wall as if a searing steel blade were piercing through butter. His entire arm sank deep into the wall. Was it merely penetration? Daisuke watched as Kakashi's arm vanished into the golden sand wall. Boom. Before Daisuke could finish his thought, Both he and Kakashi were startled by a tremendous explosion. Kakashi, now pressed against the wall, felt as though his entire world had blurred. Was the power of Chidori truly this immense? Dosuke's mind raced, contemplating how Kakashi could harness such strength in Chidori, yet the intensity of the explosion was beyond comprehension. Without time to ponder further, as the golden sand wall crumbled, Dosuke shouted, "Run!" However, it was evident that Kakashi had yet to regain his senses from the recent explosion, ignoring Dosuke's urgent call. Okamoto Daisuke rushed forward, seizing Kakashi's arm as they dashed outward. Meanwhile, Minato Namikaze, embroiled in a fierce struggle with Raza, felt the clarity of his positioning with the flying thunder god kunai sharpen at the sound of a massive explosion. Utilizing his ninja techniques, he unleashed his shuriken shadow clone, drawing shuriken from his equipment pouch and launching them towards Raza, alongside specially crafted flying thunder god kunai. As his hands whipped outward, he formed seals in an instant. The shuriken, once released, multiplied. 1 became 2, 2 became 4, 4 became 16. Raza gazed at the swarm of shuriken hurtling towards him, then glanced at the towering dust cloud rising from the collapsed gold sand wall. Damn it, this time, I miscalculated. Utilizing his sand manipulation, Raza quickly formed a colossal barrier of sand to intercept the incoming barrage of shuriken and shadow clones, along with the specially crafted kunai. Beside the crumbled wall, Okamoto Daisuke held on to Kakashi as they leaped out. Narrowing his eyes, he immediately spotted Uchiha Obito and Noara Rin, who were preparing to charge in. "Obito, Rin," Daisuke called out to them. Upon hearing the shout, Obito, adorned with his wind goggles, was the first to notice Daisuke and the Kakashi he was dragging along. "Ha ha ha, Kakashi. You were so eager to rush in and save the day at first, yet look where you are now. How pitiful." Obito's words were abruptly cut off as a cloud of sand engulfed him. "Daisuke, what are you doing here?" Rin asked, shielding her eyes from the swirling dust. Worried about the scouts from Sunagakure discovering the support from Konohagakure, Minato had led over 200 ninjas to the battlefield in the Land of Rivers earlier that morning. Upon their arrival, Minato promptly organized them to assist the various units engaged in battle. After directing the reinforcements, his eyes were drawn to the area encircled by Raza's wall of gold sand. It was Raza of Sunagakure, employing his sand techniques, Minato remarked, observing the distant figure suspended in the air. He then guided Kakashi, Obito, and Rin towards the location surrounded by the wall of sand. Due to Obito and Rin's slower pace, Minato instructed them to proceed at a leisurely speed while he and Kakashi advanced with greater urgency to provide support. "There's no need to hurry. Only Minato-sensei and Raza remain inside," Daisuke informed Rin as he entrusted the still-recovering Kakashi to her care. Chapter 92. The Struggle. Allow me to present Raza with a gift. Okamoto Daisuke retrieved a kunai from his ninja tool pouch, a specially crafted flying thunder god kunai. Not his own, but one that belonged to Minato Namikaze. This kunai had been entrusted to them by Minato during their escort of Fu back to Takigakure. And since it was a peaceful resolution regarding Fu, the kunai had remained in use until now. Allow this insignificant figure to surprise you. Okamoto Daisuke's expression was icy as he fixed his gaze upon Rasha. From the very beginning, Rasha had dismissed Okamoto, Hinata Uchi, and Hinata Yuma, maintaining a position of arrogance. Minato felt an overwhelming sense of frustration during his battle against Rasha. Yes, frustration. Rasha skillfully employed sand manipulation and sand platforms to soar in the air, evading most attacks. Previously, he had even utilized the magnetic field created by his sand walls to disrupt space-time ninjutsu. Even now, though the sand walls had crumbled and the flying thunder god technique was gradually returning to normal, Rasha remained highly vigilant against Minato and Okamoto's flying thunder god techniques. Any kunai that approached him was swiftly blocked by his sand manipulation, with the inability to close the distance using the flying thunder god. Minato's Rasengan and Utama Rasengan techniques were rendered ineffective against Rasha. Unable to approach, he could hardly leave a flying thunder god mark on his opponent. Thus, Minato resorted to employing wind-release ninjutsu for ranged attacks while battling Rasha. As he engaged in combat, Minato mused to himself, "I must improve the flying thunder god technique upon returning." Meanwhile, Rasha found himself equally vexed by Minato's agile movements, darting about like a monkey. Whenever Rasha amassed a substantial amount of sand to launch an attack, Minato had already vanished from the spot using the flying thunder god technique. Furthermore, he had no way of anticipating from which direction Minato would strike, leaving him to defend passively. Okamoto Daisuke stood atop the crumbling wall of sand gold. Observing Namikaze Minato engaged in a fierce struggle with Rasha, he raised his right hand, pointing towards Rasha. With a buzz, he unleashed the four-hole buzzing finger gun. A spiraling water cone enveloped Minato's flying thunder god kunai, hurtling toward Rasha at an alarming speed. The four-hole buzzing finger gun represented the pinnacle of Okamoto Daisuke's control. With just 4 holes, he could masterfully direct its trajectory in midair. The instant the finger gun was fired, Minato sensed a mark of the flying thunder god, swiftly approaching from afar. As he lifted his gaze, he caught sight of a jutsu, accompanied by a buzzing sound, racing towards him. Wind release, air cannon. He expelled concentrated blasts of air from his mouth. In response, Rasha conjured a sturdy pillar of sand gold before him. Thud, thud, thud. The muffled sounds echoed as Minato's air cannons were firmly thwarted by the sand gold column. Whoosh. The rapidly advancing finger gun veered sharply in the air. Bang. Despite Rasha's desperate attempt to evade, he was struck. The buzzing finger gun hit Rasha squarely in the abdomen, causing a mosaic of cracks to appear on the impacted area. Crack, crack. The sand gold began to flake off Rasha's abdomen. The once formidable penetrating power of the finger gun now merely shattered Rasha's sand gold armor, inflicting no harm upon him. As the spinning finger gun began to dissipate, Rasha suddenly noticed a specially crafted kunai emerging from the water cone. Upon seeing it, his eyes widened in alarm, and the sand beneath him began to lift. Whoosh! The golden-haired Minato instantly appeared before Rasha, gripping the oddly shaped kunai. It was their first encounter at such a close distance. Minato could even see the sand gold swirling around Rasha, while Rasha noted the veins bulging on Minato's hand as he gripped the kunai tightly. Rasengan! Minato's previously empty right hand suddenly manifested a chakra sphere the size of a basketball. In a moment of panic, Rasha hastily formed a small defensive layer of sand gold over his abdomen. However, against the violent rotation of the Rasengan, it crumbled rapidly. Bang! Rasha was sent flying by the force of the Rasengan, crashing to the ground as Minato looked on. He hurled the flying thunder god kunai towards the direction of Rasha. In an instant, Minato Namikaze vanished from his original position, reappearing with a colossal Rasengan in hand. Bang! Rasha was once again sent flying. Minato materialized beside Rasha once more. This exemplifies the formidable nature of the flying thunder god technique. With just a fleeting opportunity, the opponent is left with almost no chance to retaliate. Unless, of course, they resort to restricting the use of space-time ninjutsu, as Rasha initially did. If I do not strike back soon, I shall be worn down like this. Suspended in midair, Rasha felt blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The protective sand armor that shielded him had nearly disintegrated. Just as Minato was poised to strike, he suddenly sensed an inexplicable chill. Whoosh! Swoosh! The moment Minato disappeared, Rasha's position was inundated with a myriad of sharp sand spikes. This fellow, does he intend for us to perish together? Minato gazed at the space filled with sand iron, his expression grave. Truly impressive, to be forced into this predicament. Amidst the dense spikes of sand iron, Rasha's voice resonated. As he coughed up blood, the surrounding sharp spikes transformed into new sand armor, adhering to his body. Observing the sand iron spikes morphing into armor, Minato pondered, had the previous metallic spikes inflicted no harm upon him? Is close combat fraught with risks as well? Minato fixed his gaze intently on Rasha. I may not be able to capture you, but I can render the surroundings exceedingly perilous. Beneath Rasha's feet, a sand cushion emerged. Lifting him once more, Rasha pointed 2 fingers towards one of his eyes. Magnet release. The third eye, a sand gold orb formed above Rasha. Gradually, the surrounding sand gold enveloped him, shaping him into a perfect sphere. Magnet release. Sand gold waterfall. The ground within the sand gold enclosure began to tremble, followed by colossal waves of sand surging skyward. Ninjutsu. Summoning technique. Bang. A massive cloud of white smoke erupted. Minato appeared atop an enormous green toad. Chapter 93. The conclusion of the battlefield. Lord Minato. Before the gigantic green toad could finish its sentence, it was forcefully propelled away by the surging waves of sand gold. The enemy's magnet release is quite troublesome. You've done well. The toad, Gamabunta, found Minato perched atop its head, gazing down at the toad with a hint of apologetic tone. It is of no concern, Lord Minato. I shall engage in battle now. Please prepare yourself. With a clatter, Gamabunta drew 2 massive short swords from its sheath. Whoosh! The strong and powerful legs of the frog leaped forcefully into the air. The toad wielded dual blades, raising them high, and descended upon a spherical sand construct with a ferocious slash. Bang! A colossal sandy hand clamped down tightly on the toad's dual blades. The technique of earth release, sand gold fist. Boom! A massive fist of sand struck violently against the toad's verdant belly. The enormous toad was propelled backward by the tremendous impact, crashing heavily into the sand-gold wall. Hiss! The wall erupted with metallic spikes, but they were thwarted by the sheaths of the toad's blades on its back. Truly an impressive figure. The webbed hand that had gripped the blades was now marked with abrasions, the result of not releasing the short blades in time. The sandy giant's hand gradually opened, and with a clatter, the two enormous short blades fell to the ground. The quicksand, under the control of the sand construct, began to slowly engulf the two massive blades. Whoosh! The figure of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, vanished from above the toad, only to reappear instantaneously overhead. Catch it, toad. Huh. The toad had yet to comprehend the situation when two massive short blades began to descend from the sky. Without time to ponder, the toad leapt skyward to catch the falling blades. Lord Hokage, use that technique. Their defense is too formidable. Understood. The toad unleashed its dual sword technique, swallowing dragon. Wind release, thousand blade wind. The toad swung the enormous blades, its robust muscles exploding with power. The speed of the swings intensified. Minato stood above the toad, extracting chakra from within and unleashing a torrent of dense wind blades. As the wind blades coalesced under Minato's command, they enveloped the toad's short blades. The tightly packed wind blades surrounded the blades, and with the toad's rapid swings, two massive sword energies were unleashed. Two colossal energy dragons surged forth. The dense wind blades resembling gleaming dragon scales, propelling the energy dragons forward toward the sand construct encased within the sphere. It was as if two dragons were playing with a pearl. However, the pearl, the sand construct, was on the verge of being devoured by the mighty dragons. Earth release, sand gold iron technique. The sand sphere began to spin rapidly, drawing the surrounding sand into a swift whirlpool. The swirling sand gradually formed sharp triangular spikes, akin to a spike tornado. The energy dragons collided with the sand tornado in a cataclysmic clash. The thunderous sound reverberated throughout the battlefield. Even those far removed from the battle, Jimoto Daisuke, Kakashi, Uchiha Obito, and Noara Rin, looked on in astonishment at this magnificent spectacle. Goodness, that green-skinned frog is truly remarkable. How I wish I had such a summoning beast. Obito Uchiha, with one hand supporting his goggles, sighed in contemplation. Upon hearing Uchiha Obito's words, Okamoto Daisuke cast a rather intriguing glance in his direction. According to the original narrative, your future summoned beast shall undoubtedly surpass this green frog by leaps and bounds. Has Rasha also been restrained? With a weary expression, Chiyo gazed at the immense gold sand tornado in the distance, contending against the colossal blade dragon. Old fellow, do you truly have the luxury of diverting your attention elsewhere? Orochimaru's elongated tongue caressed a wound on his cheek. In comparison to her state before the battle commenced, Chiyo appeared drastically weakened, her body marred with injuries, and her right hand clutched a severed segment of her left arm, cut off at the elbow. Soon, if only she could muster a little more strength, she could eradicate this detestable old man. Orochimaru's serpentine eyes reflected Chiyo's visage. Boom. In the nearby battlefield, 4 or 5 enormous summoned serpents made their appearance. Once these colossal serpents emerged, they launched an assault on the surrounding sand shinobi. In an instant, the ninjas of the sand were engulfed in cries of despair. Ordinary ninjas had no means of defense against such gigantic summoned beasts. Their immense size rendered them insurmountable obstacles. These serpents were summoned by the Leaf Village's ninja army, who utilized Orochimaru's blood to inscribe a summoning array upon the ground. This was a significant straw that could potentially break the back of the sand. Yakura and eyes were likewise drawn to the colossal commotion. Has even Rasha been driven to such a state? Who could the adversary be? Yakura's small, rosy lips parted slightly in astonishment, her delicate tongue peeking out. Ultimately, the foundation of the Leaf Village must surpass that of the sand. I stood steadfastly beside several puppets, his body riddled with wounds. These injuries were not the handiwork of Uchiha Fugaku, but rather his own doing, to prevent himself from unknowingly succumbing to the illusions cast by Uchiha Fugaku's Sharingan. Aiz had no choice but to periodically inflict pain upon himself. Though this method was inefficient and imprecise, at that moment, he had no better alternatives. Observing the youthful Uchiha clan's minor leader before him, Aiz understood that this war would likely end in the sand's defeat. At last, the distant blade dragon gradually faded from view, and the rapidly spinning sand iron domain technique came to a halt. Crash! The immense body of the toad Gamma Hero descended heavily upon the sandy ground. Lord Minato, the adversary is indeed formidable. Upon uttering these words, Gamma Hero felt a sudden darkness enveloping his vision. Raising his gaze, he beheld 4 colossal hands rising from around him, poised to press down upon the toad with great force. As Gamahiro attempted to leap, he discovered that the sand beneath him had ensnared his legs. Lord Minato, I must return to Mount Myaboku. The toad, with a deep and resonant voice, addressed the figure of Minato Namikaze above him. Such a level of onslaught. If the toad could not evade it, he would surely be unable to withstand the impact. The toad had never been known for its defensive capabilities. I appreciate your efforts. Toad. With a swift motion, Minato vanished from sight. A resounding boom echoed as a colossal cloud of smoke dispersed. Suddenly, 4 gigantic golden hands descended with immense force. High in the sky, Arsha shielded his golden sand sphere, which shimmered under the sun, radiating a breathtaking beauty. It was evident that other metals had been mixed into the formation of the sphere, allowing it to withstand the combined ninjutsu of both the toad and Minato. However, at this moment, the once sturdy golden sphere was riddled with cracks. A series of crisp cracking sounds resonated, initially sparse but rapidly intensifying into a cacophony. The golden sphere began to show fissures from the outside in, fragments of shattered sand falling from the sky like rain. Gradually, Arsha re-emerged in midair, his body now covered in numerous small wounds. Although the blade-like dragon had not severely injured him, the penetrating energy had nonetheless inflicted significant harm. Minato also began to descend slowly from the heavens. Arsha lifted his arm, and with his movement, the disintegration of the golden sphere accelerated. He reached into his thigh pouch, extracting 2 vials containing a faintly luminescent potion. Minato paused, taken aback by Arsha's actions and the vials he had produced. Mimicking the Leaf Village ninjas, Arsha pressed his thumb against the cork, channeling chakra to activate the sealing technique. The pale potion gradually transformed into a soft green hue. He sprinkled the liquid onto several of his deeper wounds, and then consumed the remaining half of the vial. As Arsha executed these actions, his condition visibly improved at a remarkable rate, significantly better than when the golden sphere had just shattered. What a magnificent invention! Alas, that young one managed to escape. Arsha mused, carelessly tossing the empty vial aside. The vial, falling from above, did not shatter but rather rolled towards Minato, propelled by the gusting winds. After this battle, Ryuki, you are in peril. Minato gazed at the vial before him, momentarily stunned, and let out a deep sigh. Observing Arsha's recovery, he resumed his battle stance. Just as Arsha prepared to continue the fight, a tremendous roar echoed across the battlefield. Arsha looked up to witness several enormous summoned serpents wreaking havoc in the Sand Village ranks. The serpents rampaged through the camp, causing devastating casualties among the unsuspecting sand shinobi. Help! There are snakes. Run for your lives. The ninjas of Sunagakure cried out in despair as a slender figure darted swiftly between the massive serpents. It's futile, Yakura lamented, gazing at the meager scratches upon the skin of the summoned giant serpent. With a fierce resolve, she unleashed her blazing release, the magma storm. Despite her delicate frame, she now exuded a power that surpassed the ordinary. Suddenly, the ground before the advancing serpent turned crimson, golden sands igniting with flickering flames. Yakura shouted, channeling another gust of wind into her fire release. The golden sands, subjected to intense heat, transformed into molten lava, radiating an intense heat. It is complete, Yakura exclaimed, her face flushed and glistening with sweat. A colossal lava giant, towering over 10 meters, erupted from the earth, lacking wide-ranging techniques for her blazing release. Yakura ingeniously combined her fire and wind techniques, using the wind to superheat the earth into lava, then enveloping the giant's form with this molten substance. The lava flowed down the giant's surface, propelled by the wind technique, cascading back to the top, a continuous cycle. This fluidity rendered the lava giant's joints flexible rather than rigid. Coupled with the wind's internal force, it was a unique ninjutsu that Yakura had developed. Distinct from the cumbersome magma giants of others, the speed of her lava giant rivaled that of any foe. It's Lady Yakura, the hero of Sunagakure. The fleeing ninjas cheered as they beheld the towering lava giant. Yakura, renowned for her beauty and formidable strength, was celebrated as a hero, and the emergence of the lava giant elicited jubilant acclaim. The giant's features obscured, its massive hand, under Yakura's command, elongated and softened into a blazing sword. With the wind's enhancement, the lava giant displayed remarkable agility. A flash of the blade revealed the moment of contact between the lava giant and the summoned serpent, releasing the tantalizing aroma of roasted meat. As the sharp edge of the lava giant struck, the 2 colossal serpents writhed and shrieked in vain, their eyes betraying a flicker of fear. Before they could retreat to their lair, the lava giant cleaved them in 2. The explosive flames consumed the severed serpents, their thrashing before death causing molten lava to splatter in all directions. The vicinity of the battle between the serpents and the lava giant was thick with oppressive heat and the rich scent of barbecued flesh. Meanwhile, Arsha, engaged in combat with Namikaze Minato, cast a seething glance downward at Minato, then swiftly ascended on a sand cushion towards the serpents. Upon reaching the serpents, Arsha beheld the creature devouring the ninjas of Sunagakure with reckless abandon. Anger surged within her heart, and she could not restrain her furious shout, "You seek your demise." A colossal torrent of golden sand surged skyward, enveloping the ethereal serpent that consumed the sand in an instant. Arsha hovered at the serpent's eye level, his gaze ablaze with a fierce crimson intensity fixed upon the creature. He extended his outstretched right hand, clenching his fist with resolute determination. The golden sand encasing the serpent thickened relentlessly under the influence of the earth release. The creature emitted a thunderous roar, a lamentation of despair. With a resounding burst, the immense pressure of the earth release caused the serpent to disintegrate into a pool of sanguine mud beneath Arsha's ninjutsu. As he dispelled his technique, the blood-stained golden sand exuded a potent metallic scent. The remaining ethereal serpents, now under Arsha's command, were gradually consumed by the golden sand below. Earth release. Golden sand burial. Arsha descended to the ground, palms resting firmly upon the earth as the sand vibrated under the control of his chakra. Blood slowly seeped through the parched soil. These ethereal serpents were bound by a death contract with Orochimaru and could only return to the Dragon Cave upon victory in battle. After dispatching the serpents, Arsha rose to his feet. Although Yakura remained strikingly alluring, her tight combat attire bore the marks of battle, revealing glimpses of pristine skin beneath the wounds. Chiyo, engaged in combat with Orochimaru, was momentarily distracted by the emergence of the ethereal serpents and the ensuing chaos in Sunagakure. Seizing the opportunity, Orochimaru struck, sending Chiyo hurtling away with the colossal serpent. Having dealt with the giant serpents, Yakura had just disbanded the lava giant when she caught sight of Chiyo being flung away by Orochimaru. "Grandma!" Yakura gasped in alarm. With a few agile leaps, she caught the elderly matriarch, who had been propelled by the overwhelming force. Grandma, are you all right?" Yakura gently shook Chiyo, who lay in a state of unconsciousness. Swiftly, she retrieved 2 healing potions from her ninja tool pouch, activating them seamlessly and administering the pale green liquid into Chiyo's mouth. Observing Chiyo's breathing gradually stabilize, Yakura exhaled in relief. Yet, her attention was drawn to a metallic canister hanging from Chiyo's waist, even as she lay unconscious. Through the canister's crevice, Yakura glimpsed a severed hand steeped in the healing potion. "Grandma!" Yakura called softly, then turned with fierce determination to glare at Orochimaru, retreating toward the Sunagakure camp. The sounds of withdrawal echoed from the camp, a chorus of retreat. With the rising cries, the disarray of Sunagakure quickened. Arsha approached Yakura, observing the woman who, like him, held great renown within Sunagakure, while glancing at the unconscious Chiyo on her back. "Let us retreat. This battle has ended in our defeat." Indeed, Konoha remains the foremost shinobi village of the era. The bloodstained HZ also arrived by Yakura's side, his expression a complex tapestry of concern as he regarded the unconscious Chiyo. Chapter 95. The Stalled War, Let Us Depart. The voice of Kyozo resonated with a profound weariness. Raza turned to witness the panicked retreat of the Sand Shinobi, pursued relentlessly by the Leaf Ninja. "You all should withdraw. I shall remain to hold the rear." Before Kyozo and the others could protest, a swirling sand cushion gathered beneath Raza, gently lifting him into the air and propelling him skyward. "Go!" Kyozo called out to the eager Yakura. "Understood." Yakura glanced at the battered Kyozo and the unconscious Chiyo slung over his back, nodding helplessly. The group hastened towards the sand encampment. Suspended in the air, Raza gradually positioned himself before the fleeing Sand Shinobi, surveying the multitude of Leaf Ninja below. He raised his arms triumphantly and bellowed, "Sand release, flowing gold barrier." On the ground, Leaf Ninja were relentlessly pursuing a retreating Sand Shinobi. "Brothers, hurry. Do not allow these sand wretches to escape this land. Kill them. Annihilate every last one of these Sand Shinobi. Charge, charge, charge. Leave no survivors. Ah, I'm wounded. Someone avenge me." A Leaf Ninja, injured, was forced to halt and tend to his wounds, yet his curses continued unabated. The Leaf Ninja, their eyes burning with rage, fixated on the fleeing figures of the Sand Shinobi, hurling shurikens and kunai at them. Lacking ammunition, some scavenged discarded weapons from the ground, while others retrieved used armaments from fallen comrades. Even the wounded resorted to extracting projectiles lodged in their own bodies. Meanwhile, The sand shinobi retaliated as they fled, occasionally striking back. Some were struck by jutsu and weaponry, letting out anguished cries before falling lifelessly. Suddenly, the pursuing leaf ninja felt the ground tremble beneath their feet. What is happening? Is it an earthquake? They instinctively halted, bewildered. Look above. There is someone. A few leaf ninja glanced skyward and spotted Raza hovering in the air. Indeed. There is someone. Voices erupted in astonishment. Then, they beheld a scene of breathtaking devastation. Earth and stone shattered, the ground fissured. A deluge of sand gold surged forth from the soil, rising ever higher. Some leaf ninja, caught off guard, plummeted into the chasms created by the upheaval. We must flee. Retreat. The leaf ninja on the battlefield abandoned their pursuit of the sand shinobi, realizing the urgency of their situation. Raza's jutsu had erected a colossal barrier of sand gold between the leaf and sand forces. The leaf ninja scattered in all directions, desperately seeking escape. Observing the chaos from above, Raza's lips curled into a cruel smile. Repent. With hands raised high, they came crashing down with tremendous force. The towering sand gold, resembling a celestial canopy, bore an immense weight as it struck the ground with a resounding thud. Boom. Even the weakest of waters, when falling from such heights, would unleash considerable energy and impact. How much more so now with the heavier sand gold? The Leaf Village ninja struck by this torrent had no chance to cry out, succumbing to the overwhelming deluge of sand gold. Ninjutsu, summoning technique. Bang. A massive cloud of smoke erupted. A colossal serpent adorned with purple stripes, featuring long and short horns on either side of its head, emerged onto the battlefield. Orochimaru, in this moment, you summon me, and the number of sacrifices must be doubled. The great serpent, Manda, flicked its forked tongue, its emerald eyes fixated on Orochimaru above. I understand. The sacrifices will be replenished later. I need you to halt the spread of this sea of sand. Without hesitation, Orochimaru acquiesced to Manda's terms. He understood the fierce temperament of his summoned beast better than anyone else. Upon hearing Orochimaru's promise, Manda's enormous head nodded slightly in agreement. Then it begins, Orochimaru. The sacrifices you offer are indeed difficult to procure. With that, Manda surged forward against the tide of sand, positioning its immense body before the advancing sea. It attempted to block its path. Yet, the descending sand was far beyond what Manda could hope to halt. Though Manda's massive form slowed the sea of sand, it continued to slide inexorably toward the Leaf Ninja. Ninjutsu, summoning technique, triple summoning gate. Commander of the Leaf Ninja Army, Lord Orochimaru. Standing atop the enormous head of Manda, he formed hand seals. Boom, boom, boom. 3 resounding blasts echoed across the battlefield as 3 colossal gates manifested. The first gate absorbed the attack, the second diminished its power, while the third dispersed it. With their distinct functions, the 3 gates significantly reduced the potency of all incoming assaults before reaching the caster. The ancient tiled gates, adorned with fierce spikes, showcased the exceptional nature of the summoning gate. At the center of the massive gates loomed a terrifying demon visage, surrounded by a lingering miasma, exuding an indescribable intimidation that left first-time witnesses trembling in fear. The demon head at the center was particularly dreadful, gaping wide as if to absorb all attacks, embodying a defensive summoning gate. To summon such a gate thrice was Orochimaru's ultimate physical defense ninjutsu. As the triple summoning gate was invoked, the rapidly advancing sand gold was gradually obstructed by Manda's body and the gates. Observing the halted advance of the sand gold, Orochimaru formed hand seals once more. A small serpent appeared in his hand. Orochimaru ejected a scroll from his mouth. Though extracted from Orochimaru's own maw, the scroll was remarkably dry. Please deliver this scroll to Narashikaku at the camp. The summoned serpent nodded and promptly swallowed the scroll. With a resounding pop, it vanished. Now that the crisis has been averted, I must return, said Manda languidly. Do not forget your offering. Double it. As Orochimaru descended from his perch, Manda coiled his serpentine body, his emerald eyes fixated on Orochimaru's pallid visage. Understood, I shall not forget. You may return. Orochimaru waved his hand dismissively, indicating his acknowledgement. With a thunderous bang, a massive cloud of smoke dissipated, and Manda had vanished from sight. Orochimaru instantaneously vanished from his location, reappearing at the threshold of the Rashomon Gate, calmly observing the fleeing figures of Tsunegakure in the distance. Suddenly, a golden-haired, sunlit youth, incongruous with the aura of Rashomon, appeared beside him. Lord Orochimaru, exclaimed Minato Namikaze, as he came to a halt, greeting Orochimaru with enthusiasm. I never anticipated that the old man, the 3rd Hokage, would send you over. I had assumed it would be that foolish white-haired one. Orochimaru cast a cold glance at Minato, his demeanor shadowed by the miasma surrounding Rashomon, rendering him akin to the Grim Reaper of the Netherworld. Ah, my sensei is currently absent from Konoha. He had been stationed there until recently, Minato explained, scratching the back of his head with an awkward smile. However, he suddenly mentioned a trip to Mount Myaboku. Oh, is it those meddlesome toads again? That fool actually believes in their words. Orochimaru scoffed, his tone dripping with disdain. Summoning beasts are mere tools for ninjas. Only a fool would befriend a tool. Minato offered a sheepish smile, choosing to remain silent. The retreat signal echoed through the Konoha camp. Konoha has triumphed in this war. Return to the camp. Orochimaru bellowed hoarsely from the Rashomon gate. The surviving Konoha ninjas on the battlefield erupted into cheers upon hearing his words. Hooray! We won. The tumultuous cheers echoed endlessly. Even Orochimaru, standing at the gate of Rashomon, displayed a hint of a smile upon his usually stern visage. The recent decisive battle with the sand-hidden village had been a harrowing struggle, wherein these ninjas fought tooth and nail for survival. At long last, the war had reached a conclusion. A profound sense of reflection enveloped the hearts of all present. Upon returning to the camp, a palpable sense of relaxation washed over everyone. Typically, the medical unit would be at its busiest following the cessation of hostilities. However, with the advent of healing potions, the burden on the medical ninjas had been significantly alleviated. Those with minor injuries now received treatment potions from the medical division and tended to their own wounds. After Okamoto Doji and Kakashi returned to the Konoha camp in silence, they wordlessly retreated to their respective tents. Doji truly exceeded all bounds. We risked our lives to rescue him from that terrifying individual. Yet, he couldn't even extend an invitation for us to sit in his tent. I have heard that Doji is the deputy head of the medical department, and his tent must be filled with treasures. Uchiha Obito began with a tone of complaint, which gradually shifted to one of slight yearning. Enough of your prattle. Look at Rin. She is not saying a word. Kakashi remarked, placing a hand firmly on Obito's shoulder. He then cast a glance of concern towards the disheartened figure of Okamoto Doji. Neither Obito nor Rin had witnessed Doji take the life of that Hyuga ninja. For someone generally known for his gentle demeanor and kindness, Doji must have encountered something truly distressing. His demeanor echoed the sorrow he had displayed when his father passed away. Only he and Minato were privy to this incident. As long as they remained silent, it was unlikely that the Suna side would discover anything. Even if the news of Raza's diminished status were to leak, as long as Doji did not acknowledge it and Minato and Kakashi remained tight-lipped, the matter would lack substantiation. As Hyuga Yushin once said, it is quite commonplace for lives to be lost on the battlefield. Has Doji been traumatized in some way? Yamanaka Rin, filled with concern, turned to Kakashi and inquired about Doji. Kakashi shook his head, uncertain. Rest assured, Doji must have been profoundly impacted by both the teacher and that individual from Suna. Just then, Obito, having received a pat from Kakashi, quickly regained his exuberance. Did you see that green-skinned frog? Truly impressive. I must strive to acquire a formidable summoning beast of my own. And think about it, does this count as having engaged with that Suna fellow? His name is Raza, and he is currently the acting 4th Kazekage. After the war, he is likely to ascend to the position. Kakashi, maintaining a stoic expression, explained to Obito that the lessons learned from the last encounter with the Mizukichi were already sufficient when facing such powerful figures in the ninja world. Impressive. Does that mean I have clashed with the Kazekage? The Kazekage and Hokage are of equal standing. By that logic, doesn't that make me equivalent to the Hokage? Obito exclaimed, reveling in his own delusions. Kakashi, observing Obito's wild laughter, felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead. Hopefully, the lad hasn't gone completely mad. Rin, let us go find the teacher, Kakashi declared, striding towards the central command tent. Yamanaka Rin glanced at the still chuckling Obito and then at Kakashi, who was moving purposefully forward, before promptly following him. Hey, you two, wait for me, Obito called out, halting his laughter upon realizing that Kakashi and Rin had already walked far ahead, and hurriedly chased after them. Upon returning to his tent, Okamoto Doji was greeted with nods of acknowledgement from the medical ninjas along the way. Yet he chose to ignore them as he made his way back. The sun gradually dipped lower in the sky, casting a melancholic aura over the lively Konoha camp. Although victory had been claimed and joy filled the air, there lingered a somber undertone among those who mourned the loss of close friends, partners, and even family. Once inside the tent, Okamoto Doji sank heavily onto the edge of his bed, eventually lying down completely. In the enveloping darkness, he stared blankly at the top of the tent, his eyes devoid of life. Doji, Doji. A voice called from outside. Ace mommy. Please come in. He replied weakly. Outside. Iace Mami exchanged a glance with Yamamatsu Takahiro before lifting the tent flap and stepping inside. The moment they entered, their eyes fell upon Okamoto Dojiya, who resembled a lifeless body. "Dojiya, we have the statistics," Iace Mami announced, handing him a list detailing the casualties and injuries among the medical ninjas from this conflict. Upon hearing her words, Okamoto Dojiya sat up quietly and took the list from her hand. "I understand, Aunt Mami," he spoke in an exceptionally somber tone. "Dojiya." Yamamatsu Takahiro leaned down, wishing to say more, but was abruptly pulled back by Iace Mami. "Dojiya, you need to rest. Uncle Takahiro and I will step outside for a moment." With that, Iace Mami dragged Yamamatsu out of Dojiya's tent. "Why are you pulling me? Did you not see how down Dojiya is?" Yamamatsu Takahiro exclaimed as he forcefully shook off her grip, shooting her an annoyed look. "You fool. If you know Dojiya is hurting, you should allow him some time to process." Chapter 97. A new situation. Rest assured, Dojiya is not as fragile as you think, Iace Mami retorted, rolling her eyes at Yamamatsu Takahiro. On this day of triumphant return to Konoha, both Yamamatsu and Iace Mami busied themselves with compiling the casualty figures from the medical department. While compiling the data, Iace Mami stumbled upon the name of Kazuno, and as she traced the name further down the list, she found the words, "Killed in action." The two crimson letters struck her with realization, providing clarity on why Okamoto Dojiya had retreated into silence upon his return. Listening to the incessant chatter outside the tent, Okamoto Dojiya allowed himself a self-deprecating smile. He tossed the statistics onto the table and returned to his previous position, continuing to gaze silently at the tent ceiling. Unbeknownst to him, time slipped away, ushering in the dawn of a new day. With the sun now high in the sky, Iace Mami approached Dojiya's tent. Dojiya, are you there?" "I am here." "And Iace." Okamoto Daisuke lifted the curtain, allowing Iace Mami to enter. Upon entering the tent, Iace Mami placed the food box she carried on Okamoto Daisuke's desk, arranging the contents meticulously. "Daisuke, have you been awake the entire night?" Seeing the fatigued expression on Okamoto Daisuke's face, Iace Mami couldn't help but frown. "I understand that there have been numerous unforeseen events on the battlefield, but you cannot neglect your health. I am certain that they would not wish for you to endure this," Iace Mami gently admonished. "Thank you, and Iace, but I am fine," replied Okamoto Daisuke as he took a seat at the desk and began to savor the sumptuous breakfast that Iace Mami had brought. Observing him eat heartily, Iace Mami let out a heartfelt sigh of relief. To her, it seemed that Daisuke had come to terms with things. "Enjoy your meal. Also, today Lord Orochimaru has summoned all departments to the command tent for a meeting." With that, she exited Okamoto Daisuke's tent. Watching Iace Mami leave, Okamoto Daisuke's mind was abuzz with thoughts. After hastily finishing his breakfast, he picked up the statistical report that Iace Mami and the others had delivered the previous day. Gonbin Dojiya gathered his spirits and made his way towards the command tent at the center of the Konoha camp. Dojiya, upon hearing his name called, Gonbin Dojiya turned to see Uchiha Fugaku approaching. "Are you heading to the meeting as well? Shall we go together?" "No problem." The two walked side by side towards the command tent, engaged in conversation. Behind them, at the entrance of a tent, a young man with golden short hair emerged. Catching sight of Gonbin Dojiya walking alongside Uchiha Fugaku, without calling out to them, he followed in their wake towards the command tent. Upon entering the tent, Gonbin Dojiya found his designated seat and sat down directly. The atmosphere was charged with excitement, as many of the captains and ministers present, despite their injuries from the recent victory in war, could not conceal the exhilaration in their eyes. The myriad of ninjas within the tent buzzed with chatter, creating a cacophony reminiscent of a bustling marketplace. Ahem. After observing that everyone had gathered, Orochimaru cleared his throat twice. The crowd promptly fell silent, their gazes fixed on Orochimaru, who occupied the seat of honor. "Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your hard work in the recent decisive battle against Sunagakure." Orochimaru rose to express his gratitude. "Now, let us begin by reporting the casualty figures from each unit." His voice was gravely serious. First unit, originally 100 personnel, 30 injured, 25 deceased. Second unit, originally 300 personnel, 70 injured, 85 deceased. Third unit, originally 500 personnel, 270 injured, 180 deceased. Fourth unit, fifth unit. Sixth. Following this, several smaller ninja squads reported their losses as well. Numerous ministers and squad leaders took turns presenting the casualty statistics of their respective units. After listening attentively, Orochimaru turned his gaze towards Gonbin Dojiya. "Dojiya, how about your medical unit? What are the figures?" He inquired with a hint of concern. In the frontline medical unit, 170 personnel were deployed, with no injuries, but 120 fatalities. At the camp, there were 40 injured and no deaths. Gongbin Dujie gently placed the statistical report before Orochimaru. The mortality rate among our frontline medical ninjas is alarmingly high. You've all worked tirelessly. Orochimaru was momentarily taken aback by the casualty figures, ultimately managing to utter, "Thank you for your efforts." He then surveyed the assembly before him. The victory in this war is a testament to your unwavering dedication. I shall ensure that your contributions are recognized in the intelligence report. Until we receive a letter of surrender from Sunagakure, I hope each of you will continue to persevere. After discussing several points of importance, Orochimaru declared the meeting adjourned. Okamoto Dojiya stepped out of the tent, swept along by the crowd. "Minister Dojiya." A resonant voice called out from behind him. Momentarily taken aback, Okamoto Dojiya paused, unable to fathom who might address him in such a manner. Turning with a hint of curiosity, he was met with a striking sight. A middle-aged man clad in a flowing white satin robe stood a few meters away. What rendered Okamoto Dojiya speechless were the man's eyes, devoid of black pupils. The sight of those eyes ignited a surge of inexplicable anger within him. "Minister Dojiya, may we converse?" The man from the Hyuga clan beckoned. "I'm afraid, Lord Hyuga, that I have nothing to discuss with your esteemed family." Okamoto Dojiya firmly rejected the ninja's overture. "Perhaps we could discuss Hyuga Hinata?" The Hyuga gentleman remarked with a knowing smile. "If you dare lay a finger on Hinata, I swear I will make your existence a living hell." Okamoto Dojiya glared fiercely at the man from the Hyuga clan. Just as the Hyuga ninja seemed poised to respond, a gentle voice chimed in from beside Okamoto Dojiya. "Dojiya, there you are. I've been searching for you." The golden-haired Minato Namikaze greeted him warmly. "Sir, do you mind if I speak with Dojiya for a moment?" Minato smiled amiably at the Hyuga ninja. "Not at all. I have a few minor inquiries for Minister Dojiya as well. There is no rush. I can seek him out later." The Hyuga ninja gestured with a hand, signaling his departure. As the Hyuga clan member walked away without lingering, Minato turned his attention back to Okamoto Dojiya. "Dojiya, would you care to discuss something with me?" Okamoto Daisuke remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Namikaze Minato and Okamoto Daisuke walked side by side, gradually approaching the outskirts of the camp. Chapter 98, Reactions. The two individuals strolled through the forest surrounding the camp, one following the other. "Daisuke, though it may unearth your wounds, could you recount the circumstances of that time?" Namikaze Minato inquired, leading the way while Okamoto Daisuke trailed behind. Upon hearing Minato's words, Daisuke chose not to respond, continuing onward in silence. "Daisuke, you must understand that evasion will not resolve the issue at hand. I have faith that you would not kill without cause." Minato halted his advance, standing still. "Have you not contemplated why that ninja from the Hyuga clan sought you out? You are aware that, even if there were justifications for your actions, I cannot shield you from the truth. Daisuke, I long to hear the genuine account from your lips." Okamoto Daikai gazed at the unguarded figure of Minato Namikaze and suddenly posed a question. "Brother Minato, as a ninja, are we truly risking our lives for the village?" The jealousy harbored by Hyuga Niji led him to ambush his comrade, resulting in the death of Kazuna. This compelled Daikai to question whether the so-called will of fire upheld by the village was indeed righteous. He pondered whether this philosophy was intended for the welfare of all villagers or merely served the interests of a select few at the expense of the majority. The village belongs to everyone. What drives the ninjas fighting on the battlefield? Are they primarily motivated by self-interest? Minato Namikaze did not respond to Daikai's inquiry, but instead, with an inscrutable expression, asked him, "I do not know. My heart is in turmoil." Daikai replied, his demeanor tinged with melancholy. With Kazuna now deceased, his sole desire was to avenge her. Presently, the conflict between Konoha and Sunagakure had reached a decisive turn, yet the Third Shinobi World War had only just commenced. Remaining in Konoha was undoubtedly the safest option for him, as the village could provide a relatively comfortable and nurturing environment for his continued growth. Minato and Kakashi witnessed Daikai's act of killing Niji on the battlefield. While Kakashi remained taciturn, Minato's temperament and approach to matters suggested, as he himself had stated, that he could not disregard this occurrence. Minato was a worthy inheritor of the Will of Fire, indeed a staunch advocate of it. Unlike Daikai, who had initially showcased his talents in the ranking battles with Kakashi to garner the attention of Konoha's higher-ups. Daikai's subsequent efforts in the Konoha hospital to build a reputation among the common folk, the development of medicinal treatments, and his arduous training in the Wetbone Forest were all driven by a singular motive, survival, to navigate the treacherous world of shinobi, where lives are often as inconsequential as blades of grass. In earlier times, Dekai had never truly considered himself a part of Konoha until Kazuna's death brought a stark realization that those he had previously regarded as mere characters from an anime were in fact real individuals with depth and substance. Thus, in the wake of Kazuna's demise, he found the resolve to strike down Hige Niji even in the presence of Minato and Kakashi. Dekai was a living being, filled with anger and impulsiveness. For the sake of the will of fire and the village, Minato was willing to sacrifice his life. In the original narrative of the Nine Tails incident, Minato also laid down his life to embody his convictions. The incident in which Okamoto Dusuke eliminated Hinata UCI will undoubtedly reach the ears of the third Hokage. Perhaps he is already aware of it. Brother Minato, if you wish to know, allow me to recount the entire story from beginning to end. Subsequently, Okamoto Dusuke narrated how he met Hinata during their mission, the ensuing conflict with Hinata UCI, and the events on the battlefield that led to Dusuke's rage and subsequent act of violence. Brother Minato, this is the sequence of events, and I have nothing to conceal. I take full responsibility for my actions and do not seek your intercession or concealment of the truth. All I ask is that you report honestly. Whatever punishment the village may impose upon me, I shall accept without complaint. With that, Okamoto Dusuke turned and departed. After hearing Dusuke's account, Kakashi Minato gazed after his retreating figure, a deep concern etched in his eyes. The following morning, at the Hokage building in Konoha, the third Hokage received a report from Orochimaru regarding the situation on the Sand Village front. The news of their defeat buoyed his spirits as he entered the office early in the day, along with the victorious message from the front lines. A thick scroll of commendations had also arrived, which he had yet to peruse in detail. He would need to confer with Tsunade, Mito, and others regarding the names listed, to subsequently determine appropriate rewards for those mentioned. Seated at his desk, the third Hokage lifted a steaming cup of fragrant tea with one hand while spreading open the scroll before him with the other. Just as he prepared to savor the tea and study the names carefully, something caught his attention from the windowsill. A small, exquisitely crafted toad, no larger than a palm, perched there, adorned with a shimmering pearl necklace around its neck. At the center of the necklace hung a large pearl inscribed with the word oil. The toad was pressed against the glass, its belly snug against the surface, producing a soft sizzling sound as the luminous necklace was squeezed between the glass and its abdomen. The third Hokage rose and opened the window. The bejeweled toad leaped gracefully into the room. "Lord Third, Lord Minato has sent you information," exclaimed the toad, tapping the inscribed pearl around its neck. With a pop, a small scroll appeared in the webbed foot of the toad, which it deftly placed on the third Hokage's desk. "Farewell, Lord Third." With that, the toad vanished into thin air. Information from Minato? As the third Hokage examined the scroll, suspicion flickered in his mind. Was there something urgent on the front lines that necessitated Minato's use of his summoning beast for communication? Did he doubt the reliability of Konoha's intelligence system? The third Hokage grasped the small, delicate scroll in his hand, slowly unfurling it and reading each word with meticulous attention. Upon finishing, a deep furrow formed on his brow. The rift between the Hyuga's branch and main family was troubling, especially considering one side belonged to the esteemed Hyuga clan while the other was once regarded as the bearer of the will of fire. Yet, it seemed that this heir to the will of fire had deviated from the expected path. Alas, the news of the great victory at the Sand Hidden Front had swiftly been overshadowed by the messages relayed by Minato Namikaze. "Come in." The third Hokage rapped his knuckles against the desk. An Umbu ninja, adorned with a cat mask, materialized in the Hokage's office, kneeling on one knee. "Hokage-sama, go find Tsunade and summon her to my presence." "Yes." With a swift motion, the Umbu vanished from the office. The third Hokage then hastened to the advisor's room on the same floor, placing the commendation scroll delivered by Orochimaru onto the desk of Shizune. "Hayashi, what is this?" Shizune inquired, her brow slightly furrowed with curiosity. "This is the commendation scroll from Orochimaru. Discuss with Mito Kamizuki how to reward him, and then bring the final decision back to me." "Understood." Shizune responded with a bright smile, seeing this as yet another opportunity to showcase their significance as advisors. At the Konoha hospital, Tsunade was orchestrating a team of medical ninjas, tirelessly sealing numerous vials with healing techniques. "Lady Tsunade, how much longer must we continue this?" A young, short-haired medical ninja complained while performing a seal. The other medical ninjas echoed her sentiments. They had been working nonstop for nearly a week. "Once our chakra is replenished, we resume the sealing. Even corporate workers don't endure this much. The nations are on the brink of conflict, and the pressure at the front lines is immense. You must persevere a little longer." Tsunade encouraged, observing the fatigue etched on their faces. Consider your comrades at the front. Their lives may depend on the healing potions you create. Keep pushing forward. With a clenched fist, Tsunade struck the low wall beside her with great force. The wall crumbled into a shower of tiny cement fragments. Witnessing her fierce action, the medical ninjas glanced at her unscathed, soft hands, and their spirits were undeniably lifted. They were not afraid. They simply wished to contribute more to their village. Suddenly, a cat-masked Umbu clad in a beige cloak appeared before Tsunade. Lady Tsunade. The third Hokage requests your presence. Oh, did that old man mention why he needs me? I am not privy to that information. Very well, I understand. Tsunade waved her hand dismissively and turned to the individuals engrossed in crafting healing jutsu. You all continue your work diligently. I shall step out for a moment. Upon my return, I hope to be greeted with a delightful surprise. She remarked with a smile that belied the severity of her words. Of course, Lady Tsunade. Certainly. They responded in unison. Observing their enthusiastic replies, Tsunade offered them a fleeting smile before turning away. Under the sun's radiant glow, her expression shifted to one of ferocity as she glanced back. The short-haired medical ninja, who had previously grumbled about Tsunade, witnessed this transformation and accidentally dropped the vial of healing potion she held, which rolled across the ground to the feet of her comrades. Lady Tsunade, how terrifying! The short-haired medical ninja quivered in fear. With purposeful strides, Tsunade exited the Konoha hospital, making her way towards the Hokage building. As she walked along the bustling main street of Konoha, she took in the vibrant scene of villagers negotiating prices at the small shops lining the road, their baskets in hand. This lively atmosphere was a testament to the sacrifices made by the ninjas on the front lines, who fought valiantly with their blood and lives. Every time Okamoto Daisuke retrieved healing potions from the wet-bone forest, he would have Charin notify her to expedite the production of these remedies. Reflecting on the moment she left the hospital today, she couldn't help but chuckle at the medical ninjas who had been startled by her single punch. As she strolled along the path, Tsunade's golden twin tails danced exuberantly behind her, a testament to her buoyant spirits. Before long, she arrived at the base of the Hokage building, where her gaze immediately fell upon the figure adorned with the Hokage hat, standing atop the edifice. With a mischievous grin, Tsunade vanished from her spot in an instant. The rooftop was engulfed in a cloud of dust. Tsunade brushed off the debris from her clothing, addressing the elder. Well then, what brings you here? I must inform you that the medical ninjas of Konoha have nearly exhausted their supplies. The production of healing potions has reached its maximum capacity. Her words were casual, lacking any semblance of gravity as she faced the highest authority of Konoha. The third Hokage turned to observe Tsunade, who continued to rid herself of dust. He extended a small scroll towards her. This is intelligence from the front lines, conveyed by Minato. Please take a look. After speaking, the third Hokage took a deep drag from his pipe, the tobacco briefly flaring before dimming again. With a puff, he exhaled a large smoke ring that drifted towards Tsunade, who waved it away in disdain. What use is this frontline intelligence from Minato to me? Tsunade remarked as she accepted the compact scroll from the third Hokage. Elder, frequent smoking is detrimental to your health. You might meet an untimely demise. She unfurled the scroll with both hands, glancing over its contents. Her expression shifted from indifferent to serious, gradually adopting a grave demeanor. Under the third Hokage's watchful gaze, an aura of menace began to emanate from her. The Hyuga clan has dared to openly assault Daisuke. They are courting death. Tsunade's brow furrowed, a palpable sense of danger surrounding her. She meticulously reread the intelligence sent by Namikaze Minato, despite its brevity of only a few hundred words, dedicating nearly half an hour to its perusal. Minato had recounted the events from beginning to end, emphasizing that it was Hyuga Uchi and Hyuga Yuma who had initiated the attack on Daisuke during the frontline skirmish in Sunagakure. Have you finished? The third Hokage inquired, observing Tsunade, who remained silent, fixated on the scroll. I have, and the Hyuga clan has gone too far. I shall seek justice from them. With that declaration, Tsunade prepared to depart. Tsunade, I implore you to remain calm. Daisuke did, after all, kill a fellow villager. Upon hearing the third Hokage's words, Tsunade spun around fiercely. Elder, did you not see Minato's explanation in the intelligence? It was Uchi's jealousy that incited him to strike first against Daisuke. It was the Hyuga clan that made the first move. Tsunade exclaimed in fury, her anger bubbling to the surface even in the presence of her mentor. If the third Hokage had no intention of dealing with Okamoto Doji, there would have been no need to inform her at all. Since he had chosen to confide in her, it was a clear signal that he intended to impose some form of punishment on Doji. Thus, he had preemptively notified Dojia's teacher, herself, Tsunade. Old man, you can't genuinely be considering action against Dojia, can you? Though Tsunade had formed a certain hypothesis in her mind, she still gazed at the third Hokage in disbelief. Chapter 100, The Meeting of Masters and Disciples. The third Hokage regarded Tsunade, whose expression was one of shock, remaining silent. Old man, what are your intentions concerning Dojia? Tsunade bit her luscious lips tightly, her hands clenched into fists at her sides. Tsunade, I understand the anger that resides within you, but the demand for severe punishment against the culprit, Okamoto Dojia, has been put forth by the elder of the Hyuga clan. The Hyuga are a prestigious family, and even though Konoha emerged victorious in the war against Sunagakure, we still have to contend with the looming threats from Kumogakure and Iwagakure. Konoha needs the strength of the Hyuga now. Thus, the voice of the third Hokage, though aged, was calm yet resolute. So, you intend to compromise with the Hyuga? The fault does not lie with Dojia. Do not speak further on this matter. I refuse to agree to any punishment for Dojia. Understand this. No punishment whatsoever. With that, Tsunade hurled a small scroll towards the third Hokage. Teacher, I have always believed that this village embodies the will of fire, not a flickering flame. This village has disappointed me greatly. Without waiting for the third Hokage's response, Tsunade leaped from the rooftop of the Hokage building. As soon as she landed, she sprinted towards the direction of Konoha Hospital, rushing back to her office at the hospital. Tsunade barely caught her breath before swiftly forming hand seals. Bang! A petite shumi materialized before her. Charin, you must summon that fellow Dojia to Surebone Forest immediately. I mean right now. Did you hear me? Yes, understood. As soon as Charin appeared in Tsunade's office, his little antennae swayed, still in a drowsy state. Upon raising his head, he first noticed Tsunade's towering figure obscuring her face. He intended to greet her, but was met with her furious shout, leaving him utterly bewildered. Bang! Charin vanished from Tsunade's office. Simultaneously, Tsunade also disappeared from the room. Country of Rivers, Konoha Camp. Inside the medical tent of Okamoto Doja, Okamoto Daisuke lay despondently on his bed, motionless, still immersed in the battlefield. Suddenly, a tiny insect appeared on his body. Slowly, it began to crawl up Daisuke's frame. Upon reaching his chest, the creature gently pressed its delicate antennae against his chin. Daisuke, you must come to the Wetbone Forest immediately. Tsunade's roar jolted Okamoto Daisuke from his stupor, igniting a sudden surge of urgency within him. With a sudden jolt, Okamoto Dojia sprang to his feet. Oh, Charin, who had been sprawled atop Dojia, tumbled onto the floor. Charin, why didn't you call out when you arrived? It was only then that Dojia noticed the little one who had rolled to the ground. Lord Dojia, Lady Tsunade is quite formidable, Charin exclaimed. Her chest? Indeed. It is quite impressive. Dojia nodded in agreement. Lord Dojia, Lady Tsunade commands you to report to the Wetbone Forest immediately. Charin strained to straighten his posture, hoping to lend more weight to his words. All right, I understand. Dojia was well aware of the reason behind Tsunade's summons. Under Charin's gaze, Okamoto Dojia formed a series of hand seals. With a resounding pop, he vanished from sight. In the Wetbone Forest, Tsunade stood with her arms crossed, pacing restlessly. Surrounding her were a cluster of slugs diligently distributing vials of healing potions. Moments later, a slug arrived, carrying Dojia from afar to Tsunade's side. Lord Dojia, you have arrived. The movement of the slug jolted the distracted Dojia back to focus. Thank you, he replied, leaping down from the slug. His gaze immediately fell upon Tsunade, who was still pacing. The motion caused her ample bosom to sway enticingly, drawing his attention, despite his lingering shadows from the battlefield. Tsunade-sensei, Dojia called out, waving his hand as he stood still. Upon hearing his voice, Tsunade abruptly halted her pacing. Turning, she was met with the sight of Dojia greeting her with a wave. With a powerful stomp, the rocks beneath her high-heeled sandals shattered. Whoosh! With a hiss that sliced through the air, Tsunade appeared before Dojia. Bang! A heavy punch landed squarely in Dojia's abdomen. Although Tsunade had refrained from using her superhuman strength, the blow was still substantial. The intense pain caused Dojia to curl inward, resembling a boiled shrimp. Does it hurt? Tsunade inquired, observing the crumpled form of Dojia. Okamoto Daisuke nodded without uttering a word. Okamoto Daisuke hesitated for a moment before cautiously glancing at Tsunade. Teacher. Tsunade raised her hand, reaching out towards Okamoto Daisuke. Okamoto Daisuke instinctively recoiled backward, yet was swiftly apprehended by Tsunade. She gently caressed his head and inquired, Does it still hurt? Okamoto Daisuke shook his head at Tsunade's demeanor. You rascal. Why did you not mention such a significant matter to me at all? Tsunade casually seized a slug over a meter long and assisted Okamoto Daisuke in sitting down. Although Daisuke instinctively desired to struggle, he was met with Tsunade's fierce gaze, prompting him to promptly surrender and lie flat. Okamoto Doji set upon the soft form of Rimi, discovering an unexpected comfort. Rimi's body was supple, dry, and exceptionally cool. Perched atop her felt akin to reclining on a waterbed. Fortunately, Dojia had recently lacked an appetite. Otherwise, Tsunade's earlier punch might have expelled his meager dinner. Teacher, I fear I may implicate you. In truth, Dojia had already braced himself for the worst, which was to defect from Konoha. To slay a fellow ninja from one's own village was an egregious taboo, regardless of the circumstances. Murdering comrades was a line that no ninja village could tolerate. Thus, Orochimaru, who conducted human experiments on the village's ninjas, was discovered and promptly defected. Itachi Uchiha, who wagered the lives of his entire clan, also became a rogue ninja. Tsunade pulled Dojia into her embrace, exclaiming, "You fool! It is precisely because you fear for my safety that you must explain the true situation to me. Such a significant matter, and that old coot, the third Hokage, learned of it before I did. Do you know how I felt at that moment?" "I do not, teacher." Dojia struggled to free himself from Tsunade's grasp. He had narrowly escaped death on the battlefield, only to nearly perish in his teacher's arms. "Now, recount the events to me in detail." Tsunade released Dojia, allowing him the floor. Chapter 101, Sinister. After quietly listening to Dojia recount the events, a rumble echoed as Tsunade furrowed her brow and struck the ground with her fist. Gonbin Dojia gazed in horror at the ground beneath him, shattered by the force of his teacher's punch. It is truly remarkable that Jiraiya has withstood Tsunade's relentless onslaught for so many years. The members of the Hyuga clan deserve to be dealt with, Tsunade remarked with a frown. Turning to see Gonbin Dojia's astonished expression, she softened her demeanor, assuring him, "Fear not, Dojia, your teacher is quite gentle. I will address this matter with the old man. Rest assured." With that, Tsunade rose, brushing off the non-existent dust from her hands. "Dojia, ensure that any updates are relayed to me with utmost urgency through Chalon, understood?" "Understood, teacher. I will do so," Gonbin Dojia replied, standing at attention, invigorated by Tsunade's inquiry. Tsunade nodded, formed a series of hand seals, and vanished into the wet-bone forest. Okamoto Dojia gazed at the spot where Tsunade had vanished, his expression a tapestry of complexity, before he let out a soft sigh. "Dojia, do you harbor any concerns?" A voice, ethereal and resonant, floated down from above him. Okamoto Daisuke looked up and exclaimed, "Great Slug Sage, what brings you here?" The sage replied with a smile, "I've been here for some time. But I noticed you were conversing with Tsunade, so I refrained from interrupting. By the way, Tsunade's recent punch truly startled my junior." The Great Slug Sage chuckled as he observed Okamoto Daisuke, gesturing with his antenna towards the slug that had just been sat upon by Tsunade and Okamoto. "Ah, this one." Okamoto Daisuke responded with an awkward smile, vigorously shaking the slug they had been sitting on, only to find it utterly unresponsive. Ogami Daisuke bent down to take a closer look and discovered that the slug had likely been rendered unconscious by Tsunade's powerful punch. "It matters not, Daisuke. Let her slumber here," remarked the Great Slug Sage with a smile, preparing to take her leave. "Great Slug Sage," Ogami Daisuke called out, halting the departing sage. "Is there something amiss, little Daisuke?" came her gentle voice. "Great Slug Sage, with your long life. Do you believe that those who perish in the ninja world are destined for reincarnation, or do they return to a pure land?" Ogami Daisuke inquired, his gaze filled with anticipation. That is a conundrum I too cannot unravel. As you mentioned, my existence spans an eternity, and I am uncertain of the moment my consciousness was born. As for the fate that awaits after life and death, that remains a mystery to me." The Great Slug Sage replied, shaking her head, unable to provide clarity to Ogami Daisuke's question. Gonbin Dojia, feeling a tinge of melancholy, inquired, "If I were to betray Konoha, would the toad still assist me?" Observing the slight weariness in Gonbin Dojia's demeanor, the Great Sage Toad gently responded, "Dear Dojia, rest assured. The lineage of the wet-bone forest toads has never regarded only the summoning contract signatories as allies or comrades, but rather as friends, transcending the boundaries of any nation in the ninja world. As long as one signs the contract on the summoning scroll and passes the trials of the wet-bone forest, they shall be considered our friend and closest comrade. We, the toads, fight solely for our friends, regardless of the circumstances. The toads shall remain the ultimate allies of their friends." The Great Sage Toad gazed at Gonbin Dojia, although the toad's eyes were not visible. Dojiya felt the warmth of a smile emanating from the sage. "Thank you, great sage toad." Gonbin Dojiya respectfully bowed in gratitude. "Indeed." The great sage toad nodded. Observing this gesture, Gonbin Dojiya formed a hand seal and vanished into the wet bone forest. Meanwhile, Tsunade returned to her office at the Konoha hospital. Once steady, she strode confidently out of her office. With a swift motion, she donned a deep blue coat, her golden twin tails flowing behind her as she deftly traversed the rooftops of Konoha. In no time, Tsunade arrived at the rooftop of the Konoha building. The hidden Umbu, noticing her arrival, offered no resistance. A feline-faced Umbu appeared in the office of the third Hokage. "Lord Third, Lady Tsunade has arrived." The third Hokage waved his hand, signaling acknowledgement. Moments later, the crisp sound of high heels echoed down the corridor. Creak. The door to the Hokage's office swung open. "Master." Tsunade stood elegantly at the entrance. "Oh, Tsunade, your composed demeanor is quite unexpected." The third Hokage, facing away from the door, gazed pensively at the Hokage rock that loomed majestically over Konoha through the office window. "Master, that Hyuga Yushing is a pivotal piece in the branch family scheme to divide the main family. As long as he lives, Konoha will face internal turmoil." The third Hokage exhaled a large puff of smoke, still lost in thought, his gaze fixed on the distance. "Master, the main family of the Hyuga has a singular lineage, while the branch family comprises numerous branches. In some respects, the branch family serves as Konoha's external strength." The third Hokage turned slowly to face Tsunade, who stood resolutely before his desk, and explained, "Is that truly the case?" "Yes, precisely because of this. The elder of the branch family has already laid bare the situation to the main family. The hopes of the branch family are extinguished, leaving only the lowly birds trapped in a cage. Yet, the main family cannot possibly execute all the branch members. It is inconceivable. How could the Hyuga main family be unaware of this?" Tsunade exclaimed with fervor. "The Hyuga clan possesses a secret technique, the Byakugan's celestial rotation. Are you aware of this? The wheel-eye celestial rotation?" Tsunade was momentarily taken aback, engaging in deep contemplation before shaking her head. The Byakugan of the Hyuga clan is distinct from the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. The Sharingan, known for its awakening under extreme conditions, is not accessible to every Uchiha member, and even when transplanted, it exerts a corrosive and suppressive influence on the host. In contrast, the Byakugan possesses a nearly absolute probability of activation for any ninja of the Hyuga clan who diligently trains. Moreover, the Byakugan grants the wielder the extraordinary abilities of X-ray vision and insight, proving indispensable for detecting traps and reconnaissance on the battlefield. For a village, the power of the Byakugan is immensely formidable. Historically, Hyuga clan ninjas have been prime targets for attacks, prompting generations of their warriors to strive to protect the Byakugan, which in turn led to the evolution of distinct responsibilities within the main and branch families. This relationship resembles that of a queen ant and worker ants, with the main family safeguarding the clan's secret techniques while the branch family fights for the main family's honor. Chapter 102. Secrets 2. Ahem. To protect the eyes of the branch family during battles from covetous ninjas of other villages, the main family developed the caged bird seal. Observing Tsunade's contemplative demeanor, the third Hokage cleared his throat and continued. The existence of the caged bird seal was originally intended to shield the branch family's eyes. However, over time, it evolved into a means of control over the branch family by the main family, inciting discontent among the latter. This has long been the source of tension between the two factions. Now, as the elder of the branch family bows to the main family, it presents an opportunity to ease the long-standing discord between them. To ensure the branch family's compliance in the future, the main family has incorporated Hinata Waisei into their ranks, demanding that I execute Dekai in the name of the main family. The third Hokage walked slowly to his desk, taking a seat in his chair. Outside the window, twinkling stars appeared, and the silvery moonlight flooded into the dark Hokage office, casting a ghostly pallor on the third Hokage's silhouette. Under the moon's glow, Tsunade's clenched hands began to tremble faintly. Death is a common occurrence on the battlefield. How can the Hyuga clan ascertain that Dekai was responsible for Waisei's demise? With her lips slightly parted, Tsunade voiced her inner doubts. The third Hokage reignited his pipe, exhaling a soothing plume of smoke. This brings us to the secret technique of the Hyuga clan that I mentioned earlier, the wheel-eyes celestial rotation. Initially devised to protect the eyes of the Hyuga clan, many secret techniques were developed. one of which allows the final vision of a deceased Hyuga member to be transmitted back to the ancestral shrine of the main family upon death or the removal of their eyes. Every ninja of the Hyuga clan is imbued with the Wheel Eyes celestial rotation technique at birth. However, once the branch family is marked with the caged bird seal, they become sealed at the moment of death, rendering their Byakugan's abilities inactive. Thus only the main family can relay information to the Hyuga ancestral shrine. The technique known as the revolving eye heaven turn serves as a secret method of information transmission. The Hyuga clan's main family discovered, through examining the ancestral hall records, that the branch family member Hyuga Yushing had not been marked with the caged bird seal. They also learned that Hyuga Yushing's demise was a consequence of Okamoto Daisuke's ninjutsu. The revolving eye heaven turn is the ultimate technique employed by every ninja of the Hyuga clan in their final moments. Observing the silent Tsunade, the third Hokage refrained from uttering a word. Within the dim confines of the Hokage's office, only the faint glow of the third Hokage's pipe illuminated the surroundings with its gentle exhalations. Sensei, I would stake my life on Daisuke's behalf, ensuring such a situation never arises again. Tsunade declared with unwavering conviction. I can approach the main family of the Hyuga to clarify the circumstances. Daisuke is truly an exceptional young man. I implore you to assist him. Tears brimmed in Tsunade's eyes, threatening to spill over. The third Hokage gently tapped his fingers on the desk. Tsunade, I too hold a fondness for Daisuke. Rest assured, I shall do everything in my power to protect him. Thank you, Sensei. Tsunade bowed deeply to the third Hokage before turning to leave. As she walked away, the third Hokage let out a deep sigh. Rising to stand by the window, silently gazing at the distant Hokage rock. Upon exiting the Hokage building, Tsunade found herself uncertain of her emotions, feeling as though she had returned to the moment when Kat had died before her eyes. A profound sense of helplessness washed over her once more. She could not comprehend the source of her feelings. All she felt was an overwhelming chill. Unbeknownst to her, Tsunade found her way back to the Konoha hospital. Recently, she had been resting there due to her work on the production of medicinal agents. Gently, she opened the office door, and the soft glow of light suddenly illuminated her presence. Tsunade looked with mild surprise at the neat and tidy room. The door to the bedroom opened, and Shizen, clad in a pristine medical uniform, emerged, holding a cloth. Tsunade-sensei, I tidied up your room, Shizen said, a hint of shyness in her voice. Thank you, Shizen, Tsunade exclaimed as she embraced Shizune at the threshold of the bedroom. Sensei, startled by the sudden embrace, Shizune's cloth slipped from her grasp, falling to the floor. Well, I should be going now, Shizen said after Tsunade released her. Shizune, why not sleep with me tonight? Tsunade suggested, inspired by a sudden desire for companionship. Although I'm not sure what has transpired, seeing the traces of tears on your cheeks inexplicably pains my heart. In the Hyuga clan's residence, Hyuga Daike and Hyuga Hizashi sat across from one another. Hyuga Daike's wife, who is also Hyuga Hizashi's mother, brought forth 2 cups of tea. Gently placed before the 2 individuals, Hyuga Daisuke offered a slight nod to his wife. Thank you for your hard work, my esteemed mother. Hyuga Hinata expressed her gratitude with a humble bow. The steam from the hot tea rose slowly between them. Hinata. Yes, father, Hyuga Hinata replied, bowing her head. The recent division of the family had compelled them to lower their heads, driven by a lack of hope. It was nearly disastrous. The branch family dared to attempt a schism within the main house. Hinata, you must not show any leniency regarding the branch family's matters in the future. Do you understand? Yes, father. Hinata nodded in affirmation. Do you know why I have incorporated Hyuga Yushin into the main family? Is it because it is a condition of the branch family? Hinata inquired, somewhat perplexed. That is partly true. Only by being included in the Hyuga main family can those ancient relics of the branch family legitimately exert pressure on the third Hokage. Furthermore, this presents an opportunity to ease our relations with the branch family, a chance to regain control over them. But, father, will such pressure on the Hokage not bring about consequences for our Hyuga clan in the future? Hinata asked, her brow furrowed with uncertainty. Fear not. Currently, the Uchiha clan stands within the village, a faction that co-founded the village alongside the first Hokage, yet they have not received their due recognition. They remain under constant scrutiny and protection from the village's higher echelons. Externally, we face threats from the nations of the ninja world. Sunagakure is in direct confrontation with Konoha, and it is rumored that Kumogakure and Iwagakure are also considering actions against us. This serves as an opportunity to demonstrate our Hyuga clan's status, strength, and presence within the village, Hyuga Daisuke proclaimed with an air of ambition. However, Okamoto Daisuke is not only a disciple of Tsunade among the legendary Sannin, but he is also said to share a close bond with Jiraiya. Presently, the commander from Sunagakure, Orochimaru, holds him in high regard. His reputation among commoners and civilian ninjas is quite notable. Chapter 103, A New Prophecy? He is merely a genius among commoners. Can a mere talent possibly outweigh the support our illustrious Hyuga clan provides to the Hokage? Let us not forget that it is not only the Hokage who requires us. There is also an individual lurking in the shadows who is continuously seeking to win us over. Hyuga Daisuke remarked dismissively. What we seek now is the Hokage's stance. As for the individual you mentioned, he is nothing more than a disposable pawn. Hyuga Daisuke lifted his cup of tea, gently blowing away the leaves that floated upon the surface, savoring a slow sip. Was not the legendary Konoha White Fang also a sacrificial pawn in the political machinations of the village? Not to mention, he was merely a fledgling. Hyuga Daisuke set down his cup, folding his arms, his eyes filled with reflection. Hinata, you must remember, when a person's power can no longer sway all, it is time for them to bow their head. In the past, our Hyuga clan joined the village established by the esteemed first Hokage to safeguard our eyes. Had we lacked the requisite value, we would have descended into the ranks of insignificant clans. I understand now, father. Hinata Hazashi respectfully bowed to Hyuga Daisuke. As long as we consistently demonstrate our utility, our clan shall endure. Enough. You may leave. Hyuga Daisuke, eyes closed, uttered these words while glancing at the still prostrated Hazashi. Yes, father. Hazashi cast one last look at his meditative father before gracefully rising and retreating to the doorway. The wind is rising. Sensing Hazashi's departure, Hyuga Daisuke softly spoke a cryptic remark. In Konoha, a staggering figure meandered through the streets, clad in a deep blue coat and a long pleated skirt. Tsunade held a sake bottle, taking sips as she walked. Suddenly, a white-haired man appeared beside her. Why are you drinking so much? Jiraiya frowned. Detecting the intoxicating aroma that enveloped Tsunade and glancing at the sake bottle she clutched. Oh, it's you. Jiraiya, you fool. Come, join me for a drink. Tsunade forcefully tugged at Jiraiya's collar, nearly toppling him to the ground. Jiraiya, observing the inebriated Tsunade, pried her hand away with effort. He then positioned himself in front of her, squatting down to gather her long hair from behind, bringing it to her chest. He urged Tsunade to lean on his back, securing her waist while his hands cradled her supple thighs. As he touched the alluring legs that were usually off-limits, Jiraiya found himself devoid of any inappropriate thoughts. With a gentle lift, he attempted to make her more comfortable, watching as Tsunade, her head tilted, drifted into slumber on his shoulder. He pondered, what has happened to you? To encounter such a state upon your return? In Jiraiya's recollection, the last time Tsunade resorted to alcohol was during the passing of Senju Rope Tree. However, she had the company of her beloved, Kato-dan, then. This time, it was different. Jiraiya glanced at Tsunade's blushing profile before striding forward. In the morning light, a piercing ray of sunshine flooded the room. Ugh, so blinding. Shizune, have you opened the curtains again? Tsunade lay in bed, shielding her eyes with one hand, grumbling in annoyance. Her arm, exposed from beneath the covers, appeared exceptionally fair. After a prolonged silence without a response from Shizune, Tsunade forcefully opened her eyes, staring at the ceiling, which was both strange and vaguely familiar. Blinking a few times, she confirmed that nothing had changed. Realizing she hadn't returned home or to the office the previous day, Konoha Tsunade suddenly sat up, the light quilt slipping from her shoulders and resting motionless upon her chest. A quick glance around revealed her coat and pleated skirt discarded on a nearby chair. Upon closer inspection, a furry thigh sprawled across the sofa came into view. The individual was obscured by a red vest, rendering their face indistinguishable. However, the vivid hue of the garment was a clear indication of lecherous intent. Hey, where have you brought me? Tsunade exclaimed, leaping from the bed and planting her foot firmly on the chest of the slumbering man on the sofa. Adopting a stance of determination, she pressed down, her gaze fixed upon the still dreaming form. Jiraiya, feeling the sudden weight upon his chest, dreamt of being crushed beneath the ample posterior of the great toad sage. Gasping for air, with a swift motion, he yanked off the red vest covering his head, and as his eyes opened, Tsunade's voluptuous figure, accentuated by the pressure of his position, came into focus. Lowering his gaze, he noted her fair, well-formed leg resting atop him. Despite her shorts, her flawless physique was undeniable. It's me, Tsunade, he exclaimed, a trickle of crimson oozing from his nostrils as he stared, dazed, at her. The intensity of his gaze left Tsunade feeling quite flustered. Bang! Jiraiya felt a sharp pain in his waist, his vision soaring upward until it met the ceiling, only to come crashing down once more. "Ah, Tsunade, it's me. Jiraiya, what do you intend to do?" he shouted, noticing her right hand gathering force once again. Bang! Another powerful punch landed squarely on Jiraiya's face, causing his already bleeding nose to gush uncontrollably. Half an hour later, Tsunade sat leisurely at the dining table, savoring a slice of bread. Jiraiya, battered and bruised, sat across from her. "Tsunade, I've already apologized. I offered to help you heal, yet you refused," she exclaimed, bread still in her mouth, gesturing with her hands to indicate her innocence in the matter. "Yes, it's my fault. How was I to know I'd be mercilessly beaten upon waking? Had I known, I would have let you sleep on the streets." Jiraiya lamented, his voice a stream of complaints. "Tsunade, what happened? Why did you drink so much?" he inquired, concern etched on his face, though his current disheveled appearance made his worry seem rather comical. "It's nothing. Orochimaru achieved victory on the front lines, and I'm merely celebrating for an old friend," she replied. "By the way, what new insights did you bring back from Mount Maiboku?" Seeing Jiraiya's ridiculous demeanor warmed Tsunade's heart. "I received a crucial piece of information from the great sage Toad," Jiraiya declared, his face alight with excitement. "Oh? Do share." Tsunade's interest was piqued by his enthusiasm. The great sage Toad prophesied that the ninja world will undergo monumental changes following this war, though whether these changes will be beneficial or detrimental remains uncertain. However, the prophecy foretells that the child of destiny will be born in Konoha, Jiraiya stated mysteriously. Chapter 104, The Aftermath of the Battle. "TCH, I thought it was something of great importance. So, you are no longer pursuing this so-called child of destiny?" Tsunade remarked, finishing the remaining half of her bread in a hearty bite. The great sage Toad mentioned that the prophecy has undergone a new development, but he fell asleep before finishing his words. Jiraiya explained. The exact words of the great sage Toad were, little Jiraiya, has the true Jiraiya not yet arrived?" To which the sage responded, "The great sage Toad, Jiraiya has indeed arrived, right beneath your feet." The great sage Toad continued, "Oh, little Jiraiya, listen closely. The prophecy has shifted. A star not of this world is about to upheave the very fabric of our reality, reminiscent of that time when." Yet, before he could conclude, he drifted off to sleep once more. "I am heading to the Konoha hospital," Tsunade declared, as she had no time to indulge Jiraiya's tales. She grabbed a coat from the table and donned it. Yesterday, Jiraiya had carried Tsunade back to her home, but, after searching fruitlessly for her house key, had no choice but to bring her back to his own abode. Consequently, she ended up being sick all over again. Imagine, the esteemed great sage of Maiboku Mountain, the illustrious Jiraiya, returned from Maiboku without attending to any pressing matters, only to spend half the day washing Tsunade's clothes. "And thank you for washing my clothes yesterday. I'll return the favor someday." She laughed heartily, perhaps realizing how absurd the situation was. Creak. With the door swinging open, Tsunade stepped out of Jiraiya's home. Observing her freshly laundered garments, she thought, what a foolish man. Despite the distraction caused by Okamoto Daisuke, the situation in Konoha was perilous. The Konoha ninja forces remained locked in confrontation with Sunagakure, with the likelihood of surrender from Sunagakure appearing substantial. However, without any communication regarding peace talks, no one dared to relax their vigilance. According to Orochimaru's battle report, Sunagakure's forces comprised 3,000 ninjas, of which over 2,000 had perished, leaving fewer than 1,000 holed up in their encampment. In contrast, Konoha's forces, bolstered by Okamoto Daisuke's healing potions and the presence of frontline medical teams, had only suffered around 1,000 casualties, a significant reduction compared to Sunagakure's losses. The name of Okamoto Daisuke has circulated among the upper echelons of various nations, and the medicinal agents that appeared on the battlefield of Konoha and Sunagakure have long been known among the higher-ups of Sunagakure. The leaders of Kumogakure and Iwagakure, including the somewhat secluded Kirigakure, have also heard whispers of this. Concerned by Konoha's restlessness, Tsunade steeled herself to work at the Konoha hospital. Jiraiya, clad in a netted bodysuit, leaned against the doorway, observing Tsunade's figure, which appeared somewhat frail in the sunlight. His lips moved slightly, yet he ultimately said nothing and turned back inside. Meanwhile, chaos reigned within the Hidden Leaf Village, particularly on the battlefield of the Land of Rivers, at the Sunagakure encampment. Raza sat at the center of the command tent, incessantly reviewing the intelligence reports that had been delivered. It had been over a day since the decisive battle between Sunagakure and Konoha commenced. The elder of Sunagakure, Chiyo, was swathed in bandages, seated not far from Raza. Is advisor Chiyo still unconscious? Raza inquired, glancing at Chiyo. No, she is of advanced age after all. Thankfully, Yukura was able to assist her recovery with Konoha's medicinal agents, Chiyo replied, his voice heavy with exhaustion. Indeed, Konoha's losses in this war were nearly half that of theirs. Reflecting on the casualties among the ninja forces, Raza could not help but sigh. Due to the significant loss of personnel, Raza had only received the casualty report from Sunagakure this morning. The losses among the ninja ranks, especially the elite shinobi, had been devastating. If this conflict were to continue, Sunagakure risked falling from the ranks of the 5 great shinobi nations. Raza waved his hand, and a Sunagakure ninja appeared before him, kneeling on one knee. Escort advisor Chiyo back to the village and find the best medical ninja to treat her. The conditions at the front are inadequate for her recovery, Raza commanded. After speaking, he cast an inquiring glance at Chiyo. Chiyo subtly nodded in agreement. With this affirmation, Raza gestured to the kneeling ninja. Understood. The ninja, upon seeing Raza's signal, hurriedly exited. Chiyo was a supporter of Raza. Should she awaken, the transition to Raza's succession as the 4th Kazekage would be much smoother. As this ninja departed, Raza surveyed the elite shinobi seated within the tent. Everyone, the casualty figures for Sunagakure in this war are as follows. Over 1,500 Jinin have perished. Over 600 Chunin have fallen, and more than 100 Jonin have lost their lives. Raza briefly recounted the statistics. Does anyone have any thoughts? Rosa surveyed the assembly with a questioning gaze. Each sand ninja who met his eyes lowered their heads in response. The harsh conditions of the desert had fostered a rough and unrefined demeanor among the people of the Wind Country. In the wake of their recent conflict, the consensus among the sand ninjas was unequivocally to advance with lethal intent. However, Rosa had just articulated that their side had suffered grievous losses in this war. Should the fighting continue, Sand would inevitably find itself in a dire situation, bereft of resources and reinforcements. In stark contrast, Konoha was brimming with formidable warriors. Notably, the legendary Sannin Orochimaru had showcased his prowess during the war, alongside the young Uchiha Fugaku, the clan's lesser-known heir, whose fierce reputation had emerged. Furthermore, one of Jiraiya's disciples, a young man with striking short golden hair, had single-handedly engaged Rosa, inflicting considerable injury upon him without sustaining harm himself. Additionally, there was the young ninja whose indirect influence had swayed the outcome of the battlefield. As these thoughts swirled in Rosa's mind, a vision of a ninja clad in a white medical uniform appeared, equally remarkable and possessing mastery of the legendary Flying Thunder God technique. Given time, this individual would undoubtedly grow into a power rivaling that of the Sannin. Regrettably, the opportunity for capture had slipped away, had they succeeded. Obtaining the formula for healing potions would have elevated Sand's combat capabilities significantly. Conversely, their own forces were primarily supported by the elder generation. The likes of Chiyo and the advisor, Hyazong, were far past the age for battlefield engagement, yet they had no choice but to fight for the interests of Sand. Among the younger generation, only the likes of Yukura remained a formidable presence. However, the very thought of Yukura caused Rosa a headache. She thrived in solo operations, and large-scale battles would only serve as a hindrance to her. Moreover, Yukura was a staunch proponent of warfare, vehemently opposed to any notion of reconciliation. And her standing within the village was notably high. Chapter 105, The Actions of Sand. The remaining young generation included Chiyo's grandson, known as the Scorpion of the Red Sand, who had inexplicably vanished, resulting in the loss of a prodigious talent. Additionally, another figure, known as the Ghost Master, who once shared a name with the Scorpion of the Red Sand, had met an untimely demise during a reconnaissance mission. Sand now faced an alarming dearth of capable ninjas. If the battle persisted, Rosa dared not envision the consequences. He could not lead Sand into the abyss. With this in mind, Rosa cast his gaze across the gathered ninjas once more. Sighing softly, Hyazong, seated among the advisors, assessed the situation and stood up. Drawing in a deep breath amidst the focused attention of Sand and Rosa, he declared, I propose that we surrender to Konoha and seek peace. As soon as Hyazong's words left his lips, the Sand ninjas erupted in fervent protest, exclaiming loudly, How can we surrender? We are prepared to fight to the last breath. I, the 7th Squad, pledge to fight for Sunagakure until the last man. Our Puppet Master Brigade is equally willing to shed the last drop of blood for Sunagakure. Observing the fervent atmosphere in the room, Arsuna bellowed, Silence. We are here to discuss the aftermath of the war, not to engage in petty squabbles. At the sight of Arsuna's anger, the numerous members of Sunagakure fell silent. Arsuna turned to Kaiza, Advisor, please enlighten us as to why. Our Sunagakure has suffered grievously in this war. leaving us devoid of the strength to wage another conflict. At this juncture, our utmost priority is to recuperate and restore our vitality. My sister, Advisor Chiyo, once forged a covert alliance for offense and defense with Iwagakure and Kumogakure. Together, the three factions aim to combat Konoha. However, it appears we have merely become a pawn for Konoha to test its mettle. The betrayal of Kumogakure and Iwagakure has rendered Sunagakure the primary target of Konoha's onslaught, resulting in our substantial losses. Should we continue to clash with Konoha, it is conceivable that Sunagakure may turn into a mere sacrificial piece for Kumogakure and Iwagakure, or worse, fall under their dominion. Therefore, our immediate task is to preserve the village's living forces to guard against all potential contingencies. That concludes my statement. After Kaiza spoke, he sat upright in his chair. Kaiza, having finished, what are your thoughts? Arsuna inquired of those present. If anyone has differing opinions, please voice them boldly. The assembled members of Sunagakure remained silent for an extended period. Given the current state of affairs, Kaiza's counsel is exceptionally prudent and aligns with Sunagakure's best interests at this time. Well, since there are no dissenting voices, we shall proceed according to Advisor Kaiza's recommendations. Arsuna declared decisively, observing the silence from the crowd. Wait, I have something to say. No sooner had Arsuna's words left his lips than Kaiza rose to his feet. What further suggestions do you have, Advisor Kaiza? Arsuna questioned, his face betraying curiosity. Kaiza turned to face Arsuna. Lord Arsuna, I implore you to assume the mantle of the fourth Kazekage. In the name of the Kazekage, I urge you to extend a request for peace talks to the third Hokage. Kaiza continued. The village's leadership is nearly all present. The situation is urgent. So I propose we initiate a vote today. During the tenure of the third Kazekage, both Kaiza and Chiyo held significant esteem within Sunagakure. After the disappearance of the third Kazekage, it was Chiyo and Kaiza who managed the village's affairs. Now, with Chiyo gravely ill, Kaiza stands alone. However, assigning Arsuna as the fourth Kazekage was a decision preordained by Chiyo and him long ago. Now, the only difference is that time has advanced. Moreover, Rasha has been referred to as the Wind Shadow for half a year now. Given Rasha's capabilities, this title is indeed well-deserved. The only one who could rival Rasha, Yetsong, due to his solitary nature, has garnered significantly less support from the village. Thus, in the annals of the five great nations, the swiftest vote for a village leader has transpired. In the land of rivers, at the sand-hidden village's encampment, Rasha successfully ascended to the position of the fourth Wind Shadow after passing the sand-hidden village's upper ninja council. The decree of his appointment was expedited to the feudal lord of the Wind Country, personally stamped with the Lord's seal. The stamping was merely a formality. The remaining task was for the feudal lord's office to issue a proclamation to notify the lords of the fire, earth, water, and lightning countries, all of whom are equally part of the five great nations. The new Wind Shadow's inauguration was thus declared to the ninja world. Time swiftly passed. In the Konoha encampment, Okamoto Dojiya sat cross-legged on his bed, continually extracting chakra, since his chakra had surged dramatically after encountering the hero's water in the Wetbone Forest. He had not drawn chakra for quite some time. This venture to the battlefield reignited a sense of urgency within him. He needed time to allow his body to acclimatize to the surge in chakra, compounded by the extensive time he had devoted to researching healing potions. In the days following the conflict between the Sand Hidden and Konoha, both sides managed to coexist peacefully, albeit for differing reasons. The ninjas of Konoha, having recuperated over these past few days under the tireless care of the medical department, were now fully prepared to endure another war. Consequently, the mood in the Konoha encampment had relaxed considerably. It was as if they could indulge in several additional bowls at mealtime. Even Uchiha Fugaku frequently visited Dojiya during his leisure hours. Perhaps due to Fugaku's presence, Uchiha Obito had been coming around less often. As Okamoto Dojiya was engrossed in extracting chakra, a voice rang out from outside the tent. Dojiya, are you there? It was Yamamatsu, calling loudly at the entrance. I'm here, Uncle Yamamatsu. Upon hearing Day's call, Dojiya promptly rose and approached the tent entrance, opening the flap to let Day in. Chapter 106. News of returning to the village. Is there something you need? Dojiya inquired, observing the beads of sweat on Yamamatsu's forehead with curiosity. Well, it's like this. Lord Orochimaru sent someone to inform me that you were to come at once. I wonder why they reached out to me instead of you? Day replied, a puzzled expression on his face. Upon hearing Day's words, Dojiya's heart sank. I understand, Uncle Yamamatsu. I shall go find Lord Orochimaru immediately. Do you know what this is about? Shansong Dahua gazed at him, utterly perplexed. Of course I am aware. I am the one who usually attends the meetings, he reassured. With that, Okamoto Dojia expelled Shasong Dahua from his tent. Under Shasong Dahua's watchful eyes, a figure made its way towards Orochimaru's command tent. Observing the retreating silhouette of Okamoto Dojia, Shasong Dahua was overwhelmed by an indescribable sensation. He was aware that Okamoto Dojia was concealing something regarding himself and Iace Mami. Yet the specifics eluded him. Since the moment he and Iace Mami learned of Yuno's demise on the battlefield in the Land of Rivers, they had sensed something amiss with Okamoto Dojia. Now, this matter had even drawn the attention of Lord Orochimaru. The two of them, Shasong Dahua and Iace Mami, were insignificant in the grand scheme, unable to effect any change. However, Okamoto Dojia's mentor was the esteemed Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin alongside Orochimaru. With this thought, Shasong Dahua set aside his lingering doubts. Okamoto Daisuke traversed the bustling Konoha camp, where ninjas exchanged cheerful greetings, seeking respite from their inner tensions. The atmosphere within the Konoha camp had grown relaxed among the shinobi. In the distance, the Sunagakure camp remained under the vigilant gaze of scouts. While patrolling squads comprised of the Hyuga and Uchiha clans, renowned for their ocular jutsu, monitored the perimeter. In the shadows, various alarm systems were set by clans such as the Oil Woman and Inuzuka, skilled in animal manipulation. As he continued to greet fellow ninjas along the way, he approached Orochimaru's tent, where the surroundings were devoid of idle shinobi. Upon recognizing Okamoto Daisuke, the sentinels stationed near Orochimaru's tent merely glanced at him before resuming their duties. Lord Orochimaru, Daisuke called out from outside the tent. Come in, Daisuke-kun, came Orochimaru's distinctive, raspy voice from within. Okamoto Dosuke lifted the flap of the tent and stepped inside. Nothing appeared to be amiss. Within the tent, aside from Orochimaru, the familiar figure of Narashikaku was conspicuously absent. Okamoto Dojia stood at a distance from Orochimaru's desk, observing the latter diligently organizing intelligence reports. Dojia-kun, why did the third Hokage suddenly summon you? Orochimaru posed a question that felt like a bombshell. Okamoto Dojia froze in place, rendered speechless. It matters not, regardless of your actions. To me, you are a hero of Konoha. To his astonishment, Dojia glimpsed a hint of tenderness in Orochimaru's golden serpent-like eyes. Whether you wish to speak or remain silent is entirely up to you. Orochimaru set aside the documents, stepped out from behind the desk, and approached Dojia, who barely reached his chest, offering a smile. Lord Orochimaru. Witnessing such a demeanor from Orochimaru ignited within Dojia an overwhelming urge to confide everything without reservation. Sensing this emotion, he secretly feared the implications. Okamoto Daisuke surreptitiously manipulated the chakra within his body, creating a counterbalance. A sudden pulse of chakra instantaneously disrupted the flow of chakra within him. In Orochimaru's eyes, Okamoto Daisuke shuddered. No one anticipated that he had independently performed a self-assessment of his genjutsu moments earlier. Genjutsu can disturb an individual's perception, including their cognition. However, if someone is able to inject chakra from the outside, it can disrupt the internal flow of chakra, thereby liberating a person from the confines of genjutsu. This is the optimal solution when companions are present. When alone, one must rely solely on their willpower or endure excruciating pain in order to break free from the opponent's illusion. In the Land of Rivers, on the battlefield between Konoha and Sunagakure, Hibi no Ko employed this very method to evade the genjutsu cast by Uchiha Fugaku's Sharingan. Okamoto Daisuke, possessing an extraordinary mastery over chakra control, is capable of manipulating the chakra within his body to counter illusions. He has previously experimented with Uchiha Fugaku, and he is able to dispel common genjutsu through this technique. However, against more formidable and unique illusions, even Uchiha Fugaku's Sharingan would find it impossible to ensnare him without a trace. Following the recent chakra counteraction, Daisuke was astonished to discover that his desire to confide in Orochimaru remained unabated. This revelation left him in a state of shock. Was this not an illusion? What then could it be? Could this be the fabled charisma of the Serpent Lady? Orochimaru, observing Daisuke's apparent lack of desire to speak, refrained from elaborating further. Daisuke, you are an exceptional medical ninja. Do you comprehend why human life is so fleeting and fragile? Orochimaru posed a question that seemed unrelated to Daisuke's return to Konoha. Upon hearing Orochimaru's inquiry, Daisuke shook his head, replying, I'm afraid I do not understand, Lord Orochimaru. Life is transient. Each individual must live for themselves, and survival often demands ruthless measures. I hope to receive your assistance in the future. Orochimaru concluded with a smile that revealed his intentions. Okamoto Dojia gazed at Orochimaru, who looked at him with eager anticipation, momentarily at a loss for words. Dojia, at our core, we are fundamentally the same kind of person. I hope for the opportunity to collaborate in the future. Orochimaru's long tongue flicked from the corner of his mouth, lightly gliding across his chin. I do not comprehend what you are saying, Lord Orochimaru. In that fleeting moment when Orochimaru's gaze fell upon him, Okamoto Dojie instinctively took a step back in alarm. You shall depart from the camp tomorrow. Upon your return, promptly entrust the matters of the medical department to Ayasmami. Observing Okamoto Dojie's agitation, Orochimaru refrained from any further extreme actions. Instead, he proceeded to discuss the notice issued by the third Hokage. Although the circumstances were unclear, it would be prudent for you to inform your mentor, Tsunade. With that, Orochimaru waved his hand, signaling Dojie to withdraw. Understood, Lord Orochimaru. Afterward, Okamoto Dojie accepted from Orochimaru the blue document permitting his departure from the camp, along with a red certificate for his return to the village. This return certificate arrived in conjunction with the third Hokage's notification. Without these documents, the village would not allow him entry during wartime to prevent incursions by rogue ninjas. Chapter 107. The Unstable War. By the way, there is one more matter, Orochimaru called out to Okamoto Dojie, who was on the verge of exiting the tent. This morning, Raza of Tsunade has officially assumed the role of the fourth Kazekage. As of now, it seems nearly certain that Tsunade is on the brink of capitulation. The news of Raza's formal appointment as the fourth Kazekage has spread throughout the 5 great nations and the 5 great shinobi villages. Upon receiving this information, the reactions from various shinobi villages varied significantly. In the Raikage's office in Kumogakure, the third Raikage, with his dark complexion, stood abruptly upon reading the communique sent by the daimyo of the Land of Lightning. His smooth, light yellow hair swayed gently as he slammed his right hand onto the desk, the lightning tattoo on his right shoulder becoming particularly prominent with his vigorous movements. That brat Raza has taken the position of fourth Kazekage at such a time? The third Raikage gently stroked his long beard with his left hand. I need to confer with Inoki about this. Raza's assumption of the fourth Kazekage at this juncture indicates that Tsunade can no longer withstand the pressure and is preparing to compromise with Konoha. With that, the third Raikage strode purposefully out of the office. In the Tsuchikage's office in Iwagakure, a diminutive figure, clad in a crimson wrap on the upper body and an independent green-striped vest on the lower half, donned a suit reminiscent of a ninja's armor underneath. This small stature was perusing a missive sent by the feudal lord of the Land of Earth. What was even more astonishing was that, judging solely by height, this figure would certainly not surpass the towering office desk. Yet, remarkably, the upper half of the Tsuchikage currently floated above the desk's surface. Should one turn to the other side, a wondrous sight would unfold. This petite figure was indeed suspended in midair, and this airborne individual was none other than Inoki, the third Tsuchikage of Iwagakure, renowned in the shinobi world as the 2-ton Inoki. The Sand Village had succumbed. Inoki, equally grave, gazed upon the appointment declaration of Rasha. The Sand Village had chosen not to engage in a relentless struggle against Konoha and was preparing to surrender. This turn of events was unforeseen by both the Cloud and Earth villages. Ultimately, it was the Earth and Cloud that failed to anticipate that the Sand Village, one of the 5 great nations, would yield so easily. It was as if the battle had concluded before it even commenced. When the Sand Village initially instigated the war, they did so under the pretext of the third Kazekage being covertly eliminated by Konoha. Now, with the fourth Kazekage ascending to power, this was aimed at mitigating the repercussions of the third Kazekage's disappearance on the sand. Additionally, Chiyo had paved the way for Rasha's appointment. Presently, both objectives had been accomplished, and the Sand Village had declared its existence to the shinobi world, instilling a degree of trepidation among smaller ninja villages contemplating ambitions against the 5 great nations through its conflict with Konoha. However, the actions of the Sand Village did not align with the interests of the Cloud and Earth villages. In their strategic calculations, a fierce battle between the Sand and Konoha was deemed most advantageous, which was precisely why Iwagakure and Kumogakure had readily agreed to form an alliance when Chiyo first approached them. It appeared that a discussion with that troublesome figure, AI, was in order. A lean, albeit aging, camel is still mightier than a horse. Konoha could not contend with this situation alone. After a moment of contemplation, Inoki waved his hand, setting down the missive and slowly gliding out of the Tsuchikage's office. As for the Land of Water among the 5 great nations, its policies of blood mist had led to a depletion of national strength. Although the ninjas of Kirigakure were unparalleled elites, their numbers were woefully insufficient. Furthermore, The land of water, being surrounded by seas, held little strategic value for the other nations. Consequently, throughout the history of great ninja wars, the land of water has always found itself in an exceedingly precarious position. Engaging others in combat was simply beyond their capabilities, even after being defeated. The Hidden Mist Village lacks the sufficient populace and shinobi to seize control. Moreover, the other great ninja villages harbor no ambitions towards the water-encircled land of water. Aside from the villagers who have lived their entire lives on the water, the inhabitants of other nations find it exceedingly challenging to adapt to the aquatic environment of the land of water. The power struggles among the major nations of the ninja world are intensifying. Meanwhile, Okamoto Daisuke discreetly tucked away the two scrolls, one red and one blue, into the ninja tool pouch at his waist before quietly exiting Orochimaru's tent. Contemplating the myriad challenges that lay ahead, Okamoto Daisuke felt an unsettling anxiety within him. Tsunade had already briefed him on the inclusion of Hyuga Hayashi into the main family and the pressure exerted by the head of the main family, Hyuga Daisuke. On the third Hokage, Okamoto Daisuke firmly believes in his own demonstrated talents, particularly the success of his medicinal treatments. The efficacy of these treatments has played a monumental role on the battlefields of the Land of Rivers. He is convinced that the third Hokage would not casually relinquish him merely to appease the anger of the Hyuga clan. However, he acknowledges that punishment is inevitable. The recent appointment of the fourth Kazekage, Rasha, signifies a notable shift, a signal of surrender from Tsunade. The third Hokage's decision to summon Okamoto Daisuke back to Konohagakure in advance serves as a form of punishment, stripping him of the accolades he earned during this war. Although this action cannot entirely erase the merits he has achieved, it will significantly diminish his contributions in the conflict and consequently reduce his standing among the civilians of Konoha. If Okamoto Daisuke were to return to the village alongside the victorious forces, his contributions during this conflict would undoubtedly rank just below that of the battle's commander, Orochimaru. Upon his return, his reputation would certainly experience a significant elevation. Furthermore, Daisuke has contemplated the notion of defection. However, given his current strength, such an act would render his survival in the ninja world impossible. The innovative capabilities he demonstrated during the war in the Land of Rivers, along with the successful application of healing potions, would not serve as a means of safeguarding his life post-defection, but rather as a harbinger of doom. Okamoto Daisuke believes that no nation can withstand this potion, which significantly alleviates the casualties of its own ninja villagers. At that time, he was confronted with the relentless pursuit among the great powers. If captured, the most favorable outcome he could hope for would be life imprisonment, spending each day in darkness, assisting this ninja village in the production of healing potions. Should he refuse to cooperate, Okamoto Daisuke would face the possibility of memory extraction. Each village possesses its own capability for such extraction. When Okamoto Daisuke and Hinata Tachi embarked on their first mission, they returned with the head of Awa Yujin because Konoha could extract specific intelligence from the brains of the deceased, provided their death had not exceeded a certain time frame. Okamoto Daisuke shook his head, casting aside thoughts of defection. With his capabilities and Tsunade's protection, his life would remain secure. The most likely scenario was that he would be kept in seclusion until the storm had passed, only to re-emerge before the public thereafter. Chapter 108. Friends contemplating these matters. Okamoto Daisuke returned to the medical camp. On his way, he encountered a medical ninja passing by, and he called out to him. Upon seeing Okamoto Daisuke, the ninja immediately stood upright with a look of reverence, exclaiming, "Lord Daisuke, how may I assist you?" In this war, Okamoto Daisuke had played a pivotal role. The introduction of healing potions had significantly alleviated the strain on the medical department and its ninjas. Okamoto Daisuke regarded the other person with a gentle tone, requesting, "Please summon Deputy Minister Iase and Deputy Minister Yamamatsu. I have matters that require their presence." "Understood, Lord Daisuke. I shall promptly notify the two deputy ministers." Upon finishing, the medical ninja hastily departed. TSK. How imposing indeed, Lord Daisuke? A voice laced with sarcasm drifted from beside Okamoto Daisuke's tent. Hearing the voice, Okamoto Dojia looked up to see Uchiha Obito, adorned with yellow goggles, leaning against the entrance of his tent, a teasing expression etched across his face. Beside him stood Kakashi, arms crossed, while Noara Rin was softly urging Obito to speak more normally. "What brings you here?" Dojia inquired as he approached his former classmates. With a series of hand seals, he dispelled the seal placed on the tent. "Wow, Dojia, you can perform sealing techniques? Such profound skills?" Obito exclaimed in astonishment at Dojia's actions, while Kakashi and Rin gazed at him with wide-eyed wonder. Nowadays, When Dojiya left the tent, he often summoned a slug within it. If he did not summon the slug, he would employ a sealing technique to secure the entrance. This seal posed no harm. Its primary purpose was to alert him to any entries or exits from his tent. Just a little trick. If you wish to learn, I can teach you, Dojiya responded, glancing back at the exuberant Obito. Forget it. You must be joking. I can't decipher those strange symbols. Obito rejected him outright. During their visit to Takigakure, Dojiya had once studied the beginner's guide to sealing techniques given by Minato Namikaze to learn the Flying Thunder God technique. Obito had been curious about the book, but found himself unable to comprehend a single word. Hee, Dojiya chuckled softly, lifting the tent's flap to allow Obito, Kakashi, and Rin to enter. So, what brings you here? With Obito's earlier antics, Kakashi and Rin remained silent regarding Dojiya's question. Minato-sensei mentioned that you might not be feeling well these past few days and asked us to come keep you company, Rin said gently. Her cheeks adorned with 2 streaks of purple paint, making her appear particularly lively. Thank you, and please extend my gratitude to Minato-senpai. Dojiya felt his earlier melancholic mood lift significantly in the presence of Rin's smile and Obito's playful antics. Humans are inherently social beings, and friends are indeed indispensable to one's well-being. Dojiya, where have you been? We've been waiting for you for ages. Obito exclaimed while fiddling with the various bottles and jars on Dojiya's desk, inspecting this and prodding that. Orochimaru sought me out earlier. Wow, that's cool. Now you're mingling with the renowned figures of the shinobi world. Before Dojiya could finish, Obito began chattering excitedly. To Obito and his fellow genin, figures like Orochimaru, already famous in the shinobi world, were nothing short of idol-level beings. Did Lord Orochimaru assign you any tasks? Are we interrupting you? Noera Rin's attention was not directed at Orochimaru. Instead, she gazed at her classmate seated on the bed with a tone of concern. It's nothing. I'm just going back to the village tomorrow. Okamoto Dosuke waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was no big deal. Back to the village? Both Obito and Noera Rin exclaimed in unison. Why is it that you, Dosuke, can return to the village ahead of us? This is a splendid opportunity to gain some recognition. Obito looked at Okamoto Dosuke with an envious expression. Among the 3, only Kakashi regarded Okamoto Dosuke with a worried gaze, sensing that the village's decision regarding him must have reached a conclusion at this juncture. Is everything all right? Kakashi unfolded his arms, marking the first time he spoke to Okamoto Dosuke since entering the tent. What could possibly be the matter? Haven't you heard the chatter around the camp? Obito interjected with a grin. Who in the entire Konoha camp isn't singing praises for Lord Dosuke? I suspect Dosuke is returning to receive some secret reward this time. Okamoto Daisuke disregarded the playful antics of Obito and instead cast a surprised glance at Kakashi. He had not anticipated that Kakashi, who had not experienced the battle at the Kaminari no Kuni's Great Bridge, would have undergone such a significant transformation, showing concern for his comrades. There's nothing to worry about. Rest assured. Okamoto Daisuke was about to explain a few things to Kakashi when suddenly, a voice echoed from outside the tent, that of Yamamatsu Daiga. Someone is looking for you, so we shall take our leave. Upon hearing someone call for Okamoto Daisuke, Kakashi immediately recalled the medical ninja they had encountered earlier, who had been sent by Okamoto Daisuke to notify the deputy head of the medical department. All right, Okamoto Daisuke nodded. Indeed, it was not the appropriate moment for reminiscing. He needed to arrange matters concerning his departure. Okamoto Dojiya stood up to bid farewell to Kakashi, Obito, and Rin as they exited the tent. Kakashi, being the last to leave, suddenly turned to Okamoto Dojiya and said, if there is any news, remember to inform us. Gazing at Kakashi, Okamoto Dojiya nodded solemnly and made an okay gesture in response. Dojiya, what business does Lord Orochimaru have with you this time? Inquired Yamamatsu Takahiro, who was eager to know as he watched Okamoto Dojiya see off his friends. It was Yamamatsu Takahiro who had conveyed the message that Orochimaru had sent for Okamoto Dojiya. Now, upon his return, Okamoto Dojiya had promptly requested to inform both him and Aya's mommy, undoubtedly indicating new directives for the medical department. Hence, Yamamatsu Takahiro appeared to be brimming with anticipation. Observing the expressions of Yamamatsu Takahiro and Aya's mommy, Okamoto Dojiya smiled gently. Uncle Yamamatsu, let us discuss this inside the tent. With that, he was the first to enter the tent, followed closely by Yamamatsu Takahiro and Aya's mommy. Inside the tent, as Okamoto Dojiya watched the two find their seats, he declared, I am preparing to return to the village tomorrow. Chapter 109. The journey home. I am set to go back to the village. Okamoto Dojiya stated to the two who were settled. After I leave, the various matters of the medical department will be under Uncle Yamamatsu's leadership. he added, looking directly at Yamamatsu Takahiro. Dojiya, the war is not yet over. Will you be returning to the village alone this time? Ia's mommy asked curiously, her gaze fixed on Okamoto Dojiya. Aunt Mommy, there is no need for concern. Lord Orochimaru mentioned that I have other matters to attend to upon my return. I will be going back on my own. Regarding the medical department, I have recommended Uncle Yamamatsu to Lord Orochimaru. Okamoto Dojiya replied in a calm tone. When will you be returning to the village? Yamamatsu Takahiro asked, looking at the boy before him, who was nearly his height. Although uncertain of the circumstances, he had faith in the boy's capacity to handle everything. I will depart early tomorrow morning. Okamoto Dojiya retrieved 2 village entry permits, one red and one blue, from his ninja tool pouch. In the ensuing moments, Okamoto Dojiya transferred the documents that required attention to Yamamatsu Takahiro. Finally, he produced a scroll, a sealing scroll. Uncle Yamamatsu, this contains 500 healing potions. Okamoto Dojiya solemnly handed the sealed scroll of healing potions to Yamamatsu Takahiro. These 500 potions are a recent production. Since the healing potions were developed by Okamoto Dojiya, Orochimaru has never questioned the allocation of these remedies. The distribution of the healing potions is entirely managed by the medical department, or more accurately, directly by Okamoto Dojiya himself. As most of the injured at the Konoha camp have now been discharged following treatment, and given that the shelf life of the healing potions is merely 3 days, the production rate has gradually slowed down under the guidance of Okamoto Dojiya, especially with the slugs of the wetbone forest. Once he departs, it remains uncertain who will oversee the transportation of the healing potions. Utilizing summoning beasts for the transportation would impose the weight of the potions upon the summoned creatures. And even employing sealing scrolls would require a substantial amount of chakra. However, these concerns are no longer his to ponder. After thoroughly briefing Yamamatsu Daiga on all matters pertaining to the medical department, Okamoto Dojiya sent them off. Upon returning to the now deserted tent, he let out a sigh, rose, and began to gather his personal belongings. He summoned Chaelin to convey his impending return to the village to Tsunade. Although this return is part of a mission and not confidential, it is preferable that fewer people are aware of it. Hence, apart from the fortuitous encounters with Kakashi, Obito, Rin, and others, Okamoto Dojiya did not widely publicize his plans. The next day, just as dawn broke and the sun had yet to rise in the east, the mist lingering in the forest had not yet dissipated. Slither. The tent flap of Okamoto Dojiya opened gently from within, and he emerged cautiously. Upon turning, he was met with the sight of Ia's mommy, who was holding a food container. Aunt Ice, what brings you here? Okamoto Dojiya inquired, noticing her presence. I had a feeling you would be leaving early. Ia's mommy smiled, opening the container to reveal it filled with rice balls, emitting wisps of steam. These are the rice balls I prepared for you. Although they may not be exquisite, please take them along for your journey. Thank you, and Ice. Okamoto Dojiya replied, not wishing to decline her kind offer. The steam rising from the rice balls indicated they were freshly made, a testament to her early morning efforts. Acknowledging her labor, he quietly packed the warm rice balls into his backpack without further ado. There is no need for thanks. Just remember to stay safe on the road. Ia's mommy meticulously adjusted his coat, reminding him with careful words. After bidding her farewell several times, Okamoto Dojiya found himself at the entrance of the Konoha camp. After verifying the authenticity of his exit pass, the guarding ninja granted him passage. Once outside the camp, Okamoto Dojiya finally shed the white medical attire he frequently donned at the camp. He now wore a light blue jacket with an orange short-sleeved shirt beneath, complemented by gray trousers and blue ninja boots adorning his feet. A purple backpack rested on his back as he swiftly navigated through the forest. Whoosh! The figure of Okamoto Daisuke moved with remarkable agility, deftly navigating the trunks of trees in the forest. The blue light beneath his feet flickered incessantly as he executed his peculiar technique to perfection. Had there been an observer, they would have found it nearly impossible to grasp his elusive presence. One moment he was perched upon a tree, and the next, he appeared below it. The extraordinary nature of his movements defied the laws of physics, rendered with an artistry that was almost mesmerizing. As dawn broke in the east, casting a pale light across the sky, Okamoto Daisuke had successfully traversed the rear camp of the Konohagakure shinobi, crossing the borders of the land of rivers and officially entering the realm of the land of fire. Sensing the chakra flowing within him, he slowed his pace. It was time to return. From his backpack, he retrieved a test tube, uncorked it, and took a few sips. This concoction, brewed by Okamoto himself, was designed to swiftly replenish his stamina, quench his thirst, and hasten the recovery of his chakra. After consuming the potion, He returned the test tube to his bag. The Hyuga clan ninja had wished to converse with him, but since their last interaction had been abruptly interrupted by Namake's Minato, there had been no further communication. The Hyuga ninja greeted him as though nothing had transpired, leaving Okamoto Daisuke somewhat perplexed. However, clarity would only come upon his return to the village. More importantly, he found himself wondering about Hinata's current state. The memory of that flower-like smile stirred something within him. Setting aside his distractions, Okamoto Daisuke positioned his hands behind him, mimicking the classic pose of a Hokage as he dashed toward Konoha. The sun gradually shifted its position in the sky, while he savored the rice balls crafted by Aya's mommy, making his way toward the village. As he drew nearer to Konoha, the number of pedestrians and merchants driving carts laden with goods began to increase, as if the distant war in the land of rivers bore no relevance to the tranquil life of Konoha. One cannot help but acknowledge the profound essence of a great nation. The villagers of Konoha continue to live in peace, reminiscent of more tranquil times. In stark contrast, the inhabitants of the land of rivers find themselves displaced and suffering, their lives upended by the conflict between Sunagakure and Konoha. Unable to return to their homes or cultivate their fields, a multitude of wandering children and adults are evident everywhere. This stark disparity in ways of existence creates a vivid contrast in the eyes of Okamoto Daisuke, a true testament to the folly of war. War knows no justice. It merely reflects differing stances. Chapter 110. Meeting the Hokage at last. As the sun shone brightly upon him, Okamoto Daisuke's gaze fell upon the imposing walls of Konoha. Standing once more at the entrance of this cherished village, he lifted his eyes to the grand gates, which soared 3/4 of the way up the wall. Feeling a surge of emotions, from the harrowing experience of his first mission, where he and Hinata Hikaru narrowly escaped the clutches of Sunagakure, to the later missions alongside Minato Namikaze and Kakashi, which concluded safely, and now, returning at the summons of the third Hokage, each return evoked a unique sentiment within him. Every time he gazed upon the emblem of Konoha nestled between the two characters for shinobi at the entrance, a different feeling washed over him. In a moment of rapture, Okamoto Daisuke became lost in thought, oblivious to the long line that had formed behind him. An irate elder had already rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront him. "What are you doing? Are you going in, or not?" The vigilant ninja at the entrance of Konoha admonished. Observing Okamoto's dazed gaze fixed on the characters of Konoha above the door, which had caused a significant queue to accumulate. "Hello, this is my return to the village certificate," Okamoto Daisuke stammered upon hearing the guard's inquiry. After a moment of surprise, he retrieved the document from his backpack and presented it to the ninja. Following a meticulous verification, the guard waved his hand, signaling that Okamoto could enter the village. With purposeful strides, he crossed the threshold of Konoha's grand gate. After taking several steps forward, he noticed someone waiting for him by a stone bench not far from the entrance. Upon seeing Tsunade clad in a light green coat, her arms crossed over her chest accentuating her prominent curves, Okamoto Daisuke felt an unexpected calm wash over him. "Sensei." The moment he laid eyes on Tsunade, she approached and enveloped him in a warm embrace. "How did you know I would return at this time? Have you been waiting here all along?" he inquired as he extricated himself from her hold. "It's all thanks to my efforts." A tiny slug, no larger than a palm, crawled out from Tsunade's bosom, peering curiously. Initially, Charin had perched on Tsunade's shoulder, but due to the embrace, it had slid directly into the depths of her neckline. Tsunade scrutinized Okamoto Daisuke from head to toe, a smile gracing her lips as she remarked, "You've grown taller, you little rascal, and you're doing quite well. Truly a worthy disciple." Upon hearing her praise, Okamoto Daisuke scratched the back of his head and chuckled sheepishly. "Sensei, I shall go see the third Hokage now." Rather than indulging in nostalgia, he suggested they first visit the third Hokage. "Indeed, the sooner your matters are resolved, the better. I'll accompany you," Tsunade replied, not waiting for Daisuke's response as she took hold of him and strode purposefully toward the Hokage's office in the Hokage building. Okamoto Daisuke stood straight before the desk, his expression grave as he gazed at the third Hokage seated behind it. Tsunade stood alongside Daisuke, sharing in the tension of the moment. The third Hokage held a pipe in his hand, occasionally taking a puff. "Old man, what exactly do you intend to do?" Tsunade could no longer contain her impatience and was the first to inquire. Ever since she and Daisuke entered the Hokage's office, they had been locked in a silent stare with the third Hokage for a full half-hour. The Hokage remained silent, leaving her at a loss for words, while Daisuke was simply unsure of what to say. "Do not be so serious, Tsunade. Please have Daisuke take a seat," the third Hokage said gently, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. Sensei, do you truly believe I can sit comfortably? What are your thoughts on Daisuke? Tsunade asked, her impatience evident as she looked at the third Hokage. At this moment, Okamoto Daisuke resembled a student who had performed poorly on an exam, anxiously awaiting the final verdict from his teacher. Daisuke, I believe you are a good child. If given another chance, would you be willing to spare Hugo Waisei? Inquired the third Hokage, gazing intently at the young man before him. Absolutely not, Lord Third Hokage. His actions directly jeopardize the unity of our village and the safety of my comrades, Daisuke replied without a moment's hesitation. Upon hearing Daisuke's response, the third Hokage's expression remained inscrutable. However, Tsunade, standing nearby, interjected anxiously, Old man, what Daisuke means is that if Hugo Waisei harbors no hostility towards him, he certainly wouldn't strike back. The third Hokage waved his hand, and Tsunade, noticing the gesture, gradually fell silent. And what is your perspective on this matter, Daisuke? He asked, turning his attention back to the young man. Lord Hokage, I do not believe I am at fault in this situation. Firstly, I did not initiate the conflict. If I had chosen not to retaliate, I would have been killed by both Hugo Waisei and Hugo Waima. I cannot sacrifice my life without cause. Furthermore, Hugo Waisei, in a bid to save himself, ruthlessly harmed our comrade, the medical nin Kitsuna. Should such behavior be emulated by other ninjas in the village, our leaf will find itself bereft of comrades on the battlefield in the future. Therefore, even if Hugo Waisei survives, I will report this matter to Lord Orochimaru for appropriate punishment. Lord Hokage, the ninjas in our village have long upheld and practiced the will of fire. Where the leaves flutter, the flames burn eternally. Without the sacrifice of leaves, there can be no fire. As he spoke these words, Daisuke subtly raised his head, his gaze fixed upon the towering Hokage rock at the edge of Konohagakure. Should the village require my life, I would willingly be the first spark that ignites the leaves. Daisuke proclaimed with fervor. The third Hokage paused, taking a moment to reassess Okamoto Daisuke with newfound gravity. Leaning back in his chair, the weight of the moment creaked the chair's backrest. Daisuke, what are your thoughts on the relationship between the village and the noble clans? After a moment of contemplation, he posed this question to the young man before him. Undoubtedly, in the eyes of the third Hokage, Okamoto Daisuke was a bearer of the will of fire, representing the future of Konohagakure. Yet, the Hyuga clan posed a significant challenge for him. The noble clans. Currently, Konoha still relies heavily on their support. Chapter 111. Butterfly, the village is my home where I have grown, and I will fight to the death to protect it, Okamoto Daisuke declared resolutely. Daisuke, are you aware of the Hyuga clan's stance in this matter? The third Hokage continued to inquire. I understand, however, Hokage-sama. I believe that the reason Konoha has ascended to become the foremost power in the ninja world is not due to the efforts of a single individual or a solitary clan. Rather, it is the unwavering dedication of countless villagers and ninjas of Konoha that has fortified our village. This is the very essence that has enabled Konoha to achieve its esteemed status. The will of fire embodies a spirit of selflessness. The first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, was a pivotal architect in the formation of this philosophy. Initially, the will of fire sought to eliminate barriers between various clans within the village, to foster a spirit of collective endeavor for the sake of the community. It demanded that every individual, regardless of their clan, prioritize the greater good over clan-specific interests, to protect their fellow villagers as if they were family, ensuring that no hierarchy would arise between powerful clans and ordinary ones. Thus, it was the first Hokage's monumental decision to disband the vast Senju clan, preserving only its original line while dispersing the other branches to integrate them as Konoha's citizens, freeing them from the burdens of the Senju's legacy and animosities. Yet, the first Hokage's remarkable act was not embraced by the villagers, particularly by the Uchiha clan, which prided itself as Konoha's foremost house. Under the leadership of Madara Uchiha, they spearheaded opposition against the first policies, resulting in Konoha's continued existence amidst the dominance of powerful clans. The long-term development of Konoha has been inextricably linked to the support of these clans, and even the third Hokage must acknowledge their influence within the village. Particularly now, when Konoha's situation is precarious, the head of the Hyuga clan, Heishi Hyuga, is speculated to be exerting pressure on the third Hokage in light of the village's current adversities. Indeed, D-Kai, you are quite right. Konoha's rise is attributed to the selfless contributions of its villagers and ninjas. Yet, I must provide an account to the Hyuga clan, and I hope you can comprehend this. The third Hokage rose leisurely, placing his hands on the desk and leaning forward. D-Kai, I trust you will understand my position. The third Hokage's gaze fixed intensely upon Okamoto Daikai. I can comprehend, Hokage-sama. Daikai replied gravely, nodding, aware that the third Hokage had reached a decision. Unexpectedly, he realized that the third Hokage still intended to take action against him. Daikai's heart raced as he reflected, believing that his impassioned declaration of loyalty could sway the third Hokage, only to realize his youth had rendered him naive. Haha. The third Hokage chuckled at Daikai's solemn expression. He stepped away from the desk, approaching the brown cabinet against the wall, with hands forming seals. The cabinet's sealing mechanism faintly illuminated. The third Hokage retrieved a letter sealed with white wax from a cabinet. Witnessing this moment, Okamoto Daisuke inexplicably recalled how, in the future of the Hokage world, the Chosen One, Naruto Uzumaki, effortlessly pilfered the scroll of seals and mastered the technique of shadow clone jutsu contained within. Indeed, Naruto's growth bore the hallmarks of the third Hokage's meticulous guidance. Although this should have been a moment fraught with tension, Okamoto Daisuke found himself surprisingly at ease, possessing the mental bandwidth to ponder other extraneous matters. Gonbin Doji cast a fleeting glance at Tsunade. At that moment, her fair hands hung at her sides, tightly clenched together, revealing the turmoil within their owner's heart. The third Hokage, holding a letter sealed with white wax, resumed his seat at the desk. Gonbin Doji, an important mission has been entrusted to you by the village. I wonder if you are capable of fulfilling it. The third Hokage gently opened the letter and extracted a note. He held the letter delicately between his index and middle fingers, slightly swaying it as he inquired of Gonbin Doji. Lord Hokage, rest assured, I am confident in my ability to tackle any challenge the village presents to me. Gonbin Doji replied emphatically. Very well. Take a look at this, the third Hokage said, observing the upright stance of Gonbin Doji, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips as he handed the letter over. Okamoto Daisuke swiftly approached and took the letter from the hands of the third Hokage. Gently opening the missive, he discovered it to be an invitation, filled with ornate language and nearly 1,000 words upon unfolding. After reviewing the letter, Okamoto Daisuke summarized its contents as follows. Esteemed Hokage, our nation solemnly invites you to attend our annual festival, and we sincerely hope you can grace us with your presence or send an envoy in your stead. The letter bore the signature of Kazahana Seiyuki. Initially, Okamoto Daisuke felt no sense of unease, for the status of Konoha in the shinobi world rendered such invitations a mark of honor for smaller nations. They sought to showcase their own significance within the ninja realm. My brother is Konoha. Look, even the Hokage has come to our village. Would you dare to bully us? I will have my brother settle the score with you. It was only when Okamoto Daisuke reached the signature that his pupils constricted sharply, leaving him frozen in place. Kazahana Seiyuki, if memory served him correctly, was the unfortunate soul who had met his demise at the hands of his own younger brother, which had even inspired a theatrical production. In the original narrative, this mission was assigned to Kakashi during his time in the Umbu. Yet now it had been entrusted to him by the third Hokage. At this realization, a chill coursed through Okamoto Daisuke. The fluttering of a butterfly's wings could indeed set off a hurricane thousands of kilometers away, exemplifying the butterfly effect. The mission once belonging to Kakashi had now become his, signifying a shift in the world of the Hokage, a world that had diverged from the one he once knew. As a traveler in this realm, his familiarity with the storyline served as his greatest advantage for survival. It was precisely because he was well-versed in the plot that Okamoto Daisuke felt an urgency to display his talents before the Third Great Ninja War. Eager to align himself with powerful figures, understanding Tsunade's character enabled him to seize the opportunity to become her apprentice. However, it was precisely because he had become Tsunade's disciple that his first mission led him to become a teammate of Hinata Hikaru. Their budding feelings for each other eventually sparked jealousy and wrath in Hyuga Yushin, ultimately leading to Yushin's drastic actions on the battlefield, culminating in the tragic death of Ketsuno in Okamoto Daisuke's arms. Now, he found himself in Kakashi's stead, propelling the course of history. Chapter 112, the mission reflecting on this. Okamoto Daisuke abruptly raised his gaze towards the outskirts of Konoha, where the imposing Hokage rock stood, adorned with the likenesses of the Hokage through the ages. Unbeknownst to him, he had long since become a part of the shinobi world. Upon awakening, he had already integrated into the essence of the Hokage. This mission to the land of snow served as the most compelling evidence. It also indicated that the memories of the Hokage that once resided in Okamoto Daisuke's mind were no longer immutable. The futures he had previously believed in had transformed into mere references rather than certainties destined to unfold. Okamoto Daisuke discovered that as a time traveler, His greatest advantage derived from the original story was gradually diminishing. Upon this realization, a slight tremor began to course through his entire being. Beside him, Tsunade, who had been gazing at the third Hokage's smile, felt her own heart, which had been lifted, plummet to the ground. To her astonishment, Daisuke began to shake after reading the letter. Tsunade's previously steady heart surged once more. Could it be that her mentor had assigned Daisuke a task that was certain to lead to his demise? With this thought, she shot a fierce glare at the third Hokage. Damn it! Tsunade swiftly snatched the letter from Daisuke's hands. After acquiring it, she unfolded the letter and immediately began to scrutinize its contents. With a sense of skepticism, she read through the letter but found no apparent issues. She then held the paper up to the sunlight, examining both the front and back several times, yet still detected nothing amiss. What on earth was going on? Was this letter written in some kind of code? Holding the letter in one hand, Tsunade pointed accusingly at the third Hokage with the other. What is the meaning of this? No. The third Hokage shook his head with a wry smile, repeatedly assuring Tsunade that this was merely an ordinary letter. Is that so? Tsunade regarded him with a mixture of doubt and concern. Indeed, it is truly an invitation from the land of snow. The third Hokage gestured helplessly with both hands. Old man, if it's too much, then let us assign him another task, Tsunade suggested, glancing at the still trembling Daisuke. Teacher, no, I can handle this task. Daisuke, seeing Tsunade's worry for him, nodded vigorously and expressed his determination to the third Hokage. Daisuke, don't push yourself too hard. Tsunade gently comforted him, wrapping her arm around his shoulder. No, teacher, I genuinely have the confidence to complete this task. In the original story, Kakashi seemed to have undertaken this mission with the strength of a special jonin, given his current abilities. Daisuke believed that escorting should not pose a significant challenge. Furthermore, the political landscape of the Land of Snow was not overly intricate at this juncture. As the feudal Lord Kazahana Zoyuki still retained control over a portion of the nation's governance. Daisuke, have you truly considered this? This task is unlike the usual missions. The third Hokage took a deep draw from his pipe. Puff. A thick cloud of smoke billowed from the Hokage's lips. Daisuke, do you understand that the ninja villages do not intervene in the power struggles between nations? Noticing Daisuke's attentive demeanor, the third Hokage smiled. I understand, Lord Hokage. Daisuke nodded, acknowledging his awareness of the situation. The ninja village served as a military entity of the state, yet the two were fundamentally distinct entities. Smaller villages were led by a chief, while larger ninja villages were headed by a kage. Currently, the 5 great leaders of the ninja world are universally acknowledged not only for their prowess but also for their esteemed positions within their respective villages. The governance of a ninja village is entrusted to its leader, known as the Hokage. Ninjas comprise the very essence of the village, which serves as a military force dedicated to safeguarding the nation from external threats. The daimyos of each nation possess no command over the ninja villages, holding only advisory power. The relationship between the nation and the village resembles that of an employer and their employee. Ninjas refrain from engaging in the high-level politics of the great nations, a convention accepted by all. However, there exist a few exceptional nations where both the ninja village and the country are overseen by the same daimyo. Such nations are referred to as ninja countries. In these instances, the village functions as the nation itself, with ninjas forming an indispensable part of its identity. The Land of Snow exemplifies this type of nation, where the daimyo serves as both the leader of the ninja village and the head of the country. The daimyo of the Land of Snow, Kazahana Seio, is preparing to execute a plan that could greatly impact the nation. Meanwhile, his brother, Kazahana Noto, is dissatisfied with his brother's actions and is scheming to usurp him. Kazahana Seio cannot openly seek external assistance, as it pertains to the internal affairs of the Land of Snow. Fortunately, Seio has previously established a close relationship with the Land of Fire and its daimyo. Thus, he has requested the third Hokage to dispatch a skilled ninja to protect his daughter, Kazahana Koyuki, in the event of his failure, ensuring her safe passage to the Land of Fire. At this point, the third Hokage paused, observing the attentive expressions of Okamoto Daisuke and Tsunade. Before continuing with a measured tone, Daisuke, you must not enter the Land of Snow under the guise of a leaf ninja. The notion of not representing the leaf village startled Tsunade, who furrowed her beautifully shaped brows and glanced at Daisuke. Understood, Lord Third, replied Okamoto Daisuke, as he removed the leaf village forehead protector from his right arm and handed it to Tsunade. Teacher, please keep this safe for me. Daisuke flashed a bright smile, revealing his white canines. Lord Third, allow me to undertake this mission. Daisuke had made his decision, having become a part of this world. He resolved to embark on a journey starting with the mission in the Land of Snow, to transform both himself and the ninja world. After all, who can predict the future? To do nothing would mean a futile visit, which was not the outcome he desired. Very well, Daisuke, go with confidence. I shall await your return, and when you do, I will personally return this forehead protector to you, Tsunade affirmed, nodding at the determined expression on Okamoto Daisuke's face. This is the letter of introduction from the Land of Fire. The third Hokage retrieved an envelope from the drawer of his desk. In due time, Daisuke, you shall serve as the envoy of the Land of Fire, accompanying our delegation to the annual festival of the Land of Snow, he instructed. Handing over the letter of introduction. Remember, do not reveal your identity as a Leaf Village ninja. Chapter 113. The Departure. I understand, Lord Third. Daisuke Okamoto replied, accepting the letter and nodding in affirmation. The departure is scheduled for 3 days hence. Use this time to prepare, the third Hokage continued. This mission will be recorded in your files as a classified A-rank assignment. With that, he waved his hand dismissively at Daisuke. Okamoto Daisuke said nothing, casting a glance at Tsunade. Upon witnessing the resolution of the incident involving Okamoto Daisuke's slaying of the Hyuga clan's ninja, Tsunade's demeanor brightened considerably. Grasping Okamoto Daisuke's arm, she led him toward the exit. Farewell, old man, Tsunade called over her shoulder as she approached the door, offering a heart gesture to the third Hokage. The moment Okamoto Daisuke and Tsunade stepped out of the Hokage building, they felt invigorated and refreshed. Ganbin Doji gazed up at the azure sky, marveling at its untainted brilliance. Such a deep blue, he exclaimed. Tsunade, intrigued, cast a curious glance at the heavens and inquired, Doji, what do you see? Nothing much, sensei. Just the realization that the sky is truly blue. Doji replied, his eyes fixed on the expanse above, which revealed nothing but clouds and blue. Tsunade rolled her eyes, exasperated. You rascal, why are you being so cryptic with your teacher? She scolded, playfully tugging at his ear. Ouch, ouch. Sensei, please be gentle. Doji tilted his head in submission, bending slightly at the knees as he pleaded for mercy. Let us go. To celebrate your return, I shall treat you to a meal. What would you like to eat? Tsunade declared with a generous spirit. How about a chiraka ramen? Doji suggested, rubbing his reddened ear. Excellent choice. Let us be off. With that, the two set off, striding purposefully ahead. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage stood by the window, observing the antics of the two. A smile crept across his face. Sarutobi, is this your idea of punishment? A middle-aged man, clad in a gray long coat and a black cloak, emerged from a concealed door within the office. Directly addressing the third Hokage, his cane echoed with a rhythmic thud against the floor as he fixed a piercing gaze upon Sarutobi. Do you truly believe the Hyuga clan will accept this so-called punishment? Does a prestigious clan of Konoha seem less significant to you than an insignificant child of merely 10 years? The man continued, intent on voicing his thoughts. Enough, Shimura. I am the Hokage. Here in Konoha, I am the third Hokage. The third Hokage slammed his pipe down onto the desk with authority, meeting Shimura Danzo's gaze with unwavering resolve. Danzo's expression shifted as he grasped his cane tightly, alternating between loosening and tightening his grip repeatedly. Sarutobi, you have changed. I have remained steadfast. It is you who has transformed. The third Hokage maintained his fierce stare. Sarutobi, your actions will not satisfy the Hyuga clan. Danzo, that child has already sacrificed enough. Summoning Ganbin Doji back from the battlefield in the Land of Rivers has, in a sense, stripped him of his accolades in this conflict. Furthermore, under deliberate circumstances, the villagers of Konoha remain ambiguous about the origin of the healing potion, knowing only that it is a strategic concoction from Konoha Hospital, effectively diminishing Doji's contributions time and again. Sarutobi, you will come to regret your decisions today. Danzo, focus on fulfilling your own responsibilities. I, Sarutobi Hiruzen, am indeed the third Hokage of Konoha. The third Hokage solemnly declared to Shimura Danzo, enunciating each word with gravity. Understood, Hokage-sama. Danzo replied, leaving with a decisive turn, his back resolutely facing the room. As he departed, he struck the floor heavily with his cane, producing a series of resounding thuds. Thud, thud, thud. The third Hokage watched Danzo's receding figure and exhaled a deep sigh. He picked up the pipe that had been discarded on the table, took a hearty puff, only to realize that the tobacco had long since extinguished. Meanwhile, Tsunade and Okamoto Daisuke entered the Ichiraka ramen shop. Ichiraka-san, I would like a bowl of your luxurious ramen. Any flavor will do. Daisuke exclaimed loudly as he pulled back the shop's curtain. Upon entering, they found a slight figure standing beside the stove. While the master of Ichiraku was absent from the establishment, noticing the arrival of customers, the small figure quickly approached the counter. "Hello, sir and beautiful lady. My father has gone out for a delivery. If you wish to place an order, it will take a moment." The petite figure approached them. Upon closer inspection, Okamoto Daisuke discerned a remarkably delicate young girl. "Who are you?" he inquired. "I am SHBU, the cheerful SHBU." The girl exclaimed with vivacity. "Oh ho ho ho. Young lady, you possess an astute perception of people," Tsunade remarked, covering her mouth as she emitted an unusual sound. The raucous laughter caused Tsunade's shoulders to tremble incessantly, leading to the swaying of her ample bosom, reminiscent of a snow avalanche, evoking a cascade of thoughts. Is this the very girl who would later fall in love with Kakashi after only one encounter? As Okamoto Dojiya pondered, a deep voice resonated from the door. "SHBU. Do we have guests?" Almost immediately, the curtain of the Ichiraku ramen shop was drawn aside from the outside. "Brother Ichiraku, you're back." Okamoto Dojiya greeted enthusiastically, spotting Ichiraku's skilled hand entering. This indeed intertwines with one of the hidden main lines of Naruto. "Oh Dojiya, why are you back? Weren't you supposed to be at the battlefield with Orochimaru and Tsunade?" Ichiraku's skilled hand inquired, looking puzzled at Okamoto Dojiya. "Well, I had some other matters to attend to before returning. Brother Ichiraku, please prepare a large serving of your deluxe ramen for me." After requesting his ramen, Okamoto Dojiya turned to Tsunade and asked, "What would you like, sensei?" "Just a regular bowl of ramen will suffice," Tsunade replied casually. Once they settled on stools at the counter, they watched Ichiraku enter the kitchen to knead and stretch the dough. In no time, glistening noodles took shape in Ichiraku's hands, swiftly boiled and cooled in a seamless process. Shortly after, a bowl of noodles drenched in savory broth was presented to Tsunade by SHBU, while Ichiraku's skilled hand placed a large bowl adorned with a variety of delicacies before Okamoto Dojiya. "The deluxe signature Ichiraku ramen. Dojiya, please enjoy it to the fullest." Ichiraku's skilled hand grinned at Okamoto Dojiya. Chapter 114, A New Skill? Gazing at the appetizing ramen and inhaling its enticing aroma, Okamoto Dojiya eagerly devoured it in hearty bites. Beside him, Tsunade observed with a satisfied smile as Dojiya enjoyed his meal. Having made her decision, Tsunade resolved to teach Dojiya that technique. With her mind set, she too began to savor her noodles. "Ah, this is truly satisfying," Okamoto Dojiya remarked, patting his belly as he slowly exited the Ichiraku ramen shop. "Dojiya, come by often," Ichiraku's skilled hand called out while cleaning the utensils. "Understood, brother Ichiraku," Dojiya replied, stretching his limbs and feeling a sense of elevation. "Dojiya, come with me to the Konoha hospital." Tsunade emerged from behind him. "But it's already night, and I haven't even put down my backpack," Dojiya protested, glancing at the darkening sky, where the moon shone like a luminous disk. "Oh, quit your whining. Just carry it," Tsunade insisted, pulling Dojiya along towards the hospital. "Sensei, slow down. Don't tug so hard. I can keep up." A figure with golden twin tails dragged a slender frame, leaving 2 long footprints on the path to Konoha. "What's the rush, sensei?" Okamoto Dojiya questioned as they walked side by side toward the entrance of the Konoha hospital. Thud, thud, thud. Navigating through the bustling lobby of the hospital, Tsunade led Okamoto Daisuke directly to her office. "Come in," Tsunade called, opening the door and observing Daisuke, who was still curiously gazing around the corridor. "Teacher, it seems that Konoha Hospital has not changed at all," Daisuke remarked, pointing at some scratches on the corridor walls. "The hospital remains the same largely because that old man, the third Hokage, refuses to allocate funds," Tsunade retorted with a hint of sarcasm. "Wow, teacher, do you really live in your office every day?" Daisuke exclaimed as he stepped inside, astonished by the immaculate and pristine environment. The furniture surrounding him was spotless and gleaming, while the books and documents on the desk were meticulously organized. "Of course, it's all thanks to the treatment potions you concocted to ensure timely supplies for the battlefield in the land of rivers. I work late into the night every single day," Tsunade said, raising an eyebrow with a hint of pride. "Really?" Daisuke questioned, skeptical of Tsunade's claim, as it seemed implausible for the office she inhabited daily to remain so tidy. "What tone is that, you little brat? Do you not believe me?" Tsunade shot back, her demeanor suggesting she might take action. Suddenly, the door to the office suite swung open with a click. A figure clad in pristine medical attire appeared before Tsunade and Daisuke. "Teacher, you're back?" Ino cheerfully exclaimed, standing at the doorway and gazing at the two. "Daisuke, Ino blinked rapidly, momentarily unable to believe her eyes upon seeing Daisuke with his backpack. Clenching her delicate, slender hand into a small fist, she rubbed her eyes vigorously, only to confirm that Daisuke remained there. Daisuke, you really have returned. Ino expressed her excitement, rushing forward to grasp Daisuke's arm tightly. As Okamoto D-Kai stumbled, he steadied himself and gently patted Shizun's hand that grasped his. I'm back. However, I must depart again in a few days. After speaking, Okamoto glanced at his arm, which had been gripped by Shizun, now displaying a shade of blue-purple. He tenderly brushed his fingers over it, wincing in pain. Next time, be gentler. Shizun, noticing the bruise, lowered her head like a remorseful kitten and softly replied, Oh. Konoha Tsunade observed the two conversing and clapped her hands. All right. D-Kai will remain in Konoha for a few more days. You too, come with me. With that, Tsunade entered the lounge. Seeing that Tsunade had something to discuss, Okamoto set down his backpack and followed Shizun inside. Upon entering, they found Tsunade bent over, rummaging beneath the bed, her posterior in the air as she searched for something. Teacher, do you enjoy hiding your belongings under the bed? Okamoto inquired quietly, leaning towards Shizun. Suddenly, Shizun's ears flushed crimson. No, the teacher used to leave her things scattered about. Ever since I moved in with her, I've been organizing her belongings and placing them under the bed. This room originally lacked a bed, but I replaced the tatami with a double bed. Shizun whispered back, explaining her tidying efforts. Oh, no wonder Tsunade's living space is so clean and orderly. It turns out Shizun has been taking care of her and organizing the room. Ah, found it. Tsunade exclaimed, wriggling her body as she slowly emerged from beneath the bed, her golden hair dusted with grime, her fair face marked with patches of white and gray. Hearing her declaration, Okamoto and Shizun hurried over to assist her. Tsunade held a scroll tightly in her hand, sitting on the floor with her back against the bed. Addressing both Shizun and Okamoto, she asked, D-Kai, Shizun, do you know what is most essential for a medical ninja? It is the ability to heal. A proficient medical ninja must master various medical ninjutsu. Shizun replied thoughtfully. What do you think, D-Kai? Tsunade turned the question back to Okamoto after considering Shizun's answer. Well, I believe that for an outstanding medical ninja, or even an excellent ninja in general, the most crucial element should be chakra. Okamoto pondered for a moment before stating, only by appropriately allocating one's chakra can one better treat comrades and heal the wounded. Of course, managing chakra is also vital for survival. He added. Upon hearing Okamoto's response, Tsunade smiled softly. With the recently retrieved scroll, her delicate, fair hands gently swept aside a few strands of golden hair that obstructed her view. Gathering them at the nape of her neck, she bestowed a look of approval upon Okamoto Daisuke. For those who have endured the trials of the battlefield understand the paramount importance of conserving one's chakra in crucial moments. The medicinal concoction developed by Okamoto Daisuke is fundamentally designed to conserve the chakra of medical ninjas on the battlefield, thereby alleviating their burdens. As a ninja, especially a medical ninja, the judicious allocation of one's chakra is of paramount importance. Should one possess the ability to conjure vast amounts of chakra from thin air, it would bestow a significant advantage in combat. Chapter 115. In sealing, this is the technique I shall impart to you. Tsunade glanced around at the bemused Okamoto Daisuke and Shizun. Conjuring chakra out of nothing? Shizun's lips curled slightly in skepticism, causing her delicate nose to crinkle. Contemplating Tsunade's words and the scroll she held, a flicker of speculation ignited within Okamoto Daisuke. However, he refrained from voicing it due to uncertainty. Instead, it was Shizun who, with a tone of curiosity, pointed to the scroll in Tsunade's hands and inquired, Teacher, is the method of conjuring chakra you mentioned inscribed in that scroll? Indeed, it is. Tsunade placed the palm-sized scroll on her lap and gently unfurled it. What is this? As Okamoto Daisuke gazed upon the diamond-shaped emblem on the cover of the scroll that Tsunade was slowly revealing, he silently acknowledged that it was indeed that technique. Teacher, what is this? Shizun asked, her eyes darting between Okamoto Daisuke and Tsunade, her curiosity piqued. In the world of shinobi, there once existed a renowned nation known as the Land of Whirlpools. The ninja village of this land was referred to as the Whirlpool Hidden Village. Although the Land of Whirlpools was modest in size, it garnered fame in the shinobi world due to the formidable sealing techniques possessed by its ninjas. The sealing arts of the Whirlpool Hidden Village were exceptionally powerful. It was from this village that the sealing technique used by the first Hokage, revered as the god of shinobi, to seal the tailed beasts during the First Shinobi World War originated. Furthermore, Most of the sealing techniques currently employed by various villages to seal the tailed beasts in their Jinchuriki were developed during that era by the Whirlpool Hidden Village. Once an ally of Konoha, the Whirlpool Hidden Village met its demise during the subsequent Great Ninja Wars, leaving only a handful of its clan members. Kushina Uzumaki. The future fourth Hokage's wife was one such remnant of this lineage. My grandmother, Mito Uzumaki, the wife of the first Hokage, was also a member of this village. As Tsunade unfurled the scroll in her hands, she recounted its origins. Upon mentioning Mito Uzumaki, Tsunade paused momentarily, but only briefly, before continuing her narrative. My grandmother was the first Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails in Konoha. When she became the host of the Nine Tails, she discovered that frequent use of its chakra would lead to her being tainted by the malevolent essence contained within. In order to combat the malevolent essence within the Nine Tails chakra, Grandmother Uzumaki, drawing upon the profound legacy of sealing techniques from the Uzumaki clan, ultimately developed a ninjutsu capable of storing excess chakra. This technique is known as the Yin sealing technique. Tsunade pointed to a diamond emblem on the scroll and spoke in a grave tone. The primary function of the Yin sealing technique is to store chakra during ordinary times, allowing it to be released at critical moments. After speaking, Tsunade indicated the diamond mark on her forehead, explaining that, due to the necessity of storing chakra in the most enigmatic region of the human body, the brow, the Yin sealing technique significantly enhances the user's perceptual abilities upon the unsealing. Okamoto Dojiya gazed at the diamond-shaped mark on Tsunade's forehead and inquired, "Is it only possible for the seal to be stored on the forehead, sensei?" Tsunade, regarding Okamoto Dojiya with a serious demeanor, replied, "Young man, I strongly advise against recklessly altering the Yin seal. The reason this seal can only be stored on the forehead is something I do not comprehend either. However, since it was developed by my grandmother, Uzumaki Mito, it has been inscribed with immutable instructions regarding its cultivation method. The brain has always been the most enigmatic realm of the human body, and Dojiya, you must approach it with reverence." "I understand, sensei," Okamoto Dojiya acknowledged, perceiving the gravity in Tsunade's expression. Tsunade then picked up the unfurled scroll and placed it before Okamoto Dojiya, stating, "Due to the nature of this mission, I am entrusting this technique to you. Should you have any uncertainties, do not hesitate to inquire promptly." Tsunade advised Okamoto Dojiya. "What about me, sensei?" Ino asked, shaking her head from side to side as she glanced between Tsunade and Okamoto Dojiya. "Ino, this technique demands an exceedingly refined control of chakra. Given your current level of mastery, I do not recommend that you pursue its practice." Tsunade gently stroked Ino's head, slightly awkward in her delivery. "Then what was the purpose of bringing me here?" Ino sulked, realizing she had been mistaken in her expectations and was merely a bystander. She vigorously shook her head, displacing Tsunade's hand. Okamoto Daisuke glanced at the relatively brief scroll of the Yin sealing technique. Having studied the Flying Thunder God technique, he possessed a certain level of insight into sealing arts. However, after a mere cursory examination, he grasped the complexities inherent in the Yin sealing technique. It was no wonder that Tsunade had refrained from mentioning it in his and Shizen's presence before. This time, perhaps due to his own burgeoning strength, he had undertaken a mission in the land of snow alone, with the intention of further enhancing his abilities. Observing Shizen, who remained sulky, Okamoto Daisuke chuckled softly, "Shizen, once I master this, I will pass it on to you. For now, there is no need for you to fret." To his surprise, Shizen readily agreed. "Teacher, I shall take my leave for now." With that, he stowed the Yin sealing scroll and glanced at the clock hanging on the wall. The hands were slowly inching towards midnight. "Indeed, you may return, but you must seek me out to sketch the preliminary form of the Yin sealing technique," Tsunade advised. Her gaze fixed on Okamoto Daisuke. "Understood, teacher. I am aware that I must not gamble with my own safety." With that, Okamoto Daisuke exited the lounge, shouldering his backpack. After bidding farewell to Tsunade and Shizun, he made his way outside. As he stepped out of the Konoha hospital, he took advantage of the night to head home. As he walked, he reflected on his growth over the past few years. Feeling the scroll in his pocket, warmth surged within him. From the moment he became Tsunade's disciple, he had coveted both her monstrous strength and the Yin sealing technique. While he had already mastered the monstrous strength technique, the challenge lay in the fact that he lacked the physicality and chakra to support it. He recalled that, in the original narrative, Sakura only found her strength in the later stages. Had it not been for Okamoto Daisuke's rigorous training in the Wetbone Forest, resulting in a qualitative leap in his chakra, he would never have attained the esteemed rank of Special Jonin, a level above that of a mere Chunin. However, such opportunities are rare and elusive. In subsequent trials, Okamoto Daisuke discovered that his body had become immune to the hero's water. Chapter 116. Homecoming at this moment. Tsunade's instruction on the Ine sealing technique arrived just in time to facilitate his growth and strength. With the Ine sealing technique at his disposal, he might even be able to reclaim the formidable strength of the beastly fist he had once abandoned. The emergence of the Ine sealing technique was opportune. As Tsunade had asserted, should one's chakra surge unexpectedly during battle, the enemy would be plunged into utter despair. Under the moonlight, Okamoto Daisuke gradually approached his home. He retrieved the key from his backpack and inserted it into the lock. Click, creak. As the lock turned, he gently pushed the door open and stepped inside. Relying on the memories etched in his mind, he familiarized himself with the surroundings as he felt along the wall for the light switch. Click. The sudden burst of bright light caused a brief moment of discomfort for Okamoto Daisuke's eyes. As they adjusted, the familiar sights of his home came into view. There were no significant changes. Okamoto Daisuke approached the coffee table and gently placed his backpack upon its surface. Glancing around, he noticed a layer of dust had settled on the table, indicating that Rihue had not visited. With a delicate motion, he traced his finger across the tabletop, leaving a distinct mark in the dust. After making this observation, Okamoto Daisuke promptly made his way to the bedroom, where he lifted the tatama mat to reveal an unopened letter quietly resting beneath it. Okamoto Dojiya, filled with delight, grasped the envelope in his hand. Upon unfolding the back of the envelope, he found the inscription, to Dojiya, with affection. It was the same familiar handwriting. Okamoto Daisuke carefully placed the envelope aside and stepped out of the bedroom, finding a neatly folded cloth in the bathroom. He turned on the faucet, and the sound of rushing water filled the air. With the freshly laundered cloth in hand, he diligently wiped down every corner of his home. At last, it is done. Standing upright, he surveyed his rejuvenated abode, a sense of inexplicable comfort washing over him. He couldn't help but chuckle at the thought of Hinata Ritsuki's expression upon entering his immaculate home. After tidying up and freshening himself, Okamoto Daisuke reclined in his bedroom, his heart racing with excitement as he retrieved a letter from his pocket. The moment he laid eyes on the elegant and refined handwriting of Hinata Ritsuki, he felt as though he were in her presence. After perusing the letter, savoring each word, he was filled with profound sentiment. It turned out that after accompanying the shinobi army to the land of rivers, Hinata Ritsuki had been dispatched to the land of rain, vigilantly monitoring the movements of the cloud and rock villages along the border. In her letter, Hinata Ritsuki urged Daisuke to wait for her return, promising to prepare meals for him. The mere thought of her figure in the kitchen brought a sweet smile to his face. Rising, he sought out paper and a pen, leaning over the table to succinctly recount the tasks he was about to undertake. He refrained from mentioning his involvement in the demise of Hyuga Usui during the conflict between the Sand of the Land of Rivers and Alif, as he did not wish to burden Hinata Ritsuki with his worries. Instead, he merely noted that they would discuss it in detail upon his return. After filling 3 large sheets with his thoughts, Daisuke suddenly felt a wave of self-consciousness wash over him. His fingers twitched, and a stream of water began to flow towards the letter, but just as it was about to touch the paper, he clenched his fist, halting the flow. Let it be, he thought. Life is rarely free of sentimentality. With that, he tucked the letter into its envelope. On the back, he inscribed to Hinata Ritsuki with affection, and carefully placed the completed letter beneath the tatama mat. Okamoto Daisuke retrieved his bedding, preparing to rest. Lying in the comfort of his own home after such a long absence, he experienced an unparalleled sensation and soon succumbed to a deep slumber. The following day, as the alarm clock rang, Okamoto Daisuke jolted awake. After a brief moment of tidying up, he donned his attire. Okamoto Daisuke took the sealing scroll bestowed upon him by Tsunade yesterday and stepped outside. Okamoto Daisuke ambled toward the edge of the forest in Konoha, clutching his freshly acquired breakfast. He sought a tranquil spot to contemplate the intricacies of the Ine seal, quickening his pace. It was not long before he arrived at the training grounds of the Forest of Death. He cast a sidelong glance at the signs suspended on the surrounding barbed wire, bearing the ominous warning of danger, no entry. Ignoring the presence of Okamoto Daisuke, a flash of blue light enveloped his feet, and in an instant, he materialized within the confines of the training ground. This very arena had been a refuge during his initial days of rebirth, a place where he diligently honed his physical skills due to the scarcity of chakra. It was here that he encountered the man renowned for nearly altering the course of destiny with a single kick. Observing the training ground, seemingly unchanged, Okamoto Daisuke smiled faintly. Although this arena bore a sign forbidding entry, It was a well-known fact that whenever he or Might Guy had damaged its facilities, new equipment would swiftly replace the old or repairs would be promptly undertaken. Yet now, as he surveyed the increasingly dilapidated surroundings, it became evident that Might Guy had not visited in quite some time. Following their last gathering, which included Might Guy, Shizen, and Obito after graduation, their correspondence had dwindled significantly. Shaking his head, he resolved to reconnect with Might Guy upon his return from the Land of Snow. With a few swift movements, Okamoto Daisuke traversed the training ground and ventured towards the death forest that lay behind it, seeking a more tranquil spot. As he walked, he indulged in a small bear-shaped toast purchased along the way, sipping on a refreshing chilled barley tea. In a matter of moments, he finished his breakfast, utilizing water release to dispose of any remaining litter. Okamoto Daisuke ventured into the depths of the forest of death, surrounded by towering trees. He could not help but smile with satisfaction. Finding a clearing, he unfurled the scroll for the in-sealing technique. He began to attune himself to the essence of his brow point as instructed by the scroll. The scroll clarified that the brow point was not merely the location of the forehead. Rather, it resided at a specific point on each individual's forehead, varying from person to person. Okamoto surmised that this brow point corresponded to what was known in his previous life as the enigmatic pineal gland. The pineal gland's nerves emanate from peripheral nerve fibers, encompassing sympathetic, parasympathetic, combinatorial, and peptide nerves, embodying numerous neural intersections. In his former existence, the pineal gland had been mythologized by certain individuals, yet in this world of ninjas, the brow remained a realm of mystery. In the original text, the progenitor of chakra, Kagaya, possessed a rinnegan with 9 tomo at her brow, underscoring its enigmatic nature. According to the scroll, to practice the in-sealing technique, one must first perceive their brow point, using it as a foundation for the intricate art of sealing. Chapter 117, Cultivation and Acquaintances. The in-sealing technique. Being inscribed upon one's own head necessitates an exceptionally precise control of chakra to execute this practice. After all, a slight miscalculation within the human brain could result in irreparable harm. Okamoto Daisuke found an open space, settled down cross-legged, and closed his eyes, quietly absorbing the essence of his surroundings. Subsequently, he formed hand seals, performing the sealing technique. As the seals took shape, Daisuke sensed a profound transformation in his environment. He felt his heart quieting. With a tranquil mind, he gradually perceived that everything around him began to slow down. He emptied all his thoughts, leaving his mind in a vast emptiness. Everything surrounding him sank into an infinite darkness. Okamoto Doji meticulously regulates the chakra flowing within his body. Lacking ocular techniques such as the Byakugan or Sharingan, which can perceive the internal flow of chakra, Okamoto Doji must now rely solely on his extraordinary mastery of chakra control to manage and sense its presence. Okamoto Daisuke carefully guided his chakra as it flowed through his head, exploring with the inquisitiveness akin to that of a newborn, cautiously venturing into the world. From an external perspective, one would observe him seated in a meditative posture, seemingly frozen in time, save for the necessary rhythm of his breathing, which gradually diminished to a whisper. A gentle breeze caressed his forehead, stirring the strands of hair that danced delicately in its embrace. Leaves drifted gently from the trees, brushing softly against his ears as they descended. At this moment, Okamoto Daisuke remained utterly indifferent to the external world, wholly absorbed in the exploration of the mysterious realm within his mind. As his exploration deepened, he suddenly sensed a mysterious location through his chakra. In that fleeting instant, even with his eyes closed, he perceived the strands of hair on his forehead fluttering in the breeze. He could distinctly visualize the intricate patterns of the leaves gliding past his ears. His awareness was acute. He could even discern the precise spot where a leaf would land upon touching the ground. At that moment, he felt as if he were submerged in water, each object that fell onto the surface creating ripples that echoed outward. This ethereal sensation captivated him endlessly. In his perception, the gentle breeze seemed to acquire hues, as it conveyed the essence of his surroundings. The sound of the wind whispered secrets about everything nearby. As he sensed the leaf's descent, the point of impact on the ground gradually aligned with his awareness, merging the realms of perception and reality. Okamoto Daisuke felt his consciousness gradually elevating, rising ever higher. Okamoto Daisuke abruptly opened his eyes, exhaling a long breath. As he opened his eyes, his hands still formed the seal. Before him lay a fallen leaf, identical to the position he had just sensed. Could this be the third eye? Okamoto D-suk released the seal and gently touched the area just above his brow with the index finger of his right hand, yet he felt nothing further. He raised his gaze to the sun, already perched above his head, while the incessant chirping of cicadas filled the air. Unbeknownst to him, it had already reached noon. How swiftly time passes. Okamoto D-suk reclined on the ground, his eyes entranced by a patch of sky enclosed by the dense branches of a great tree. Although the moment of sensing the third eye was fleeting, time had indeed slipped away unnoticed, and noon had arrived in the blink of an eye. With 2.5 days remaining, he felt the urgency of time pressing upon him. He rested an arm across his forehead, lost in thought. Rustling sounds cascaded down from the tree. Suddenly, Okamoto D-suk, who had been leisurely lying on the ground, sprang into action like a startled cat, vanishing from his spot. Water release, finger gun. A water jet rapidly formed at his fingertip, aimed at the source of the rustling. Whoosh. The finger gun shot forth in that direction. Do not harm Dehua, a voice called from beside him. Upon hearing this, Okamoto D-suk adjusted the angle of his finger gun upwards. The rapidly spinning jet pierced through the great tree and soared past. Only then did he glance toward the origin of the voice. A petite girl, nearly the height of Okamoto D-suk himself, dashed over from the side. Her short legs moved swiftly, and in no time, she had passed by him, rushing towards the black and white object that had caused the rustling. Are you all right, Dehua? The little girl squatted down, gently caressing the black and white snake. Indeed. The source of the rustling was a 1-meter-long black and white serpent, unmistakably a venomous snake, as indicated by its distinctive triangular head. However, it seemed that the snake had been frightened by the passing water jet, its body rendered exceptionally rigid. The once supple and sinuous form of the serpent now appeared as if a spine had been injected into it, held stiffly in the girl's embrace. Why are you so stiff, Dehua? Don't scare me. The girl's voice trembled with a hint of tears as she continued to stroke the triangular head of the venomous snake with her tiny hands. That's a venomous snake, isn't it? Okamoto Daisuke gazed at the sorrowful young girl, feeling somewhat awkward as he spoke. Upon hearing his words, the girl abruptly turned her head. Her fierce gaze fixated upon him, embodying a fierce yet adorable demeanor. You wretch, you have caused the demise of Dahu, she exclaimed, her grip tightening around the snake that had been startled moments before. The creature, now gasping for breath, coiled its body in distress, desperately whipping its tail against her arm. I must mention that if you do not ease your grip or release it soon, your snake shall indeed perish. Okamoto Daisuke, under the intensity of her glare, murmured a warning. In that instant, the girl realized her pet was on the verge of death due to her own actions. She hastily loosened her grip. With a thud, the black and white striped venomous snake fell to the ground, quickly scaling her ankle and ultimately coiling itself around her waist. Observing the snake's return to normalcy, the little girl erupted into a fit of giggles, turning to Okamoto Daisuke to express, though you are not a good person, I thank you nonetheless. Chapter 118. Red Bean. Okamoto Daisuke tilted his head in bemusement, observing the giggling girl. What did she mean by saying he was not a good person? He was undeniably kind-hearted, a paragon of virtue. Little one, how did you find yourself in this perilous forest? It is fraught with wild beasts and venomous snakes, he warned, mimicking the hissing sounds of serpents as he crouched down to her level, only to realize that he was merely at her chin height. He promptly stood up again. Unexpectedly, the girl marched right up to him. Thud. This feisty child delivered a swift kick to his shin. Hiss. Fortunately, thanks to the protective barrier of water surrounding him, he suffered no harm. However, the sudden appearance of a pale blue shield startled the girl, causing her to stumble back and trip, landing unceremoniously on the ground. The sound of her fall was a testament to her volatile nature. Seeing this ill-tempered child, Okamoto Daisuke turned to leave. His cultivation required a tranquil and natural environment. His home, adjacent to a bustling commercial street, was far too noisy during the day, making peaceful training a daunting task. Moreover, he needed to seize every opportunity to bolster his strength, ensuring a greater chance of success in his mission within the land of snow. Hey, you think you can harm a lady and simply walk away? As Okamoto Daisuke turned away, he noticed the tempestuous Loli's eyes glistening with tears as she cried out. Upon hearing her words, he turned back with a hint of exasperation, gazing at the irritable little girl still seated on the ground. It was you who said nothing and simply kicked me, all right? He retorted. As for the notion of treating this unreasonable brat as a lady, Daisuke truly felt disinclined to engage further. Shaking his head, he continued on his way. Go ahead and leave. If you do, I shall inform the teacher that you are bullying me. The tempestuous Loli chattered incessantly from her position on the ground. Your teacher? Who is your teacher that would allow you to graduate from ninja school? Observing the diminutive figure of the lowly, Daisuke found himself astonished, for she hardly resembled a ninja who had already received her forehead protector. Furthermore, her teacher seemed to be acquainted with him. Help me up, and I will tell you. The lowly insisted, extending an arm straight forward from her seated position. Okamoto Daisuke's expression darkened, yet he stepped forward, grasping the young girl's arm and forcefully lifting her from the ground. Is this how it should be? The girl, nursing her sore backside with one hand, circled around Okamoto Daisuke. Hey, kid, who is your teacher? How do you know me? Okamoto Daisuke placed a hand firmly on the top of the girl's head, preventing her from continuing her pirouette. Limited in her movements, the feisty girl strained to pry away the hand pressing down on her head. Ouch! After several futile attempts to break free, she exclaimed, "Oh dear." With her little legs and arms flailing, she attempted to land a blow on Okamoto Daisuke. But due to his single-handed restraint, her efforts were in vain. After a while, perhaps exhausted from her futile flailing or realizing that her attacks were ineffectual, the feisty girl let her arms drop, seemingly resigning herself to the situation. Okamoto Daisuke observed the irritable lowly who had surrendered her resistance, and he relaxed the pressure he had been exerting on her head. Dawa, bite him. As Okamoto Daisuke merely relaxed his grip, he was abruptly met with the shrill cry of the irate lowly. A black and white object shot forth from her waist, darting directly towards his arm with the intent to bite. Whoosh! Okamoto Daisuke, quick-witted and agile, swiftly extended his hand to seize the approaching black and white patterned snake. If you dare to move again, I shall put an end to this serpent, he declared with a stern expression, glancing at the irate girl. Oh no, I was wrong. I won't do it again. The snake is my dear friend. Please let it go. The girl, now sobbing uncontrollably at the sight of the snake straightening in Okamoto's grasp, lamented loudly. Observing her tearful outburst, Okamoto felt a twinge of exasperation. All right, cease your weeping, and I shall return your snake, he said, handing over the rigid serpent. The moment he released his grip, the once straight and stiff creature vanished in an instant. Very well, I shall escort you home, he offered, though begrudgingly, acknowledging her affiliation with the village of Konoha. No need. I can return on my own, she replied, perhaps intimidated by the earlier display of authority. All right then. Who is your teacher? Okamoto inquired, observing her tears beginning to subside. My teacher is Lord Orochimaru, she answered, her voice still quivering. Okamoto's expression shifted to one of astonishment as he regarded the spirited girl. You are Mitarashi Anko? He asked incredulously. Yes. Do you know me? Did Lord Orochimaru speak of me? Anko responded, her brow furrowed in confusion. It was then that Okamoto took a moment to truly assess her appearance. Clad in a lavender bathrobe and fitted with appropriate ninja footwear, her hair was not the wild, explosive style he would later recognize, but rather a shorter, watermelon-like cut, with smooth, shiny purple locks framing her face. Reflecting on Anko's future attire, ultra-short shorts, a dashing trench coat, and avant-garde, daring mesh bodysuits, he looked at the petite, well-behaved girl before him. The juxtaposition of her cherubic, chubby visage with the vibrant, sometimes erratic personality she would become was stark. If there was one aspect that remained unchanged, it was her fiery temper, indeed, that had evidently not wavered. No wonder he had failed to recognize her at first. It seemed true what they said. Girls transform remarkably with age, and this was not merely an evolution but a complete metamorphosis. Through conversation with Okamoto Daisuke, it was revealed that Mitarashi Anko has indeed not yet graduated from the Ninja Academy. Mitarashi Anko is several years junior to Okamoto Daisuke, which is why he did not recognize her at first. However, this marks the second occasion on which Okamoto Daisuke has encountered Mitarashi Anko. Their previous meeting took place in the Forest of Death, where she was accompanied by Orochimaru. On that occasion, Mitarashi Anko was clad in a short-sleeved t-shirt, appearing quite tomboyish. And since it was already evening, his attention was primarily captivated by Orochimaru. Chapter 119, Enlightenment. His impression of Mitarashi Anko was overshadowed by the snake she held in her hand at the time. What was Anko doing during their last encounter? As Okamoto Daisuke pondered, his gaze suddenly fixated on the black and white patterned venomous snake entwined around Mitarashi Azuki's waist. No wonder, this was indeed the very serpent that Azuki had captured in the Forest of Death. Observing the intensity of Daisuke's stare directed at her, the snake, affectionately referred to as Daiwa by Azuki, began to stiffen gradually. Sensing the rigidity of the serpent coiled around her, Azuki immediately shielded her beloved snake with her hands and shot Daisuke a fierce yet innocent glare. Upon witnessing the misunderstanding, Okamoto Doji hastily waved his hands, assuring her, "I will not harm it, rest assured." Observing the gradual softening of Matashi Anko's expression, he took a seat beside her. "Anko, how did you come to be in the Death Forest?" With a scoff, Anko turned her head away, yet she responded candidly, "I came to play in the forest. The Death Forest is perilous. Did you inform anyone else before venturing here alone?" Okamoto Doji remarked, his gaze fixed ahead, wary that addressing the tempestuous girl might lead to further misunderstandings. After a moment of silence, Anko replied, "I saw that Ohanakuni was all alone. It seemed too lonely. So I came to help it find friends." "Why didn't you come with your friends?" he inquired. "I once had a very good friend who often roamed this forest with me." This reminiscence brought to mind the times he and Might Guy had inadvertently damaged training equipment in the Death Forest. Upon hearing Doji's words, Anko's small head drooped, her fingers gently caressing the venomous snake named Ohanakuni. "They fear Ohanakuni, and they fear me." Understanding dawned upon Okamoto Doji. This girl, too, was solitary. No wonder she wandered the Death Forest alone with a snake. Claiming to assist the serpent in finding friends was, in essence, a means to soothe her own lonely heart. After the passing of his first disciple, Senju Rope Tree, Orochimaru had always been concerned for his students. Although he appeared indifferent, even cold, he secretly cared deeply. Yet, his excessive protectiveness and companionship with snakes had led to Anko having fewer friends. Observing her tenderly stroking the black and white snake, Okamoto Doji knelt beside her, gently running his fingers through her hair. He too understood this sense of solitude, particularly during his initial transition into the world of Naruto. At that time, upon realizing he was in the realm of Naruto, his first reaction was not the excitement or joy that many online spoke of. Those sentiments were reserved for individuals equipped with systems destined for invincibility, capable of achieving 6 paths level mastery before turning 7. Instead, he felt an overwhelming sense of trepidation, a profound feeling of being cast aside by the world, unable to connect with those around him. His thoughts drifted back to the conspiracy theories surrounding the third Hokage and the brutalities of war he had observed while watching the anime. However, after enrolling in the Ninja Academy, he forged a few good friendships, which gradually alleviated that loneliness. "Do you not also have a good friend?" he sighed. Upon hearing Okamoto Daisuke's words, Mitarai Akane lifted her gaze towards him. She observed him pointing at the serpent coiled around her waist. Despite knowing it could not possibly match Okamoto Daisuke's prowess, the snake lunged forward at his behest, attempting to bite him, and ultimately did not retreat, proving itself to be a competent ally. "Indeed, no wonder Daiwa remarked that you are not a villain." Mitarai Akane nodded vigorously in agreement. "If it claims I am not a bad person, then I am not a bad person, right? Villains do not have villain inscribed upon their faces." "How could he know?" Okamoto Daisuke retorted. "Intuition." Mitarai Akane rubbed her chubby little face back and forth against Daiwa. "According to his intuition, you are neither a good person nor a bad person. I cannot articulate it clearly, but that is precisely what Daiwa said. His instincts are remarkably accurate. He can discern who dislikes me at a glance." Mitarai Akane rambled on, lost in her own thoughts. As Okamoto Daisuke listened intently to Mitarashi Anko's words, he murmured softly to himself, "Intuition? Intuition." Sitting on the ground, his muttering gradually slowed, and a look of distraction began to cloud his eyes. Suddenly, he felt a flicker of light at the center of his brow, which then dimmed. "I found it. I found it." Okamoto Daisuke sprang up from the ground, spinning around Anko in a whirlwind of excitement and exuberant leaps. Meanwhile, Anko regarded him with a look of disdain, thinking to herself, what seemed to be a sharp mind is, in reality, quite foolish. "No wonder. Let us leave, Daika. We wouldn't want to catch the foolishness," she remarked quietly to the snake at her side. Slowly rising, she prepared to depart from the scene, distancing herself from Okamoto Daisuke. After a considerable time, having emerged from his excitement, Okamoto Daisuke spotted Anko, who was attempting to sneak away, not having ventured far. A flash of blue light beneath his feet transported him directly before her. Anko, startled by his sudden appearance, gasped. "Why the sudden desire to leave?" Okamoto Daisuke inquired, bending down to scrutinize her round, cherubic face. Just moments ago, it was Anko who had prevented him from departing. Now the roles had reversed. "I just felt it was time to return home for a meal," Anko replied, her tone laced with apprehension. Almost immediately, she regretted her words, thinking, "Oh no, I can't truly have caught the foolishness. Why am I stuttering?" Panic surged within her. Am I becoming foolish? Will Master Orochimaru expel me? She felt as though her entire life was unraveling. Want to eat something? To express my gratitude, I shall treat you. What would you like? Okamoto Daisuke said, arms crossed over his chest. Why would you treat me to something? Anko retorted defiantly. I certainly do not want to. Oh, could it be that you are the kind of charlatan who lures young girls? She exclaimed, her eyes narrowing suspiciously at him. Okamoto Daisuke furrowed his brow, pondering what Orochimaru could possibly be teaching that child. Chapter 120, Gratitude. He crouched down, gently grasping the chubby little face of Waiwashi Ayakane, playfully tugging at it while squinting his eyes with a smile. Rest assured, I harbor no feelings for you. I merely wish to express my gratitude for enlightening me on a certain matter. Besides, my name also contains being. In the bustling streets of Konoha, at the San Sekimura Dango shop, a chorus of sounds filled the air. A woo, a woo. Patrons around the shop cast astonished glances toward a table tucked away in the corner. Okamoto Daisuke cast a discontented glance at the voracious Mitahashi Azuki, who, despite her petite stature, displayed an impressive appetite. The small table was strewn with a thick layer of bamboo skewers. Is it delicious? Take your time. No one is competing with you. If you find yourself wanting more, I shall gladly order additional servings. As Okamoto Daisuke finished speaking, he reached for a skewer of dango from the plate. However, like a ravenous hound guarding its meal, he was thwarted as a pair of small hands swiftly snatched the skewer away before he could lay claim to it. Okamoto Daisuke's hand hovered in midair. A look of resignation etched upon his face as he gazed at Maite Akadama. In her grasp was a recently snatched string of dumplings, her mouth stuffed with tricolor morsels of red, white, and green. Her cheeks were puffed out, reminiscent of a hamster hoarding its provisions, while her small mouth chewed rapidly. How delightful! After managing to swallow the dumplings, Maite Akadama tilted her head back and exclaimed with delight. No wonder you will become a rotund figure in the future. You deserve it. Okamoto Daisuke observed as Akadama's belly visibly rounded, yet she clutched the dumplings tightly, unable to let go. Have you had enough? If so, let us return home. With that, Okamoto Daisuke moved towards the entrance to settle the bill. Mama, I want to eat dumplings. A small child tugged at the arm of a youthful and attractive woman, attempting to pull her into the shop. Eating sweets is not good for your teeth. The mother gently admonished her son. Clearly, she was unable to resist his pleas, resignedly standing inside the shop while holding the little one, who was selecting from the various flavors of dumplings. Meanwhile, Okamoto Daisuke, waiting for the shopkeeper to provide change, leaned against the counter, observing the newly arrived mother and son duo. When the little boy turned his back to him, the fan emblem on his back startled Okamoto Daisuke. The mother's words then confirmed a suspicion that lingered in his mind. You can't have so many. You may only choose one of each, understood? The mother gently advised her son. Has the man who caused the downfall of the Uchiha clan, leading to a series of subsequent events, made his appearance? Hello, little brother. Here's your change. The owner of the tricolor dumpling shop interrupted Okamoto Daisuke's thoughts, handing him a stack of coins. Oh, thank you. After receiving the change, Okamoto Daisuke returned to sit beside Maite Akadama. Now this fellow's belly was quite round. If you've had enough, let us go home, he said to Akadama, who could hardly fit in another bite. Brother, what is your name? Maite Akadama struggled to sit up. Her transformation from satisfied eater to calling out for her brother was remarkably swift. Okamoto Daisuke. With that, he stepped outside. Daisuke Onaikin, Daisuke Onaikin. Maite Akadama called out to his retreating figure from the doorway of the tricolor dumpling shop. Okamoto Dojiya turned back, perplexed. Dojiya brother, please treat me to meatballs next time, shouted Akidu, her voice ringing out as she saw him glance back. At the sound of her words, Okamoto Dojiya stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance. After parting ways with Matarai Akidu, he made his way directly to Konoha Hospital. During their farewell yesterday, Tsunade had mentioned that she would be residing at Konoha Hospital for the time being. Now that he had discovered and sensed the Byakugan, the next step was to complete the sealing technique under Tsunade's guidance and care. The appearance of Uchiha Itachi today filled him with a sense of impending destiny. Okamoto Daisuke was eager to enhance his abilities. Quickening his pace, he soon arrived at the Konoha Hospital, navigating the familiar surroundings with ease. He made his way directly to Tsunade's office. He gently knocked on the door. Teacher, I have come to see you. Okamoto Daisuke called out loudly from outside. After a moment of silence, just as he was about to knock again with more force, the door swung open. Shizune emerged, dressed not in her usual white medical attire, but in a youthful ensemble. She wore a black t-shirt adorned with a cartoon slug and beige shorts that were rather short. The hem of her shirt tucked neatly into the waistband of her shorts, and on her feet were Tsunade's pink slippers. Upon opening the door, Shizen turned toward the relaxation room, saying, "Daisuke, the teacher is in the lounge." From Daisuke's perspective, her beige shorts accentuated Shizen's graceful figure, and with each step she took, her legs appeared exceptionally elongated. "Daisuke," Shizen called softly, noticing he had not followed, and was momentarily lost in thought at the doorway. "Oh, I wonder which lucky fellow will have the privilege of Shizen's attention in the future." Closing the office door, Okamoto Daisuke quickened his pace to catch up. As he reached the entrance of the lounge, he was greeted by the sweet scent of honey and red beans. Upon entering, he saw Tsunade sitting cross-legged on the floor. Her long, fair legs elegantly intertwined, the deep red nail polish on her toes playfully curling. She wore a simple, sleeveless deep V-neck top, which offered a tantalizing glimpse of depth. In her hand, she held a golden, steaming taiyaki, bringing it to her mouth. Delicious, Tsunade remarked with satisfaction. "Teacher." "Oh, Daisuke, you're here. Would you like to try some?" This was made by Shizune herself, just out of the oven. Tsunade offered a taiyaki to Okamoto Daisuke from the plate. Okamoto Dojia shook his head. Earlier, he and Mitarashi Anko had indulged in a plethora of sweet treats at the dango shop. In truth, Okamoto Dojia was not particularly enamored with sweets. In his previous life, being from the northern regions, he could partake in sweet delicacies, yet he did not have a strong preference for them. For instance, he had always consumed savory tofu pudding until a business trip to the south introduced him to the sweetness of it, revealing a delightful aspect he had never known existed. Chapter 121. Tsunade's surprise. "No need, sensei," Okamoto Dojie said, shaking his hand in refusal as he sat across from Tsunade. "Just have one. They are truly delicious." Ino, beside him, held out a steaming taiyaki to him. Indeed, it was delectable. The crispy exterior harmonized perfectly with the blend of honey and red bean paste, offering sweetness without being overwhelming. Paired with the cups of oolong tea that Ino had just passed him, it was a delightful remedy for the sweetness. Despite his reluctance, Okamoto Dojia, with tears in his eyes, ended up consuming 3. Earlier in the dango shop, it was primarily Mitarashi Anko who had been eating. Okamoto Dojia had hardly partaken. Sipping his oolong tea, Tsunade cast a disdainful glance at her disciple, who had just moments ago claimed he wasn't interested in sweets. "Is there something about the sealing technique that you do not understand?" Tsunade recognized her disciple's temperament. Previously, he had spent days and nights away in pursuit of developing medicinal remedies, often eating only once a day to save time. Now, with a mission looming, the reason for Okamoto Dojia seeking her out must stem from an insurmountable dilemma. It was worth noting that under the personal guidance of Uzumaki Mido, Tsunade had spent nearly a year discovering that enigmatic point known as the brow point. The intricacies of inscribing the seal were not particularly challenging. The true difficulty lay in locating the brow point with precision. However, the specific location of the brow point could only be understood through personal experience. No amount of verbal explanation could suffice. In essence, it was a matter of comprehension that could not be articulated. "Sensei, I would like to request your assistance in inscribing the seal." Okamoto Dojia set his teacup down and addressed Tsunade calmly. "Dojia, let me tell you, I cannot explain it to you adequately." Tsunade responded. "The position of the brow point is not fixed. It varies from person to person. A slight deviation can lead to vastly different outcomes in the final formation of the seal." She waved her hand dismissively. The seal must be inscribed upon the brow point, serving as a switch for storage and release. The accuracy of the inscribing determines the upper limit of chakra that your seal can store. Hence, pinpointing the brow point is the most critical step in the seal process. Fortunately for Okamoto Dojia, with the assistance of Mitarashi Anko, he had already surmounted this hurdle with relative ease. The next step would involve finding a trustworthy ninja well-versed in medical ninjutsu to assist Okamoto Dojia during the inscribing process, ensuring no mishaps occurred along the way. In certain intricate medical ninjutsu, Okamoto Daisuke may surpass Tsunade. However, at present, Tsunade remains undeniably the foremost figure in the realm of medical ninjutsu. In the future, it is conceivable that Okamoto Daisuke might eclipse Tsunade. Yet he currently stands at a distance from her prowess. As Tsunade's mentor, her expertise in medical ninjutsu is unquestionable, and as a practitioner of the sealing technique, Tsunade's assistance in aiding Okamoto Daisuke to inscribe the seal can be regarded as having achieved half of the endeavor. "Teacher, I wish to request your assistance in inscribing the seal." Okamoto Daisuke reiterated his earlier statement. "Who am I? Where am I?" Upon hearing Okamoto Daisuke's words again, Tsunade felt as though she were experiencing auditory hallucinations. What is this? You want me to assist you in inscribing the Yin seal? Tsunade set down her teacup, her expression tinged with disbelief. Yes, teacher, I discovered the location of this morning. I would like your help in inscribing the Yin seal. Okamoto Daisuke took a sip of strong tea and reiterated his request. You found it this morning? Tsunade gazed at him with incredulity, her expression conveying astonishment. So you mean to say you located it in just a morning? This is no jest. Tsunade questioned again, highlighting the magnitude of shock Okamoto Daisuke's discovery had elicited in her. Initially, Tsunade had entrusted the scroll of the Yin seal to Okamoto Daisuke with the hope that he would take the time to study it, never anticipating he would master it within a few days. It is worth noting that when Tsunade herself learned the Yin seal, she had the guidance of Uzumaki Mido for several months before she made any significant progress, and later, at Mido's insistence. It took her additional months of dedicated effort to finally ascertain the location of the. Observing Okamoto Daisuke's nonchalant demeanor now filled her with not only shock but also a sense of unfairness. It is rather simple for him. He had yet to disclose to Tsunade that the actual determination of the location was a fleeting moment. Given Tsunade's current reaction, he feared that revealing this would appear overly ostentatious, potentially provoking her to strike him. Tsunade remained in a state of disbelief. Okamoto Dokai could only repeat, Teacher, I truly found it. Thanks to Lord Orochimaru's disciple, I was able to locate it so swiftly. Tsunade calmed her emotions and replied to Okamoto Dokai, Is that so? Then you must express your gratitude to that individual properly. I understand, teacher. I have indeed thanked that fellow thoroughly. As he spoke, Okamoto Dokai recalled the moment he settled the bill, the thick stack of cash in his hand, and the image of Mitarashi Anko, with her round belly propped against the wall as she made her way back. Even the black and white patterned poisonous snake known as Dehua seemed to have thickened in girth. Well then, let us proceed to carve the seal together, Tsunade declared, raising her arm and clenching her fist with fervor. What shall we prepare next, teacher? Okamoto Dokai asked with curiosity. Next? First, we must finish the remaining taiyaki. Upon hearing Tsunade's words, a dark line appeared on Okamoto Dokai's forehead. What are you staring at? One must eat well to have the strength to work. Tsunade shot him a glance. Hee. In the meantime, Shizen, balancing a round tea tray on her lap, covered her rosy mouth with her hand and giggled incessantly, her shoulders shaking with evident joy. Noticing Okamoto Dokai's gaze upon her, Shizen quickly suppressed her laughter and complimented him. Dokai-kun, you are truly a genius. No, it's all thanks to the teacher's excellent guidance, Okamoto Dokai said bashfully, scratching his nose as he realized he had momentarily forgotten Shizen's presence during his earlier boast. And Shizen, you look very lovely today. Okamoto Dokai quickly attempted to change the subject. Really? Do you like this style, Dokai? Shizen's fair face flushed crimson upon hearing his words. Recognizing the inappropriateness of his comment, Okamoto Dokai felt a pang of regret. What difference was there between this and teasing someone? Just as he was about to clarify, Tsunade finished her taiyaki and rose to her feet, heading towards the door. Let's go, Dokai. Time to help you carve the Yin seal. Shizen, please tidy up. Understood, teacher. They both replied in unison. Hearing Tsunade's words, Okamoto Dokai stood up as well, casting a slightly apologetic glance at Shizen. Chapter 122, The Seal. He wondered if Shizen had acknowledged him, and quickly followed in Tsunade's footsteps. Stepping out of the Konoha hospital, the sun was nearing its descent. Where are we going, teacher? Okamoto Dokai inquired as he trailed behind Tsunade. Just follow me. Tsunade responded, striding ahead confidently. Before long, under Tsunade's guidance, they arrived at a deserted area surrounded by dilapidated houses. Observing their surroundings, Okamoto Dokai remarked, Teacher, isn't this the Senju clan's territory? Indeed, it is the Senju clan's ancestral land. The Yin seal requires an exceptionally quiet location, yet it cannot be underground, making this the most suitable place. Tsunade gazed upon the desolate Senju residence and sighed, reminiscing, it was here, under my grandmother's guidance, that I once completed my training. The Senju clan was once a vibrant community. Her voice carried a tinge of melancholy, perhaps stirred by the decay of her ancestral clan or the memories of her loved ones. Teacher, you still have us. Okamoto Daisuke stepped forward, standing beside her. Tsunade turned to face him, as if she were looking at the Senju Hashirama of old. Let us proceed, Tsunade said, gathering her composure. Under her guidance, they adeptly made their way to the shrine where the summoning contract had once been forged. Upon entering the shrine, Daisuke found a cushion and, following Tsunade's instructions, seated himself cross-legged. Tsunade then lit an oil lamp, its dim flame casting a small circle of light, accentuating the surrounding darkness. The intricate design of the sealing technique requires utmost precision. Do not rush. If something feels amiss, remember to halt the engraving immediately, Tsunade advised. Her gaze fixed on the seated Daisuke. I understand, teacher. Daisuke nodded earnestly. Then let us begin, Tsunade declared, forming hand seals with remarkable speed. Chakra surged through her as she executed the seals. After completing the seals, she held back, while Daisuke focused intently on the engraving of the seal. Okamoto Doji remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Drink, Tsunade shouted, her hands striking the ground with force. In an instant, a pale blue aura of chakra flickered throughout the entire center shrine. The corners of the shrine's roof and walls, as well as the floor, were adorned with sealing symbols that shimmered faintly, yet from the outside, the shrine appeared to be nothing more than a dilapidated structure. Ultimately, the chakra, having passed through these seals, surged towards the meditating Okamoto Doji. However, with the support of these seals, it was now sufficiently fortified to withstand the onslaught of the tailed beast bomb. This barrier was meticulously crafted and left behind by the first Jinchuriki of Konoha, the master of sealing techniques, Uzumaki Mido. Tsunade's choice to convene here was not without its reasons. Okamoto Daisuke closed his eyes, once again enveloped in the circumstances reminiscent of that morning. However, unlike before, the entire spatial perception he experienced earlier had succumbed to an overwhelming darkness. Yet now, within this abyss, his consciousness discerned a singular, luminous point of light. With an acute awareness, Daisuke instinctively understood that he ought to engrave the sealing technique upon it. Just as he endeavored to inscribe the sealing technique, he discovered that the once familiar patterns had entirely eluded him. This phenomenon elucidates one of the challenges in mastering the sealing technique. When a practitioner's consciousness plunges deeply into the realm of awareness, the intricate designs of the sealing technique often slip from memory. Much like a person lost in a dream, they seldom recognize the dream state until they become aware of it, at which point the dream begins to unravel. In that moment, Tsunade's grandmother, Uzumaki Kushina, had relied upon the innate power of the nine tails within her to continually relay the sealing formulas, ultimately culminating in the creation of this S-rank sealing technique. Absent external assistance, a practitioner must painstakingly reinforce their memory, iterating the process repeatedly. However, the intricate patterns must be inscribed in one fluid motion. Should one truly rely solely on their own faculties to achieve this technique, their talent for ninjutsu would be unparalleled. It is no wonder Tsunade urged Daisuke to seek her guidance while inscribing the patterns. Just as Daisuke fell adrift, a faint blue sealing technique materialized within the dark expanse of his consciousness. Okamoto Daisuke, emulating the art of the gourd, meticulously inscribed the intricate seals upon the luminous object that radiated with chakra in the depths of darkness. With each new seal that manifested, he diligently etched it with unwavering precision. As time gradually slipped away, Daisuke remained oblivious to its passage, engrossed in the mechanical yet flawless act of carving each seal. Unbeknownst to him, he had lost count of the number of inscriptions he had created, yet he persisted relentlessly. Meanwhile, Tsunade, seated in a meditative posture across from him, was drenched in sweat, her forehead glistening as beads of perspiration trickled down her smooth chin. Immersed in his conscious realm, Daisuke remained unaware of the external world, but Tsunade was acutely aware of the unfolding trial. Moments drifted by, each second marking the relentless passage of time. Okamoto Daisuke has been continuously depicting the Indian-style motifs. At long last, the inky black consciousness space no longer bears any seals or enchantments. As Okamoto Daisuke gazes upon the luminous entity adorned with intricate patterns, uncertain whether he has achieved success, a sudden voice from the outside pierces through. Tsunade calls out his name with resounding vigor, Daisuke. Upon hearing the shout, Okamoto Daisuke abruptly opened his eyes. The first sight that met him was the perspiring visage of Tsunade. Sensei. Okamoto Daisuke rose to approach her, but the prolonged sitting in a cross-legged position rendered his lower body numb. His unsteady step caused him to stumble, and he fell directly before Tsunade. Ouch! Fortunately, the protective membrane shielded him, preventing injury. However, to Tsunade, the scene appeared quite comical. Seeing that Okamoto Daisuke had awakened, Tsunade gradually released her sealing technique. She absent-mindedly brushed her forehead with her arm. The crystalline perspiration glistened on her snow-white arm, illuminated by the dim firelight, creating an enchanting sparkle. Her alabaster arm appeared even more resplendent. Thank you for your hard work, Sensei. Okamoto Daisuke, rising from the ground, bowed deeply to her, noticing the dampness on her chest. "You little rascal, I'm not dead yet. No need for bows." Tsunade gently patted Okamoto Daisuke's shoulder with her jade hand, adorned with pale pink nail polish. Chapter 123. The completed seal. It has finally succeeded. Tsunade observed Okamoto Daisuke sitting across from her and nodded with satisfaction. She genuinely marveled at her disciple, recognizing him as a prodigy. Gazing at the faint purple diamond-shaped seal emerging just above his forehead, Tsunade felt even more elated than Okamoto Daisuke. Indeed, she was a commendable teacher. Under her diligent guidance, such a challenging ninjutsu, particularly a sealing technique, had been mastered by Okamoto Daisuke in merely a few days. In that moment, Tsunade reminisced about her own experiences while practicing the yin sealing technique, recalling the frantic demeanor of Uzumaki Kushina. She had endured her temperamental grandmother's scoldings in that very shrine. At this moment, Okamoto Daisuke could faintly sense the presence of something on his forehead. Truly remarkable, Daisuke. In just a few short days, you have mastered this exceedingly intricate ninjutsu. Tsunade offered a thumbs up to Okamoto Daisuke. It is all thanks to my teacher's guidance. Without your assistance, I could not have completed the yin sealing so swiftly, Daisuke replied with a beaming smile. Well, you may bask in a bit of pride. Tsunade observed Daisuke's humble demeanor with a smile. Her disciple was commendable in every aspect, yet perhaps a tad too modest. This trait, while admirable, also posed a challenge, lacking the youthful exuberance and boldness. After a brief respite, Tsunade rose to extinguish the oil lamp. Come, Daisuke. Tsunade creaked open the shrine doors. Yes, teacher. Okamoto Daisuke followed her closely with small steps. Upon exiting, Daisuke felt an immediate enhancement in his perception of the surroundings. It was akin to a nearsighted individual donning the perfect lenses. Suddenly, the world appeared vibrant and crystal clear. Observing Daisuke's curious gaze as he looked around, Tsunade remarked, "This is the state following the completion of the yin sealing. This heightened awareness will last for about a day before gradually subsiding." Tsunade had once experienced this sensation herself, when all 5 senses were fully awakened. During that time, she had utilized this state to gamble against her grandfather, the first Hokage, and that night she triumphed overwhelmingly. The first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, was no match for her, and throughout the night, she secured victory after victory. The Senju ancestral home echoed with the lamentations of Hashirama's defeated challengers. It was also on that night that Tsunade won a necklace imbued with Hashirama's chakra from her grandfather, although Hashirama had acquiesced to many of her unfair demands that evening. Ultimately, Tsunade did not wait for them to be fulfilled. It was not that Hashirama had reneged on his promises, rather, shortly after that night, the god of the ninja world, Hashirama Senju, engaged in a shocking duel with Uchiha Madara at the Valley of the End, shaking his head to dispel the memories swirling in his mind. Under the silvery glow of the moon, Okamoto Daisuke and Tsunade emerged from the Senju clan's territory. As they reached the bustling heart of Konohagakure, Tsunade turned to Daisuke and said, "All right, from here on, focus solely on accumulating and storing your chakra." With a casual wave of her hand, she made her way towards the Konoha hospital. "Take care, sensei." Daisuke bid her farewell, retreating in the opposite direction. The hour was already 2 or 3 in the morning, and after an extended period of training with the yin seal, he found himself utterly fatigued. It was no wonder that his teacher had waited until finishing the leftover taiyaki before assisting him in his training. During lunch, Daisuke had refrained from indulging too much in the sweet dumplings, as the majority had been devoured by Yatsuhashi Anko and her rather plump snake. The memory of Anko's round belly as she departed, along with the serpent's noticeably thicker form, made Daisuke swallow hard in regret. At the hospital, out of concern for appearances, he had also eaten sparingly, leaving Tsunade to polish off the taiyaki that Ino had prepared. Now, he could only feel the acrid taste of stomach acid rising within him. How hungry he was. After parting ways with Tsunade, Daisuke meandered through the streets of Konoha. But at this late hour, all the restaurants and snack shops had already closed. The only establishments still illuminated were those ablaze with neon lights. Okamoto Dojo walked home, clutching his stomach in disappointment. Earlier, he had ventured into several shops only to be thwarted at the entrance by a matron who barred his way, as minors were not permitted within. Thus, he returned home, his stomach grumbling in hunger. Upon entering his home, Okamoto Dojo flicked on the lights in the living room and hastened to the kitchen. He opened the cupboards, only to find them utterly barren. After rummaging through 4 cupboards, he finally stumbled upon several bags of tonkatsu ramen and the 5th. Heaven has not abandoned me. He swiftly retrieved 2 bags of tonkatsu ramen, only to notice a note affixed to them. Dojiya, please refrain from consuming ramen too frequently. This was purchased on April 5th. Remember to buy new ones. Do not eat if it's expired. Warned by the familiar and caring handwriting, Okamoto Dojiya felt a surge of gratitude for his dear Hinata Rihue. However, upon checking the seal, he discovered that the ramen had indeed expired. Hinata Rihue had been away on a mission for some time and had no opportunity to replace them. Given that Okamoto Dojiya could hardly recall the presence of ramen in the cupboard, relying on him for a replacement seemed futile. He might as well consume the expired ramen. With excitement, he tore open the packaging, set a pot on the stove, filled it with water, and ignited the flame. What does it matter if he indulges in expired food? Without experiencing the trials of such fare, how could one dare to call oneself the protagonist? Gazing at the empty seasoning box, Okamoto Dojiya felt a surge of frustration. Must he endure the blandness of plain ramen without any seasoning? Okamoto Daisuke gazed at the ramen simmering in the pot, a profound sense of despondency enveloping him. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and a glimmer of blue light flickered at his feet, transporting him directly to the refrigerator door. With a heart brimming with excitement, he opened the fridge, and indeed, the pickled vegetables awaited him as promised. He swiftly retrieved a jar, and upon opening it, the room was suffused with a rich, savory aroma. Grabbing a pair of clean chopsticks, he extracted several pieces of the pickled delicacy and tossed them into the boiling pot. The initially milky broth gradually transformed, infused with a deep, dark red hue from the soy sauce, intertwining with the pristine white tonkatsu ramen as it swirled amidst the bubbling liquid, creating a visually tantalizing spectacle. He then sealed the remaining pickles, returning them to their cool sanctuary within the refrigerator. Okamoto Daisuke carefully lifted the perfectly cooked tonkatsu ramen from the pot and placed it into a bowl. Taking a deep breath, he was instantly enveloped by the rich and savory aroma that filled his nostrils. It's time to indulge, he declared, expressing gratitude to his beloved Ahue as he slurped noisily. Slurp, slurp. Hoo-hoo. The sound of his enthusiastic enjoyment resonated at the table, reminiscent of a grand feast. Chapter 124. Departure to the land of snow. The morning sunlight bathed the surface of the sea, where the shimmering waters sparkled like shattered mirrors, reflecting the golden rays upon the vessels bravely slicing through the waves. Donbin Dojiya gazed at the seagulls diving and hunting with fervor, his entire being enveloped in a thrilling sensation. This exhilaration dulled the morning's earlier melancholy when he bid farewell to Tsunade and Shizen. As he departed the village, he spotted Tsunade, reclining on a stone bench at the village entrance, her eyes half closed in a sleepy stupor, alongside Shizen, who was intently gazing towards the village. Suddenly, Shizen noticed Dojiya, who was approaching the gate of Konoha with his head bowed. With uncontainable excitement, she leapt up, her eyes wide and her hands flailing vigorously. Tsunade-sensei, Tsunade-sensei. Dojiya is coming. The commotion roused Tsunade, who shot an irritated glance at Shizen. It was early morning, and she had been dragged from the comfort of her warm bed solely to see Dojiya off. Reflecting on this, Tsunade felt an urge to slap herself. After all, it was her own careless remark during dinner the night before about Dojiya's upcoming mission that had led to this predicament. As Dojiya approached, he quickened his pace towards them. Shizen, sensei, what brings you here? He inquired. It's this little girl who insisted on seeing you off. She was worried you might leave early, so she dragged me out of bed before dawn to prepare some snacks. Tsunade began, but was abruptly interrupted by a blushing Shizen. Stepping forward, Shizen produced a snack box adorned with a butterfly ribbon from behind her back. Dojiya, here are some treats I prepared for you. Save them for your journey. Dojiya accepted the box, noticing Shizen's flushed cheeks. Thank you, Shizen. I truly appreciate you and Sensei getting up so early to see me off, he expressed, a hint of regret crossing his face. He had intended to leave quietly, as Tsunade was aware of his mission, but he wished to keep Shizen distanced from his current circumstances. In the hospital, things were manageable, yet now, especially with the penalties he faced, he felt the need to shield her from his reality. After bidding farewell to Shizen and Tsunade, he prepared to embark on his journey. Upon exiting the village, Okamoto Daisuke encountered a female ninja adorned with a waist apron emblazoned with a triangular flame symbol. Ah, so you are the ninja from the Hidden Leaf Village? She remarked, her gaze fixed upon him with an air of scrutiny. Okamoto Dojiya nodded. Follow me. After the ninja reviewed Okamoto Dojiya's letter of introduction, she nodded in affirmation. Under her guidance, Okamoto Dojiya and the ninja traversed a narrow path depicted on the map, heading directly towards the dock of the Land of Fire. For the first time in 2 lifetimes, he was truly sailing upon the vast ocean. As he gazed upon the boundless sea, a sense of expansion enveloped his heart. Standing on the deck, resting against the railing, he marveled at the dazzling surface of the water. The ocean is indeed magnificent. Okamoto Doji felt the fluidity of the water around him accelerate. Indeed, the ocean offers its gifts selflessly to humankind. A striking young man, clad in a beige silk robe, appeared beside Okamoto Doji. Do you feel the same way? Okamoto Doji observed the young man's elegant demeanor, with a fragrant pouch adorning his waist, exuding a subtle yet rich aroma, pleasing to the senses. Okamoto Daisuke's intuition informed him that the man before him was no ordinary individual. Indeed, only the vast ocean could embody the spirit of selfless generosity, indifferent to the minutiae of gain and loss. The handsome man spoke eloquently, exuding an air of worldly wisdom. It was aptly stated that only a character as grand as the ocean could embrace all rivers, showcasing true magnanimity. Unable to contain himself, Okamoto Daisuke remarked, "What a remarkable spirit! The ocean's capacity to encompass all is truly great." The youthful gentleman, gazing at Okamoto Daisuke with curiosity, inquired, "May I ask your name?" As Okamoto Doji was about to speak, a female ninja, who had brought him to the dock that morning, loudly interrupted him, exclaiming, "How dare you be so disrespectful? Do you know who stands before you? This is His Highness, the second prince of the Land of Fire. You, a mere genin, should promptly withdraw." Before Okamoto Doji could explain, the female ninja, without allowing him a chance to respond, scolded him sternly. Okamoto Doji, leaning against the ship's railing and gazing at the sea, was utterly bewildered. He glanced at the handsome youth before him, and then at the imposing female ninja, at a loss for words. "Fuyuki, stand down," the handsome youth spoke, his tone surprisingly light, yet imbued with authority. But the female ninja, Fuyuki, hesitated as she attempted to clarify. Yet under the gaze of His Highness, she ultimately fell silent and stepped aside. "My apologies, they did not intend to offend. Please forgive them." The handsome youth inclined his head slightly towards Okamoto Doji, expressing his regret. "It's quite all right. It's understandable." Okamoto Doji repeatedly gestured in reassurance, indicating that there was no offense taken. He had anticipated such a scenario earlier, during their journey. The female ninja Fuyuki had briefly introduced the delegation headed to the Land of Snow. The entourage was led by the second prince, Makoto Namiki, of the Land of Fire. Okamoto Doji, as an ordinary envoy, had blended into the group, intending to remain behind when the delegation departed from the Land of Snow. During their travels, Fuyuki had learned through inquiry that Okamoto Doji was still a genin, having graduated from the Ninja Academy only a few years prior, which elicited a look of disdain on her face. She could not fathom why the responsibility of protecting the second prince would be entrusted to such an insignificant genin. As an orphan, trained as a guardian ninja of the Land of Fire, Fuyuki had been instilled with the ethos of unwaveringly protecting the lineage of the Land of Fire's daimyo, taking great pride in this duty. From the moment she became aware, she had strived to become a guardian ninja of the Land of Fire, and when she attained the title of the youngest reserve guardian ninja at the age of 15, she felt immense pride. However, that belief in her own prowess was shattered upon encountering the true strength of the 12 guardian ninjas. The capabilities of the 12 guardians exceeded her wildest imagination. It was then that she silently vowed to become as formidable as the guardian ninjas, aspiring to join their ranks as a true protector, not merely as a guardian ninja reserve. Accompanying the delegation to protect Shinjo Naru and Ki was a trio of individuals, equally members of the 12 ninja reserve, like Fuyu. Together with Higashimori Fuyu, Katako Kitten, Namasima, and Nishida Sidu, they represented the Sea Army de la Sea Army of this cohort. In Chapter 125, The Delegations, Fuyu ascended to the rank of CH Nin at the tender age of 15, while the other three achieved this status between the ages of 16 and 18. To them, Okamoto Daisuke, a mere genin approaching his 10th year, seemed of little utility. Although they had never voiced their disdain directly, their interactions consistently reflected a lack of warmth towards Daisuke. This disdain was particularly pronounced in Fuyu, who, having ascended to the ranks of the guardian ninja through sheer determination, held the utmost contempt for individuals like Daisuke, who relied on familial connections or the influence of their elders to garner accolades. How could a genin possibly be entrusted with the significant duty of protecting the second prince? Such an opportunity, typically reserved for those with CH Nin-level guardianship, could only be obtained through nepotism, serving merely to embellish one's own record of accomplishments. "I am the second son of the daimyo of the Land of Fire, Shinjo Naru and Ki. May I inquire your name?" Despite the earlier antics of Fuyu, The second son of the daimyo remained courteous in his inquiry. I am Okamoto Daisuke. He replied succinctly, merely stating his name. Oh, so you are the one personally chosen by the third Hokage, remarked Shinjo Naru and Ki. A hint of surprise in his tone. Indeed, it is thanks to the third Hokage that I am here for this mission. I did not anticipate that this delegation would be led by your highness, he added, expressing his apologies for any inconvenience caused. It seemed the second son of the daimyo was aware of the true nature of his assignment. Standing behind Shinjo Naru and Ki, Fuyu, upon hearing Daisuke's response, muttered disdainfully under her breath, what a sycophant. Although her voice was barely audible, even to Shinjo Naru and Ki, Daisuke, having heightened senses through the development of Ian's sealing, easily caught her words. GNGBNDUG involuntarily cast a glance at the female ninja who harbored considerable disdain towards him. Perplexed as to where he had offended her, it seemed as though she sensed his gaze at that moment. DNGMOD Ingi happened to look back at him as well. Flatterer, perish. Upon noticing GNGBNDUG's glance, DNGMOD Ingi shot him a fierce glare, then feigned retching as if she had encountered something utterly repulsive. Dingy, have you consumed something foul? Asked SH Nuja Zing Ming and SH, who, upon turning their heads to see what GNGBNDUG was observing, inadvertently caught sight of DNGMOD Ingi in her exaggerated act of nausea. It is worth noting that DNGMOD Ingi and NWCHNGM, XDXNGDU, and BEZBIGN had been protecting SH New Jersey Ming and SH since their ascension to CH Neen. Although they were ostensibly in a hierarchical relationship in their daily lives, SH New Jersey Ing and SH did not regard them merely as ordinary bodyguards. Your Highness, it's nothing. I might just be a bit seasick. DNGMOD Ingi, caught in the act, was compelled to offer an excuse that was not an excuse. Hiki. GNGBNDUG chuckled at DNGMOD Ingi's self-justifying pretense, although he remained uncertain as to why this woman persistently troubled him. Her demeanor indicated that he could not regard her as an ally. Why did she carry herself with such an air of superiority? As if he owed her an insurmountable debt? His existence had been solely dedicated to missions and battle. He had no recollection of interacting with any inferior ninja beyond Konoha. After a prolonged reflection, Okamoto Daisuke could not recall where he had encountered or offended this female ninja. Ultimately, he resigned himself to the notion that his charm was simply too overwhelming. Upon boarding the ship, Okamoto changed into a pristine white hakama, cinched at the waist with a blue obi, and donned a matching white haori, the sleeves of which were adorned with an obscure floral pattern reminiscent of petals. On his feet were a pair of flat-soled wooden sandals. His not overly long hair was tied back, gracefully cascading along his neck. Strands of hair danced in the sea breeze, enhancing the alabaster complexion of Okamoto's face. The diamond-shaped mark on his forehead, gradually deepening in hue, added an air of mystery to his presence. As the sea wind tousled his white attire, Okamoto resembled an ethereal being, effortlessly merging into a fantastical realm, his essence radiating a celestial charm. In contrast to the dignified, solemn, and regal demeanor of the nearby Shinkamen Nagato, Okamoto appeared more like a gentle breeze, exuding warmth, softness, and approachability. Had it not been for Higashimo Fuyuki's earlier reservations towards him, this current appearance of Okamoto would have undoubtedly captivated both Shizune and Hinata. Upon witnessing Okamoto's smile, Higashimo Fuyuki felt a wave of revulsion and remarked to Nagato, I need to take a break. I'm feeling quite nauseous. She then proceeded directly towards the cabin. Shinkamen Nagato, observing Higashimo Fuyuki's departure, offered a gesture of apology to Okamoto, saying, I apologize, they are not usually like this. Okamoto Dojia stood with his hands clasped behind his back, facing the vast ocean. No need for formalities, Your Highness, it matters not. Just as Okamoto Dojia and Shinjiro Namikaze were engrossed in their conversation, Toma Dyuyu returned to the cabin. Inside the cabin, Namasaima and Shidu Shindo were engaged in weight training to enhance their physical prowess. Upon noticing the displeased expression on Toma Dyuyu's face, Namasaima remarked, isn't this our brilliant reserve genius, the beautiful Dyuyu? Pray tell, who has upset you? If it's Brother Bazy, then that's understandable. Who else could it be? It's that underachieving ninja from Konoha who accompanied us on this voyage. Toma Dyuyu replied, vexed. Clearly, he is merely a low-ranking ninja attempting to bask in our glory, and what's more, he has the audacity to paint a purple mark on his forehead. How utterly disgraceful! She lamented with disdain. Is that individual truly a low-ranking ninja? Shidu Shindo inquired with curiosity. Indeed, a Konoha genin. I inquired during our journey. and he claimed to have attended the Ninja Academy for merely a year. Toma Dyuyu hastily explained. Konoha has truly sent a nepotistic figure our way. It seems we may need to protect not only His Highness Namikaze but also this burden. Namasaima expressed his distaste. Thud, thud, thud. Someone else descended. A robust young man came down from the deck into the cabin. You lot should engage in more training when idle. You know that? Understood, brother. We were discussing the genin from Konoha who arrived today, Shido Shindo replied. His voice tinged with mild discontent. Your companions are not to be gossiped about behind their backs. If you have time to chat, you should be training, Bazy Beijin scolded, casting a fierce glare at Shido Shindo. Chapter 126, Swordfish on the Deck. Shinjiro Namikaze and Okamoto Dojiya were deep in conversation, their proximity gradually diminishing from their initial distance to merely a few dozen centimeters apart. Dojiya, I truly regret not meeting you sooner, Shinjiro Namikaze expressed with a look of wistfulness. Dojiya, why not consider serving as one of the 12 guardians of the Land of Fire? Shinjiro Namikaze invited Okamoto Dojiya earnestly. In the past, Konoha would also dispatch ninjas to serve as guardians in the Land of Fire. Observing the earnest invitation from the second prince of the Land of Fire, Okamoto Dojiya shook his head. I fear I may disappoint your highness's expectations. I am not suited for such responsibilities. I am accustomed to a life of freedom. Having just settled on the deck, Toma Dyuyu could not resist mocking. It's fortunate you possess self-awareness and did not accept. You must understand that all the 12 guardians are composed of genin. If you aspire to become one of them, perhaps you should first focus on becoming a nin. Once a ninja from the Hidden Leaf assumes the role of a guardian ninja, one of the original 12 reserve ninjas will be eliminated from the ranks. Consequently, the reserve ninjas naturally harbor animosity towards those aspiring to become a guardian ninja of the 12 in the Land of Fire. Okamoto Dyuyu helplessly rubbed his forehead and exclaimed, Ms. Dyuyu, I do not believe I have wronged you in any way. Why must you be so confrontational? He truly could not comprehend the situation. Setting aside his lack of desire to venture into the Land of Fire, this was their first meeting. I have nothing to discuss with you. Humph. The one who relies on connections, Dyuyu, turned her head away. Dyuyu, I command you to apologize to Disuk. Jinjingmingi and Shu firmly addressed Dyuyu. Normally, Jinjingmingi and Shu interacted with them as brothers and friends, yet in critical moments, the distinction between master and servant must be made clear. Upon hearing Jinjingmingi's reprimanding words, Dyuyu bit her lip, her slightly darkened skin revealing a hint of blush. Clearly infuriated, she could hardly fathom that the usually kind Jinjingmingi would scold her for the sake of a mere Konoha genin. At that moment, Nan Wachingma, Shido Shindo, and Bazy Beijin, who were exercising in the cabin, also approached the deck upon hearing the commotion. Bazy Beijin glanced at Jinjingmingi and then at the gritting-toothed Dyuyu, and firmly shouted, Dyuyu, apologize to Disuk. Dyuyu looked at Bazy Beijin and, with reluctance, uttered, Disuk-kun, I am sorry. After which, she bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle towards Okamoto Dyuyu. Following this, all eyes turned to Jinjingmingi and Shu, who then looked back at Okamoto Dyuyu. Okamoto Daisuke repeatedly waved his hands, saying, it's all right, I. Before Okamoto Daisuke could finish his words, the crowd on the deck felt the ship violently tremble. A thunderous sound echoed as the vessel appeared to collide with an unseen object. The entire hull began to sway incessantly, while a thick, white mist gradually enveloped the surroundings of the massive ship. Just moments ago, the sun had shone brightly, but now a dense fog had materialized. Upon witnessing the rising mist, Okamoto Daisuke's pupils constricted sharply. An enemy attack. Chaotic shouts erupted from all directions, and the deck was instantly filled with the sound of frantic footsteps and a cacophony of disordered cries. The moment the blue light flickered beneath Okamoto Dojiya's feet, he instantly appeared atop the vessel's second-floor rooftop, surveying the surroundings from his elevated vantage point. Meanwhile, Nen Wachingma, Shido Shindo, Bazy Beijin, and Dalmao Dongyu closely encircled Jinjingming and Shu, vigilantly observing the area. While safeguarding Jinjingming and Shu, Dalmao Dongyu seized a moment to glance at Okamoto Dojiya's position, only to realize that he had vanished from sight. Humph, a useless person cannot rise above their limitations. Gilded refuse remains refuse. In her eyes, Okamoto Dojiya had undoubtedly retreated. This is the envoy ship of the Land of Fire. You must comprehend the gravity of your actions, Jinjingming and Shu proclaimed loudly. Yet, the surroundings remained eerily silent, the initial chaos seemingly muted as if the pervasive fog had enveloped and separated all sound. Okamoto Dosuke stood vigilantly on the rooftop of the second floor, cautiously scanning his surroundings. Behind him, a sharp dagger appeared silently, lunging toward his heart with deadly intent. The masked ninja, envisioning the warm blood that would soon spout forth, bore a cruel smile at the corners of his lips. However, when the blade struck Okamoto Dosuke, no blood emerged. The ninja felt as if his weapon had pierced nothing more substantial than water. Before he could fully comprehend this anomaly, he witnessed the figure he had attacked slowly begin to dissolve, transforming into a mass of water that engulfed the blade of his dagger, gradually consuming the hilt as well. Before he could relinquish his grip on the weapon, the water mass exerted a powerful suction, drawing his arm into its depths. The ninja's face paled instantly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead in a manifestation of sheer terror. His mouth opened in an attempt to scream, but before he could utter a sound, a soft plop resonated as he was drawn into the watery abyss, akin to a hapless insect ensnared in amber. Within the mass of water, the ninja struggled desperately. Yet every effort was futile against the chakra-infused liquid. Gradually, his movements slowed, becoming increasingly rigid until he lay motionless, his eyes wide open, lifeless within the watery confines. As the masked ninja perished, the surrounding mist began to dissipate. With the fog lifting, those guarding the true mirror and the tree realized that numerous masked ninjas were subduing ordinary people aboard the ship, rendering them unconscious and binding them with shurikens. Yamaya has yet to capture everyone before withdrawing his ninjutsu. I shall ensure he receives a proper reprimand upon our return. Cursed one ninja adorned with a mist village forehead protector, marked by a deep scar, a clear indication of his status as a rogue ninja. Pirates at sea typically refrain from killing during their raids, as captives are also valuable commodities. Men can be sold to various companies, while women may be trafficked to establishments of ill repute. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, these marauders avoid harming the crew. In fact, some of their ranks are comprised of former ordinary sailors. Chapter 127, The Frozen Reign of East Mao. Not every ninja possesses the skills to navigate a vessel. When they commandeer a ship, they require ample manpower to sail it back. Take, for instance, the official ship of the Land of Fire they seize today. Its size and opulence demand a considerable crew to operate. With a few modifications, this vessel could serve as their flagship in the future. The rogue ninja from the mist, with a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth, had been eyeing the ship for several days. It was only today, when the vessel reached this desolate area, that they chose to strike. Do you know what ship you're robbing? Ming and Shu called out to the clearly dominant rogue ninja. Haha. It's merely a government vessel from the Land of Fire. The rogue ninja from the mist retorted arrogantly. If you surrender on your own accord, we will spare your lives, he declared, caressing the katana that hung at his waist. The surrounding pirate minions echoed his words, laughing boisterously. After plundering the ship, they would retreat to a safe distance, waiting for the commotion to die down before returning. They had engaged in such exploits numerous times. Occasionally, affluent merchants would even post bounties in underground exchange markets to hunt down the swordfish pirate crew. Initially, their wandering ninja were fearful, but after their leader, the rogue ninja from the mist, arrived and successfully repelled several waves of attackers with his formidable strength, the swordfish pirate crew gained a notorious reputation, emboldening them further. The remaining civilians, yet to be captured, along with the samurai of the Land of Fire tasked with protecting the second prince, including a few lower-ranked ninjas, gathered around Ming and Shu for protection. They understood that if Ming and Shu fell, their own fates would be dire. Your Highness, they are just a group of wandering ninjas. Let me and Shidu deal with them. The hot-tempered Dong Mao Dongyu whispered to Ming and Shu. All right. Ming and Shu nodded amidst the crowd. Be careful. Beizi Beijin cautioned Dong Mao Dongyu and Shidu Xingdo while observing the rogue ninja from the mist. They are merely inexperienced wanderers, Brother Beizi, don't worry, Shidu Xingdo declared, drawing a kunai from his back. With a surge of energy, Shidu Xingdo charged forward, shouting, Twin Stars Strike. The kunai, imbued with flickering lightning, traced two brilliant arcs through the air. The two rogue ninjas swiftly brandished their kunai in defense. Clang. The kunai, sharpened with lightning chakra, effortlessly severed the rogue ninja's weapons. Boss, one of the rogue ninjas, stunned by the sudden loss of his kunai, hesitated momentarily. With a swift motion, the two rogue ninjas who attempted to impede Shidu Xingdo fell defeated upon the deck, crimson blood pooling beneath them. Shidu Xingdo crouched low, his eyes filled with lethal intent as he surveyed the remaining members of the swordfish pirate crew. Who will come next? The remaining members of the swordfish pirate crew gazed in disbelief at their two comrades who had been instantaneously vanquished. The laughter that had once echoed through the air was abruptly replaced by an expression of grave seriousness, tinged with a hint of fear. The disparity between the wandering ninjas and the trained ninjas from the western capital was stark. What a bunch of cowards. Humph. Dong Mao Dongyu strolled past the western capital's starry ninja with an air of nonchalance, casting a scornful glance at the group of wandering ninjas before her. That vile woman. Let's eliminate her, shouted the offended members of the swordfish pirate crew with fervor. The wandering ninjas swiftly began to form hand seals. These rogues had no intention of adhering to any notions of fairness. Their singular objective was to extinguish the lives of those guarding the ship. In an instant, an array of shurikens, kunai, and throwing stars, accompanied by swirling blades of wind, torrents of water, and fireballs, rained down upon Dong Mao Dongyu, creating a spectacle of overwhelming magnitude, if not immense power. On the second floor of the ship, Okamoto Dasuk stood, gazing down at the unfolding scene. With a swift flourish, Dong Mao Dongyu retrieved a short stick, approximately half a meter in length, from his waist. A resounding shout echoed, lightning release, lightning roar barrier. The rapidly wielded stick formed a barrier crackling with electricity before Dong Mao Dongyu, successfully deflecting the incoming attacks from the swordfish pirate crew. Clang, clang, oomph, a troop of buffoons. With a powerful thrust, Dong Mao Dongyu swept aside the assaults and charged towards the nearby pirates. With sweeping motions and precise jabs, the short stick danced in his hands, exuding an aura of ferocity. The wandering ninjas, upon facing him closely, found themselves in grave peril, sustaining injuries as they attempted to evade. The ordinary members of the swordfish pirate crew were even less adept, with many of the wandering ninjas possessing only a rudimentary understanding of ninjutsu, some lacking even the complete mastery of the body replacement technique. The intricate ninjutsu system of the ninja realm resided within the major ninja villages. Without merit or the village's approval, acquiring advanced techniques was nearly impossible. What some regarded as basic knowledge in ninja schools was considered rare and invaluable wisdom among the wandering ninjas. The cries of the swordfish pirates filled the air in despair. Water release, 1,000 water needles. A rogue ninja from the Mist Village, who had initially refrained from intervening, could no longer contain himself upon witnessing Dong Mao Dongyu's prowess. Boss. Avenge me. Oh no. Boss, please take revenge for me. They were all desperate individuals, and the sight of their leader's engagement stirred their ferocity. As the boss made a move, they cried out recklessly. With a whoosh, a powerful torrent of water needles surged forth from the rogue ninja's mouth. In this bounteous sea, the potency of ninjutsu was amplified. The sharp needles of water were aimed at the still unguarded Dong Mao Dongyu. Once again, he conjured the lightning release barrier, but this time, the once impenetrable technique felt as fragile as paper, easily pierced by the barrage. Dong Mao Dongyu felt the short stick in his hand growing numb from the relentless onslaught of the water needles. After blocking dozens of them, he could no longer maintain his grip, and with a resounding clang, the stick was knocked from his hands. A muffled groan escaped him as several water needles, evaded deliberately from striking vital areas, easily pierced his limbs. Observing this, Shidu Shingdo swiftly maneuvered with his weapon, deflecting the remaining water needles. Chapter 128. Unable to resist. He hoisted Dong Mao Dongyu, intending to retreat. Shingdo, be careful. Protect Zenjingming and Shushan. Nan Wuqingma shouted urgently. The rogue ninja from the swordfish pirate crew swiftly formed hand seals aimed at both Shidu Shingdo and Dong Mao Dongyu. Water release, water surge wave. A massive water orb rapidly took shape, swiftly advancing towards the duo of the West Capital Star. Utilizing the technique of lightning release, a figure surged forth with the speed of a water wave, appearing before them in an instant. Beizi Beijin brandished 3 prismatic iron rods, driving them into the ground. In a heartbeat, a triangular barrier of lightning enveloped all 3 individuals within its confines. With a resounding crash, the lightning triangle stood impervious. Beizi Beijin fixed his gaze intently upon the rogue ninja from the mist, observing the adversary unleash a formidable B-rank ninjutsu with an air of ease. Beizi Beijin pondered whether this opponent was merely an ordinary rogue from the mist. He grasped the short staff of Dong Mao Dongyu, gently caressing it with his fingers. The once pristine steel short staff now bore numerous dents, a testament to the recent onslaught akin to a downpour of 1,000 blades. The seemingly mediocre C-rank ninjutsu, wielded by his opponent, displayed extraordinary prowess. Even with the enhancement of being on the sea, it underscored the formidable strength of the adversary. If you choose to withdraw now, I, representing the land of fire, shall refrain from pursuing you for this attack, Beizi Beijin proclaimed from within the protective barrier of the lightning binding technique. Addressing the rogue ninja, And what if I refuse? The rogue ninja from the mist chuckled menacingly. Should you falter even slightly? The Land of Fire and the Leaf Ninja Army will mobilize all their forces to eliminate you, Maisie Beijin asserted gravely. Moreover, you are not an unknown figure, are you? Haha. Do you see my forehead protector? The rogue ninja queried, tapping the scarred mist forehead protector adorning his brow with his index finger. I am a rogue ninja. Kunoichi Shinobi, Takaki Kennen. Since my expulsion from the mist, I have cast aside all notions of life and death. Kaido Osaki grinned as he fixed his gaze upon Baiko Beijin, who was accompanied by the formidable Shinjo Mimi and Shuru, shielded behind Namasaima. Upon hearing Kaido's words, Baiko fell into a profound silence. Ideally, a peaceful resolution would be the best course of action. However, the strength of their adversaries was anything but trivial. Even if they managed to overcome them, the cost would be significant. Baiko contemplated the ramifications more deeply. Any losses on their part would inevitably delay their arrival in the Land of Snow, an eventuality that would severely undermine the prestige of the Land of Fire. The situation had initially stemmed from a lack of foresight on the part of the daimyo of the Land of Fire. The ninjas accompanying Shinjo Mimi and Shuru were not the official guardian ninjas of this generation. During the ongoing summit of the 5 great nations, the guardian ninjas were preoccupied, protecting crucial ministers and feudal lords within the Land of Fire. Thus, the 4 prodigious Nin, who had been designated as reserve guardian ninjas, accompanied Shinjo Mimi and Shuru. Among them, Baiko Beijin had already attained the status of an elite Nin, and it was assumed that the presence of 3 more Nin-level guardians would ensure their safety. Moreover, the delegations from large nations typically communicated their movements within the ninja world. It was an unspoken agreement among the nations that they would refrain from engaging with these delegations. However, they had not anticipated the emergence of the bizarre swordfish pirate crew, nor the defection of Kaido Osaki, a seasoned jonin. Jonin were the elite of their respective villages, and it was rare for one to abandon their village as they enjoyed privileges that were unattainable for rogue ninjas, including superior ninjutsu, secret techniques, and other resources. Cursed be the madness of Kirigakure. Although the so-called blood mist policy had not yet been enacted, Kirigakure had long been practicing an oppressive elitist politics. The village frequently produced oddities and individuals with peculiar thought processes. Unfortunately, Okamoto Daisuke, along with Shinjo Mimi and Shuru, had now encountered one of these reckless anomalies, indifferent to the consequences of their actions. Upon hearing Kaido's declaration, even Okamoto Daisuke regarded him with a curious and exploratory gaze. How audacious, Daisuke mused, acknowledging that he himself would not dare to defect without a flawless escape route and absolute certainty. Fuyuki, protect His Highness Shuru. Saima, come here, Baiko Beijin commanded. Given that Higashi Umafuyuki was currently injured, allowing her to engage and battle alongside Kaido would be a liability. Brother Beijin. Fuyuki's eyes revealed a hint of reluctance. Upon hearing Kaido's self-identification as a defector jonin from Kirigakure, the group had already resigned themselves to their fate. After all, he was a jonin, a ninja of the same caliber as the official guardian ninjas. Remember, His Highness Shuru must not suffer even the slightest injury. Baiko Beijin cautioned Fuyuki. Understood. Dongmao Dongyu nodded, accepting the short stick from Maisie Beijin and limping towards Jinjingming and Shu. Hiki, have you little ones finished your final words? Xiao Qijian observed Maisie Beijin and the others, ignoring the exchange between Dongmao Dongyu and Nanwuchima. Having dispatched numerous ninjas of this Nin level, he was indifferent, for a vast chasm lay between the Nin and Nin ranks. Water release, great waterfall technique. With swift hand seals, chakra gathered in Xiao Qijian's mouth, unleashing a tremendous torrent of water that surged forth from his throat, a violent deluge with the power to obliterate all in its path, aimed directly at Maisie Beijin. Now, sensing the oncoming torrent, Maisie Beijin and his companions swiftly placed their hands upon the deck, continuously channeling chakra into the lightning binding technique. The triangular formation of the lightning binding technique stood like a formidable dam before Jinjingming and Shu. Defense demanded a greater expenditure of chakra. Maisie Beijin exchanged a glance with Nanwuchima and Shidu Shingdo. Lightning release, lightning strike. X33 bolts of lightning surged along the edges of the lightning binding technique, striking down with ferocious intensity towards Xiao Qijian. He evaded repeatedly. Lightning release, charging technique. Maisie Beijin grasped the 3 pillars of the lightning binding, the volatile lightning chakra coursing into him instantaneously. He became enveloped in crackling electricity, embodying the essence of thunder. Whoosh! Maisie Beijin dashed forth with astonishing speed. Caught off guard while dodging the lightning, Xiao Qijian was unable to evade and was sent flying by a powerful kick from Beizi Beijian. Lightning strike barrage. Following this, a dazzling flurry of attacks ensued, culminating in Beizi Beijian gripping Xiao Qijian by the neck, pressing his head beneath the surface of the sea as he sprinted forward, creating friction against the water. Chapter 129. A bold move brimming with lightning chakra, Beizi Beijian raced across the surface of the sea. While Xiao Qijian found himself on the defensive, reeling from the sudden assault, he was relentlessly battered against the waves. Bang! With a heavy strike, Xiao Qijian was sent plunging beneath the water's surface. Has it succeeded? Jin Jingming and Shu inquired anxiously, watching the distant splash where Xiao Qijian had disappeared. Even A.J. Nin, caught off guard by Beizi's relentless lightning barrage, would suffer grievous injuries. Dongmao Dongyu's tone was laced with a hint of delight. Okamoto Dojia stood atop the second-floor rooftop, his feet planted beside a lifeless, rigid corpse. Moments earlier, Beizi Beijian, Nangu Qingma, and Shidu Xingdo had exhibited an extraordinary synergy, effectively harnessing the explosive properties of lightning release. This indicated their profound camaraderie, and Okamoto Dojia mused that even a moment of his inattention could lead to peril. Beizi Beijian's strikes were exceptionally swift. The exchange with Koyaki Kenjin, though it seemed prolonged, transpired in the blink of an eye. Had he been on the receiving end of that attack, he could only have withstood it through sheer fortitude. With a wry smile, Okamoto Dojie reassured himself that with the Flying Thunder God technique at his disposal, he would hardly fall victim to such an assault. After all, it was not akin to the near-instantaneous strike of the Reikage. He observed Beizi Beijian, crackling with lightning release chakra, scanning the surroundings incessantly. However, surely the opponent could not perish so easily. Before he could complete his thoughts, a colossal torrent of water surged from the depths of the sea, propelling Beizi Beijian, who was standing atop the surface, into the air. Mid-flight, Beizi Beijian caught sight of Koyaki Kenjin, who had emerged from the water, half submerged. "Hurry!" he shouted, but in midair, he found no leverage, and the lightning surging around him began to dissipate. The effects of the lightning release charging technique he had absorbed were waning, causing a dramatic decline in his physical resilience, leaving him vulnerable to Koyaki Kenjin's onslaught. He could only shout towards Shidu Xingdo and the others on the deck. As he surfaced, he swiftly formed hand seals. At that moment, Koyaki Kenjin appeared particularly disheveled, his body marred by the scorched remnants of lightning release ninjutsu. Water release, water dragon bullet. A magnificent water dragon burst forth from the sea, soaring skyward. With its gaping maw, it lunged toward Beizi Beijian, who could only watch in horror as the colossal creature approached, drenching him in a cascade of water. The shadow of the dragon's open jaws blotted out the sky. Roar! As the dragon's mouth snapped shut, a peculiar sealing canine materialized silently against Beizi Beijian's back. Boom! Koyaki Kenjin's series of strikes unfolded in a heartbeat. Everything had transpired too swiftly. Shidu Xingdo, Dongmao Dongyu, and Nanga Qingma heard Beizi Beijian's urgent cry to run, and then witnessed him being engulfed by the water dragon. "Beizi, brother!" Nanga Qingma and the others cried out in despair. All of them were orphans, raised under the indoctrination to protect the lineage of the Fire Nation's daimyo, and had been brainwashed by such ideals. They had grown up together, sharing meals and training, their bond transcending mere friendship. They were akin to family. Observing the towering water dragon, the sheltered Jin Jingming and Mu could only ponder, is this what it means to be a jonin? In the past, he merely understood the strength of the upper ninjas, but it was not until he beheld the soaring dragon that he truly grasped his father's meaning. He could scarcely fathom the immense power wielded by the leaders of the 5 great nations and their numerous upper ninjas, as Jingming and Shu expressed their sentiments. Just as the group was engulfed in sorrow, a tremendous buzzing sound erupted from the rooftop of the official ship's second floor. The piercing sound resonated through the heavens, compelling even the seagulls, distant from the battlefield, to take flight in alarm. What was happening? Dongmao Dongyu swiftly turned towards the source of the noise. Buzzing bullets, 6 holes. Kaido Ken, standing on the surface of the sea, immediately fixed his gaze upon the second floor. A figure clad in a white kimono stood there quietly, their right hand shaped like a pistol, aimed directly at him. As Kaido Ken pondered this curious sight, an unsettling chill coursed through his heart. Slowly, he looked down, discovering a gaping void, thick as an arm, extending from his heart to his back. He cast his eyes downward, observing a column of white air rising from the sea where he stood, delving deeper into the ocean abyss until it vanished into the unseen darkness below. Have I truly been defeated? Kaido Ken questioned himself in disbelief. Summoning the last remnants of his strength, he formed a hand seal. only to collapse lifelessly onto the surface of the water. Witnessing the hollow cavity on Kaido Kin's chest, Dongmao Dongyu regarded him with incredulity. What was the situation? Was this fellow his adversary? Who had done this? Shidu Shingdo also scanned the area anxiously. Nanga Chengma, gripping his kunai tightly, stared in shock at the fallen Kaido Kin. In his line of sight, a white figure appeared at the ship's railing, but he could not discern their identity. Yet, Kaido Kin slowly raised his middle finger, offering a contemptuous smile. The explosive tags on his body crackled ominously. You shall not extract a single piece of information from me. Kaido Kin had long buried volatile explosive tags within his own flesh. A fleeting montage of his life flickered in his mind, excelling among his peers since childhood. Rising to the rank of Chunin, then Jounin, and ultimately rebelling against the village's cruel ideologies, leading to his defection. Now, on the brink of death, he resolved that preserving the village's secrets within his mind, untainted, might be the final act he could perform for it. Boom. The leader of the Swordfish pirate crew, the rogue ninja Kento Kozaki, has been declared deceased. The location of Kozaki's demise transformed into a mist of blood, slowly dissipating into the vast ocean. With his passing, a colossal water dragon, once sustained by his chakra, began to unravel and disintegrate. A torrential deluge of seawater cascaded from the heavens, crashing down upon the official vessel of the Fire Nation's envoy and the nearby pirate ships of the Swordfish crew, carrying with it an overwhelming force. Dongmao Dongyu and Shidu Shingdo, along with Nanwa Chengma, had yet to recover from the shock of Kozaki's sudden death when they quickly formed a triangular formation, channeling their chakra beneath their feet to create a protective barrier around Jinjingming and Shu. Your Highness, please hold on to us tightly, Nanwa Chengma urged swiftly. Chapter 130. Taking action too. As for the surrounding warriors and crew members, upon witnessing the impending torrent of seawater, they hastily sought refuge, scrambling to find anything to secure themselves or grasp onto, hoping for their own survival. Appearing instantaneously at the railing of the official vessel, Okamoto Daisuke gazed at the once formidable Kento Kozaki, now reduced to a pool of blood, being consumed by small fish in the sea. With no useful intelligence to be gleaned, Okamoto Daisuke curled his lip in disdain. He then looked up at the descending deluge of water. Water style, water barrier. Before Okamoto Daisuke, a swirling wall of water began to rise from the sea. Under the powerful control of Daisuke's chakra, it rapidly took shape and ascended in a spiral motion. This swiftly rising water wall resembled a hollow straw, precisely and swiftly piercing into the vast amount of seawater falling from the sky. Guided by the water-style technique, the airborne seawater was drawn into the ocean before it could even reach the ship. Observing the straw-like water barrier, one could consider this a clever application of the water technique. The trio, composed of Higashi Matsu Duu, had already braced themselves for the impending wave of seawater. However, after a brief wait, they noticed no signs of disturbance. Upon closer inspection, they discovered that the straw-like water barrier had efficiently siphoned off the airborne seawater, drawing it into the ocean without even creating a ripple. The official vessel merely swayed slightly, experiencing no further impact. The crisis had been averted. What a formidable technique. Namasima gazed in astonishment at the massive siphon directing the immense seawater back to the sea. Suddenly, a violent coughing sound erupted from the roof of the official ship. A dark-skinned figure slowly rose from the rooftop, slumping against it. It was Baiko. Drawn by the intense coughing, Higashi Matsudiu, Nishi Dusido, and Shin Kyomeiji turned their gaze and discovered Baiko beckon, half reclined and gasping for breath. Brother Baiko. He is alive, exclaimed Higashi Matsudiu and Nishi Dusido joyfully, waving their arms vigorously toward Baiko on the rooftop, appearing both comical and ecstatic. After a few labored coughs, Baiko beckon, exhausted, sat on the rooftop, looking down at the figures of His Highness Kazu and Du on the deck. With a weak smile, he raised his trembling arm and waved gently at them. This was the after effect of the lightning release charging technique. The violent chakra would intensely stimulate the body of the technique's user. Baiko Beckon's frequent training had prepared him for this. But in a bid to achieve a decisive strike, he had pushed himself beyond his limits, with the intent of delivering a fatal blow to Osaki Kenshin. He had adopted a philosophy of success or death, leading to an evident and complete failure. Had it not been for Okamoto Daisuke's intervention, the diplomatic envoy from the land of fire would have perished before even reaching the land of snow. Reflecting on this, Baiko Becken directed his gaze toward the white figure standing at the ship's railing. The others on the deck, noticing Baiko's focus, also turned their attention to where he was looking. Okamoto Daisuke stood with his feet firmly together, a thin layer of chakra adhering to the soles of his feet. ensuring that he could maintain his stance regardless of the swaying of the vessel beneath him. With his hands clasped behind his back, he faced the fierce sea breeze, his wide white haori billowing like a soaring seagull battling against the tumultuous winds. His hair danced in the wind, the strands of black obscuring his forehead where a faint lavender seal appeared and vanished, lending him an aura of mystery and untamed spirit. A subtle smile graced his lips as he observed the remaining pirates of the swordfish crew, who were preparing to make a stealthy escape. Is this real? Higashi Umadiyuki gasped, his eyes wide as he beheld Okamoto D6 standing at the ship's railing. Just moments ago, he had witnessed an elite jonin. How could this timid leaf village nin possibly defeat such an opponent? Nambu Naruma and Nishi Dusidu shared similar expressions of disbelief as they regarded Okamoto D6. Did you not say that fellow was merely a nin from the leaf? Nambu Naruma inquired, his voice tinged with incredulity. Nishi Dusidu turned an inquisitive gaze towards Higashiyuma D-Yuki as well. Is this truly the nin you spoke of? One who can effortlessly dispatch a mist village jonin with a single blow? What a jest! If nin are this formidable, one might wonder if we should redefine the ranks of ninjas to merely jonin, nin, and genin. The four of them had banded together to confront Osaki Kinjin. Yet the outcome was disheartening. Higashiyuma D-Yuki had been utterly incapacitated in a mere exchange, while he and Nambu Naruma had proven ineffective, with Osaki Kinjin requiring the combined strength of three to be held at bay. Katako Kitane had charged forward, delivering a flurry of ferocious blows to Osaki Kinjin. But to no avail. He had nearly met his end as well. Without Okamoto D6's aid, Katako Kitane would have been consumed by the water dragon, leaving nothing behind. This is what he claimed himself, that he is still a nin from the leaf. He deceived me. Higashiyuma D-Yuki felt increasingly uncomfortable under the astonished gazes of Nambu and Nishi. And that previous attack may not have even been his doing. He retorted defiantly. At that moment, Okamoto D6 noticed the vast mass of seawater from the water dragon had been entirely redirected to the surface. He extended his right hand and formed a single hand sign. The water release, water barrier technique shattered midair, dispersing into a fine mist that instantly enveloped those present in a refreshing chill. Upon witnessing Okamoto D6's actions, Higashiyuma D-Yuki found himself rendered speechless. Was this the power of the Leaf Village, the foremost ninja village in the realm? Shinkame and Ki had their eyes wide, marveling at the spirited figure of Okamoto D6 standing at the ship's railing. I knew it. There is no way the third Hokage would send merely a nin to undertake such a mission. Shinkame and Ki gazed at Okamoto D6 with gleaming eyes. The opposing pirate crew was attempting to flee. Gongbin Dojia looked down from above at Nanwa Chengma and Shidu Shingdo, having just noticed that a band of pirates was stealthily attempting to escape. Nanwa Chengma and Shidu Shingdo exchanged glances and dashed out. Although they could not contend with Kiyoshi Kinjin, they found the remaining rogue ninjas of the swordfish pirate crew to be quite manageable. Suddenly, the deck echoed with anguished cries. They were fleeing. The remaining pirates of the swordfish pirate crew, seeing their leader's demise and hearing the screams of their shipmates, abandoned their comrades and quietly readied their vessels for escape. Chapter 131. The Resolution. Standing at the ship's railing, Gongbin Dojie observed the swordfish pirate ship, which had turned its bow. A mocking smile graced his face. Water release, twin dragon destruction. He rapidly formed hand seals, and with a resounding dragon's roar, two colossal water dragons surged forth from the sea, slightly smaller than the one summoned by Kiyoshi Kinjin. However, despite their diminutive size, these two dragons ensnared the swordfish pirate ship. With a resounding crash, under Gongbin Dojie's command, the water dragons exerted their force, utterly dismantling the ship. The debris strewn across the ocean signified the obliteration of a pirate crew that had once dominated the seas. Thud. A noise echoed from the deck as Gongbin Dojie gracefully leaped from the railing onto the deck. Dojie, Jinjing and Mu Tri gazed at him as he descended, raising his right hand to wave, hesitating to speak before swallowing his words. And His Highness. Gongbin Dojie respectfully bowed to Jinjing and Mu Tri. Noticing Dong Nao Dongyu, who had collapsed to the ground, relaxed now that the pressure of life and death had lifted. He tossed her a pale potion. Dong Mao Dongyu instinctively caught the vial, her expression one of skepticism as she examined the liquid in her hand before glancing back at Gongbin Dojie. He succinctly explained that by activating the sealing technique on the vial with chakra, the potion could be poured onto wounds for healing or consumed if there were internal injuries. Due to the destruction of the ship, the pirates of the swordfish crew floated amidst the ocean, clinging to the remnants of their vessel. The remaining pirates on the deck were also vanquished in the battle between Nanwa Chengma and Shidu Shingdo, sprawled across the deck, wailing in agony. Unsure of how to deal with these pirates, the two merely incapacitated them, injuring their limbs without taking their lives. After subduing the remaining pirates, Nan Wuchengma and Shidu Xingdo looked to Beizi Beijin and Jinjing Ming, their eyes filled with tentative inquiry as they sought guidance on what to do next. However, neither of the two dared to direct their gaze towards Okamoto Daisuke. On one hand, their initial disdain for him and the whispers behind his back weighed heavily on their conscience. On the other hand, the nonchalant manner in which Okamoto had just dispatched Kinzen Kozaki instilled an overwhelming sense of dread within them. They merely heard a chilling buzz, followed by the sight of a gaping wound the size of an arm appearing on Kozaki's chest. It was utterly shocking, presenting a devastating blow to those who had prided themselves on their own genius since childhood. Since his initial reconnaissance mission, Okamoto Daisuke's performance on the battlefield has not been particularly impressive. However, one must not overlook the caliber of adversaries he encountered. Initially, he faced the formidable Nima YS. And to overcome him, he relied on a chakra-mixed blocking agent, a combination of favorable timing, location, and human factors that were all indispensable. Had Nima YS not been excessively arrogant and overconfident at that time, they would have had no chance of survival. In his youth, Nima YS was renowned as a genius alongside Chisame no Sasori. Later, due to his research on living puppets, he fell under the control of Sunagakure and was ultimately absorbed into the interrogation unit of Sunagakure, gradually regaining his strength and embarking on a distinct path of puppetry apart from Chisame no Sasori. On the battlefield, Okamoto Daisuke found himself pitted against the Sunagakure hero, J-Tun YS, and the current 4th Kazakage, Magnet Releaser Shah, both of whom have earned their titles in the ninja world. In these encounters, Okamoto Daisuke appeared somewhat outmatched. However, against ordinary J-Nin, as long as their numbers do not exceed significantly, he stands a fighting chance. Today, under the extraordinary perception granted by his Ein ceiling, Okamoto Daisuke has achieved perfect control of the 6-hole bumblebee finger gun. It is worth noting that even YS narrowly escaped defeat under the attack of the 8-hole bumblebee finger gun. With his mastery over the 6-hole bumblebee finger gun, ordinary J-Nin like Kei Saki Kenjin become utterly trivial opponents. It was during his reverse summoning to the Wetbone Forest to retrieve some healing potions that he learned from Charin that Shah, as the 4th Kazakage, has officially submitted a letter of surrender to Kanehagakure. Okamoto Daisuke informed Charin that he would be notified of any subsequent developments, thus concluding the spiritual communication. Presently, Sunagakure and Kanehagakure awaited an agreement on the terms of surrender, after which both parties would convene in the Land of Rivers to sign a peace treaty. Under the aegis of the 3rd Hokage, Kanehagakure engaged in extensive discussions regarding the terms of surrender presented by Sunagakure. A particularly significant topic was the reparations for the war, which, as the defeated party, Sunagakure would undoubtedly be required to compensate. This could only exacerbate the financial deficits already plaguing Sunagakure. However, all of this bore little relevance to Okamoto Daisuke, who was far removed at sea. On the 2nd floor, Kitako Kitakane, upon noticing the inquiring gazes of Sito Hoshide and Nama Naruma, mustered his strength, formed hand seals, and instantaneously appeared on the deck. He respectfully bowed to Jin Kame and Kazuki, inquiring, "Your Highness Kazuki, how shall we deal with these pirates?" Jin Kame and Kazuki, being the 2nd prince of the Land of Fire and the head of this diplomatic delegation, were the first to be addressed by Kitako. "Daisuke-kun, how should we handle these rascals?" Jin Kame and Kazuki clearly had not yet fully recovered from the assault by Kei Zaki Kenjin and the Swordfish pirate crew. Having never encountered such peril before, the sheltered prince was understandably shaken. Witnessing the defeat of his elite protectors had instilled a genuine fear within him. The terror of life and death is profound. Even someone of Ant Snake's remarkable talent was unable to fathom this horror. It transcended mere words. Despite his pallor, Jin Kame and Kazuki maintained royal composure and was the first to address Okamoto Daisuke, as their survival hinged upon his timely intervention. Upon hearing Jin Kame and Kazuki's words, DNGMOD and the others turned their attention to Okamoto Daisuke, who stood with arms outstretched, embracing the sea breeze. "Your Highness, let all matters be handled in accordance with the laws of the Land of Fire." Okamoto Daisuke refrained from providing specific methods of resolution, offering instead a suggestion. After all, he was merely a traveler aboard this vessel and not in a position to dictate actions. According to the laws of the Land of Fire, these pirates should face a trial, with sentencing determined by the severity of their offenses. However, we are currently facing a shortage of personnel on our ship. Zhang Jingming and Shu observed the injured crew members and the fallen ones from the recent skirmish, expressing their dilemma with a hint of hesitation. Chapter 132. Release. If we were to keep these pirates for judgment in the land of fire, it would be manageable if they were on their return journey. Yet, they are now bound for the land of snow, leaving us utterly bereft of manpower. Initially, the envoy's delegation set forth with only essential personnel, and now, with the addition of the wounded, we are critically understaffed. If we were to retain these pirates, we would need to allocate some of our limited personnel to care for the injured, while simultaneously assigning others to guard the pirates. The thought of execution weighed heavily on Okamoto Dosuk, who, upon observing Zhang Jingming and Shu, found himself unable to make that decisive choice. Okamoto Daisuke lowered his head and smiled, pondering whether this fellow was truly a member of the royal family, or if the feudal lord of the land of fire had simply provided him with excessive protection. As he leisurely basked in the sea breeze, he noticed the slightly troubled expressions on the faces of Makoto and Kazu. "Your Highness Kazu," he said, "I have an idea. What do you think?" "Please, Daisuke-kun, do share," replied Makoto, his curiosity piqued. At that moment, a memory from Daisuke's past life surfaced, recalling a method from a pirate film for dealing with mutinous crew members. It was neither merciful nor excessively cruel. Rather, it was a matter of fate. Life or death hinged entirely on luck. Observing Kazu and the others, Daisuke proposed, "Why don't we simply provide these pirates with food and water at intervals during our journey, allowing them to leap off the ship? Their survival will depend solely on their own fortunes." This approach was devoid of bloodshed and would showcase the grandeur of our land of fire. Upon hearing Daisuke's suggestion, Kazu's eyes brightened. "Excellent. Daisuke-kun, this method is splendid. Saima, Hoshido, implement this strategy immediately and ensure the pirates are dispatched." "Understood." Saima and Hoshido promptly commanded the crew to gather the injured pirates, preparing to execute Daisuke's plan with fervor. After a while, as his wounds healed, Kitako Kitakun approached Daisuke, bowing deeply in gratitude. "Daisuke-kun, I cannot thank you enough for saving my life." The man, with his slightly darker complexion, wore the most genuine smile. Though unsure of how Daisuke had rescued him, he recognized that only Daisuke possessed the ability to quietly extricate him from the grasp of the Jonin, Kazaki. At that moment, he appeared significantly better than before. As a ninja, even a genin, his physical resilience should have been sufficient to withstand the rapid spatial transfer of ninjutsu. However, after the recent onslaught from Kazaki, he felt particularly feeble. "Not at all. We are all comrades aboard the same vessel," Daisuke replied, assisting Kitakun to his feet. "While it may seem a trivial effort for me, it is indeed a monumental favor that I must repay for a lifetime. If you ever require my assistance, I vow to fulfill your request, provided it does not conflict with my principles," Kitakun expressed earnestly as Daisuke helped him up, conveying his deep gratitude. "Very well, I understand." "Kitakun-kun," Daisuke replied, acknowledging Kitakun's unwavering sentiment. "Now, if you'll excuse me, I must attend to my duties." "Daisuke-kun, Your Highness Kazu." After finishing his words, Beizi Beijin departed to assist Nan with Chengma and Shidu Shingdo in dealing with the pirates. "How fortunate I am to have such subordinates." Okamoto Daisuke gazed at the receding figure of Beizi Beijin and remarked to his companions, Jinjingming and Shushu, "Indeed, they are not merely subordinates. They are brothers who would risk their lives for me." Jinjingming and Shushu responded with smiles on their faces. Okamoto Dojia, with an expression of exasperation, gazed at the praises being lavished upon Beizi, Beijin, and the others by Jinjingming and Shu. "Truly, the royal family is devoid of sentiment. They are willing to risk their lives for you, yet you, with your pronounced brows and expressive eyes, say nothing." Meanwhile, under the efforts of Beizi, Beijin, Nanwil, and Shidu Shingdo, the battered pirates supported one another, each clutching a meager amount of food and water sufficient for but a single meal. They formed a line, awaiting their impending fate. With a command from Jinjingming and Shu, the release activity proposed by Okamoto Dojia commenced. A makeshift plank was constructed from simple wooden boards, extending from the ship's railing, creating a rudimentary diving board. The lined-up pirates, under the watchful gaze of sword-wielding samurai, trembled as they approached the edge of the deck. "Jump quickly!" The samurai, showing no mercy to their frightened expressions, unsheathed his katana and struck without hesitation. A pirate, in a bid to evade the blade, leapt directly into the sea. Following this pattern, several more pirates were released, each jumping at intervals. The remaining pirates, resigned to their fate, stepped forward to find a suitable spot to plunge into the azure depths. However, Misjudging their landing could lead to dire consequences. Just moments prior, Okamoto Dojie witnessed one unfortunate pirate, upon hitting the water, being besieged by ravenous sharks, truly a stroke of bad luck. He likely has now contributed to the ocean's ecosystem. Later, within the waters leading to the land of snow, the pirates devised a peculiar method of punishing their adversaries, forcing them onto the plank with just enough food and water for one meal, compelling them to leap into the abyss themselves. This was euphemistically termed granting an opportunity. This unusual form of punishment would, in time, evolve into a customary practice among pirates. Observing the enthusiastic Xinjingming and Shu as they watched the pirates dive into the sea, Okamoto Dojie lost interest after witnessing a few jumps and chose to depart. In his view, such a trivial endeavor was far less engaging than refining chakra and diligently enhancing the Yin seal. The Yin seal could autonomously store chakra, albeit at a slower pace. Okamoto Dojie's footsteps led him toward his chamber. He noticed Higashimaru Fuyuki seated against the ship's railing on the deck, clutching the healing potion he had bestowed upon her. "Why aren't you using it?" he inquired, gesturing toward the vial in her hand. "My Lord Dojie's presence." Upon recognizing the savior who had rescued them and gifted her a precious healing elixir, Fuyuki struggled to rise. When conversing with the formidable guardian ninjas from the Land of Fire, she maintained an upright posture, responding with utmost respect, a gesture befitting those of great strength. In her eyes, Dojie, who had effortlessly vanquished a Jonin from the Swordfish Pirates, undoubtedly possessed such stature. Chapter 133. Individual Aspirations. In fact, Fuyuki perceived Dojie to be potentially even more powerful than her own mentors, as she had yet to witness any guardian ninja capable of such a decisive blow. "My Lord Dojie, I apologize for my earlier indiscretion and any offense I may have caused." She immediately expressed her contrition upon first seeing him. "Ah, woman," Dojie remarked, his demeanor shifting upon witnessing her respect. Yet, recognizing her affiliation with the esteemed Jinmei Nagamori, he felt a certain reluctance to express his displeasure. "It is of no consequence. However, I advise you to ascertain the facts before speaking next time," Dojie replied, his hand dismissively waving, causing the white Haori to sway gracefully with the motion. "Yes, I understand," Fuyuki responded. Okamoto Dojie hurriedly stepped forward to support the deeply respectful Tomadonyu, exclaiming, "Your injuries should not be delayed. Prompt treatment is imperative. My Lord Dojie, these injuries are but minor afflictions. Please, keep this precious healing potion for yourself." Tomadonyu, feeling the weight of his previous mockery towards Okamoto Dojie, dared not raise his head. With a bowed demeanor, he extended his hands, offering the healing potion to Okamoto Dojie. The methods and uses of healing potions have now spread across the 5 great nations into the higher echelons of several larger ninja villages. However, due to the ongoing conflict with Sunagakure, the healing potion has predominantly circulated within Konohagakure, while various nations have attempted to replicate this strategic and convenient medicinal marvel. Yet, they have invariably met with failure, which has, without a doubt, further elevated the potion's worth. In whispered legends, the healing potion is said to possess the miraculous ability to restore life to the deceased. Konohagakure has classified the production methods of the healing potion as S-rank intelligence. Although lacking the unique essence of the wetbone forest and the extraordinary chakra control that Okamoto Dojie possesses, the prospect of reproducing such a potion seems nearly impossible. However, should its secrets be divulged and a similar concoction be forged, it would undoubtedly bolster the enemy. This situation mirrors the Flying Thunder God technique, which, despite being known to only a few before the 4th Hokage and Okamoto Dojie, remains an S-rank forbidden technique. Fear not. The healing potion is effective for only 3 days from the moment of its creation, after which it will lose its potency. You must utilize it promptly. Okamoto Dojie refrained from accepting the potion from Tomadonyu. Setting aside his own medical prowess, it is worth noting that if he desired, dozens of such potions could be procured from the Slug Princess at any time. Upon hearing Okamoto Dojie's words, Tomadonyu felt a wave of despair wash over him. Subsequently, under Okamoto Dojie's watchful gaze, he activated the healing potion. Once the treatment was completed, Okamoto Dojie bid her farewell and returned to his quarters. Observing the remarkable efficacy of the healing potion, Tomadonyu could not help but call out to Okamoto Dojie's retreating figure, "My Lord Dojie. The individual who crafted this healing potion is truly the most illustrious medical ninja of your Konohagakure. No, indeed, the most extraordinary medical ninja in the entire shinobi world." Hearing such praise directed towards himself, Okamoto Dojie nodded with delight. As he departed, Tomadonyu mused to herself, "Surely, my Lord Dojie shares a special bond with this individual." Upon returning to his chamber, Okamoto Daisuke devoted himself to extracting chakra, diligently enhancing his yin seal. As dusk enveloped the sky, he was summoned by Shinjo Mimi and Kishu, whose youthful voice rang out from beyond the door. Lord Daisuke, His Highness Kishu requests your presence. Very well, exclaimed Okamoto Daisuke, ceasing his chakra extraction. He adjusted his attire, appreciating the elegance and comfort of his kimono, albeit finding it somewhat cumbersome to maintain. With a creak, he opened the door, only to be greeted by a sudden chill that he had not felt within his room. Turning, he noticed the slightly bowed figure of Nishido Sito, who offered a respectful gesture before leading the way. They descended to the first floor, entering a grand hall that occupied half the ship's expanse. There, Shinjo Mimi and Kishu were orchestrating the movement of various items. Upon spotting Okamoto Daisuke, Kishu stepped closer, whispering in his ear, Daisuke, we are soon to arrive in the land of snow. You will blend in with the delegation. He gestured towards the members of the delegation, all clad in white kimonos, who were diligently transporting gifts. Seeing the uniformity of their attire, Okamoto Daisuke rolled his eyes, realizing that what he had initially deemed impressive was merely a standard uniform. Nodding, he acknowledged that his name was not on the delegation's list. His intention was to discreetly accompany them, avoiding any conspicuousness. Once inside the castle of the Land of Snow, he would seek out the designated contact. After imparting this information, Kishu, now donned in thick winter garments, looked at him and asked, Daisuke, aren't you cold? They had already crossed into the territory of the Land of Snow, which, due to its geographical location, experienced perpetual winter, devoid of seasonal variations. The flora within this realm was sparse, primarily consisting of hardy plants. The crew members had all changed into winter attire, while Okamoto Daisuke remained unaware, having been preoccupied with chakra extraction in his warm room, where the ship's heating system had kept the temperature consistent. Observing the white mist escaping from Daisuke's breath, Kishu chuckled and draped his own cloak over him. Don't catch a chill, Daisuke. Your room should have winter clothes. Do change quickly. In that moment, Kishu exuded a warmth akin to that of a protective elder brother. Thank you for the cloak, Your Highness. I shall return shortly to change, Okamoto Daisuke replied, nodding as he prepared to turn away. Daisuke, Kishu called out, halting his departure. Okamoto Daisuke gazed at him in confusion. We have shared a common battle experience. Furthermore, Daisuke, had it not been for your intervention, we might have all fallen captive to the swordfish pirate crew, and reaching the Land of Snow would have been impossible. My life, as well as the lives of Katako and the others, owe their safety to you. Thus, it feels overly distant for you to continue addressing me as Your Highness. I am merely a few years your senior, if you do not mind. Please call me Brother Kazuki. Makoto Kazuki's eyes widened, his pupils shining with sincerity. Chapter 134, Mutual Benefit. Brother Kazuki. Okamoto Daisuke seemed to sense the genuineness emanating from Makoto Kazuki, and his eyes glimmered with emotion as he could not help but exclaim, All right, all right. Makoto Kazuki quickly stepped closer, placing a hand on Okamoto Daisuke's shoulder. Good little brother. Big brother. Okamoto Daisuke echoed with excitement. At that moment, an official from the envoy approached, inquiring about Makoto Kazuki. Brother Kazuki, you carry on. I will go change my clothes. Okamoto Daisuke bid farewell to the busy Makoto Kazuki. It is I, the elder brother, who is in a hurry. You go ahead and change, Daisuke. After speaking, he attended to other matters. After bidding farewell to his newly acquainted elder brother, Kaneki, Okamoto Daisuke made his way to his chamber. Upon returning, he indeed discovered his white winter kimono in the wardrobe. Swiftly changing into it, he hung the cape of Shinomiya Kaneki on a coat rack. Gazing at the cape draped on the rack, Okamoto Daisuke fell into a reverie. As the second prince of the Fire Nation, he was certainly a figure worthy of association. However, the original narrative of Hokage depicted the significance of the Fire Nation's daimyo as rather diminished. He only knew that the current daimyo was advanced in years. A piece of information he had gleaned from Tsunade during their recent expedition to the Land of Snow. The daimyo of the Fire Nation had 3 offspring, the eldest and the second being sons. The second prince was none other than Shinomiya Kaneki, the representative of the current envoy, while the youngest was a princess. As the most powerful nation among the 5 great countries, the Fire Nation's daimyo had sons. Thus the next daimyo would inevitably ascend from either the eldest or the second prince. The succession of Hokage through the ages necessitated the consent and seal of the Fire Nation's daimyo. For instance, Raza's recent ascension to the position of 4th Kazekage was announced to the shinobi world by the daimyo's estate of the Wind Country. The inauguration of a kage is communicated to the shinobi world via the daimyo. Typically, As long as a shinobi village selects its kage autonomously and submits the succession documents to the daimyo, no daimyo would oppose the village's choice. Generally, this is merely a formality. However, at times, the daimyo's selection bears great significance. This is due to the fact that the previous generation's kage and daimyo were both leaders of the same nation, fostering a close relationship. This explains why. In the original narrative, even after his abdication, the third Hokage retained considerable prestige, and why Saratobi Asuma was able to gain favor as a guardian shinobi of the Fire Nation, since the fourth Hokage lacked any connections with the Fire Nation's daimyo. Some resources of Konoha were allocated through the daimyo. At this juncture, the importance of befriending Shinomiya Kaneki became evident. Should Shinomiya Kaneki ascend to the position of Fire Nation's daimyo in the future, the relationships cultivated now would serve as significant leverage on his path to becoming Hokage. Even if Shinomiya Kaneki were to remain an ordinary noble, he would emerge as a precious ally. Okamoto Daisuke firmly believed that, for a royal scion like Shinomiya Kaneki, his brother would not be overlooked. Meanwhile, upon noticing Okamoto Daisuke's departure, Shinomiya Kaneki could not help but reflect that he had initially thought his mission to the Land of Snow would empower him within the core of the Fire Nation's daimyo estate, providing an opportunity for his half-brother to consolidate power. After all, the rivalry within the royal family had persisted throughout history. From the mere presence of his bodyguards, consisting only of North Sun and North Root, it became evident to him that he had been removed from his father's list of heirs. Rumor had it that his elder brother had secured the support of a prominent clan and high-ranking officials within the Hidden Leaf Village. Yet, he was taken aback by the encounter with Okamoto Daisuke, a mere child of about 10, who could effortlessly overpower the Swordfish pirate crew and eliminate rogue ninjas as easily as one might slay chickens. He recalled the overwhelming prowess displayed by Daisuke when dealing with Kitsuya Ken, as well as his remarkable medical abilities. It was clear to him that if Daisuke continued to develop methodically over the next few years, he would undoubtedly become a pillar of strength for the Hidden Leaf. Indeed, upon the submission of Okamoto Daisuke's name, the envoy leader, Makoto Nagashi, recognized its significance. His investigations revealed that Daisuke had deep ties with the legendary Three Ninjas of the Leaf, being a disciple of Tsunade herself. Furthermore, a deeper inquiry unveiled Daisuke's substantial connections to the recently circulated healing potions among the high-ranking officials of various nations. This sparked an immediate intrigue in Makoto Nagashi, after all. How could a mere genin be so fortunate as to receive the attention of the illustrious second prince of the Land of Fire? As of now, his father had not expressed any inclination regarding the next generation of daimyo, but should his elder brother ascend to that position, the possibility of his own survival remained uncertain. The absence of any siblings among his father's lineage only reinforced this notion, revealing the often heartless nature of the imperial family. If his elder brother were to pursue him relentlessly, the burgeoning strength of Okamoto Daisuke could very well become his lifeline. Makoto Nagashi's sole desire was to lead a peaceful existence. However, if, perchance, an opportunity arose, he too harbored aspirations of occupying that esteemed position. A flicker of yearning danced upon his face. Though the brief encounter between Okamoto Daisuke and Makoto Nagashi was but a simple meeting, both were diligently paving the way for their futures. After all, who could truly predict what tomorrow holds? Brother against brother, and yet, what cost is there? If one could potentially reap great rewards without significant sacrifice, why not venture forth? Okamoto Daisuke gazed at the cloak hanging on the coat rack, while Masamitsu and Tsu subtly cast a glance towards Okamoto's room. A similar smile graced both of their faces, embodying the sensation of discovering kindred spirits. Okamoto Daisuke currently finds himself beset by the looming threat of the Hyuga clan. Although the third Hokage has intervened to shield him, the unresolved issue remains a thorn in his throat. Meanwhile, the seemingly illustrious second prince of the Land of Fire now grapples with his elder brother's suspicions. These two individuals, each in a similar predicament, have quietly forged a superficial alliance. The depth of their collaboration will ultimately depend on their respective strengths and their survival. After donning his winter attire, Okamoto Daisuke lacks the fluidity typically associated with his movements. However, his pristine white winter kimono accentuates his composure and sharpness. After Okamoto Daisuke changed his attire, he returned the cloak to Makaina and Kazuki. We are about to arrive at the port of the Land of Snow. Daisuke, are you prepared? Makaina inquired with a double entendre. Fear not, Kazuki, I am most assuredly ready. Okamoto Daisuke replied, casting him a confident glance. Ha. Then as your elder brother, I can rest easy. Your Highness Kazuki, the envoy has assembled. At that moment, Higashi Fuyuki appeared before Makina and Kazuki, kneeling to report. We are about to dock. The envoy from the Land of Fire must present itself with the grandeur befitting a great nation. Chapter 135. Arrival. As Okamoto Daisuke accompanied Makina and Kazuki to the deck, he discovered that aside from the essential crew members operating the vessel, all others, including the samurai, had donned their formal attire. The assembled crowd stood in unison on the deck, eagerly awaiting the arrival of Makina and Kazuki. Unwavering, Makina stood at the forefront, flanked by Higashi Fuyuki and Kitako Kitane, who provided close protection. Meanwhile, Okamoto Daisuke seized the opportunity to blend in among a group of individuals clad in white envoy garments. The falling snowflakes in the sky did not deter the citizens of the Land of Snow, who had gathered at the port to welcome the envoy from the Land of Fire, dressed in thick winter clothing. The citizens fervently waved green branches of the snow cedar along the frigid shores. Located in the subarctic, the Land of Snow is perpetually blanketed in snow, rendering most plants incapable of surviving in such harsh conditions. The snow cedar, resilient and frost-resistant, thrives year-round and is revered as the national tree. Welcome. A warm welcome. The villagers on both sides of the port were brimming with enthusiasm, their fervor undiminished by the biting cold of the season. As they ascended the gangway, the members of the envoy began to disembark in an orderly fashion. Okamoto Daisuke followed the crowd as he disembarked from the ship, blending in with the throngs of delegates. It was only after several guards escorted him that the last to descend were Shinjo Nagakichi and his companion. Concealed within the masses, Okamoto Daisuke furtively scanned his surroundings, his keen eyes darting about unnoticed. Before long, he discerned the presence of several ninjas among the populace gathered to welcome the Fire Nation's delegation to the Land of Snow. As Daisuke surveyed the environment, the esteemed daimyo of the Land of Snow, Kazahana Sayuki, stood at the harbor's center, flanked by important ministers and dignitaries of the realm. Gazing upon the approaching representatives of the Fire Nation, namely the second prince, Shinjo Nagakichi. In a gesture of respect, Sayuki hastened to meet Nagakichi as he approached, calling out, "Your Highness, the Land of Snow warmly welcomes your visit." With a distinctly square face, Kazahana Sayuki exuded an air of sincerity and kindness. Were it not for his opulent robes, one might mistake him for an amiable neighbor rather than a figure of authority. He possessed none of the imposing gravitas typically associated with a daimyo. Rather, he radiated warmth and friendliness. Upon first sight of Sayuki, had Shinjo Nagakichi not seen his photograph prior to this meeting, he would scarcely believe that this affable man was the lord of the Land of Snow. Indeed, the daimyo lacked the regal presence of his elder brother, yet the jubilant cheers of the surrounding populace hinted at the happiness of the Snow Nation citizens. Daimyo Kazahana, it is a great pleasure to represent the Fire Nation in your beautiful land. Nagakichi expressed with polished courtesy. The honor is mine, Your Highness. It is truly remarkable that you could join us for our annual snow festival, Sayuki replied, his enthusiasm palpable. I have heard that your reputation within the ninja world is quite formidable. The gathered crowd observed the amiable exchange between Sayuki and Nagakichi, engaging in spirited discussions. It is our privilege that you, Your Highness, can attend our snow festival. I have arranged a banquet in the Great Hall. Please take a moment to rest, and I shall have everything prepared for you, Sayuki said, adjusting his glasses. Thank you, Daimyo Kazahana. Nagakichi smiled and nodded appreciatively. Meanwhile, the attendants, who had been waiting patiently, stepped forward to escort the Fire Nation delegation to their designated reception area. Humph! How infuriating! A middle-aged man with an elongated face, small eyes, and pronounced lips, adorned with lavish attire and 4 bangs, overheard the murmurs of the crowd and grimaced slightly. Brother, as a daimyo, to step forward several paces to greet a mere illegitimate prince is a disgrace to our nation's dignity. His brother sneered, discontent evident in his expression. Angu, you must understand that the Fire Nation is the foremost power in the ninja world. The fact that their daimyo has sent his second son to visit us signifies the importance they place on our relationship, he replied. Thus, there is no harm in our emphasis. Fenghua Zhaoxue did not even glance at her younger brother, Fenghua Nuteo, as she stepped forward. The officials who followed also circumvented Fenghua Nuteo, trailing behind Fenghua Zhaoxue. How infuriating, this feeble fellow. Fenghua Nuteo muttered angrily as he watched Fenghua Zhaoxue walk away. Instead of accompanying her back to the palace, he turned and headed towards his own residence, deeming such a sycophantic display towards a great nation as disgraceful. Leading the procession, Fenghua Zhaoxue slightly lowered her head and cast a sidelong glance backward. Upon seeing the enraged Fenghua Nuteo making his way to his own abode, A faint smirk graced her lips. Upon returning to the palace, Fenghuan Zhaoxue shed her heavy winter garments and, weary, made her way to the sleeping quarters. A young girl, around 8 or 9 years old, clad in a purple embroidered robe, joyfully dashed out from the chambers. "Daddy, Daddy," she called out, bouncing eagerly towards Fenghuan Zhaoxue. Just before reaching him, she exerted herself, leaping directly into his arms. "Ah, did little Shui behave today?" Fenghuan Zhaoxue caught the exuberant Fenghuan Xiaoxue effortlessly. "Daddy, I didn't see you all day. Where have you been?" Fenghuan Xiaoxue chirped incessantly in his embrace, bombarding him with questions. "My dear little Shui, I must answer each of your queries one by one." Fenghuan Zhaoxue looked at his daughter with fondness. "Little Shui, come down now. You're growing up and can't always leap into your father's arms." A graceful and elegant woman emerged from the quarters, adorned in a pure white palace gown. Though it was a singular color, it exuded a captivating charm on her. One could not help but lament the legacy of Wei Wu as a spirit. "It's all right. For little Shui is my most precious daughter." Fenghuan Zhaoxue laughed heartily. "Darling, weren't you supposed to host the delegation from the Fire Nation? Why are you back so soon?" Fenghuan Xiaoxue's mother inquired. "I've sent them ahead to rest. We will host a banquet in the main hall shortly." Fenghuan Zhaoxue explained casually. "Little Shui, later I'll introduce you to an older brother. How does that sound?" Fenghuan Zhaoxue placed Fenghuan Xiaoxue on the ground, gently caressing her forehead. "Will this brother play with me?" Fenghuan Xiaoxue tilted her head, eyes sparkling with anticipation as she gazed at Fenghuan Zhaoxue. "Of course. He is a wonderful big brother." Chapter 136. Different thoughts. "So, little Shui, you must dress beautifully later. That way, your new friend will surely like you." Fenghuan Zhaoxue smiled at Xiaoxue. I will be the prettiest." As Fenghuan Xiaoxue smiled, her enchanting eyes narrowed into crescent shapes. "All right, Xiaoxue, say goodbye to your father. I shall take you to change your clothes. Dear, you must hurry with your tasks." Yukiko Maiko gently approached and adjusted the collar of Fenghuan Xiaoxue's attire, which had become wrinkled from undressing. Subsequently, she tenderly grasped Xiaoxue's small hand and led her into the inner chambers of the palace. With a reluctant wave, Fenghuan Xiaoxue bid farewell to her father, who smiled back with a wave of his own. Once Xiaoxue departed, Asakawa Santai hurriedly approached Fenghuan Xiaoxue. Having waited patiently by the side, "My lord, everything is prepared." "Indeed." Fenghuan Xiaoxue nodded solemnly. Upon the death of his father, the former lord of the Land of Snow, the authority was divided. Fenghuan Xiaoxue inherited the title of lord, becoming the rightful leader of the Land of Snow, while his brother, Fenghuan Nuteo, skillfully seized the position of leader of the Snow Ninja Village through his exceptional ninja talents. Historically, the lords of the Land of Snow had also held the title of leader of the Snow Ninja Village, but during Xiaoxue's generation, circumstances took a different turn. Ideally, both brothers would remain unscathed, yet in recent years, Xiaoxue had discovered that Nuteo had been secretly developing a formidable invention known as chakra armor. Although the creation of such armor was immensely challenging, it significantly enhanced a ninja's chakra, ninjutsu potency, and defensive capabilities, thereby providing comprehensive augmentation and even boosting illusion techniques. This advancement had greatly empowered Nuteo, altering his demeanor toward Xiaoxue into something increasingly ambiguous. Xiaoxue, lacking control over the military forces of the Land of Snow, felt a profound sense of crisis. As he gazed toward the direction where Xiaoxue had vanished, he resolved, "For Xiaoxue's sake, Nuteo, you may proceed." In the brilliantly lit hall, Xiaoxue's expression bore traces of menace. "My lord." Asakawa Santai interrupted Xiaoxue's reverie, speaking softly. "Asakawa, everything must proceed as planned. Failure is not an option this time. Do you understand?" "Yes, I comprehend, my lord." Santai replied with a deep bow. Not far from the lord's residence in the Land of Snow, another lavish estate sprawled ostentatiously. Crash! A beautifully crafted teacup was seized by a large hand and smashed violently onto the floor. "Damn it, my incompetent brother has brought such disgrace upon us today." Fenghuan Nuteo seethed in the expansive hall, his chest heaving rapidly, betraying his tumultuous emotions. How could such a person be worthy of the title of Lord of the Land of Snow? "In my opinion, it would be best for you to take the lead." A man with long, slate blue hair, tied into a high ponytail and with sharply angled eyes, spoke softly. "Wolf Fong, do you realize that your words just now could lead to your execution?" Upon hearing the man's words, Avalanche of Wolf Fong abruptly turned around and swiftly approached him, so close that he could even detect the foul stench emanating from the mouth of Windflower Fury. Yet, Avalanche of Wolf Fong remained unfazed. Instead, He gently tucked a strand of hair behind his ear, wrapping it around the tip of his finger. With a soft breath, the hair floated away. My leader. Every word I speak is the truth. How could that commoner, Early Snow, possibly occupy the position of the Lord of the Snow Country? I, Avalanche of Wolf Fong, am willing to be the vanguard charging into battle for you. With that, Avalanche of Wolf Fong suddenly knelt on one knee, expressing his loyalty to Windflower Fury. Windflower Fury gazed down at Avalanche of Wolf Fong, who knelt before him, with one hand forming a claw. He seized Avalanche of Wolf Fong's neck and pressed him to the ground. Do you comprehend that you are sowing discord between me and Brother Early Snow? For this alone, I could have you executed 1,000 times over. Gradually, he tightened his grip. The color of Avalanche of Wolf Fong's face turned visibly red. My leader, every word I utter is spoken with sincerity. For you, I would brave fire and water, not shying away from 1,000 deaths. Struggling to speak through the pressure on his throat, Avalanche of Wolf Fong managed to force out those words. As he felt the tightening grip around his neck, the first thought that flashed through his mind was that he was doomed. Just as Avalanche of Wolf Fong felt his mind clouding, the hand that gripped him suddenly withdrew. Fresh air rushed back into his oxygen-deprived lungs. Coughing, Avalanche of Wolf Fong gasped for breath, greedily inhaling each precious gulp of air. You must remember, I can easily grant you your life, yet I can also take it away just as effortlessly. Do you understand? Windflower Fury, facing the doorway with his hands clasped behind his back, spoke in a deep voice. Coughing, Avalanche of Wolf Fong replied, My leader, I understand. Rubbing his neck, he felt a surge of joy within, realizing he had made the right bet. Windflower Fury indeed coveted that position for a long time. Go now, prepare. Once the Fire Nation's envoy departs, we shall act. Windflower Fury turned away as he headed towards his chamber. I understand, Avalanche of Wolf Fong exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. Cedar Mansion. Situated in the southeast of the royal city, this expansive residence was usually quiet but was now bustling with activity. A minister from the Snow Country was anxiously organizing various matters. The servants of the mansion stood in neat rows on either side of the entrance, awaiting the arrival of the Fire Nation's envoy. A resounding voice echoed from the street, heralding the arrival of guests. The Cedar Mansion was designated as the accommodation for the delegation from the Land of Fire. Nearly 100 individuals comprised this entourage, a contingent typically reserved for significant diplomatic missions, underscoring the Land of Fire's earnest efforts to cultivate relations with the Land of Snow. Thus, the challenge of arranging suitable accommodations arose. A central location lacked sufficient hotels, while a remote site would imply a lack of respect for the emissaries. Ultimately, they were settled in the Cedar Mansion, a residence once belonging to Fenghua Zhaoxue before she ascended to the position of daimyo. The mansion was spacious and conveniently located near the daimyo's estate. Chapter 137, Infiltration and Dance under the guidance of Jinjingming and Shu. The delegation took up residence in the Cedar Mansion, specifically in the Jade Pine Hall, the main chamber now occupied by Jinjingming and Shu. Dojia, I thought you would vanish as soon as you disembarked, Jinjingming remarked, gazing at Okamoto Dojia. I couldn't bear to part from you, Brother Shu. Dojia replied with a smile. In truth, Okamoto Dojia had intended to head straight to the daimyo's residence upon disembarking to deliver a letter to Fenghua Zhaoxue. However, he had overlooked the fact that such a grand occasion warranted substantial security measures, with numerous disguised snow shinobi mingling among the crowd at the port. Therefore, Dojia refrained from recklessly disappearing. Accompanying the delegation to the daimyo's estate proved advantageous, alleviating the concerns of blending in. How about you join me for the feast hosted by Daimyo Fenghua? Jinjingming suggested, giving Dojia a friendly pat on the shoulder. Although neither had explicitly stated it, an unspoken alliance had formed between them, fostering a budding camaraderie that had evolved from initial awkwardness to a more familiar rapport, allowing for playful banter to flow freely. Absolutely. Dojia nodded enthusiastically. But how will you extricate yourself? Jinjingming inquired with curiosity. It should be noted that as members of the delegation, once they entered the daimyo's estate, each individual would be assigned a representative from the Land of Snow, meant both to provide exceptional service and to monitor the delegation's activities, an implicit protocol among nations during diplomatic visits. In the original narrative of the future Hokage, the delegation from the Hidden Cloud was able to infiltrate the Hyuga clan when visiting the Hidden Leaf, successfully abducting the clan's heiress, Hinata Hyuga. Such an endeavor would have been impossible without the complicity of the higher-ups in the Leaf. I will need Brother Shu's assistance for this. I plan to blend in during today's gift-giving ceremony. Dojia expressed his intentions candidly. That can be arranged. I'll speak on your behalf. Jinjingming called out. summoning a robust figure with slightly darkened skin, Beizi Beijin, who appeared at the door. Your Highness Shu, Lord Doji. Beizi and Beijin bowed respectfully to the two. Beizi, you shall accompany Doji shortly. Whatever transpires, simply declare it was my consent. Xinjingming and Shima refrained from inquiring about Okamoto Doji's methods, for what if the request posed challenges? Should they offer assistance or refrain? Thus, they chose to remain uninformed. Achieving success would be ideal, yet if failure ensued, it would bear no consequence for them. Regardless of the outcome, Okamoto Doji was obliged to honor this favor. Brother Shimu, I shall make the necessary preparations. Upon witnessing Xinjingming and Shima conclude their arrangements, Okamoto Doji bid them farewell. Take great care. Xinjingming gazed at Okamoto Doji with a face full of concern. Okamoto Daisuke nodded and, alongside Hokuto Beijin, strode purposefully away. As twilight descended, the people of the Land of Snow informed Makaina and Kishu to proceed to the daimyo's residence for a banquet. After confirming the attendance of their party, Makaina and Kishu prepared to bring forth an array of precious gifts from the Land of Fire. Standing at the entrance of the Cedar Mansion, Makaina observed the officials accompanying him on this diplomatic mission to the Land of Snow, yet he detected no anomalies. Curiously glancing at the members of the envoy carrying the gifts, he still failed to spot Okamoto Daisuke. Where on earth could that rascal have gone? Makaina murmured to himself. Your Highness Kishu, it is time to depart. A nearby minister from the Land of Snow gently reminded him. Indeed, let us set forth. Since he could not locate Daisuke, Makaina commanded, and under the guidance of the Snow Country ministers, they proceeded toward the nearby daimyo's residence. A throng of individuals marched grandly towards the daimyo's abode. Along the route, warriors of the Land of Snow stood sentinel on either side of the street, escorting them. Behind the warriors, curious citizens of the Snow Country gazed with intrigue, whispering timidly among themselves, while the bolder ones pointed and stared at the impeccably dressed Makaina and his entourage. Upon entering the daimyo's residence, Kazahana Seiyuki awaited them in the great hall. Once Makaina and his company arrived, they were led to the banquet by designated attendants. The festivities in the Land of Snow resembled a flowing banquet, with a table set before each guest. Serving maids would periodically present new dishes while clearing away the previous ones. To the left of the hall sat the envoy from the Land of Fire, while the right was occupied by the esteemed ministers of the Land of Snow. At the forefront of the envoys section was none other than Makaina, with Kazahana Nato, the brother of the daimyo, seated to his right. In the center of the hall, dancers would come forth to perform. Your Highness Kishu, we warmly welcome you. I am confident that your presence will add great splendor to our snow festival. Kazahana Seiyuki greeted Makaina cordially from her prominent seat. It is our honor to partake in your country's snow festival. I sincerely hope that the gifts I have brought from the Land of Fire will meet your esteemed expectations. Makaina declared, retrieving a gift list from his pocket. A kneeling maid promptly approached to present the list to Kazahana Seiyuki. Without even glancing at it, she set it aside. Then let us commence, shall we, Your Highness Kishu? Kazahana Seiyuki inquired, seeking his approval. I shall defer to the daimyo's arrangements, Makaina replied. As exquisite dishes emerged one after another, prompted by a subtle gesture from Fenghua Zhaoxue, the banquet saw a lively exchange of toasts. Jinjingming and Shuhua Zhaoxue showcased their diplomatic finesse, engaging in a tapestry of conversation. In the center of the hall, the dancers from the Land of Snow began to twirl gracefully. Their intricate movements harmonized beautifully with the unique delicacies of their homeland, radiating an air of elegance and refinement. Various dance performances unfolded in succession, culminating in the highly anticipated presentation from the Land of Fire, the delegation from the Fire Nation. Known for their vibrant cultural displays during diplomatic missions, performed the classic Dance of Fire, an essential feature of their grand celebrations. A troupe of dancers clad in delicate, pale red chiffon emerged from all corners of the hall, gradually converging to the center. To a lively rhythm, they sang softly and danced with exuberance, embodying the spirit of the Fire Nation. The dancers, adorned in red fabric and with fair skin, exuded youthful charm and radiance. Amidst the enchanting display of youthful exuberance, Xinjingming and Shuhua suddenly widened their eyes in surprise. A dancer of remarkable beauty captivated their attention. Despite her makeup, he felt an unmistakable familiarity in her features. Could it be that Okamoto Daisuke had somehow infiltrated the ranks of the dancers? Xinjingming hastily took a sip of his drink to steady his nerves. As he swallowed the fiery liquor, Xinjingming's gaze remained fixed on the still-dancing Okamoto Daisuke, who undeniably possessed striking looks, brilliantly white teeth and skin as fair as snow. Thanks to his training in the wet-bone forest, his complexion was remarkably smooth and flawless, devoid of any scars. His delicate feet danced upon the unique snow-bare fur carpet of the land of snow, lending him an added air of mischief. The ministers of the Snow Nation engaged in hushed conversations, expressing their admiration for the exotic dance that unfolded before them. As the final notes of the performance echoed, the vibrant dancers gradually retreated backstage. Among the throng of dancers, one had quietly slipped away unnoticed. The decision to masquerade as a dancer had been carefully considered by Okamoto Daisuke. The attendees of the banquet were fixed, and the ministers of the Snow Nation would verify the identities of the envoy, thus blending into the troupe of dancers, who bore no formal registration and were merely counted as a collective, proved to be the wisest course of action. As the grand finale of the Fire Nation's dance concluded, the banquet slowly drew to a close. Indeed, the dancers brought by His Highness Shuhua were breathtakingly beautiful, captivating the audience's gaze. I sincerely hope to showcase such exquisite dance to the citizens of the Snow Country during the Snow Festival. Fenghua Zhaoxue gazed at the departing dancer and turned to Jinjing Ming and Xu Dao. Ha ha ha, if the Lord consents, I shall let them perform in your esteemed nation's Snow Festival. Jinjing Ming and Xu Dao readily agreed. Then we eagerly anticipate your nation's stunning performance, Fenghua Zhaoxue replied with a beaming smile. After concluding discussions regarding the dancer's performance, Fenghua Zhaoxue stood up, while Tsukikawa Maiko linked her arm with Fenghua Zhaoxue's and grasped Fenghua Xiaoxue's hand. As representatives, they stood behind the ministers from the Snow Country attending the banquet to bid farewell to Jinjing Ming and Xu Dao. Jinjing Ming led the delegation from the Fire Nation back to the Snow Pine Mansion, guided by the ministers of the Snow Country. All right, you may take your leave now. Upon witnessing the delegation, led by Jinjing Ming, depart, Fenghua Zhaoxue dismissed the attending ministers as well. She then embraced Fenghua Xiaoxue and Tsukikawa Maiko as they proceeded toward the sleeping quarters. The moment they stepped into the chambers, Fenghua Zhaoxue noticed a figure quietly standing in the center of the room. The sudden appearance of this individual caused her to become instantly alert. Who goes there? She inquired in a hushed tone, tightening her hold on Fenghua Xiaoxue. Just as she posed the question, a shadow wielding a shuriken lunged from above, aiming to attack the figure standing in the center of the chambers. Okamoto Daisuke remained motionless in the center of his chamber, appearing as if struck dumb by fear. A figure descended from above, a hint of triumphant satisfaction gracing the corner of its lips. The sharp kunai aimed directly at Okamoto Daisuke's vital point. Yet, instead of the expected sensation of piercing flesh, there was an extraordinary resilience. Looking down, Shanju Blog discovered a delicate azure membrane that had thwarted the lethal tip of the kunai. Okamoto Daisuke firmly gripped the arm of Santaka Blog, his other hand clutching a kunai. He silently recited Konoha Whirlwind, expressing gratitude to the precious beast. With a sweeping kick that sliced through the air, he delivered a powerful sidekick to Santaka Blog's waist. The force of the kick, combined with Okamoto Daisuke's unyielding hold on his arm, propelled Santaka Blog upward. Yet he did not soar away. A sharp pain coursed through him, eliciting a muffled groan. His hand instinctively opened, allowing the kunai to be seized by Okamoto Daisuke. Releasing Santaka Blog's arm, he fell to the floor of the chamber with a thud, clutching his abdomen and coughing violently. Okamoto Daisuke produced an invitation from his chest, accompanied by a letter sealed with wax. Kazahana, I believe we are not adversaries, he declared, tossing the letter towards Kazahana Sayuki. Kazahana Sayuki regarded Okamoto Daisuke without making a move. Meanwhile, Tsukikawa Maiko crouched down to retrieve the letter from the ground, carefully ensuring it posed no threat before handing it to Kazahana Sayuki. She then took Kazahana Sayuki's smaller counterpart into her own arms. With Okamoto Daisuke standing nearby, Kazahana Sayuki and her companions refrained from making any hasty departures. Observing the battered form of the Santal Blog, Kazahana Sayuki remained silent, wary of provoking Okamoto Daisuke. Thus far, it appeared that the only action taken by the other party was to incapacitate the Santal Blog that had attacked him. So it was you? Kazahana Sayuki mused, as she opened the invitation and the wax-sealed letter, reading each word with care, ultimately feeling a sense of relief wash over her. Kazahana, I sincerely apologize for any offense caused. Okamoto Daisuke returned the kunai in his hand to the ninja tool pouch at the waist of the crumpled Santal Blog. Okamoto Daisuke observed the relaxed demeanor of Kazahana Sayuki, realizing that he must have discerned his true identity. Though Sayuki did not explicitly state his identity, his earlier tone and expression indicated that he was aware of the purpose of their meeting. Has anyone noticed your arrival? After uncovering Okamoto Daisuke's identity, Sayuki inquired further. No. I came in alone, Daisuke replied cautiously. It appeared that the situation of this lord from the land of snow was likely more dire than Daisuke had initially anticipated. With this thought, he lowered his gaze, casting a sidelong glance at the still-dazed Yamamatsuboke, who had yet to recover from Daisuke's swift leg sweep. How pitifully weak. He mused, this individual barely qualified as a nin, perhaps even inferior to the weakest of Shinji's entourage, Higashi Mizuho. Was this truly the caliber of a bodyguard for a lord? Quite pathetic. It was no wonder Kazahana Sayuki had summoned someone from Konoha. However, Daisuke found himself perplexed as to why Sayuki would go to such lengths to invite a delegation from the Land of Fire to their annual snow festival. Would it not have been more prudent to contact the Lord of the Land of Fire and discreetly have Konoha send someone? Such an approach would minimize exposure and facilitate infiltration. Otherwise, the increased patrolling forces at the Lord's estate would not be warranted due to the arrival of the Fire Nation's delegation. Yuki, come. Noticing that Okamoto Daisuke remained rooted in place, Kazahana Sayuki pulled forth Kazahana Yuki, who had been hiding behind her mother. Yuki. This is the big brother I told you about. Sayuki exclaimed, gesturing towards Daisuke. Go on, greet him. As Sayuki led her daughter by the hand towards Daisuke. It was understandable why Yuki appeared apprehensive. Daisuke's earlier movements had been astonishingly swift, having dispatched Yamamatsuboke in an instant. Chapter 139. Protection. Such a brutal display was unfathomable to Kazahana Yuki, who had been raised with refined royal education. Holding Yuki's hand, Sayuki approached Daisuke. With tears welling in her eyes, Yuki looked up at her father, who wore an encouraging expression, summoning her courage. She gazed at the impeccably clad Daisuke in his winter attire and timidly said, Hello, big brother, you're very handsome. Her innocent compliment left Daisuke momentarily speechless. Hearing Yuki's words, he stood there in astonishment. Behind them, Tsukikawa Maiko quickly stepped forward, exclaiming, Excuse me, sir, Yuki, didn't he mean it like that? As she reached Yuki's side, Maiko was equally taken aback by Daisuke's stunned expression. Okamoto Daisuke, having just masqueraded as a dancer, still bore the remnants of makeup on his face. The subtle cosmetics obscured the scant masculine charm he possessed, enveloping him in an aura of purity akin to clear water. His originally short hair, which fell to his ears, had been tied back for the performance, rendering him both immaculate and exuding an innocent allure. His fair complexion, accentuated by a hint of blush, appeared even more luminous, while his slightly tinted lips adorned his well-defined nose. His modest eyes took on a crescent moon smile, giving Okamoto Daisuke an air of a playful and approachable girl next door. I'm a man, he thought, as he noticed the sudden silence from Tsukikawa Maiko, prompting a resigned gesture as he rubbed his forehead. What should I say to Koiki? Call me brother quickly. Meanwhile, Kazahana Sayuki wore an endearing expression. It's all right. Okamoto Daisuke waved his hands dismissively at her actions. I entrust you with Koiki for the days to come, Kazahana Sayuki stated, her demeanor turning somewhat serious. The task ahead was perilous, with the potential for catastrophic consequences for his family. Yet, he had no choice but to proceed. If he hesitated until his younger brother was fully prepared, he might find himself without a chance to retaliate. Striking first was imperative, to delay would invite disaster. With this in mind, meticulous preparation was essential. As Kazahana Koyuki represented Sayuki's vulnerability, it was only prudent for Sayuki to summon a ninja from Konoha to safeguard her. Rest assured, Lady Sayuki. Now that I am here, I guarantee Koyuki's safety, Okamoto Daisuke assured, directing his words at Kazahana Koyuki. Indeed, Kazahana Sayuki nodded in agreement. Just as Okamoto Daisuke was about to vanish in an instant, Kazahana Sayuki suddenly called out, Please wait a moment. Upon hearing her, Okamoto Daisuke paused, perplexed, uncertain of why she had halted him. Would you be able to change your attire tomorrow? I need you to personally protect Koyuki, she explained. Not a problem. I promise to accomplish the task. With that, Okamoto Daisuke vanished from sight. After Okamoto Daisuke's disappearance, Kazahana Sayuki approached the fallen Shanju blog, helping him to his feet. Shanju. Shanju. Kazahana Sayuki shook him vigorously, only to discover that he had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Gazing at the prostrate Shanju blog, a pang of discomfort pierced Kazahana Sayuki's heart. Was this the chasm that lay between the hidden ninja village and the great ninja village? With but a single encounter, this self-proclaimed adept ninja had been vanquished. Someone. Kazahana Sayuki called out loudly. Moments later, several warriors entered from outside, kneeling before her. My lord. Take him to receive medical attention. Kazahana Sayuki gestured towards the still curled-up Shanju blog. Yes. Two warriors stood and, with combined effort, carried the unconscious Shanju Blog away. "Father, let us rest." Kazahana Sayaki yawned, urging Kazahana Sayaki, "Husband, you should rest first. Your health is paramount." Yuejiang Maiko, noticing the troubled expression on Kazahana Sayaki's face, gently advised. "Indeed." Kazahana Sayaki nodded, and they proceeded towards the inner sanctum. Time swiftly passed. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had slipped away. The land of snow was on the brink of its grandest annual celebration, the Snow Festival. During these days, Kazahana Sayaki, amidst managing state affairs, accompanied Shinkyu Miu and Ki on a series of excursions to the renowned landmarks of the Land of Snow, allowing them to immerse themselves in the exotic charm of the region. Within the territory of the Lord, in a garden, Kazahana Sayaki, adorned in a splendid purple gown, joyfully leaped amid the vibrant blossoms. Due to the climate of the Land of Snow, this garden was a sealed greenhouse, requiring heating to maintain its warmth. Unlike the ordinary temperatures of the outside world. "Sister Daisuke, is there truly a place where the temperature remains like this all year round?" Kazahana Sayaki inquired, leaning close to a blooming flower, addressing Okamoto Daisuke behind her. A strikingly beautiful, tall woman appeared in the garden, clad in a pale green robe, adding a touch of verdancy to the greenhouse. "Little Snow, how many times must I say it? When it's just the two of us, you must call me brother," Okamoto Daisuke said, tilting her head in exasperation at the still-bouncing Kazahana Sayaki. However, Okamoto Daisuke was oblivious to the fact that this head tilt bore a certain captivating allure to some observers. Okamoto Daisuke was unaware of how many times he had recited this phrase. He never anticipated that the request from Kazahana Sayaki to change into a different outfit that night would entail donning women's clothing. That very morning, Okamoto Daisuke had been secretly lurking to protect Kazahana Sayaki. Upon the arrival of Kazahana Sayaki and Sakikawa Maiko, they beckoned him to emerge. Subsequently, Sakikawa Maiko handed him a dress and instructed him to change into it. The sudden appearance of a male figure beside Sayaki would undoubtedly draw the ire of Kazahana. But if a maid were to appear instead, it would raise far less suspicion, given the multitude of female servants within the daimyo's estate. Kazahana Sayaki explained to the visibly troubled Okamoto Daisuke, "I can protect Sayaki from the shadows." Daisuke insisted, hoping to negotiate. "Daisuke, I understand this may put you in a difficult position, but please be empathetic. You must closely protect Sayaki," Sakikawa Maiko pleaded, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. On the day of the Snow Festival, it was imperative for Kazahana Sayaki, the sole daughter of the daimyo, to make an appearance, especially since Kazahana Sayaki had plans to announce something significant on that very day. If Okamoto Daisuke were to protect in secrecy at this moment, and were to encounter an unforeseen event, it would be too late. Chapter 140, Surrender. Moreover, the most significant factor was that Kazahana Sayaki had bestowed upon Okamoto Daisuke a substantial sum of nominal activity funds, enabling him to procure ninja tools. Consequently, Okamoto Daisuke acquiesced. Since that night, the only daughter of the Lord of the Snow Country, Kazahana Sayaki, had gained a devoted maid, Okamoto Daisuke, by her side. After several days of interaction, Okamoto Daisuke and Kazahana Sayaki became increasingly familiar with one another, perhaps due to her upbringing as the sole daughter of a lord. Kazahana Sayaki had few peers of her age accompanying her, thus accelerating the development of her bond with Okamoto Daisuke. "Sister Daisuke, you haven't yet answered my question. Is there truly spring outside?" "Indeed, there is. And have I not mentioned that when it's just the two of us, you must call me brother?" Okamoto Daisuke replied with utmost seriousness to Kazahana Sayaki. Okamoto Dojia looked at Fenghua Xiaoxiwei with a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Yet his current attire seemed to lack substantial persuasive power. But who can resist such beauty? Fenghua Xiaoxiwei replied with a playful smile. Okamoto Daisuke cast a sidelong glance at Fuka Koyuki, his eyelids fluttering in exasperation. "Call me if you wish. After all, as a ninja, one must prioritize the mission. Is there truly a cycle of seasons?" "Indeed, there is," he replied wearily. "Not only is there the boundless beauty of spring, but also the sweltering heat of summer, the crisp clarity of autumn, and the biting cold of winter. Then, Daisuke, do enlighten me about the world beyond." Fuka Koyuki joyfully bounded to his side, her small hands gripping his arm and shaking it incessantly. "You shall understand when you grow up," Okamoto Daisuke replied dismissively, waving his hand to shake off her grip. "Humph." Fuka Koyuki pouted in displeasure, shooting him a scowl before turning away to play by herself. After Okamoto Dojia parted ways with Fenghua Xiaoxiwei, he was enveloped by a delicate fragrance. Observing Fenghua Xiaoxiwei, who resembled a butterfly flitting among flowers, He couldn't help but exclaim, "This girl truly embodies the essence of a princess, having been immersed in various scents since childhood." Dojia. A figure appeared not far behind him. Okamoto Dojia turned to see a familiar silhouette. It was Shanju Blog, the very same lightweight he had once knocked down with a single kick. Had he not later discovered that the Shanju clan steadfastly supported Fenghua Xiaoxue, he might have suspected that employing this individual as a retainer was merely a means to facilitate an assassination against her. "Blogkoan, is there something you need?" Okamoto Dojia inquired with curiosity, uncertain of the purpose behind this encounter. "Here." Instead of speaking, Shanju Blog handed him a scroll. "What is this?" Okamoto Dojia asked, intrigued. "This is from the daimyo, sent for you." "I'm not aware of the specifics," Shanju Blog replied as he passed the scroll to Okamoto Dojia. "Oh, so it's from the Fenghua daimyo?" Upon hearing Shanju Blog's words, Okamoto Dojia paused for a moment before directly taking the scroll from his grasp. As he withdrew the scroll, his icy fingertips brushed against Shanju Blog's palm. The chill sent a tingling sensation through Shanju Blog's hand, prompting him to instinctively retract his fingers. Unfortunately, grasping at nothing but air. Watching Okamoto Dojia withdraw his hand, Shanju Blog was suddenly overwhelmed with a feeling he couldn't quite identify. A mix of disappointment and wistfulness. Bringing his palm closer to his nose, he caught a faint trace of that enchanting fragrance. Gazing at the delicate green silhouette, Shanju Blog's eyes widened in realization. Was this the natural sin of Miss Dojia? If Okamoto Dojia were to learn of the thoughts swirling in this fellow's mind, he would undoubtedly unleash a flurry of indignation to instruct this individual on the ways of humanity. Ultimately, it was entirely Shanju Blog's fault for being oblivious to Dojia's gender, as he had fainted on the ground due to his own inadequacy during a discussion between Okamoto Dojia and Fenghua Xiaoxue. By the time he beheld Okamoto Dojia again, Dojia had already transformed into a strikingly beautiful young woman. At this moment, Okamoto Daisuke unfurled the scroll sent by the Shanju Blog, his full attention captivated by the information inscribed upon it. Upon reading the first line, he instantly comprehended why Kazahana Seiyuki had deemed it necessary to deliver the scroll to him. The initial phrase of the scroll proclaimed, "The village hidden in the sand." Under the representation of the fourth Kazekage, Raza has officially submitted its letter of surrender to Konohagakure. The fourth Kazekage Raza and Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sand Nin representing the Leaf Village, formalized a peace treaty in the Land of Rivers. As for the compensations and concessions made by the Sand Village to the Leaf Village, such details remain shrouded in mystery. The surrender of the Sand Village signifies the conclusion of the early phase of the Third Great Ninja War, according to the historical narrative. The ensuing battlefield would be commanded by his nominal senior brother, the man honored with the title of Yellow Flash. Okamoto Daisuke cast his gaze towards the direction of Konoha. Today marked the day when the forces of Konoha would return from the battlefield in the Land of Rivers. At this moment, both the villagers and the shinobi of Konoha were engulfed in immense joy. They had triumphed in the war, a victory largely attributed to Lord Orochimaru, whose prestige within the village soared to unprecedented heights. The villagers had already begun preparations at the village gates, and the streets were meticulously cleaned. They stood along the sides of the roads, eagerly awaiting the arrival of their heroes. The welcoming ceremony for the returning troops was unprecedented in its grandeur. This victory marked Konoha's first triumph during the Third Great Ninja War, significantly undermining the morale of Sunagakure. Simultaneously, it showcased Konoha's prowess. It was believed that the aftermath of this war would usher in a peak in the volume of missions for Konoha. With a plethora of tasks at hand, the ninja of Konoha would not only gain ample opportunities for experience but also earn substantial commissions. As the sun gradually ascended, a shout erupted from the shinobi standing at the village gates. "They've returned." The villagers, who had been anxiously waiting, suddenly widened their eyes and turned to the village entrance. Unlike their hurried march to the battlefield, the returning shinobi now approached the village with a synchronized, deliberate pace. Though their speed was slow, it exuded a remarkable steadiness. Each step firmly planted on the ground. Leading the procession was Orochimaru, the commander of the campaign, followed closely by the heads of various departments and the captains of the squads. The medical team, which had shone brightly during this conflict, was prominently represented by Yamamatsu Takahiro and Ayase Mami, their white medical uniforms billowing in the wind. As Orochimaru led the way through the village gates, a thunderous cheer erupted from the villagers welcoming them home, resonating throughout Konoha. Orochimaru and the returning shinobi smiled and waved at the surrounding villagers. In that moment, they were the protagonists, undeniably the center of attention, radiating a dazzling presence. Chapter 141. New requests well done, Lord Orochimaru. Long live Lord Orochimaru. Go, Konoha. The villagers shouted Orochimaru's name, some even calling out the names of acquaintances they recognized within the ranks. Did you see that? That's the medical team from Konoha Hospital. Which ones? Those in white uniforms. I heard they developed a healing potion, and soon we commoners will be able to use medical ninjutsu. Is that true? Absolutely. Long live the medical department. Long live Konoha Hospital. Long live Konoha. Standing prominently behind Orochimaru were Yamamoto Day and Iase Mami, listening to the cheers and discussions of the surrounding villagers, who wholeheartedly supported them. Alas, Doji was absent. Yamamoto Day leaned closer to Iase Mami and whispered, "Why is it that the villagers attribute the healing potion developed by Doji to the achievements of the Konoha Hospital?" Iase Mami nodded in agreement, perplexed by the villagers' discourse. Being part of the procession, she refrained from speaking much, instead waving graciously to the villagers alongside others. The ninjas in the procession, upon hearing the cheers, stood tall with pride. Even Uchiha Fugaku, usually stoic, wore a confident smile, radiating a sense of pride. The procession, led by Orochimaru, gradually approached the Hokage building. Almost akin to their departure, the higher-ups of Konoha, with the exception of Shimura Danzo, were all present, quietly awaiting the returning team. The third Hokage gazed at his most exceptional disciple with a look of satisfaction. Behind him, Jiraiya, with his white hair, cast an excited glance at his dear friend. Tsunade also gave Orochimaru a thumbs up. Observing Orochimaru, the third Hokage felt a wave of nostalgia after the trials of the Second Great Ninja War. His finest disciple had finally matured. He reflected on Jiraiya and Tsunade standing behind him, realizing that all of his disciples had become capable individuals in their own right. Noticing Minato Namikaze behind Orochimaru, the third Hokage felt a deep sense of gratification, as Minato had shown remarkably during this war. The third Hokage couldn't help but marvel at his once unreliable disciple, who indeed had an exceptional eye for choosing students. "Teacher, I have returned." Orochimaru regarded the third Hokage with a subtle smile gracing his features. The third Hokage, observing Orochimaru at the forefront of the assembly, nodded in approval. Even now, Orochimaru remained the third's most favored disciple, had it not been for the untimely demise of Senju Tree. Leading his disciple to become engrossed in the study of forbidden techniques, the Hokage would have long since entrusted the title to Orochimaru. After delivering a speech to the returning shinobi, the third Hokage ordered the assembly to disperse. The subsequent rewards for the participants in the conflict would be allocated after a comprehensive tally was made within the village. As the gathering broke up, the clan's ninjas jubilantly welcomed back their valiant warriors, while ordinary folk embraced their wives and daughters with heartfelt emotion. Among them were the solitary souls, who gathered in small clusters to indulge in raucous revelry at the Konoha taverns. The villagers of Konoha, buoyed by the joy of victory, celebrated well into the night. Meanwhile, in the land of snow, far removed from the fervor of Konoha, Okamoto Daisuke felt naught but torment. He was acutely aware of the impending snow festival, as Kazuhana Yukino tried on an elaborate gown with the assistance of her maid. The annual event beckoned the citizens of the land of snow to don their finest attire and visit friends and family. Initially, Daisuke intended to withdraw during Yukino's fitting to avoid any awkwardness, yet she called out to him, preventing his departure. Fortunately, Yukino's appearance was rather unremarkable at the moment, allowing Daisuke to stand with his back turned a short distance away, quietly surveying his surroundings. As he remained vigilant around Yukino, Kazuhana Sayuki and Tsukioka Maiko entered the room. "Kazuhana Dano." Daisuke respectfully greeted the esteemed lady. "Daisuke, you have worked hard lately." Sayuki warmly addressed him. "I shall ensure Yukino's safety, rest assured, Kazuhana Dano," Daisuke replied solemnly. Maiko, noticing Daisuke engaged in a quiet discussion, took it upon herself to stand beside Yukino. As Yukino tried on her gown, Maiko offered her suggestions from the sidelines. Sayuki surveyed the room before gesturing with her hand. Suddenly, a shadow appeared beside Daisuke and Sayuki. "Kazuhana Dano." The newcomer was Sayuki's personal bodyguard, Yamatsuki Boke, who knelt before her in a gesture of respect. Turning to Daisuke, Sayuki weighed her words carefully before expressing a plea tinged with hope. "Daisuke, I have a humble request, and I hope you will acquiesce. Kazuhana Dano, you must understand that my initial charge was solely to protect the princess." Okamoto Daisuke furrowed his brows slightly, showing no hint of sympathy for the lord of the snow country before him. "You yourself stated that it was an unwelcome request, so why do you even speak?" "Miss Daisuke, I am aware that the lord's demands are excessive, yet I implore you to assist us." Shanju Blog bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle towards Okamoto Daisuke. Okamoto Doji cast a fleeting glance at the inconsequential individual before him, exhibiting no inclination to elaborate on his own gender identity. Instead, his attention shifted to the poised Kazuhana Sayuki standing nearby. Upon noticing Okamoto's gaze, Kazuhana promptly interjected, "If you, Doji, could extend your assistance, I assure you that I shall wholeheartedly support you in any matters concerning my snow country, provided they do not contravene our principles." This promise from Kazuhana was not to be taken lightly, for her snow country was far from the mundane realm of the wave country, which was populated solely by commoners. Although the number of ninjas was limited, they possessed a distinctive lineage of snow ninjas, thus rightfully earning the title of a ninja nation. Kazuhana, as a daimyo, making such an assurance indicated the perilous nature of the task she required of Okamoto Doji. "Well then, Kazuhana daimyo, might you elucidate what it is you need from me?" Upon hearing her pledge, Okamoto did not outright refuse. Rather, he expressed curiosity regarding the nature of the request. Recognizing that Doji had not dismissed her outright, Kazuhana understood there was room for negotiation. Were it not for the lack of competent individuals at her disposal, she would not have sought out Okamoto Doji in this manner. In the Snow Ninja Village, there exists a warehouse housing a cache of critical strategic supplies, and I hope you can assist me in retrieving them. Chapter 142. The journey to Kazuhana did not elaborate on the nature of the stored supplies, but it was evident that they were not easily obtainable. "Kazuhana daimyo, may I inquire as to the location of these supplies?" Okamoto Doji inquired directly. Kazuhana pondered for a moment before responding. "The warehouse is situated to the southeast of the Snow Ninja Village, within a loft, but you will need to take Sunjaku-in along with you." After a lengthy hesitation, she finally divulged this information. Okamoto Doji gazed at the seemingly simple face of Kazuhana Sayuki, contemplating the necessity of bringing this burden along for the infiltration mission. This was a matter of life and death, not a mere game of pretend. "Miss Doji, this warehouse originally belongs to my family, the Santon family. Moreover, the method of entry is rather peculiar. Without my assistance, it would be quite challenging to gain access," remarked Santon Boke, observing the gradual change in Okamoto Doji's expression. "Doji, the primary hope this time is that, while retrieving the supplies, you might also bring Santon back," Kazuhana Sayuki implored softly, her gaze fixed on Okamoto Doji. Okamoto Daisuke glanced at Kazuhana Setsu, and then at the Shanju Blog, weighing the pros and cons. What exactly is that resource, and is it essential? I must delve into the details. Upon hearing Okamoto Daisuke's inquiry, Shanju Blog cast a troubled glance at Kazuhana Setsu, who gently adjusted her glasses that had slipped down to her nose and nodded in affirmation. With Kazuhana Setsu's consent, Shanju Blog addressed Okamoto Daisuke. "Miss Daisuke, the warehouse in question houses the chakra armor." Recalling the narrative, he remembered that characters such as Kazuhana Entai and Kga Yuki wore a type of armor. Initially, he found it perplexing that Shanju Blog, who served as Kazuhana Setsu's personal guard, did not don the chakra armor. It now seemed likely that Shanju Blog had attempted to steal the chakra armor from that warehouse in the original story, but ultimately failed, resulting in Kazuhana Setsu's downfall during the coup led by Kazuhana Entai, where she was personally dealt with by him. Kazuhana Setsu fled the land of snow under Kakashi's protection and, after years of exile from Konoha, ultimately triumphed over Kazuhana Entai with the assistance of Prince Naruto Uzumaki, successfully reclaiming her homeland. The significance of the chakra armor sparked a glimmer in Okamoto Daisuke's eyes. During her visit to the land of snow, she had coveted this very armor. However, due to her protective duties towards Kazuhana Setsu, she had refrained from seeking information on it, especially considering it was a core technology of the land of snow, and the snow ninjas she encountered rarely wore chakra armor. Now, with this opportunity laid before her, she could inquire openly, even potentially acquire a set. This was an opportunity not to be missed, especially since it was Kazuhana Setsu herself who made the request. "Very well," Okamoto Daisuke readily agreed. "Without further ado, Kazuhana daimyo, Shanjuku-in, and I shall proceed." A surge of motivation coursed through Okamoto Daisuke at the thought of the chakra armor's existence. Observing her approval, Kazuhana Setsu and Shanju Blog appeared quite elated. Okamoto Daisuke glanced at the spirited Keiho Sayuki, who was engaged in a discussion with Tsukioka Mai about the specifics of tomorrow's snow festival. After bidding farewell to Keiho and Sayuki, he eagerly tugged at Yamashita's sleeve, exiting the dormitory. "Yamashita-kun, what exactly is the nature of chakra armor?" Okamoto inquired as they walked along, his curiosity piqued. His understanding of chakra armor was primarily derived from the realm of anime, where he had learned that such armor could amplify the wielder's ninjutsu prowess and even grant the ability to soar through the skies. Okamoto Doji waited for an extended period, yet he received no response from Shanju Blog. Puzzled, he glanced back and noticed Shanju Blog gazing at him with a peculiar intensity, gripping his hand tightly. The gaze subtly shifted to other locations, alternating between watching his hand and following the direction of Shanju Blog's eyes. Okamoto Doji took a step forward, the flowing hem of his robe fluttering elegantly, revealing glimpses of his smooth, fair calves. Observing this, Okamoto Doji released his grasp on Shanju Blog's hand. Taken aback by the sudden release, Shanju Blog looked up, and under the moonlight, he beheld a striking figure clad in a pale green robe. However, what was that radiant complexion approaching him? Bang! Before he could comprehend, a sharp pain surged through him, causing Shanju Blog to clutch his nose, uttering cries of distress. Miss Doji. Blood trickled from his nostrils as he lamented. Be silent, and do not call me miss. I am a man. Do you understand? Okamoto Doji regarded the foolish Shanju Blog before him, feeling an overwhelming urge to strike him. It was no wonder this fellow was so unfortunate. He was even more foolish than Uchiha Bido. A man? A man? Shanju Blog gazed incredulously at the beautiful figure illuminated by the moonlight. Indeed. Okamoto Doji nodded affirmatively. I understand now. Miss Doji must be afraid of my pursuit. Worry not. I shall conceal my feelings for you deeply. Blood continued to trickle from Shanju Blog's nose as he spoke what he believed to be heartfelt words. Damn it. This self-absorbed fool is beyond saving. Okamoto Doji thought, unable to suppress a facepalm at Shanju Blog's delusions. Moreover, considering his current age, he truly was a sight to behold. Now tell me about that warehouse and the matter of the chakra armor. Realizing he could not change this fool's misguided affections, Okamoto Doji decided to forego further trivial conversation. There is a saying, do not attempt to persuade a fool. Very well. Shanju Blog wiped the blood from his nose and spoke as he walked. The Shanju clan has been the artisan of ninjas in the land of snow for generations. After Fenghua Nuteo ascended to the leadership of the Snow Ninja Village, he embarked on an ambitious initiative to develop ninja tools. Ultimately, Shanju Blog's father, Shanju Ryota, devised a type of armor capable of enhancing a ninja's chakra and the potency of their jutsu to a certain degree, while also providing a degree of protection. However, upon reporting this armor to Fenghua Nuteo, as the clan leader, Shanju Ryota and his clan were effectively placed under house arrest. Compelled to assist Fenghua Nuteo in the relentless research and production of new chakra armor, the Shanju clan had always been steadfast supporters of the feudal lord of the Land of Snow, Fenghua Zhao Shui. Shanju Blog, having served alongside Fenghua Zhao Shui since his days as a lower-ranked ninja, narrowly escaped this fate. Chapter 143. Armor. Shanju Blog harbored a deep desire to rescue his father, yet his lack of strength and the current dominance of Fenghua Nuteo over the Snow Ninja Village, which had largely aligned itself with him, rendered this aspiration daunting. Upon hearing this, Okamoto Daisuke cast a puzzled glance at Shanju Blog. Could it be that this fellow still harbored intentions of rescue? Miss Daisuke, please do not doubt my capabilities, Shanju Blog implored, sensing incredulity reflected in her eyes. Observing his futile defense, Okamoto Daisuke rolled her eyes, questioning the merit of his abilities. Ahem. Miss Daisuke, I am, in fact, a research-oriented ninja, Shanju Blog admitted, scratching the back of his head sheepishly. Shanju Blog's confession momentarily startled Okamoto Daisuke. What did you mean by that? In that warehouse, I possess a set of chakra armor. After its creation, I entrusted it to my father for research, only to find ourselves imprisoned together, he explained. Typically, the guards stationed at that warehouse were impenetrable. Tomorrow marks the annual snow festival in the Land of Snow, coinciding with the presence of the Fire Nation's envoy, Fenghua Zhao Shui, in consultation with Fenghua Nuteo, exercised a portion of the feudal lord's authority to allocate a significant number of snow ninjas as a security detail for the envoy. Moreover, Fenghua Nuteo's distrust of the Fire Nation's delegation, brought in by Fenghua Zhao Shui, heightened concerns of potential mishaps, leading to the agreement to dispatch numerous snow ninjas for surveillance. It was during this window that they might have the opportunity to infiltrate the warehouse. After listening to Shanju Blog's account, Okamoto Daisuke felt that if their goal was merely to steal supplies, it might be relatively simple. As they advanced, Okamoto Daisuke followed Shanju Blog to the southeastern part of the Snow Ninja Village. Quietly observing, she noticed that aside from the main gate, the sentry towers and other locations were entirely deserted. At this moment, Okamoto Daisuke donned a sleek and proficient outfit of a snow ninja. He drew a specially crafted sealing kunai from the tool pouch at his waist and forcefully embedded it into a cedar tree. Once you enter, swiftly gather the supplies. If you encounter your father or any clan members, we shall have another opportunity to rescue them. Do you understand? Okamoto Daisuke said, gripping Yamashiro Boke's collar. Understood, understood. Yamashiro Boke nodded vigorously in response to the murderous gaze of Okamoto Daisuke. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Two specially crafted kunai hurtled toward the outpost, and the two station ninjas only heard the sound of slicing air before they were abruptly struck down to the ground. Okamoto Daisuke did not resort to lethal force. Rather, he skillfully harnessed his chakra to form electrons that penetrated the spines of the two ninjas, inducing a temporary state of unconsciousness. Subsequently, he created two water clones that transformed into the likeness of the earlier station ninjas, taking their place with an air of vigilance. Following this, Okamoto Daisuke approached the entrance, gesturing towards the distant figure of Yamashita Boke. Yamashita Boke swiftly executed a body flicker technique, appearing by his side in an instant. Okamoto Daisuke gazed at the imposing iron door, spending considerable time searching for the lock mechanism. Just as he was about to inquire, Yamashita Block stood at the entrance of the warehouse, forming intricate hand seals. Ninjutsu, mechanism technique, seal, release. After executing dozens of complex seals, Yamashita pressed his hands against the door, gradually channeling chakra into the iron surface. However, the door remained utterly unresponsive, and one of the four lights at its corners ignited with a blinding red hue. What is going on? Daisuke questioned, observing the immovable door. The seal to open the door has been altered. This opening technique is intelligence my father painstakingly transmitted just 2 days ago. Yamashita's demeanor revealed a hint of frustration. Due to the complexity of the opening technique, the door featured 4 lights, allowing for 4 attempts at error. Should all 4 attempts fail, the door would lock permanently and trigger an alarm. Is there any other way? Daisuke felt somewhat bewildered, pondering if attempting to force the door would indeed trigger an alarm. There are specific calculations. The seals at the entrance must not be tampered with indiscriminately. Yamashita retrieved a shuriken, beginning to sketch frantically on the ground. After a while, he approached the door and performed a sequence of different seals. Upon trying, he found it ineffective, and another light on the door illuminated. Daisuke, unable to assist, merely watched as Yamashita continued to draw, muttering to himself. He then dashed back to the door, forming seals once more. Following this attempt, the heavy door slowly began to part. What lay before them was far from a place of this era, perhaps to thwart Earth-style ninjutsu. The ceiling and surrounding floor gleamed with polished steel. Bright corridor lights adorned the walls, exuding a strong sense of technological advancement. Daisuke, the door is opened. Yamashita exclaimed with excitement. I know, no need to tell me. Daisuke replied, rushing inside without turning back. Where are the armors? He asked, surveying the empty room. There was no sign of the chakra armors after the iron door was opened. I don't know either. My father mentioned they were only responsible for manufacturing the armors, and they were supposed to be in this warehouse, but the exact storage location is unclear, Yamashita responded anxiously. Then let us hurry and search. Thus, the two began their search within the warehouse. Found it. The warehouse was not large, and it didn't take long at all. Okamoto Doji exclaimed, spotting a box marked with the character. A water gun, about the length of his index finger, materialized in his hand, and he swiftly shot through the box, causing it to open. Within lay a collection of armor, disassembled into its torso, limbs, and various components. This is incredible, he murmured to himself. Gazing at the hundreds of boxes before him, I've struck it rich. Miss Doji, we must act swiftly. Yamamatsu Blog extracted roll after roll from his ninja tool pouch, laboriously transporting the boxes to the sealing scroll, preparing to seal them within. What do you propose? Okamoto Doji wondered, contemplating the multitude of chakra armor boxes. He realized that with just the 2 of them, it would be an exhausting endeavor. He was no might guy, a master of physical prowess. Ninja technique, summoning jutsu. With a resounding bang, smoke enveloped the area, revealing a slug approximately 3 meters long before Okamoto Doji. Master Doji, it has been far too long. The slug greeted warmly. Chilling, please assist us by moving these boxes to the sealing scroll in front of me and Yamamatsu. Of course. What are you up to, Master Doji? Chilling inquired, simultaneously splitting into a dozen smaller slugs, each around a meter long. Chapter 144, Reactions from all sides. The small slugs wriggled beneath the boxes, lifting them and hastening towards Okamoto Doji and Yamamatsu Block. This is. Yamamatsu blog gasped in astonishment. Hurry up and get to work. As the slugs delivered the boxes, Okamoto Dojiya swiftly sealed them within the scroll. However, as he toiled diligently, he noticed that Yamamatsu blog had bent down, rummaging through the box that Okamoto Dojiya had opened. Hey, what are you doing? If you need something, you can search for it later. Okamoto Dojiya shouted in frustration at Yamamatsu blog, who continued to sift through the armor in the box. This fool is slowing us down at a critical moment. Crack, crack, crack. The incessant sounds of snapping echoed through the air. Okamoto Daisuke's initially furious gaze gradually transformed into one of confusion, followed by shock. Shanju blog, clad in a black ninja outfit, donned a pristine suit that radiated a formidable essence under the bright white lights. What is this? Okamoto Daisuke observed the remarkable transformation of Shanju blog right before his eyes, causing him to momentarily hesitate in his actions. The chakra armor, consisting of leg guards, arm guards, a chest plate, and a helmet with a futuristic design, appeared predominantly grayish-white, perhaps influenced by the snowy environment of the Land of Snow. It must be said that Shanju blog now looked infinitely stronger than the previous frail appearance. Miss Daisuke, allow me to protect you. I, Shanju blog, vow to ensure that you suffer not a single scratch, he declared, casting a smile at Okamoto Daisuke while giving a thumbs up. Shanju, can you find me a set as well? Okamoto Daisuke gazed enviously at Shanju blog. These armor models are designed for adults. With your petite frame, Miss Daisuke, there is no suitable option unless it's custom-made. Shanju blog replied, looking somewhat troubled, as if burdened by his inability to fulfill the request of his idol. Ah, never mind then. Let us get to work. Okamoto Daisuke sighed, momentarily relinquishing her dream of becoming Iron Man. With that, she sealed the box sent by Qi Ling into a scroll. In the Land of Snow, at the residence of Fenghua Nuteo, the leader sat in the main seat of the hall, observing the standing Wolfang avalanche. Wolfang, how are the preparations? Chief, I have already dispatched both blowing snow and freezing rain to their respective clans to arrange personnel. We can act as soon as the delegation from the Land of Fire departs. Wolfang, please send someone to distribute the chakra armor we have manufactured. I have a feeling that my dear brother will cause some trouble at tomorrow's snow festival. His eyes glinted with a hint of menace. I understand, but currently, most of the ninja power in Snow Ninja Village is under our control. What could your timid brother possibly do? Wolfang Avalanche regarded Fenghua Nuteo with a gaze of contemplation. I do not know. If I were aware of my brother's secrets, I would not be in this predicament. Fenghua Nuteo rose, gripping the armrest of the chair, revealing a hint of anxiety in his demeanor. Since my father has time, he has been secretly researching a treasure said to possess powers beyond the reach of ordinary individuals, capable of radically transforming the Land of Snow. However, the specifics of this secret treasure can only be known by the lords of the Land of Snow throughout the generations. The reason I refrained from acting against him in previous years was due to my lack of control over the power of Snow Ninja Village, as well as the implications surrounding this secret treasure. However, the tale of Fenghua Nuteo remains unfinished. In recent years, he has consolidated the strength of the Snow Ninja Village, suppressing the various clans loyal to the daimyo. It is likely that his elder brother, Fenghua Xiaoxue, has also reached the limits of his patience. Yet, for various reasons, he has only recently resolved to take action. Wolfang, make arrangements. I want to ensure that once the delegation from the Land of Fire departs, our forces can swiftly seize the daimyo's estate. Understood, Chief. Rest assured, apart from the few remaining small clans led by the Shanju clan, the Snow Ninja Village is united with us. Wolfang Shuebing declared confidently, unable to conceive of any possible defeat for their side. In the daimyo's estate, within the royal chambers, Fenghua Xiaoxue sat at his desk, engrossed in writing. Husband, it is getting late. You should rest. Tomorrow is the annual snow festival, and the people need your leadership in the ceremonies. Yuejiang Maiko gently approached the desk, draping a cloak over Fenghua Xiaoxue's shoulders. It's no trouble. Dojia and the others have yet to return, causing me great unease. Fenghua Xiaoxue lightly grasped Yuejiang Maiko's delicate hand resting on his shoulder, gazing into her eyes with deep affection. After tomorrow, we may face death. If you have the chance, you must escape. Daimyo, we are husband and wife, and always shall be. Yuejiang Maiko covered Fenghua Xiaoxue's mouth with her hand. Ha ha ha, indeed, we are husband and wife. Fenghua Xiaoxue embraced his beloved wife. Let us wait a little longer. If Dojie and the others do not return, I shall not linger, he proclaimed. Agreed. Yuejiang Maiko nodded, and the two made their way toward the chamber's entrance. Fenghua Zhaoxue gazed at the full moon hanging in the sky, hoping that Fenghua Nu Tao, upon obtaining what he desires, might show mercy to Zhaoxue. After Fenghua Zhaoxue departed, the words inscribed on the scroll on the desk flickered in the lamplight, revealing the phrase transmission of power. In the land of snow, at the Snow Pine Estate, Jin Jingming and Qixu remained in their quarters, while Dong Mao Dongyu and others vigilantly patrolled the perimeter. Your Highness Qixu, what is amiss today? The number of snow ninja patrols has suddenly increased. Is something about to happen? The formidable Beizi Beijin, closely guarding Jin Jingming and Qixu, inquired. Ah, what an exquisite spectacle this is. Tomorrow's snow festival will likely be the climax of this performance. Such is the nature of the imperial family. Through careful analysis over the past few days, Jin Jingming and Qixu began to grasp the current situation. To their astonishment, even in a small nation like the Land of Snow, the prospect of usurpation persists, even after the daimyo's reign for many years. This unfolding drama served as a stark reminder for Jin Jingming and Qixu. Could their elder brother truly spare them? Chapter 145. Discovery observing the events of today. Jin Jingming and Shu are convinced that if they could ascend to that esteemed position, their elder brother would undoubtedly not have abandoned them. Empathizing with their plight, their circumstances are all too clear. Through the narrow crevice of the window, Jin Jingming and Shu gaze at the luminous moon on the horizon, overwhelmed with a myriad of emotions. Tomorrow marks the annual snow festival in the Land of Snow, where countless ordinary villagers are diligently preparing the items they will require for the festivities. Individuals in disparate locations, each reflecting on their unique situations, share a collective sentiment. In the Snow Ninja Village, within the storeroom housing the chakra armors, the pivotal figures, Okamoto D. Kai and Shanju Blog, continued to transport boxes with relentless vigor. Shanju Blog formed a seal with his hands, causing the circular device at the center of the chakra armor to emit a brief glow. Subsequently, the speed of Shanju Blog's sealing and his strength visibly accelerated. Is this armor truly so effective? Okamoto D. Kai pondered, observing the noticeably enhanced efficiency of Shanju Blog at work. I must acquire a set of this armor. Master D. Kai, there are not many left. Qi Ling's clones incessantly delivered boxes, and in an instant, more than half of the chakra armor boxes had vanished from the room. All right. Let us exert ourselves a bit more. You have worked hard today, Qi Ling. Okamoto D. Kai exclaimed to the 1-meter-tall slug beside him. No. I am overjoyed to serve Master D. Kai. This slug, standing over a meter tall, was Qi Ling's true form. After splitting himself into numerous smaller slugs, Qi Ling had remained by Okamoto D. Kai's side. Suddenly, a jolt of alarm pierced Okamoto D. Kai's heart. One of his water clones had been dispelled. No, it had not been vanquished. Rather, it had voluntarily released its jutsu. Initially, Okamoto D. Kai had summoned 2 water clones, commanding them to disband if any foes approached. This indicated that ninjas from Snow Ninja Village had discovered Qi Ling. They needed to hasten their efforts. Enemies are coming. Shanshu, close the door. Shanju Blog displayed a look of disbelief. Shouldn't they retreat immediately upon the arrival of enemies? How could they escape if the door was shut? Was Master D. Kai truly someone from Windflower Fury? Hurry. I have a way to leave this place. Seeing Shanju Blog hesitate, Okamoto D. Kai barked. Understood. Although a sliver of doubt lingered in Shanju Blog's mind, he quickly set aside the scroll in his hand and approached the warehouse door. The intricate seal remained unchanged. Yet this time, perhaps due to the presence of the chakra armor, Shanju Blog's movements were notably swifter. By the way, can you alter the password for this door? Okamoto D. Kai inquired as he watched the door slowly close. Master D. Kai, I am unable to assist with that. Although I could decipher a new password with my formulas, modifying the password requires a key to unlock the back door first, Shanju Blog replied, shaking his head in resignation, indicating his impotence in this matter. Understood. Okamoto D. Kai nodded. Come here. Okamoto Daisuke gazed at the firmly shut gate and pointed towards the mountain bamboo block. Silently, the warehouse door was closed. A burly man with violet hair strode towards the warehouse with resolute steps. Suddenly, from a distance of several meters away from the sentry post, the man formed hand seals. Ice release. Ice stone frozen rock. 2 formidable pillars of ice erupted from the ground, shattering the very location of the sentry post. The water clone left behind by Okamoto Daisuke transformed instantly into a splash of water amidst this unexpected assault. What is happening? Freezing rain? A pink-haired female ninja, clad in a form-fitting chakra armor, observed the sudden eruption of ice ninjutsu from the forest and couldn't help but inquire through her earpiece. These sentry posts are strange. They did not even challenge me for the password when I approached within several meters. Winter Bear Frost Rain launched an attack at the slightest hint of irregularity, showing no concern for the lives of those stationed at the post. In the eyes of Winter Bear Frost Rain, the ninjas at the sentry post had failed to adhere to the protocols established by Wolf Fang Avalanche, and thus, even if it resulted in collateral damage, it was of little consequence. Be cautious. I believe I have detected traces of a rat, the pink-haired female ninja remarked icily, entirely disregarding the matter of the sentry post. Nearby, in the direction from which Okamoto Daisuke and his team had come, she discovered two sets of footprints of varying sizes. Blowing snow. I feel you ought to report to the boss. Something feels amiss. Winter Bear Frost Rain stated, meticulously forming hand seals, though his speed was not particularly swift. Each movement was precise. Upon completing the seals, Winter Bear Frost Rain slowly pressed against the warehouse door. The warehouse door opened quietly and slowly. At the moment the door swung open, Winter Bear Frost Rain sensed something was amiss. First, there were those two footprints, one large and one small. Blowing snow. There's a problem in the warehouse. He sprinted towards the chamber storing the chakra armor, only to find the once orderly stacks of chakra armor crates had been reduced to a mere 20 or so, scattered aimlessly across the room. Frost Rain. What issue has arisen in the warehouse? Upon hearing that there was a problem, Heron Wing Blowing Snow felt a jolt of alarm. This warehouse was under the purview of Wolf Fang Avalanche, for which both Winter Bear Frost Rain and she, Heron Wing Blowing Snow, were responsible. Wolf Fang Avalanche oversaw the entirety of the warehouse, while Winter Bear Frost Rain was tasked with the opening of the seals, and Heron Wing Blowing Snow maintained perimeter vigilance. The chakra armor has been stolen. The enemy must have employed some form of collective summoning beast. A significant amount of chakra armor has been pilfered. Observing the slimy traces left behind, Winter Bear Frost Rain analyzed the situation. Though he appeared rather large and somewhat dull-witted, he was undoubtedly the intellectual powerhouse among the trio. Remain vigilant in the vicinity. These intruders have likely not ventured far. Be wary of any unfamiliar individuals, especially those carrying sealing scrolls. As the Winter Bear, Dongyu surveyed the chaotic scene, she addressed the Snow Crane. I understand. Upon hearing that the chakra armor from the warehouse had been stolen, Snow Crane's heart felt as though it had skipped a beat. This chakra armor had been meticulously gathered by the Windflower Fury to equip the army of the Snow Ninja Village. Now, with more than half of it missing, the impending wrath of Windflower Fury would undoubtedly be directed at them. Typically, at least one of the trio, herself, Dongyu, or Wolf Fang Avalanche, would remain to guard the warehouse. However, with the Snow Festival approaching, both Dongyu and Snow Crane, as leaders of their respective clans, had been dispatched to prepare for the various arrangements. Chapter 146, Escape. They intended to act against the Windflower Early Snow as soon as the delegation from the Land of Fire departed. Initially, it was Wolf Fang Avalanche who was assigned to keep watch today. Little did they anticipate that Wolf Fang would be summoned away by Windflower Fury during his duty. When Wolf Fang was called away, he had already sent word to Dongyu and Snow Crane. Unexpectedly, this lapse would lead to unforeseen consequences. The loss of this batch of chakra armor would significantly alter their meticulously crafted plans. Realizing this, Snow Crane's expression turned grim. Crack. Behind Snow Crane, a pair of folded wings began to unfurl as she infused her chakra into them. With a soft hum, a pair of chakra wings, spanning approximately 3 meters, extended from her back. Chakra gathered around Snow Crane's legs as she exerted herself, leaping into the air and adjusting the angle of her wings to lift herself gradually. Utilizing the iron wings of her chakra armor, Snow Crane glided gracefully around the perimeter of the warehouse. According to the clues provided by Dongyu, the intruders should not have strayed far, as they had not yet had the opportunity to erase the traces left behind in the warehouse. Yet, what puzzled Dongyu was how the intruder managed to escape despite the tightly shut doors. Dongyu had already checked the warehouse's door records, noting that the last closure had occurred just minutes before he had entered. Moments ago, under the loud reprimand of Okamoto Doja, the Mango Bamboo blog had inexplicably shut the warehouse doors. Miss Doja, what shall we do now? Mango Bamboo blog, too anxious to wipe the sweat from his brow, let it trickle down his face. Quickly, pack up those scrolls. Okamoto Doja instructed, pointing to the sealing scrolls that contained the chakra armor crate scattered on the ground. Ji Ling, you've worked hard. You can stop now. Release the summoning. Okamoto Doja said to the petite girl, Ji Ling, who was frantically gathering the scrolls. Understood. Yes, Master Doja, she replied. The diminutive slugs that had differentiated within the warehouse gradually made their way towards Qi Ling's original form, slowly merging with it. Before long, a slug several meters in height materialized before Okamoto Daisuke. Farewell, Daisuke. Do come visit me in the wet-bone forest when you have the chance. Qi Ling's lively and melodious voice resonated. Okamoto Daisuke nodded. Bang! As the smoke dissipated, Qi Ling vanished from the scene. Miss Daisuke, everything is prepared, said Santao Blog, who was cradling a scroll approximately 1 meter in length and had another identical scroll strapped to his back. Could you not seal these scrolls as well? Daisuke inquired, observing the cumbersome scrolls. Miss Daisuke, it is against the unbreakable law to seal a scroll with another scroll, Santao Blog replied softly, tightening the ropes binding the sealed scroll on his back. Our utmost priority now is to figure out how to escape. Santao Blog surveyed the impenetrable surroundings, regretting his earlier decision to heed Miss Daisuke's suggestion. Gazing at Okamoto Daisuke's fair and delicate profile, he thought, in truth, dying alongside Miss Daisuke could be considered a form of happiness. It is merely regrettable for the investment Fenghua Daming has made in me. Okamoto Daisuke retrieved the sealed scroll from the embrace of Shanju Blog and secured it to his back. What are you thinking, you fool? Okamoto Daisuke cast a disdainful glance at Shanju Blog, who was nearly drooling. Come, grasp my arm, he commanded. Oh, all right. Shanju Blog hurried to Okamoto Daisuke's side, his chakra armor clinking against the steel floor with a cacophony. Hold on tightly, do you understand? Okamoto Daisuke glanced at the fool's hands. The dimwit, perhaps fearing that his own hands might be pinched by the weight of the chakra armor, merely clutched at the fabric of his sleeves. Okamoto Daisuke glanced at him helplessly and said, You must grasp my arm, not my clothing. Do you understand? Oh. Shanju Blog responded with an expression of utmost honor, as if he were holding a priceless treasure, carefully clutching Okamoto Daisuke's arm. It begins now, Okamoto Daisuke whispered. With swift movements, he formed intricate hand seals, and in an instant, the two vanished from their location. Less than a minute later, the technologically advanced door of the warehouse opened silently once more. Dong Xiong Dongyu, clad in a full-body chakra armor, stepped inside, surveying the chaos scattered about, before activating his earpiece. In a flash, Okamoto Daisuke and Shanju Blog reappeared on the hillside where they had initially observed the warehouse. In Okamoto Dojia's hand, a cursed shuiken was tightly grasped. He quietly attuned himself to the chakra within, preparing to employ the Flying Thunder God technique, which would drastically deplete his energy. It is no wonder that in the original narrative, during the tumult of the Nine Tails, Namake's Minato utilized the second stage of the Flying Thunder God to transport the Beast's Tail Beast Bomb away from Konoha. Given Minato's prowess at that time, although he safeguarded the village, he undoubtedly exhausted nearly all of his chakra in the process. After an intense confrontation with Obito, he ultimately resorted to the Shiki-F chain, a jutsu that led to mutual destruction, to seal the Nine Tails. Miss Dojia, what kind of jutsu is this? Is it your bloodline limit? The exuberant Shanju Blog, who appeared from the sealed warehouse, could hardly contain his excitement. After all, the radiant figure of Dojia had never disappointed him. Idiot, be quiet, Okamoto Dojia retorted, dismissing Shanju Blog's inquiry. The pressing concern now was to escape from this place. With renewed determination, he formed hand seals once more. Normally, with Okamoto Dojia's mastery over chakra, he could execute most jutsu without the need for hand seals. However, the Flying Thunder God was an exception. The spatial awareness of Okamoto Daisuke is considerably inferior to that of Minato Namake's, rendering his Flying Thunder God technique somewhat of a shortcut. Reliant upon the principles of reverse summoning, when he is alone, he can execute the technique without forming seals. However, the presence of others or objects necessitates the creation of the Flying Thunder God mark to facilitate the localization and transmission of chakra. In comparison to Minato Namake's, Okamoto Daisuke's version of the Flying Thunder God lacks the extensive range of its counterpart. He is even incapable of employing the second stage of the Flying Thunder God technique, which Minato has mastered due to his insufficient spatial perception, making it difficult for Daisuke to accurately inscribe the mark upon his adversaries. Chapter 147. The crane wing blows snow despite being a technique derived from clever shortcuts. Okamoto Daisuke's Flying Thunder God possesses a singular advantage. As long as the sealing mark exists, he can swiftly traverse the distance. With a swift motion, Daisuke exclaimed, "Ah!" before he and his companion vanished once more, departing the warehouse with remarkable speed, disregarding chakra consumption, and heading towards the direction of the daimyo's mansion. Miss Daisuke, why have we stopped? Shanju Blog grasped his arm tightly, inquiring. This is far enough. We are now close to the daimyo's mansion, Daisuke replied. Having not prepared additional kunai for the flying thunder god technique, Shanju Blog released his grip, gazing at the distant silhouette of the daimyo's mansion. Miss Daisuke, I owe you a great debt of gratitude. Without your assistance, I might not have made it back. The tone of Shanju Blog was imbued with surprise and appreciation. Okamoto Daisuke paid him no heed, instead lifting the silk sleeves. Under the moonlight, the pale skin of his arms was marked by two faintly bruised handprints, starkly contrasting against the surrounding fair complexion. Earlier, to allow Shanju Blog to grasp him firmly, Okamoto Daisuke had removed the water film from his arm. Miss Daisuke, I am truly sorry. It is all my fault. Shanju Blog exclaimed, gazing at the bruises on Okamoto Daisuke's arm and gently stroking them, unable to suppress his guilt. It's all right. After all, I'm not a girl, you fool. Okamoto Daisuke retorted, shaking off the other's hand. I am a man, do you understand? He insisted vehemently. But the light green dress he wore and his prepubescent voice offered little credence to his claim, as evidenced by Shanju Blog's expression. Miss Daisuke, even if you are a man, I do not mind. Shanju Blog assumed that Okamoto Daisuke was disparaging him, deliberately testing his resolve. Oh, Okamoto Daisuke felt utterly exasperated by this peculiar individual. Just as Okamoto Daisuke was about to speak, suddenly, whoosh, 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 Okamoto Daisuke forcefully pushed open the mangosteen block. In the dim light of the silvery moon, sharp ice needles protruded from the ground like menacing spears. Miss Dojiya, we have enemies, shouted Blog Shanju, his voice echoing with panic as he scanned the surroundings in search of their adversaries. Silence, Dojiya commanded in a low tone, her gaze fixed intently upon a colossal shadow that circled ominously above them. Ah, dear little brother and sister, you still have time for flirtation. What a fortunate pair of fated lovers. The voice of Hii Bushiue, laced with mockery, drifted down from the sky. As she circled, she began to notice the traces left behind by Dojiya and Blog Shanju upon their arrival. Misinterpreting the words of Dongxiong Dongyu, Hii Bushiue mistakenly believed that the armor had already been retrieved, prompting her to employ her chakra armor for aerial reconnaissance. By chance, she encountered Dojiya and Blog Shanju, who were hastily using the flying thunder god technique to traverse the air. Little brother, little sister, I didn't expect you to be so swift. Hii Bushiue continued to hover above them, her hands weaving intricate seals. The sharp ice needles were relentlessly discharged towards the ground, forcing Dojiya and Blog Shanju to evade with agility. Ice release, snowball. A white snowball was launched by Blog Shanju towards Hii Bushiue. With a deft maneuver, she evaded the projectile, thanks to her chakra armor. Dongyu, I've spotted them. Hurry over. She communicated through her earpiece, persistently harassing the two below. Damn it. I can't land a hit. White snowballs continued to soar toward Hii Bushiue. Miss Dojiya, you should retreat. I'll hold her off. Blog Shanju exclaimed while dodging the icy needles. Fool, do you think your clumsy ice ninjutsu can stand against her? Dojiya scoffed, recalling how Blog Shanju had wasted chakra in vain attempts to strike Hii Bushiue. Suddenly, a 1-meter-long sealing scroll was flung from Dojiya toward Blog Shanju. Instinctively, he caught the scroll, bewildered by Dojiya's urgency. You must leave this place at once. You are nothing but a burden now. Remember to take these scrolls with you. Dojiya urged swiftly, pulling a kunai inscribed with seals from her ninja tool pouch. Take this and flee. She darted beside Blog Shanju, thrusting the kunai into his hand. Dojiya, I cannot leave you. The term miss was dropped in his desperation. Tears glimmered in Blog Shanju's eyes as he looked at Dojiya. Go now? With a heavy kick, Okamoto Daisuke expelled the Santal Blog from the attack circle of Tsuruya Fubuki. In the air, Tsuruya Fubuki, upon observing that Okamoto Daisuke and Santal Blog had taken refuge, refrained from further assault. Instead, she circled above, vigilantly monitoring the area, occasionally glancing at the positions of the two, delivering merely symbolic strikes. The intent was twofold, to conserve chakra and to disrupt the opponent's escape. Meanwhile, Dongxiong Dongyu was en route, and Langyu Shuepeng was hastening from the residence of Fenghua Nuteo towards this location. Tsuruya Fubuki glanced at the display on her wrist, noting the proximity of the small dots representing Dongxiong Dongyu and Langyu Shuepeng drawing ever closer. A cruel smile crept onto her otherwise handsome visage. She pondered the fate that awaited these two who dared to obstruct their mission. Just then, a figure shot out from the hiding place of Okamoto Daisuke and Santal Blog, tumbling through the air and skidding rapidly across the snow, sending up flurries of snowflakes. The swirling snowflakes momentarily obscured Tsuruya Fubuki's line of sight. Infuriated, She commanded her chakra armor and prepared to pursue the figure that had been flung away. Gongbin Dojie emerged from his hiding spot, propelling himself forcefully from the ground. Lying supine against the snow, gazing at the sky. His left hand grasped his right wrist, thumb slightly raised, while his index finger pointed towards the airborne Huiying Chue Shue. Water release, be buzzing finger gun. In the air, Huiying Chue Shue poised to dart towards the figure that had just been sent flying. Suddenly felt every hair on her body stand on end. A wave of profound cold washed over her, piercing through her entire being. Looking down, she saw a young girl clad in a pale green skirt, lying directly beneath her. Chapter 148, Swift Resolution. With a lift of her right arm, Huiying Chue Shue pointed her index finger at the girl. Was this chilling sensation emanating from that little imp? With no time for further contemplation, Huiying Chue Shue swiftly controlled her chakra armor to elevate her height. Whoosh! The buzzing sound echoed through the snowy cedar forest. A water gun narrowly grazed Huiying Chue Shue's head. Her eyes widened in shock as she stared at the water gun that had brushed past her scalp. This little imp was unlike the previous one. A sharp crack resonated as Huiying Chue Shue looked up. The water gun that had skimmed her head now detonated in midair. The explosion transformed it into a mist of water cascading down. Before Huiying Chue Shue could react, Gongbin Dojie, firmly planted on the ground, waved his hand, summoning 4 or 5 water guns before him. The water guns, accompanied by a piercing buzz, shot towards Huiying Chue Shue from various angles. The barrage of water guns forced Huiying Chue Shue to confront the situation with greater urgency than she had with the snowballs from the mountain bamboo block. She deftly maneuvered her chakra armor, gliding through the air like a genuine bird, continuously altering her form. Crack, 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 crack. The water guns exploded into mist, showering down from the sky. Little imp, your efforts are futile. Huiying Chue Shue taunted from above, casting a scornful glance at Gongbin Dojie below. In the world of ninjas, the ability to fly conferred a significant advantage. Aside from Inoki, the Tsuchikage of the Earth-Hidden Village, and the 4th Kazakage, Raza, few possessed such aerial capabilities. The rarity of flying ninjutsu was thus evident. Mastery of this skill naturally positioned one favorably in combat. She recalled that in the original story, there was a village of star shadows with a secret technique that enabled flight. Ice release, white crane. With the formation of her seals, 2 ice cranes emerged before Huiying Chue Shue. Go. The 2 ice cranes flapped their wings, soaring towards Gongbin Dojie and the fleeing mountain bamboo block. Whoosh! 2 water guns shot forth, precisely striking the ice cranes mid-flight. Boom! Fragments of ice scattered through the air. It seemed that she could not escape without addressing this threat. As Okamoto Daisuke gazed at the crane-winged Tsukuyumi, which continued to spiral in the air, a series of sharp sounds pierced the atmosphere. With a sonic boom, a dozen water guns materialized before him, a mix of ordinary models and buzzing variants, all aimed at Tsukuyumi. The nimble Tsukuyumi skillfully evaded every attack. Huh, I told you. Kid, such assaults are futile. He taunted. Is that so? Okamoto Daisuke replied with a cold smirk, fixating on Tsukuyumi in the sky. Water release, rain lock. With a resounding GRA, the spiraling Tsukuyumi found itself ensnared by a chain of transparent water, tightly binding its form. The other end of the chain was clutched firmly in Daisuke's hand, rendering Tsukuyumi akin to a colossal kite, with Daisuke as its unwitting handler. When did this happen? Tsukuyumi exclaimed, astonished at its own confinement. Do you not comprehend why I can manipulate the water guns to explode? Daisuke continued, it's the mist. Instantly, Tsukuyumi recalled the billowing vapor that erupted following each of Daisuke's strikes. Hiki, this time you can't move, can you? Daisuke chuckled, his smile radiating brightness. The wings of the chakra armor, ensnared by the water chains, had been forcibly retracted, leaving Tsukuyumi struggling to maintain balance, rolling helplessly in the air. With determination, Tsukuyumi began forming seals, hoping to reactivate the chakra armor. Suddenly, a thunderous crash echoed as Tsukuyumi plummeted from the sky. Coughing, it acknowledged the silver lining of its fall. The water chains had vanished. Protected by the chakra armor, Tsukuyumi had sustained little injury. That wretched brat, if I catch him, I will make him pay dearly. Tsukuyumi muttered, attempting to flap its wings, only to find them unresponsive. It seems I must rely on that incompetent bunch from the Yamabuki clan for repairs. Blizzard, are you all right? A voice crackled through the earpiece. I'm fine for now. The one who stole the armor was that Yamabuki scoundrel accompanying Fubuki, along with a green-clad kunoichi. I was just humiliated by being knocked down from the sky, Tsukuyumi replied, feeling a pang of embarrassment. Understood. Fubuki and I are on our way. With that, the earpiece fell silent. Tsukuyami rose cautiously, scanning the surroundings, uncertain of the little girl's whereabouts. Drawing a sharp kunai from the ninja tool pouch, it positioned the blade between its fingers. "I'm right here." A voice suddenly emerged from behind Tsukuyami. With a swift motion, the kunai was launched. Yet it struck nothing but air. A delicate, pale foot struck fiercely against the abdomen of Tsuruya Fubuki, sending her crashing backward into a snow-laden cedar tree. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, a series of explosive tags ignited beneath the tree, igniting with fervor. The resulting explosion hurled Tsuruya Fubuki into the air, leaving her chakra armor charred and blackened. Before she could regain her bearings, a faint green figure vanished from her sight. Water release, exploding water shockwave. A dense mist quickly coalesced before Okamoto Daisuke. The ensuing crash reverberated as Tsuruya Fubuki was violently propelled away by the force of the technique. Even clad in chakra armor, she found it nearly impossible to withstand such a powerful A-rank ninjutsu at such close range. With a gasp, she coughed up blood. The sound of footsteps crunching in the snow reached her ears. Lying on the ground, Tsuruya Fubuki opened her eyes and turned toward the source of the noise. A pair of small feet clad in deep blue ninja boots approached her menacingly. She pushed herself up with great effort, but her hands faltered, and she fell heavily back to the ground. Her pink hair was now matted with mud. The helmet of her chakra armor had been knocked away during the earlier impact. In her earpiece, the voices of Wolf Fong Avalanche and Winter Bear, Freezing Rain, echoed incessantly. "Fubuki, answer me. Fubuki, did those two brats manage to escape? Fubuki, respond to my questions. It's over." As she watched, a water gun pierced through the air, leaving behind a hole the width of a thumb. Observing the now cold Tsuruya Fubuki, Okamoto Daisuke vanished from sight. During the preceding battle, he had first employed a barrage of water guns to force Tsuruya Fubuki into evasive maneuvers, subsequently utilizing the chakra mist generated by the exploding water to create a water release chain. He had effectively driven her from the sky, ensuring her descent landed in positions he had strategically chosen while she dodged his attacks. Finally, he had concealed a flying thunder god sealing kunai during his evasion with the likes of Yamamitsu Boke, directing his assault against Tsuruya Fubuki, propelling her towards the location of his preset explosive tags. This entire confrontation had been meticulously orchestrated by Okamoto Daisuke from the very beginning. After Okamoto Daisuke vanished from the scene, the late-arriving Winter Bear, Frozen Rain, and Wolf Fong Avalanche gazed upon the lifeless body of Crane-Wing Chushiue. How infuriating! The once cold visage of Wolf Fong Avalanche now appeared even more menacing. He slammed his fist forcefully into the ground, lightly brushing past the wide-open eyes of Crane-Wing Chushiue. Wolf Fong Avalanche lifted the corpse of Crane-Wing Chushiue. Frozen Rain, assemble the team. I shall seek out Windflower Fury. He resolved to take action without delay. In the moonlit palace, Windflower Zhao Shui was nestled closely with Yu Jiang Maizi, sharing a tender moment. Suddenly, Bamboo Blog appeared in the palace. "Bamboo, you have returned. Did you succeed?" Windflower Zhao Shui stood up, filled with excitement at the sight of Bamboo Blog clad in chakra armor. "Indeed." Bamboo Blog nodded. "Are those the items?" Windflower Zhao Shui inquired, pointing at the two scrolls on Bamboo Blog's back. "Yes," Bamboo Blog affirmed with a nod. "But what of Daisuke?" Finally, Windflower Zhao Shui broached the subject of Okamoto Daisuke. "Daisuke is covering for me. He remained behind to battle Crane-Wing Chushiue," Bamboo Blog replied succinctly. "Lord of the Windflower, I must return to assist Daisuke." Bamboo Blog placed the two scrolls on the palace floor and rose to leave. He had returned not only for himself but also for the sake of Okamoto Daisuke, who had valiantly fought alongside him to acquire these scrolls from Windflower Fury. These scrolls were essential for Windflower Zhao Shui to confront Windflower Fury. Without the chakra armor, she might crumble under the onslaught. For himself, for the Lord, and for Okamoto Daisuke, he knew he must ensure these items were put to use. Now that they had arrived, Bamboo Blog was ready to return to support Okamoto Daisuke. He recalled how Daisuke had risked his safety to ensure his escape, kicking him away to prioritize his own safety. For the first time, Bamboo Blog felt less afraid of death. To perish together was a sacrifice he would willingly embrace, just as he had taken a couple of steps forward. A swift sound sliced through the air. Okamoto Daisuke appeared behind him, holding the kunai imbued with the flying thunder god seal that had been entrusted to him. Observing the grim determination etched on Yamabuki's face, he could not help but inquire, "What on earth are you planning to do?" After all the perilous efforts he had undertaken to rescue this individual, witnessing his morose demeanor as if he were willingly courting death was truly disheartening. He had fought tooth and nail to ensure his safe return, not for the purpose of allowing him to perish. Okamoto Dekai was also preparing to rely on the other party to help him craft a suitable chakra armor. It would be unacceptable for this fellow to perish here. Dekai, you've returned. I intended to seek you out. If you had died, I wouldn't. Shanju Blog instinctively froze for a moment at the sudden appearance of Okamoto Dekai. Subsequently, he scrutinized him from head to toe. Due to the hindrance posed by his skirt during battle, Okamoto Dekai had taken to severing the hem of his garment. Now his two alabaster thighs, straight as green onions, were exposed. Such a captivating sight rendered Shanju Blog speechless, fixated on those pristine limbs. Initially touched, Okamoto Dekai felt a chill as he noticed Shanju Blog's gaze lingering on his legs. With a swift kick, he sent Shanju Blog flying. The only thought racing through the latter's mind was, so white. After propelling Shanju Blog away, Okamoto Dekai spotted Kazahana Sayuki and Gitsukawa Maiko. Kazahana, with a stroke of luck, had completed the mission. Adjusting her glasses, Kazahana Sayuki regarded Okamoto Dekai. You've worked hard, Dekai. From now on, whenever you require assistance, I shall represent the land of snow and do my utmost to fulfill your requests. Kazahana Sayuki pledged earnestly. Thank you, Kazahana. Okamoto Dekai responded without pretension. His willingness to assist Kazahana Sayuki stemmed from his desire for the chakra armor and the backing of the land of snow. Even if he faced dire circumstances in the future, he would have an escape route. This was, after all, a mutually beneficial arrangement. Without him, Kazahana Sayuki would struggle against the rebellious Kazahana Narite. Asama, Kazahana Sayuki called out loudly. Emerging from the shadows was Asama Mida, who had been waiting for some time. Kazahana Sayuki picked up 2 sealing scrolls from the ground and handed them to him. Asama, distribute these. Ensure the troops master them as proficiently as possible. An unmistakable excitement shone in Kazahana Sayuki's expression. After all, she had been under the threat of Kazahana Narite for many years. Things had been manageable before, but recently, Kazahana Narite had become increasingly audacious, showing a particular eagerness for the position of the Lord of the Land of Snow. Were it not for this, Kazahana Sayuki would not have sent someone to Kanahagakure to request protection for Kazahana Koyuki. Nor would she have invited the delegation from the Land of Fire to visit the Snow Festival. From the day the delegation from the Land of Fire set out, Kazahana Sayuki had commanded the clans supporting her to remain ever vigilant. I understand, my lord. After speaking, Asama Santayu hurriedly departed with 2 sealed scrolls. The chakra armor that had previously been in the possession of the Snow Ninja Village was solely under the control of Kazahana Nodachi. With the distributed chakra armor entrusted only to his loyal subordinates, ninja from the Wolf Fang, Winterbear, and Crane Wing clans. Even Kazahana Sayuki, the daimyo, had only heard tales of the formidable power of such armor, never having witnessed it firsthand. Thus, the minor ninja clans that had allied with Kazahana Sayuki were not well versed in its utilization. Fortunately, Kazahana Sayuki had at her side Yamadake Rigota's son, Yamadake Boke, the very inventor of the chakra armor. Although these newly allied minor ninja clan members lacked practical experience, they had become exceptionally proficient in theoretical knowledge under Yamadake Boke's instruction. Once Kazahana Sayuki had conveyed her directives, she inquired, Yamadake, D-Suk, did anyone notice your departure? Both Yamadake Boke and Okamoto D-Suk replied in unison. Yes. Yamadake Boke explained. Crane Wing Fubuki spotted us and intercepted D-Suk and me along the way. If not for D-Suk risking his own safety to let me escape first, I wouldn't have returned so swiftly. His gaze upon Okamoto D-Suk was filled with boundless tenderness. Chapter 150, Kazahana Sayuki's foreknowledge. Oh, so that ninja's name is Crane Wing Fubuki? Okamoto D-Suk inquired curiously, recalling only the general storyline of the Land of Snow, while struggling to remember the specific names of the ninjas. Before Yamadake Boke could respond, he continued, that ninja, Crane Wing Fubuki, has already been slain by me. However, our intel may have been compromised. Is that so? Kazahana Sayuki pondered for a moment upon hearing that their information had been exposed. Now that the chakra armor had just been taken by Asama Santayu, her troops would require time to acclimate to the new ninja tools. With this thought, she commanded, Yamadake, notify the carriage service. I have urgent matters to discuss with His Highness, the true mirror of the Land of Fire. Inform those fellows in the Department of Etiquette to notify the Fire Nation's delegation. But, my lady, it is already late at night. Yamadake Boke replied with a troubled expression. I am aware. Hurry and notify them. Kazahana Sayuki urged. Sakikawa, wake up little Yuki. We must go to the Upine Manor. She instructed her wife. Sakikawa Maiko opened her mouth but refrained from speaking, instead turning to head towards Kazahana Yuki's chamber. D-Suk, I hope you can protect little Yuki well. Kazahana Sayuki implored Okamoto D-Suk earnestly. My lady, that is precisely why I am here. Okamoto D-Suk replied with a faint smile. With Okamoto D-Suk's assurance, Kazahana Sayuki began to organize other matters. Okamoto Tosuk stood in the center of the palace, observing the bustling crowd, animated by the arrangements of Kazahana Sayuki and the wind. Although it was nearing midnight, the domain of the daimyo was alive with fervent activity at this hour. Meanwhile, in the residence of Kazahana Nato, the body of Tsuruo Fubuki was laid in the hall by her Jie Yuki. What has happened here? Kazahana Nato inquired, gazing at the corpse on the ground. Fubuki is dead. There are formidable experts surrounding Kazahana Sayuki. According to the intelligence Fubuki provided just before his demise, the assailant is a ninja skilled in water techniques. RGA Yuki succinctly explained. From the moment Fubuki reported the presence of the enemy until he and Dongxiong Donyu arrived at the battleground, Fubuki had perished in a remarkably brief span, even while holding an aerial advantage. RGA Yuki noted the scene, observing only traces of ice needles left behind, indicating that Fubuki seemingly had no opportunity to counterattack before being slain. Leader, let us act tonight. The longer we delay, the more complicated matters may become. Since Kazahana Sayuki has already orchestrated an ambush on the armory, it is evident that he has initiated a counteroffensive. RGA Yuki's eyes gleamed with a hint of crimson, an unmistakable hunger for retribution evident in his demeanor. In his everyday life, Kazahana Sayuki had always maintained a demeanor of simplicity and kindness, often appearing submissive in interactions with Kazahana Nato, embodying an image of benevolence that invited exploitation. Tonight, my dear brother truly conceals his depths. A sinister smile crept across Kazahana Nato's face. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to her Jie Yuki, whose face was etched with fury. Mobilize the troops. Dongxiong, send scouts to locate Kazahana Sayuki. We shall eliminate him tonight. Kazahana Nato slammed his fist onto the table. But leader, we cannot gather a substantial force in such a hasty manner. If we launch an attack recklessly, we risk the possibility of failure, Dongxiong Donyu replied, maintaining his cold demeanor. Dongxiong, Tsuruo Fubuki, is already dead. Regardless of how many we can assemble, we must act swiftly, RGA Yuki interjected, noting that while Dongxiong was a formidable presence, he often exhibited an excessively rational disposition. To him, any orders deemed unreasonable, apart from those of Kazahana Nato, were not worthy of execution. Leader, Dongxiong Donyu disregarded RGA Yuki's interruption and turned to Kazahana Nato, seated at the head of the hall. Among the three, RGA Yuki was the most powerful and shared a profound bond with Tsuruo Fubuki. In times of conflict and tranquility alike, the trio predominantly relied on the formidable prowess of the Wolf Fang avalanche. Yet, throughout it all, Fenghua Nuteo placed unwavering trust in Dongxiong Donyu. The authority over the faction and the management of the Chakra Armor Warehouse rested firmly with Dongxiong Donyu, who served as Fenghua Nuteo's eyes and ears among the three clans. Go, Dongxiong, gather the troops. This matter cannot be delayed, Fenghua Nuteo instructed, tapping his finger pensively on the table before casting a glance at Dongxiong Donyu, who stood with arms crossed. Observing Fenghua Nuteo's demeanor, Dongxiong Donyu could only nod in agreement. Indeed, launching an offensive now would offer a strategic advantage. However, his forces were not yet fully assembled. Shaking his head, Dongxiong Donyu exited the hall to orchestrate the necessary arrangements. Time ticked away, with Wolf Fang Avalanche and Fenghua Nuteo anxiously awaiting developments within the hall. Wolf Fang Avalanche paced restlessly, frequently glancing towards the entrance. Dongxiong Donyu, Yi Chue Shui, and Wolf Fang Avalanche were the leaders of the three principal clans of Snow Ninja Village, with the Wolf Fang clan boasting the greatest strength. However, due to their recent migration, the Wolf Fang clan, despite their prowess, had not garnered the trust of Fenghua Nuteo. The Hii clan had initially maintained a neutral stance within the village, obeying only the commands of the daimyo, similar to the Shanju clan. In contrast, the Dongxiong clan stood as steadfast supporters of the village leader. This arrangement was initially without issue. Yet no one anticipated that the previous daimyo of the land of Snow would, in his dying moments, bestow the leadership of Snow Ninja Village and the title of daimyo upon his two sons. Consequently, two factions emerged within the village, one aligned with the pro-Fenghua Zhaoxue faction, composed mainly of minor ninjas and commoners, and the other, aligned with the pro-Fenghua Nuteo faction, led by the three major ninja clans. As Dongxiong Dongyu's imposing figure appeared at the hall's entrance, both Fenghua Nuteo and Wolf Fong Avalanche turned their gazes towards him. The expression on Dongxiong Dongyu's face had darkened considerably. "What news, Dongyu?" Wolf Fong Avalanche inquired, his voice urgent, as he was solely focused on avenging Hii Chui Shui. Fenghua Zhaoxue is no longer at the daimyo's residence, Dongxiong Dongyu revealed, not bothering to conceal the gravity of the situation. The scouts monitoring the Fire Nation's delegation have just reported that Fenghua Zhaoxue, accompanied by his wife, Suki Kawamiko, and Fenghua Xiaoxue, have gone to Snow Pine Manor to meet with the Fire Nation's second prince, Jinjingming and Shu. Dongxiong Dongyu conveyed this significant news with a heavy countenance. Chapter 151. Night Talks What? Upon hearing this shocking revelation, Fenghua Nuteo sprang from his seat. At such a late hour, he has dared to visit Snow Pine Manor? His expression darkened as he looked at both Dongxiong Dongyu and Wolf Fong Avalanche. Indeed, and they are currently engaged in discussion within Prince Xinjing's chamber. In the midst of the wintry bear's frost-laden speech, an indescribable melancholy lingered. "Winter Bear, how fares the troop assembly?" the leader inquired. "Due to ongoing missions, we have only gathered about one-third of the forces," Winter Bear Frost Rain replied nonchalantly. "Among them are 30 elite shinobi, 60 mid-ranking shinobi, and the remainder are lower-ranking shinobi. What about by tomorrow?" Windflower Angry Tide's expression darkened. "By tomorrow, we should be able to assemble the entire force." Winter Bear Frost Rain pondered for a moment before responding. "Leader, we must take action tonight," Wolf Fong Avalanche urged, anxiety etched on his face. "Oh? Are you suggesting that I should go to the Cedar Mansion to commit murder?" Windflower Angry Tide grasped Wolf Fong Avalanche by the collar, glaring fiercely before shoving him away. Stumbling slightly, Wolf Fong Avalanche looked at Windflower Angry Tide in confusion. Windflower Angry Tide, despite his arrogance, believed himself to be far from foolish. Windflower Early Snow was conversing with True Mirror Name and Tree, and as long as they were present, he could not lead a charge into the Fire Nation's diplomatic quarters. Moreover, this expedition was led by the second son of the Fire Nation's daimyo. If he were to charge in at this moment, it would be tantamount to declaring war on the Fire Nation. The repercussions of such an act were intolerable, even should he manage to secure the position of the Snow Country's daimyo. "Damn it, my dear brother has truly underestimated you." Windflower Angry Tide struck the table with a mighty fist. Crash! The exquisite cedar table splintered into fragments. Observing Windflower Angry Tide's fury, both Wolf Fong Avalanche and Winter Bear Frost Rain adopted a cautious demeanor. At the Cedar Mansion, lights illuminated the chamber of True Mirror Name and Tree. Dressed in neat attire, True Mirror Name and Tree emerged from his bedroom, yawning and exhibiting signs of fatigue. Northchild Northroot closely followed behind him. In the guest room, West Capital Starry Sky, East Rabbit Frost Rain, and South Noon Chinhua bore weary expressions as they knelt at the table. Across from them sat Windflower Early Snow, Windflower Little Snow, and Moon River Maiko, all adorned in formal attire. As True Mirror Name and Tree stepped out of his bedroom, his previous lethargy vanished, replaced by a vibrant demeanor. "Windflower Daimyo, what brings you to visit at such a late hour?" True Mirror Name and Tree asked, sitting upright at the table, lifting a cup of hot tea to sip delicately. "Your Highness, my late-night visit is out of necessity," Windflower Early Snow replied, a hint of apology in her tone. "Oh, is there something you wish to discuss?" Jinjingming and Tree spoke without reservation. After all, being roused from one's slumber at such a late hour is enough to provoke annoyance in anyone. While they had their suspicions regarding the current state of the Snow Nation, they had not anticipated the situation would deteriorate to such an extent. It was shocking that Fenghua Zhaoxue would disregard her noble status and venture to the envoy's quarters in the dead of night, invoking the name of the Fire Nation to suppress Fenghua Nuteo. "Indeed. Yue Jiang, please take Xiaoxue to play in the adjacent room for a while." Before Fenghua Zhaoxue could voice her thoughts, she noticed Fenghua Xiaoxue stifling a tremendous yawn. "Certainly." Yuejiang Maizi expressed her apologies to Jinjingming and Tree, gently taking Fenghua Xiaoxue's small hand and leading her to the next room. At that moment, Okamoto Daisuke also rose to accompany Fenghua Xiaoxue. As they departed, Okamoto Daisuke exchanged a knowing glance with Jinjingming and Tree, who discreetly nodded in understanding. "Your Highness." It must be said that the performance by the Fire Nation that night was extraordinarily captivating, leaving me restless throughout the night. The grace of the dancers lingered vividly in my mind. I hope your esteemed country can present more such performances, allowing the people of the Snow Nation to indulge in the visual feast. Fenghua Zhaoxue articulated sincerely. Hearing this, Jinjingming and Tree could not help but roll his eyes inwardly. This old fellow was still unwilling to speak the truth at this juncture. It was merely an attempt to leverage the Fire Nation's reputation to temporarily quell the rebellion led by Fenghua Nuteo and buy himself some time. Regrettably, Fenghua Daimyo, during my departure, my father urged me multiple times to return promptly once my visit was concluded. After all, our homeland requires her presence too. Furthermore, this dance troupe belongs to the Fire Nation, and I lack the authority to make such decisions. Jinjingming and Tree replied, feigning regret. Haha, Your Highness jest. If you could allow the Snow Nation to gain a deeper understanding of the customs and culture of the Fire Nation, we would be eternally grateful. I believe that with the support of the Snow Nation, Your Highness would certainly receive the approval of the esteemed Jinjingming Daimyo when reporting matters to him. Fenghua Zhaoxue declared, producing a grand seal from her box with an air of mystery. Fenghua Daimyo, I genuinely apologize. I cannot take such matters into my own hands. The dancers have lived within the borders of the Fire Nation for many years, and after a long journey away from their homeland, they too feel a profound longing for home. It is not that they do not wish to stay longer. They simply find it challenging to acclimate to the delicacies of your country. Jinjingming and Tree smiled as he graciously declined, glancing at the Snow Nation's grand seal on the table. However, do not worry, Fenghua Daimyo. Tomorrow I will ensure that they present you with the most beautiful performance to alleviate your feelings of yearning. The room fell into silence after Jinjingming and Shu spoke. Fenghua Zhaoxue gazed at Jinjingming and Shu before him, fully aware of the underlying implications in his previous statements. Yet, they remained unresponsive. Fenghua Zhaoxue sought to leverage the future support of the Snow Kingdom for Jinjingming and Shu in exchange for a few extra days of stay with the envoy in the Snow Kingdom, granting himself a brief respite. The long journey implied that Jinjingming and Shu found the distance from the Fire Kingdom to the Snow Kingdom rather unappealing, as they were evidently unaccustomed to the cuisine of the Snow Kingdom, clearly delineating their stance of not wishing to engage in the domestic affairs of the Snow Kingdom. However, one reassuring thought lingered. As long as Jinjingming and Shu were present, should Fenghua Nuteo indeed take action, he would not remain indifferent, for thus far. He recognized only Fenghua Zhaoxue as a significant figure. Realizing this, Fenghua Zhaoxue sighed deeply, glancing between Jinjingming and Shu and his own daughter. Your Highness Shu, the Snow Kingdom shall always stand as a loyal friend to the Fire Kingdom. For now, he could only express his allegiance, knowing that even in failure, he could provide a means of retreat for his beloved Zhaoxue. Jinjingming and Shu smiled faintly, savoring a sip of tea without uttering a word. Time passed, and the eastern sky lightened with the first blush of dawn. Chapter 152. The Crown Prince as the morning light barely broke. The streets of the Snow Kingdom bustled with activity. People adorned themselves in their finest attire to celebrate the annual Snow Festival. After spending the night at the Snow Pine Mansion, Fenghua Zhaoxue, along with Yue Zhangmaizi and Fenghua Xiaoxue, quickly donned the traditional garments unique to the festival. The grand doors of the Snow Pine Mansion swung open, and Fenghua Zhaoxue stepped out alongside Jinjingming and Shu, making their way towards the festival altar. Amidst laughter and chatter, the crowd advanced toward the central altar of the royal city. The altar was a square elevated platform, surrounded by steps. At the pinnacle lies a sprawling platform of 400 square meters. This is the most solemn place in the land of snow, where each year the Grand Festival of Snow is inaugurated by the esteemed Lord of the Realm, who also proclaims significant decisions pertaining to the nation. Although the residence of the Snow Pine is not in close proximity to the festival platform, time marches on relentlessly. Around the Snow Festival platform, a multitude of citizens from the land of snow begins to gather. Increasingly, the populace, adorned in a kaleidoscope of splendid attire, encircles the towering Snow Festival platform. The colors vibrant and diverse. Gradually, the throng parts to create a pathway. It is the arrival of Kazahana Sayuki and her entourage. Kazahana Sayuki, in a striking departure from her usual demeanor, dons a pure white fur robe, exuding both gravity and exquisite elegance. Her expression is grave and dignified. With her left hand grasping Kazahana Koyuki and her right supporting Tsukioka Mai, she strides forward. Behind her, Shinjo and Tsubaki trail a step behind, as he is not a native of the land of snow. With resolute steps, Kazahana Sayuki approaches the Snow Festival platform. Before her stands Kazahana Nato, clad in black, flanked by the formidable figures of Winter Bear and Wolf Fawn. Brother, Kazahana Nato's face betrays no hint of joy or sorrow. Nato, step aside. At this moment, Kazahana Sayuki sheds her usual gentle, cultured, and affable demeanor. Clad in her resplendent white ceremonial robe, she emanates an unutterable authority and grandeur. Only the Lord of the Land of Snow holds the privilege to ascend the festival platform during the Snow Festival. This has been the custom since the nation's inception. Kazahana Nato gazes at his elder sibling, a flicker of bewilderment crossing his features as he grapples with the unfamiliarity of the brother he once knew. Is this truly the same gentle, approachable Kazahana Sayuki? Under the scrutinizing gazes of the citizens and Kazahana Sayuki, Kazahana Nato reluctantly yields his position. Kazahana Sayuki strides past him unhurriedly. Stand down, Nato. At her words, Kazahana Nato feels a jolt of realization. His fists clench tightly as he spins around, fixating his gaze on the figure steadily ascending the steps to the platform. As Kazahana Sayuki passes him, she catches sight of Asama Santai. Their eyes lock, and Asama Santayu bows deeply in acknowledgement. Witnessing the response from Asama Santayu, a smile graces Kazahana Sayuki's lips. The fruits of her years of strategic planning are finally being realized. Reaching the steps of the Snow Festival platform, Kazahana Sayuki releases her hold on Tsukioka-mai. Asama Santayu promptly ensures that protectors surround Tsukioka-mai. Noticing her mother has halted, Kazahana Koyuki instinctively attempts to withdraw her hand from her father's grasp. To her surprise, Kazahana Sayuki not only maintains her hold but tightens it further. Father. Fenghua Xiaoxue lifted her gaze to glance at her father, filled with bewilderment. During the Snow Festival of previous years, she would always wait beneath the altar with her mother for her father to complete the snow rite. In earlier years, she often asked Fenghua Xiaoxue, Father, what does it feel like to ascend the snow altar on the day of the festival? Is it not magnificent? Fenghua Xiaoxue would merely smile and reply, You will understand when you grow up. Xiaoxue, would you like to join me in ascending to take a look? Fenghua Xiaoxue said with a gentle smile as he observed his daughter. Although Xiaoxue did not fully grasp the situation, she could sense the anticipation in her father's eyes. Yes, she exclaimed, laughter bubbling forth. Gripping Xiaoxue's hand tighter, they began their ascent together, a duo of contrasting sizes making their way toward the summit of the altar. Each step left a clear imprint, steady and deliberate, though not swift. Below the altar, Yuejiang Maizi watched Fenghua Xiaoxue ascend alongside Fenghua Xiaoxue, her hand covering her mouth in astonishment. Meanwhile, Fenghua Nuteo, clad in black, clenched his teeth, casting a fierce gaze towards the two figures above. Fenghua Daming is not alone in this ascent. What is happening? Why is Fenghua Daming bringing someone up? The surrounding spectators from the Snow Nation began to murmur, engaging in spirited discussions about the events unfolding that day. Okamoto Dosuk stood beside Asama Santaya. Is it not permissible for others to ascend this altar? Normally, yes. But on the day of the Snow Festival, only the daimyo of the Snow Country possesses the privilege to ascend this sacred platform. At this moment, Yamatake Blog appeared leisurely at Okamoto Dosuk's side, quietly explaining to him, If only the daimyo may ascend this altar, does that not imply? Okamoto Dosuk contemplated the two figures, one large and one small, standing side by side on the platform. On the altar, Kazahana Sayuki commenced the ceremonial proceedings as customary, then gazed down at the ministers and the citizens gathered to witness the occasion. Now, I must announce an important matter. Kazahana Sayuki's voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in the ears of all present due to the altar's amplification. Kazahana Koiki, my soul daughter. I hereby officially declare that the next daimyo of the Snow Country will be my daughter, Kazahana Koyuki. Kazahana Sayuki solemnly proclaimed this decision. The murmurs from the crowd below surged chaotically. Confusion reigned as they struggled to comprehend why Kazahana Sayuki, in the prime of her life, would announce the successor so prematurely. And moreover, a female one. On the platform, Kazahana Koyuki stared in astonishment at her father. At 8 years of age, she understood her father's intent. Yet she could not fathom that he would unveil such a significant announcement before the entire nation on the day of the Snow Festival. Kazahana Sayuki's words swiftly spread across the small nation through the Snow Country's television network. With a smile, Kazahana Sayuki turned to her daughter. The long-awaited day had finally arrived. Even if Kazahana NT succeeded, the next daimyo would still be Kazahana Koyuki. To secure his regime, Kazahana NT must ensure Koyuki's safety for as long as she remains in the Snow Country. From inviting the delegation from the Fire Country to participating in the Snow Festival, Kazahana Sayuki had meticulously prepared for this day. Chapter 153. Interception. The success of his plan was evident, further strengthened by the involvement of Okamoto Dosuk. Acquiring substantial chakra armor had significantly bolstered his forces. With the pressing matters resolved, Kazahana Sayuki began her descent from the altar. Although there were still performances to follow, her mind was evidently elsewhere. The citizens of the Snow Country continued to cheer exuberantly, celebrating the arrival of the annual snow festival. The snow festival, at its core, signifies a celebration of the forthcoming harvest. Kazahana Seiyuki, accompanied by Kazahana Koyuki, descended the altar and approached Okamoto Dosuk. Dosuk, I entrust Koyuki to you. I hope you will protect her well. Kazahana Seiyuki addressed the man standing before her. Okamoto Dosuk nodded slightly. Okamoto Dosuk stepped forward and took Fuka Seiyuki's hand. Fuka Yuki then approached Prince Narukami and Shubun, expressing her gratitude. Thank you so much, Your Highness. To which Narukami replied with a warm smile. It is my honor to witness the birth of the crown prince of the land of snow. Fuka Yuki then walked alongside Asama Santai towards the direction of the daimyo's residence. Sakikawa Maiko approached Fuka Seiyuki, crouched down, and gently caressed her forehead. Seiyuki, be sure to listen to your brother Dosuk, she said, leaving a tender kiss on Fuka Seiyuki's forehead. She then stood up swiftly and joined Fuka Yuki, placing her delicate hand into his large one. Upon seeing her slender hand, Fuka Yuki exchanged a glance with Sakikawa Maiko, both of them smiling sweetly as their lips curled into contented smiles. Asama, present. Asama Santai responded promptly. How is the troop preparation coming along? Daimyo, everything is ready. Each unit has become familiar with the chakra armor brought back by the Yamadake and is prepared for battle. Asama Santai replied swiftly. Very well. Let us hasten back to see what my brother is up to. With that, the group quickened their pace towards the daimyo's residence. Okamoto Dojia, accompanied by the delicate Hua and the gentle Shui, chose not to return to the lord's estate with the others. At that moment, the estate resembled a turbulent vortex. Just as Okamoto Dojia prepared to depart with Hua and Shui, he noticed that the sunlight before him was obscured. Upon closer inspection, he beheld a burly man with a square jaw and purple hair, adorned in lavish attire, standing in front of him and Hua. Your Highness Shui, I implore you to return with me. This individual is not from our snow kingdom. With that, he reached out to grasp Hua's hand. Okamoto Daisuke pulled Fu Hua Xiaoxue back 2 steps, gazing at the imposing figure of Dong Xiongdongyu before him. This individual must undoubtedly be a messenger sent by the Fu Hua Nuda faction. Xiaoxue, come with me, he declared, gripping Fu Hua Xiaoxue firmly as he attempted to depart. Your Highness, you cannot follow a stranger, Dong Xiongdongyu interjected, attempting to use his substantial frame to separate Okamoto Daisuke from Fu Hua Xiaoxue. His broad stature cast a shadow, under which Fu Hua Xiaoxue's eyes trembled with fear. The crowd around them was overwhelming, with numerous individuals fervently pulling Fu Hua Xiaoxue toward themselves. Their hands enveloped her small form, while beneath their feet, blue lights flickered incessantly. Okamoto Daisuke vanished from the spot in an instant. Fuyukuma Daini, the individual who had just appeared beside Okamoto Daisuke, swiftly made their way to Fuyukuma. Pursue. These individuals were the elite ninjas of the Fuyukuma clan. Fuyukuma showed no change in expression. Instead, he turned and sprinted fiercely in a particular direction. Okamoto Dojia advanced swiftly, employing the technique of water body flicker. Brother Dojia, is my father in danger? Fenghua Xiaoxue nestled closer within his embrace. The brisk pace propelled by the biting cold wind brushed against her cheeks, rendering her speech somewhat less articulate. Rest assured, Fenghua Daming has prepared for this moment for quite some time, Okamoto Dojia began, but was abruptly interrupted by an unsettling chill that enveloped him. He instinctively evaded, and an ice spear struck the very spot where he had stood moments before. Given Fenghua Xiaoxue's presence, she was no ninja and possessed the physical capabilities of an ordinary person. Okamoto Dojia refrained from recklessly employing the Flying Thunder God technique, concerned that her constitution might not withstand the abruptness of such spatial ninjutsu. Okamoto Daisuke halted, realizing he had become encircled by a dozen ninjas. At the forefront stood the formidable Fuyukuma Tomu, clad in an imposing chakra armor. You are the one who killed Kitsuya Fubuki, aren't you? Fuyukuma's gaze was icy, fixed upon Okamoto Daisuke. Are you planning to take Princess Yukino and hide within the Fire Nation's delegation? But do you not understand that a bear's sense of smell is over 2,100 times more acute than that of a human? A bear can detect the scent of burning fat from an astonishing distance. You cannot escape, little one. With that, Fuyukuma regarded Okamoto Daisuke with the intensity of a predator eyeing its prey. Oh, then I shall not flee, responded Okamoto Daisuke, gently placing Fubuki Yukino upon the ground. Yukino, move as far away as you can. After setting Fubuki Yukino down, he discreetly tucked a kunai inscribed with a Flying Thunder God seal into her hand. The ninjas surrounding Okamoto Daisuke, including Fuyukuma, allowed Fubuki Yukino to depart. Presently, She was the designated heir of the Fubuki clan, and her life could not be jeopardized. Even in the wake of Fubuki Haruyuki's death, should both the current lord and the heir perish in succession, even if Fubuki Naruto ascended to the throne, he would lose the people's support. Okamoto Daisuke watched as Fubuki Yukino's figure gradually receded into the distance. Okamoto Daisuke retrieved 2 kunai from his ninja tool pouch, grasping one firmly in each hand. With a swift motion, he hurled one kunai towards a nearby ninja. Clang! The ninja deftly deflected the kunai with the ice blade in his possession. Whoosh! Okamoto Daisuke suddenly appeared before the ninja. At the moment of landing, a flash of blue light flickered beneath his feet. Okamoto Daisuke evaded the ninja's assault with an uncanny maneuver. A sharp blade sliced through the air, accompanied by a hissing sound as Daisuke's razor-sharp kunai severed the ninja's artery. The ninja clutched his neck, collapsing onto the ground while emitting a pained wail. With a series of soft thuds, several more ninjas surrounding Daisuke fell to the ground. The sight of his comrade's injuries caused a grimace to form on Winter Bear Dyuyu's face. "Do not panic," he shouted loudly, channeling his ice techniques. Winter Bear Dyuyu swiftly formed hand signs, and a colossal ice bear enveloped him entirely. Other ninjas similarly executed the same ninjutsu, and the arena was soon filled with 7 or 8 ice bears. Their collective roars resonated powerfully, shaking the surrounding snow-laden cedar trees as snow cascaded down. Chapter 154. A single slip in strategy. Swish! Okamoto Daisuke vanished in an instant, only to reappear beneath the formidable presence of an ice bear. A sharp sound pierced the air as he observed a mere superficial scratch upon the bear's neck. Its defensive capabilities had significantly heightened. With a thunderous roar, the ice bear raised its powerful forepaw, bringing it down with great force towards Okamoto Daisuke. The impact of the paw against the snow sent a flurry of snowflakes swirling into the air. Okamoto Daisuke has vanished without a trace. Okamoto Daisuke perched atop a towering cedar, casting his gaze down upon several ice bears below. Although his defensive capabilities and offensive strength had significantly amplified, his speed and reflexes had correspondingly diminished. Daisuke observed the ice bears beneath him, contemplating their movements. Suddenly, one of the ice bears, transformed from a winter bear under the freezing rain, surged forth with remarkable velocity, crashing violently into the cedar tree on which Daisuke stood. With a resounding crack, the tree, nearly the thickness of a human torso, was shattered by the brute force of the ice bear. As Okamoto Daisuke gradually descended alongside the fallen cedar tree, several ice bears gaped at him, their mouths agape in astonishment. One by one, ice projectiles began to form within their mouths, propelled by immense velocity as they hurtled directly towards Okamoto Daisuke. The sound of shattering air resounded. Okamoto Daisuke utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to position himself behind Winter Bear Frost Rain. The remaining ice bears advanced towards Okamoto Daisuke with aggression. Okamoto Daisuke continuously evaded his opponent. The battleground was a flurry of snowflakes, marred by the deep craters left by the assault of the ice bears. Little one, merely dodging is futile. It is time to conclude this battle. Winter Bear Dongyu activated his chakra armor, pushing it beyond its limits. Ice release, frostbite. A pale blue ripple emanated from beneath Winter Bear Dongyu. Upon contact with this azure wave, blue shards of ice erupted from the cedar trees. Even the movements of the 7 ice bears in the arena slowed significantly. Indeed, it was time to put an end to this. A smile crept upon Okamoto Daisuke's lips. Noticing this smile, Winter Bear Dongyu instantly became alert. Water release, buzzing needle, 6 holes. The sound of buzzing resonated throughout the area once more. This jutsu, how vexing. Winter Bear Dongyu could not help but recall the moment when the head of Crane Swallow was pierced. His limbs grew weak, and the colossal ice bear clumsily veered off course. As he flew away, he realized that his remaining kin were inadvertently aligned in a straight line. This boy had been feigning his evasions all along. Without a moment's pause, the thunderous needle struck, severing one of Winter Bear Dongyu's hind legs. It swiftly pierced through the remaining ice bears. Due to the effects of ice release and frostbite, those ice bears, even if they wished to flee, found themselves unable to escape in time. This little brat, how infuriating. If this continues, I shall perish here. The sound of thuds echoed, the fallen members of the Winter Bear clan succumbing to defeat. Ignoring the pain from his severed leg, Winter Bear Dongyu began to flee into the distance. Yet, with one leg lost, his speed was severely compromised. In no time, Okamoto Daisuke caught up to him. Water release. Water Dragon's Fierce Spear. A long water spear took shape in Okamoto Daisuke's hand. Unlike the short needle, this spear measured nearly 2 meters in length, exceeding Daisuke's own height. Whoosh! The Water Dragon's Fierce Spear was hurled with great force. Buzz! The ice bear, transformed from Winter Bear Dongyu, was forcefully pinned to the ground by the sharp spear. Amidst Winter Bear Dongyu's panic, a resounding explosion occurred as Okamoto Daisuke clenched his hand. Boom. The water dragon's fierce spear erupted violently. Okamoto Daisuke gazed upon the Winter Bear Dongyu, whose lower half had mysteriously vanished, a faint smirk curling at the corners of his lips. Is this all? The fierce battle occurring nearby failed to elicit any response from the royal city's defense forces, which had been entirely subjugated by the tempestuous winds and furious waves. Thus, they remained steadfast in their unyielding indifference to the unusual occurrences of the day. He took a moment to attune himself to the mark of the flying thunder god. Okamoto Daisuke vanished from sight, only to reappear directly beside Fenghua Xiaoxue. Having just stumbled over a protruding stone, she lay on the snow, softly sobbing. Upon hearing footsteps approaching from behind, Fenghua Xiaoxue instinctively clasped her hands around her head, gazing at the trembling little creature before her. Okamoto Dojie stepped forward and embraced her, gently stroking her head. It's all right. Xiaoxue is safe now. Wow, Dojie Gage, I thought you would never return. Fenghua Xiaoxue sobbed incessantly. But here I am, back again. Rest assured. Okamoto Dojie reassured her, patting her shoulder. Xiaoxue, remember, when faced with danger, you must summon your inner strength to seize the opportunity to overcome your adversary. Tears will not resolve the issue, he patiently counseled, gazing at the tearful Fenghua Xiaoxue. But don't I have you, Dojie Gage? She looked up at him with adoration in her eyes. Yet, you must also cultivate your own resilience. He smiled softly. Fenghua Xiaoxue nodded earnestly. Dojie Gage, is my father in danger? She asked with wide, anxious eyes. Okamoto Dojie remained silent in response to her query. Dojie Gage, can you help my father? Fenghua Xiaoxue pleaded, her eyes glistening with tears. Xiaoxue, your father wishes to keep you away from that turmoil, he advised gently. But whether I desire to be entangled in that whirlpool or not, I am destined to be drawn into it, am I not? With the surname Fenghua, they will inevitably seek me out, won't they? Despite the tears at the corners of her eyes, Fenghua Xiaoxue maintained an unusual composure. Dojie Gage, please help my father. I beg you. She bowed deeply to him. Witnessing her determination, Okamoto Dojie knelt before her. Let us go, Princess Xiaoxue. He conceded, momentarily moved by her regal demeanor. Perhaps, in the future, Xiaoxue could indeed become an extraordinary daimyo, one who possesses profound self-trust. With Fenghua Xiaoxue on his back, Okamoto Dojie sprinted towards the daimyo mansion of the Land of Snow, leaping gracefully among the snow-covered pines. Fenghua Xiaoxue clutched tightly to his clothing, her heart racing with anxiety as the daimyo mansion drew nearer. The once tranquil and solemn residence now lay in ruins, a testament to recent battles. The grounds of the daimyo mansion were littered with the bodies of fallen ninjas, both those loyal to Fenghua Xiaoxue and those who served Fenghua Nuteo. A throng of ninjas clad in chakra armor surrounded Fenghua Xiaoxue as they made their way towards the main hall. Chapter 155, The Position of the Daimyo One in the Hall. The throne that rightfully belonged to the daimyo now bore the weight of a figure clad in black chakra armor, seated imperiously in the daimyo's seat. Upon entering the hall, Fenghua Xiaoxue immediately spotted Fenghua Nuteo, firmly positioned at the center of the chamber. Nuteo, stand down. The tone of Fenghua Xiaoxue swept away the gentleness of the past, infused with an undeniable air of dominance. My dear brother, I truly underestimated you. Fenghua Nuteo remained resolutely perched upon the throne, unmoved in the slightest. When did you begin orchestrating all of this? At this point, if Fenghua Nuteo still believes that Fenghua Xiaoxue's invitation to the Fire Nation's envoy is free of ulterior motives, he is nothing short of a fool. It all began 2 years ago, during the Ninja World Summit, when I first encountered the true name of the Fire Nation's daimyo. Fenghua Xiaoxue regarded his younger brother, no longer concealing anything. I know you have always been puzzled as to why father chose to separate the daimyo of the Snow Nation from the leader of Snow Ninja Village, entrusting both of us with the inheritance. Your strength is formidable, and by customary standards, the strong should reign. The daimyo of the Snow Nation and its leader should rightfully be yours to inherit. I too was initially perplexed until I discovered an object among father's possessions, a notebook. Father, like us, had brothers. However, upon realizing that he had no hope of inheriting the title of daimyo, his brother rebelled. At that time, this matter was confined to a small circle, and few were aware of it. Father allowed us to govern separately to avert the fratricidal strife that plagued the previous generation. I had always believed that we would be brothers in harmony, until your hostility towards me grew increasingly apparent. Nuteo, I am your brother, the daimyo of the Snow Nation, and the father of little Shui. I must survive. I only wish to endure. Fenghuan Zhao Xue gazed at Fenghuan Nuteo, his voice heavy with resolve. Yet, tragically, familial bonds ultimately succumbed to the allure of power. At this moment, as Fenghua Zhaoxue looked upon Fenghua Nuteo, all remnants of emotion had dissipated from his eyes, leaving only an icy detachment. Ha ha. Fenghua Nuteo laughed as he sank into the seat of the daimyo. In the end, you cannot bear to relinquish your grasp on everything you hold. Fenghua Zhaoxue, you are more treacherous than I. Fenghua Nuteo cast a sidelong glance at his brother, lightly caressing the intricate carvings of the throne. I am superior to you in every aspect. Why should I bow beneath you? That old man was biased. I have toiled tirelessly for his approval, yet he bestows everything upon you. Why? Tell me, why? I declare to you, Fenghua Zhaoxue, I shall become the one who stands at the pinnacle, even if it costs me my life. I will die at the highest peak. Fenghua Nuteo screamed in a frenzy. Nuteo, you have no chance left. Ever since I uncovered your ambition, all my years of restraint, feigning weakness, have been for this day. As the gentle wind and early snow softly clapped its hands, a dozen clan leaders from the Snow Ninja village suddenly appeared behind. The moment they emerged, they formed a protective barrier around Windflower Early Snow, casting wary glances at Windflower Fury Tide, who stood beside the throne. This is the will of the people. Fury Tide, you have lost. Observing the clan leaders shielding him, Windflower Early Snow couldn't help but notice the solitary figure of Windflower Fury Tide, which prompted the first glimmer of a confident smile upon his lips. Within the grand estate of the daimyo, the once immaculate residence now bore an air of disarray and ruin, marked by the scars of battle. The dust had settled, and the hastily assembled forces of Windflower Fury Tide paled in comparison to the meticulously prepared army of Windflower Early Snow, which had been 2 years in the making. Particularly, the ninjas from the smaller clans who had aligned with Windflower Early Snow understood their disparity compared to the 3 major clans, thus lacking the unity and discipline that characterized the elite. Had Windflower Fury Tide retained a significant stock of chakra armor, he might have had a chance for resurgence. However, under the interference of Okamoto Daisuke, that opportunity had been utterly extinguished. Moreover, the clans that had rallied to Windflower Fury Tide, Wolf Fong, Winter Bear, and Crane Wing had suffered considerable casualties. Outside the Grand Hall, Wolf Fong Avalanche had abandoned his usual composure and elegance, now appearing utterly disheveled. His chakra armor was cracked and splintered, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and his hair was in disarray. Gazing at the surrounding ninjas, he let out a sorrowful laugh, realizing that his elaborate schemes had culminated in futility. Surrender, Wolf Fong Avalanche. We are all ninjas of the same village. If you yield, I believe Lord Windflower will show you mercy, shouted Asama Santayo, donned in gray chakra armor, from the rear of the encirclement. Come now. The proud wolf shall not bow. Wolf Fong Avalanche glared fiercely at the ninjas of the Snow Ninja village surrounding him. Ice release, Wolf Fong Avalanche. Without responding to Asama Santayo, Wolf Fong Avalanche chose to answer through action. As he formed seals, the ground trembled beneath him. Ice and snow converged to form a multitude of colossal wolves, surging forth from behind him. Defend! Asama Santayo shouted as he beheld the oncoming horde of wolves. Ice release, ice barrier. The ninjas at the forefront swiftly formed seals and pressed their hands against the ground. Walls of ice erupted, rising to meet the impending assault. Wolf Fong Avalanche observed the sudden emergence of the ice barriers with a cruel smile. Ice release, Wolf Fong collapse. The chakra armor at the center of the Wolf Fong Avalanche's engine radiated a brilliant glow, clearly having reached its utmost limit. The already surging pack of snow wolves surged forth with renewed fervor, their onslaught accelerating, the intensity visibly escalating. Boom, boom. The relentless collision struck the newly erected ice wall, which groaned under the ferocity of such a powerful ninjutsu. Hold firm, Asakusa Santai shouted, witnessing the fissures appearing in the ice wall. The few snow ninjas reinforcing the barrier were now bleeding from their mouths under the immense pressure. My lord Asakusa, we can barely hold on, one middle-aged snow ninja exclaimed. Unable to contain his despair, we must endure, even if it costs us our lives, Asakusa Santai declared, forming hand seals in an attempt to counter the Wolf Fong Avalanche's technique. Chapter 156. The position of the daimyo too, it was imperative to withstand the assault. Should the Wolf Fong Avalanche breach their defenses, the Windflower and angry waves within the Great Hall could potentially escape. Should they find an opportunity to breathe, the situation in the Land of Snow could irrevocably splinter into 2 factions. Ha ha ha, Lord Angry Waves, it is time for the Wolf Fong Avalanche to make its sacrifice. Observing the ice wall that had withstood the relentless assault, the wolf Fang avalanche sliced open his wrist. Remarkably, the blood did not flow downward. Instead, it crept along his arm, gradually reaching his face. Bathed in the crimson hue, the wolf Fang avalanche resembled a bloodthirsty demon wolf, exuding a palpable aura of danger. The dominance of the wolf pack over the icy plains and their enduring survival were entirely attributed to the existence of a superior alpha wolf. It is the prowess of such a leader that sustains the pack. Ice release, Snow Wolf avatar. The wolf Fang avalanche transformed into a pristine white snow wolf, seamlessly merging into the wolf Fang great collapse ninjutsu, leading the charge. The snow wolf transformation, alongside the ice bear's devastating blow and the ice crane's fury, represented the secret techniques of the wolf Fang, winter bear, and crane wing clans. This was a ninjutsu capable of combining forces, yet due to the presence of Okamoto Daisuke, two of the clan leaders from the three great families of the Snow Ninja Village had perished at his hands. Had the winter bear's frozen rain and the crane wings blowing snow been present, the day's events would have unfolded differently. The snow wolf transformation of the wolf Fang clan was a self-destructive ninjutsu, entirely irreversible once initiated. The caster would merge into the wolf Fang great collapse upon completion. During the snow wolf transformation, the potency of the wolf Fang avalanche's technique would increase significantly. At that moment, the continuously thickening ice barrier exhibited ever-widening and deepening cracks, the sound of which resembled a cacophony of snapping branches. Crack, boom. At long last, the icy barrier was breached by the furious snow wolf, creating a gap. The ninjas behind the ice wall were swept away by the overwhelming force into the avalanche. Asanami Santayo, positioned further from the shattered opening, was directly propelled into the air by the sheer power of the impact. Following the breach, the snow wolves charged recklessly, storming into the grand hall of the daimyo's estate. A pure white snow wolf stretched its limbs, its elongated gaze fixed upon the imposing figure of Kazahana Nuda in the hall's center. Leader, the momentum has dissipated, it announced. Collapsing within the hall, the snow wolves, transformed from the avalanche, beheld Kazahana Nuda. Lord Nuda, I have done my utmost. You must escape, it implored, before succumbing to the ground, gradually closing its eyes. Wolf Fang, who would have thought you would prove to be of some use at the very end? Kazahana Nuda remarked in admiration, gazing at the lifeless wolf. Wolf Fang had sacrificed its life to carve a path for Kazahana Nuda. As long as Nuda survived, the wolf Fang, winter bear, and crane wing clans still had a chance for resurgence. I am destined to occupy the highest seat in this land of snow. How could I possibly flee? Kazahana Nuda declared, rising abruptly. If Wolf Fang could hear Nuda's words, it would surely curse him. The efforts made at the cost of its own life were about to be squandered by this fool. Kazahana Nuda formed hand seals, and the black chakra armor enveloping him radiated a brilliant glow. Kazahana Seiki, behold. With the iron fist in my hand, I shall shatter your so-called hopes and aspirations, and reclaim my position. With a furious roar, Kazahana Nuda crossed his arms before his chest and thrust them outward. The violent chakra surged forth, sending objects in the hall flying in all directions. Kazahana Seiki staggered back, unable to withstand the ferocity of the chakra. At that moment, Kazahana Seiki, along with Tsukikawa Maiko and the ever-present Yamabuki Boke, observed in horror as Kazahana Nuda unleashed his power. Several clan leaders from the lesser snow ninja villages instinctively positioned themselves in front of Kazahana Seiki. Kazahana Nuda, surrender at once. The Kazahana daimyo will surely show you leniency, they shouted, braving the immense pressure. Huh? Do you truly believe that such insignificant beings can intimidate me? Kazahana Nuda retorted, his hair billowing behind him like a lion's mane in the tempestuous chakra. He advanced boldly, causing the others to retreat several steps. Kazahana Seiki, do you see? Your reliance is merely upon these inconsequential weaklings. Today, I shall make it clear that I have never depended on the trifling strength of the three great clans of the Snow Ninja Village. Fengwa Nuteo observed the small clan leaders before him, who appeared ready to retreat in fear, and could not help but voice a scornful remark. With his current strength, augmented by the chakra armor he donned, Fengwa Nuteo brimmed with confidence. He believed he could effortlessly eliminate Fenghuan Zhaoxue along with his loyal followers. Fengwa Nuteo, cease your contempt for others, they exclaimed. We are all here for the citizens of the land of snow. Everyone, unite and defeat this tyrant. The name of Fenghuan Zhaoxue is our path forward. The numerous clan leaders of the small ninja clans shouted in unison. The chakra armor developed by the Shanju family had compelled Fengwa Nuteo to invest substantial resources, both financial and human, into its practical application over the years. To conceal his ambitions from Fenghua Zhaoxue, he refrained from requesting a significant fund from the land of snow. With the assistance of the three prominent ninja clans, Wolf Fong, Winter Bear, and Crane Wing, he began to exert pressure on the small ninja clans within Snow Ninja Village. The small clans had long endured immense suffering, which is why they unanimously agreed to resist Fenghua Nuteo's rule when approached by Fenghua Zhaoxue. Despite their fervent shouts, no one truly cared about the plight of the citizens. Their focus was solely on their own interests. Fenghua Nuteo regarded the group of jesters before him with disdain. "Silence," he commanded, with a flourish of his hands. A tempest of chakra began to swirl violently around him. As he unleashed his jutsu, a massive dragon, dark as ink, began to take shape. Surrounded by razor-sharp shards of ice, the towering black dragon broke through the ceiling of the Lord's mansion, allowing blinding sunlight to pour in. "Ice release, ice explosive hail," one clan leader shouted, unleashing a barrage of ice projectiles that hurtled towards the black dragon. "Ice release, Snow Wolf Hound," another clan leader clapped his hands to the ground, summoning a magnificent, translucent giant hound that sparkled under the sunlight. "Ice release, Grasp of Frost." A colossal icy hand emerged within the hall, reaching for the black dragon. Chapter 157. Fenghua Nuteo merely the presence of a clumsy chicken and a mangy dog. Fenghua Nuteo sneered at the clan leaders wielding their jutsu. The furious black dragon, accompanied by the howling winds, lunged towards Fenghua Zhaoxue. In midair, a pair of ethereal, icy hands clamped tightly around the neck of the black dragon. "Fenghua Nuteo, you shall not harm the esteemed Fenghua. Onward!" Woof woof woof. With an indomitable spirit, the translucent icy hound charged at the massive dragon, its vicious fangs sinking deep into the dragon's flesh. Cracking sounds echoed through the air. A cacophony of excruciating sounds reverberated through the air. Snowballs, akin to bullets, relentlessly bombarded the black dragon. The sheer force of the concentrated snow projectiles gradually forced the massive creature to retreat, leaving a trail of marks upon the hallowed ground of the Great Hall. "Excellent, we have subdued him." The remaining young leaders of the ninja clans observed the black dragon, now under mounting pressure. Some wielded kunai, while others conjured glistening, translucent ice blades. They surged toward the Windflower Raging Tide, who was still exerting control over the black dragon. Under the sunlight, a blinding white light flashed as an ice blade struck the dark chakra armor of Windflower Raging Tide, producing a sharp sound. Clink, clink, clink. The sound echoed as the ninja from the snow village attacked. How feeble their assaults are. The strikes barely left superficial marks on the chakra armor. Ice release, ice spike. Windflower Raging Tide swiftly formed hand seals. Crystals of ice sprouted beneath his feet, rapidly piercing the ninja who had dared to strike at him with an ice blade. Did they truly believe I could not wield ninjutsu while controlling the black dragon? Such naivety. Windflower Raging Tide watched as the sharp ice crystals impaled the unfortunate ninja's abdomen. Crimson blood flowed down the glistening spikes. Observing the shock on the faces around him, Windflower Raging Tide formed hand seals and vanished from sight. Whoosh. When he reappeared, he stood atop the head of the black dragon, grasping its formidable horns. Ice release, black dragon, tail whip. With the completion of his seals, the once restrained black dragon began to spin rapidly. The crystalline snow wolf was sent hurtling away. A mournful howl escaped the ice-formed snow wolf. "Brother, how futile your efforts are in the face of absolute power." Windflower Raging Tide towered over Windflower, Early Snow. Looking down from the summit of the black dragon's head, the colossal creature raised its tail and swung it with devastating force. The young clan leaders within the hall, caught unawares, were struck by the overwhelming impact. Some fell, spitting blood, while others were smashed against the walls, visibly gasping for breath. In mere moments, the supporters of Windflower Early Snow had suffered grievous losses. Windflower Early Snow gazed at the few ninjas remaining before him, an expression of sorrow creeping across his face. He had underestimated the strength of Windflower Raging Tide. "Ha, my dear brother, do you see? What do you have to contend with me?" Windflower Raging Tide's laughter echoed, wild and triumphant. "Remember, we are not alone." A severely injured snow ninja struggled to rise to his feet. The internal injuries he sustained rendered his breathing noticeably labored. Indeed, yet another wounded ninja managed to stand. Several others also fought to prop themselves up. They all bore the marks of battle as they gazed at the figure of Windflower Fury atop the black dragon. With mastery over ice release, a ninja formed intricate hand seals. With a powerful shout, he slammed his hands into the ground. Boom! A towering snow pine erupted from the earth. Upon closer inspection, one would find that this pristine white pine was entirely composed of transparent, solid ice. The pine's needles were sharp as ice blades. Ice release, snow pine fury. More towering snow pines surged forth, encircling Windflower Fury and the black dragon tightly. This technique was a forbidden art of the Snow Ninja Village, created by the founding lord of the Land of Snow, who utilized the unique geographical features of the region to develop an ice release technique distinct from that of the Mizuki's clan. Among these forbidden arts was the Snow Pine Fury, a technique passed down since the village's inception, yet few dared to wield it. The immense power of this technique came at the cost of burning one's own life force. The more vitality expended, the greater the technique's might. When the Land of Snow was invaded, it was the ninja of the Snow Ninja Village who, through the Snow Pine Fury, repeatedly repelled the marauding enemy ninjas. Thus, the Snow Pine became the national tree of the Land of Snow. Windflower Fury gazed at the ice-encased snow pines that ensnared the black dragon. "You wretched fools! Have you lost your minds? Ha ha! Windflower Fury, the snow pines of the Land of Snow shall rise once more." The ninja who initiated the Snow Pine Fury was now visibly paling at an alarming rate, as the trunk of the technique transformed from crystalline clarity to a faint crimson hue. Eventually, the ninja ceased all movement. Boom! The fury of the snow pines was evident. The sharp ice needles pierced everything in the vicinity. Windflower Fury had concealed himself within the body of the black dragon long before the technique erupted. The black dragon's formidable form shielded him from the incoming ice needles. However, the subsequent explosion of other snow pines left the entire hall in disarray. Shanju Blog stood guard beside Windflower Jiaxue and Moon River Mai. A circular ice dome enveloped the three of them, reinforced by layers of ice barrier techniques employed by the ninjas of Snow Ninja Village. Though diminished by successive defensive techniques, the ice dome now teetered precariously. Shanju Blog dispelled the technique. "Senior." The leaders of the vanished shinobi clan could not help but exclaim as they beheld the utter devastation around them. The ground lay strewn with debris, remnants of the fierce battle. The few ninjas who had just employed the ice release technique, utilizing the snow pine wood forbidden technique, had been obliterated by the relentless barrage of icy needles. The remaining ninjas fared no better, all falling victim to the chaos. Within the grand hall, only Kazahana Sayuki, Tsukioka Maiko, and the remnants of the mountain bamboo blog remained. Kazahana's furious black dragon was now a mere shadow of its former self, riddled with wounds. Boom! The black dragon shattered into countless fragments, scattering across the floor. Kazahana clutched her chest, appearing amidst the wreckage, astonished that such incompetence could inflict such significant harm upon her. She glared at her battered chakra armor, cursing under her breath. Her gaze then shifted to Kazahana Sayuki. "Who else can possibly thwart me now?" She scoffed. With swift hand seals, she declared, "Ice release, dual black dragon's blizzard." Two swirling masses of dark ice began to coalesce before her. Water release, buzzing needle gun for holes. Chapter 158, Arrival Whoosh. A piercing buzzing sound echoed as a water gun shot straight towards Kazahana's head. In a flurry, she abandoned the half-formed technique and swiftly executed the body flicker technique, vanishing from her original position. "Who goes there?" Kazahana demanded, observing a deep hole left in the spot where she had just stood. A youth clad in resplendent white robes stood atop the shattered roof of the grand hall, accompanied by a little girl dressed in fine attire, no older than 8 or 9. "You're not too late." It was none other than the recently arrived Okamoto Daisuke. "Daddy, Mommy." Kazahana Sayuki called down to the figures below. Okamoto Daisuke vanished in an instant, only to reappear beside Kazahana Sayuki and Tsukioka Maiko. Okamoto Daisuke gently set down Fuka Koyuki. "Daddy, Daddy." Fuka Koki cried, reaching out to Fuka Hayes. "It's all right, I'm fine." Fuka Hayes crouched down, tenderly gazing at Fuka Koyuki. "What brings you here?" Although Fuka Hayes directed the question towards Koyuki, her gaze subtly drifted towards Okamoto Daisuke. "I insisted on coming, Daddy. If I cannot be by your and Mama's side, then living holds no meaning for me." Fuka Koyuki tugged at Fuka Hayes and Tsukiko Amai's hands, tears glistening in her eyes as she spoke. What a poignant scene of paternal affection and familial reunion. Fuka Nato, battered and bruised, leaned against a crumbling low wall, unable to suppress his voice as he watched the unfolding drama before him. Water release, water burst. Okamoto Daisuke struck the ground with both hands, causing a torrent of water to surge beneath him, propelling Kazahana Nato into the air. As he was launched skyward, a fleeting look of alarm flickered in Kazahana Nato's eyes. Water release, bumblebee finger spear, 6 holes. After a brief moment of charging, a white streak struck Kazahana Nato midair. The white streak was a result of the incredible speed of the 6-hole Bumblebee Finger Spear. Although Okamoto Daisuke could effortlessly unleash the 4-hole version, the 6 holes and beyond required a moment of preparation. The collision between the rapidly spinning Finger Spear and Kazahana Nato ignited a violent shower of sparks. Kazahana Nato was forced against the wall by the spear's tremendous impact. Lowering his gaze, he examined the spot where he had just been struck. A distinct indentation marred the surface of his black chakra armor. Okamoto Dojia furrowed her brows as she beheld the tempestuous windflower. Is the chakra armor truly that formidable? She pondered, astonished that her 6-hole beeping gun could be withstood solely by the chakra armor. Miss Dojia, the Bamboo Clan representative began. The chakra armor of Windflower is crafted from the pinnacle of our clan's technology. Not only does it mitigate the potency of ninjutsu attacks, but it also significantly amplifies the user's ninjutsu capabilities. Furthermore, this armor incorporates the unique black ice crystal from our snow country, a mineral of exceptional hardness, endowing it with remarkable resistance to impact. The representative observed Okamoto Dojie's furrowed brow and quickly elaborated. He regarded her with an admiration that bordered on infatuation, marveling at how she carried herself in such masculine attire, exuding an air of elegance and valor. Moreover, her earlier expression of concern only added to her charm, making her appear irresistibly endearing. Okamoto Daisuke gazed at the Santal blog, though he could not fathom the thoughts swirling within that individual. Yet, the expression on his face was enough to discern that it was hardly a pleasant affair. Upon casting a glance at the Santal blog, he remarked that the Santal clan was renowned for their steadfast loyalty, only to realize in the end that it was indeed the Santal clan that provided the most substantial assistance to Kazahana Erasure. This has effectively elevated that individual to a status akin to a boss. Does the original work suggest that Naruto Uzumaki's multicolored Rasengan possesses enhancements? Otherwise, how can one explain that Kazahana Erasure is now beyond the reach of the Naruto of yore? Kid, your strikes are quite painful. Kazahana Erasure interrupted Okamoto Daisuke's reverie. Ice Release, Dual Black Dragon Blizzard. Kazahana Erasure swiftly formed hand seals with both hands. Before he could complete his incantation, a sharp pain surged from his forehead. With no time to ponder further, Kazahana Erasure executed a rapid body flicker to evade. A white streak passed by. Damn it, this kid's ninjutsu speed is astonishing. Kazahana Erasure dodged the attack and could not help but exclaim in admiration. Before he could regain his footing, several more kunai surged toward him. Ugh. Kazahana Erasure clutched his chest, having been unable to evade all the kunai that had come his way. Sandal, you and Kazahana, along with Xiaoxue and Lady Kazahana, must leave this place at once, Okamoto Daisuke declared before vanishing from sight. Understood, Ms. Daisuke. Santal blog responded, preparing to escort the others away. Be careful, Daisuke Onaikin. Kazahana Xiaoxue shouted at Okamoto Daisuke, who was engaged in battle with Kazahana Erasure. Okamoto Daisuke did not respond to Kazahana Sayaki. He is now locked in combat with Kazahana Nudo, employing the bizarre and unpredictable technique of water body to continuously shift his form and position around Kazahana Nudo. Utilizing his superior speed, he dances around Kazahana Nudo, leaving him in a state of confusion. Each of Kazahana Nudo's attacks is powerful and forceful, but despite his strength, he finds himself utterly unable to land a blow on Okamoto Daisuke. Frustration mounts. This pesky brat is far too agile. At this moment, Kazahana Nudo resembles a formidable warrior rendered helpless, brimming with potential yet lacking the means to execute it. Unable to strike, he resolves to target those he can hit instead. Although his chakra armor boasts formidable defense, it has already endured multiple direct hits from the forbidden technique of Yuki Shinobi Village, the Snow Pine Blast, at close range. Surviving this long is a feat in itself, yet now he faces repeated assaults to the same vulnerable spot. Cracks begin to appear in the chest plate of his armor, significantly diminishing its protective capabilities. In a shocking turn, Kazahana Nudo disregards the relentless attacks from Okamoto Daisuke, enduring 2 piercing strikes from the buzzing finger gun. Blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, he charges towards the distant Shanju blog, who is preparing to escort Kazahana Sayuki to safety. Get out of the way. Okamoto Daisuke shouts, watching Kazahana Nudo's impending onslaught. To his astonishment, Shanju blog not only remains in place but faces Kazahana Nudo head-on, swiftly forming seals with both hands. Ice Release, Shielding Light Mirror. A radiant, towering shield materializes in Shanju blog's hands. You all must leave. Shanju blog is acutely aware of his limitations. Even with the enhancement of chakra armor, he may not withstand Kazahana Nudo's devastating strike. However, he cannot flee. Doing so would leave Kazahana Sayuki vulnerable to Kazahana Naruto's attack. Everything has transpired for the sake of Kazahana Sayuki, and if he were to perish here, all would be in vain. Much like the leaders of the lesser clans in Yuki Shinobi village, who, knowing they faced certain death, desperately attempted to thwart Kazahana Naruto. Yet the outcome proved that even the most valiant efforts of the weak are insignificant in the face of the strong. Chapter 159, Kazahana Sayuki ha. Come on, boy from the Shanju family. Kazahana Naruto's eyes blaze with ferocity as he leaps high into the air. The anger from being toyed with by Okamoto Daisuke, unable to land a single hit, seems ready to erupt at this moment. Ice release, shattering horn strike. A heavy ice hammer forms around Kazahana Naruto's hands, accompanied by the howling sound of air being sliced. He brings it crashing down towards Shanju Blog's shield with tremendous force. Boom. A resounding explosion reverberates through the air, dust swirling in the aftermath. Yet, there is no trace of joy upon Kazahana Naruto's face. He feels no satisfaction in striking a target. As the gentle breeze stirs, the dust begins to settle. The ice hammer is embedded deep into the floor of the Grand Hall, while Shanju Blog has vanished without a trace, not far from Kazahana Naruto. The figure of Okamoto Daisuke emerged, accompanied by the presence of the Shanju Blog. The hurried breaths betrayed an air of unease. Shanju Blog gazed upon the massive crater carved by the tempestuous winds and waves, enveloped in a profound sense of dread. He had always believed that with his abilities and the enhancement of the chakra armor, he could withstand the force, even if he was not a match for the Tempest itself. Little did he realize, he had consistently overestimated his own prowess. Okamoto Dojia seized Shanju Blog by the collar and hurled him to the ground. Moments ago, Okamoto had employed the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport and rescue Shanju from the onslaught of Windflower Fury. Casting another glance at Shanju, who was destined to become his future armor craftsman, he thought, I cannot allow him to falter here. Do not complicate matters for me. Remain still. With that, Okamoto vanished from the spot. Leaf Whirlwind. Bang. Okamoto Daisuke appeared beside Kazahana Naruto, delivering a sweeping kick towards his waist. The ice hammer in Kazahana Naruto's hand became lodged in the floor, rendering it impossible to withdraw. He took the blow from Okamoto Daisuke squarely. Remarkably, Kazahana Naruto stood silently in place, as if the kick from Okamoto Daisuke had no impact on him whatsoever. In an instant, with a burst of icy energy, Kazahana Naruto's hands were liberated from the ice hammer. He unleashed a fierce punch directed at Okamoto Daisuke. Boom. Okamoto Daisuke did not evade. Instead, he absorbed a solid blow. The force of the punch propelled him across the hall, littered with various sands and debris, sliding a considerable distance. Ugh! Okamoto Daisuke let out a muffled groan. Even with the presence of the water membrane, the recent fierce blow from the tempestuous winds had not been entirely mitigated. Okamoto Daisuke cast a downward glance at the area of his chest that had been struck. What was once a translucent blue liquid membrane now bore a patch of pale blue ice. Yet, as the membrane flowed and shifted, this patch of ice began to diminish at a visibly perceptible pace, eventually vanishing altogether. Even this ice release technique, which was executed only in specific areas, exerted a certain degree of restraint upon Okamoto's water membrane. When he was struck by Kazahana Naruto's ice explosion technique, the portion of the membrane that made contact was instantly crystallized into ice, having lost its capacity to dissipate force. This was why Okamoto's water membrane was still forced back in the face of such a physical assault. Indeed, this adversary was not merely relying on the protection of a chakra armor. Okamoto Daisuke fixed his gaze intently upon Kazahana Naruto. He had just risked himself to validate a crucial realization, for during his recent onslaught against Kazahana, he had discerned that his multiple attacks had failed to shatter the opponent's chakra armor. This was evidently abnormal. In the course of their close-range confrontation, Okamoto had noticed a layer of ice armor enveloping Kazahana Naruto, which bore a striking resemblance to his own water membrane. Okamoto Daisuke's water membrane accelerates its circulation at the moment of being attacked, thereby minimizing the force and damage of the assault. Meanwhile, the ice armor of Kazahana Naruto rapidly thickens upon receiving an attack, serving as a shield against harm. Should one first shatter the opponent's ice armor? Gazed contemplatively at the turbulent winds and flowers, while simultaneously, the tempestuous nature of Fenghua Naruto regarded him with astonishment. What a slippery character he is. Despite his youth, he proves to be exceedingly formidable. At this moment, in Fenghua Naruto's heart, the disturbance caused by far surpassed the previous tenfold.